and those wild spirit beasts all crashed into each other's eyes. They stood up and shook their heads, seeming to be completely at a loss to understand what the hell was in front of them. Even if they unleash their most powerful skills, they will not be able to shake the blue turtle shell. The bishop's eyes reddened at the sight of the situation before him, and his heart dripped with pain. This shield, however, was able to withstand the full force of a diamond-class martial artist or spirit beast. Defending against a beast tide like this was no different than a cannon hitting a mosquito. The point is, there's not much else to do but use the shield. He was really bad in his heart. The crystal core resources consumed to activate the shield once were in the thousands. 2 more times and he'd be out of his family's pocket. And most of the instruments used now are all powered by crystal cores, only out but not in. Long time down this bishop lord himself still do not do it. The bishop's original name was Fang Haochen, and he was originally just an ordinary college student. Until one time, he was almost buried in the secret realm, and in a daze he heard a majestic voice. Junior, do you want to live? Do you want to get stronger? Want to step on all the people who have bullied you? We are the Sky Vaults, a race from beyond the blue planet. The human body is always obsolete. We can remodel you, keep you alive and make you stronger. Join the glorious evolution, boy. Without hesitation, Fang Haochen accepted the baptism of the Heavenly Vault race and single-handedly formed the Heavenly Vault Church after his return. Relying on the technology of the Sky Vault clan, he developed his power by transforming spirit animals for his followers. They are like a ticking time bomb, hidden in the other side of society. Sensing that there were no more spirit beasts around, Lin Yuqing struggled to sit up. She looked at Qiu Yan, who had fainted, and cried and laughed a little. This trip to the Darkwater Swamp was truly fantastical. First, he himself was lying outside the tent for no reason, and then he followed the flame Qilin to inexplicably save Qiu Yan once. Having searched for the Earth's core slimes and gone through the crisis of the beast tide, this was an experience she had never had in 18 years. She couldn't forget for a long time about the mysterious means Qiu Yan had just performed. What kind of skill was that was so subtle? Lin Yuqing looked at Qiu Yan, who had passed out on his face. She took off her jacket and used a dry spot to help Qiu Yan wipe away the muddy water from his face. Looking at Qiu Yan's sleeping face at this moment, a gentle smile spread across her face. Lin Yuqing summoned Iron Mountain once again, generating a rock wall on the ground. It was hard, but at least it kept out the cold, muddy water. This was followed by having Iron Mountain construct a roof above, which made the 2 men well concealed. After doing this, Lin Yuqing took out a small night light and medical kit from the Imperial Beast space. She carefully turned Qiu Yan over, and as a result, the wound on Qiu Yan's back directly gave Lin Yuqing a shock. It turned out that Qiu Yan had suffered such a serious injury in order to protect himself. A mist rose in her eyes. She ruffled her hanging bangs and sat down on her knees next to Qiu Yan. Forgetting the shyness of a young girl, she tore Qiu Yan's blouse open and gently sterilized his wound. Chapter 23: The Quirky Skinny Egg Porridge. Cough, cough, cough. At noon the next day, Qiu Yan, who was sleeping, woke up choking on the air's quagmire gas. Then he felt a fiery pain on his back, which instantly sobered him up. He took a deep breath and tried to forget the pain in his back. Since he was still alive now, it was proof that yesterday's plan had worked. Even though his head was a mush and seemed to be about to explode, Qiu Yan still struggled to sit up. Are you awake? No, 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 I got it. Qiu Yan looked in the direction of the voice. Only Lin Yuqing was wearing a close-fitting sports sling, her proud figure showing. The waterfall of hair was also tied into a ball head. At the moment it was crouched by a woodpile and appeared to be trying to figure out how to heat the can. Seeing that she had woken up, Lin Yuqing immediately threw the can in her hand aside and ran towards her side. Lin Yuqing leaned down close to Qiu Yan, her soft, boneless little hands wrapping around her back and helping Qiu Yan up, leaning back to sit on top of a mound of dirt on the side. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Yesterday really scared me. In the face of Lin Yuqing's concern, Qiu Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth and smiled, then said hoarsely, "Water. I want water." Ooh-hoo. Lin Yuqing hurriedly took a side of mineral water, unscrewed the cap and fed it. When Qiu Yan gulped a few large mouthfuls, Lin Yuqing froze, her face flushed red. She suddenly realized that the bottle of water looked like she had just drank half of it. With that, she bit her peachy red lips, her eyes dodging, somewhat shyly not daring to look at Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan, who had slowed down, then realized that his top had been taken off at some point. It had been wrapped in white gauze and resembled the mascot of some tire brand. Feeling a faint scent lingering on the tip of his nose, he immediately began to search for the source of the scent. He glanced to the side, and it turned out that he had slept all night with Lin Yuqing's jacket on his pillow like this. "Are you hungry? I'll heat up a can for you." Qiu Yan gently nodded. Although he had eaten barbecued meat last night, it had been about 10 hours since then, and his stomach was still a bit hungry. Lin Yuqing handed the steaming can food to Qiu Yan, and only then reacted by taking out a spoon from the imperial beast's space. She dug a spoonful of lunch meat and put it to her mouth and blew on it before feeding it to Qiu Yan's mouth. It had to be said that despite how the lunch meat tasted, just because Lin Yuqing took care of it with such dedication, Qiu Yan's heart was warm. When he thought of yesterday's situation, Qiu Yan was a bit scared. "Sorry. Yesterday put you in danger." Qiu Yan opened his mouth breathlessly, falling into deep self-blame. Obviously, he swore to protect Lin Yuqing in the beginning. If he hadn't had the Wanxiang Xian Shu advance to master new abilities, he might have even dragged Lin Yuqing into it. It's okay. It was really scary yesterday, but it was also exciting. But we're all fine, and I have you to thank for that. If it wasn't for you yesterday. Lin Yuqing smiled sweetly and comforted. However, she immediately sensed that the ability Qiu Yan used yesterday might be a bottom card-like existence, and immediately kept her mouth shut. It also involves the privacy of the individual. "Alright, enough talk. Can you move now? Let's go back first. It's still a little more than half a day to go back. If I haven't gone back yet, I'm afraid Grandma will worry." Seeing Qiu Yan nod, Lin Yuqing held up a map and spoke again. "This side is far enough away from the east exit we came from. We could have taken the south exit instead. There wasn't much danger on the way back. It was mainly because it was daytime and many spirit beasts were hibernating. Moreover, the route that Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing took out was constantly moving away from the center of the dark water swamp. Qiu Yan, as a royal beast master, his body's recovery ability was actually far beyond that of normal people. After eating something, I felt the wound on my back was crispy and itchy, and it was already starting to heal. However, Qiu Yan's physical qualities were not as unbelievable as a martial artist's, where a serious injury in the morning was followed by the kind that could be alive and well in the afternoon. Unable to argue with Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yan had no choice but to advance on Tai Shan. I don't know how long it took, but I was surprised to fall asleep again. Only when he noticed Tai Shan's footsteps stop did Qiu Yan leisurely turn around and look around. Surprisingly, he had already reached the exit. The garrison troops at the gate looked at the two of them with a scrutinizing face, and the spirit beasts on the side were all ready to fight. After all, the two were scanned by infrared from 2 kilometers away. Qiu Yan and his 2 men did not have any record of entering or leaving the stronghold, so it was really a bit suspicious. And with what appeared to be a wave of beasts last night, no amount of caution was too much to ask. "Show me some ID." Lin Yuqing hurriedly handed over the student cards of the two of them. The small captain-like soldier was seen fumbling a mini swipe machine from behind him, holding up the card with a swipe. Drip. Looking at the information on the swipe machine, the junior captain compared the information for half a day before he put his heart down and waved his hand to signal the others to put away their spirit beasts. However, before leaving, the junior captain still stroked Tai Shan's silky fur and exclaimed a good spirit beast. After handing over 10% of the funds gained this time, Lin Yuqing retrieved the granite rock tiger into the royal beast space and carried Qiu Yan to the highway. Those spirit medicines and plants that Qiu Yan had placed in the imperial beast space had long been devoured by the Wanxiang Xianshu. The passes could not be recognized and recorded either, which made Qiu Yan stuck with a small bug. Looking at the injured man on the side, Lin Yuqing had a hard time suppressing the idea of wanting to ride the little blue bike next to her. He then beckoned and stopped a cab, carrying the two to the Third People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. This was also the hospital where Lin Yuqing's grandmother was. After she got Qiu Yan settled, she went to the hospital window to pay the bill. Soon, several nurses in white dresses came into the ward and wheeled Qiu Yan to the operating room for debridement and bandaging. As the anesthetic was injected, Qiu Yan lost consciousness as soon as his eyes went black. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qiu Yan's anesthetic drug effect is finally passed. His body temporarily cannot move freely, can only hide inside the quilt to play with the phone. Squeak! The door to the hospital room was slowly pushed open and a pretty figure walked in carrying a dinner tray. Seeing the bright light emerging from the quilt, Lin Yuqing's eyes instantly lit up. Qiu Yan woke up, The two of them had sort of shared the same life and death last night, and Lin Yuqing's heart had completely and utterly treated Xiao Yan as her good friend. Just in time to wake up. Come and try the porridge I made. Xiao Yan was framed by Lin Yuqing and rolled over to sit up. He rubbed his eyes and looked incredulously at the bowl of dark, black paste in Lin Yuqing's hand. You call this kanji? It can't be the sesame paste you brewed. No, that's not true. Lin Yuqing stretched out a finger and waved it. I've added iced sea cuttlefish juice on purpose. Iced sea cuttlefish has the best recovery power. So what you eat makes up for what you have. It's got some bog slug bodily fluids in it too, and a piece of the rocky abyss gecko's tail. Lin Yuqing reported the many materials she had joined as if she were counting them. Only that she herself didn't realize that she could only talk so eloquently in front of Xiao Yan. Never seemed to say much about the rest of the school. Big sister, I want to eat some normal food. Xiao Yan protested repeatedly, but he still couldn't argue with the tough Lin Yuqing, and was scooped up by her and poured a spoonful directly into his mouth. Blah 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 blah. Delicious, isn't it? Lin Yuqing pulled a stool and supported her chin with both hands, just looking at Xiao Yan. Aha. As Xiao Yan continued to chew, he went from being very resistant at the beginning to having a shocked look on his face. Put in so many weird and wonderful ingredients, and the result is a final flavor that tastes a bit like skinny egg kanji? Sis, I'll just say one thing. Next time just make a skinny egg porridge. But it was obviously still tasty, and eating it did have a bit of an effect, and Xiao Yan immediately felt warm all over. Trying not to think about the ingredients, he quickly downed the entire bowl of porridge. Just after putting down the bowl, Lin Yuqing's small hand reached over. What are you looking at me for? Pay the money. Reimbursement. You think these ingredients just fell out of the sky? Xiao Yan smiled, and then took out his cell phone. A black paste porridge well. How much can it cost? The little girl is so rich. Chapter 24. The king of the slimes at the center of the earth. How much? I'll transfer it to you. $10,048. Raider. Xiao Yan's eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that he could almost stuff 3 eggs into it. A bowl of skinny kanji with eggs actually cost over $10,000. Xiao Yan also couldn't tense up, not realizing that his momentary carelessness had actually hurt his small wallet viciously. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door and a nurse wearing a pink mask walked in. Do what? The patient hasn't recovered yet. And this is a hospital. Loud noises are forbidden. When Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing heard this, they immediately sat down obediently like children who had made a mistake and were being criticized. Miss Lin, come with me. Dr. Wu is waiting for you in the oncology department. The nurse just gave notice and left the ward in a huff. Perhaps sensing that something was wrong, Xiao Yan cast a curious look towards Lin Yuqing, who was clearly absent down. Lin Yuqing just squeezed out a stiff smile and glanced at Xiao Yan. You rest here. Then it went softly to the door and closed it. Xiao Yan obviously felt something was wrong and quietly got out of bed. Leaning down and looking around towards the corridor, Lin Yuqing's figure had already disappeared. Oncology. Could it be that Lin Yuqing's grandmother's condition has worsened? Xiao Yan cocked his head and decided to see what was going on. The inpatient department is not far from the outpatient department, and in less than 5 minutes, Xiao Yan arrived at the door of the oncology department that the nurse mentioned. There was a piece of hollow glass on the door, and Xiao Yan was able to clearly see a doctor in a white coat with some gray hair on his temples sitting in front of Lin Yuqing. Dr. Wu, can you wait a little longer? I don't have that much money together for now. Xiao Lin although your grandmother's cancer hasn't metastasized yet, it can already be seen in the past 2 days that the cancer cells are showing signs of spreading. And my suggestion is to schedule the surgery in the next 2 days. Dr. Wu had more or less heard about Lin Yuqing's family history. Her parents were both imperial beastmasters. In the summer of a dozen years ago, in order to resist the invasion of foreign races, he sacrificed himself on the battlefield of the Holy Beast. Only the young Lin Yuqing and her elderly grandmother were left to depend on each other. Not only that, but the pension granted by the state was eaten up by his own great-uncle's extinct family. Dr. Wu was very sympathetic to her situation, but all he could do was to give her grandmother some cheap potent medication if possible. This is a matter of principle. His colleague had previously advanced the cost of the surgery and performed the surgery without authorization because of the patient's emergency situation. As a result, the patient died on the operating table, and the patient's family bit back and took him to court. As a result, huge amounts of compensation are owed. Finally sold the house and got divorced to get the money together. Even though the Dragon Kingdom had medical subsidies for the families of martyrs, how many years would one have to save up to pay for treatment with just a child and an old man? Well, please go home first, and you can think about the money. Lin Yuqing bit her lips tightly. After a long moment of hesitation, she looked down at the balance in her hand, stood up somewhat numbly, and turned around, ready to leave. Qiu Yen saw this and hurriedly ran to the side, pulling open the door of a section to block it for himself. Has the number been called yet, classmate? If you haven't been called, wait outside patiently for a moment. Oh, wait a minute right now. It wasn't until Lin Yuqing covered her eyes and walked into the elevator with red eyes that Qiu Yen returned to the entrance of the oncology department. He pushed the door open just as Dr. Wu, with little work at hand, just looked at him and sighed. Young student, you're suffering from a disease at a young age? Is this pancreatic cancer? Dr. Wu clearly misunderstood when he saw the gauze on Qiu Yan's body. No, Dr. Wu. I wanted to ask about that girl just now. We were classmates. Dr. Wu sniffed and was silent for a moment, seemingly very torn inside. As a matter of course, being a doctor myself, I shouldn't be talking about these things. But in the end, he pulled Qiu Yen to the room next to him. Her grandmother had cancer, a disease with limited means of cure. This kind of terminal disease before the recovery of aura is still not cured by medical means today. Even Kyoto Medical University, every year, is in the process of fully researching the challenges of attacking cancer cells with spirit animal materials. The only way to do this before it's too late is to rush the surgery. When Qiu Yen heard this, it worked to find himself. Although he had spent some money before entering the Darkwater Swamp before, but how much could he spend on a medical treatment? $1 million on this card. Ask for more if you don't have enough. Well. Dr. Wu finally put his heart down when he saw that he had the funds. 1 million was definitely enough. But this money can't be kept with me. I'll explain to the nurse to send it to the old man. It's almost 2 weeks or so of pre-op preparation, and we schedule the surgery as soon as possible anyway. Qiu Yen nodded and said goodbye to Dr. Wu before returning to his hospital wing. On the other side, in the dark water swamp, the beast tide here had long since subsided, leaving only a scorched black mess. Fang Haochen clasped his hands on his arms, crossed his legs, and looked at the straight, shivering henchman in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you saying that you saw a man and a woman riding a fire attribute spirit beast through the dark water swamp yesterday? 1,000 times over, my lord bishop. The wave of beasts that attacked our base yesterday was attracted by the two of them. Grass. Plans are suspended. It must be found for me. I'm going to take the spirit beasts of the two of them. Fang Haochen's righteous hand slapped hard on top of the chair's armrests with a dull reverberation. Where's 6? Tell him to find it. Yes. Watching his subordinate's hasty flight, a hint of viciousness flashed in Fang Haochen's eyes. Noticing that the bishop was in a bad mood, number 2's petite body leaned in at the right time. The righteous hand pinched hard towards the softness, and painfully, number 2 pouted. Qiu Yen did not know at this time that he had inadvertently prevented a tragic social crisis. He also didn't know how much trouble he and Lin Yuqing had gotten into because of this trip to the dark water swamp. At this time, he was lying on the hospital bed, holding his cell phone in his left hand, constantly swiping short videos and watching hay. Squeezing a toothpick in his right hand, he ate the fruit that Lin Yuqing had peeled. I was thinking of paying Lin Yuqing to take care of myself for a while, and also to give her a little paycheck to improve my life. However, this little girl said that she wanted to return to the spirit beast breeding base to work part-time, and Qiu Yen was about to be bored out of his mind staying alone in the middle of the ward. Halfway through swiping the short video, Qiu Yen then remembered that the geocentric slime he had caught earlier was still in his royal beast space. When he extinguished his phone and sank his mind, his consciousness burrowed into the sentinel space. The jewel was lying there quietly, as if it had hiccuped. Qiu Yan's consciousness converged into an idea body squatted down and poked the shell on the back of the gem. However, this seemed to have caused the ground slime to be displeased, and with a kirikou sound, it sprouted tentacles and slowly moved in the opposite direction of Qiu Yen. Qiu Yen beckoned, and the flame Qilin took a piece of spirit beast meat from the side and just threw it in front of the earth-centered slime. Kirik, what are you doing? Let me go. Qiu Yen, who possessed the gift of the Book of Words, naturally understood the words. Since this creature has intelligence and does not act on its own instincts, this is good. Qiu Yan then planned to have a good talk with the Earth Center slime. Hungry yet? You can eat something first. I have more if it's not enough. The heart slime hesitated for a moment, then honestly opened its mouthpiece and crawled towards the mountain of meat. As it slowly chewed and swallowed, Qiu Yan was surprised to find that the black slime had already started to be released around the gem. In just a few seconds, the jewel was completely wrapped in black slime, no longer visible inside the crystal clear. Kir, what the hell do you want? The light of the contract on Qiu Yan's hand flickered as a silent response. Kirakiri, bold human. I am the king of the Earth's core slimes. I am not to be contracted by a mere mortal. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yan's eyes flashed with a strange color. You say you're the king of Earth-centered slimes? So you still have a pack? Kir, that's for sure. It's just that. Last time Sim sneaked up on the king. Kirik, the king has lost his real power. That's why I had to come out to look for food. Qiu Yan was immediately happy to hear this. Since this little thing calls itself king, then those called XX king must be particularly powerful. Normally, it might be brocade and food. Now that he was desperate, he came out to hunt for food, and he must not be very skillful in the business, and that's why he caught the opportunity. This wave, is picking up the slack. Chapter 25. Then you shall be called Cinder. What was that you were saying about Sim? Qiu Yan was filled with curiosity. He didn't realize that there seemed to be a lot of strife between this kind of ethnic group. Kirby. Sim is my brother and he betrayed me. Stole my sage's stone while I was on my wedding day. Robbed me of my wife. Robbed me of my soldiers. Obviously it's hard to escape. Good Samaritan. Please spare me. I still have a big revenge to avenge. After hearing this, Qiu Yan instantly understood the cause of the matter, and what was even more marvelous was that the geocentric slimes as a group actually had a husband and wife system. This king of geodesic slimes is really honest and says whatever he's asked. No wonder he was backstabbed by his own brother. If you don't backstab, who do you backstab? But Qiu Yan did capture the point keenly. What is the sage's stone? Kirikou. It's the token that leads all the slimes in the center of the earth. And whoever has the sage's stone will be able to travel through the center of the earth at will. Good for you. The earth-centered slime suddenly noticed the slip of the tongue, and it tightly closed its mouth again when it was about to say something. Qiu Yan frowned. Since he had the sage's stone, it seemed like his previous plan could unfold again. About 9 years after his last life, some ancient ruins were unearthed 20,000 meters underground in the middle of the rice landmass. There are countless treasures in the ruins. Some of these treasures were able to evolve spirit beasts, while others were able to strengthen the combat power of martial masters. It was also because of this that Rice's national power instantly surpassed that of the Dragon Kingdom, which was now a handful of the blue planet. What if you can get to those treasures first? Thinking of this, Qiu Yan opened his mouth once again, with a hint of compulsion in his tone. You want revenge? I can help you. Kirikou. Can you help me? How can you help me? At this moment, Purple Moon twisted her body and swam over, spitting out snake letters. The silent movement is a response to the slime in the center of the earth. Kirik, how can I trust you? Qiu Yan revealed a nuclear good smile. Even if it's for that sage's stone of yours, it's impossible to lie to you. Sign it, the Imperial Beast contract. The smile was literally 100 times more terrifying to the earth-centered slime than his own grandfather. It seemed like if he didn't agree, he was going to be killed by that spirit beast next to him the next moment. Does this strange man, who wants to hang on to everything, lean? I should have known better than to say so much. Now this was clearly forcing himself to sign a royal beast contract. Not only did I give myself a ride, but I lost the sage's stone as well. The geocentric slime squirmed, internally torn. Are you signing or not? If you don't sign, you'll never get out of this imperial beast space in your life. When the time comes, just watch your wife and your brother go off in style in the center of the earth. Qiu Yan's patience was limited and gave an ultimatum. As soon as he opened his mouth, though, the king of earth-centered slimes couldn't wait to agree to the contract. Hey! I'm a fish out of water, taken hard. As the light of the contract dissipated, Qiu Yan's mind was instantly flooded with information and skills about the geocentric slime, which seemed to be a marvelous ability granted by the advancement of the Wanxiang Shenshu. Nowadays, he didn't need to communicate with his spirit beasts or travel to their bases for testing. so he could grasp the detailed information of his spirit beasts anytime, anywhere. King of the Earth's Core Slimes. Silver 7th Order. Platinum Bloodline. Skills. Sleeping Toxin. Devouring. Mimicry. Flame Fire Unicorn. Black Iron 3rd Grade. Diamond Bloodline. Skills. Haste. Sea of Burning Flames. Wings of Flame. Electric Lightning Thunder Python. Black Iron 4th Grade. Skills. Thunder Teeth. Electric Arrow. Punch. When his gaze turned to the Earth-centered slime, he was even more surprised to find that it was actually a silver 7th rank spirit beast. That actually caught itself? Waste treats. However, it seemed that these skills were no different from a normal geocentric slime. Damn, this king of the slimes can't be self-appointed. Now that the deed is done, communication is smooth and unhindered. Qiu Yen stopped using the Book of Words and Spirits and directly said to the dark figure in front of him, "You don't have any special abilities as the king of slimes?" Feeling Qiu Yan's gaze with malice, the Earth Core Slime King leaned towards the side somewhat sheepishly. "What for? I can't help it if the sage's stone was taken away from me." Qiu Yen took a deep breath. Today was considered a wasted pleasure. It is true that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. But if he thought about it, if there was a king of earthly slime with other special abilities, it would still be Qiu Yan's turn for him, a little karami, to catch it. It was unlikely that he and Lin Yuqing would have been accounted for in the dark water swamp. If your brother has a name, then surely you must have one too. What's your name? I don't have a name anymore. My name ceased to exist after I left the pack. The Earth-centered slime's voice was all but weak, as if it had thought of its sadness. Qiu Yen pondered for a moment and once again said in a deep voice, "Then you'll call it a cinder block, and it's black anyway." Looking at the two spirit beasts that had just been contracted, both possessing names, the flame Qilin on the side had a really bad feeling in his heart. In the old days, when he was a child, Qiu Yen always wanted to give himself a name, but his high-minded self never accepted it. The boomerang of time finally flew back after many years. It's punishing yourself for being condescending in the first place. It could only put in twice as much effort as the other spirit beasts to regain Qiu Yan's trust. Giving a name to a spirit animal often indicates that the spirit animal has a good and close relationship with the beastmaster, and that the master-servant relationship is transformed into a partnership. Taking a name also means that the master-servant contract is invalidated and replaced by a contract of equality. Qiu Yen did this purely because he felt that King of the Earth Slime was too long and he was too lazy to pronounce it. Here, Cinder, have some more, and when you're done, go make an SPA for both of them. Although it didn't know what the SPA in its master's mouth meant, it knew what its slime was for and shivered twice in Qiu Yan's direction, indicating that it was completely okay. Still towards the small mountain of meat that Qiu Yen threw over, the black slime kept covering it and slowly swallowing it. Qiu Yen walked up to the flame Qilin and looked at the flame Qilin with a scrutinizing gaze. This instantly made the flame fire Qilin look furious, and its fur was shaking into a sieve. Does it mean that one is going to get beaten up again? After a long period of silence, Qiu Yen reached out his hand and slowly stroked the flame Qilin's head and rubbed it. Another piece of red flame-scented pork was taken out from among the storage cabinet next to him and stuffed into the flame Qilin's mouth. Qiu Yen actually had a grudge against the flame Qilin before. In his last life, when he was sneak attacked by Chun Qingqing, the flame fire Qilin was just watching from the side. But the flame unicorn did do his best over the past 2 days, and a steady diet of suppression and abuse certainly wasn't going to cut it. You gotta sweeten the pot once in a while, right? After all, it was also his own spirit animal. Unexpectedly, this action caused the flame Kirin to cry out in pain, large teardrops slipping from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 26. If you dare to touch Lin Yuqing again, you can try. The Third People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. After a few days of recuperating in the hospital, it was finally time to be discharged. As the layer of bandages came undone, it made Qiu Yen feel immensely relieved. Just last night, one's cultivation had already come to the Black Iron 5th stage, and just these few days of cultivation progress had already been worth 3 months in the past. When no one was around or after the lights went out at night, they all summoned Purple Moon out for cultivation, and after sensing that their cultivation had reached a bottleneck, they would occasionally summon the Flamefire Qilin out to cultivate together. This also made the Flame Qilin even more loyal to its master. It couldn't wait to go to the dark water swamp again to fight for its life. However, what Qiu Yen didn't expect was that Purple Moon's current race was actually the Electric Lightning Thunder Python. But even for the Electric Lightning Thunder Python, the bloodline rating was just platinum. The rating given by the Book of 10,000 Elephant Mysteries was a series of. It seemed like Purple Moon would definitely be able to evolve into a spirit beast with a higher bloodline in the future. Thinking of this, Qiu Yen took out spare clothes from within the Imperial Beast space and put them on, and with light footsteps, he pushed open the door to his room. For the past 2 days, he had eaten 3 meals a day from the meals that Lin Yuqing had brought. It's still a little embarrassing to bother people all day long with all the hustle and bustle in the hospital. Why don't we invite Lin Yuqing for dinner tonight? Qiu Yen looked at his watch. It was now 5 in the afternoon. Lin Yuqing should have gotten off work already and said that she would come to pick herself up from the hospital today. Let's go to the Golden Embers downtown for dinner. Qiu Yen hurriedly called over there and booked a private room. As 10 minutes passed, there was still no one visible in the building. This gave Qiu Yen some bad vibes in his heart. Because Lin Yuqing worked as a temporary worker at the Spirit Beast breeding base, her working hours were from 6 to 10 in the morning. At 5 o'clock in the morning and 12 o'clock at noon, as well as at 5 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yuqing would deliver food to Qiu Yen every day without fail. And it was supposed to be an appointment today, at 5 o'clock in the evening. According to Lin Yuqing's nature, it was absolutely impossible for her to be late. Qiu Yen called several times in a row, but the result was that the other end of the phone showed no answer. This caused the premonition in Qiu Yan's heart to get worse and worse. It's not in any danger, is it? Thinking of this, Qiu Yen sent a message to Lin Yuqing and then rushed towards Lin Yuqing's grandmother's hospital room. Since they were all in the same inpatient building, Qiu Yen just took a few steps and rode the elevator to the 7th floor. Just as he arrived at the door of Lin Yuqing's grandmother's hospital room, he heard the sound of several people arguing in the room. Yuqing, you know our family is in trouble. Your cousin just lost his job, and you're not unaware of how much the monthly payment is for that school district house in our house. Your little nephew has to attend extracurricular classes. Some kind person gave Grandma $1 million for her medical bills, and Grandma won't be able to use it all in a while, will she? Cousin's wife is not pretty, but she is of the clean-cut type. The compensatory smile with a consultative meaning on his face at this moment was simply more vicious in Lin Yuqing's eyes than the evil spirits in hell. No, Mei can. This is Grandma's life-saving money. I won't give you a dime. Lin Yuqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her little face reddening with excitement. They asked us to borrow it. It's not like they won't pay it back. Do you really want your cousins to sleep on the street? Qin Xiufan opened her mouth weakly as she lay on the hospital bed, her voice hoarse and incomparable. In fact, she knew that she had already been very sick for a long time, and it would be a waste of money to continue treating her like this. In that case, you might as well take it out for the relief of your descendants. Yes, sister. It's Grandma's money. Of course it's her call. Cousin had even started to pickpocket Lin Yuqing to get the bank card that was sitting on the nightstand. Even with Grandma's words, Lin Yuqing still clung against her cousin's hand so tightly that she began to tremble from too much force. For so many years, the cousins have borrowed money from themselves and their grandmother, and all the money they have borrowed has never come back. No matter what Grandma thought, the nurse clearly said it was for Grandma's medical expenses. Without even thinking about it, it must have been sent over by Qiu Yen. I will find a way to pay back the money myself. But this money, except for Grandma's medical treatment, should never be used for anything else. You let go. Sister, listen to your brother. Your brother has recently looked at a project. Investing in it now will double it tomorrow. Cousin's wife was not shy to start picking at Lin Yuqing's hand. Looking at the greedy appearance of the two, Lin Yuqing was on the verge of crying with anger, and a pair of eyes began to ooze watery mist. At this moment, the door of the hospital room was pushed open with a snap. I'll see who dares to do it. Qiu Yen walked in, and his face was suddenly gloomy. Who the hell are you? This is our family business. What do you care? Watching her cousin's hand loosen, Lin Yuqing retracted lightning fast, reaching out to stuff the bank card on the bedside table into her pocket. It doesn't matter who I am. If you dare to touch Lin Yuqing again, you can try. Qiu Yen. Lin Yuqing, who saw the visitor clearly, could no longer control her aggravation, and the tears in the corners of her eyes glistened with crystals. Little, I thought who was here, so it's your concubine. Cousin saw this and grabbed even harder, but suddenly he felt a huge pull from behind him, pulling him right out. Yut! Before he could say the word, what, he received a heavy punch in the face. Straight away, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Hubby! How dare you hit my husband? Seeing this, the cousin's wife rushed towards Chiu Yen with her teeth and claws open. Pop! A crisp ringing sound came. Chiu Yen rewarded the crazy woman in front of him with a slap. Cousin's wife only felt her face burning, and in no time it was red and swollen. She covered her face in disbelief. This boy in front of her. How dare he hit her? You! I'm calling the police right now. This is considered a civil dispute. Even if I maim you today, a little compensation is all. I've got plenty of money. But you guys, would you like to be missing a leg or an arm? Chiu Yan's nonchalant words instantly angered his cousin on the ground. You? What the are you? Let's roll. The summoning glow on the back of his hand flickered, and a half-man tall raptor dog appeared beside it. The raptor dog's earthy yellow fur stood up at the roots, and his body was filled with electricity. Even more noticeable was its mouthful of fangs and claws, which seemed to be made of some kind of steel. Each limb has a propeller-like device that is tightly attached to the body. The spine was also covered with a thick layer of steel, like a shield. Chiu Yen also raised an eyebrow. The spirit beast in front of him didn't seem too simple. It was more like it had been modified with some kind of technology. Steel teeth. Get him! Cousin called out the name of the spirit animal. This thunderhound scurried over in the blink of an eye and bit at Chiu Yan's chest with its fangs wide open. In an instant, the flame Qilin appeared out of thin air with an impact, viciously biting the thunderdog's throat. The two were clearly not on the same level of strength. The raptor dog suffered a tremendous force and flew backwards due to inertia. The two front paws of the flamefire Qilin pressed it underneath its body, and in just a few short seconds, the tyrannical spirit beast was brought under control. Cousin obviously didn't believe that the boy in front of him, who was about Lin Yuqing's age, had such a strong spirit beast. It looks like he's still a high school student, right? It's only been 3 years of cultivation, and his own spirit beasts are actually not a match for him. Even if they had taken advantage of the sneak attack, it wasn't as if the raptors didn't have the ability to fight back. He himself had specifically sought out the Heavenly Vault Church to transform the spirit beasts. Not to say that his peers were invincible, but at least he was already at the apex of the ordinary people, and even a normal black iron level 5 spirit beast couldn't help him. Who the hell are you? Cousin opened his mouth menacingly. His cheeks flushed red, and the area he had just been hit by Chiu Yen began to rapidly turn purple. That money is mine, and if you want to touch my money, naturally you're messing with me. Chiu Yen leisurely opened his mouth, not putting the two in the least bit in his eyes. What are they going to fight themselves with? The raptors are in their own hands. Do you still want the spirit animal? $300,000. Turn it over and you're free to go. Chiu Yen smiled as he opened the Weixin collection code and reached out to his cousin. Cousin and sister-in-law looked at each other and didn't seem to be able to sort out the logic of the matter. You mean asking your grandmother for money yourself and getting beat up? And then on the flip side, the guy who beat himself up asks for money? There's no mistaking it. Chapter 27 Breathtaking Memories. Oh? Then it looks like it's not wanted. The flame Kirin's large mouth was slightly hardened, and the thunderhound instantly let out a heartbreaking howl. Don't! I give! I give! Cousin stumbled to Chiu Yen, trembling as he pulled out his cell phone and entered the password. Ding dong! Hearing the sound of arrival ringing out, Chiu Yen grinned. Isn't that rich? Okay, you guys can off. Chiu Yen finished by adding another kick towards his cousin's waist. The two didn't dare to stay and ran out of the hospital room with a roll. Old lady, you're really senile too. Have you ever considered Lin Yuqing's feelings in this way? Even when facing Lin Yuqing's grandmother, Chiu Yen was still unfazed. That money is from me, but that doesn't mean you have dominion over it. This money is for your treatment, not for you to help your relatives. Lin Yuqing gently tugged on Chiu Yan's coat. Chiu Yen, Grandma is a bit confused. Don't blame her. That money, I'll find a way to pay you back. Chiu Yen waved his hand and smiled towards Lin Yuqing. Yeah, the money is even if I lend it to you first. There's $1 million in the card. You shouldn't be able to use that much if you're just treating the disease, and the rest you can buy some equipment and elixirs or something to prepare for the Imperial Beast's entrance exam. It wasn't until Lin Yuqing nodded heavily that Chiu Yen put his heart down. The old man's illness in front of him was a pressing issue, and he was afraid that Lin Yuqing's pride would not be able to take it. But it's good to know that this little girl knows her priorities. Not long after, the professional chaperone Chiu Yen had called arrived, and only then did he pull Lin Yuqing out of the hospital room. At first Lin Yuqing had disagreed. After all, $1 million had already taken advantage of people. But when she heard Xiao Yan say that it was more dignified to have a big beautiful girl with her, she must go. This made Lin Yuqing a little embarrassed. The key is that it's not a wasted trip, and you can actually get $1,000 off for having dinner with him. Only then did Lin Yuqing follow Xiao Yan. Ding! Terminal of this train, Central C North Station. Current station, Lijiazui Station. Hearing the broadcast, Xiao Yan got up from his seat and walked out towards the door. I don't know if it was his illusion or not, but there seemed to be a line of sight, if anything, staring at him. He guessed that perhaps it was the trouble that the underground arena had attracted earlier. But Xiao Yan didn't care. Lijiazui, as the busiest section of Zhonghai City, which is equipped with the more police force, it is difficult to robbery can also rob the shopping mall. In that case, it's better to just put it aside. It can't threaten you anyway, right? Xiao Yan led Lin Yuqing to the Golden Ashes barbecue restaurant in a familiar way. Although Xiao Yan had never been here in this life. In his last life, however, he had missed the place so much that he had worked here for as long as half a year. At that time, he had already been reduced to what people would call an invalid, and after his parents were buried, he became completely homeless. While wandering around, he came to the back door of this barbecue restaurant by mistake. Watching the dozen or so chefs operating methodically in the back kitchen made Xiao Yan inwardly think of wanting to become one of them. This is because chefs, as a service industry, unlike physical labor on construction sites, have no way to replace them with spirit animals. Even if Xiao Yan had been reduced to an ordinary man, he was still capable. That's why he begs on this street every time he has a moment to spare, and every now and then he comes here to visit. However, he was soon discovered for such behavior. One of the cooks happened to be lazy that day and ran out for a smoke. Seeing Xiao Yan's sneaky appearance, he thought he was trying to go in and steal something. The chef gripped Xiao Yan's collar, as aggressive as if he had caught him in flagrante delicto, and in no time at all, he drew many onlookers. The eyes of these people stomped and ground what was left of Xiao Yan's self-respect into dust. But Xiao Yan had nowhere to defend himself. After all, who would have thought that a disabled beggar would want to support himself by learning culinary skills? I said why I've been losing things for the past 2 days. So it's you. That chef raised his thick arm and was about to throw a punch towards Xiao Yan's face. The lobby manager just couldn't stand to see this kind of behavior and directly took a few steps forward and yanked the chef. He sidetracked the onlookers, chased away the vicious chef, and made Xiao Yan a bowl of hot fried rice. He was also the only one who treated Xiao Yan like a human being amongst all the days he had been wandering. After realizing what happened to Xiao Yan, the lobby manager resolutely kept Xiao Yan in the back kitchen, where he was responsible for simple tasks such as washing dishes or cleaning all day long. This lobby manager's surname is Wang, and his name is Wang Tung. In the past, he had another identity, the only son of the Wang family, the leading entertainment industry in Zhonghai City. Could be said that Wang Zaichang was not even qualified to lift Wang Tang's shoes. After all, the Wang family is in control of most of the entertainment industry in Zhonghai City. Naturally, it is not comparable to a small pharmaceutical company of Wang Zicheng's family. As for why it's before, it was a terrorist attack by an organization called the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Overnight, the entire Wang family was killed. Only Wang Tang, who had been out spending the night before, had escaped. But what can a foppish young master who only knows how to have fun all day do about this tragedy? Maybe that's why the Church of the Vault of Heaven let him go. Possibly due to their similar experiences, Xiao Yan and Wang Tang were instantly familiar with each other, and soon became good brothers who had nothing to talk about. And with this relationship, it also allowed Xiao Yan to work at the barbecue restaurant for a little over half a year. Then one day later, Wang Tang evaporated, like a wisp of autumn wind drifting by, taking away only a few fallen leaves. He didn't even leave a message when he left. Without Wang Tang's cover, Xiao Yan was directly kicked out of the barbecue restaurant. It wasn't until the following year that Xiao Yan saw his old friend again, but on top of the big screen outside the mall. It had a picture of Wang Tang on it and a smile for the camera. However, the photo is grayed out and the caption below it matches the text. Wang Tang, police number 531, had infiltrated the management of the Sky Vault Church as an undercover agent since joining the Dragon Kingdom's Close Protection Bureau last year. During the siege of the Church of the Vault of Heaven on April 28th, he provided us with vital information, but suffered endless torture from the enemy as a result. Unfortunately, on April 29th, after all efforts to rescue him, He still died of his injuries at the age of 24 years old. In honor of his valiant service, police number 531 will be permanently sealed. It is thanks to the silent contribution of these heroes that we can enjoy a peaceful life today. Let us remember this hero and pay our highest respects to Comrade Wang Teng. Among the countless people who stopped to observe a moment of silence at the entrance of the mall, a crippled figure stood out in particular. He limped against the crowd on his crutches. His figure was hunched over and his body was shaking violently, that weak look as if he could easily be blown over by a breeze at any moment. He buried his head low, as if trying his best to hide something. Without realizing it, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye and dripped silently onto the cold ground. Perhaps this tear was like Wang Teng, falling as brilliantly as a firework bloom. Even if it's short, it makes for beautiful memories. Chapter 28 Ordering. When he entered the barbecue restaurant, the layout in the lobby was still the same as he remembered. The entire barbecue restaurant is mostly decorated in the European classic luxury style, with gold and white dominant colors. The warm yellow European crystal chandelier shines brightly, illuminating the reliefs and murals on the walls. It looks luxurious. Lin Yuqing looked at Qiu Yan, completely not expecting to be brought to such a high-class place, and looked a bit rushed. She reached out a hand and gently pinched the corner of Qiu Yan's coat. The place was full of diners, and as far as the eye could see, each one seemed to be worth a lot of money, savoring the food while all talking about something, very much like the kind of urban elite feeling you get in a TV show. It also looked like Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing were both dressed a bit out of place here. In his previous life, Qiu Yan had never appeared in the guests' dining area. Because of his disability, it is obviously inappropriate to be present in such high-end places. He could only come here at night after closing time to clean up. Welcome to Golden Ember. A voice came along and interrupted Qiu Yan's thoughts. Hello. May I ask if you have a reservation? The supervisor to the side crossed his arms in front of him, a professional fake smile on his face. Since you can get to this position, you must be very good at reading people. Looking at Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing, the two of them were dressed in plain clothes, and it was obvious that the two of them were treated as poor students. I just walked in by mistake, so maybe I'll have the good sense to leave on my own after a while. After all, this is Li Jiazue, one of the top locations in the entire city of Zhonghai. Just for a meal, it's about $30,000 per person. Not for any other reason, just because the ingredients used in this barbecue restaurant are all derived from farm spirit animals on land, water, and air. Well, booked. Surname Q. VIP 618. Qiu Yan said indifferently, with little expression on his face. Such calmness shocked the supervisor. He suddenly realized that the boy in front of him was the guest who had called. Not just anyone can book the VIP box at Golden Ashes. At least you have to have a black and gold card from the Central Bank of the Dragon to qualify. And the requirements to get the black and gold card, it's a minimum 8-figure asset recognition and spending over 7 figures in a month to get it. A guest of honor. It must be a guest of honor. Thinking of this, the supervisor's attitude made a direct 180 turn, and he hurriedly nodded his head and led Qiu Yan through the hall. On the way during this period, there was a constant stream of sidelong glances from diners, curious about these two young men who had made the always stoic supervisor so deferential. The two followed the supervisor up to the 3rd floor in the elevator and made 7 turns before stopping at the door of the box. This was a small box that could accommodate 10 people to dine together, and Qiu Yan casually pulled a chair and sat down. The layout inside the box was similar to the outside, only more private and equipped with specialized attendants. Lin Yuqing silently sat next to Qiu Yan. She's never been to a place like this, so she was afraid of doing something that would make the waiter on the side laugh at her for being a bumpkin. Bringing Qiu Yan to, the supervisor whispered a few words to the female waitress in the box, and with a heartfelt smile on his face, he bowed and walked backwards out of the box. Menu. Qiu Yan gently clasped the perspex tabletop with his fingernails. The waiter, who was focused on sizing up Qiu Yan, obviously didn't react. Only 2 people. Why do you need such a big box? Hello. Please give us the menu. Lin Yuqing timidly opened her mouth. The waiter came back to his senses. The supervisor had just made a point of emphasizing it to himself. In case you neglect your honored guest, your own paycheck for a week would not be enough to be deducted. She apologized repeatedly and brought a black menu to Qiu Yan. The menu on it is extensive and has only words but no pictures. Lin Yuqing was watching from the side, her eyes going wild. Qiu Yan just casually swept a glance and tapped his finger on it carelessly a few times. This, and these. What else do you want to eat, Rainy? Don't be polite. When Lin Yuqing heard this kind of ambiguous address, her little face immediately became a little hot. Well, you order it. I'm okay with it. Okay. Then add a jade luan swan cake and bisha green cow cheese ice cream. Qiu Yen handed the menu to the waiter. But the waiter's heart was in a state of shock. Qiu Yen was simply more skillful at ordering food like this than 95% of the guests. And all the orders are quite special dishes of the house. Even the hidden dishes like jade swan cake are known. A connoisseur. Definitely a connoisseur. Yes. I'll order it from my side. Wait a moment and arrange it for you right away. Well, go ahead and get out. I'll call you if I need you. Upon hearing this, the waitress looked delighted and hurriedly and respectfully withdrew from the box. Because she had to deal with the difficult requests of difficult customers every day, she liked customers like Qiu Yen the most. Not long after, she knocked on Qiu Yan's room door holding a dinner plate. Coming, sir. First appetizer. Baked water heart snails with garlic butter. The drink is a wine made using the spirit plant grapes obtained in the secret realm. After placing these in front of the two men, he withdrew again and guarded the door of the box. Meanwhile, the front desk on the first floor was where a heated argument broke out. Grandma, you don't even ask around. Our young master Wang Ting still needs a reservation when he comes for dinner? Wang Ziqing furiously called out towards the door supervisor. And beside him, Chun Qingqing secretly tugged on his sleeve. Wang Zaichang was a bit out of character today, and it was in front of Wang Tung. But it's understandable. He had managed to ask Wang Ting out, but he had accidentally forgotten to make a reservation. This also led to a very awkward situation for several of them. No more boxes. There's still room at table 6 over there. Just enough for a few of you to be seated as well. Don't worry about it. Each of our tables is far away from each other. So there's absolutely no need to worry about privacy for a few of you. Let us sit in the lobby. Now there are still places inside the hall though. But with a status like Wang Tang's, would it be appropriate to let someone sit in the lobby? The supervisor wiped the sweat from his forehead without a trace and explained while smiling with him. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang and Mr. Wang. I really didn't know you guys were coming. In that case, I'll make a contact on my end to see if any of the boxes are about to finish their meals. The supervisor's head is spinning. But anyone who can book into the VIP box, which is a small supervisor he can't afford to offend. Now letting the waiter of the box ask the guest for the mealtime, isn't it obvious that he is trying to drive people away? Inside the box are mostly some dignified characters between meals cannot help but talk. This mealtime is simply no way to be specific to the minute. That's a clear-cut case of embarrassment. He took the folder over and over again, checking the registration information of the box, sweating with anxiety. You don't have to dwell on it, you tell me which box is less crowded. I'll talk to them and see if I can get them to switch to the lobby. The supervisor was instantly relieved, since he didn't have to step in himself. But after dwelling on it for so long, Wang Ziqing's patience had been exhausted. Seeing the supervisor's delayed response, Wang Ziqing reached out and snatched the list from the supervisor's hand. Only the VIP 618 box had the word Qiu Yen written on it, and the number of people shown for dining is 2. Isn't this the kid who stood Chun Qingqing up and beat himself up before? Wang Ziqing eagerly a chair for Wang Tang to sit down, then made a wink and called Chun Qingqing out. Chapter 29. Do you know me? What? Qiu Yen is also eating inside the box. You're not mistaken. Unbelief was written all over Chun Qingqing's face. She also understood Qiu Yan's family situation and was actually able to eat here. After selling the flaming unicorn, it was a dashing life. I can't believe I came to spend money in such a high-end place. Wang Zaichang said excitedly. 1,000 times over. I basically know everyone in Zhonghai City with the surname Qiu. There's no such person at all. Wang Ziqing seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and although there was hatred in his eyes, it was clearly not the right time to find Qiu Yen in trouble. The last time he was beaten by Qiu Yen was not resolved either. When he got home, he naturally complained to his own dad. But instead of taking it out on him, his dad reprimanded himself severely. Wang Dadong then directly said that Qiu Yen had a rather frightening background behind him. At first, Wang Zaichang didn't believe it, but then Wang Dadong's words completely shocked Wang Zaichang. The Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce's Ling Wutong. That's your Uncle Ling, you know that, don't you? That day when I was in the underground coliseum, I saw that kid named Xiao Yen. At that time, after he won, he directly auctioned off his flame Qilin with a diamond-level bloodline. I was going to shoot you back. As a result, old Ling directly put out a vicious threat to me. Then what kind of person is Ling Wu-tang? Aren't you clear about that? I've also investigated that kid named Xiao Yen. His family is very ordinary. Ling Wu-tang must have investigated as well. I saw that Xiao Yen enter Ling Wu-tang's office with my own eyes, and ended up coming out like nobody's business. The next day, Ling Wu-tang was arrested. Think about it yourself. What kind of person can walk away in one piece from Ling Wu-tang? As for being beaten, Wang Ziqing could only bite his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Didn't you used to be close to him? Well, just tell him that I'll pay for his dinner today. It was hard for Wang Tang to agree to eat with us. It's not like you don't know how important he is to you and me. Chun Qingqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Basically, he himself was now considered to have broken with Xiao Yen. Now let her beg Xiao Yen in a low voice is no less than cheating divorce, and then go to ask the ex-husband to borrow money, like this. Proud as Chun Qingqing was, she was definitely unable to accept it. Seeing her hesitation, Wang Zicheng tightly hugged Chun Qingqing's shoulders. Qingqing, please. It's not like you don't know the importance of the batch of spirit medicines held by the Wang family. Get that batch of elixirs, and no matter what, the Imperial Beast examination will be a sure thing. That's Dragon State University. No matter what the background is, it's all treated equally. Chun Qingqing was silent for half a day before she finally nodded and decided to go as a lobbyist. Wang Ziqing was overjoyed and hurriedly gave Chun Qingqing a firm kiss towards her forehead and ran to stabilize Wang Tang. Chun Qingqing came to the door of 618, hesitated for a long time, but still resolved to knock on the door. Enter. She pushed open the door and saw Xiao Yen and Lin Yuqing being intimate, and for a moment she was a little unsure of how to speak. Xiao Yen had thought it was time for dessert and didn't even raise his head as he continued to talk and laugh with Lin Yuqing. That, Xiao Yin. Hearing the voice, Xiao Yen then looked up to see the visitor. He raised an eyebrow, feeling a little puzzled. What brings you here? I don't think I remember calling you. Chun Qingqing took a deep breath and was just about to open her mouth, but she was interrupted by Xiao Yen. Xiao Yen took a fervent look at the door. You followed me? Chun Qingqing clenched her fists and her small face reddened. Ayuk, what do you mean I followed him? It's just shameless. Thicker than a city wall. Fortunately, Chun Qingqing still remembered her mission and forcefully suppressed her anger. Even her voice was slightly trembling as she spoke. Can you let us have the box? Wang Ziqing said that your debt today is on his head. Oh, hungry. That's fine. I, Xiao Yen, am not a stingy person. Why don't you sit down and eat with us? Chun Qingqing frowned. We have guests. It's not convenient. There's room inside the hall now, so I hope I can switch with you. Yeah, transfer the money to me. Xiao Yen was very quick to take out his cell phone and open the collection code. 200,000, sweep. How many? At this moment, not only Chun Qingqing, even Lin Yuqing had her little mouth wide open. You want $200,000 for a meal? Yeah, I even gave you a zero. The menu is there for you to see for yourself. Xiao Yen put down his cell phone and spread his hands. If you don't want to, forget it, we've got a couple desserts left anyway. Willing. Xiao Yen turned a deaf ear and picked up his knife and fork once again, slicing a piece of roasted meat and bringing it to his mouth. I said, I sweep. Chun Qingqing took out her cell phone and walked in, but Xiao Yen on the opposite side was slow to move. Collection code. At that moment, however, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. Wang Ziqing reached the doorway first and made a wink towards Chun Qingqing. Chun Qingqing's left hand behind her back quietly made an okay gesture. Seeing that the plan was going well, Wang Ziqing was so excited that he was about to jump up, and hurriedly turned back to stabilize a few people. A bad smile flashed across Xiao Yan's face, who noticed all this. I changed my mind. Ask yourselves elsewhere. Can you leave me alone with my girlfriend? Not even acting. Xiao Yan directly showed his cards. Xiao Yan, you don't. Guests are really important to us. Count on me begging you, okay? Only today did he see that Xiao Yan was actually such a shameless person. Chun Qingqing's head was filled with black lines, and she really wanted to let the spirit beasts out to bite Xiao Yan to death. If this can solve the problem, it would be too cheap for Chun Qingqing. Hearing this, Lin Yuqing next to her couldn't sit still. Clamping her legs together, She kept fiddling with her skirt under the table with two small hands, a tangled look on her face. Obviously, she hasn't promised Xiao Yan yet. How can you say you're his girlfriend? It's too soon. Obviously, people are not ready. While Lin Yuqing was thinking wildly, Xiao Yan crossed his legs and looked at Chan Qingqing somewhat playfully. No, let me see what your guests look like. Maybe we'll be able to make friends in time. Xiao Yan, don't you give a $400,000. Take the money and get out of here. Seeing Chan Qingqing's attitude, Xiao Yan was straight up happy in his heart. The more it upset Chan Qingqing, then the more enjoyable it would be for himself. Sure enough, the smile wouldn't go away and would only transfer to Xiao Yan's face. I was thinking that it would be fine to change seats and have a meal for free. Since that guest is really that important to Chan Qingqing, sorry, had to stir things up for her today. Dropping $400,000 in full. Xiao Yan shook his glass in his old age, took a sip, and his ass felt as if it was glued to the seat. Seeing that Xiao Yan had collected the money and still refused to leave, Chan Qingqing almost went crazy and almost went up to pickpocket Xiao Yan. No, what is this? Grind it out, are you guys leaving? Xiao Yan's afterimage swept, and a person once again appeared in the doorway. His height was about the same as Xiao Yan, only slightly shorter than him. He also dyed his hair yellow, and his features were as three-dimensional as a model's, and his skin was fair and delicate. At that moment was cocking his head, leaning against the door and looking in. Wang Teng. Seeing the visitor, he blurted out, but he soon realized he had said the wrong thing. You know me? Wang Teng was a bit incredulous. He didn't have this person in his impression. Chapter 30. The sky has fallen on Wang Zaicheng. Yeah, Xiao Yan. Didn't you grow up going to the Zhonghai Experimental Primary School? I was in class 6 too. When you were in junior high school, didn't you fall in love early and talk to someone called Qin Jujia? Didn't your old man give you a beating when he found out later? Hearing Xiao Yan tell the embarrassing story he once had, Wang Teng was even more puzzled in his heart. He walked up to Xiao Yan and scrutinized the face that was completely new to him. Where the hell is this old school? What he said was indeed true. But even Xiao Yan, who was beaten up by his own dad, knew about it? Then, looking at it like this, he and Xiao Yan should be especially close. But why do you have no memory of him at all? Is it because he was out drinking and bouncing every day for 3 years in high school, playing stupid to his brain? For the first time, Wang Teng had doubts about himself. But he couldn't have imagined, no matter how, that these were the words of his previous life self and Xiao Yan. Old classmates at a Weibo. We'll be in touch from now on. Xiao Yan smiled as he opened the QR code and handed it over. Wang Teng was also bluffed by Xiao Yan's sentences, and in a confused manner, he opened his cell phone and added his friend. Chan Qingqing, who was on the side, frowned and opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, she swallowed the words that came to her mouth. Myself and Xiao Yan had been in the same class since childhood. Regardless of elementary school or junior high school, there shouldn't be much opportunity to come into contact with a young master like Wang Teng. What's more, Chan Qingqing and Xiao Yan were both Imperial Beastmasters, both of whom had attended specialized Imperial Beastmaster academies. Other people, Wang Teng is a martial artist. It's not even close. Okay, we're both full. Waiter, don't we have 2 desserts left? Just pack it for us. Xiao Yan smiled and got up to hug the dumbfounded Wang Teng tightly. Subsequently, Wang Teng then reacted. Chan Qingqing, this woman was just in this box and seemed to be driving Xiao Yan and the 2 of them away? With that thought, he then spoke out. Don't, old school, in such a hurry? Sit down and let's talk some more. With my memory, I really don't remember you. Waiter, come and pour me a glass of wine. I'll give Brother Qiu a glass of self-punishment. Reparations. Why don't you say Wang Teng is so popular in the circle of rich kids in Zhonghai City? This kid is really righteous. A waiter brought a bottle of brandy, uncorked it, and was just about to pour down a glass. But Wang Teng didn't know where the 10,000-foot bravado was born. Snatched it up, tilted his head and gulped it down. After a whole bottle of wine was consumed, Wang Teng's face was flushed and he was a little unsteady on his feet. He shakily pulled back his chair and sat down with his arm around Xiao Yan's shoulders. Brother Qiu, I, old Wang, am sorry for you. I can't believe I forgot about you. Come on, tell me more about the old days. It was the first time he had ever blown a bottle as wildly as he had today. And it was because of a friend he didn't even remember. It's just that I don't know why. But as soon as I saw Xiao Yan, I had a familiar feeling. Born into the Wang family, he was good at reading people from a young age. Wang Teng knew in his heart who was telling the truth and who was telling lies. He couldn't see any traces of lies on Qiu Yan's face. Moreover, when he had just been embraced by Qiu Yan, he truly felt the kindness that Qiu Yan had released towards him. Moreover, he noticed that there seemed to be some tears in the corner of Qiu Yan's eyes. This made him even more curious about what had happened between him and Qiu Yan. Awkwardly, after blowing on a bottle of brandy and before asking what was on his mind, he fell asleep with Qiu Yan's shoulder in front of his eyes. Not long after, Wang Zaichang came over with 2 bottles of Royal Salute in a hurry. As soon as he saw the sight in front of him, it felt like the sky had fallen. Is there a mistake? Wang Tang grabbed an empty wine bottle in his hand and then fell asleep drunkenly on Qiu Yan's shoulder, meaning that Qiu Yan just made Wang Tang blow a bottle? I've never heard of these two knowing each other. His eyes looked to the side of Chun Qingqing, only to find that Chun Qingqing, who had been here all along, seemed to have a CPU that was burning up. Noticing the sight, he also looked at himself with a confused look on his face. Qingqing, what the hell is going on? Chun Qingqing glanced dully at Qiu Yan and Wang Tang again and shook her head somewhat mechanically. It's broken. I've become a clown myself. Although he didn't know when Qiu Yan had gotten so close to Wang Tang. However, she clearly knew that the plan to talk to Wang Tang about the batch of spirit medicine that she wanted to talk to him about today was definitely out of the question. Until the bodyguard came to Wang Tang frame away, Wang Tang's mouth still kept chanting, "Good brother? Old classmate?" Another bottle, such words. The box was surprisingly quiet at the moment, and not a single person spoke. Lin Yuqing naturally knew that this wasn't something she could meddle with, and kept her head buried in her hands as she tweeted to Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan also lowered his head, and Lin Yuqing sent each other love packets for fun. So, are we still eating? One of the minions spoke weakly. Eat, eat, eat. Wang Zaichang slammed the 2 bottles of wine into his little brother's arms and puffed his way towards the elevator, impatiently poking the buttons all the time. Even the object of his ambiguity, Chun Qingqing, didn't care. Seeing that everyone else had left, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing then looked up again. Go? I'll take you home. Qiu Yan smiled and opened his mouth, in a good mood. Today, not only did he break Chun Qingqing's good deed, but more importantly, he met his good brother Wang Tang from his previous life. Since he knew Wang Tang so early on, he might be able to reverse the ending of the Wang family. Lin Yuqing followed Qiu Yan down the stairs and watched as he used the $400,000 he had just extorted to pay the bill. And a strange feeling arose in her heart. But what she cared most about right now was still the fact that Qiu Yan had just said that she was his girlfriend. Blowing in the wintry evening breeze, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing walked side by side towards the subway station. The 2 superb facial features drew sideways glances from passers-by. And on the other side of the street, a man hides in the shadows, staring at the door of the Golden Ashes. When he saw the 2 men come out, he pressed the microphone below his collar. The target is coming out now. 94, stay on target. The 2 of them got on the number 3 subway. Follow. The target got off at Xuanwu Station in the northern district of Zhonghai City. You go ahead and follow. We'll be right there. The scar-faced man called number 94 quietly followed Qiu Yan and the 2 of them out of the car. He was very ordinary looking, similar to the kind you couldn't find if you stuck into a pile of people. But his face had a horrible scar extending from the corner of his eye to the center of his person. The subject walked into the cozy home and appears to be heading toward Building 6 at this time. I really can't wait. I'm going to strike. Well, 94, all the best. Also, keep your hands and feet clean and don't leave any marks. Hey, why did you say I was your girlfriend today? Lin Yuqing held her tongue for half a day, but she really couldn't help but ask. Finally, she was able to be alone. Sitting in a crowded subway was suffocating her. Qiu Yan looked at Lin Yuqing with some derision, really not knowing if this little girl really didn't know or was just pretending not to know. Master Shifu is really a master at pretending to be confused. So let me ask you, are you a female? Yeah. So are we friends? Of course. So what happened to being my girlfriend for a day? You don't eat with me for nothing. It's called quid pro quo. Okay? I don't want to talk to you. Lin Yuqing, a deer in the headlights in her heart, stomped her foot and turned around towards the hallway of her house. Look out! But she suddenly felt a warm arm around her waist. Then, with a push, he wrapped himself in his arms. Chapter 31. Today is the day you two die. Ya! Lin Yuqing exclaimed. But then he saw a puddle of unknown liquid in his previous position. The liquid seemed to be corrosive, and it stung and stung on the ground with white smoke. It was Qiu Yan who had just pulled himself away. A man slowly emerged from behind a parked car not far away. It was the same man who called 94 earlier. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Not bad. Quick reflexes, kid. 94's voice was raspy as hell, and there was a hint of flirtation in his tone. Which one of you a big brother? So no martial arts. Qiu Yan didn't move and put his hand behind his back, and with a flash of light, the coal ball scurried out while the night was still. It silently circled around the outside and under the chassis of the one car the man had previously hidden in. As long as Qiu Yan gave the order, the cinder blocks would be able to directly cover the man all over, directly paralyzing him. Since this old den was unkind, don't blame him for being unrighteous. You like to play dirty, don't you? I'm sorry, but Cinderblock is the one that's shady as hell. Ha! Just know that today is the day you both die. Go! Plague rotting dogs. A canine-type spirit beast appeared beside the man. Through the dim streetlight, Qiu Yan could barely make out the spirit beast. Plague rotting dogs are strangely ugly. The five senses were spread evenly throughout the head like sesame seeds on dough. The blood-red eyes stood out rather exaggeratedly, almost falling out of their sockets if they didn't have the pull of the optic nerve behind them. Its body was covered with dark red pustules, and as its body undulated while gasping for breath, it was still gradually rupturing, dripping black and red murky liquid outward. These liquids stung and corroded the ground in the same way as they dripped down the hairs. If Qiu Yan hadn't stopped Lin Yuqing just now, once she was attacked by this thing, her body wouldn't have been bruised. Flaming unicorn. Iron mountain. Roar. Roar. The flame Qilin escorted next to Qiu Yan, a pair of sharp eyes staring at the plague-rotting dog. Instead, this belligerent character of Taishan charged directly towards the plague-rotting dog. Look out! Qiu Yan hastened to voice a reminder. A spirit beast like a plague-carrion dog was unheard of by Qiu Yan, and it was unclear what skills it possessed. So when faced with such an unknown spirit beast, the best thing to do was to wait and see for a hand first. But I didn't expect Taishan to charge straight up. I'm afraid I'm going to lose out this time. As expected, number 94 laughed hideously and gave a blatant order to his spirit animal. A rain of plague arrows. A faint red light immediately rose from the plague-rotting dog, then converged into an arrow that shot towards Taishan like rain. Iron Mountain. Taishan, who was charging forward, naturally understood Lin Yuqing's meaning in seconds. Ow! A wall of rock suddenly appeared in front of the plague-rotting dog. It was thought that such an attack would be enough to resist. Lin Yuqing was still thinking too simply, and the next scene sent chills down her spine. The first few red arrows were indeed blocked by the rock wall. However, the power contained in the red arrow was corroding the rock wall little by little. In an instant, a ragged hole was created. What followed was a dense attack. Even though Taishan's body was covered in hard rock armor, he could not do anything against this kind of corrosive arrow. Ow! Iron Mountain ate the pain. The forward body suddenly stopped. Itself due to inertia rolled on the ground several times before coming to a halt. Only after Qiu Yan got a better look did he realize that Taishan's body was covered in white smoke, and a stream of blood flowed out along his wounds. Hurry! Get back here! Taishan staggered to his feet, but by then the plague-carrion dogs had already rushed in front of him. Lin Yuqing was so anxious that she directly and blatantly unleashed her royal beast talent. Beast King Berserking. As a talent rated A+, it is naturally unique in its own way. Beast King Berserking, as a Pokemon skill, it allows spirit beasts to temporarily forget about their injuries, and within 10 minutes, the spirit animal's combat power will gradually increase to a maximum of 3 times. During the duration of the skill, the spirit beast's self-healing ability would be strengthened substantially. Basically, as long as it wasn't killed in seconds, within these 10 minutes, Taishan was immortal. The reason why this skill is A+ is because of this talent drawback. This was manifested in the fact that after 10 minutes of the skill's duration had passed, the spirit beast would fall into an incomparably exhausted state, and would not be able to participate in battle for at least the next 3 or 4 days. Last time in the Dark Water Swamp, Lin Yuqing had ultimately chosen to give up using the Imperial Beast talent, considering Taishan's need for sustained combat. Now that he was back in the middle of the city, the only spirit beast he needed to deal with was the plague-carrion dog in front of him. In order to save Taishan, Lin Yuqing directly used the Imperial Beast talent without the slightest hesitation. Oh, this Beast royalty talent is quite interesting. 94 raised an eyebrow. Originally, he thought that the Rock Tiger was already in his pocket, but he didn't expect the little girl to come down with a Sentinel Beast talent and start living and breathing again. Continue. Plague Carrion Dogs. Plague Arrow Rain. The Plague Carrion Dogs immediately made a big jump towards the back and pulled away. While storing up their skills, the red arrows once again shot towards Iron Mountain. 94 is trying the same trick again. However, the speed of Taishan in the Beast King berserking state was also increasing, and with a few deft turns, he dodged the rain of plague arrows. Taishan scurried to the front of the Plague Carrion Dogs between a few prancing movements. Lifting his claws, he grabbed directly towards his enemy's head. Just as everyone's attention was fully focused on the battle between the two spirit beasts, Coal Ball moved. It crawled out of the undercarriage of the car and just spread bit by bit up the 94. Since it was with a hint of paralyzing effect, it went all the way up to the man's neck without him even realizing it. Duck! Duck! 94 excitedly issued the order, but he gradually realized that his body seemed to be a bit out of control. Even when he just spoke, he seemed to have a bit of a lisp. What the hell is going on? Not waiting for him to think to understand, suddenly felt a burst of heaven and earth. Bang fell to the ground. Having lost the control of the Imperial Beastmaster, the Plague Carrion Dogs instantly froze in place with a bewildered look on their faces. Don't! Iron Mountain, stop! Qiu Yan used his talent, Book of Speech. Seemingly also knowing that Qiu Yan and his master Lin Yuqing were on good terms, Taishan was really hesitant. The raised paw slammed heavily into the side of the plague-rotting dog, making a large crater in the ground. Strictly speaking, although Imperial Beastmasters and Spirit Beasts were in a master-servant relationship, they were both essentially two different thinking individuals. Even if a man passes out, a spirit animal will have the ability to think on its own. But the key was that after the coal ball paralyzed the man, his spirit animal immediately became sluggish and lost its ability to think, which was like a remote control car without power. Pain. Dying. Wanting to die. Losing control of 94. The plague-rotting dog kept muttering these unsentenced words under his breath. Only Qiu Yan was able to hear it directly. He told the flame griffin to watch the plague-rotting dog on the sidelines, while he himself walked over to the man. The identity of the man in front of him remains a mystery. Chapter 32 Fragments of Memory. Qiu Yan leaned down and kept groping the man a little. In his pocket, he felt out a metallic token and a mannequin that was only the size of a palm. What is it? Lin Yuqing also came over and pointed at the crystal-clear, humanoid crystal in Qiu Yan's hand. I don't know, let me see. Qiu Yan tried to inject some spiritual energy into it, and a wave of memories drilled into his mind, and he instantly fainted. The plague-rotting dog on the side turned into a red light and flew right into the mannequin. Those memory fragments flashed by like worn-out movie footage. The protagonist of Qiu Yan's perspective is also the owner of the memory. He had a middle-aged man with a mask in front of him who was growling at his side. You're crazy. This research is simply beyond our grasp. Even if I die, I won't help you. The owner of the memory had no problem firing back instantly. This was filled with human lives. Stop it now? I can't go back now, do you understand? But you're my senior brother. I can't just stand by and watch you make the same mistake over and over again. I'm calling the police. The middle-aged man on the other side of the room took out his cell phone with great excitement and opened the dialing keypad with a trembling voice. I want. The owner of the memory suddenly became very mad at the sight. Red blood filaments covered the entire whites of his eyes, and he directly lunged towards the middle-aged man in front of him, intending to snatch the cell phone. Even from Qiu Yan's perspective, the scene in front of him appeared to be filled with a blood-colored filter. The two tangled together, but in the end, it was the owner of the memory who had the upper hand. He held the middle-aged man's neck in a death grip and threatened. Wu Liang, you better stop. I don't want to kill you for the sake of my mentor. Hearing the words of the memory owner, the middle-aged man's movements lurched, and even his body began to tremble violently. He seemed to recall those days when he had studied under his mentor along with his senior. How dare he try to kill himself? Pop! The phone was snatched right out of the air and then smashed hard against the tiled floor to the side, smashing it to pieces. Different paths don't lead to the same thing. Let's pretend I wasn't here today. The owner of the memory let go of Wu Liang, who casually gathered up the stack of loose papers in front of him and stuffed them together into his briefcase, and then grabbed the door. The memory came to an abrupt end here, followed by darkness in front of Chiu Yen. Within this memory, Chiu Yen did see some information. The owner of the memory seems to be conducting some unethical research, but has hit a certain bottleneck. Returning to the lab to seek help from his own mentor, Wu Liang. But Wu Liang was very resistant to the matter and immediately wanted to call the police. The owner of the memories was cornered and eventually chose to run away. And so on. Let's just say that the middle-aged man with the mask in front of him, why he looks a little familiar. Isn't Lin Yuqing's grandmother's attending doctor named Wu Liang? Chiu Yen was thrilled, but at the same time he felt a pang of panic for no reason. There was definitely some kind of terrible truth hidden behind this. However, once we find that Dr. Wu, we'll know the identity of the memory owner. Without waiting for Chiu Yen to react, a memory flashed through his mind once again. This time, the owner of the memory seemed to be conducting research in a dimly lit underground laboratory. Then a footstep sounded behind him. When he looked back, he only saw several mysterious people who had hidden their figures in black robes, holding a stick and coming hard at his head. The memory in front of Chiu Yen ended once again. Well, it looks like it's been hacked. Presumably, some power is eyeing the research and then trying to steal the results? Chiu Yen muttered, and the memory reappeared next. This time, the perspective of the owner of the memory was so short that it seemed to only come up to the waist of the man standing in front of him. As the viewpoint went down, then Chiu Yen was surprised. The owner of the memory had turned out to be a canine-type spirit beast. The man across from him crouched down and touched the owner of the memory somewhat favorably. It was only then that Chiu Yen saw that the man in front of him was very handsome, a feminine beauty similar to that of vampires in movies and TV dramas. And the hand he extended was actually a mechanical prosthetic hand inscribed with alien runes. Good dog. Looks like this research of ours is a success. The man commanded down toward the perimeter. Next, work on growing the congregation and continue the experiment. The memories came to an abrupt end, and Chiu Yen instantly returned to reality, sitting up violently and breathing in large gulps of air. He felt all over his body with palpitations. Luckily, none of the parts were missing from myself. But the feeling of turning into a spirit animal was like experiencing it yourself, and it was creepy to think about. Chiu Yen, are you okay? Meeting Lin Yuqing's concerned eyes, Chiu Yen sighed in relief. I'm fine. This thing is so evil that I saw the memories of that plague-rotting dog's life after I injected my spiritual power. You may not be able to accept it when I say it. It is the product of the combination of a human and a spirit animal. What? Lin Yuqing opened her small mouth wide, her eyes filled with shock. You mean that spirit beast used to be a human? Oh my god. She instantly felt like her three views were in trouble, making Lin Yuqing unable to accept it for a while. That is to say, that vivid being a human being. And just now, if Chiu Yen hadn't called off Taishan, he would have turned into a murderer himself? Come on, you don't have to beat yourself up too much. It seems to be the work of some evil organization hiding in Zhonghai City. And there's someone who seems to have some connection with this organization. That man you also know is your grandmother's attending doctor, Wu Liang. Chiu Yen patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder and greeted towards Cinderblock. All right, keep this one, he'll be useful when he wakes up. Don't accidentally give it away. Chiu Yen asked Lin Yuqing for Wu Liang's phone number and directly dialed it. Hello? Who is this? Dr. Wu, I'm Chiu Yen, Yuqing's classmate. I'm going to add you on Twitter later. There's something I want to show you. Mr. Chiu? Could it be that the patient's condition has worsened again? It's not about the patient. It's about you. Wu Liang looked at a picture sent by the other party and his pupils shook. It was definitely the result of his own senior brother's research. This carrier is none other than the polymer material that he and his senior brother designed together. Ever since he parted ways with himself 7 years ago, he had never seen him again, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. During these 7 years, elder brother's parents, wife, and children all died violently and inexplicably. He waited from morning until dark, from the report of mourning until the funeral, and never waited for his brother to appear. For a moment he thought his senior brother was long dead. But his reluctance had become an obsession that stuck in his throat, like a thorn in his heart. It was clear that, in the beginning, he only wanted an explanation. He rushed back with a message. Send a location. I'll arrange for an ambulance to pick them up right away. Chapter 33, The Secret Base Belonging to Wu Liang. Then it looks like you're not going to make it home today. Qiu Yan shrugged and spread his hands towards Lin Yuqing. Even though it was an unintentional exposure, Lin Yuqing had indeed been swept into this vortex. Just letting Lin Yuqing live at home alone, Qiu Yan was not at all at ease. If you really can't, you can go to my house tonight and stay overnight to see what Dr. Wu's side really says. Okay? He's coming right over. Since the ambulance had a red light on, it was unimpeded on the way here, and it took about an hour to get to the downstairs of Lin Yuqing's house. A person came down from the car in a hurry, and it was none other than Dr. Wu, who was wearing a white coat. But for a moment, Wu Liang vaguely felt that something was wrong. Qiu Yan contacted himself for no reason and sent him the results of his previous project. And how did he know? Even though there were still doubts in his mind, it was definitely worth his trip to find his senior brother. Where are the people? It was then that the cinder block hiding in the shadows revealed itself, wrapping the man in black translucent bodily fluids and slowly wriggling out. The sight in front of him clearly gave Dr. Wu a fright. But if you don't say researchers have big hearts, he quickly calmed down and recognized the species of the spirit beast in front of him. It's a geocentric slime. This young man named Qiu Yan actually had a geocentric slime. Little brother, Lin student, if you have time in the evening, get on the bus as well. Come over to my side for a chat. I always had a feeling that the reason why this man attacked you guys was not simple. Based on the principle of multiple friends and multiple paths, Qiu Yan still nodded. He looked back at Lin Yuqing's determined eyes and only felt a little weepy. Since both of them were involved, it would be difficult to walk away in one piece like it was nothing. So why not talk to the knowledgeable Dr. Wu and see what's said? Because of the briquettes, it doesn't take much effort to carry the men. The cinder block wriggled right into the ambulance and spit the man out. In the ambulance, Wu Liang, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing sat around. Dr. Wu, this nameplate seems to have 94 written on it. I just don't know what the meaning of it actually is. Qiu Yan handed Dr. Wu the searched mannequin and the small token. Wu Liang's expression flashed with a hint of nostalgia when he saw the crystal mannequin. However, when he received the token, he frowned and scrutinized it for a while. But again, he didn't see anything. He took a strong flashlight out of his white coat pocket and shined it. Turned out that he actually found something. Judging from this grain shown after this thing has been illuminated by a strong light. It's definitely not a metal from Earth. Although Qiu Yan couldn't understand, Wu Liang then gave an explanation. Although I don't know what this actually does, but at least with this material, the odds are that it came from a spatial rift or a secret realm. Think about it, assuming that this man is really number 94 in some organization, then that organization must be closely related to the space rift or the secret realm. It may even be stationed in these secret realms, and that secret realm must be rich in this metal. Even though there were some secret realms that had been pretty much explored by mankind, however, from the recovery of the aura to the present day, some spatial cracks would appear every year. Much of the material contained therein is undiscovered research. It's not unusual to not recognize this material. This thing can stay with me for now. It should be safer on my end. Don't look at me as just a doctor. After practicing for so many years, I'm now a gold-ranked martial artist. It's not to say that there's no one in Zhonghai City, but at least it's considered to be able to have the ability to defend itself. That organization has already sent someone to attack you tonight, and I'm sure they won't rest easy after this failure. Now that it's no longer safe for the two of you, stay at my place these days. Qiu Yan looked at Lin Yuqing, and the two of them smiled at each other and both nodded. Looking at the direction in which the ambulance was traveling, Qiu Yan's heart immediately had some doubts. This number 94 is definitely not convenient to show up. But this direction is the exact way to the Third People's Hospital. Is the man to be taken to the hospital? There's a lot of people in the hospital. Are you sure this is okay? But Qiu Yan had obviously guessed wrong. When they reached the hospital entrance, the ambulance turned off its siren and turned halfway around the parking lot, finally stopping in front of a cargo elevator. Pushing the man's stretcher down, Dr. Wu looked around and beckoned Qiu Yan to follow. Dr. Wu, where are we pushing this? Qiu Yan looked at the elevator in front of him and couldn't help but be a little curious. Dr. Wu did not answer positively. He just smiled mysteriously and pulled out his work ID and swiped down the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened again. In front of Qiu Yan and the others was a corridor that was so deep that it couldn't be seen from the bottom. The blackened passageway looked like an abyssal maw that wanted to devour the three. The only source of light was the safe passage sign, which was emitting an eerie green light. The entire corridor was eerily quiet. Only the sound of the wheels under the stretcher creaking echoed. Qiu Yan, it's so scary here. Lin Yuqing sniffed the air and felt hairy inside. Such a disinfectant smell is very common among hospitals. But it seemed to be a bit pungent because the place hadn't been ventilated for so long, combined with the musty smell of the air. She followed gently, unable to help but worry a little. What is Dr. Wu trying to take them to? A few people kept moving by the faint bright light of their cell phones, and I don't know how long it took before they finally came to the end of the corridor. Dr. Wu took out his ID card and swiped it in front of the door lock, and after hearing a drop sound, he twisted the door handle and opened the door. Qiu Yan raised his cell phone to illuminate the door, and found that the 3 big red letters morgue were written on the door plate. Push in. This is the hospital's former morgue, which has been abandoned for a long time because it's rumored to be haunted. Only then did Dr. Wu open his mouth to introduce this place, and familiarly walked to the side and pressed the light switch with a snap. The strong white light source instantly pierced Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing's eyes. They narrowed their eyes and pushed the man on the stretcher, 94, inside. Out of nowhere, Dr. Wu felt a light silver handcuff. The outside of the 2 rings were also engraved with a circle of characters Qiu Yan couldn't understand, styled as if they were specially forged to hold these people. Several people joined hands to carry number 94 to a steel chair and sat down, grabbing his hands and handcuffing them directly behind the backrest of the chair. Dr. Wu received a basin of saline directly on the face of the 94. The man woke up from unconsciousness and continued to breathe heavily. You, what are you doing? 94, right? The man had a blank look on his face, as if he didn't know what Qiu Yan's men meant by imprisoning him. You are illegally imprisoning. Abusive lynching. I want to report the demon spirit. You're a little less than honest. You guys go out first, some of the next tactics may not be seen. I'll contact you when I get the information and settle you both in. Dr. Wu had a kind and nuclear smile on his face as he gently invited Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing out of the morgue. They both hesitated in the doorway, seeming a little unsure. Within moments, a heartbreaking wail came from the room. Is this really okay? Lin Yuqing was a bit indecisive. It was the first time she had run into this kind of thing, and she didn't expect Dr. Wu, who usually took much care of herself and acted like a good old boy, to be so ruthless in his tactics. Chapter 34. Big sister, if I hadn't pulled you just now, you'd be lying in the ICU right now, maybe even louder than he howls. What are you worried about? Qiu Yan smiled and opened his mouth. The reason why he carried this flirtatious tone was to dispel the concerns in Lin Yuqing's mind. After all, people have 2 sides. Seeing Wu Liang's tactics, it's normal to be a little unacceptable for a while. No, I just don't think that's a good idea. Did you notice the scar on that man's face? Qiu Yan raised his cell phone, having already checked the person's information through facial recognition earlier in the ambulance. Lin Yuqing came closer to see that the man was actually a wanted man. A wanted felon who wiped out his mother-in-law's family over emotional issues. Absconding for 3 years and still not caught? She suddenly realized what she had read and sucked in a breath of cold air, covering her mouth in surprise. Wickedness has its own way of rubbing off on people. At least, Dr. Wu is on our side now. The Dr. Wu in that memory is still very righteous. Besides, he usually takes care of you and Grandma, right? Don't worry too much. Lin Yuqing nodded and leaned aside, her mind racing with thoughts. It was probably a 20-minute wait or so before the door to the morgue opened again. All right, he's explained. Come in, let's talk. The 2 entered the room and the man was already asleep. I don't know if I was tortured by Dr. Wu and fainted, or if I was injected with an anesthetic. In case you don't know, this man is affiliated with an organization called the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Hearing this, Qiu Yan's pupils shrunk and a hint of panic flashed out of the corner of his eyes. In his last life, it was this organization that wiped out the Wang family, and even the last bloodline, Wang Tang, was sacrificed as a result. As the leader of the entertainment industry in Zhonghai City, he has recruited countless masters, and also has his own personal escort, Shadow Guard. Even then, it couldn't resist the organization. It was evident that the strength of the Heavenly Vault Church was extremely terrifying. I'm afraid the 2 of you are being targeted, and I'm afraid you won't have much of a good time. This organization supposedly helps the congregation transform spirit animals and whatnot. The exact reason why he attacked you seems to be unknown to him. Technically, This 94 is no different than a mercenary. It's just the fringe of that organization. Qiu Yan was torn for half a day, but finally decided to tell Dr. Wu about his seeing that memory first. The reason why he was torn was because Wu Liang seemed to have a particularly good relationship with his senior brother. If he knew about this, he was afraid that he would directly have to go to the Heavenly Vault Church to fight for his life. Dr. Wu, that crystal doll, have you seen it? Qiu Yan asked somewhat tentatively. Not yet. I've quit the research team just as the research is progressing to this stage. For that matter, are you aware of something? If you know, then please tell me. It's really important to me. Wu Liang looked a little agitated. Qiu Yan must have found something related to himself in it, or else there was absolutely no way he could have found himself. Qiu Yan sighed and finally spoke slowly. There is a memory within that crystal figure that you can see when you inject your psychic energy. This memory may be a bit harsh for you, and please be prepared. Wu Liang hurriedly took out the crystal doll and tried to inject spiritual energy towards it. Sure enough, he also fainted just like Qiu Yan before him. When he woke up again, Dr. Wu let out a long cry, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to be more wrinkled and a few more points older. His cloudy eyes were full of obscurity, and his lips quivered slightly, as if someone was clutching his heart and slowly tightening it. I should have stopped him. As a result, because of his own research, he is now a walking corpse under the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Wu Liang lost a long breath, and his entire body leaned back in his chair powerlessly. He pulled out a cigarette from among the inner pockets of his clothes and cast an inquiring gaze toward Qiu Yan. It's okay, you smoke. Getting the consent, Wu Liang pressed the lighter, holding a cigarette and came over. Taking a deep breath, his thoughts drifted with the smoke to years ago. At that time, he had just entered graduate school at Kyoto Medical University. As one of the top universities in the country, his life has not been easy. Staying in the lab from morning to night, researching under the hands of a mentor, and spending more time with a mentor than a family member. The research is successful and they let out a cheer and share the joy with their mentor in the lab. When research is blocked, they look for the cause and share the consequences. After years of living together, the three of them had long been like family. What made him feel powerless was the fact that his senior brother was on a crooked path and he was powerless to stop it. Now that he had received the news of his senior brother's death, he suddenly felt relieved, and the heart that had been hanging in the air for so many years was completely put down. I had known that there would be retribution for using the human body for research, and senior brother is kind of suffering the consequences of his own research. But what is undeniable is that the Church of the Vault of Heaven is still using his research for evil. I wonder how many more innocent people have been persecuted during these years. Essence suddenly erupted in Wu Liang's eyes, and he seemed to have made some sort of determination. You guys are staying on my side these days, and I'll protect you as much as I can if the Church of the Sky Dome tries to get at you. Qiu Yan and the two of them looked at each other and had no choice but to nod helplessly. Even though Lin Yuqing and Wu Liang didn't know how much power the Heavenly Vault Church had, Qiu Yan did. The Heavenly Vault Church that the Wang family couldn't stop, Wu Liang could not do the same single-handedly. But as long as they gathered, they weren't soft targets to be taken at random. I'm off in half an hour, so you guys wait here for me and I'll pick you up in a little while. They both waited until after Dr. Wu's shift was over. After checking the handcuffs to make sure they wouldn't be escaped by 94, the three men came outside with confidence. That's what got me into Dr. Wu's car. You can stay at his family's big villa these days. However, what Qiu Yan didn't expect was that Dr. Wu actually lived in the Anexian Villa area as well. Because of the Ling Wu Tang matter, I just came here with Oldly a while ago. So it's surprising that there's a hint of familiarity with the place. But is this really something a senior physician can afford? Dr. Wu, your family lives in the Anexian Villa area? Dr. Wu, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand modestly. Because I worked out a completely new material, and I still made a slight profit by selling the patent. With the car pulling into the yard and turning off, it meant that several people had arrived at their destination. Dr. Wu pulled away and came to the door and held down his fingerprint to unlock it. He then beckoned the two of them to come in. No need to change shoes. I'm the only one living here anyway. Dr. Wu, you live in a villa by yourself? Well, my wife and kids are in my hometown Kyoto, and I'm currently the only one in Zhonghai. Walking through the entrance hall, Lin Yuqing was instantly stunned by the scene on the first floor. Countless instruments were placed in the living room on the first floor, and there were also several human body structure charts hanging, and several human bone models were placed on the exhibition cabinet right beside the TV set. If you put so many things in your house, you won't be afraid of getting up at night to go to the bathroom? Something was off at this point. Because of work, well. Don't be scared, guys. I'll put it away. Noticing the two's line of sight, Wu Liang hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, fearing that he would be taken as a psychologically twisted pervert by the two children. Feel free to find 2 rooms on the 3rd floor. No one lives there anyway. I usually live on the 2nd floor, so just call me if you have any questions. After settling Qiu Yen and the 2 of them, Dr. Wu couldn't wait to return to his own room, turn on his instruments, and begin to study those trophies that Qiu Yen got today. It was naturally impossible for Qiu Yen and Lin Yuqing to stay in the same room. Located in an affluent area of Zhonghai City, the villa's infrastructure is quite in place. Almost every room is equipped with an ensuite toilet and bathroom or something. That's convenient. After saying goodnight to Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yen went back to his room and changed his clothes in a meticulous manner to prepare for a bath. However, at this moment the cell phone ding-dong rang. Chapter 35, The Undercurrent of Zhonghai City. Dude, I'm so sorry. I'm really drunk today. Qiu Yen took a look and it turned out to be that Wang Tong kid who had sobered up and was sending himself a message. Haha, it's okay. Are you home now? Yeah. Pops bumped into me again when I came back today, and he didn't beat me to death. You don't know how much it hurts for that martial artist old man of mine to hit people. At this time, Wang Tong was lying on his back on the bed, only because his buttocks were swollen by his own old man's beating, completely unable to dip the stool, his fingers snapping and typing. Wang Tong, as the youngest son of the Wang family, basically didn't have many friends his own age. Because the Wang family is really too powerful. Faced with hypocritical flattery all day long, Wang Tong still has to maintain etiquette, smiling on his lips and MP in his heart. It's exhausting. Okay. No other, just because Grandpa and Pops are all veterans who have been on the battlefield of the holy beasts and can have strict requirements for their words and behavior. Only by numbing himself with alcohol could he feel some freedom. Of course, all it takes is a spanking from Pops to get such a small pleasure. It's not a loss. Today, when he entered the door and blew a bottle of wine, his intention was not really to make amends to Qiu Yen. It was only because Wang Ziqing had asked himself out several times and wanted that batch of elixirs from the Wang family. It's just that Wang Tong didn't want to sell at all. Seeing that the Imperial Beast examination and martial artist examination were just around the corner, Wang Tong did not want to add some competitors to himself. It's just a matter of finding an excuse to run away, and justifiably so. Today, since meeting Qiu Yen, the attitude he had developed towards himself was like that of an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Even though there wasn't much of an impression, though Wang Tong didn't mind having more than one good friend. However, because the two of them, Qiu Yen and Wang Tong, had very similar personalities, they had gotten along quite well in their last lives. So just after chatting for a while, Wang Tong felt that Qiu Yen was so deep in his heart that he almost had to pull out his heart. Qiu Yen, however, sent a message that made him feel strange. Wang Tong, have you heard of the organization Sky Dome Church? I know. Isn't that an organization that transforms spirit beasts? They approached my old man about things before, and my old man was closed. As a result, they didn't die and came back to me. Pops doesn't even treat it, so can I? Dude got someone to kick him out straight away. Qiu Yen bit his lip and frowned as he paced back and forth in the room, thinking about how he should alert Wang Tong. I didn't expect this Heavenly Vault Church to have its hands stretched out so long, and actually had been talking to the Wang family about cooperation for a long time. It seemed that maybe it was the Wang family that hadn't been kind to them, and that was why they had incurred the disaster of extermination. After considering it for a while, Qiu Yen still sent a message. You pay more attention. These are not good people. Be careful in everything. Seeing this message, Wang Tong's heart and mind were also revitalized. Wang Tong was also a man of 8 faces, and after a little pondering, his mind was immediately considered. But he also had some doubts in his mind. Even without Qiu Yan's reminder, he himself had just made his attitude clear that the Wang family would definitely not cooperate with that Heavenly Vault Church. Why did he mention it more than necessary? If Qiu Yan reminded himself of this, then it proved that he must know some inside information. Since it's not explicitly stated, it's either inconvenient or it's not in your best interest to know the truth. Alright buddy, just relax. Smart people always think a lot. Soon Wang Tong had a terrible thought. Was Qiu Yan worried that he might be in danger? or that the existence of the Heavenly Vault Church would pose a threat to his safety or even the safety of the entire Wang family. Thinking about his Wang family, he had recruited countless strong people, and even the lowest cultivation level was gold level. And his grandfather was even a diamond first-rank martial artist. Cultivation levels from bottom to top. Black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, blazing, gold, king, emperor. The Church of the Vault of Heaven wants to make a move on him? Wang Tung directly squared up. No amount of caution could be too much for his own safety. He clapped his hands, and at once a figure flashed in at the window. "Young master, what are the orders?" "Uncle Lu, check out the Heavenly Vault Church and see if there are any recent movements. I thought this was just a little bug, but it seems to be bullying us now." "Yes, young master." The silhouette suddenly dissipated into a puff of black smoke in the room. Wang Tung frowned as he pondered something and subconsciously sat down. "You!" Wang Tung's entire body shivered violently, as if he was electrocuted, and rolled over to lie on the bed again. An hour ago, just as Qiu Yan and the others had just left, a small team from the Heavenly Vault Church arrived. A man with glasses at the head of the group stepped forward, crouching down and stroking the signs of the earlier battle. At that moment, one of the women in the group grabbed the opportunity to speak. "Grass. This 94 is too much of a vegetable. 2 little kids can't even catch it. Is this even a ride for yourself?" 90. "Shut up. How are you better than him?" The man counted off nonchalantly. A few people behind him were suddenly talking and discussing. 94 surely wouldn't have disappeared for no reason. Even that Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing couldn't find a trace. Damn. I should have told him to stop being so impulsive. I just can't believe that with the power bestowed by that lord one can still flip a car. "Captain. So what should we do next?" The man clapped his hands together and dusted them off. "Keep those eyes on the 2 secretly. The Imperial Beast's entrance exam is coming up. It's just temporarily hidden. Sooner or later it'll come out. Withdraw." Listening to the report from the people under his hand, Number 6 was practically furious. "You're telling me that you can't handle 2 students with a plague-rotting dog? And then the whole thing just disappeared and there's no news at all so far?" Those 2 students were only at the 2nd or 3rd rank of Black Iron at the top of their game. The Plague Carrion Dog was a Black Iron 6th Order Spirit Beast. Even in the beginning, when that fusion technology wasn't perfected, the Plague Carrion Dogs really weren't that tough of a fighter. But the real gap is there. What happened in the meantime? Either that or someone in the shadows made a move. And, according to the information provided by the eyes, it was found that neither of them had returned home. This made Number 6 anxious. His Grace, the Bishop, hated these 2 men with a passion. Just because of the beast tide caused by the 2 of them last time, the crystal core reserves in the base had been depleted quite a bit. The plan to launch a terrorist attack in the city center was postponed, and they decided to bring forward their plan to attack the Wang family. "Search again. If we can't find it, we'll use the spirit beasts of a few of you to make up the numbers. Hands and feet must be clean, and for the sake of the program in a few days, nothing must go wrong." Yes, they were in need of a sensational battle to plunder the Wang family's resources and grow the size of their organization. The base's reserves are now insufficient to meet the consumption of the growing organization. The Wang family had its own intelligence organization, and within a few minutes, they had found out about a gathering point of the Heavenly Vault Church. After Lu Heng received the news, he directly hid his body into the shadow and quickly rushed towards Sunset Bar. Sunset Bar, as one of the more famous entertainment venues in Zhonghai City, was naturally under the control of the Wang family. I didn't realize that the Church of the Vault of Heaven had infiltrated their side. This made Lu Heng very upset. Obviously, the family head strictly forbade any relationship with the Heavenly Vault Church. Do those people under their hands not understand what they're being told? Chapter 36. When you gaze into the abyss. Lu Heng didn't reveal his identity, but instead transformed into a shadow and traveled through the bar, constantly searching for the forces of the Heavenly Vault Church. As the guards of the Wang family, you, along with a group of orphans including Lu Heng, have been adopted by the Wang family since childhood, and all of them are loyal to the Wang family. They practiced a special body refining technique called shadow escape without trace, which enabled them to hide their bodies in the shadows. They are also known as shadow guards and work for the king's family in the shadows. Lu Heng, as one of the personal guards of the young master of the Wang family, had gold-level strength himself. Earlier, when Dr. Wu said that he was barely able to defend himself at the gold level, he was still speaking towards modesty. At the gold level, basically no one dares to mess with it anymore. Not to mention that the body refining method they practiced was divine. It's no exaggeration to say that if anyone in Zhonghai City wants to touch Wang Teng, they really have to weigh the retaliation of the Shadow Guard. Even his own young master was watched grow up by himself. Lu Hong can be considered as the second generation of the Wang family's patriarchal level. How could he not be angry as he watched the forces of his main family being infiltrated by hostile forces? Soon, he spotted several people acting suspiciously in the middle of a box. One of the women, who looked like a bar marketing woman, was promoting something and talking about it. But everyone else's eyes were unfaithful, constantly wandering towards the two towering peaks and rounded thighs. Only one of them, a man with a green airplane head and a leather jacket and pants, listened intently. Don't you underestimate this church of the vault of heaven. Just pay $100,000 and you're in. After that, pay the appropriate fee, and you'll be able to transform your spirit beast. This definitely raises the ceiling for us. Think about it. How long has our spirit beast cultivation been stuck in a bottleneck? As long as the spirit beasts are allowed to undergo a fitness surgery, they will have a chance to raise their bloodline. Aren't you impressed? Is that heavenly vault god really that powerful? Then give me the contact info. I'll be there tomorrow. Lu Hong hid in the corner and listened to the conversation of several people in the room. The green airplane head straightened his loose hairstyle and rushed to hug the woman's shoulders in great excitement. He seemed to be extremely urgent about raising the battle power of his spirit beasts. For her part, the woman didn't move to get out of the way of the man's hands, the corners of her fiery red lips lifting upwards slightly. Lu Hong surveyed the box. The only member of the Church of the Vault of Heaven should be that woman. And the few remaining people seemed to be friends with the green airplane head. They looked at each other in disbelief. All of them were flushed and almost jumped up in excitement. The woman eyed the atmosphere in place and then spoke again. Lu Ren, I know you're in a hurry. You fill out the information first. Joining the organization is something that needs to be vetted. Well. Fill it out and bring your ID with you to 78 Suwon Street tomorrow and ask for the owner. The slogan of the joint is, the God of the Vault of Heaven saves the suffering, and all beings bow down to the blessing of the self. Understood. Lu Ren continuously nodded his head and shushed towards the woman, eager to see her reveal more inside information. Go ahead. And remember to give my name. Two of Spades. The Church of the Vault of Heaven is very hierarchical. Their fighting members are numbered 21-100. If other duties such as logistics as well as publicity are undertaken, the suit plus 13 cards from the playing cards are used. The ecclesiastical backbone of these, on the other hand, is numbered 120, and is often accompanied below it by a number of combat members numbered 21-100 and logistical propaganda members numbered poker, etc. They formed their own small forces to carry out the orders of the Bishop Joker. Well, that's enough for today. I have to go. The Two of Spades stood up and left the box, wriggling her poised body under the unblinking gaze of several people. The sound of high heels dang 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 is like heavenly music ringing in the ears. Even if they are already out of the door, several people are still greedily sniffing the woman's residual fragrance, and even more hastily plopped down on the spot where the woman had just been sitting epic over lungs. No one noticed a palm-sized mass of shadow silently flickering out along the doorway. Due to the dim lighting in the middle of the corridor, Lu Hong was able to follow the woman without fear. The Two of Spades walked unsteadily toward the door on her plump thighs, but with a firm step that seemed to carry some kind of purpose. Even Lu Hong, who was following behind, couldn't help but speed up a few points, scurrying directly into the shadow at the feet of the Two of Spades. Soon enough, she reached a step, and she stepped straight up with her thighs toward the outside. Lu Hong just glanced upwards without thinking and was immediately shocked by the scene. Lu Hong was almost about to lose his ability to maintain his shadow state. Luckily, he was also someone who had seen a lot over the years, and he silently recited the meditation technique, and his excitement calmed down. The woman beckoned and a black Maybach slowly pulled up in front of her. It appears that the air conditioning was not turned on to conserve gas mileage. The air in the car was a bit stuffy, causing the Two of Spades to opt for cooler attire just as soon as he got up there. Lu Hong, who was hiding under the foot cushion, was immediately nonplussed. What was this for? The silent meditation in his head was barely working. All he could do was keep brainwashing himself. Lu Hong, it's amazing that you would have that kind of evil thought at your old age. Shameless. Everything is about the mission. It's worth all your sacrifices to keep an eye on any suspicious movements. Lu Hong was sitting on the observation seat, watching the two of them play a whole peak match, and at the moment he wanted to die. Soon, though, the two began to talk about business. What in the world does the Lord Bishop think? To go after the Wang family so early? Is our strength qualified to arm wrestle with the Wang family? Don't be afraid. The man leaned in close and whispered into the woman's ear. It is said that the Lord Bishop is in possession of a formation from the other world. Within this formation, even if one is as strong as the old man of the Wang family, his cultivation will be suppressed to the black iron level. The woman's eyes widened. Even her breath caught a few moments. Such an unheard of effect against the heavens. Even though our side will be overwhelmed as usual. Then isn't there still a new type of spirit beast we've remodeled? There are as many spirit beasts like that as you want. This plan must not get out. Otherwise, we'll both wait to be transformed into spirit beasts as well. As if the two of spades thought of the images of those people being transformed. His pupils suddenly narrowed. His body trembled violently, and he unconsciously covered his mouth. It was a while before she slowed down and shuddered. What about the shadow guards? The Wang family's shadow guards are not something we can do. She was obviously aware of the shadow guard's special abilities. As soon as the words left her mouth, she froze right there. She finally realized where that feeling of being spied on had just come from. Like a puppet, the two of spades mechanically turned his head to look at the man, crystalline teardrops rolling down his cheeks, his complexion obscure, as if he had lost his soul. She did so with a sob. Captain, I seem to be being followed by the shadow guard. What? The man's eyes were glazed over and he was about to open his mouth, but his entire body shivered violently. PFFT. A sticky sound rang out as a bloody palm penetrated his chest. Chapter 37 Taxi Driver? The man could no longer make a sound, but could only turn his head little by little, gazing at the figure behind him. With intense reluctance, it gradually lost its vitality. After all, there were no defenses, plus the Imperial Beastmaster himself had zero combat power. There was no power to fight back at all, and he was directly killed by Lu Hong in seconds. The two of spades was splattered with warm blood. Seeing this scene in front of him, he was instantly chilled, as if he was in the middle of a frigid hell. She still couldn't believe that a few minutes ago, it was a double-row summit match with her captain. Now he was a corpse. For a moment his thoughts were a bit confused and he just froze in place. Ben was thinking of putting in a long shot. You two are pretty smart. That even guessed me. Amazing. Lu Hong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. But the gesture made by the bloody hand was less than convincing. There was not the slightest hint of praise to be seen, and there seemed to be a vague hint of sarcasm. You, what the hell do you want? Two of spades finally reacted and reached for the car door, but it had been locked by the captain long before she got in. She anxiously kept tapping on the car window and pulling on the door handle with all her strength. But the car door didn't move at all, and the bloody hand had rested gently on her shoulder. Ah! She was like a frightened rabbit, her whole body trying to shrink outward. Don't kill me. Don't. I'll give you anything you want. Two of spades panicked. After all, the captain died right next to him. Seeing that she had nowhere to run, she simply began to lift up her skirt, a stiff smile on her face. Forcefully hiding the panicked look on his face, he tried to look winded. You can do whatever you want of me. After saying that, he even grabbed Lu Heng's wrist and pulled it towards his chest. Lu Hong didn't eat this. His hand flung right off and he reached out to choke the two of spades. I want you to absorb me into the church of the vault of heaven. The woman looked at Lu Hong and seemed to think of the consequences of doing so, struggling desperately to shake her head. No? Are you afraid of being transformed into a spirit animal? Then think about it. If you don't agree, you're going to die now. The strength in Lu Heng's hand gradually increased, and the two of spades could no longer speak, but could only pick at the iron clamp like bloody hand on his neck with a dead hand. LOL. I agree. Only then did Lu Hong slowly let go of his hand, allowing the woman to greedily breathe in the air. Don't ever think of playing tricks or else I'll find you even if you run to the ends of the earth. The two of spades knew that he was nothing more than a fish on the board, and that his fate was in someone else's hands, so he could only nod in despair. Suwon Street, right? I'll be there tomorrow, meet me there. Lu Heng's body once again turned into a black smoke and disappeared into the Maybach. The two of spades collapsed helplessly into the passenger side. The Lord Bishop had the power of life and death over the members of the church, and if she found out that she had betrayed the organization, her end would definitely be more miserable than being transformed into a spirit beast. Chiu Yen looked at the time. It was already around midnight. Despite living in Dr. Wu's home, there were still some heart palpitations and a constant feeling that something big was about to happen. He summoned Ziyu out once again, found a cushion and sat cross-legged on the ground to practice breathing techniques with Ziyu. Ding dong! Chiu Yan's cell phone rang. He could only force himself to stop his cultivation and stood up, picking up the cell phone on the bedside table aside. I can't believe it was the classroom teacher at all members. Attention all students. Please come back to school if you're in Chunghoi City tomorrow. The school has organized a temporary support activity for the college entrance exams. No absences allowed. Please come to school at 9 a.m. if you're not in the secret world. Received. Please respond. Chiu Yen was a little impatient. Everything else about the school is pretty good, except that the school leaders are somewhat formalistic and often organize meaningless back-to-school events. One could only sigh a dark sigh of bad luck that he was not in the secret realm at this time. The passes to enter and exit the secret realm are issued by the school, and there is a record of entering and exiting the secret realm, so there is also permission to be able to check the location of the students. Gotta. Now won't that be another waste of time? Luckily, the Anexine Villa area was equally not far from the school, about 10 kilometers away. At this time, Chiu Yen was also not in the mood to cultivate, and drilled into bed with an annoyed mood. It was indeed safer at Dr. Wu's house, and the night was uneventful. Chiu Yen woke up again. It was already 7:30 in the morning. He rubbed his eyes, got dressed and went to knock on Lin Yuqing's room door. As a result, no one responded for half a day. It just occurred to me that the little girl must have gone to the hospital to look after her grandmother. Chiu Yan's original intention of going back to school with Lin Yuqing was once again dashed. He went downstairs just in time to run into Dr. Wu, who was playing Tai Chi on the first floor. Phew! Dr. Wu got up early. Good morning, Chiu-yin. Can't help it, when you get older, you definitely need to move around. How can you have time to work out when you're usually sitting in the hospital all day? That's true. Chiu Yen nodded. There's breakfast on the table over there. I didn't expect Lin Yuqing to get up at 5 in the morning to make us breakfast. Even I'm a bit flattered. Wu Liang smiled and pointed to the kitchen off to the side. After having breakfast, Chiu Yen also said goodbye towards Dr. Wu and directly got into a cab heading to Chunyu Imperial Beast High School. It was just a 10-minute drive, so Chiu Yen didn't take it seriously and leaned back in the back seat, starting to rest his eyes. He was, however, keeping an eye on his cell phone for a message tone. He woke up in the morning and sent a message to Lin Yuqing, and he hadn't returned it until now. After the vehicle had traveled some distance, Chiu Yen clearly felt that something was wrong. Why does the vehicle keep turning? Here to the school. Even though there are a few intersections that require turning, it shouldn't be this frequent. Chiu Yen quietly opened his eyes a slit. That cab driver had actually been peeking at himself through the rearview mirror. He opened his eyes and looked around at the unfamiliar street scene. Surrounded by dilapidated homes, when one school should be in the center of the city. Without waiting for Chiu Yen to speak, the car turned into an abandoned factory and slowly stopped. The driver got out of the car with a sardonic grin. Chiu Yen turned the door handle and jumped out with his whole body. The driver looked about 50 or 60 years old, and although he looked friendly, he didn't realize that he was a bad person in his heart. Hey, boy, you don't blame me either. I'm just an errand boy. Don't resist. Die a painful death so I can deliver. Chiu Yen sneered and summoned the Flamefire Qilin. The Flamefire Kirin's fiery red fur stood on end. Its eyes locked on the man in front of it. Chapter 38. A bunch of crazy people in the Church of the Vault of Heaven. The man, however, did not announce himself directly, as the others usually did. Church of the Vault of Heaven, 85. When Chiu Yen heard the words, Heavenly Vault Church, he felt a headache. Why is it like a fly that you can't get rid of? Number 85 looked at Chiu Yen, who had a helpless face, and charged directly towards the Flame Qilin. As a Black Iron high-ranked martial artist, he would undoubtedly be able to crush against a Black Iron low-ranked spirit beast. The information, however, showed that Chiu Yan's cultivation level was only around the 2nd or 3rd Black Iron stage. He really couldn't understand why 94 couldn't actually hold it, and he ended up disappearing himself. Blood-burning blade. A taijutsu with a cold glint suddenly appeared in number 85's hand. Although a martial artist's cultivation method was different from that of an Imperial Beast Master, however, they could also have storage space. Only the space was not as large as the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast space of the same rank. 85 cut his finger and made a direct swipe towards the blade of the taijutsu. Instantly, a layer of blood-red flames stained the taijutsu, slashing towards the Flamefire Qilin with an invincible momentum. When the taijutsu fell, it directly cleaved the flaming griffin in front of him in half. "Count your blessings, kid." 85 instantly voiced a taunt. The diamond-level bloodline Flamefire Qilin was definitely Qiu Yan's strongest spirit beast. As long as he cut down the Flamefire Qilin, the others were not enough to fear, but then he sensed something was wrong. The chopping just felt weird. Although the blood-burning knife was indeed a martial art that cut iron like mud, it was not so bad that there was no resistance to the slashes at all. The taijutsu, as a knife with a slender blade, is not really suited to vigorous chopping on its own. Then 85 saw an amazing scene. The Flamefire Qilin that he had just killed was actually like an ice cube in summer, gradually melting and disappearing on the ground, with not even a single drop of blood left. Roar! The Flame Qilin attacked directly from number 85's direction, its sharp claws directly tearing through the defense of number 85's back, bringing down a large chunk of flesh and blood. Qiu Yan couldn't help but sneer repeatedly when he saw what happened to the man in front of him. After all, who would have thought that a fire attribute spirit beast would have illusion-type skills? When Qiu Yan was in the car, he had long since unleashed the skill originating from the 10,000 Elements Xian Shu 3 Qi gathering types, directly fabricating a fake doppelganger. The real flame unicorn had long been ambushed on the periphery. "Grass, brat, playing dirty tricks with your grandpa." The clothing on the upper half of number 85's body suddenly tore apart, and Qiu Yan then saw that the man had a covering of iron sheets all over his body. The area that had just been scratched by the Flamefire Qilin faintly had a silver metallic glow coming through. It's almost as if it's not even acting. When Qiu Yan saw this scene, he also felt a chill in his heart. This heavenly vault church is simply crazy, not to mention transforming spirit beasts. Can it actually even transform the martial artist's own body? Steam suddenly rose from 85's elbow, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Flame Griffin. The Flame Qilin could only roll toward the front in a wretched manner, narrowly dodging the attack. However, the fact that 85 was equipped with thrusters at every joint on his body made his next move completely contrary to normal thinking. Without warning, he turned around, gathered his spiritual energy, and slammed his fist into the waist of the Flame Qilin, directly sending it flying, only managing to stop when it hit the wall, splashing up heavy sand. Sea of burning flames. When he finished storing up his power, number 85 had also arrived in front of him, and a blood-colored blade was raised high. Boom! Number 85 just ate up the skill impartially, and his figure slammed back several steps. If a normal bronze-level martial artist ate this skill head-on, not to mention directly killing them in seconds, they would also be scalded by the heat. But Qiu Yan plainly saw the figure that slowly walked out from the sea of fire. Is this person not afraid of the heat? Number 85's fur was scorched all over his body, and he was just naked as he slowly walked towards the Flame Qilin while carrying the sea of burning flame. Oh, you must be wondering in your mind, right? Why can't the flames hurt me in the slightest? The man looked like he talked a lot, so Qiu Yan decided to give some emotional value as well, to see if he could get him to spit out some secrets. Immediately, his complexion changed drastically, and with a panicked look on his face, he said in a trembling voice, "What? No, this is why. My sea of burning flames can't even hurt you a bit. You, what kind of monster are you?" Qiu Yan's movements were pompous, but the look on his face was very genuine, as if he had really suffered some major shock. As expected, the corners of the man's mouth rose, 2 rows of white, flawless teeth showing on his charred black face, a smug look on his face. This, then, is the alien technology of our Church of the Vault of Heaven. Before I came here, I had long ago inscribed heat-resistant spells on my entire body. The tactics you're so proud of are nothing more than scratching an itch to me. Prepare for death. The man gripped the hilt of his blade, twirling it around in the air twice, and slashed directly at the flaming unicorn. Purple Moon. Wean him off the internet. You're heat-resistant, aren't you? Let's see if you can withstand electricity. 85 suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, as he realized a purple light behind him had struck him. What's that? Hi! Number 85 instantly convulsed violently, and in no time at all, black smoke rose directly from his body. The man rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a thud. "Don't stop. Keep the power on." With a look of disgust, Qiu Yen found a piece of rag, soaked it in water and threw it over the man's body, covering him from the bird. One could only say that Qiu Yen was truly the king of living hell. Since water filled with impurities can conduct electricity, the man was instantly like a bullfrog on a table, with both thighs twitching and his mouth soon foaming a bit. Seeing that the man was being tortured to the point of GA, Qiu Yen hurriedly told Ziyu to stop. "Don't really give the appliance a death." He called Dr. Wu and told him to come and get him. In a short while, Dr. Wu arrived in his car and directly snapped 85 up in special handcuffs and threw him into the trunk. "Qiu Yen, what the hell did you do? It looks like you've been blacklisted by that Heavenly Vault Church? Such an intensive attack. I'll take you to school." "No." Qiu Yen shook his head and sat directly on the passenger side. "Go to the hospital. I sense that Lin Yuqing is in danger." Dr. Wu knew that he should not be slow at this time, and then pulled open the car door and got in, and once he stepped on the gas, he took off. When the two left, a figure appeared violently under the shade of a tree to the side. "Looks like young master has made a rather mysterious friend." Jin Chong smacked his lips. While young master had that Lu Hung fellow check out the Heavenly Vault Church yesterday, he also had himself come to Qiu Yan's side, in order for him to secretly protect Qiu Yan's safety. "It doesn't look like this needs my protection either." Kaneshiro surveyed the scene around him in the aftermath of the battle, finding some pieces of clothing. A metallic token and other miscellaneous items were then recovered from it. However, the black mist on his face instantly filled the air, and his face quickly changed. Surprisingly, he took on the appearance of number 85. This shadow guard had gone so far as to directly replace 85. Chapter 39. The Great Injustice Wang Ziqing. Along the way, Qiu Yen kept dialing Lin Yuqing's phone, but it kept showing that no one was connected. Logically speaking, Lin Yuqing would definitely go to the hospital to watch her grandmother. Even if she was busy for a while and didn't reply to the message, it's not so bad that she didn't answer the phone. Dr. Wu drove very wild, basically a road with a speed limit of 70, and was able to force it to between 65-69 yards. The body was seen dragging, and it went around into the parking lot, leaving scorched tire tracks on the ground. Instead of taking the elevator, the two darted straight up the stairs. He came to Lin Yuqing's grandmother's hospital room in a hurry, but he saw that the old lady was walking in the corridor. "Grandma, have you seen Rainy?" "What?" I said. "Have you seen Rain, clear?" "No, not this morning." The old lady looked puzzled. How did looking for her granddaughter find her here? "She told me to go to school this morning and ordered me a nutritious meal from the hospital, so look for it at school." "Farewell, Grandma." Qiu Yen turned around and walked away, almost bumping into a passing nurse lady, only to apologize repeatedly. Dr. Wu was working at 9 o'clock, so there was no rush, and he brought Qiu Yen directly to Spring Rain Royal Beast High School. 什么人? No non-students. No one is allowed in. The security guard at the entrance of the school stopped Dr. Wu directly. "Qiu Yen, you go in first. Feel free to contact me if you have any problems. I'll be waiting for you at the door." Qiu Yen nodded and spread his legs and ran towards the school building. His own classroom was on the 3rd floor, while Lin Yuqing was on the 4th floor. In the stairwell, but once again ran into Wang Ziqing and Chun Qingqing, who were followed by several bodyguards and fellow classmates. It was like the stars had blocked the building. "Yo, Qiu Yen." Chun Qingqing opened her mouth nonchalantly. At this time, Wang Zicheng also turned his head and saw Qiu Yen, who had an anxious look on his face. For the last time, Wang Ziqing had always held a grudge against Qiu Yen. Even though his old man said that Qiu Yen had an unimaginable background, he couldn't make a move on him himself, but looking at the anxious look on his face, there must be nothing wrong with disgusting him. He just couldn't believe that those behind Qiu Yen would lash out over something as trivial as him getting in the way. "Where are you going to go in such a hurry?" Wang Zicheng did not have the slightest intention of getting out of the way, as he clasped his arms and just looked at Qiu Yen, without the slightest intention of getting out of the way. "Get out of the way." Qiu Yen forced down the anger in his heart and spoke coldly. "Qiu Yen, do you have any manners? Our Mr. Wang is asking you a question." A few juniors behind him rushed to chime in. Seeing that graduation was imminent, and that there was nothing powerful about himself and the others, participating in the Imperial Beast examination would at best be a professional Imperial Beast Academy. At this point, there is basically no other way but to hold on to Wang Ziqing's thigh. I say again, get out of my way, you guys. Don't make me say it a third time. Hearing these words from Qiu Yan, Wang Ziqing's heart became even happier. Good. It was to viciously disgust Qiu Yan. The more disgusted Qiu Yan was, the smoother Wang Ziqing's heart became. However, Wang Ziqing had clearly overestimated his own strength and had been imagining Qiu Yan being disgusted and was feeling smug in his heart. Suddenly, a current of air blew right in his face. Wang Ziqing's eyes blinked before Qiu Yan's slap came over. Pop! A crunch. Special milk. Slapping yourself directly in front of so many people? His face was on fire with disbelief. You dare to hit Wang Xiao? You're finished. You'll be lucky to get out of here alive today. Wang Xiao, can you stand this? Quickly release the bodyguards to him. That's it, him. A few juniors in the back roared out in direct righteous indignation. These few people also filled Wang Ziqing's head with black lines. One strong-mouthed king who says so much, but still hides behind himself? What are you waiting for? Get him. Wang Ziqing viciously turned back and looked at the several minions behind him, his anger not coming out. Mamma mia. Not a single one of them is of any use. Noticing Wang Ziqing's grudging sight, several people couldn't help but shrink back. There's nothing they can do about it. Wang Ziqing cannot afford to mess with the person. They a few small karami also cannot afford to mess with Qiu Yan's spirit animal was #1 in his grade. Qiu Yan, can you not move and hit someone? Real downer. It's a good thing I'm not with you, or I'd be a domesticated man too. Chun Qingqing wrapped her arm around Wang Ziqing's arm and fired directly towards Qiu Yan. Looking at the several living treasures in front of him, he froze and almost gave Qiu Yan a laugh. You won't let me out of the way, will you? All M's all like to get beat up? Qiu Yan raised his hand once again, frightening the few people in front of him by taking 2 steps back. The few tall bodyguards in the back were in a daze. Who would dare to move this without the orders of his own young master? In case you hit the wrong person, you'll be thankful that you're just unemployed. Qiu Yan once again walked over and swung his arm round again, directly frightening a few people who took a few more steps back, just enough to make a gap. Seeing that Qiu Yan was about to walk over again, Wang Ziqing obviously went out of his way and simply crossed his heart and directly blocked in front of Qiu Yan. Wang Xiao looks at death as if it were his own. Warrior, be the cutie who challenged Qiu Yan. Recklessness is also closer to bravery than cowardice. A couple of juniors in the back couldn't hold it together. I really wonder if the young master of the Wang family is missing a bone in his head. You can't mess with anyone but this plague. What's the point of blocking when you've just been slapped and don't even dare to fight back? It's not. Are you sick? What a fetish this is. Qiu Yan blankly glanced at Wang Ziqing without any good reason, only feeling that the person in front of him was inexplicable. If you want to go up there, you'll have to go through me first. Wang Ziqing turned red and just glared at Qiu Yan. Roll on, roll on. Qiu Yan pushed Wang Ziqing away with one hand, which he didn't even want to fight. What if you give him a good beating? Coming to the 4th floor, in her memory, Lin Yuqing seemed to have told her that it was the 8th class of the senior year. Immediately approaching 9 o'clock, people were coming and going in the hallway, and looking at the unfamiliar faces around him, Qiu Yan was really unable to find it. However, finally, they looked at the door of Class 8 and saw their D-class president. He knows him. I think his name is Wu Guoliang. Wu Guoliang was currently surrounded by a group of girls with a business-like fake smile on his face. With his platinum-level bloodline spirit beast, he had also always been a top 10 existence in his grade. Sorry, move over Qiu Yan just squeezed in hard. Wu Guoliang enjoyed the pleasure of being surrounded by bragging rights. As a result, he was cut across and had been a bit upset, and he was just about to throw off his face. But when he saw that the person coming was none other than Qiu Yan, who was #1 in his grade, he immediately changed his face. Qiu, who are you looking for? Is Lin Yuqing here today? Lin Yuqing? I don't see it. It seems like she didn't come today. A trace of displeasure flashed through Wu Guoliang's pupils. Previously, he had been a licking dog for Lin Yuqing for 2 years, and as a result, he was directly issued a good guy card. From then on, but whenever he heard Lin Yuqing's name, it was as if he had suffered a psychological trauma and was directly stressed. Chapter 40, The Exasperated Fang Haochen. It shouldn't be. I haven't seen anyone since this morning, Qiu Yan muttered. But these words were keenly captured by Wu Guoliang. What? Did his own goddess live with Qiu Yen? He looked extremely agitated and trembled as he asked, "What's your relationship with Lin Yuqing?" Qiu Yen was confused. He only came to look for Lin Yuqing. With this Wu Guoliang have set trade relations just friends. Well, I'll go first. Stop! Qiu Yen, who had wanted to leave directly, was suddenly tugged by Wu Guoliang and froze, unable to break free. What the hell will you let go? If he wasn't in a hurry to find Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yen really wanted to release the flaming Qilin to give this little subcapsule a death. This is the time to be a jerk, right? It's so hard to find Lin Yuqing day after day. First, it was Wang Ziqing that, and then it was Wu Guoliang this brainwashed. Is it that he didn't read the yellow calendar when he went out this morning? Not a good day to be looking for someone? You lied. What exactly is your relationship with Lin Yuqing? Wu Guoliang was anxious, and with one hand, he grabbed Qiu Yan's clothes with a death grip, insisting on not letting him go. Although Lin Yuqing had clearly sent him a good guy card, but seeing as Lin Yuqing hadn't been in a relationship for so many years, he still retained a hint of fantasy in his heart. Now the last vestige of illusion in the heart is about to be shattered. He was truly afraid that Lin Yuqing would follow Qiu Yen, this yellow hair, and run away. Please think of Yuan Hua's expression. Dude, your brain dead? It's none of your business. Get off your ass and stop being a pain in the ass. Hearing Qiu Yen speak in this manner, Wu Guoliang became even more convinced of the speculation in his heart. The girls gathered around on the sidelines were dumbfounded and looked at each other, somewhat at a loss for words. They all knew that their class president had chased Lin Yuqing in the past, and now this behavior of stopping Qiu Yen and not letting him go. For a moment it actually felt a bit humiliating. Dead lick dog. Don't tell anyone that this Wu Guoliang is from the 8th class of senior high school. Put him in a class by himself. A few girls who originally had some good feelings for Wu Guoliang cast contemptuous glances. It's actually possible to empathize with it, but it's certainly not understandable. Maybe it's that what you don't get when you're young, you're stuck with for the rest of your life, saying that's floating around the internet? Qiu Yen was on the verge of passing out from anger. I originally with this Wu Guoliang and not much contradiction if the bag people a punch or give people a slap always is not very good look At this moment, the cell phone suddenly ding-dong sound. Who sent the message? Qiu Yen didn't care about Wu Guoliang. He took out his cell phone and opened Weixin. Seeing that the contact was not Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yan's heart flashed with a hint of disappointment that it was Wang Tang who sent the message. However, the next news made Qiu Yan's eyes light up. Dude, come to Suwon Street quickly. That little girlfriend of yours has been captured by the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Our house guards saw it with their own eyes. Good. Old iron is damn reliable. If it wasn't for the screen, Qiu Yen really wanted to kiss Wang Teng. What a good brother. Reliable. Too reliable. For your heart, I'll take care of you in this life. Seeing this, Qiu Yen put away his cell phone and directly shook off Wu Guoliang's hand. Wu Guoliang unsteadily fell toward the back. Bang, fell to the ground. Ahem. Is Lin Yuqing sending you a message? Don't go. Wu Guoliang, a big man, even had no talent to lie on the ground and cry. This hallway is a scene of social death with people coming and going. I'm sorry, haha. You guys screw it up? I'm in a hurry. Qiu Yen hurriedly ran away. Only the confused crowd of Class 8 was left behind. It was just a push. This Wu Guoliang will not live tomorrow, right? This whole thing? They all ducked into the classroom, leaving Wu Guoliang alone to spill his guts in the hallway. Since then, a generation of dog-licking masters has fallen. Qiu Yen ran while sending a message to Dr. Wu to wait for him at the school entrance. Sure enough, I saw the familiar black sedan in front of the school. Qiu Yen got into the passenger seat with a flash. Dr. Wu, quickly, to Suwon Street. Lin Yuqing was captured there by people from the Heavenly Vault Church. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wu wasn't calm anymore and directly kicked the gas and rushed towards Suwon Street. Along the way, Qiu Yen sent a message to Wang Ting. Thanks buddy. It's okay. It just so happens that I'm on Suwon Street as well. Let's see how it goes. I'll wait for you over here. Come on. I'm told that girl isn't in very good shape, but my men are watching over there, so you don't have to worry too much. If there's real danger, my people will step in. Seeing this, Qiu Yan's head was sweating with anxiety, and Dr. Wu understood this feeling. I don't care about the speed limit sign at the intersection. 1 foot on the gas. directly drive the car to 150 yards, with the momentum of a ride towards Suwon Street. Lin Yuqing was very scared at this time. Even though I told my grandmother last night that I would be returning to school today, I was still a little worried and planned to go back to the hospital to check on her before going back to school. I didn't expect to be confused by a stranger covering my mouth and nose when I got on the elevator at the hospital. Even the spirit beasts didn't have time to be released. When I woke up again, I was locked in this small, dark room, and, like number 94 yesterday, chained to a chair. She tried to struggle a bit, but the handcuffs choked her. The room was filled with a faint odor of herbs. Not very pungent, but it just smelled bitter and downright unpleasant. Pop! The lights of the room were suddenly turned on, and the blinding light directly illuminated Lin Yuqing's eyes as she squinted. She dimly saw the figure of a man walking in front of her. Finally got you. Don't you like to hide around? Little mice. Only when her eyes adjusted did Lin Yuqing see the man in front of her. The first impression was that the man in front of him was handsome. Not like Qiu Yan's kind of clean and sunny handsomeness, but more like a feminine beauty. Seeing the man walking slowly towards her, Lin Yuqing panicked and suddenly struggled even more fiercely. Aha! Aha! Since Lin Yuqing's mouth was taped, she couldn't speak at all. The man had already arrived in front of Lin Yuqing, reaching out a mechanical prosthetic hand and slowly caressing her cheek. This righteous hand was unusually cold, and Lin Yuqing only felt a raw pain from the sting. With that, the man was quick to rip the tape off her mouth. Who are you? What the hell do you want? Lin Yuqing shouted, as if she wanted to cover the fear in her heart. Oh, who am I? What do I want? The man suddenly laughed, a maniacal laugh that made Lin Yuqing feel chills all over her body. Do you remember a few days ago? In the dark water swamp? That's you guys. Anji caused a beast wave. The man's voice suddenly grew louder, almost hissing out. This also gave Lin Yuqing a fright. She had some bad feelings in her heart. A beast wave of that magnitude really does reach others. I stayed well in the dark water swamp, but you guys let a beast tide over to find trouble with me. Chapter 41. As expected of a good brother, he is reliable. Say, what else do you really know? Fang Haochen was furious. The crystal cores consumed in the thousands to open the shield once, directly using up the entire year's quota. How could that not hurt him? They were looking at 2 days before they were ready to carry out a terrorist attack in the city, only to be interrupted by a wave of beasts attracted by 2 people at this juncture. Fang Haochen seriously suspected that both Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing knew something. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I advise you to let me go. If the beast tide has really caused you damage, we can pay for it. Lin Yuqing said sincerely, with tears of resignation in her eyes. After all, this whole thing started because of the 2 of them. But these words changed flavor when they reached Fang Haochen's ears. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he raised his righteous hand and slammed it down hard towards the arm of the chair. Bang! The iron chair armrests were directly squeezed into a piece of iron. Compensation? What the are you going to pay for? Do you know how much the old man lost? Just because of this beast tide. It caused me to have to hide outside. It was then that Lin Yuqing came to a realization. It turned out that the real reason why he and Qiu Yan were targeted by the Heavenly Vault Church wasn't because they wanted to capture their spirit beasts for experimentation, but because it caused a beast tide that spread to this church. Since this was the case, Lin Yuqing's inner sense of guilt was gone. Good loss for this cult. It's better to just disappear in the tide of beasts. Forget it. We'll settle the score with you 2 when we catch that Qiu Yan kid. I guarantee you both will absolutely regret being born into this world. Fang Haochen turned away with anger and brought the door of the room with a forceful bang. Seeing the man leave also made Lin Yuqing breathe a sigh of relief. But in her heart, she was still worried about Qiu Yan. She just didn't know what he was doing now. Would he be caught on his way back to school? Since they could notice the 2 of them, they must have investigated Dr. Wu in order to find the man named 94. It didn't matter about his own safety. The point was that the innocent Dr. Wu would also be affected. A sense of guilt once again arose within Lin Yuqing's heart. Qiu Yan, Dr. Wu, you must not be caught by them. If I can't get out of this life, Grandma will be in your care. Grandma was the only family she had left, and she was the only one Lin Yuqing couldn't let go of. Crystalline teardrops crept across her cheeks and dripped silently to the ground. Saddened to the core, she didn't notice that right after Fang Haochen left the room, a shadow on the ground followed him out. Z! The tires scuffed across the ground with a harsh scraping sound. Pulling the car aside, Dr. Wu and Xiao Yan scrambled out of the car. From afar, he saw that Wang Teng was wearing a pair of wide sunglasses today, covering a small half of his face. At that moment, he was pinching a cigarette and squatting on the side of the road to smoke it. The other hand held up his cell phone, snapping and typing. The two spread their legs and rushed over. Seeing the visitor, Wang Teng threw the cigarette that was still half left on the ground and stomped on it. Coming? Where's Lin Yuqing? Qiu Yan gasped and inquired with an anxious face. Don't worry. It's not life-threatening or suffering at the moment, just locked up. Then what are we waiting for? Why don't we go in and save them? Dr. Wu couldn't calm down either. He had been in contact with Lin Yuqing for years and naturally knew that the other party was a good kid. He couldn't see Lin Yuqing being hurt. Take it easy. Wang Teng shook his cell phone and lowered his voice. Waiting for someone. But thanks to you otherwise, maybe our family would really be shady by this heavenly vault church. Did you see all those people around? Those are the eyes of the heavenly vault church. Don't spook them. Qiu Yan looked around without moving. A few people did watch this way and seemed very wary of their sudden appearance. Half a minute to go, we'll go straight in afterward and save the day. Wang Teng found Qiu Yan's Weixin and sent the internal structure over. It also comes with a few guard spreads. Wang Teng sent a few more messages over. Once inside, you'll go straight to the room labeled A11. We'll go straight to the guards and take them out. Don't worry if there's any trouble on the road. My men will take care of it. You're all about saving lives. Wang Teng stood up and shook his slightly numb legs. Of course he knew that the Heavenly Vault Church must have more than just this one stronghold. But that so-called bishop is hiding here, and it just so happens that Qiu Yan's little girlfriend is there. Or maybe, it was because Lin Yuqing was there, that's why the bishop was there. Time's up, let's go. Wang Teng took the lead and walked into this Renji Chinese medicine hall. That's right, this Chinese medicine center is one of the strongholds of the Church of the Vault of Heaven. Seeing Wang Teng take the brunt, Qiu Yan and Dr. Wu immediately followed. Several clusters of shadows behind them followed the trio's footsteps into the store. When I first stepped into the place, it seemed no different from an ordinary Chinese medicine center. A middle-aged uncle sitting on the counter saw the three of them coming aggressively and was thinking of stopping them. But then a man suddenly drilled out from among the shadows behind him and directly knocked him out. Qiu Yan's trio headed straight inside, in which there were constantly martial artists or spirit beasts pouncing out from the side. Since they were protected by shadow guards, these attacks could not pose any threat to Qiu Yan's trio at all. All of them were knocked out in a few shots by a few shadow guards behind them. But there was no killing. After all, they had notified the Dragon Guard Bureau a long time ago, and it was better not to start a killing spree. After about 2 minutes of walking, the three saw a dark tunnel exposed. Yo, what does that mean? Blatantly letting us in? Are you really sure about us? There must be an ambush, you guys wait. I'll send the shadow guards down to scout the way. Wang Teng was immediately about to order down towards his back, but he was directly tugged by Qiu Yan's sleeve. Don't. Back in the car, Qiu Yan had exchanged information with Wang Teng. According to the information reported by Lu Hong, the Heavenly Vault Church likely possessed a means of forcibly suppressing cultivation. Now that the portal is wide open, it is highly likely that the Church of the Vault of Heaven has such means down there. If the gold-level shadow guards were the first to go in, perhaps their cultivation would really be suppressed to black iron level. Even though the physical qualities of a gold cultivation body refining sect martial artist far exceeded black iron. After all, the enemy was in the dark and I was in the light. Once his cultivation was suppressed to the black iron level, it was basically very difficult to maintain his form with shadow vanishing without trace. The threshold for using this martial art was very high, and one had to have at least a gold-level aura reserve. I'll let Cinderblock explore first. Qiu Yan flipped his palm and the coal ball appeared at his side. To an outsider, though, it was a black orb 1 person high. It was just that the orb was very weird, as if it was alive and constantly wriggling. Qiu Yan precisely intended to let coal ball manipulate the body fluids to spread towards the bottom. After all, these were also considered part of coal ball's body, and coal ball was able to sense the specifics of the situation below through the body fluids. Chapter 42: The Mysterious Crystal Gate. Gobble gobble. Seeing this mysterious spirit beast in front of Qiu Yan, several other people felt a little creeped out. The Cinderblock's bodily fluids began to spread downward, and in less than half a minute, these touched the bottom. As luck would have it, the few men on guard below were gazing intently at the entrance above, oblivious to the dark bodily fluids that crept closer. What the hell is this? One of them exclaimed. Oops, the body is paralyzed. The other man shouted. Quickly, quickly go inform His Grace the Bishop. Open the protective array. They're coming down. Immediately afterward, Qiu Yan and the others heard a few cries of alarm coming from the bottom of the tunnel, followed by a few thumps, which seemed to indicate that those people had been put down. It was only then that he turned back to greet them and walked slowly down the stairs. The bottom floor was pitch black, and the air was filled with the strange odor of dust intertwined with herbs. Qiu Yan turned on his cell phone flash, and the beam illuminated the dust flying around, making his breathing cautious for a moment. Does this Church of the Vault of Heaven live in this dank underground like rats? Such a big organization can't even afford to hire a cleaning lady. Holy, this. Wang Teng also covered his mouth and nose when he saw this, and fanned the air in front of him in a frenzied manner, who expected that the breeze generated involved even more dust, and Wang Teng could only flee down in a panic. Descending to the lowest level, Qiu Yan realized that there wasn't much space here. It was probably just a small room of about 20 square feet, with a few black-robed men lying around, presumably. Qiu Yan definitely wouldn't let go of the opportunity to pick up the pieces, and immediately dug around on these few people. Normally, important things would be placed in the Imperial Beast space or a martial artist storage space. So Qiu Yan could only sporadically find some food, scattered bills, and a few crystal cores. But even with this, Qiu Yan was already satisfied. Against the map, he continued on, only to be blocked by a gate made of purple crystal. The gate was inlaid with various metals, ornate and at the same time exuding an invisible pressure that made several people feel a sense of depression. Dang it! Wang Teng reached out his hand and knocked on the door, and a dull sound came from it. He then pushed hard on the door and it didn't budge. Qiu Yan lifted his cell phone to look at the map. If he wanted to save Lin Yuqing, there was a road in front of him that he had to go through, and the construction plans don't have this gate-like marking. So the door blocking them had just appeared, and it seemed impossible to open with brute force. Qiu Yan raised his flash and scrutinized the crystal gate in front of him. The gate blocked the path behind them so tightly that even Cinderblock or Shadowguard couldn't drill through it. Move aside, children, and let me try to see if I can get through this door from the side. Dr. Wu stood in front of the two men, luck in his fist, ready to strike with all his might. Red Sky Fist. The full-force strike of a gold-level martial artist was quite terrifying. Bang! There was a loud bang, as if it was a thunderstorm from the flat earth, and the wind of the fist rose up in all directions, blowing Qiu Yan's robes hunting. However, just at the moment Wu Liang's fist made contact with the crystal gate, something unexpected happened. The seemingly hard exterior of the crystal gate produced ripples that seemed to defuse the attack with ease. It was surprisingly motionless to the full force of a gold-level martial artist's strike. Dr. Wu, how are you? Qiu Yan immediately walked over and asked with a concerned face. Dr. Wu exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, shook his slightly numb hand, and shook his head. It's fine. I'm just a little numb from the force of the recoil. Soon, however, a dense layer of light shimmered above the crystal gate. The gold-level martial artists present simultaneously felt a surge of pressure. Immediately afterward, they felt the power in their bodies draining away. The few shadow guards behind Wang Teng also showed their forms as a result, and one of the younger women said in a deep voice towards Wang Teng, "Young master, that door seems to be the source of the suppression of our strength. We can no longer afford to maintain the shadow state. Could it be that Wu Liang's punch activated the suppression effect of this gate?" However, the halo of the crystal gate did not disappear, and the people present, except for Qiu Yan and Wang Teng, could basically feel the sensation of their cultivation being suppressed. Not good. Our cultivation is gradually declining. It's about to drop to silver level. Qiu Yan took a glance at the crowd. All of them were white in color, their footsteps were weak, and they seemed to be becoming weaker. The gate was like a vacuum cleaner, absorbing almost all of the people's cultivation. It wasn't until all of the people's cultivation levels had dropped to black iron, at which point the light from the crystal gate slowly dissipated. The crowd felt a force of rules at the same time, similar to the whole person putting on heavy clothing in winter, feeling uncomfortable everywhere. And just as the light dissipated, the crystal gate disappeared together. Seeing that the portal in front of them was wide open, at this moment, a hint of an unpleasant premonition also rose in the hearts of Qiu Yan and the others. The crystal gate seemed to work in arranged fashion, and as long as a few people didn't move away from it, they would remain under the suppressive effect. Lu Heng told me that this is a domain-type spell formation. As long as one is in this formation, the enemy will also be subject to the suppressive effects of the spell. Let's go. Everyone is now at the Black Iron level. Can't we be defeated by a district's heavenly vault church? At once, Wang Tang's words seemed to have revitalized the low mood of the crowd. That is, I, Muexian, have been practicing martial arts in the Wang family since I was a child. Am I not as good as this bunch of dirty worms? Even though my cultivation level is lowered now, I can feel that the muscles and bones that were once strengthened are still there. It's merely that I can't use my martial arts skills. Since the enemy uses such despicable means, its own cultivation must not be high. If it's a competition of physical bodies, I, Xiao Wall, ask myself that I haven't been afraid of anyone yet. The shadow guards who were still in the middle of the room had all shown themselves, 6 in total. Together with Qiu Yen, Wang Tang, and Dr. Wu, there were surprisingly 7 gold-level martial artists among the 9 people, which was a considerable force and the source of everyone's confidence. Wang Tang clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop. Everyone knows that last night I asked Lu Heng to track down the Heavenly Vault Church to come, right? And that's how the conspiracy of the Church of the Vault of Heaven was discovered. Here, it's thanks to this brother Qiu Yen. If it wasn't for his reminder, perhaps my Wang family would have really been undermined by this Heavenly Vault Church. He'll be considered my brother for life from now on. He has full authority to represent me in my absence. Yes, the several shadow guards nodded their heads in succession, while at the same time dropping the guard against Qiu Yen in their hearts. Wang Tang paused, then raised his voice a few degrees. If someone wants to make a move against my Wang family, then he will have to weigh whether he has the strength to do so. Everyone, no holding back next. The kind that never makes up a second cut if you can kill with one. Yes. Chapter 43 The Monster. 9 people could be seen moving quickly through the intricate hallways of the building. Every now and then an enemy would emerge from among the shadows, and then would be swiftly sliced through the throat by a glittering tanged knife. A11 seems to be out of our way. You go over and save Lin Yuqing first. We'll go and slaughter that dog for the bishop. Wang Tang waved his hand and casually ordered 2 people. Dear Lin, Xiao Wall, you 2 follow Qiu Yen. Protect him. The 2 nodded and detached themselves from the standing formation. To their own young master, they were 100% trusting and obedient. Even if Wang Ting asked them to directly send them to their deaths, they would not have the slightest hesitation. This is the Shadow Guards, the dead soldiers that the Wang family has been cultivating since childhood. Most of them were orphans or had strayed into the hands of human traffickers and were rescued by the Wang family. But all those who were able to find their parents were sent back by the Wang family. The rest of them seemed to have become the world's outcasts. It was the Wang family that adopted them. It was the Wang family that gave them their name, and it was the Wang family that gave them a place to rest in the midst of the chaos. Therefore, they were willing to become the sharpest swords under the Wang family. If their deaths could change the Wang family for the better, they would not hesitate to die. However, as far as a medium-sized city like Zhonghai City was concerned, there was no one who could threaten them is all. Go! Qiu Yen greeted him, memorized the map in his phone, and ran directly towards the distance 1 step ahead of the others. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Looks like you don't need to send someone special to catch that little boyfriend of yours. Look at that, he's come to your rescue with so many people. Fang Haochen handed a tablet to Lin Yuqing's face, and the image displayed on it was the very same surveillance screen that Qiu Yen and the others had rushed all the way to. Along the way, blood was splattered. The blood of the martial artists and the blood of the spirit beasts gathered into a single strand and flowed down the sewer. Lin Yuqing was anxious when she saw several more hideous wounds appear on Qiu Yan's body. After all, Qiu Yan was obviously going deeper into the tiger's den for his own sake. If Qiu Yan is also accounted for here, then who should take care of Grandma? But Lin Yuqing saw one of the small rooms amongst a whole page of monitored rooms. The location there seems to be deeper than the current negative level. An opening was left above the ceiling of the small room. The blood that flowed from those who died on the negative floor gathered into a small stream and dripped down evenly, just enough to drip into a huge container of cylinders. Vaguely, one could still see that there was a humanoid monster in the middle of that container, and the blood was getting more and more, almost soaking the whole body of that monster. What are you collecting their blood for? Lin Yuqing felt bad at once. She smelled a scent of conspiracy. Oh, that's quite a sharp eye. To tell you the truth, Everyone here tonight will die. Of course, you're sure to die too. Fong Haochen looked at Lin Yuqing with a smug expression, his eyes filled with pride. Have you just settled on Qiu Yan and the others? Why are you so confident? Lin Yuqing frowned as she looked at the images in the surveillance. It was obvious that Qiu Yan's side had the upper hand. Even though the people and spirit beasts of the Heavenly Vault Church were constantly emerging from the shadows, they were all killed by Qiu Yan and the others with a single slash without exception. Where on earth does he get his confidence from? Could the monster in that room be his killer? Lin Yuqing felt a hint of something bad and couldn't help but start worrying in her heart. Fong Haochen turned around and turned the small room's surveillance into a large screen, staring closely at the monster. The monster has human-like limbs, but doesn't look like a human. It's almost like a collection of flesh and blood coming together. Those skin in contact with the blood bulged like the gills of a fish and began to draw in the blood continuously. Slowly, tiny scales began to appear on its body, as if awakened by this blood, and surprisingly, it began to stretch its limbs in the middle of the container. Because he was also in this realm, Lu Heng was also suppressed in his realm. Originally, he transformed into a shadow and followed the bishop extremely stealthily, able to keep track of his whereabouts. However, because his cultivation had been suppressed, Lu Heng had no choice but to come behind cover and resume his human form. When he peeked out again, the bishop had surprisingly disappeared. Of course he knew that his young master was fighting outside, but his mission was simply to lurk around. Even though the battle was so intense, he could not go forward to help Wang Tung. It is now imperative that the bishop be found again, because now that he was out of his shadow state, he was in an awkward position. He was in the enemy's hinterland, but he couldn't go anywhere. Once he showed his head, he would definitely cause the Heavenly Vault Church to attack him. Having no choice but to hide his figure as much as possible, he could only probe around with extreme caution. He guessed that the bishop was in room A11. But every 10 seconds along the way, a Sky Dome Church combat team would patrol. This left Lu Heng without a single chance. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a sudden vibration below him. It's not right. This is not an illusion. Something must exist beneath himself. He got down on the ground, and his ear was close to the ground, just below, and could hear a hissing sound. At the moment he was in a hurry. Even knowing that there was something extremely scary below him, there was nothing he could do about it. At the same time as his cultivation was suppressed, he realized that any communication devices were out of order. Being unable to pass on the message meant that they had no way to call for reinforcements afterward, even if they were caught in a bitter battle. Qiu Yan's side was still rushing towards room A11. But the closer you get to your destination, the more guards there are on the road. It made Qiu Yan wonder if there was anyone else in A11. If it was one Lin Yuqing, would so many troops be needed to guard it? Suddenly, everyone heard a growl from below. Such a sound was neither human nor like that made by a spirit beast. Without waiting for Qiu Yan to react, the floorboards under his feet instantly shattered. If it wasn't for the quick eye of dear Lin on the side who pulled Qiu Yan over, I'm sure Qiu Yan would have fallen down by now. The floorboards under their feet shattered, gradually forming a large hole with a radius of 10 meters, and several people followed the large hole towards the bottom. Immediately afterward, several people saw a rather horrifying scene. A humanoid monster was looking up at them. The creature had no features and certainly no eyes, so this movement of raising its head seemed even more bizarre. Several of the men who saw the creature shook violently, and their breathing became more and more rapid. What kind of monster is this? Diren opened his mouth trembling. She had lived in the Wang family for 20 to 30 years and had performed countless tasks. Even then, it was impossible to avoid panic at the sight before them, because the existence of that thing was completely contrary to common sense, as if it should never have existed above this world in the first place. Chapter 44: The Might of the Blood Demon. Roar! The creature below let out a low growl and made no other movements for the time being, just holding his head up like a big boss in the middle of an RPG game, full of oppression. Seeing the surveillance, Fong Haochen immediately felt ecstatic, and for a while he actually went a little crazy. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! This is the Blood Demon. This is the Blood Demon from the Sky Vault clan. Hurry up! Hurry up and open the teleportation array. The Blood Demon has been successfully awakened. If we delay a little longer, the Blood Demon will kill everything here. This monster was something to behold. A demonic creature that was a disaster for the Sky Vault clan. Back then, It cost the Heavenly Vault clan tens of thousands of troops and powerhouses, which barely managed to seal the Blood Demon. Even this replica of the then Blood Demon of the Sky Vault clan on the blue planet was enough of a headache. Surprised, Fang Haochen didn't forget to instruct his men to inject spiritual energy towards the teleportation array. Too slow. All of you go over there. At this moment, everyone except Fang Haochen was injecting spiritual energy towards the teleportation array. Soon the dense light was displayed above the spell formation. Go! With a wave of Fang Haochen's righteous hand, Number 2 and the others followed him and stood together in the teleportation spell formation. The figures disappeared in a few breaths. All traces of this place were erased as if it had never existed. The only person left in the entire room was Lin Yuqing, who was tied to an iron chair. Fang Haochen wouldn't be kind enough to take her along. The ones he had taken were all his own beloved ones. After all, taking one more person would consume more crystal cores. The plan to torture the two men properly would have to go out the window. Fang Haochen's few people were instantly transported to a secret realm. This world was chaotic and boundless, with thunder constantly streaking across the sky, and gusty winds swept the sands, blowing a few people squinting their eyes. Even though he was out of danger, Fang Haochen's heart was still unbearable. Originally, he wanted to awaken the Blood Demon in the downtown area of Zhonghai City. He didn't expect Xiao Yan and the Wang family to fight together, which forced him to awaken the Blood Demon early. Grass. What is this lately? It's just bad luck. But he was also secretly relieved. At least most of the Wang clan's shadow guards were all present, and although awakening the Blood Demon this time had cost a considerable amount, it wasn't a particular loss. The next plan to unite other forces to eat up the Wang family could likewise be carried out. Qiu Yan looked at the flesh and blood below and suddenly felt the pressure steepen. One of the Heavenly Vault Church's congregation had thought to make a sneak attack while everyone was staring at the Blood Demon. Who knew that just as he took his first step, the Blood Demon noticed him. From within its body, a tentacle branched out and pierced through the congregation in the blink of an eye. Before it continued to draw blood like a straw, that poor congregation member tore his lungs out and wailed. And in no time at all, he lost his vitality, and his entire body became like a dried corpse fresh out of the ground. The people who saw this scene were all horrified. One of the shadow guards was unsteady and unconsciously moved half a step forward, and instantly suffered an attack as well. Relying on his martial arts background from years of training, a lower back barely dodged this attack, just as he was breathing a sigh of relief. Accidents happen. That Blood Demon unexpectedly split two tentacles again and stabbed towards the shadow guard. This time, the shadow guard waved his long knife, separated a tentacle, issued a when sound, like the sound of gold and iron clash. But then another tentacle attacked, directly piercing the shadow guard completely. Qiu Yan's throat rolled. Suddenly I remembered a story from my last life. There was a terrorist attack in the center of the city that killed over 3,000 people, with no blood at the scene, but the cause of death was almost exclusively drained of blood. The Dragon Kingdom deployed the entire city's police force and couldn't solve the problem. And in the end, it was only through the special incident handling team that they were able to get it done. And the story only existed for 10 minutes before it was immediately deleted again. Could it be that this monster in front of us is the culprit of that attack? Now that's trouble. With just the few of them, it wasn't enough for that monster to get an appetite. Wang Tung's side was on the verge of digging up the bishop's office, but he still hadn't found the bishop. Searching to no avail, he decided to go and round with Qiu Yan first. It was easy to follow the map and find A11 and stand on the opposite side of this corridor where Qiu Yan was. Don't move. Seeing the visitor, Qiu Yan hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. Wang Tong looked at Qiu Yan in a bewildered manner, seemingly puzzled by the two words that had no beginning or end. But it was too late. Suddenly, a heel of scarlet tentacles shot out steeply from the large hole in the center of the corridor, and looking at the trajectory, it was heading directly towards Wang Tung's heart. Young master, danger! A shadow guard scurried out from the side and directly blocked in front of Wang Tung. The tentacle effortlessly pierced into the shadow guard's body and once again began to draw blood. This scene scared Wang Tung to the point that he broke out into a cold sweat, and bean-sized beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead. He just wanted to assist the shadow guard in front of him. But then he thought of Qiu Yan's bellowing cry. Don't move! Wang Tung watched the shadow guards die in front of him, so anxious that his blood rushed up. But he couldn't do anything at all. What the is this? He turned his eyes and likewise saw the blood demon below. At this moment, that blood demon had inhaled the blood of 3 more people, and its entire figure seemed to have grown a few more points larger. Tiny scales sprouted from its body as far as the naked eye could see, just like a lizard man. Qiu Yen also discovered the monster's hunting rules. The creature has no sight or hearing. It is only able to sense objects that are in motion. As long as a few people didn't move around, their lives weren't in danger for the time being. But it's not a permanent solution, and it's still acceptable to hold out like this for a few hours. But what about days? What about years? Is it going to stay here until it dies? Thinking of this, Qiu Yen decided to take a risk. This monster likes to devour blood, doesn't it? It attacks things that move.
Briquette.
Eat him up for me. The commanded cinder block slowly crawled towards the creature. Although the cinder block was dynamic, the creature didn't react in the slightest. This also allowed Qiu Yen to realize that the monster was similarly unable to perceive the flowing liquid. At the moment, even though the cinder block had crawled to its feet and started to snatch the blood that was supposed to belong to it, it still stood there like a log. Dang! Cole Ball's body accidentally touched off a piece of gravel, and the creature immediately swung its tentacles and directly struck the fist-sized piece of gravel to pieces. It wasn't until the cinder block crawled up the creature's body that it noticed anything. A tentacle split out and just drew up at the cinder block. In just a few seconds, the cinder block's original small car-like size shrunk dramatically to the size of a table. The cinder block side is no slouch either. Like to suck? It was also frantically drawing on the pool of blood below it, secreting bodily fluids just as frantically. Finally, the creature realized something was wrong. Its fluttering tentacles came to an abrupt halt, followed by frantic shivering. It was as if he had eaten something he shouldn't have, and he fell straight to the ground. The few people around them looked delighted, and immediately afterward they realized that the scarlet body of the monster itself began to gradually ooze black liquid. It was obvious that Cinderella's bodily fluids were contaminating its body. The king of the geocentric slimes sure is a bully. Chapter 45. Mama. Explode with it. Just as a few people breathed a sigh of relief, the blood demon seemed to be becoming extremely agonized, as black and red tentacles kept splitting out from above his body, waving continuously in the middle of the room. Any obstruction would be slapped into pieces by these tentacles, so much so that the whole basement shook a bit. Oh no, it's gone berserk. If this monster was allowed to continue its destruction, everyone would definitely be buried alive. Dense cracks could be seen as far as the naked eye could see. Dust and smoke rose in the air, and broken rocks were constantly falling. The creature seemed to be attacking things around it indiscriminately. Qiu Yen crossed his heart and tried to move 2 steps. Sure enough, the tentacles didn't rush towards him. His guess was right. Wang Teng, behind you is A11. You guys go find Lin Yuqing and come out around the other side afterward. As he shouted towards the opposite side, the flame Kirin and purple moon appeared beside him, directly shattering those falling chunks of debris. Seeing this, Wang Teng directly did a cartwheel to dodge the tiny stones that had shattered. When he came to the door, he raised his hand and lucked out, smashing the lock with a single palm strike, and his whole body drilled in very nimbly. The first thing he saw was Lin Yuqing, who was tied to a chair. Are you okay? Have you seen anyone else? Lin Yuqing saw the visitor and instantly recognized that this was none other than Qiu Yan's old classmate. Could it be that Qiu Yan directly called all his friends over? She shook her head hurriedly. They all left through the teleportation array over there. The one outside is called Blood Demon. It seems to be some kind of so-and-so demon from the Heavenly Vault clan. How is Qiu Yan doing? Wang Teng numbly split the handcuffs with a slap. The handcuffs mainly limited Lin Yuqing's own abilities, but Wang Teng, as an external force, was able to cleave through them easily. Qiu Yan is fine. The creature has gone berserk out there. Let's hurry out first. The two were just about to scatter out the door when the black and red tentacles slashed towards them by mistake. Dang! Lu Heng appeared from the side and crossed his long sword, barely parrying the attack. However, he himself directly flew backwards due to the huge impact, and his entire body slammed into a side wall. Ahem! Lu Heng coughed violently. This time, it felt like being knocked out by an 80-yard car, and the ribs in his chest broke several times one after another. Seeing this, Wang Teng scurried to him in a few dodges, framed Lu Heng's arm and moved him onto his body. Seeing the side of the load-bearing wall is about to fall to the two, at this time and then want to dodge is still too late. Lin Yuqing's reaction was very quick, and she immediately let out a delicate cry. Iron Mountain, rock barrier. Iron Mountain, whose body was encased in rock armor, appeared and stomped hard towards the ground. Instantly, a rock slab appeared above Wang Teng, just blocking the collapsed wall. Wang Teng wiped the sweat from his head with palpitations. If you get smashed down, you kind of don't even have to find a grave. Too late to thank him. He and Lin Yuqing gestured towards Qiu Yan on the opposite side of the room, turned their heads and ran towards the exit. Fortunately, there were shadow guards and Tai Shan to cover him along the way. Wang Teng, with the memories of his arrival, bent around the underground for quite a long time before bringing Lin Yuqing back to the entrance of the basement. When Lin Yuqing saw that Qiu Yan hadn't come out yet, she was so anxious that she was about to turn around and go in to look for someone. But she was directly stopped by the Dragon State police who had come to provide support. "Just don't go, little girl. Let's do it." The one who spoke out was a man around 40 years of age, roughly 1.9 meters in height, much taller than Wang Teng. His name is Thunder, and he is the captain of the Dragon Scale Squad, a special incident handling team in the Dragon Kingdom. Lei Ting stood here, blocking Lin Yuqing like a wall. "Uncle, quick, go and save the people. There are still 4 people in there who haven't come out." Upon hearing this, 4 more police officers came down from the side of the Dragon Country Police. They nodded towards Lin Yuqing and directly followed Thunder into the basement. A light flashed on several people, and a pair of steel armor appeared on their bodies, and the surrounding debris falling on it surprisingly didn't even have scratches on it. Qiu Yan's side was already somewhat unable to hold on. The monster seemed to have completely fallen into a frenzy, and anything that appeared in its attack range would be attacked. At the critical moment, Cinderella actually fell into a coma. It wasn't known if it was caused by swallowing too much monster blood, or if it was an aftereffect of secreting a large amount of bodily fluids. That's a bit fatal. Since Qiu Yan and the coal ball were still some distance away, he couldn't retract it for a while, and there was a chance that Ziyu might accidentally injure the coal ball if she allowed her to attack the monster with her electric light arrows. It's hard to let the flame griffin burn this place down with a single fire, isn't it? Due to the top collapsing, the space Qiu Yan was in was getting smaller and smaller. At this time, if you use the burning flame sea of fire, I'm afraid that without burning that monster, you will first burn yourself to death. But Cinderella can't come back. Qiu Yan, we're not going to be able to hold out much longer. If we can't, let's go first. Dr. Wu also spoke from the sidelines. After holding out for so long, his stamina had long since failed to keep up. Originally, the cultivation was suppressed and weak, like being an obese person himself and suddenly cutting off half of his stomach. Even though he was still able to draw in the aura in the air, he was never able to satisfy the energy needed by his body. "You guys go ahead. I'll be out in a minute when Cinderblock wakes up. Then you two, you should hurry up and get out too. Leave me alone. Qiu Yan, leave your spirit beast alone. Hurry up." Dr. Wu directly tugged Qiu Yan's arm and was about to run towards the outside. But at that moment, a huge rock directly smashed down. Having no choice but to let go of Qiu Yan, Dr. Wu pushed him to the side and fell towards the back himself. Boom! The boulder separated the 2 people tightly, and Dr. Wu, who was suppressed in his realm, could not move the boulder away at all. "You wait. Protect yourself. I'll go outside and get someone to save you." Even Dr. Wu, who was somewhat helpless at the moment, turned back and followed the 2 shadow guards to withdraw from this room. Just after the trio had completely withdrawn from the corridor, the last way of retreat in this corridor at the entrance to A11 was also completely blocked. At this moment, Qiu Yan was the only one left here, and that monster was rolling all over the ground at this moment, causing Qiu Yan to enter the attack range as well. "Don't you dare make me ow. Sea of burning flames." The flame fire Qilin opened its mouth and directly a thick pillar of fire shot towards the blood demon. Due to the fire-resistant body fluids of the cinder block, there was no need to worry about accidentally injuring friendly troops. At this moment, Qiu Yan was clearly cornered. Just explode with it. Since you like to suck blood, I'll heat you up." The pillar of fire directly hit the blood demon, and a gust of heat filled the air at the moment. Soon an unpleasant odor of burnt protein filled the air. Even Qiu Yan couldn't help but cover his nose. In an instant, the temperature within the entire space rose sharply. It could be seen that the pillar of fire sprayed by the flame Qilin just now was so powerful that the polymer heat-resistant material floor behind the blood demon was scorched and melted. But when the flames dissipated, the blood demon was still standing in the center of the battlefield. Chapter 46. Pops says, "To defeat magic with magic." Special milk. This are not dead. Famous knife, right? Qiu Yen cursed and kept calling out to Cole Ball through the Imperial Beast contract. But every time a command was issued, it was like a stone dropped into the sea, with no response at all. Classmates, you're not allowed to sleep here. The cinder block was as motionless as if it had fallen asleep. Blood Demon climbed up from the ground, looking extremely wretched in his current state. Not only did his body become scorched black, but even his original arm was broken off. Roar! Seeing the monster become dumbfounded, the flame Qilin bulged its muscles, ready to charge at any time. Qiu Yen also took advantage of this moment to directly roll over and sit on the flame Qilin. Charge! Purple Moon twisted her snake body and unhurriedly swept after her. The two beasts charged straight towards the Blood Demon. Just as it was about to get close to the Blood Demon, it suddenly went berserk once again, and all the tentacles on its body rushed towards Qiu Yen. Haste! Flaming wings! The flame Qilin's running speed increased steeply as it scurried forward, directly dodging those tentacles. Those tentacles dug right into the ground, and once again there was an explosion. Subsequently, a pair of huge flaming wings appeared behind the flame Qilin and flapped regularly. Although the biplane could not allow the flame griffin to fly in the air, it was at least able to drastically reduce its weight. This also caused the flame Qilin to charge forward even faster. In just an instant, it approached within 10 meters of Blood Demon and Cinderblock. With a wave of Qiu Yan's hand, the coal ball instantly transformed into a ray of light and settled back into the Imperial Beast space. Couldn't be helped. In fact, Qiu Yan didn't want to take such a risk. It can only be retrieved if it is no more than 10 meters away from the spirit animal. In order to retrieve the Cinderblock, he almost had to be stabbed into a sieve by the Blood Demon's tentacles. While the Flamefire Qilin brushed past the Blood Demon, the sky-covering tentacles followed closely behind. Purple Moon. Fierce Charge. Thunder Tooth. Purple Moon directly activated the skill, Fierce Rush. In the blink of an eye, he approached the Blood Demon, and then opened his mouth to bite down towards the Blood Demon. One could see what appeared to be tiny bits of thunder still wrapped around the serpent's fangs. Bear! The sharp snake teeth directly penetrated the Blood Demon's skin. The powerful electric current directly penetrated the entire body of the Blood Demon, directly making those tentacles all yenba down, fiercely slapped on the ground, splashing bursts of dust. But this was only a burst-type skill after all. After being paralyzed, the Blood Demon then came back to his senses once again, and his other intact arm threw itself fiercely towards Ziyu, directly sending her flying. Even one of the serpent's teeth had been broken, and the remaining one had been left deep within the Blood Demon's body. Qiu Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he saw this. You should know that the monster in front of you had been weakened by Cinderblock, although that's why it's gotten so crazy. However, if this monster still maintained its sanity, perhaps Wang Teng and the others would not have had the chance to rescue Lin Yuqing at all. First, he was fiercely blasted by the flame Qilin, and then he ate a thunder tooth. It's amazing that it's still so powerful after all this. This also made Qiu Yan wonder what kind of organization the Heavenly Vault Church was personally. Initially, he just thought it was a group of people who had malicious intent towards the society and were ready to attack and take revenge on the society. It wasn't until today that Qiu Yan found out how uncomplicated this organization was. First of all, the monster in front of me seemed very unreasonable. I wonder how the Church of the Vault of Heaven researched this. If they could really spawn such a terrifying monster, it would be a great threat to the entire Dragon Kingdom. After all, this thing had thick blood, high defense, and crucially, it could draw blood to become stronger. And now, the Blood Demon General struck again, maneuvering all over his tentacles and stabbing towards Qiu Yan once more. This time, no matter how much the flame Qilin pranced and dodged, those tentacles followed closely behind. Seeing that there was no way back, Qiu Yan simply crossed his heart and directly made the Flamefire Qilin turn around, once again launching a final attack towards the Blood Demon. Just then, news came from the Imperial Beast space. Briquette woke up, and it evolved. It seems to be that Cinderblock has similar traits and abilities to that monster. When the Cinderblock devoured the other's blood, it produced some marvelous changes. For example, it could also split its strong tentacles to attack its enemies, just like a Blood Demon. That's great news. Cinderblock's original means of attack would have been to sneak up and inject toxins towards the opponent. Now there's finally a head-to-head fight. With a flash of light, the Cinderblock appeared next to it. Facing the incoming tentacles, Cinderblock similarly split his tentacles and directly touched them hard. Boom! Just as the two sides made contact, there was a loud sound that seemed to shatter Chiu Yan's eardrums. It was clear that Briquette had taken the upper hand. After all, Chiu Yan's family's cinderblock cultivation was actually silver level. Although Chiu Yan was contracted, his cultivation would be appropriately suppressed. However, due to the fact that the blood demon had not been replenished with blood for a long period of time, it was at this point that it began to become weaker and weaker. It's understandable blood demons are able to gain enhancement by drawing on the blood of others. It's like a big truck pulling or not pulling a steel coil. Surely the power is different. If there was a sufficient supply of blood, the blood demon would definitely become a great disaster. But well, the current blood demon was as malnourished as a cinderblock, so even a cinderblock could be easily handled. Cinderblock, suck it dry. Chiu Yan knew that he had to use magic to defeat magic. The cinderblock sucks the blood of the blood demon and evolves itself. When a blood demon sucks on the body fluids of a cinderblock, it is directly poisoned to affect its battle power. You say that people were supposed to eat rice but ended up with bark in their mouths. Can this not be weak? Instead, the cinderblock grew stronger and stronger, and the blood demon had even begun to shiver by the end of the day. Seeing that the blood demon was about to be powerless to resist, Cole Ball found the right opportunity and directly incorporated it into his body. Even if the blood demon struggled as much as he could, as the blood in his body gradually dwindled, he slowly lost his ability to resist amidst the cinderblock's bodily fluids. Chiu Yan sat down against the ruins on the side, feeling like his entire body was going to be deflated. Such a thrill this early in the morning that it's impossible to top it. And having been in such an airless place for such a strenuous exercise, resulting in a severe lack of oxygen to the brain, Chiu Yan only felt a wave of dizziness. The cinderblock moved slowly as well. Although cinderblock now had the same blood demon's ability, if he directly forced the opening to break through, it could lead to another collapse. Chiu Yan opened the Imperial Beast space and collected the purple moon back, leaving only the coal ball and flamefire Qilin beside him to guard his safety. I was thinking of leaning back and resting for a few moments, but I didn't expect to fall right back asleep. Just a dazed feeling of a ray of light shining on his cheek. Then a rush of footsteps sounded around them. Looks like this is the kid who stayed here. Doesn't seem to be dead, just passed out. Check around to see where the monster called Blood Demon went. A woman with a pretty cold face stepped out, observing the traces around. The conclusion that was finally reached was then that Chiu Yan had already annihilated that monster, and moreover, the other party's corpse was nowhere to be found. Chapter 47 I Hate Rich People. Tisk, TSK, Earth-centered slime? A flaming unicorn? Any one of them alone is a spirit beast that makes the outside world go crazy. What's this kid's origin, Sway Yu? Look back and check. It feels like he's just in high school. Such a talent. If you have the opportunity, directly absorb it into our dragon scale. Lei Ting looked at the sleeping Chiu Yan and immediately had his teammates carry him on their backs. It wasn't until a few people exited the underground passage that Chiu Yan woke up leisurely. Perhaps it was the aftermath of using the 3 Qi gathering forms, always feeling especially sleepy lately. Chiu Yan, how are you doing? Where's the monster? Lin Yuqing ran straight over, looking at Chiu Yan with a worried expression. The small hands were picking at Chiu Yan's body haphazardly, and seeing that he was not injured, he was able to let out a long sigh of relief. Don't be afraid, little girl. Although he has some wounds on his body, they are not fatal. We took care of it for him before it came out. He actually killed that monster before we got here. We just rescued him too. The one who spoke out was the female member named Sway Yu. Her voice was clear and cold, but it was hard to hide the tenderness in it. However, these words had clearly caused an uproar, and the people present looked at Chiu Yan, not expecting this young man to have solved the monster on his own. Amazing. Thank you for getting him out of there. I don't know what I would have done otherwise. Obviously they came to my rescue. I didn't realize. Lin Yuqing's eyes reddened, no longer able to hold back her inner aggression and self-reproach, teardrop after teardrop slipping down. Chiu Yan really couldn't see Lin Yuqing sad, and directly rolled off that dude's body, giving the impression of being alive and well. It's fine, we've directly destroyed a stronghold of the Heavenly Vault Church today. That's also considered to be ridding the people of evil. What's so sad about it? Chiu Yan's hand was wrapped like a doryman, and patting Lin Yuqing's shoulder at this moment looked extremely comical. Eft. Lin Yuqing laughed out loud when she saw this crying, and annoyed, she slapped a blow at Chiu Yan. It directly gave Chiu Yan a painful grimace. It's good that it's okay. This way, I'll give you the contact information of the police over there. If you're free, just go and cooperate to make a statement. Never mind. Just add me on Twitter and contact me. Lei Tang directly opened the QR code. Qiu Yan pulled out his phone only to realize that his phone did not know when it had broken into two halves. He could only smile awkwardly towards Captain Thunder and give out his cell phone number. Qiu Yan looked around and realized that there were quite a few injured shadow guards around. Even the female shadow guard named Dear Lin, who had followed him earlier, was also sitting on the ground, hugging her calves, with a stoic look on her face. At this moment, Wang Tang arranged his own shadow guards before walking over. Dude, awesome. I saw that you hadn't come out for so long. I thought you were going to Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yuqing's brows furrowed as she rewarded Wang Tang with a slap on the shoulder in a somewhat unfavorable manner.
哟，这就开始互上了。
But I heard from Brother Qiu that you two aren't together yet. Wang Tang looked at Qiu Yan with a bad smile on his face. The derisive look on his face was unmistakable. Lin Yuqing's small face was like a ripe peach, quickly rising a scarlet red. Well. Qiu Yan really couldn't bear to see Lin Yuqing, an I person, being teased by an E person like Wang Tang, and interrupted with a voice. It's been a hard day for you guys too, so take your family's shadow guards back to rest first. Dude went to get a cell phone and went home too. Turtle's really tired. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang didn't stay long and nodded towards Qiu Yan, and with a wave of his hand, he drove in a few cars and directly took everyone away. Before getting into the car, he also gave Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing a look with ulterior motives, raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and gave a hefty smile before closing the car door. Qiu Yan, can you walk by yourself? Do you want me to help you? No. To help. You can't walk. Seeing Qiu Yan's slick appearance, Lin Yuqing also rewarded him with a blank stare, but she still pursed her lips and wrapped her arms around Qiu Yan. Feeling the warm touch and fresh scent, Qiu Yan instantly had no pain in his waist and no soreness in his legs. Dr. Lin. What a miracle doctor. Getting into a cab, this time Qiu Yan had learned his lesson, although he sat in the back seat with Lin Yuqing. It was also too late to indulge in the tenderness, and her eyes kept darting to the driver. Finally, this journey is not what happened. The two people are safe to reach the center of the largest commercial district in Zhonghai, Ginza. Wu Guoliang is really depressed today. I was thinking that it would be a rare occasion to go back to school for a little while and still be able to pretend to be a boondoggle in front of the girls in my class. I didn't expect to suddenly hear the news that the goddess Lin Yuqing was in love, and it felt like the sky had collapsed. For a moment, he had an emotional breakdown, couldn't control himself, and had lost face in front of the entire senior class. So there was no face to give an outstanding graduate speech at the pep rally, only to voluntarily withdraw myself from the outstanding graduate race. His family is also only a modest family. The outstanding graduates are given $300,000 as a direct bonus. So as soon as he got home, the further he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the further he took a step back, the more he thought about the loss, and as a result, he accidentally dropped his cell phone directly to the ground. It couldn't be helped. In case the goddess got tired of Qiu Yan one day, it wasn't impossible for him to take advantage of the situation. In order not to miss the goddess's message, he immediately decided to come to Ginza to pick the best and fastest internet speed cell phone, for no other reason than to get back to the goddess's message. When he arrived at the cell phone store with a pocket full of cash, he saw a scene that shocked him exceptionally. His own goddess, Lin Yuqing, was hugging Qiu Yan's arm. The two were talking and laughing, looking very close, and were picking out a cell phone in front of the counter. Wu Guoliang instantly became taut. It wasn't that he couldn't actually accept his goddess being with someone else, as long as he didn't see it for himself. But now the two were standing right in front of his eyes in such a real way that it brought tears to his eyes in an instant. Is this to give the goddess the latest model of cell phone? No, I hate rich people. Qiu Yan, after you buy the cell phone, you must let her go home. Okay? Even so, he had already made up his mind and resolutely took a big stride towards the two. As a result, I lost my balance when I tripped my left foot over my right foot. After making a grab in the air, he directly wrapped his arms around Qiu Yan from behind. Qiu Yan almost jumped up with an ow. Originally, he was chatting happily with Lin Yuqing, but he was suddenly embraced from behind. Who can stand it? Only when I looked back did I realize that it wasn't that idiot Wu Guoliang. What the? Don't lay a hand on me in public. Unexpectedly, Wu Guoliang was indeed calm and didn't even look at Qiu Yan. His eyes looked deeply at Lin Yuqing. Just this look, looking at Qiu Yan's heart was hairy. Yu Qing, I'm retiring, and this retirement is for life. Hearing this commotion, Qiu Yan's heart flashed with an unpleasant feeling. There were also some munchers around who gradually gathered around. Wu Guoliang paused, then slowly went down on one knee with tears in his eyes. My first sin is to meet you, my second sin is to know you, my third sin is to make friends with you, my fourth sin is to be pleased with you, my fifth sin is to think of you, my sixth sin is to take care of you, my seventh sin is to keep you, my eighth sin is to protect you, my ninth sin is to be in love with you, and my 10th sin is to love you. I'm retiring, and this retiring is or will be for the rest of my life. After saying that, Wu Guoliang wiped his tears and whimpered as he ran away, picking his way through the crowd for a small amount of time due to the crowds of melon eaters. Only the two were left with a confused look on their faces. What's this stupid fool doing? Did he ever like you? I don't know. He's always been such a goddamned mess. I'm not sure. There are times when he suddenly runs over and says this kind of nonsense. Chapter 48: Good Teachers and Bad Employees. Against all odds, Qiu Yan didn't care, pulling Lin Yuqing against the crowd and running towards somewhere else. But then his figure lurched, realizing that he seemed to have forgotten the purpose of coming here today. There was nothing for it but to blacken his face and mindlessly choose the most expensive cell phone and slip it into his pocket. There was a crowd of eaters on the sidelines. Don't taint our group of pure love warriors with money. Soul was feeling bad for that boy. So this little girl is following you just because you're rich. TSK, young people nowadays are still too impetuous. Like me back then, I was even prettier than this girl. You know Wang Jianlin from Zhonghai City? I didn't even agree to him chasing me. I got a license directly from our old Zheng. Blow it out your ass. With your pockmarked face and your mole. It's no wonder that Wang Jianlin is attracted to you. Old Deng Tu, are you looking for a fight? Looking at the surrounding eaters chattering and quarreling, even on the verge of fighting, Qiu Yan's face darkened a few points more. What's this all about? Listening to how there's still the matter of Wang Tang's grandfather. Inserted the phone card and immediately the phone started vibrating like crazy. Qiu Yan fell without catching one. This heart simply more scared than riding a roller coaster. Just afraid of just 30,000 yuan to buy a cell phone will break in one fall. Picked it up and blew on it. Looked around. It really deserves to be the bomb-proof level cell phone that the store clerk just said. Stick in the chest can be bulletproof all. Qiu Yan fixed his eyes on the class teacher, classmates, and a few numbers of unknown origin. He knew that it must be because he skipped the outstanding graduate presentation today, so his homeroom teacher called over to raise hell. Hello? What? With that, Li Jiangwo's voice rang out from the other end of the phone. What? You have the nerve to ask me what? You know how much scolding I took from the leaders today for you. Director Chan has been pouring dirty water on you in front of the school leaders, and if I hadn't vouched for you with my personal credibility, you'd be afraid that you wouldn't have to be cancelled from your guaranteed place directly. Now what? I advise you, kid, to be sensible and hurry over. Before the school leaders and the others leave, you go bow and apologize to them and it'll be fine. Li Jiangguo gave a verbal output that directly confused Qiu Yan. It's just a seminar for the best graduates. That's all. Then voluntarily giving up that 300,000 won't really matter to you, will it? And to cancel your own application for a place at Huaqian University? Some school leaders can really get on the bandwagon. Although Qiu Yan knew that being so uptight was definitely Chun Qingqing's director, who was an uncle in the middle of it. But this school leader, this is too hasty. Sighing, Qiu Yan still decided to make a trip to Spring Rain Imperial Beast High School. Even if it wasn't for the $300,000, for the sake of the class teacher, Li Jiangguo, it was still necessary to make a trip. In fact, Li Jiangguo, as Qiu Yan's homeroom teacher, usually takes good care of him, and even went to the hospital to see him after Qiu Yan's downfall in his last life, and stuffed Qiu Yan with $1,000 when he was leaving. The school rules at Kasuga Mikado High School were actually pretty strict. Of course, this was freshman and sophomore year of high school. It was so strict that no trash was allowed in the trash can, no one was allowed in the bed, no toilets were allowed at night, no water was allowed in class, and so on. Qiu Yan does not say much, at least 10 things that are not allowed to do basically did 7 or 8. I was thinking that after making these mistakes I would be expelled. My mom and dad would be less stressed, and it wouldn't be impossible for me to prepare for the entrance exams at home. But Li Jiangguo unexpectedly suppressed all of them for Qiu Yan. Not only the other students intentionally or unintentionally, Li hard to bail out all his students. If not for the fact that he was a veteran who had retired from the Holy Beast battlefield, he was afraid that he would have to be expelled from the school straight away. Just a year ago, when the position of Director of Instruction became vacant, Lee said he voluntarily dropped out of the race because he couldn't bear to let go of his students. But it wasn't until after our senior year that we realized that Lee was eliminated from the running because the class he taught had the highest error rate. Originally, with Lee Jiangwo's so many years of teaching experience and excellent personal strength, is fully capable of the post of Director of Teaching. In the eyes of the students, Lee is a good teacher. In the eyes of the school leaders, Lee, on the other hand, was an inferior teacher who dared to defy the school's rules and regulations. Yu Qing, our homeroom teacher, asked me to come over. Do you want to come along? Lin Yuqing also knew that it was mostly about that matter of outstanding graduates, and she herself was likewise absent. Immediately, he nodded and followed Xiao Yan out of the mall and into a cab. Along the way, Xiao Yan couldn't stop his headache. After all, those school leaders will use rules and regulations, their own awareness, and so on to pressure people. Let him confront those leaders. It would be better to let him to fight with the blood demon again. Before he could think of a word, the cab braked sharply and stopped in front of the school. The doorman just glanced at the two men's student IDs and let them through. Administration building, top floor. At this time, Li Jiangguo was nodding his head towards the four chubby leaders, his face full of fawning colors. Hey, leaders, I just called Xiao Yan's classmate, and he has something going on at home today. Now that we're over here, don't be in a hurry. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Come and try the Dragon Well tea I brought back from Hang City last year. But without waiting for Li Jiangguo to open the tea canister, he was directly reprimanded by a rich-faced leader. What's wrong with having things at home? Why don't you report it in advance? I think Xiao Yan is obviously not aware enough. Hey, look at that, it happened suddenly. It happened suddenly? You didn't know to take your vacation in advance. Li Jiangguo, a time CPU are fast burning. What does this mean in the end? Why don't you understand it? With a bitter smile, he opened the tea canister again and poured most of it for the leaders. Each leader basically has a third of a teacup of tea. As he poured the tea, Li's heart was dripping blood. That's Westlake Red Robe. And it's a tea made by the heir to the legacy. He sighed and poured boiling water for a few of the leaders again. Yo, this tea, it's good. Well, it smells pretty good. It's really like that. Comrade Zhang Woa. So it seems that you haven't taken many bribes from the students in private. I can't believe you can afford such good tea. No wonder you're dead set on protecting those students of yours from disciplinary action. A few people talked and counted down Li Jiangguo. A high and mighty look is simply disgusting. A trace of displeasure flashed across Li Jiangguo's face, and he was about to snap, but he seemed to think of something and held back. Don't look at each of these leaders as being able to point the finger, but in reality, they were all softballs who had never been on the Holy Beast battlefield. Dealing with these people was simply more tiring than going to the Holy Beast battlefield. Chapter 49. The Ugly Face. Ding! The elevator slowly reached the top floor. Xiao Yan and Lin Yuqing walked out quickly and went straight to the school manager conference room that Li Jiangguo had mentioned in the middle of the phone call. Along the way, there were constantly administrative teachers staring at Xiao Yan, seemingly a little surprised. Why would two students be in the administration building anymore? Normally, if it's just the disciplined students that come this way. Did you get caught having an early love affair in the middle of school? Xiao Yan ignored the line of sight that looked like pins and needles, but walked straight to the school boardroom. He knocked on the door, and there was a sudden enter from inside. Turning the doorknob, he saw four leaders sitting at the long table looking at him, with an old-fashioned look, and behind them stood the director of instruction, Chan Qingqing's uncle, Chan Zhenhua. Seeing the visitor, Li Jiangguo hurriedly beckoned towards Xiao Yan and winked at him. Xiao Yan, come. I'll introduce you to these leaders. Something happened to your family today. Quickly apologize to the leaders. Won't this matter be over? Given Li Jiangguo's bitter words, Xiao Yan still patiently explained to the four people. Seeing the bandages on Xiao Yan's body, several people actually had a number in their hearts. Xiao Yan, you should be glad you have a good teacher. Okay. Hand over the material. Hand it over and you can go back. Materials. Xiao Yan felt a bit puzzled. What kind of material? At this time, Li Jiangguo once again made a face towards Xiao Yan. He did not move from the royal beast space, took out a craft paper bag, respectfully handed over. You can see the bulging stuff inside. One of the leaders picked up the paper bag, weighed it in his hands, picked it up again and scrutinized it for a while, and spoke directly and nonchalantly. Mr. Li, now we have 4 leaders here, it should be 4 materials. At those words, Li Jiangwo's figure gave a slight stutter and froze a bit. I didn't realize these guys were so shameless. He had $100,000 stuffed in this craft paper bag. Can it be that 100,000 per person makes 400,000 in total? Qiu Yan really couldn't help himself and directly pulled Li Jiangguo outside. It's okay, I don't need a bailout. Mr. Li, we're not going to take the heat. Li Jiangguo, however, was in a hurry and hastily shook off Qiu Yan's hand, his gaze once again looking at the leader. Several leaders, this child is talking nonsense here. Don't mind if I do. At this point, the leader was clearly getting a little impatient. Asshole, do you realize how valuable the time of a few of us really is? Is this outstanding graduate child's play? You can run for office if you want to and quit if you want to. What do you take us for here? Do you still take school rules and regulations seriously? Seeing this scene, Qiu Yan couldn't stop sneering. Yeah, I just don't want to be that honors graduate right now, and I don't need a guaranteed ride. I'm taking the Imperial Beast's high school exam normally. I can still get into Huaqing University. In one sentence, several leaders were directly confused. How many people dreamed of the chance to get a guaranteed admission? But it turned out that this Qiu Yan actually gave up when he said he would. Doesn't he know how hard it really is to get into Huaqing University? It's simply a big statement. This year, the Imperial Beast high schools in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom only shared down dozens of guaranteed spots, and Spring Rain High School only had 5 guaranteed spots. And there were at least 20 million senior students in the Dragon Kingdom who took the Imperial Beast examination this year. Huaqing University enrolls only 1,000 or so students each year, and it is basically impossible to enter Huaqing University by unified enrollment. You can only go bowling. I didn't expect this kid to be so unappreciative of his chances. Chun Zhenhua was secretly happy to see that the atmosphere at this time was not right. Since Qiu Yan didn't want that guaranteed place, then his niece Chun Qingqing would have the chance to be guaranteed a place at Huaqing University. Because these school leaders don't care who the bouncers are, it's clearly just a business. Whoever pays the highest price will have that guarantee. Only when he thought of this did Chun Zhenhua slowly open his mouth. Leaders, I think we should honor the children's choices. Since student Qiu Yan is so confident, I guess he really does have that strength. In that case, why don't we just give this opportunity to someone else in need? Chun Zhenhua clapped his hands, and Chun Qingqing timidly walked in through the door. Seeing the visitor, the several leaders' faces obviously looked much better. Chun Zhenhua was promoted by them. It served their purpose at the same time. Originally, today was the day to find an excuse to cancel Qiu Yan's chance to bail out. After all, what's a poor student from an ordinary family fighting for a guaranteed admission? They also get a sizable bribe if they switch, and that's the main thing. Hello leaders. My name is Chun Qingqing. Young student. A bit of a stranger. Chun Zhenhua smiled and opened his mouth. Several leaders, this is my niece. Quickly, Qingqing. Summon the spirit beasts to show the several leaders. With a flash of light, a rather huge crocodile-type spirit beast appeared directly beside Chun Qingqing. Spectral crocodile? Not bad this kid, actually having such a good spirit beast. I remember that the bloodline seems to have reached the platinum high rank. Qiu Yan also felt a bit strange. Obviously, he remembered that Chun Qingqing's spirit beast was also a silver-level bloodline spirit beast. So how did he shake his body and summon a spectral crocodile out? Or a platinum high bloodline? In fact, the concept of bloodline first appeared more than 30 years ago. People in those days lacked a bloodline to judge by. That said, bloodlines are not essentially rated in such detail. For example, Qiu Yan's Flamefire Qilin had a bloodline of diamond-grade high-grade bloodline. Lin Yuqing's Granite Rock Tiger was of a platinum middle-rank bloodline. This kind of attacking large class of spirit beasts needed to develop to a large late stage basically before they could show the difference. For example, the lower and higher orders within the diamond class. At Qiu Yan's current stage there was little difference. It could be said that the difference was very small. Unless a spirit beast's own cultivation had grown to gold, the strengths and weaknesses of its bloodline would truly begin to show. In a word, there was not much difference between low and high ranks until one's cultivation reached gold. But these school leaders had experienced more, so naturally they would be thinking about the future development of spirit animals, so they would pay special attention. When Chun Qingqing saw the shocked appearance of the crowd, her heart immediately became a little proud as well, and she seemed to vaguely lift her chest up a few points. In that case, then Qiu Yan and teacher Li should go back. Chen Zhenhua gave a direct expulsion order. It's purely deserved that such a guaranteed opportunity was not cherished. If the guaranteed places were there, Chun Qingqing wouldn't be able to compete with Qiu Yan or anyone else no matter what. Because Qiu Yan's Flamefire Qilin bloodline rating was simply too high, Chun Qingqing was uncompetitive. But now, with this position open, there's no way to go back to a couple of students' parents auctioning off guaranteed opportunities like a bidding war. Is there? Chapter 50 The Mysterious Woman. Li wanted to say something else, but as soon as he did, Qiu Yan yanked him out. Qiu Yan, what are you doing? Do you know the consequences of doing this? It's not really possible to go to Hua Qing University without a guarantee. A look of hatred, his face red with anger. What about your parents? No thought for them? Qiu Yan sighed and just looked at Li Jianguo, suddenly smiling. So who was it that said you had to rely on guaranteed admission to attend Hua Qing? This time, Li froze. Wasn't Qiu Yan's royal beast talent the book of words? Even if the Flamefire Qilin was really strong, this Imperial Beast talent would not be able to help in battle at all. By the time you get to the Imperial Beast exam, there is a huge possibility that you will be docked points. Just trust me. Hua Qing University is really easy for me. Even with such a package ticket, Li Jianguo was still a bit unconvinced. At this moment, Lin Yuqing also walked over. Qiu Yan, what about that outstanding graduate thing? Qiu Yan shook his head. It looks like you don't have to file to run for office anymore. Either squishy. None of these leaders are nice. Go, go, go. Looking at the back of Qiu Yan's two departing men, Li Jianguo's eyes became complicated. Does he have some kind of card? The Qiu Yan in front of him seemed to have a different aura throughout. The king's house. As soon as he arrived in this huge manor, Wang Tong directly sent a few shadow guards, who carried all the injured back to their respective rooms. After that, Wang Tong went straight to his grandfather's room. Earlier, when he was in the car, Grandpa told him to come here and find him as soon as he arrived home. Grandpa's room is in the innermost part of the entire Wang family manor, where the landscape of the wigwam mountains and rocks and the scale color of the carp in the pool are all quite elaborate. Coming to the curved path, a hut of about 20 square feet was situated here. At this time, the place was already full of people. All of them looked serious, and one of them was silenced. Tanger, come on, kneel down. Wang Jianlin sat on top of a chair in the center and slowly opened his mouth, his tone carrying a hint of indifference amidst the vicissitudes. It exuded a sense of unruffled authority. Yes, Grandpa. Wang Tong walked to the center of the room with extreme reluctance and knelt down towards his grandfather. Do you realize what a mistake you made today? Wang Jianlin looked at his grandson, and his eyes suddenly became sharp, like a rusty iron knife resharpened. Grandpa, I don't know. Please, Grandpa. Just say it. Wang Tong's heart lifted. Whenever I made a mistake as a child, my grandfather would make myself kneel down and make myself reflect. Just think of it as the fact that because of him today, the shadow guards that the Wang family had carefully cultivated over the years had suffered too many casualties. The next words of his grandfather, however, were a relief. The Church of the Vault of Heaven is the bogeyman, and you're right about that matter of launching an attack on it. But you today, the only thing you can't do is let him, the bishop, go back in one piece. What does Grandpa usually teach you? Plan and move. If you don't make a move, it's a straight shot. If you had consulted with Grandfather ahead of time, it would have been 10 bishops, and he wouldn't have been able to escape. Wang Tong also reacted to the fact that this was his grandfather knocking himself out, and hurriedly said in a deep voice, Grandpa, I know I'm wrong. Looking at his grandson, Wang Jianlin, who had long been holding back a bellyful of words, was unable to say anything heavy at all, and could only let out a long sigh. Letting the bishop go this time is no less than spooking a snake, and it's going to be a pain in the ass to find again. That's just it. The future of the Wang family is still in your hands. If that bishop shows his head again, you'll be in charge of getting this trouble out of the way. Aye, Grandpa. Everyone else in the room breathed a sigh of relief. At first, a few people thought it was a big deal. As the first generation of cultivators after the recovery of the aura, the old master was a proper credit to the human race. Those who could come back alive from the Holy Beast battlefield in that era were basically ruthless people. Once the old man was truly angry, Wang Tong would at least have to shed his skin. Well, I've said all I have to say to you, so get out. Tanger, you stay. At this time, The uncle and aunt next to Wang Tang's grandpa and uncle hurriedly exchanged pleasantries with the old man and fled the hut like the wind. Once everyone else had left, the hut was surprisingly quiet at this point, with only the pleasant sound of the stream flowing alongside. Wang Tang couldn't help but speak as he looked at his grandfather's worried face. "Grandpa, what seems to be bothering you?" "Eh?" Wang Jianlin shook his head. In fact, he was also torn between telling his grandson or not. Is it good or bad to expose him to these things too early? After hesitating for a long time, this was the only way to tell what was on his mind. "Tanger, do you know about the Sacred Beast battlefield?" "I know, Grandpa." The Sacred Beast battlefield is a battlefield formed by the power of the rules that the 888 great powers of the human race put their lives on the line to communicate. Wang Jianlin rubbed his brow. It was supposed to be something you guys wouldn't know until at least junior year of practice. I'll tell you now. In the beginning, the Sacred Beast battlefield was established to defend against the invasion of foreign races. Every 10 years, the Sacred Beast battlefield opens, when young soldiers from the foreign races will appear there. We select young talents to be thrown into the Sacred Beast battlefield in order to defend against their invasion. In 2 or 3 years, it will be you who will have to bear the responsibility. I have a premonition that this time, the counterattack of the foreign races will definitely be stronger than ever. Tanger, no matter what, I want you to go. Go and do your part for the human race. Grandpa is old and can only pin his hopes on you. Wang Teng nodded heavily. Elder Wang was at this point in time, but his words changed. That new friend of yours, what do you think of him? This directly gave Wang Teng a confused question. Huh? Grandpa, you mean Qiu Yan? I haven't known him long, but I think he's a good guy and he's righteous to his friends. Wang Jianlin nodded thoughtfully. Well, Tanger has a good eye. Grandpa had a lookout look at him when you first met him. This son is surrounded by golden red qi. He will become a great man in the future. You must get along with Qiu Yan in the future. Wang Teng, however, felt a little puzzled. Grandpa, what's this for? Wang Jianlin's brows were tightly locked, and his mind seemed to have made up its mind. Tanger, the two of you have a very special destiny and are naturally attracted to each other. Moreover, I asked my master to do the math for you, and you'll have a calamity in 3 years. Perhaps only that little friend Qiu Yan can keep you safe. As to why, Grandpa won't say too much about it, too much talk. Maybe there will be changes in the future. Wang Teng, on the other hand, was wide-eyed and wildly shocked inwardly. Grandpa's mentor? Could it be the one who started practicing before the aura revival? Go back, Tanger. Grandpa needs to rest. Even though there were too many questions in his heart, Wang Tang could only force them down and said goodbye to his grandfather before retreating. As he watched Wang Tang's distant figure disappear, Wang Jianlin started coughing like crazy. A mouthful of thick black blood was directly spat out. At this moment, a wonderful woman suddenly appeared behind him, around her early 20s. Although her face was covered with a veil, she was still able to vaguely see her beautiful appearance. She stretched out her beautifully narrow and slender green jade hand and slapped it hard directly toward Master Wang's back. The thick spiritual energy burst out, which made Wang Jianlin feel much better. The old man's cloudy eyes turned back towards the woman and slowly got up, wanting to perform the ritual of kneeling. But there was an invisible force holding his knees, and he couldn't get down. Wang Jianlin could only bow slightly towards the woman. Thank you, Master. Chapter 51. Don't get me wrong. Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing didn't go home. After coming out of the school, he directly took a cab and continued back to the Anexine Villa area. However, Qiu Yan still sent a few messages to his mom on the way, saying that he was going to stay out for 2 days. Until the mom replied okay in half an hour. Qiu Yan only then put down his heart. Dad and Mom are still Qiu Yan's soft underbelly. The stronghold of the Heavenly Vault Church that he and Wang Tang had raided today was guaranteed to be targeted. You can have the ability to protect yourself, but you are afraid that those people will take action against your mom and dad. However, at this moment the cell phone ding-dong sound is Wang Tang sent a message. Dude, we stabbed the Church of the Vault of Heaven today. That was awesome. Qiu Yan would smile. The Wang Tang he knew in his last life had experienced too much and was far from being as lively as he was now. But Wang Tang was still Wang Tang. It's good to be carefree and have no worries. After all, we only destroyed one of the Sky Dome Church's strongholds today. It's impossible to find it hidden in the middle of the city. I'm afraid this organization is going to retaliate afterwards. Dude, you don't have to worry about that. We have shadow guards. Where are your parents? I'll send 2 over to protect them later. Qiu Yan cried and laughed. Let the Wang family shadow guards to protect his father and mother is his first volunteer. That's a good way to solve your own worries so you don't have any more to worry about. Worthy of being a good brother. It was almost as if he was so close to his heart that he had learned to prejudge himself. Thanks, buddy. I'll buy you dinner next time, huh? Isn't it less than a week before the Imperial Beast exam? And the martial arts exam is the same time. Then let's come out directly after the exam and go to our family's one-stop shop. Don't you know what our family does? I'll arrange it for you straight away. Qiu Yan laughed in a humorless manner and returned. All right. Hurry up and go cultivate. It's almost time for the exams and you're still so free and loud. Okay. Only then did Qiu Yan put down his phone and summon Ziyu. Since Dr. Wu had gone to work, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing were the only 2 people in the house. Qiu Yan thought for a long time, but decided to tell Lin Yuqing about the breathing method that increased his cultivation speed. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Is it Qiu Yan? It's me. Oh, wait a minute. I'm in the shower. It was only then that Qiu Yan heard the sound of clattering water outside the door. The old face flushed. For a while, he actually got a little carried away. It was no wonder Qiu Yan, after all, since his last life, Qiu Yan was a little virgin. In his last life, he was left disabled and didn't have the heart to get a date at all. Naturally, you don't experience that kind of thing.
只是听着水声，秋妍只觉得自己的心跳，砰砰砰的跳，感觉都快跳出来了。
In less than 10 minutes, the door in front of him was opened with a brush. Lin Yuqing stood playfully in front of him wrapped in a bath towel, her body still bubbling with dense hot air. The small face showed a healthy flush from the hot bath she had just taken. Droplets of water ran down her cheeks and down her pale swan neck, dripping all the way under the towel. The short bath towel obviously couldn't hide her shapely figure. Qiu Yan indisputably looked straight. When Lin Yuqing noticed Qiu Yan's line of sight, she also became a bit alarmed and directly stretched out her white lotus root arms to hug her body tightly. What do you want? Huh? Oh. Qiu Yan came back to his senses and was just about to open his mouth. As a result, it turned out that Lin Yuqing's figure appeared to be even more seemingly more mesmerizing and alluring due to being squeezed. Huh? Suddenly feeling that his nose was cold, Qiu Yan casually touched it and ended up touching a handful of blood. You get busy. I'll be back later. Qiu Yan fled back to his room in a state of disarray, frantically pumping paper towels to stop the bleeding. Took a while to slow down. Lin Yuqing frowned as she watched the inexplicable Qiu Yan return to his room. She looked down at her size as if it was indeed too revealing. You seem to have a pretty good body yourself. Seems like men like their front and back types, right? She seemed to think of something, and then it was as if a rush of heat went straight to her head. Lin Yuqing's small face flushed red as she closed the door to her room with lightning speed, covering her chest with one hand and pressing the other on the door, gasping for air. I'll go. Could it be that Qiu Yan really had that kind of idea about himself? He's been really good to himself, though. He took himself out for training, lent himself $1 million to cure his grandmother, and came over to save himself today regardless of his own safety. In that case, it seems like giving your body in marriage doesn't seem unacceptable. Lin Yuqing, what are you thinking? Thinking of this, Lin Yuqing's little brain also instantly went down. Sitting down against the door frame, covering her face with her hands, too shy to see anyone. It seems like men get nosebleeds when they see something that excites them. Not knowing if she was overthinking it, she was still a little worried about Qiu Yan. What if you suffered some kind of internal injury there on Suwon Street today? Lin Yuqing quickly blew dry her body and hair, then took out clean clothes from within the Imperial Beast space and changed, before knocking on the door of the room again. Knock, knock, knock. Qiu Yan, are you okay? Did you have something to tell me just now? Eh? Come. Here it comes. Qiu Yan's panicked voice sounded, and then after a rush of footsteps, the door opened with a click. Seeing each other again made both of them look a little awkward. Qiu Yan didn't know where to put his hands. One moment he scratches his head. The next he pulls out the cell phone in his pocket to check the time. How he wished Wang Tang would send him 2 messages at this time. It's so embarrassing this. Lin Yuqing's smile was a bit stiff at this point, her small hands behind her back fidgeting constantly. Shell teeth bit her lips lightly, not knowing how to speak. Well, you first. Go ahead. Both of them spoke at the same time again, which made the atmosphere even more awkward. Immediately afterward, Qiu Yan glanced at Ziyu, who was drying her rice on the side, and slammed his head. Ah yes, something does happen. I have mysteries to show you. Come on. Come on. Ha! Before Lin Yuqing could react, she was pulled into the room by Qiu Yan. Bang! The door to the room slammed heavily. Looking at the sneaky Qiu Yan, Lin Yuqing suddenly thought of something bad. As a result, before she could say anything, Qiu Yan once again ran to the window and pulled the curtains closed, then turned back and smiled mysteriously at himself. What do you want? Lin Yuqing timidly opened her mouth, and her heart was suddenly in a frenzy of deer. It's not like Qiu Yan is going to take himself here. No. Don't. That kind of thing. I'm not ready for that. Lin Yuqing closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at Qiu Yan, her small hand waving continuously in the air. Ha! Qiu Yan quickly reacted. It was the fact that he had just acted too out of character at Lin Yuqing's door, which had caused some misunderstanding in the little girl's heart. No. I'm trying to teach you a spell. Dharma. Only then did Lin Yuqing open her eyes. Right? Come on. Come on. Qiu Yan sat on the bed and patted the side, signaling her to sit over. Lin Yuqing's head was filled with black lines. Teach yourself the Dharma? It's not going to be some kind of dual cultivation spell. Seeing that Lin Yuqing was slow to move, Qiu Yan also realized that his actions seemed to have some hints. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'll show you how it works and you'll see. Purple Moon. Stop eating. Come on. Lin Yuqing only saw Purple Moon plop down beside Qiu Yan, and the one person and one beast began to breathe regularly. Slowly, swirls filled with spiritual energy began to form around them as well. All of this looked at Lin Yuqing's cherry mouth for a long time. It's actually possible to cultivate like this. Chapter 52, The Genius Sage. First this, then that. Memorize the mantra. Lin Yuqing sat cross-legged on the carpet, and the rocky rock tiger in front of her like a kitten also sat face to face. After cultivating according to Qiu Yan's mantra, not long after, the same spiritual power vortex formed around his body. Qiu Yan was surprised to find that this set of gongfu seemed to be very suitable for Lin Yuqing, and he grasped the essentials in just a few minutes. And the spiritual energy vortex that had been condensed was even larger than his own. Perhaps the size of the spiritual vortex was related to the size of the spiritual beast? It was useless to think so much. Qiu Yan also sat on the bed and similarly began to cultivate. As he continued to cultivate, Qiu Yan suddenly felt that the efficiency of the two cultivating together was instead faster, and there was probably about a 20% increase as well. After cultivating for more than an hour, Qiu Yan's stomach began to rumble. It just occurred to me that I hadn't eaten lunch today. Looking at Lin Yuqing, who was completely immersed in her cultivation, Qiu Yan could not bear to disturb her, so he simply quietly brought the door of the room with him. Just bring her one later. After all, this feeling of being immersed in cultivation was wonderful. When he himself first practiced the breathing technique back then, he had directly slept for a small amount of time at the spirit beast breeding base. Qiu Yan locked the door of Dr. Wu's house and came into the middle of the courtyard. Looking at the randomly parked little blue bikes next to him, Qiu Yan directly swept one up, put on his helmet and rode off on a skid. Just deal with a bite, look along the street and find a bistro. Since Dr. Wu's house was in a very privileged location, he soon found a restaurant that did good business. Coincidentally, Qiu Yan had also come here to eat once in his previous life, and the flavor was also very good. Locked up the little blue bike and walked right in. Boss, one order of fish and shredded pork over rice here, and one order of leek and shredded pork over rice pack to go. Right, more rice. Okay, 30 yuan. Find a seat and sit anywhere. The boss turned his back to Qiu Yan and greeted him, grasping the handle of the iron pot in his hand and upsetting the pot constantly. Only, the boss's voice sounded a bit familiar to Qiu Yan. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere. Qiu Yan didn't care, found an unoccupied seat and sat down. Incidentally took a bottle of soda and gulped a big mouthful. Hiccup. While waiting for his meal, Qiu Yan swiped his cell phone and watched those people in the class group and grade group chatting quite interestingly. One and all are talented. Not long after, a pudgy middle-aged man walked in through the door. Somewhat rushed, he surveyed the decor of the store, and was silent for a moment before summoning up the courage to speak in a husky voice. Boss, one order of rice. Any leftover broth? Can you add some gravy? The owner looked back with some surprise. Seeing the dress of the visitor, he nodded. Could be. Qiu Yan noticed this side a long time ago, but his eyes looked toward the back kitchen. Isn't this Li Jianguo? What's with the stir-fry here? Seniors don't have to go to class, so Li comes here part-time to fry food? But Qiu Yan didn't say anything more. His head lowered, pretending not to see it. He was also afraid that Li Jianguo wouldn't be able to save face. The middle-aged man thought that standing in front of people's homes is not a thing. So find a seat, just wait for the boss to finish frying dishes. As he walked around, most of the diners could hardly hide the look of disgust on their faces. Go, 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 sit somewhere else. There's someone here, check over there. I ended up wandering around and froze in my seat. No one shared a seat with him because he had a strange odor, not the sour smell of garbage, but a bitter smell that made his mouth turn bitter when he smelled it. Uncle, sit with me, I'm full. A little girl spoke timidly, with most of it left on the plate in front of her. She moved her body and stood on her tiptoes to reach the ground. Her big watery eyes looked at the middle-aged man and she turned back towards the kitchen. Xin, don't run around. Be careful of burning yourself. It's okay, Dad. I'll be careful. Only the little girl was seen hugging Li Jianguo's leg and giggling. Qiu Yan's heart was suddenly filled with emotion. So this little girl was Li Jianguo's daughter. Suddenly also some understanding of Li Jianguo with their own parents are for their own children better life. Suddenly, the little girl fell straight toward the ground. Rolling around on the ground in pain, his little face squeezed together, his mouth still shouting "Daddy, Daddy." Li Jianguo was so anxious in his heart that he threw the spatula aside and pounced on it. Xin, Xian, where are you uncomfortable? Daddy, I hurt. Ooh. I hurt. Qiu Yan stood up miserably, and in his afterglow, the scruffy middle-aged man scurried straight over. What are you doing? When Li Jianguo saw the visitor, he was instantly enraged. He had just seen that his own daughter had skipped lunch to make room for a man and had come straight over to him. Could it be that this person has pulled some kind of stunt? Those who had been on the Holy Beast battlefield had a bloodlust in their bones. Li Jianguo directly copied his own kitchen knife and blocked in front of his daughter. At this moment, Qiu Yan also ran over, cupping the summoning spell in his hand, ready to summon the Flamefire Qilin to fight. Without waiting for Li Jianguo to react, the middle-aged man directly entered the kitchen with a flash. The speed was so fast that even Qiu Yan didn't react. Oops! The middle-aged man's hand flashed with light, and a cowhide cloth bag immediately flew out from the storage space. Qiu Yan cried out in his heart that this man was actually a martial artist. Opening the cloth bag, it contained several bright silver needles. If you dare to lay a hand on my daughter, you'll never survive yourself. Li Jianguo's face was red with anxiety, and he rushed towards the middle-aged man with a kitchen knife. But the middle-aged man just said faintly, "If you want to save someone, don't move." At this moment, not only did Li Jianguo freeze, even Qiu Yan was confused. Is this a tall man? Only to see that middle-aged man draw out a silver needle and lightning stabbed 2 needles on Li Xinxin's body. A trickle of black blood then flowed from the place of the wound. Seeing his daughter's state gradually stabilized, Li Jianguo also slowly put down the kitchen knife at this time. I'm afraid this little girl has been poisoned by something. Have you offended anyone lately? Seeing the middle-aged man's gloomy face, Li Jianguo realized that this matter was not simple. Indeed, I sparred with that Chun guy this morning. An old enemy. As a colleague, the relationship isn't that frosty. Could it be him? Why did he go after my daughter? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. It's a toxin unique to a spirit animal called the berry spirit frog. This toxin is not fatal to humans, but there will be occasional flare-ups, as evidenced by this. It hurts, but it's not fatal. Hearing this, Li Jianguo was relieved, and at the same time began to be glad that a high-level person had come to the store today. However, he was still inwardly skeptical. What reason did Qin Zhenhua have to lay hands on his daughter? Just because he had refuted him in front of the school leader earlier? Li Jianguo did not care about the details, but only desperately grasped this life-saving straw. Dare I ask, what is the master's name? White Whistling Dragon. What? Could it be the White Sage? Seeing the man nod, Li was shocked. Once a gifted physician, how did he become like this now? Chapter 53, A Bad Hunch. The name by Xiaolong was very popular in those days. Not only was he born into a family of Chinese medicine practitioners, but he was also known as a sage in acupuncture. It should have been more than 10 years ago, when Li Jianguo had just participated in the Sacred Beast battlefield. Bai Xiaolong's name had been spreading in the military. That year's Sacred Beast battlefield was a fiasco though, with 60% of Blue Star's land divided. But most of the fighters who participated in the war survived and retained a viable force. So much so that even though the foreigners had occupied most of the land, they were still unable to break through the human race's defenses. There is no other reason. It is because the White Sage Hand accompanied the army, greatly reducing the casualties of warriors. Bai Xiaolong first broke open Li Xinxin's small mouth and looked at the tongue. Another pulse was taken with both fingers. It's a big relief now that it's basically stabilized. But I can't do any further acupuncture right now, so if you have time, you should go to the hospital and get rid of the remaining poison in the child's body. Li Jianguo looked at Bai Xiaolong helplessly. He didn't expect this toxin to be so powerful that even the holy hands couldn't handle it. As a result, he happened to catch a glimpse of those hands of Bai Xiaolong, which were shaking terribly. It made him blush. I don't know what Mr. White has been through all these years, but those hands of his are hands that heal the sick and save lives. He opened his mouth to ask, but was afraid to touch on Mr. White's painful past. Noticing Li Jianguo's sight, Bai Xiaolong sighed. All right, my hands aren't what they used to be, but you can rest assured. Realizing that Bai Xiaolong seemed to have gotten the wrong idea, Li Jianguo was about to open his mouth to explain, but he saw the other party waving his hand. Okay, my rice. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for saving my daughter. Come on, take this money. Li Jianguo also do not care a lot. Directly from the counter cash registers in the randomly grabbed a red ticket to be stuffed to Bai Xiaolong. I don't want more. I won't pay for this rice. More than a little embarrassed, Li pondered for a moment, purposely looking for an extra-large packing box for soups, served a full serving of rice, and then scooped a couple of large spoonfuls of braised pork from a side pot and put it in. Seemingly feeling that this was somewhat insufficient, Li Jianguo stuffed 2 more large duck legs into it, and also scooped a few spoons of marinade soup and poured it in, before handing over the punching bag with a smile. Bai Xiaolong nodded, took the meal, turned around and headed for the door. Qiu Yan still wanted to go and make friends with this kind of high-ranking person, but in the end, just as he reached the door, he realized that the outside was already empty, and Bai Xiaolong's figure had already disappeared. Perhaps it was because Li Jianguo had called his wife first, and not long afterward Qiu Yan saw a middle-aged woman arrive at the door on a battery-operated bicycle. Throwing his helmet into the basket of his car, he huffed and puffed his way in with an air of exasperation. Li Jianguo, you heartless. My old lady works hard out there and can't even look after a baby. Looking at his master's wife's anxious appearance, Qiu Yan's heart really didn't feel good. If Li becomes the director of teaching, not only will his monthly salary rise directly to more than 20,000 yuan, there are also various subsidies, and his time is still free. A senior teacher at Spring Rain Royal Beast High School is only paid a little over $8,000, and you still have to be in school all day to get it. Li, as the senior class teacher, has little to teach per se, and can only muddle along, taking a base salary of $4,000 a month. This is obviously not enough for Li, who is like the pillar of the family. Watching his wife suffer after him, for Li Jianguo, he only felt indebted to her. Daughter-in-law, take it easy for a moment. XNXIN is doing better. At this time, Li Xinxin had already been helped to lean on a side chair, tooting her small mouth, her small face written with aggrieved baba. Xinxin, who's the nicest kid in the world? Does it still hurt? Smile if it doesn't. Daddy will take you to the hospital right away. But no upset. Smile. Daddy's buying you your favorite Princess Shiloh doll today. The couple wrapped their arms around the little girl and coaxed her, which made her smile again. Qiu Yan stood up in silence and took away the share that belonged to Lin Yuqing, then dropped $50 on the table and turned directly out the door. After all, it was the middle of mealtime, and Qiu Yan had been turning his back to Li Jianguo. So it resulted in Li Jianguo not even realizing that his students had just come here for dinner. After leaving the door, Qiu Yan once again sent a message to Wang Teng. I'd like you to find someone for me. Huh? What's up, buddy? Say hi if you need something. I wonder if you know about Sacred Hand by Xiaolong? I want to ask him something. All right, buddy. I've heard of the White Sage, but it seems like it's been a long time since I've heard anything about him. I just saw him on this road right in front of the Anxian Villa area. Okay, buddy. I'll have someone look into it. I'll contact you when the time comes. Thanks. Qiu Yan extinguished his cell phone and walked down the road with a thoughtful look on his face. I'm just full myself and it's good to take the edge off. At the same time, he frowned tightly, thinking about Li Xinxin. Old Li was kind and good to his students, so he generally didn't make any enemies. But it seems like today, before he went to the administration building, he seemed to have some conflicts with Chen Zhenhua. Did Chen Zhenhua do it? He's a man of his stature, so what's the point of laying hands on a little kid? This matter revealed strangeness. Anyway, at least Qiu Yan felt that something was very wrong. It was guaranteed that it was another foreign race that was behind it. Immediately, he decided to go back and confer with Lin Yuqing first and talk about it later. Crunch! Pushing open the door to his room, Qiu Yan realized that Lin Yuqing had fallen asleep, holding the rock tiger, just like he did before. Looking at the serene sleeping face, Qiu Yan's throat knots rolled. It's a strange feeling. In the beginning, he had only held a mindset of guarding Lin Yuqing. After all, in their last life, the two of them were great friends. But in this life, it feels as if some of the friendships have deteriorated. It seemed like he really liked Lin Yuqing. He forcibly resisted the urge to kiss his red lips, and just reached out his palm and patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder. Wake up, are you hungry? Come to lunch. Well, it was only when she opened her eyes that Lin Yuqing saw Qiu Yan and spat out her tongue in some embarrassment. After all, he had thought of practicing properly, but ended up falling asleep. She was then pleasantly surprised to find that her cultivation had broken through the Black Iron second stage. Now she was also a Black Iron third stage Imperial Beast Master. While Lin Yuqing was eating, Qiu Yan told Lin Yuqing what he had just experienced as well. In this case, even though we don't know anything, it's good to let Wang Tung check. But during this period of time, we don't have much to do, so we can either alternate protecting Li Xinxin. But just then, the police department called Qiu Yan. Chapter 54 First Visit to the Otherworld. Is this Mr. Qiu Yan? Are you free today? Why don't you come over here and cooperate with us for a statement? Okay, later. Qiu Yan hung up the phone, helped Lin Yuqing pack up the dishes, and continued practicing inside his room for a few hours before he went downstairs. As the two walked on their way to the police station, they once again passed by Li's little covered dish restaurant. However, at this time, the door was already locked, and it seemed that Li Jiangguo and his wife had already sent Li Xinxin to the hospital. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable feeling emanating from the middle of that plain, uninteresting little store. This drew the two men to the doorway, where they could faintly see a crack in space amongst the immaculately cleaned tables. No good. Quickly call and tell the Longhua Police Department. Hurry up and blockade this area. Another secret realm will be born here. Qiu Yan was anxious. He finally knew why Li Xinxin was poisoned. It's a space rift. When the spatial cracks spread to a certain size, a secret realm would be formed. In the early stages of the formation of the secret realm, some small spirit beasts would be squeezed out due to the laws of the world. No good, no good. Maybe the whole and Exion Villa will be affected. Lin Yuqing trembled as she took out her cell phone and dialed the police. But the powerful magnetic field around her caused the phone to remain without a signal. Come on, run away. We're in the center of nowhere, and the phones must be dead. Qiu Yan had an anxious look on his face and pulled Lin Yuqing to run into the distance. All the while, the people were being loudly driven away. Suddenly, a powerful suction force erupted from within the spatial crack. Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing couldn't control their forms and instantly flew backward. At the critical moment, Qiu Yan reached out and hugged the pole on the side, while the other hand deadlocked Lin Yuqing's waist. But the suction was so strong that even the poles began to slowly fall towards the spatial rift. If the stalemate continued, they would both absolutely be sucked in. Couldn't care less. Roar! The flame Qilin was summoned by Qiu Yan, a pair of huge flaming wings frantically flapping behind its back, and the sharp claws of its limbs pierced dead center into the concrete poured ground. It exerted all its strength and its entire body surged forward, thrusting towards Lin Yuqing's back. Qiu Yan also happened to let go of his hand. Because of the controlled force, Lin Yuqing only felt that she was being pushed from behind, but the dark force contained therein was directly sending her out of range. Qiu Yan, call the police. The suction force behind Qiu Yan is getting bigger and bigger, and the poles are starting to make a stabbing, stabbing, stabbing sound. Finally, the pole had reached its limit and snapped right off the ground. Qiu Yan hugged the pole and was directly controlled by the suction force, ruthlessly crashing into the glass door of the store, directly shattering the door. In an instant, countless tiny pieces of glass flew directly into the spatial rift. It's okay. Go back and get me out. though the poles were also reoriented by Qiu Yan during their flight, causing them to fly horizontally towards the spatial rift and snagging the commercial buildings on either side of them on the way. With such a violent impact, Qiu Yan was also a little chi and blood rushed up, and his hand was pulled into the spatial rift as soon as it was dislodged. Qiu Yan! Qiu Yan! Lin Yuqing lost her mind and spread her legs to run towards the spatial rift, but as a result, the two ants next to her froze and held her, unable to break free at all. Yeah, call the police. Fingers kept sliding on the cell phone screen, but no matter what he did, the damn phone never dialed, anxious to break down. Because brand new space cracks are no joke, and there have been cases like this before. After a person was sucked in, there was a high chance that they would be twisted into pieces by the spatial turbulence. Qiu Yan is really fierce. Qiu Yan only felt like plunging into darkness. All around was unfathomable blackness, and only himself was glowing white. He tried to move forward, but it was as if he had lost gravity and was floating in this side of space. And it's so surprisingly quiet that you can't hear anything at all. Am I in the middle of a space rift? He tried calling out to his spirit beasts, but again, he could not receive a response. Done. Things are totally big. Qiu Yan had only this one thought in his mind. The odds are that he now exists in the crevice between the blue planet and the other world, and all things will not exist here. Qiu Yan was feeling a bit desperate in his heart. It was like being abandoned in the middle of space, even though Qiu Yan's life wasn't in danger yet. But with such loneliness, there was no hunger to feel or anyone to talk to. Sooner or later, you lose the ability to think. Grass. It was so hard for him to come back reborn, and he hadn't yet completed his big plan of rebirth. Are we going to die here? Even if Qiu Yan's current mind was very tough, he couldn't help but get a little frustrated at this point. But just as Qiu Yan was losing all hope, a light flew out from within his body. It's actually the book of 10,000 metaphysical signs. In the midst of this square space, Qiu Yan's entire body was then pulled by the Wanxiang Shenshu and drifted towards the front. After an unknown amount of time, Qiu Yan woke up again and was already in a completely unfamiliar otherworld. Where is this? Qiu Yan scratched his head somewhat helplessly. There's no choice but to survive in this world first. Lin Yuqing had been saved by himself, so the police would definitely have sent someone to stabilize the spatial rift and sent someone over to set up a teleportation array to save him. The first order of business is to figure out what the world is really like. There's a bit of a dark water swamp ecosystem here though, but in essence, it's a completely different world. While walking, Qiu Yan realized that this was definitely not an otherworld filled with spirit beasts in the traditional sense, because there are beings with intelligence here. Because just a short distance away, there were a couple of houses. This was definitely not a level of civilization that could be possessed by a spirit beast. For example, the dark water swamp was also stuck in the stage of drinking blood from their fur. Immediately afterward, Qiu Yan associated it with that 3 Qi gathering forms ability from earlier when he advanced in his Wanxiang Shenshu. It's called the Ancient Gods. Could it be that not only did spirit beasts exist in the other world, but also some other civilizations? Brother Robert, you slow down. Haha. Sister Leah, hurry up and hurry up. The Spirit Beast Contract Conference will be held today. We must arrive early to grab a good spot. Hearing the sound coming from the front, Qiu Yan hurriedly took 2 steps forward and hid behind a large tree. As the voice peeked out, it turned out to be 2 people with rabbit ears who were running towards this direction. This also caused Qiu Yan to be secretly surprised in his heart. I didn't realize that this world linked by the space rift really existed intelligent life. Among those secret realms that the Dragon Kingdom had discovered before, it had never heard of such life existing. Chapter 55, The Sky Rabbit Race. Those 2 were basically indistinguishable from the human race except for having 2 rabbit ears, but their other physical features were very similar. But the run was strangely fast. On the Blue Star, it would take at least a black iron 3rd stage martial artist to burst out at that speed. Qiu Yan summoned the Flame Qilin and quietly followed behind the 2. Brother Robert, summoning spirit beasts, is that important? I don't think that relying on our Heavenly Hair Clan's physical abilities, we might not lose to the human clan. Rhea ran wildly while rushing at the youth next to her. The young man called Robert turned back, his tone full of seriousness. Silly child, don't you know that there are martial artists among the human race who are capable of practicing martial arts? Martial arts are something that only those big shots in Odin City have access to. No matter what, It's only when you can get stronger that you can fight against the human race. Rhea looked small, probably the height of a small human 12 or 13-year-old girl, and wondered again, why? Why do we have to fight against the human race? Are the human race all bad people? But I've never even seen a human. Sister, you shouldn't ask. The human race is our clan's greatest enemy. Every time the Holy Beast battlefield, our clan's warriors are at the forefront. All you need to know is that the human race is our mortal enemy, and that's enough. Qiu Yen, who was following behind, took in all these words and couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Could it be that the Sacred Beast battlefield wasn't just about fending off the invasion of spirit beasts, but also fighting against foreign races? It was understandable that Qiu Yen didn't know these things. Under normal circumstances, it was only in the second half of the third semester that one could basically come into contact with news about the Holy Beast battlefield. The Dragon Kingdom had completely blocked these news for fear of causing panic among the people. Are there other races off-world that are eyeing Blue Star and could launch an invasion at any time? If everyone knew such news, I am afraid that they would have to eat and sleep badly every day, and live in fear all day long, and it would be better to be kept in the dark and spend their lives happily. Only when they reach the higher academies, students who can actually serve as combatants, will they know the truth of it all. It seems that this Sacred Beast battlefield hides quite a lot of secrets. Qiu Yen muttered softly, still allowing the flame Qilin to follow him. But this time he became more cautious. The entire figure was hidden behind the flamefire Qilin, and if one didn't look closely, one would definitely not be able to discover it. Suddenly, Robert stopped, shrugged his rabbit ears twice, and looked straight ahead. What do you want? I'm a supernumerary member of the Yaya's escorts. How dare you make a move against me? Qiu Yen also saw from afar at this time that several strong men suddenly appeared at the intersection in front of him, and basically all of them were big and thick. But that pair of rabbit ears. Qiu Yen, how to look at it, has a suspicion of selling cute. It looks like it's pretty hot. Haha. So what if it's a supernumerary member of the escort? Honestly, hand over the spirit stones on your body. Otherwise, today, the two of you won't be able to leave here today. Those men simultaneously flipped their hands over, and their respective spirit beasts appeared at their sides. Looking at the raging few, Robert's feet seemed to be wobbling a bit, but looking at his sister, who was being shielded by himself, he gritted his teeth and similarly summoned out his spirit beast. The spirit beast Qiu Yen did recognize it. It was a silver-level bloodline spirit beast, a bloodthirsty tiger. He didn't expect to see his familiar spirit beasts in the other world, making Qiu Yen feel very close to him. You boy, you've got a lot of nerve. It looks like it's not going to be handed over. No, don't give it. It's for my sister to pay the deed fee. It's okay for me to be a little guard, but my sister can't be like me. She has a bright future ahead of her. Robert took a small cloth bag directly from his arms and shoved it into his sister's hand, directly instructing her to run. Brother, hurry up. Go back to the village chief. Rhea hesitated for a moment, wiping her tears as she ran towards the distance. Big brother, what do you think of this? The man at the head of the group sneered. Kill the males, take the females back and raise them, and in a few years they'll grow into watery little beauties. When the time comes, add some people to our fortress as well, huh? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the few juniors behind him laughed as if they had heard something funny. However, the gazes that one looked at Rhea carried a hint of greed. Robert was also red-eyed at this point. These scum actually coveted his sister. Even if it meant risking his life, he had to bite off a piece of meat for them. Thinking of this, Robert drew his short sword and charged directly towards a few people. Scum! I'll fight you. Little tiger. Follow me. Ah! It had to be said that Robert did have two skills, and with his spirit beasts cooperating with each other, those brown men actually couldn't help him for a while. Qiu Yen was hiding to watch the show. It wasn't that he was apathetic, but this race mouthed off about the human race being the enemy or something. Then why did you save it? Saved, and then went to summon spirit beasts to develop up to go to the Sacred Beast battlefield to find trouble with their own human race? It would be a saintly mother of Qiu Yen to hold back from going on a killing spree here. As a result, that Leia panicked when she escaped and directly crashed into Qiu Yan's body. You! Rhea rubbed her eyes, saw someone, thought it was a wandering ranger wandering around, and was just about to ask Qiu Yan to support her brother. But then he saw Qiu Yan's appearance. At first it was puzzled, and gradually a look of horror was written all over the little face. Without those long ears. People! are human. Immediately, he fell to the ground in fear and shivered. Qiu Yan was also very helpless when he saw this. This directly exposed himself. If it was a normal spirit beast, maybe he would have killed it without saying a word. This Leah in front of Qi was similar to a small human girl in every aspect except for having a pair of rabbit ears, and a pair of big watery eyes looked at Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan really can't lay his hands on it. Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. I come from good people. Qiu Yan grinned, trying to look as amiable as possible. I hadn't thought that such a move would scare Rhea right out of her wits. The human race is that human race that's known as the most evil race in the universe. Countless Sky Rabbit clan warriors died under the swords of the human clan. At this moment, Qiu Yan's smile was no different from the evil spirits of hell in her eyes. A few people at the intersection also followed the sound and looked over. Their faces were all tinged with shock, and for a moment, they actually forgot to spar with Robert. Seeing this, Qiu Yan could only sigh helplessly. It's good that you weren't found out yourself. But if they were found out, it would certainly be a big problem if they let these people run back and shake people. One still doesn't know exactly what kind of strength this other world has. In case you fight off the little one and come to the old one, if a random 2 silver gold level martial artists came, they would basically only be taken down. Since a few of you saw me, I'll just have to silence you. Chapter 56 Qiu Yan, the demonic villain in general. Go! In just an instant, Purple Moon also appeared by Qiu Yan's side. The Flame Qilin and Purple Moon charged towards those people right at the same time. Humans! Quickly! You guys go back and report. The man who was leading the group yelled, and a hideous scar could be seen across his chest. Cloud Mist Leopard. Let's go! Directly carrying his sword and his spirit beast together, he slashed at the Flamefire Qilin. He instilled spiritual energy towards the weapon in his hand, and at that moment, the entire blade in his hand shone with a strange light. Splitting his head, he slashed towards the Flamefire Qilin. This slash, it seemed to be at least at the level of the Black Iron 3rd stage as well. If it was really struck, although the Flame Qilin would not die, it was estimated that it would definitely be seriously injured. Right at this moment, Purple Moon instantly sprang out from the side, and with one bite, she directly bit the man's neck. The man's pupils quickly became dark. His neck began to frantically spatter blood. The knife held in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang. What? Seeing that their own bosses were killed in seconds like this, the several junior brothers looked at Qiu Yan angrily, and a strong anger erupted in their hearts at once. This human killed their most beloved boss. Alanji, fight you. Charge. After all, where were a few countryside ruffians a match for the extreme spirit beast Flamefire Qilin? The Flamefire Qilin roared in anger and swept across several people as if a wolf had entered a flock of sheep. In the blink of an eye, there was only one person left in the field. At this time, he also came to his senses and was directly scared out of his wits by the Flame Qilin, and for a moment, he actually collapsed to the ground in fear. The devil! It's the devil! He came back to his senses and stumbled off into the distance. After running out for about a few hundred meters, he looked back behind him, and it seemed that the Flame Qilin wasn't chasing after him, so he was surprisingly relieved. But then, he was stabbed in the heart by an incoming arrow glowing with lightning. Seeing that Qiu Yan's attention seemed to be on a couple of men, Robert quietly climbed up and ducked into a bush. Gathering up a few people, Qiu Yan also realized that the teenager called Robert from before had disappeared. Is this hiding? Qiu Yan didn't take it seriously. Being able to be casually taken by those few rookies, their strength shouldn't be very strong either, so let Purple Moon and Flame Qilin look around and just do it. What's more, that teenager was injured, so he certainly couldn't run far. The first order of business was to take stock of the loot. Qiu Yan crouched down next to the bodies of several people and rummaged around. Sure enough, I found some small rocks the size of a thumbnail. There were some numbers engraved on it. Is this the currency of the Sky Rabbits? Just as Qiu Yan was rummaging through the bodies, Robert quietly peeked out. He held his breath and gently walked around to Qiu Yan's back. Then, finding the right opportunity, he grabbed the short knife and stabbed it towards the front. Without warning, Qiu Yan deflected his body, directly dodging this swift stab. What? Robert's eyes widened, not realizing that the human in front of him was so powerful. Surely those legends that were circulating were true. Humans really are an evil and powerful creature. With a slight point of his toes, he changed his stance once again. reversing his direction and stabbing towards Chiu Yen. There was very little spiritual energy left in his body, and this time he infused all of it. Seeing Robert in this state, he couldn't help but make Chiu Yen look at him twice more. This what's-his-name Sky Rabbit clan looked weak, but their physical fitness was really good. I can't believe he was able to stabilize himself in such a short time. He tilted his body once more, dodging the thrust with ease. With that, he lifted his long leg and kicked hard toward the side of Robert's waist. Ah! Robert's body instantly lost its balance and rolled to the side, trying several times to get up. Chiu Yen snorted coldly, his face full of sarcasm. Do you know that if I hadn't stepped in just now, you would have been killed by those people? And even then you're going to do it to me? At that, Robert's face grew a little grim with excitement, more like the defiance of a teenager. You demon! Chiu Yen laughed as he took 2 steps forward and directly stomped dead center on Robert's chest. So I'm asking you, what mistake did I make that made me the devil you say I am? None of you humans are any good. Robert was shivering with fear though, but the eyes that looked at Chiu Yen were incomparably resentful, not like an act, as if Chiu Yen was really a great villain who burned and looted. Don't you humans want to invade our Yaya's kingdom? You can try. The warriors of the Sky Rabbit clan will never lower their lofty heads to humans. Chiu Yen did freeze. There seems to be some huge amount of information in this passage. Doesn't there? What do you mean the people are going to invade the kingdom of Yayas? For more than 50 years since the aura recovery, hadn't it been their human races that had thrown themselves one by one into the holy beast battlefield to fend off the spirit beast's attacks? Chiu Yen saw that the two sides held different opinions, and was puzzled in his mind that it would be better to directly find a guide than to silence them. I won't hurt you guys, as long as you take me to see the Spirit Beast Contract Conference. Robert knows that Q's words can't be trusted. After all, he had killed all of those few hijackers right in front of his eyes. If he was brought to the convention, there was no telling how many of the future flowers of the Yaya's kingdom would be killed by him. After all, they were also just a poor township in the Yaya's kingdom, and there were simply no strong people to decimate the human in front of them. You're dreaming. I'm telling you, I won't betray the Sky Rabbit clan even if I die. Why don't you make it painful and just kill me? Chiu Yen raised an eyebrow. He seemed a bit like a villain. There was no intention of killing them all. But if the conflict between this race and the human race is really irreconcilable, then it can only be silenced. But he then realized that Rhea ran towards him, cupping her small fists and hitting Chiu Yen's legs one by one. Demon, release brother now. Sister, go away. Leave me alone. Although Robert was stepped on the ground by Chiu Yen, his trembling hands clung to Chiu Yen's ankles. Oh, Chiu Yen smiled evilly, thinking that it would be better to be a devil. Are you sure? Both of your lives are in my hands now. With a single reach, Chiu Yen picked up Leah by her collar and lifted her up, and the little girl's limbs stomped about in the air, but there was no way she could break free. Sister! Robert was so angry that his eyes could not stop, but facing Chiu Yen who could not be beaten. After a complicated trade-off in his heart this time, he opened his mouth in a trembling voice. Let my sister go and I can promise you. Yeah. Chiu Yen took out a box of fudge from his bag and took out one of them and put it in Rhea's mouth. Rhea, who had never seen anything like that before, had curiosity written all over her small face. What's this? Rhea's eyes were filled with amazement. The flavor was sweet like rotten berries, but not that texture. Soft and bouncy and tart. Soul Taker, what the hell did you give my sister? Poison. Chapter 57 First Visit to Odin City. Chiu Yen had a cold smile on his face, a smile that chilled Robert's heart in half. You have to take your medication on time every 3 days, and if you guys try to sneak away or leak it, your sister is dead. What? Even though he had deep animosity toward the human race, Robert finally gave in. For the sake of his sister's life, he had to compromise down. Although the original plan had been disrupted, at least now he was alive and his sister had not fallen into the hands of the thieves. It didn't matter as long as he behaved better and found a chance to do away with this human, after getting the antidote. However, while this is not a good result, it is not a bad one either. So I ask you, what is this? Chiu Yen placed the small stone he had found by touching the corpse earlier in front of Albert. This is the currency of our Sky Rabbit clan. Oh! Chiu Yen raised his eyebrows and really let him guess right. That group just now? Do you recognize them? Robert looked at Chiu Yen and hesitated for a while before answering honestly. It's a group of bandits who are entrenched here and usually stop and rob in this neighborhood. I didn't think that I'd have such bad luck today, that I'd actually be blocked by them. Cho Yen nodded, looking thoughtful. Looks like you need to get some money if you want to survive in this world. Moreover, the Imperial Beast examination was close at hand, and there was no telling how the flow of time in this world compared to the Blue Planet side. If we missed the Imperial Beast's entrance exam because of this, it would really be a big deal. Then Cho Yan's best end would be to run to Dragon Shield Security as a bodyguard and be a co-worker with Oldly. At that time, Chun Qingqing would definitely come to taunt herself. She voluntarily gave up her chance to bail out and picked up the slack instead. Cho Yen couldn't accept it no matter what. One could only hope that the Dragon countryside would stabilize the spatial rift as early as possible and send some experts to save themselves. Before coming to the Dragon Kingdom, he himself had to find a way to gather some intelligence about this world or something. Let's try to feel out the strength of this world first. With a decision in his mind, Cho Yen spoke again. Do you know where their lair is? Take me there. Since Robert said that this group of people is not a good bird, then even if he goes to the black is considered to be to get rid of the harm for them. Robert snapped. I didn't realize that the man in front of me actually wanted to find trouble with the Green Wolf Gang. The Green Wolf Gang had a bronze-level Imperial Beastmaster in their ranks. However, he wasn't kind enough to remind Cho Yen and replied immediately, It's 10 kilometers from here. I could take you there, but my sister is going to the Spirit Beast Summoning Conference. Can you wait a minute? Cho Yen thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let's go ahead and check it out then. But don't try any tricks. Your sister's life is in my hands. Robert could only nod his head with a bitter smile, but inwardly he began to calculate how to do away with Cho Yen to get the antidote. After an hour of long-distance running, Cho Yen, his entire body wrapped in a wide robe, followed his siblings into this place called Odin City. The architecture was like the Blue Star's medieval West, with a mix of Gothic and Romanesque brick and wood-framed houses crowding both sides of the street. The streets were busy with cars, but they were very dirty, with horse manure and mud all over the place. There were blackened grass stems embedded in the cracks of the wet lapis lazuli, and there was a slippery feeling as you walked on them. Some vendors existed on both sides, sitting squatting on top of the steps on one side and yelling under their breath. Take a look and see. Hey, Extreme Fire Attribute Crystal Core. Spirit beasts have a chance of awakening the powerful skills of a silver-level Earth Heart Fire lizard if they swallow it. First come, first served. The hard shell of the tail of a deep-sea peeper, just 8 spirit stones, made into a chest armor that can withstand a powerful blow from a bronze-level spirit beast. These people all have the distinguishing feature of having bunny ears. Some of these trafficked goods are hard to buy in the Dragon Kingdom. Cho Yen decided to go to the place called Green Wolf Gang to get some money first, and did not care about this, but just silently followed his siblings towards the church. In fact, the city gate to the Church of Awakening was no more than 20 minutes, but it turned out that it froze and took more than half an hour to get there. There was no other reason than that the road was so difficult to walk on that if you were not careful, you would step on filth. Only the rich, who were entitled to support their own wagon caravans, could ride in them free from stepping on the dirt of the ground. Here we are, sister, you go in first. Brother will wait outside. The entrance to the church was immaculate, but access was restricted. If you want to go in, you have to take your shoes off first. Otherwise, the filth on the road could be whipped by the Lord if it polluted the holy church. There was no way around it. Cho Yen could only look at the sights of it from a distance outside the church with Robert. It didn't take long for the deed ceremony to begin. A long line of 12 and 13-year-old children waited for the pastor. There didn't seem to be any difference between this place and the Dragon Kingdom's contract. It was all a matter of walking into an engraved spell formation, then closing one's eyes and sinking one's consciousness into it to communicate with the otherworldly spirit beasts. If a contract is made between the two parties, they will travel through the void and come to themselves because of the power of the contract in their hands. However, for the space of imperial beasts and the storage space of martial artists, it was more like having a territory of one's own in the middle of the void. If necessary, they can communicate with the space and send back their spirit animals or items. As long as they successfully contracted a spirit beast, they could leave. And not long after, Leah ran over cheerfully, joy and pride written all over her little face. Brother, I contracted a gold-level spirit beast. It's the Dark Fire Beast. Yeah, well, our Ray is awesome. Robert stroked his sister's head affectionately, the smile on his face looking a little stiff. He should have been happy for his sister, but his mind was clouded with sadness. After all, his sister is armed with a deadly toxin and her life is in someone else's hands. With that, he carefully discussed with Chiu Yen. The siblings also have to board at a relative's house in the city today, so they ask Chiu Yen if he can let the two of them go over there to say hello and come back after arranging some things. The appointment was to meet 2 hours later, still at this church. Chiu Yen readily agreed. After all, he still had to investigate the matter of the sacred beast battlefield over here, and it was inconvenient to bring 2 dragons with him. Well, meet here then. Don't think about running away. Otherwise the poison in your sister's body will kick in, and she will die with endless pain. Robert nodded, a sinister look flashing out of the corner of his eye. He had no doubt about these cunning humans, and greeted Chiu Yen before pulling his sister and turning towards the other side. Watching Robert leave with a heavy heart, Chiu Yen turned around and also hid himself in the middle of the traffic streets. Suddenly, behind him was a bellowing sound, which also attracted Chiu Yen's attention. Make way, make way! The Lizard Clan's honored guests have arrived. Only to see a carriage rapidly approaching in the distance. Running wildly on such a muddy street could be described as having no sense of public decency at all. Pedestrians on the street avoided the carriage, but they couldn't avoid being splattered with dirt. All of them looked like they dare to be angry. Chiu Yen reacted quickly and hurriedly flashed into a store, which saved him from this crisis. But he could see from afar that inside the carriage's compartment, there seemed to be a few richly dressed foreigners sitting. Chiu Yen felt that there was something big going on and directly followed this carriage quietly. Is there an intelligent race different from the Sky Rabbit race in this world? Chapter 58 Rabbit. Rabbit-eared lady? Odin City Lord's house. The carriage stopped with a gust of fishy wind. A middle-aged man with glasses from the Sky Rabbit clan stood in front of the door and arched his hand in a respectful manner at the noble guests on the carriage. This is the ruler of the city of Odin, Lord Hoover. Greetings, Lizard Clan envoy. Aha! There was a long wait before a lizard man came down from the wagon. Chiu Yen hid in the middle of the street and looked at this person from afar, feeling a bit surprised. The man did look like a lizard, and instead of a normal human-looking head, he had a lizard head and scales all over his body, with a thick tail sticking out from under his skirt and pants. We are honored to have Lord Jacques at our door. Come on in. Hoover then made way, with a fawning look that made Chiu Yen feel displeased. Before he came, Chiu Yen had asked Robert to tell him everything. The reference to Lord Hoover was one of pride, constantly bragging about what some of this one has accomplished. Chiu Yen thought it was some big shot. Now it seems that Hoover wasn't pushing it that hard and actually looked like a lapdog. And a snob too. But seeing that several people were about to enter the city lord's mansion, Chiu Yen looked around, and while most of the guards' attention stayed on Jacques the lizard man, he found a chance to flip in through the side courtyard wall. After all, who would have thought that the home of the beloved Lord Hoover would be invaded by a human of unknown origin? The courtyard was densely covered with vegetation, and there were also some strangely shaped mountains and rocks, making the environment clear and elegant. This gave Chiu Yen a chance to hide. Lord Jacques, in 3 more years it will be the day the Holy Beast battlefield opens. In these 10 years, our Heavenly Hair clan has greatly increased its military strength. Now that our troops are strong, we can't wait to go to the Sacred Beast battlefield to charge the human race. Hoover bowed his head in a very respectful manner to Jacques. Jacques, however, was all high and mighty, snorting coldly, very disdainful of this, and couldn't stop sneering in his heart. The Sky Rabbits? It's just cannon fodder for the Holy Beast battlefield. In the past, the reason why they were valued by those adults above them was only that they had a larger population, and the high-end combat power still depended on the other big clans. Now that there was new research on the side of the Sky Vault clan, the Sky Rabbit clan was no longer important. Cannon fodder? As much as you want now, and it can be mass-produced and is stronger than the Sky Rabbits. Lord Hoover, look. Down through the years, have we ever asked the Sky Rabbits for a single cent of tax? No, no. Thanks to the care of those lords up there, which has allowed my Sky Rabbit clan to develop to this day, Hoover has no teeth to forget. Jacques the lizard pondered for a moment before speaking again, a false smile on his face. Seeing that the opening of the Sacred Beast battlefield is imminent, doesn't Lord Hoover need to show something? But this upturned resource. You guys grasp yourselves. Yes, yes, yes. Men, show Lord Jacques to the treasury. As much as you want. With that, several guards came out beside him and flanked Jacques to the treasury. Because there were many soldiers at the entrance of the treasury, Chiu Yen had no way to approach at this time. Only to approach Lord Hoover again, who was full of sorrow. At this moment, he was sitting in the middle of the courtyard, constantly rubbing his forehead. "Father!" A beautiful-looking female ran over. Even her body was wafting a small scent, and she looked to be in her early 20s. Skin like cream, lips red and teeth white. The face was full of eagerness, especially the pair of pink rabbit ears, which looked very petite and cute. This is the rabbit-eared lady? Chiu Yen was shocked inwardly and truly felt what it meant to be cute. It's almost as if it came from inside one of those little day games. It also made him look twice. It wasn't that Chiu Yen was a womanizer who had thoughts when he saw a good-looking girl. The attitude he held was just some appreciation of something new and beautiful. In order to prevent being discovered, Chiu Yen once again leaned into the fake rocks where he was hiding. Lord Hoover saw that the visitor was his daughter, and in his old age he cupped the teapot and took a sip, smacking his lips. "Lily, why the panic? I told you a long time ago, as a daughter of the Hoover family, you must always be poised." Just as she stood, the rabbit-eared lady named Lily spoke eagerly, her voice melodious, like a wind chime swaying in the breeze. "Father, seeing as the sacred beast battlefield is about to open, I just saw that the lizard clan envoys are carrying supplies in boxes. Is that so okay? Without that, how do we train warriors?" Hoover twirled a small handful of whiskers on his chin and said slowly, "There's no rush. There's no rush. The district goods are just goods. Just give them to him. Just a dog raised by the Lord above. And you have the capital to call me out? Lily, you order it down. Tell Commander Opal to take a team of his own guards over there and just slaughter Jacques on his return trip." At those words, Lily's face, however, flickered with hesitation, frowning and hesitant to move. "Hurry up. Just fake it as a mountain thief. Even if the adults ask about it, just find a group of bandits and kill them." Lily nodded then, slowly turning to exit the courtyard. Chiu Yen was secretly shocked behind his back. This lord was not as cowardly as he appeared on the surface, but was instead a man of great depth and ruthlessness. Click! Chiu Yen was not paying attention and stepped on a broken stone on the ground, making a crunching sound. Breath caught in his throat and he felt bad. The sound was not loud, but being so close to Lord Hoover caused it to be very clear. Who's there?" Hoover let out a bellow. He stood up slowly, his sharp eyes fixed on the rock. As a lord, naturally, his strength didn't need to be mentioned, it was at least gold level or above. However, due to racial limitations, although the Heavenly Rabbit race had a thriving population, there were very few platinum or diamond level powerhouses. Even so, it was not something that the current Chiu Yen could deal with. Hoover narrowed his eyes, his expression growing serious. The conversation he had just had with his daughter Lily could never be overheard by outsiders. If the news was spread to the ears of those old guys in the Council of 10,000 Clans, it would definitely cause the Heavenly Rabbit clan to suffer heavy losses. Because of the prohibition over the Blue Star, which was the sacred beast battlefield, the 10,000 races of the Starry Sky were simply unable to press forward with their armies. Only the Council of 10,000 Nations could be formed spontaneously. Every 10 years, each ethnic group would send out the best young men of their clan to enter the sacred beast battlefield and calculate the battle merit according to the number of human races killed. The chiefs of the top 10 races ranked in terms of battle merit naturally became the top 10 counselors, as the leaders of the Council of 10,000 races. The Hare tribe is weaker, and as one of the tribes under its jurisdiction, it must carry out the orders of the 10 counselors. Once those old guys, that is, the top 10 counselors, found out that they had beheaded the Lizard Clan's envoys, the worst thing that could happen then would be to be directly ordered to replace the bugs as the primary cannon fodder on the battlefield. No way. Although the Heavenly Rabbit clan was not strong, they were just able to give birth, and if they focused on giving birth, they would be able to give birth to around 3 to 4 litters a year. The more genetically advanced the race, the weaker the ability to reproduce. This has been true for ages. Chapter 59. How many daughters are hidden in the Golden House? Hoover looked at the delayed movement behind the wigwam, and some doubts arose in his mind. Could it be that you heard wrong? But then, a bright red figure suddenly appeared behind the wigwam and scurried towards the door like lightning. This immediately gave Hoover a shock, and his eyes were filled with shock. It's okay to hide a person, but where did such a big spirit beast come from? And when did this come? How on earth did a bunch of pig-like guards patrol and even let this in? Hoover's eyes blurred and he was so angry that he almost had a brain hemorrhage and was about to pass out on the spot. Come on, man. Quickly. Go after them. Since most of the guards had been sent to the warehouse to carry goods by themselves, it resulted in a surprising lack of soldiers for a while. Instead, a few guards reacted and hurriedly stopped in front of the spirit beast. But that spirit beast was very agile, and the sporadic few guards were directly dodged by its dexterity, and could not be stopped at all. Damn him, a bunch of punk snacks. Men, seal off the mansion. No one is allowed to come and go as they please without my permission. With a black face, Hoover summoned up all his chi and moved to run out after the flaming unicorn himself. The speed is smashing. Hearing the commotion, the guards in all directions rallied and surrounded the entire courtyard. Qiu Yen hid in the gap of the wigwam, not daring to move. If these guards on patrol found out again, a mouthful of spittle from each of them would be able to drown Qiu Yen. Suddenly, another flame Kirin appeared and drilled out towards the small door on the other side at great speed. What's that? Why is there another one? Him. Slow down. It's possible that it's a diversionary tactic. A personal guard captain-looking man who seemed to have a bit of a brain stopped the crowd as he reached out his hand and randomly named a few people. You, and those few come with me. The rest of you keep searching. Yes. Just as all the soldiers' attention was on the side of the personal guard captain, Qiu Yen had already quietly shifted his position. Panicked, he slipped in deeper towards the city lord's mansion with a bad smile on his face after the robbery. It's so exciting. If it wasn't for the 3 chi polymorphs attracting other people's attention, so many guards with 1 knife each, they wouldn't have to be zapped into a shower. Qiu Yen unknowingly ran above a long corridor. Taking 2 deep, calming breaths, he looked around. Honestly, this promenade is even more dangerous than the outside. Because there's nothing, it's just a straight trail. As we all know, dry pulling without cover can be very risky behavior. But there were magically no guards over here. This also caused a trace of joy in Qiu Yan's heart. Seeing that no one was around, he directly entered a room in the city lord's mansion. But after coming in, Qiu Yan was dumbfounded. The pink-decorated room was stuffed with dolls and rag dolls and whatnot. One black eye looked straight at Qiu Yan, almost giving him a fright. Qiu Yan was looking at his heart and forced himself to hold back the urge to urinate, deciding to change rooms to hide. Who knows? There was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Special milks. Luck sucks, doesn't it? Having no choice, Qiu Yan rummaged here and there, found a closet and dug inside. Squeak! Just 2 seconds before the door to the room opened, Qiu Yan's entire body burrowed into the closet. Through the gap in the closet, Qiu Yan saw the lord's daughter, Lily, walk in with an anxious face, constantly rummaging for something on the dresser. The inside of the closet is dark and gives a very secure feeling. Qiu Yan let out a long sigh of relief. There's also a lingering scent here, which is much better than the smell of horse manure on the street. He shrank his body inward, making it as comfortable as possible for him to hide. Small hands to the body under the support casually touch a hand. It felt like touching a piece of silk fabric, the surface smooth. Feel good, quite good. Picking it up and looking at it through the light coming in through the slit, it turned out to be a piece of personal clothing. Qiu Yan was startled and immediately felt very offended at the owner of the clothing. Mentally, he kept confessing and apologizing, and hurriedly flung the clothes in his hand straight away. But the elbow flung out, and it came straight into contact with something soft and squishy. Qiu Yan took a closer look towards the side. In the midst of this darkness, there was actually a pair of eyes staring at him furtively. Crouch! Well, Qiu Yan's little heart shook wildly, and he was almost about to scream out in shock, but then a small, soft, boneless hand covered his mouth. What the? Qiu Yan stared with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. Why is there someone else in this closet? It still feels like a woman. Shoo! Don't make a sound. The man moved closer to Qiu Yan. Warm nostrils blew on his ears, causing Qiu Yan to make a small red face and his heart and mind to shake dramatically. At such an intimate distance, neither himself nor Lin Yuqing had ever stayed like this. Jesus Christ. Believe me, I only have Lin Yuqing in my heart. Qiu Yan wanted to cry without tears. This racy encounter love whoever comes. But at this time he couldn't expose it, and he immediately felt as uncomfortable as having ants crawling all over his body. The temperature of the whole body was rising extremely fast like a small sun. Even so, Qiu Yen held his breath and froze without making a sound at all. For a while, in the middle of the closet, there was only the sound of two people's slight breathing, and the atmosphere was ambiguous. Squeak snap. It wasn't until a slamming door sounded that Qiu Yen crawled out as if he was running for his life. Now he looked in an extremely sorry state, even with a strip of close-fitting clothing hooked out from his toes. Grass. Qiu Yen only felt his heart being taken over by guilt. Lying helplessly on the ground, his eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if he had been spoiled. Woo-hoo! Yu Qing, I'm sorry for you. Immediately afterward, the woman in the closet burrowed out. She was good-looking and had a watery softness in her brow. The voice also revealed a big sister's gentleness. Get up. Don't play dead. What the hell are you doing here? Could it be the type of man who covets Lily's beauty and wants to snoop? Only then did Qiu Yen raise his head and saw the woman standing in front of him. In front of him was actually a stunningly beautiful woman, not even comparable to Lin Yuqing. There were the same two rabbit ears on top of his head, both of which were drooping at the moment from anger. The point is, that size of the chest is as good as falling off. Could it be that the soft one he just touched? Qiu Yen didn't dare to think any further, and his entire body collapsed to the ground once again, two lines of clear tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. You're sick. Why does it feel like I'm doing something to you? The woman's cheeks quickly flushed with a blush and her eyebrows went up in a sultry look. But then it noticed Qiu Yen's head. Her pupils shrank, and even her voice became a little shaky. You're human. Qiu Yen lifted his head breathlessly to look at the woman and lay down again. The pendulum has swung. The pendulum has swung completely the other way. The woman opened her mouth to say something else, but the sound of a high-heeled shoe resounded from the doorway once again. Ta-da-da-da-da. The woman reacted quickly and ducked right into the closet again. Qiu Yen, even if he was swinging for the fences, woefully got up from the ground and tried to pull the cabinet door. But the woman in the closet had already deadlocked the door, and Qiu Yen couldn't pull it open with all his might. Special milks. Qiu Yen was about to cry in a hurry. It wasn't really that big of a deal. If you get caught, you just bail. But Qiu Yen froze in panic due to being a thief and sneaking around for fear of being discovered. In desperation, Qiu Yen's sight aimed at the floor-to-ceiling curtains on the side. He quickly pulled back the curtains. I didn't realize there was a petite little girl hiding behind the curtains. How many girls do you have in your house? Chapter 60. Nina and Nia. The current state. Qiu Yen had now seen the world, and his firm Taoist heart was as solid as gold. This time it was the girl who was startled. Qiu Yen saw that she was about to scream out and directly made a preemptive judgment. Reaching out, he covered the small mouth just in time before she could make a sound. The little girl who was thinking of struggling fiercely gradually started to become flustered in her eyes when she saw Qiu Yen's appearance. By the end it actually revealed a deep fear. This is human, that murderous race of demons. When Qiu Yen saw the little girl who had come down honestly, a million feelings of pride rose in his heart and he was almost about to give himself a thumbs up. Not ashamed of myself. A crisis was directly prevented. Crunch. Lily walked in quickly, looking even more flustered than before. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the curtains that seemed to move. She stared at it and seemed a little puzzled. The two people hiding behind the curtains at this point had their little hearts beating out of their chests. But Lily's next action made both of them send a sigh of relief. She just assumed it was the breeze caused by her opening the door too far. She then rummaged more violently among the several small drawers of the dresser. Brush. Clap, clap, clap. Brush. A couple of small drawers she'd been rummaging through couldn't be found. Strange. It was obviously placed here. How come it's gone? The more he searched, the more he broke down and began to sob directly and stiflingly. That scene was a real sight for sore eyes. But Qiu Yen didn't think so. At this time, he did not dare to breathe, just begged his grandpa and begged his grandma, hoping that this big sister would hurry up and go out. It's hard to hide behind curtains. Those of you with relevant experience understand this. As soon as you breathe a little faster, those exhaled air currents will blow the gauze curtains, thus creating a slight wobble. If discovered, a bloodbath is inevitable afterward. In just these few short minutes, Qiu Yan's eyes were starting to get lax due to the lack of oxygen. If you really can't hold on, you can only turn your head and take a hard breath in before slowly exhaling. That's a little better. But the little girl next to her kept her eyes darting this way. So every now and then you'd lock eyes with this girl. This is really a bit embarrassing. So in order to avoid embarrassment as much as possible, Qiu Yan's face was suffocating purple. But it's a good thing that the one thing Lily lost seems to be very important. Just cried for a few minutes, then wiped away the tears and ran off to find something. Phew! Qiu Yan was unsteady on his feet and knelt down on all fours, still panting heavily. Special milk. It's been a whirlwind of a day. Never before has it felt so good to breathe. At that moment, the older sister from earlier in the closet and the little girl behind the curtains came out as well. Blah blah blah. The little girl lifted her cuff in disgust, wiped her mouth, and spat a couple of times in a fury. A pair of soulful and clear eyes stared at Qiu Yan, clenching his back teeth in death. It was the man in front of her that took her first kiss, but it wasn't a mouth-to-mouth kiss though. But she had just seen clearly that this human had covered his own mouth after covering his own. What's the difference between this ing indirect kissing and direct kissing? Her mind directly collapsed, and in a moment of anger, she directly opened her mouth and cursed. But the fine voice, no doubt, was a little thunderstruck. You wretched human! If it wasn't for you, how come my sister and I are stuck here and can't get out? Sure enough, all humans are the most disgusting and perverted creatures. Men are even worse. Qiu Yan was instantly offended and raised his head to stare at the girl. You're so young, BB. Look at the men in front of you. They're just great big drops of goodness. That's right, men. The woman in front of me not only has an airplane field, but her speech is not polite at all. Somehow, if it wasn't for him, Qiu Yan, she would have been found out a long time ago. It was obvious that she had saved her life, and now she was biting back. The girl was furious, her two rabbit ears pressed tightly to the back of her head. Shameless! She was about to speak again, but was stopped by her sister who stepped aside. Okay, little sister. Stop it. Human, we don't know what you're here for. But you did ruin our plans. Qiu Yan also stood up at this time, clapped his hands, looked at the two sisters in front of him and said coldly, Tell me, what are you guys doing again? That thing Lily was trying to find, that's what you guys took, right? Smart man. Even though she didn't know Qiu Yan's character, her sister still opened her mouth tenderly and praised her. Seeing that his sister was clearly able to communicate, Qiu Yan's cold expression eased somewhat. But he then began to reflect. He usually does not handle things this way, and today his way of thinking is more or less out of the box and his words and actions are a bit out of place. Could it be the aftermath of using the 3 Qi polymorphs too much? Qiu Yan had used the 3 Qi gathering forms 3 times by now, and the Wanxiang Shenshu was clearly telling itself at the time that using too much of it would lead to schizophrenia. It seemed that in the future it would be better to not rely on the 3 Qi polymorphs as much as possible. Like Lord Hoover just now. The speed of the chase out was so fast that even Qiu Yan's naked eye couldn't see his figure, only the remnants. Just in case the next time you think outside the box and run right up to that Hoover and jump in front of him to mock him, you won't even know how you're going to die when the time comes. After a moment of silence, Qiu Yan spoke again. Since we have met here, it proves that we each have a different agenda at heart as well as a different purpose. But we now face common difficulties. The entire City Lord's mansion is surrounded by heavy troops. We should combine our efforts to find a way to escape. I propose that it would be better for each to be honest. After we team up and escape, how about we go our separate ways on the avenue of heaven? Qiu Yan spread his hands and his eyes went to the two sisters. Such a choice is indeed in the common interest of all. His attitude had been made clear, and it was up to the two sisters to choose between them. My sister frowned, her mind making monstrous waves as her tangled thoughts continued to hedge. It took 3 minutes for the furrowed brow to unfurl, as if the answer was in his mind. Her voice carried the characteristic gentleness of a big sister. Could be. My name is Nina and my sister's name is Nia. Nia elbowed her sister gently, a difficult look on her face as she tried to whisper something. Nina, as an older sister, definitely knew the concerns in her sister's mind. She patted Nia's shoulder and nodded her head rather fondly, looking at Qiu Yan once again and said, We are members of the Yaya's Revolutionary Army. Lord Hoover has a mysterious legion of dead soldiers, said to have been given to him by great men among the other worlds. He was having too many days of peace and quiet, so he gave the soldier's note to his favorite daughter, Lily Hoover. The reason we're here today is to get Lily Hoover's soldier's talisman. Lord Hoover has been raising taxes since the last Sacred Beast battlefield, as well as granting benefits to encourage people to procreate in large numbers. He sends our parents, friends, and countrymen to the battlefield of the Holy Beast, and then offers to exempt childbirth from taxes. By doing this, he doesn't even consider us Sky Rabbit clan members as fellow clansmen. Our people are nothing more than war machines and money machines in his eyes. The Sky Rabbit clan has fallen deeply into this predicament. It's ridiculous that most of the populace still thinks he's a good lord who looks out for his people. That's exactly what we, the Revolutionary Army, are trying to change. Therefore, this soldier's talisman is important to us. We want a revolution. Chapter 61, Responsibilities Born. Qiu Yan's eyes had a hint of complexity flickering in them. It turns out that there are so many entanglements involved in this world. By now, he also understood. What the martyrs of the human race fought in the sacred beast battlefield were not vicious spirit beasts, but wolfish foreigners. I'm afraid that I didn't know about it before because the Dragon Kingdom had blocked out this information. After all, the Fae had their own civilization, which wasn't the same concept as a spirit beast disaster. But from Nina's words, it was concluded that the entire Sky Rabbit clan was under the direct leadership of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Even though Hoover kept brainwashing the populace and portraying the human race as a demonic figure, there were still a lot of sober people. I would like to ask you human beings, are you really as evil as Hoover says you are? Anyway, I don't think you do. Earlier in the closet, you could have done something to me and I wouldn't have been able to resist. But you didn't, you're a noble human being. Nina had a determined look on her face. She wanted to hear the expected answer for herself. Qiu Yan took a deep breath and spread his hands, finding a seat to look at the two. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qiu Yan. Because of accidental contact with a temporal rift, he was sucked into this world. What you don't know about the human race, I do. I'll tell you what. Ever since 52 years ago, the 10,000 races have been constantly invading the human race, and I don't know what they really want. They have descended on my blue star since the 5th year of the human aura's revival, and they slaughtered the human race wantonly, and Blue Star suffered countless deaths and injuries for a time. Do you know how the Holy Beast battlefield came to be? It was because they attempted to take possession of the Blue Star that 8,888 human greats ended up setting up the sacred beast battlefield at the cost of their own lives, using the power of the rules. The 10,000 races are isolated from the outside, but every 10 years, they transport a large number of soldiers to the sacred beast battlefield. That's why even though my human race is being beaten back, there are still tens of thousands of heroes on top. Because we know that once we lose the Holy Beast battlefield, our blue star will be devastated. I, the human race, am clearly the innocent party. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his entire body was majestic, like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Yes? My Heavenly Rabbit clan has actually become a hawk and dog under the banner of the Council of 10,000 Clans, aiding and abetting in the harming of the human race. Tears slipped from the corners of Nina's eyes, and for a moment she was surprised that she couldn't take it. If the human race itself is innocent, then do the sacrifices of Hoover's compatriots, whom he has sent to the battlefield of the Holy Beast for so many years, really mean anything? It is laughable that Hoover is still encouraging the populace of the Sky Rabbits in the name of justice to do the ugly deed of invading the innocent human race. Nina's slender palm had at some point clenched into a fist, becoming a little shaky from too much force. Sis, how do you know this human is so cunning that he won't weave a lie to deceive us? Nia spoke indignantly, only her voice was equally weak as she spoke. It's also understandable that one would want to deceive oneself when years of indoctrination are directly overturned. She also knew that Qiu Yan had no need to lie to her. Did you find the stuff? Nina took out a palm-sized token from her bosom and waved it in front of Qiu Yan. Still, she stammered, still a little torn. Mr. Qiu Yan, I want to ask you to help us. We shouldn't be able to take on Hoover alone. Qiu Yan pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a wry smile. I'm just a small high school student. Ah, my strength is low. How can I help you guys? Mr. Qiu Yan, so don't play dumb. Nina pursed her lips, smiled gently, and spoke again after a pause. It is the human race behind you that we want to rely on. Since the human race has been able to resist the invasion of the 10,000 races for so many years on its own, it naturally has a deep heritage. The brother of both of us is none other than the leader of the Yaya's Revolutionary Army. I'll go back and convince him that after this matter is over, my Sky Rabbit clan will help the human clan to jointly defend against the 10,000 clans. Xiao Yan's face flashed with a hint of surprise, but it was cleverly hidden by him. Why? Why rely on the human race? Even he himself had only just conjured up the truth of the matter from Nina's mere words. It took him almost the same time as Nina to figure out all of these things that the human race was carrying. That being the case, didn't she know that after joining the human camp, she would become a traitor and thorn in the eyes of all the races? At that time, the Heavenly Hair clan would have to suffer the wrath of the 10,000 clans along with the human clan. What do they want? Is it possible to take sides just because of the position of the human race? It also contradicts her earlier statement that the theory against Hoover's approach. Standing up to the human race, even though there is no need to have heavy taxes, but battles and sacrifices are inevitable. Is she really going to jeopardize the safety of her entire pack because of a race she has no connection with? Mr. Qiu Yan, I know what you're thinking. Hoover is nothing more than a dog under the Council of 10,000 Nations, and all his actions are all to please the Council of 10,000 Nations. The Council of Nations is the key. If it can't get out of the control of the Council of 10,000 Nations, even if one Hoover is gone, there will still be millions of them. So it makes sense to side with your human race, doesn't it? By helping the human race win, we are helping our Sky Rabbit race win. It's not a deal, it's a partnership. Nina's words deeply shocked Xiao Yan, and the corners of her mouth hooked up, spreading a smile. Although her smile was gentle and watery at the moment, Nina's body revealed the firmness of her will. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Qiu Yan made any conditions at this moment, even if it was physical, she would be able to accept them. Qiu Yan could also clearly feel its noble awareness and soul, and the corner of his mouth inadvertently rose in an arc. I'm sure that the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom will not ostracize this small ally. The Dragon Kingdom had always circulated the saying that there was good wine when friends came, and shotguns when jackals came. Okay, I'll do what I can to help you. If the human race sends someone over, I'll help introduce you. Qiu Yan nodded, and could clearly feel a hint of joy flooding both women's cheeks. He could also understand that it was good to have his back to a big tree. It was very encouraging news that the Revolutionary Army had such a potential ally in the human race. He suddenly realized the significance of his rebirth. The current Chun Qingqing was nothing more than a jumping clown. Even if she slapped her in the face again, so what? As long as they were strong, they were nothing more than mole crickets, and they didn't even bother to step on them. However, it was imperative to leave the city lord's mansion first. Okay, you guys dared to sneak in here, you must have a map. Show it to me first. The two women nodded and took out a piece of parchment and spread it on the floor. Qiu Yan hummed, and there were some rough lines sketched on the paper with a black charcoal pencil. Sketchy but readable. After roughly understanding the structure of it, Qiu Yan raised his head and said in a deep voice, "This place is constructed to be easily defended and difficult to attack, and it's obviously a pipe dream to try to escape without bloodshed. And it's bound to be a bitter fight. Not to mention the fact that there's Lord Hoover watching from the shadows. Then from Lily? Start with Hoover." Chapter 62 Heavenly Puppet Order. In the middle of the conference hall of Odin City's main residence, Hoover sat in the main seat with a grimace on his face, looking askance at the group of kneeling guards below. Bunch of losers! Bunch of losers! His voice instantly resounded throughout the room, and none of those guards were trembling, fearing that the Lord would wave his hand and exterminate them. Bang! Hoover crushed the seat armrest right into the crumbs. He was thinking of killing all these useless henchmen, but Hoover thought better of it. After all, that spirit beast today was really weird. After chasing himself out for 10 minutes, he turned into a green smoke and drifted away into the air. Since Hoover was able to sit firmly in the position of Lord, it was natural to associate that his city lord's mansion must have been invaded by someone. Has the search within the city lord's residence yielded any results yet? One of the squad leaders stood up shakily and looked over at Hoover. Report. Report, Lord. No anomalies have been detected for the time being. Bang! The genus of Hoover's chair is pathetic. I didn't realize it had been made into a chair, but it had such a hard time that the other armrest was in crumbs. Keep searching for me. Increase the number of troops and search without mercy. Where's Lily? Get her to me now. With that, a minister-like person slowly retreated from the conference room and directly walked briskly in the direction of his own Missy's room. While passing a fork in the road, he didn't expect to almost run into Lily head-on. Missy, forgive me. Eldest Miss, the city lord has asked you to come over. At this moment, Lily's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just cried, and her expression was a bit dumbfounded. So for a moment she actually forgot to reprimand her subordinates. Okay, I got it. Lily seemed to have lost her soul at this point, and her whole body staggered, unsteadily, towards the conference hall. The minister also raised his head at this moment, a puzzled look spreading on his face. Why was his own great lady like a different person today? If it was with her unruly nature, she was afraid that she would have to slap him twice on the spot. But the minister quickly became relaxed. It was a good job that he didn't have to be beaten or reprimanded by his lordship. It's hard to be a laborer, too. Okay. Lily walked for almost 10 minutes on what is normally a 3-minute walk. The house servants and henchmen who had greeted her along the way, but she hadn't responded half-heartedly. Just staring into the puzzled eyes of the others, she slowly walked into the conference room. Hoover saw his daughter coming, waved his hand, and simply drove all the guards out. Those henchmen were then amazed and fled as if they were flying. Seeing his own daughter seems to be in a bad mood, Hoover also hesitated for a moment, had thought to comfort first, but then still remembered the main thing. After all, his own current situation was much more critical than his daughter's cockamamie little affairs. Immediately, he reached out and took his daughter into his arms, asking in a deep voice, "Lily, I don't know what terrible things have happened to you today, but Father has something important for you to do." Lily lifted her head and glanced at her father, but then lowered her head guiltily and fell silent. "Where is that heavenly puppet order that Father gave you earlier? Now those dead soldiers need to be used. The city lord's mansion was invaded today, and for the time being, I can't find out exactly who did it. I need to use those tracking abilities of the dead soldiers." Looking aside at his daughter, who kept her head down and didn't speak, Hoover's heart raced. It's all about being spoiled by yourself. His own daughter used to be a jerk and came to himself to be pampered and cute, and he comforted her for a few moments. With such an important event happening today, Hoover really didn't have the heart to coax his daughter. But judging from his daughter's reaction, he seemed to have a vague, not-so-good feeling in the back of his mind. "Lily, that token, where the hell is it? You speak. Say something. Where the hell is it?" It was then that Lily choked back a sob, the bean-sized teardrops in the corners of her eyes rolling back down. "Father, that token is gone. I obviously put it in the middle of the dresser, but I just went to look for it and it's not there." "What?" Enraged, Hoover pushed his daughter straight away and raised his arm for a hard slap down. Pop! After a crunch, Lily stumbled and fell on top of the gold and red carpet woven from silk. "You! Did I ever tell you that that token is important enough for you to make sure you keep it close? Where are you listening? Ever since I was a kid. Won't listen to a word I say." Hoover pointed to his daughter, who had fallen to the ground, and cursed indignantly. But after cursing, he regretted it. This daughter of his own talent and intelligence, from childhood to follow their own, they have never been willing to beat nor scolded. Maybe a little too much today? That thing is lost, and your father's days are numbered. Hoover kept pacing the conference room, and beads of dense sweat oozed from his face. "Do you know that those are 12 dead soldiers who only recognize the token and not the person? That's 12 silver 7th Order deadly soldiers. That's a treasure rewarded down by the heavenly puppet clan. Those dead soldiers were refined from the corpses of various heavenly prides on the sacred beast battlefield. Even if I were to face them, I would only be killed in seconds." With a flick of his sleeve, Hoover headed straight for the door, not caring about Lily, who had collapsed on the floor. The heavenly puppet order was definitely stolen. And it definitely has something to do with that spirit animal in the yard today. Immediately afterward, he began to associate it with the question of what kind of person could infiltrate his own forces without him realizing it. The only outsider who's been here lately is that Jacques from the Lizard Clan. Lizard Clan? You guys did a great job. Wait for me. Come on, man. Has Jacques gone yet? Even if he's gone, get him back for me. At all costs. Forget it. You guys guard the ING gate. No one is allowed to let anyone out. Hoover clenched his palm into a fist and ruthlessly struck above the courtyard wall on the side, directly blowing out a big hole. Seeing her father leave, Lily struggled to get up. She ruffled her somewhat disheveled bangs, and surprisingly, the desire to cut herself off arose within her. Losing such an important thing, and then being severely slapped by his loving father. Many complicated emotions were intertwined in his heart at the moment, and all thoughts were lost. I thought the tears had dried up a long time ago, but now they were flowing again. She limped back to her room, smelling the scent of her room and feeling nothing but a sense of peace. Got a piece of twine from under the bed, tugged on it, and it seemed pretty strong. Numbly, he tossed the other end of the rope up high, looped it over the top of the beams, and tied the ends in a knot. She moved a chair and just climbed onto the stool. Father, I'm sorry for losing something so important. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I no longer have the face to face you. Bye, Dad. A look finally came over Lily's numb face, a smile of relief. She closed her eyes and kicked her stool straight away. Due to gravity and the intention of a dying person to survive, she struggled violently as her consciousness gradually began to dissipate. But Lily then felt something hold her body from below and lower herself to the ground. The rough rope strangled her snowy neck red, and it took a while for her to slow down, which was a long time. Then he saw a man and two women grinning impishly at him. Ah! Well, the three of them reached out in a flash, folding their palms over the backs of their hands, and Lily was almost muffled when she didn't slow down. Where exactly are your father's dead soldiers? Chapter 63 Horn. Just moments after Hoover chased him out, a guard's eyes darted up. He looked around, and after realizing that no one cared, he quietly withdrew from the patrol. In the midst of the city lord's mansion where the guards were gathered, no one could notice that one person was missing. He ducked into the shadows and directly stripped off his armor, stuffing it into the storage space with a brain. His name is Honi, and he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, personally lurking as an undercover agent in the city lord's mansion. Despite his very young age, he was already cultivated into a silver-level martial artist. Earlier in his life, he was adopted by a minister under Hoover's command as his adopted son because of his uncanny talent. With multiple resources feeding him, he managed to break through to silver at the age of 22. Perhaps it was because he came from a commoner's background, and even though he had been clothed in fine clothes every day in the minister's house, he still hated the current state of the Sky Rabbit clan from the bottom of his heart. At this time, he had changed into the garb of Lord Hoover's vassal again and was wandering among the city's lords. The reason why he had changed the guard's armor was because the guards were too conspicuous alone and were easier to spot instead. What appeared to be wandering around was actually slowly approaching Lily's room, sometimes pointing directly at the passing guards. After a long time of catnip around the long corridor, he finally found a break in the midst of patrol after patrol of soldiers, and with a flash he slipped into Lily's room. Who? Seeing the visitor, Chiu Yen instantly stood up and directly summoned the flamefire Qilin, preparing to strike. Don't. It's our brother. It was a good thing that Nina had pressed Chiu Yen in time, or else in just the blink of an eye, the flaming unicorn would have rushed out and bitten into Honey's windpipe. Even though Honi was powerful, he wasn't afraid of the flame griffin is all. However, while taking a good look at Chiu Yen, Honi couldn't help but take in a deep breath of cool air. The infamous human race suddenly appeared right in front of him, which really gave him a shock. His eyes swept around the room, noticing that Lily had been tied up by several people with a piece of duct tape over her mouth. What the hell is going on here? Humans, Lily, his own sister, and his sister being inside a room gave him a very subtle feeling. What's their relationship? How is it that my own sister and brother have sided with humans? Knowing that Honey had doubts in her mind, the two sisters pulled him in and told him again from beginning to end. Understanding what had happened, Honey's tightly locked brow relaxed. Then Honi, Reese will thank Brother Chiu Yen in advance. Seeing that he had outside help, Honi relaxed and happily patted Chiu Yen's shoulder. It's not in the way. Wait for someone from the Dragon Kingdom. Chiu Yen waved his hand and smiled politely, but his heart was torn. After all, he didn't know exactly when the Dragon Kingdom would come to his rescue. Honey moved closer and crouched down towards Lily. So, since Lily knows the location, could she join us? While saying these words, his pupils flickered imperceptibly. Looking at the face, Lily froze a little. Horny's looks were not to say they were out of this world handsome, but at least they were the handsome kind. And that face was very much in line with the aesthetics of the Sky Rabbit race. A blush flew across Lily's cheeks as she was stared at by the owner of this face. For a moment, he had forgotten that the identity of the few people in front of him was his father's enemy. Chiu Yen and his trio had tried it long before Honey came. Whether it was coercion or enticement, what the heck? She wouldn't agree to it and even tried to scream to draw the guards in. At the sight of Honey, though, there was an immediate gleam in her eye and a shy nod. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It was as if Horn had a kind of magic that people couldn't help but follow in its wake. The three honey sisters looked at each other, and all three of them were now in a state of unspoken agreement. They knew that Honey had just used a psychic shock on Lily and had brainwashed her straight away. And this mental shock was learned from a book in a collection at the home of Minister Reyes, Horn's adoptive father. The reason why this move was not widely circulated was because the conditions for practicing it were very cockamamie. The first requirement is to be good-looking. It is the second condition that the mental power is up to par. After that, it takes years of hard work to practice. Cho Yen looked at this scene from the side and felt a bit puzzled. Lily, who was dying there earlier, outright betrayed Pops as soon as Honey arrived. Did all the Sky Rabbit clan come from face control? But there was no time for Cho Yen to think about it. His eyelids were already fighting. After all, the 3 chi polymorphisms can make one drowsy. All he could do was sit in his chair and close his eyes and ears, quietly listening to the conversation between a few people. Those dead soldiers are hidden by my father in a mine 40 kilometers away. But the outside of the mine is equipped with a formation that cannot be opened without an oracle from my father. Lily said softly, her eyes darting over to Honey as she spoke. That's a little hard to get. Honey and the others were in disbelief. I thought that if I got the heavenly puppet order, I would be able to order the dead to fight against Hoover, but I didn't realize that there was still this kind of restriction. Without those dead soldiers, the Revolutionary Army's chances of winning head-to-head against Hoover's army were basically nil. Hoover had a number of silver-level experts under his command. If we only rely on Horny, who has the highest cultivation in the Revolutionary Army, it is obvious that the high-level combat power is not enough. Forget it. It's better to get everyone out of here first. Well, I've got a few suits of armor here, so you guys change into them and we'll go out disguised as a squad. Honey opened his storage space and instantly several rays of light fell to the ground and transformed into several sets of armor. There are literally any number of models, even in size XXXL. Who's this for? Honey scratched her head a little embarrassed. Just in case, haha. A few people put their armor on their bodies and set off in a straight line towards the entrance of the city lord's mansion. They also ran into quite a few guards along the way, but one by one, they were dismissed by Lily with a few words. Jacques was currently lying in the middle of the carriage, grasping a piece of spirit beast crystal core with a cultivation level as high as gold in his hand, scrutinizing it carefully through the moonlight. As a result, when the carriage was upside down, the crystal core in his hand didn't hold steady and fell directly into the carriage. There was an angry shout towards the horseman. Slow down, slow down. Why is this car so shaky? Don't you know that I've just had my fill? But the next thing he knew, he felt a coolness, and all the scales on his body began to shrink. Dangerous? The unsettling feeling almost made him jump out of the car and run away. But even sitting in the car, it was obvious to him that the carriage had slowed down and was slowly coming to a stop. Asshole! I told you to slow down. I didn't tell you to stop. But no one responded to the successive shouts. Hey, where are the people? Mute. Suddenly, the curtain in front of him was pulled back at one corner, and Hoover's face appeared directly in front of him. Oh, wasn't it Lord Jacques who told me to stop? Jacques snapped, his eyes staring straight at the visitor. Hoover, what brings you here? Is there something you want to see me about? Even Jacques, who was used to being pampered, couldn't help but get a little nervous at this point. As one of the envoys of the Council of 10,000 Clans, he also knew how to read people. Seeing the solemn look on Hoover's face, he slowly stood up and shielded several of the women next to him to himself. Think about what you've done. Did you take something you shouldn't have? Chapter 64. Bugging out. Escape from the city lord's mansion. What shouldn't I take? Hoover, I may have emptied your warehouse, but that was all at the behest of those lords up there. Is it hard to believe that you want to take those resources back? Jacques' eyes filled with anger as he looked at Hoover, who was growing colder and colder in demeanor, and his form shrank back behind a few of his own ladies. Hoover took a deep breath, forced himself to stabilize his mind, and spoke again. You know, I'm not talking about those. When he finished, he held out his hand and gestured. Jacques was outright confused. His scale-covered brow furrowed. What exactly did you take from him? That's a couple of gesticulations. You can't even read it. Jacques is not unreasonable people. Heart also has a number. If it really is to take Hoover what important things, give him back is. Now it's good, just collect the tax supplied to those adults, but also to attract their own murder. Lord Hoover, I really don't know. Search if you don't believe me. But let me advise you, if you want to kill me today, then you'll have to think long and hard about the liquidation of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Deep doubt flooded Hoover's mind. Did this Jacques really not take the Sky Puppet Order? The Heavenly Puppet Order was quite terrifying as the unique means of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. While the controlled dead retain their fighting consciousness in life, they are supplemented with special materials to strengthen their flesh and make it indestructible. Even Hoover wasn't sure he could break through the defenses. If the person holding the Heavenly Puppet Order knew a little bit about the art of war, one of the 12 puppet dead soldiers would be able to kill him with a single slash. Therefore, this kind of treasure can never be shed outside. Years ago, when Hoover was attending the meeting of the 10,000 races, the Heavenly Puppet race approached him and offered to trade treasures for some heavenly rabbits as research. As a lord, he was initially reluctant, even though more heavenly treasures would be useless to him. After all, his race limited his cultivation, and he was not allowed to advance an inch for many years at the first stage of the gold class. Until the Sky Puppet Clan claimed that they would help him remodel his body and remove the Sky Rabbit Clan's genetic lock as long as they got results from their experiments. On top of that, he would be gifted a precious Heavenly Puppet Order. At this point, Hoover was on a path of no return. Let me remind you, Sky Puppet Order. At that, even Jacques narrowed his eyes, seeming to look down on Hoover a little, and suddenly laughed out loud as if he had heard some joke. Ha ha ha! Are you saying that I took the Heavenly Puppet Order from you? Jacques laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes and slumped behind the shoulders of his own female family members, and there were puzzled looks from the crowd in the room. What a joke! A trash race like you still deserves to possess the jewel of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. Not even my lizard clan. Did Lord Hoover really come over to make fun of me, Jacques? If that's the case, don't make a scene. There is a heavy task at the top this time, and we have to rush to the next side of the world. A look of concern also spread across Hoover's face. Did he not take this? According to Jacques' nature, it was to wimp out when he could. If he had really taken the Heavenly Puppet Order, he wouldn't have reacted like this. It's not possible that I've been out for a while and my home has been stolen. Is it? He felt that with the nature of his men, something was definitely going to happen, and without warning, he turned around and left directly towards the Lord's mansion with a team of personal guards. Jacques and the others only felt that this Hoover was a little puzzled, like a, "Missy, will you not make it difficult for us?" Before Lord went out, he clearly instructed us that no one is allowed to put out. A guard stood in the doorway scowling at Lily in front of him. He really couldn't bear the bratty nature of this eldest young lady. So the speech was also well thought out and tried not to irritate Missy. If he made this aunt angry, tomorrow he would have to go over to the steward's side to receive a 30-large slap and be expelled from the city lord's mansion. It's none of your business what this lady does. Get out of the way. Lily furrowed her eyebrows together and raised her voice once more. Seeing that the guard was frozen in death blocking the doorway, he directly began to pick up and pull up. As she pushed and shoved, Lily threw a big musty bib, and Yum Yum directly knocked the armor-clad guard back a few steps and slammed into the courtyard wall. Bang! The guard also hit his eyes and sat down against the courtyard wall, covering his red and swollen cheeks, only feeling endless aggression in his heart. Lily stopped caring about him when she saw this and tugged on her stride to head out the door. When the 5 guards saw this, they were gathered around. Pissing Lily off means getting hit twice, and it's kinda cool. But to make the Lord angry, even if you don't die, you'll lose your skin. Xiao Yen and the others hid in their thick armor, their eyes constantly probing their surroundings, only to feel a wave of headache. Maybe in a little while, Hoover will come back, and then it will really be impossible to leave. You guys stop again? To tell you the truth, just now Father sent a message that he has been caught in a bitter fight. If a few of you stop it, you are delaying the battle. When the time comes, can you afford the consequences? Lily's face grimaced and she glared at a few people with a resentful gaze. Although there were a number of soldiers patrolling the courtyard walls, they were oblivious to Lily at the gate, and were all still glad in their hearts that they hadn't been rotated to watch the gate today. For no other reason than the fact that people such as yourself are part-time workers. Anyone who wants to meddle in this is asking for trouble. My lady, is there an oracle from the Lord? A guard with a somewhat thin frame said carefully. Of course I have. A scroll appeared in Lily's hand with a flash of light. Just as the guard slowly reached out towards the scroll, Lily jerked her hand back. What for? You still want to see it? What's in here is classified. Get out of the way. At this point, several guards then slowly made way like ants crawling. Xiao Yan's 3 people also silently followed Lily towards the outside. Wait! Suddenly being called out, Chiu Yen only felt his insides trembling furiously, and his forward steps lurched. Missy, let's go with you. Several of us can't rest assured. We're really worried about the safety of Lord and Missy. Chiu Yen was then relieved. A look at what appeared to be some kind of light streaking across that end of the skyline gave a few people a bad feeling. Chiu Yen also subtly poked Lily at this moment. Then you guys hurry up and keep up. Lily finished speaking and accelerated towards the other side, not giving a few people any room to refuse. 5 minutes later, a blue light streaked across the street, and Hoover was back in front of the city lord's mansion in the blink of an eye. When he looked at the empty gate, he had some bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the person who stole the heavenly puppet order was destroyed while he was away and his guards didn't fight? But it didn't look like there were any signs of a fight at the scene either. That's a little strange. As it happened, a group of patrolling guards passed by and saw Hoover standing alone in the doorway, and immediately shouted, "Greetings, Lord! Good, what good? I ask you, where are the guards guarding the gates? Where have they gone?" A couple of people stammered and stammered for half a day. "No. Don't know." Chapter 65 Chiu Yen, you must be safe. Because the city lord's house was closer to the west gate, and it was through the north gate that Hoover had chased him out. At this moment, in the middle of the time he was returning the same way, Chiu Yen's few people even ran straight out of the city. Big! Missy! Why haven't they arrived yet? I remember Lord Jacques of the Lizard Clan went out the north gate. Are we going the wrong way? One of the guards asked with some concern, his armor clanking as he ran. Are you coming with us or not? Don't follow us if you don't want to. My lady didn't ask you to follow me. Lily shouted without looking back as she kept running towards the front. But did the few guards dare to go back? They had no choice but to continue following. It wasn't until they had been running along the country lane for half an hour that several of the guards realized something was wrong. Nope, this isn't the way to support the Lord. Lily's feet suddenly braked at the fork in the road, and the guards behind her nearly crashed into each other. Chiu Yen also stopped at this moment, his eyes looking at Lily. After all, it was someone's guard, and it was a good idea to ask Lily's opinion. Knock out. Ha! The few guards froze a bit when their own Missy came out cold. With that, they saw those behind Lily charging towards themselves and the others. After only a couple of token resistances, he was knocked unconscious before being stripped of his armor and tied to the top of a large tree on the side of the road. Lily nodded. After all, it is also loyal to their own family work. Direct kill is a little too cruel. This is a good way to handle it. Even if Pops found out, he couldn't blame them. Well then, why don't we go sit in our Revolutionary Army stronghold first? Honey offered. After all, Hoover is sure to go on a frantic search all over town when he soon returns and realizes his daughter is missing. Chiu Yen also showed great interest in this. It would be better to just go over there and see what the strength is. Although there was not a single person in sight on the Dragon Kingdom side yet, but with the Revolutionary Army on their backs they would at least be able to survive in the midst of this world. As for the 2 hours that Albert had agreed upon, they were naturally long past. There is no need to do justice to the bandits for the sake of those spirit stones. A few people took off the heavy armor on their bodies, and with a change of direction, they directly ran towards the southwest again. Just 6 hours ago, Lin Yuqing rode Taizhan directly to the police station to call the police in defiance of traffic regulations. Lin Yuqing, as an eyewitness, was considered the fastest to arrive at the police station. All the equipment in the surrounding 3 kilometers had been interfered with by the magnetic field, and that's when the police department received the news of the appearance of a spatial rift. Receiving the signal, Officer Zhou Bowen immediately led the team and moved to the area around the spatial rift, pulling the seal to bring the scene under control. At this point, the spatial rift had begun to become relatively stable, and there was no more of that strong suction force from the very beginning. Looking at it this way, Chiu Yen was truly unlucky. He happened to be passing by when the spatial rift was officially formed, and that's how he was sucked in. The spatial rift had also gotten a bit larger in size now, and it had filled up that store of lees. From the outside, you could see the rounded space-time rift, as mysterious as a black hole, with a dark appearance like it was trying to swallow everything else whole. Hey, don't come any closer over there. Stay away. Zhou Bowen directly voiced out to drink away some of the melon eaters, and then began to set up the task into the walkie-talkie on his chest. Hasn't the special events team arrived yet? Hurry up. There's an innocent person involved. A cracking sound with an electromagnetic tone then came over the intercom. Zhou Bowen cursed and sent a female officer to pacify Lin Yuqing. Then, with a wave of his hand, he sent a few officers to protect them. With that, ran to the far side of the road and began evacuating the crowd. The 5 men from the Dragon Scale team soon arrived at the scene. It was just that, even if they were cultivated at the silver level per capita, Thunder, who was the captain, was even at the gold level. But they were only responsible for the search and rescue work, and could only stand outside the space rift and do nothing. After all, there was no strong person who specialized in formations present among their team. In case the passageway to the other world wasn't stabilized through the formation, then at any time one could get lost in it and then be pounded into powder by the spatial tides. The recent array masters were basically preparing the protective array for the Imperial Beast examination, and they couldn't be interrupted when they were outlining the spells, or else they would be directly countered by the array. This has led to the dilemma of having no one available in the city of Zhonghai now. Lin Yuqing sat on the sidelines anxious, but he could not do anything. At this time it is simply difficult to sit still. She's worried. Now Qiu Yan didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and he was afraid that if he was a little late, he might never see him again. It was only after 2 hours of being so distraught that the police temporarily deployed a formation master from the next city over. Formation masters were very rare amongst human society. Most of them needed to rely on inheritance, or a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening the relevant ability, in order to continue. For example, if a formation master was approaching his end of life, he would be able to pass on this ability to his disciples or descendants before he died. It is well known that from the moment of birth, the talents that each person possesses are set in stone. In the future, both the martial artists of the Body Refining School and the Imperial Beast Masters of the Imperial Beast School were determined by their awakened talents. The likes of Qiu Yan allowing his talent to evolve, or formation masters to pass on this kind of inheritance, were after all only in the minority. As soon as that formation master got off the bus, he jogged over and quickly opened the toolbox he was carrying. He bit a carving knife into his mouth, then kept fiddling with some tiny instruments with both hands. He was there to measure the distance to carve the spell. After the measurements were taken, a carbon pencil was taken out and a rough draft was sketched on the ground, which seemed to be covered with intricate patterns and strange writing. Afterward, he took the carving knife and lay down on the ground to carve the spells along those tracks one by one. It was obviously hard concrete, but the carving knife cut into it as smoothly as if it were tofu. This also surprised Lin Yuqing, who was seeing it for the first time. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a muffled thud of boots in her ears. The sight turned, and it turned out to be Thunder sitting next to her. He lit a cigarette and spoke to himself. "Little girl, is that little brother named Qiu Yan being sucked in?" Seeing Lin Yuqing nod gently, he took a deep sip of his cigarette butt, and his thoughts returned to many years ago. One of my former teammates was like that. Again, they were sucked in by the newly created spatial rift. He was lucky though. He was still alive when the search and rescue team found him off-world, and only slightly injured. It's not like there aren't cases like this, so you don't have to worry too much. Qiu Yan will definitely be fine. Lin Yuqing turned her head to look at Lei Ting, doubts written all over her eyes. This older man seems to be very sad. Aren't his teammates still alive? As if he had read Lin Yuqing's doubts, Lei Ting spoke again after a pause. "It's a pity. We didn't have enough manpower and strength at that time. Attacked by unknown spirit beasts in the other world. Our entire team is at stake. It was he who sacrificed himself, stopping the spirit beasts alone and holding back for us. That's how we were able to come back." He let out a long breath. "Don't worry. I won't let that tragedy happen again." After saying that, Thunder smiled to himself, and then stood up and patted his ass, leaving the place. Lin Yuqing looked at Lei Ting's back and similarly felt a sense of despondency, unconsciously clutching the corner of her coat. "Qiu Yan, you must be safe." Chapter 66 Rescue Operation. Departure. Time passed in a flash, and the formation master breathed a long sigh of relief and put away his carving knife and tools to leave. Perhaps it is too much of a drain on the mind. An unsteady stand is about to fall towards the back. But fortunately the Dragon Scale squad members waiting on the side to go in ambushed him. He turned back to say thank you, before speaking somewhat weakly. "Due to the haste of today's arrival and the lack of manpower, I'm the only one. I've stabilized the spatial rift for now. The formation will probably last for about 3 days. Remember, measure the flow rate of the otherworldly after you enter. 3 days is dragon time, or 72 hours. After the time, the the formation will not be able to maintain channel stability. If the spatial flow in it is too fast, if you can't make it back, don't force your way into the passage. Remember, remember. Thunder nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a layer of purple light immediately emerged from two of the team members. They were beast sentinels, and their physical qualities were naturally not as strong as those of martial artists, and this move was also to protect their safety. With that, the Dragon Scale Squad slowly stood in the center of the spell formation. The complicated spell formation began to flicker with light. Within a few breaths, a blinding glare blossomed, directly engulfing all 5 people in the center of the formation. Dragon Scale Squad? Rescue and exploration operation. Go! Thunder bellowed, and the figures of several people dissipated. Lin Yuqing looked at this side with a worried face, and the female police officer on the side pulled over her small hand at the right time. The warm hand wrapped around Lin Yuqing's cold little hand, also calming her mood a little. It wasn't the first time that the Dragon Scale Squad had rescued innocent people who had fallen into the spatial rift. Directly and lightly, he evenly released his spiritual energy and slowly drifted towards the front. I don't know how long it took, but a few people came to the otherworldly world with a blackout in front of their eyes. Thunder looked around. It's impossible to know where you are when there's no light penetrating the area. After all, being in an alien world, a female team member's heart clenched. Team. Captain, do you want me to light it? Slow down, Thunder said softly. Lighting in dark and unknown places can be dangerous. Spirit beasts that live in dark environments can be very sensitive to light. If we illuminate rashly, we're likely to be besieged. Thunder sniffed the air. The air here is dusty and filled with a musty smell. But it didn't smell like any spirit beast feces. This is good news for a few people. It was mostly safe here, and there didn't seem to be any spirit beasts living here. Several people didn't dare to directly illuminate this side of space, and only had to use the weak light of the detection instrument to probe around. Ah! There should have been only the sound of a few people's rustling footsteps in the middle of the silent space, but at that moment a female team member couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. This one caught everyone's attention straight away. What's wrong, Fuyao? Thunder was instantly alert. Team Captain, I think I touched someone. In the midst of the space, Fu Yao's panicked voice resounded. Don't be afraid, where are you? I'll lean over slowly. Captain, it can't be that we've traveled into an otherworldly terracotta warrior. I found it here too, and it seems to be covered in some kind of leather armor. At those words, Thunder cautiously felt his way towards a few people. About 5 minutes had passed since they came to the otherworld, and everyone's sight was gradually beginning to familiarize them with the darkness. It wasn't until he got within a meter closer that Thunder could barely see it. There was a man in black armor standing there. However, it seemed to be lifeless, and the team member next to it even took a hand and patted its body, but it made a thumping metallic sound. These things are weird. Suiyu, test how well this stuff reacts to light sources. Okay. Suiyu was the cold on the outside and hot on the inside iceberg beauty that Xiao Yan and the others had seen earlier on Suan Street. At the moment, she turned on the flashlight while also using her spiritual energy to protect her entire body. But even with the strong light from the flashlight, the thing didn't move in the slightest, as if it was lifeless. That's odd. Is it really an otherworldly terracotta warrior? Suiyu, you find the exit first, then we'll explore around. Just wait for us over there, and we'll lean toward you then. Suiyu's own combat power was not strong, and her position within the team was similar to the role of a scout or a wise counselor. Light responded, holding up a flashlight and shining it around. Judging it to be safe, Lei then took out a few lamps and wrapped them in spiritual energy to place them around the area. At once, a few people got a full view of the place. This appears to be an abandoned mine. Many of the ores shimmered strangely in the light. The terracotta warriors they had just encountered were still as motionless as puppets, their bodies wrapped in armor with spikes, as if any part of their bodies could be used as a means of attack. There were 12 puppets in total, basically refined from the corpses of different races. However, there was actually a human among them. They stood there quietly like statues, and the Dragon Scale Squad all felt their anger rising. Is this a puppet of the Sky Puppet Clan? It looks like someone put it here. As the captain of the Dragon Scale Squad, Thunder had the authority to view some of the Dragon Kingdom's dossiers, so he recognized this kind of thing at a glance. He clearly remembered that this tactic of the heavenly puppet race was very cruel. It takes a lot of lives to fill in the refining process. Grass. I'll destroy it now. Since it's something from the 10,000 clans, it's better to destroy it than to come over and deal with us. A member of the team wearing glasses spoke out angrily. Several of the people present had been on the sacred beast battlefield and retired from it, knowing the ugly face of the 10,000 races. It is natural to abhor such evil things. But that team member tried several times and could not do any damage to it. Couldn't resist starting to build up a big move. All right, Song Hanyang, you stop first. We haven't found the exit yet. If it collapses, we'll all die here. Fu Yao spoke softly from the side. For something like this, although it was better destroyed, it didn't seem to be a threat to a few people without someone manipulating it. Come on everyone. I found the exit. Thunder nodded and retrieved a few lamps before erupting a powerful spiritual energy to erase the footprints and other traces of the few people who had come over. Several members of the team naturally knew that staying here was just getting in the way, and ran towards Sui Yu's direction together. The group followed the 7-turn mine path toward the top, and could clearly feel the elevation increase, and couldn't help but feel some anticipation. Every otherworldly realm would have its own special spirit beasts that existed, and might even be beneficial to the human race. Chapter 67 3 Parties Movements. Captain, this place seems to be sealed by some kind of formation. We can't get out. Sui Yu stopped at the door and shouted towards the back. Song Hanyang seemed to be lost in thought, and without breaking he hit the wall of air in front of him. He directly hit his eyes and retreated a few steps towards the back before stabilizing his stance. Holy, why is there a formation here? We won't teleport to the 10,000 clans' lair. Thunder furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, the rescue operation was fraught with suspicion. Descending into the secret realm on the blue planet had never encountered such an alien world with another civilization living in it. The formation had obviously been intentionally set up to protect the heavenly puppet race puppets below. It is worth mentioning that perhaps it is because of the different cultures of the two worlds. The Hare tribe calls these dead soldiers, that is, soldiers who have died. And the dragons felt it was clearly a puppet. You guys try to see if you can break this seal by brute force. Okay. Song Hanyang gathered all of his spiritual energy in the center of his fist and directly unleashed his talent. Shocking fist. Bang! Just as the fist made initial contact with the formation, there was a muffled sound like a knock on glass. Then, an invisible curtain of light appeared and rippled. But there was no sign that it was about to be broken open. It seems that this seal is not simple. Thunder sucked in his breath. Song Hanyang's frontal power play ability is also one of the best on the team, and is almost at the peak of the silver level as well. Don't look at Thunder as a 6 feet 9 inches strong man, but he's actually from battle law. If the cultivation levels were the same, Thunder would only be able to overwhelm Song Hanyang. Had to get on by myself. You guys back off a bit. I'll do it. Although my talent is not as strong as Hanyang's in terms of power, I have more killing power, so be careful of hurting you guys. Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 members of the team retreated to the back, and Sui Yu had even begun to condense a spiritual shield. A moment later, an ice-blue shield coalesced and took shape, blocking in front of several people. Thunder's talent was none other than the sacred skill Thunder, which could erupt with the power of thunder and lightning when he raised his hands and feet. The reason why the crowd was told to back away was because they were afraid that the scattered thunder would accidentally injure their teammates. Thunder-splitting seal. In an instant, a purple palm shadow suddenly erupted from behind Thunder's back, perfectly synchronized with Thunder's movements as he blatantly smashed into the barrier in front of him. Boom! Deafening explosions instantly filled the entire space, and violent air waves swept up dust and sand. The 4 members of the team also made an effort to shrink towards the back of the psychic shield. They covered their ears with death, their brains still buzzing. Some tiny thunderbolts scattered in all directions, and there was no doubt that just touching one would be enough to make one's body twitch and lose their battle power. The barrier shook violently for a moment, visible to the naked eye, and a hopeful radiance blossomed in the eyes of all 4 of them. On the other side of the city lord's mansion, Hoover raised his head violently, and a cold aura flashed furiously in his eyes. The sealing spell formation he had laid down was actually being forcibly broken open. Seek death. San cold killing intent suddenly erupted. The green bricks under his feet exploded. The whole person like a light blue lightning tore through the sky, straight to the mines. Qiu Yen followed Honey and the others to the stronghold. The peaceful scene around him made Qiu Yen wonder if he had gone to the wrong place. Often a sky rabbit woman or child would pass by and then call out toward Honey for a chief. Is this your living quarters? Chiu Yen asked somewhat tentatively. Huh. Honey looked back at Chiu Yen strangely. No. This is the headquarters of our revolutionary army. Black lines sprang up on Chiu Yen's forehead. This is too much child's play. You call this a revolutionary army? Let's call it a revolutionary village. Where are your fierce soldiers? Where's the roar of your warriors in training? Where are your trusty lieutenants? How can you see that there are some old and sick people in front of you, right? There is not even a young and strong labor force. As if he could tell what Chiu Yen had in mind, Honey had a mysterious smile on his face. The outside is just a layer of camouflage. Come with me and I'll show you. Chiu Yen followed Honey to a cave entrance. It was so well hidden that it would actually be completely undetectable if it weren't for the many obstacles that had been moved out of the way. Even Chiu Yen couldn't help but give Honey a thumbs up in his heart. Worthy of being the heavenly hair race. It really is cunning hair 3 holes on. Following Honey as he continued down, Chiu Yen realized that there were other places underground. The soldiers lined up in neat rows, waving the spears in their hands with neat movements, and the roar of the practicing soldiers echoed throughout. Chiu Yen then nodded with some satisfaction. When he first came here, he wanted to turn his head and leave. I thought Honey was just a pipe dreamer, but I didn't realize that in the shadows he had actually assembled such a force. Though the number of personnel on this side couldn't even compare to those guards in the city lord's mansion, let alone going up against Lord Hoover's army. But this made it look like something else, and at least it gave Chiu Yen some hope. Maybe when the support from the dragon side arrives, there might actually be a chance. After all, the victory of a war relied on high-end combat power, and the soldiers' main thing was to attack the city and weaken the enemy's defense force. Like the thousands of soldiers in front of them, all they had to do then was charge after Honey. Chief, you are back. How's the plan? A competent man dressed in linen walked out and spoke out respectfully to Honey, and then his eyes also looked at Chiu Yen with some curiosity. At this moment, Chiu Yen hid his entire body under a black robe in order not to cause panic. The texture of these black robes was quite comfortable, and Chiu Yen had taken 2 of them along with him during the last raid on the Heavenly Vault Church. So didn't this come in handy? Well, the plan went a little awry, but at least the plan worked. This way, very good, very good. Peace be with you. The man had a look of delight on his face. And this is new friends, it's okay. You guys keep training. Tough luck, Uncle Cohen. Honey looked at the man, a polite smile spreading across her face. This is the Uncle Butler of the Reyes family, and he is the one who watched Honey grow up and regards Honey as his own son. It's also the person that Honey trusts the most. Cohen began to secretly help Honey gather soldiers after knowing what was on his mind. By going in and out of the barracks by his own authority, he turned some aspirants who also wanted to overthrow Hoover's rule. Nowadays, the entire barracks are run by Cohen here. The entire barracks had roughly 5 silver-level experts, 13 bronze-level squad leaders, and countless other black iron-level generals. After strolling through the entire barracks, Chiu Yen did make some small suggestions, which also made Honey look at Chiu Yen even more favorably. Report. Lord Chief. Lord Hoover went back out again less than a quarter of an hour after he returned. This time, it seems to be going in a certain direction. A few people looked at each other. Hoover is supposed to have returned to the townhouse and sensed that Lily was no longer in the townhouse. And then there must be a vigorous manhunt all over town. It was a critical situation, but a few people were strutting out the west door. So there's absolutely no way to keep this one under wraps. There was a cold glint in Honey's eyes, and her knuckles tapped lightly on the tabletop. It seems that the battle should find a way to advance 2 days. Lily, take us to the mine and see what's going on with that formation first. After saying that, he quickly got up and took the lead towards the exit. Chapter 68, Descending Strike. Right after thunder blasted out a seal, the entire seal began to shake violently. Han Yang. Chai Fei. More power. The spiritual energy in Song Han Yang's hands bulged as he charged directly towards the shield. Chai Fei was the last member of Team Dragonscale who hadn't said anything until now. With a flash of light in the center of his hand, he spat out 2 words in a sparing manner. Move the mountain. A 3-meter-tall iron armored geoduck appeared directly next to it, almost about to compress all of the remaining few people stations cleanly. The dragon's tail, as thick as an ancient tree, was raised high, with a giant bone hammer covered with spikes at the end, like a meteor hammer, directly toward the barrier in front of him. Stab! A sound. the transparent barrier shattered like glass. Breathing in the air of the outside world, a few people then felt a sense of renewed life. But just when everyone was relaxing, suddenly, a bellowing cry resounded through the sky. "Who the hell are you people?" Thunder squinted his eyes, only to see a long tail trailing in the distance like a meteor streaking by, as if someone was rushing this way. He wasn't vain, so he just clasped his arms and looked up at his visitor. The Sky Rabbit clan? Human. It wasn't until he got close to a few people that Hoover saw faces. Isn't this the same ING race that the 10,000 wants to invade? How did it get here? And, with a badass look, staring at himself, Hoover got a little weak at the knees. Could it be that you've run into a hard case? Oh, so it was you who set the seal here. Thunder spoke proudly, his eyes unapologetically looking Hoover up and down. Seeing that the visitor was a person of the 10,000 clans, the likes of himself did not have a good face. Hoover also looked a little strange at the way a few people were standing. But these few humans actually appeared inside the seal for some unknown reason. As usual, the seal was enough to withstand the full force of a platinum-level powerhouse. From the inside, it would take very little to break the seal. Damn it! Hoover's heart is dripping blood. This formation is his own offerings tens of thousands of young girls of the Heavenly Hair tribe, only in exchange for a master of the formation among the 10,000 tribes to take a shot. After all, the Sky Rabbit clan maidens were very popular on the side of most of the 10,000 clans, and the cute rabbit ears stole the show. I've heard that even the human race likes the maidens of their Sky Rabbit race. But you can't dry up the fishing. Although he, the Sky Rabbit clan, though he had nothing else, was able to give birth and grow fast. The point is that people want teenage girls. Young girls are given to others, who else is born. If he messes up like this, sooner or later, his Sky Rabbit clan will be extinguished. You won't be able to guard the Heavenly Puppet Order with this gold-level ability? Hand it over? Thunder had an impishly bad smile on his face. He had also heard about the qualifications of this Heavenly Rabbit clan, and the highest was gold 5 or 6. Although he, Thunder, wasn't strong, he was at least a gold 3rd order expert. The Celestial Rabbit clan was brittle and had poor stamina, so they just had to pull a random hit. How did you know about the Heavenly Puppet Order? And how did you discover those puppets? At this moment, although the Hoover was shaken with anger, he still had sense, and just looked at the cave from a distance, and did not dare to approach. The muscles in his body tensed up, intending to just bolt if the movement wasn't right, and if he wasn't floating in the air right now, his legs would almost be wobbling. Even if the seal was opened from the inside, these people in front of them were definitely gold-level combatants. He's a gold level on drugs, he mustn't be beaten up like a chick. None of your business. Bring the Heavenly Puppet Order. Grandpa will let you go back if he's in a good mood today. Song Hanyang couldn't hold it in, pushed the frame of his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and directly pointed at that Sky Rabbit clan uncle and screamed. The words were full of threats. Could it be that they weren't the ones who took the Heavenly Puppet Order? Hoover raised an eyebrow and looked away from the members on the Dragon Scale Squad's side, a wave of bitterness flooding his heart. Where exactly is this Heavenly Puppet Order? Asked for Lily, who said no. Looked for Jacques, who said no. The human in front of them had broken their own ceiling barrier, which was always what they took, right? As a result, he actually asked for the Heavenly Puppet Order. The heart is bitter. Sway, you looked at the timer at the moment, and then at the instrument measuring time. He quietly approached Thunder's ear and whispered, "Captain, I've just looked at it. The time flow over here is quite a bit faster than Blue Star. Roughly 1.5 hours in the Dragon Kingdom equals 2 hours over here. 72 hours in the Dragon Kingdom is equal to 96 hours here. We have about 93 hours left. Why don't we hurry up and settle this for him? And talk about the Heavenly Puppet Order later? We still have to find Xiao Yen. It's such a big space. I don't even know where to look." Thunder nodded, feeling that Sway, you had a point. You go around the side to block his retreat. I'll do it then. The very moment the words fell, Sway, you fiercely scurried out. Straight away, he used his talent, Wind Blast Cold Ice. His body transformed into a shadow, and in a few breaths, he arrived behind Hoover, completely sealing off the way of retreat. What do you want? Hoover's pupils suddenly shrunk. His feet drifted backward without any trace, and his spiritual power had already flowed secretly around him. No reason. Looking for you, asking for directions. Song Hanyang grinned, but the cold light in his eyes was bitter, and Thunder instantly rushed out, his violent spiritual energy stepping on the ground in bursts of cracks. That freaked Hoover out, twisted his head and walked away. Trying to run? Swayu snapped, and the frost spread instantly. Although she couldn't beat Hoover, she urged her entire body's spiritual energy and hardened a cold ice barrier on Hoover's retreating path. Immediately afterward, thunder flung over a blistering bolt of electricity that hit Hoover directly in the back, knocking him to the ground. Bang! Hoover's entire body crashed and splattered in a tumble of dust. He quickly stood up, still trying to escape. Song Han-yong opportunistically bullied his way up, and a punch with terrifying might struck Hoover's cheek. Hoover's body directly flew backwards, hit a stone wall. Pooh bared, spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing how raw several people were, Hoover could only beg for mercy. Ahem, spare your life. I am the lord of the Sky Rabbit clan. I can give you whatever you want. Don't ever kill me. I have an old man and a young man. Hoover no longer had his previous arrogance and fell to the ground, unable to stop kneeling. No wonder it is not a problem for Hoover with such a cultivation level to act as an authority in this world. Who let him meet the hardened gang of Dragon Kingdom? Lords? That would be nice. Mumble, have you seen this man? Thunder pulled out his cell phone and took out Xiao Yan's picture and placed it in front of Hoover. Hoover looked across the room and couldn't recognize the flowers even if he could see them. He'd like to see it. If I had seen it, I would have saved my own life today, wouldn't I? Hoover helplessly handed the cell phone back to Thunder, tears and snot streaming down his face as he choked a bit and opened his mouth. No, haven't seen it, but I can have my personal guards look for it. A couple of you do me a favor and just let me go. Thunder hooked his mouth as he watched Hoover look like a villain. Release you? That won't work, unless you give us the heavenly puppet order. Upon hearing this, Hoover seemed to think of something and looked even more uncomfortable, spitting another mouthful of old blood onto the ground. I just lost the heavenly puppet order, and when I saw you guys were breaking my seal, I thought a few of the adults took it. Oh no! It accidentally fell into the pockets of a few of the adults. A few lords surely can't look at such trinkets. Hoover wiped his mouth and looked at Thunder with a companionable smile. However, as long as we keep watch, we'll definitely be able to find the person who stole the heavenly puppet order. Chapter 69. This team is obviously overpowered but overly cautious. Oh? What do you mean by that? Thunder was instantly interested, and felt nothing but a pang of amusement as he looked at the cowering Hoover. Hoover rubbed his hands together with an eager smile piled on his face. Think about it. Since someone stole my heavenly puppet order, they must have come to activate the dead soldiers as well. At that time, how about I directly snatch that heavenly puppet order and offer it to a few lords? Well, you go ahead and get us someone. Thunder waved his hand and pulled out an instrument that looked like an iron ring locked around Hoover's neck. That's a big scare for Hoover. This? Great! Lord, what is this? Hoover's eyes widened and a few drops of cold sweat slid down his forehead, and Thunder spread his hands. Bomb! This contains enough explosives to separate your head from your body. If it is forcibly disassembled, it will explode. By the way, we can control the bomb and blow it up whenever we want. I hope you won't be ungrateful either and behave yourself and work for us. Or else boom! Thunder suddenly mimicked his voice, giving Hoover a direct shiver of fear. The idea was to stabilize the current few before making other plans. I didn't realize this group was so well thought out. Now it's good that your life is in someone else's hands. My lord, spare my life. I have an old man on top. Shut up. Stop and around. You do your job properly, and we might even let you off the hook. Any more bull and you're dead now. Fu Yao chirped from the side. There was some impatience with this oily-tongued Wan tribe. At that, Hoover was immediately silenced, his head lowered, and he was outright honest. Would a few of the lords like to come and sit in my mansion? There's no way to entertain a few of you in the middle of nowhere. When he finished speaking, he couldn't stop his eyes from glancing over to the side of a few people. Meh! Thunder sneered. This Heavenly Hair clan member was not sincere about entertaining himself, and definitely had a malicious intent. If everyone went to his territory, they might have to encounter some kind of danger. What if he has some ability to have more lives? Bomb restraints alone are still shaky. We'll be here today, waiting for the rabbits. Sway, you first find a way to scout the extent of the otherworld or something. We'll take the rest slowly. A rush of recklessness will only bury lives. In the midst of saving lives, We also need to ensure our own safety. Everything, it's better to be cautious. Everyone in Dragon Scale Squad nodded at the same time. Hoover had even more of a headache at the sight. He certainly has a backhand. But he's got all the backhanders in his own house. For so many years, he hadn't failed to supply the 10,000 clans with Heavenly Hair Clan maidens. I've got all my life-saving equipment in the city's main house. But if these few people dared to enter his city lord's mansion with their bare hands, a few lives would not be enough for him to kill. That is, why so cautious? Helplessly, Hoover took out a piece of craft paper and with a big wave of his hand wrote the missing person notice on it, and additionally attached Xiao Yan's photo. Only after Thunder and the others had looked at it and made sure nothing was missing did they roll up the vellum and inject a spiritual energy. That vellum directly turned into a stream of light towards the direction of Odin City. Well, take a break and eat something first. Without bothering with Hoover anymore, Thunder greeted everyone and sat down. The iron-armored earth dragon raised its dragon claw and flicked it towards the ground. A few rocky outcroppings rose up, hiding the figures of several people and blending in with their surroundings. In order to be stealthy enough, the Dragon Scale Squad didn't build a fire to cook. Instead, he took out the dry food he had with him and drank it down with the water. When they had eaten and drunk, they gathered around to discuss their plans. A light suddenly flew over the Odin City Lord's mansion, which was glowing with a golden light, and just slowly floated in front of the entrance. This is an oracle from his lordship? A few patrolling guards saw this scene and couldn't help but look at each other, hesitating to move. There's no way around it. It's like when your boss who is away on business suddenly calls you back to ask you to do something. It's never a good thing. The monthly salary is only 200 spirit stones. So what's the point of playing with your life? Looking at each other, they nodded heartily. Whistling, he went back to his patrol like a nobody's business. A few more groups of guards came up behind them, all of them tacitly turning their heads as if they hadn't seen the oracle. Selective blindness, this is. So the glow floated half a point in the doorway. Or a new rashman forced it open despite the squad leader's signals. The Lord has issued a search warrant. And a portrait. Reward 10,000 spirit stones for providing clues. Before that rashman could finish reading, the oracle was snatched up by his own squad leader. A look of disbelief then blossomed in his eyes as well. This. Humans? Humans are coming? The other patrol squads that heard the commotion were instantly nonplussed and ran over to see the oracle. Roll on. Your team just passed by a couple times without looking. And now you're running over here. See how it goes. What the hell? You want to do it, don't you? I'm afraid of you? Come. Remove the armor. Let's give you a taste of Grandpa's power. The two patrols of people in the blink of an eye twisted together, and even hair gripping, pinching thigh roots, monkey stealing peaches, black tiger pulling out the heart and other vicious and detrimental moves all greeted up. Gradually, more and more guards gathered around, and the scene was a mess. Everyone wanted to come and see what the looted oracle was. The result was an inexplicable punch in the face, which led to a big mix-up that was out of control. Stop it, all of you. A violent howl exploded like thunder, which also caused the crowd to stop. Chief Reyes. This time all of them were honest, and one by one they stood in a square formation of their own accord with their noses in the air. The Lord's absence makes a whole mess of things. What oracle? Bring it to me. Just outside the door, an old man of about 1.7 meters in height stood there. Through the blue silk robes, one could see all of its bulging muscles. This is Honey's adoptive father, the biological father of both Nina's sisters, Chief Reyes. A small captain of the guards respectfully stepped out to hand over the oracle. Everyone looked at the gradually widening eyeballs of Chief Reese, and their hearts simply went wild with pleasure. Everyone had that, I knew you'd do the same, look on their faces. Ahem. Well, hurry up and post the notice. Move fast. Reese also got a bit in his face and coughed dryly, wringing his hands. Albert walked on, all thoughts at the moment. That human had broken his appointment. If he hadn't come back tomorrow to give his sister the antidote, wouldn't she die from the poison? Obviously. My sister had just contracted a gold-level spirit beast and had a bright future ahead of her. But it's all the fault of that demonic human. He will personally ruin the life of a sweet little girl. At this moment, he was even more like a puppet than the puppets of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. When suddenly, a couple of passersby ran by and ran right into his shoulder. It just knocked him to the ground in one fell swoop. No one cares about him, they just keep chanting under their breath. Humans. Lord Hoover has posted a notice. Just provide news of that human and you'll be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones. Human? Sprawled on the ground. Robert had forgotten the fishy odor of horse manure mixed with dirt on the ground. Attention was all over the conversation a few people had just had. Isn't that human? He's seen them before. Huge sums of money are available just for providing information. With the money, the best physicians could be brought in to save my sister. At that thought, Robert climbed to his feet and, with determination in his eyes, ran along with the crowd. Chapter 70: A Sudden Attack. At the moment, Robert looked very excited. Even though he was covered in some dirt, he saw the notice from a distance. That portrait was practically identical to the demonic human he had encountered. No way. I'll have to get closer for a closer look. Robert pushed right in toward the middle of the crowd. As the saying goes, mop stick to Lubu is alive. A vacuum circle formed directly around a smelly Robert. But anyone who was approached by him, even if they were curious about the notices, had to cover their noses and avoid them with great alarm. Robert was finally at the front of the notice as he had hoped. Seeing the face, he couldn't help but reach out and touch the portrait, and a dark fingerprint pressed against the white notice board. Hey, you kid! Just look, don't make a move. How else are people going to see it if you touch it now? I seem to recognize it. I blame you. Obviously, I remembered it after a careful recall. Such a move drew protests from the crowd, which counted the dirty young beggar on their lips. Robert's mind emptied. He couldn't hear the sounds around him at this point. All he could think about was his prize and his sister. He jumped up, reached out with his lightning-fast hand to reveal the notice, and holding it in his arms, he laughed gaga gaga gaga, and ran towards the city lord's mansion. Qiu Yen and a few others were dressed in black robes and followed Lily to the front of the mine. Although it was said that there were occasional attacks by spirit beasts on the road, they were all still cleaned up by a few people. So it was quite a peaceful journey to reach the entrance of the mine. But Qiu Yen somehow always felt a bit disturbed. That feeling of being watched was always there. After looking around, there was nothing unusual around them. Although his heart felt a bit odd, he did not utter a word to open his mouth to stop the crowd. Seeing that she had reached her destination, Nia headed straight for the inside of the cave. Caution! The doorway has a seal. Before Lily could finish her sentence, Nia had gone down inside the hole. Isn't there a seal here? Lily's entire body froze, her little brain buzzing. What a situation this is. What a big seal. A long time ago, when old man Hoover handed over the heavenly puppet order to himself, he had brought himself over to recognize the way. And like Nia herself at the time, she went straight in towards it. As a result, it was like being directly blocked by something like a transparent glass cover at that time. Just then, Nia stuck her head out like a groundhog again and looked somewhat suspiciously at Lily, who was frozen on the sidelines. Lily, what are you waiting for? Lead the way. It's just so dark and black down here that it all feels a little creepy. Didn't you say there were dead soldiers? I don't know if I'll be attacked if I go down there rashly. Oh, coming. Lily then looked back and took the lead. Only then did the remaining few people, including Qiu Yen, slowly follow. But just before going down, Qiu Yen purposely paused at the doorway, still glancing behind him with ulterior motives. A kilometer away, halfway up the mountainside, Qiu Yan's several people's movements had been. A few lords. The rabbit is coming. Them. The heavenly puppet order is definitely in their hands. They're definitely the ones who stole the heavenly puppet order. Hoover also looked a little agitated at this point, and said in a trembling voice, pointing his finger at the mouth of the cave. It was these little brats that caused him to be captured by this group of humans now. It was no wonder he was so excited. Thunder saw a few figures and nodded thoughtfully as well. The men were wrapped in black robes, sneaky, and didn't look like good people at all. What's more, he saw 3 of them were wearing the cloaks of those Sky Dome church congregations that were in Suwon Street. That's suspicious. Their cloaks were made of unique materials and craftsmanship, and Rokokoku had thought to try and replicate them, but had failed without exception. And in such a civilized and backward otherworldly world, it simply does not produce such things. So there's definitely something wrong with these guys. Hoover, I'm going to unlock the restraints on you now, so go and see what's going on. Thunder gestured toward the hole like he was making his men. Even with all the reluctance in his heart, Hoover realized that he was now the fish on the board. Sighing slightly, he could only put on a look of gratitude and kept smiling at Thunder. Thunder paused, then continued, "If you can, bring back the heavenly puppet order to me. When we find Qiu Yen, maybe the mood will set you free." Don't worry, my lord. Although my battle power is not as good as a few of your lordships, I'm still more than capable of dealing with a few small thieves." There was a flash of viciousness in Hoover's eyes. Tracing back to the root of the matter, the key to landing himself in this situation was that heavenly puppet order. Since these people dared to steal from themselves, I'm sorry. With a leap, his entire body flew towards the entrance of the cave. Thunder arched his elbow over Song Han Yang, who was listening to music with headphones on next to him. "What is it, boss?" Song Han Yang looked at his own captain and took off his headphones with a bewildered expression. Thunder ignored him, and his gaze fell to Sui Yu, who was observing the data on the side. "Sui Yu, come with me and follow me over to take a look. There are still 12 puppets in the cave. Once activated, I'm afraid this Hoover is no match. Little Song, you stay here and protect Chai Fei and Fu Yao. Let's go take a look. After all, we still have to find Qiu Yen, and Hoover still has a use for him." As soon as the words fell, Thunder and Sui Yu's bodies erupted with auras belonging to each of them, turning into a stream of light to enter the cave entrance once again. "It's so dark in here, brother Honey." Lily took a few quick steps forward and threw her arms around Honey in a pathetic hug. But when he felt the warm and soft breath coming from his arm, Honey could only smile awkwardly and consider it a sacrifice made for the revolution. Seeing this, Nia behind her skimmed her lips and made a face towards Lily's back. Slightly. Seeing her little sister being so mischievous, Nina also smiled gently and reached out her green fingers to rub Nia's head. Qiu Yen followed behind, constantly probing around. These guys were big-hearted, and actually so lax in the face of the unknown. What if a spirit animal comes out of nowhere and blows up the tank? However, as he walked down the passage, Qiu Yen discovered a few things that didn't make sense. For example, some of the stones of various shapes and sizes all broke off for no apparent reason. And judging from the marks, it seems to have been broken just recently. That proved that someone had definitely been here, and there was a good chance that a big battle had taken place here. Combine that with what Lily had said earlier, that the seal on the doorway had been lifted. So there's a good chance there will be an ambush ahead. Perhaps they had been targeted by a group of people since before they came in. Bang! Qiu Yan's eyes flashed as a shadow appeared in front of him. Almost subconsciously, he veered to the side and directly dodged the attack. Someone's coming. Without waiting for Qiu Yan to react, that shadow attacked with another whip kick like a ghost. Cinder! Chapter 71. Kill her? No, no, no. You wouldn't dare. The cinder block instantly appeared in front of Qiu Yan's body. The black bodily fluids all over his body slowly wriggled, and without warning, a few tentacles sprang out and zipped towards the figure in front of him. Seeing this, the silhouette had no choice but to change his stance midway, dodging the thrust. The 4 people in front of them also discovered the strange situation, but several people lighting our lit kerosene lamps. Dim light in the middle of the 2 groups of shadows were seen entangled together. There's no way to know what's going on. What a guy! Nina got goosebumps and yelled out behind her. But the only thing that answered her was the sound of the rock wall shattering behind her. Qiu Yan, of course, had no time to answer. At the moment, he was dodging the silhouette's attacks in a very sorry state. That silhouette was strange to say the least. Looking at his aura, it was stronger than everyone Qiu Yan had ever encountered. I guess the only one who can compete with that is Captain Thunder, who can do it. Perhaps it was because he was in the mine. Qiu Yan could clearly feel that the figure seemed to be collecting his force in order not to cause the mine to collapse. Roar! The flame fire Qilin reappeared, the flames on its body burning even more fiercely at Qiu Yan's gesture. Straight away, it illuminated this section of the passage, and likewise illuminated the face of the visitor. Father! Lily's little face had disbelief written all over it. Hoover was also confused at this moment. His movement stalled, and he actually forgot that he was engaging that Imperial Beast Master at this moment. Bang! In one swift motion, Cinderella's tentacle went through Hoover's shoulder. Blood was spilling, and that cleared Hoover's head a bit. How did his own precious daughter get mixed up with the gang that stole the heavenly puppet order? Still wearing the same attire, it doesn't even look like it's being coerced or threatened. He dispersed the fireball spat out by the flame Qilin with a punch, and then he retreated towards the back in a hurry, pulling away. Lily, what are you doing? Is it possible to be compelled by these people? Get back here. The voice seemed to carry magical powers, and Lily's entire body froze in place. Horny was secretly in a bad way. After all, I only thought of stepping here today, but I didn't expect to get in here by mistake. Moreover, that call of Hoover's, with some of the same spiritual power overpowering it, seemed to rouse Lily directly from her own mental shock. While Horn is extremely talented, he is in no position to arm wrestle Hoover, at least for now. Huh? What the hell? Father, where am I? Lily clutched her head in pain and slowly crouched down. She was experiencing 2 mental shocks in one day. The feeling was not pleasant, just like a group of ants gnawing on flesh and blood in the middle of the head, itchy and painful. But the key was that it could not be scratched. Lily fell to the ground at once, hissing over and over. You scum! How dare you compel my Hoover's daughter? Die for me! Hoover's eyes were crimson. The spiritual energy on his body bulged, no longer caring if it would cause the cave-in of the mine or not. His body's aura climbed upward, and he directly, simply and roughly, released a spiritual impact with the widest range. In just the blink of an eye, the middle of this mine began to tremble violently. But Hoover looked calm and collected, with a sinister sneer on his face. What was wanted was to kill these scumbags in front of him in direct seconds. So what if the mine collapsed? I don't believe that he, Hoover, can't protect his daughter. His aura was like a ripple on the surface of the water, slowly spreading out, and wherever the ripples of his aura passed, the rocks shattered with a bang. Ow! The flame Qilin blocked in front of Qiu Yen at this moment, directly making a sea of burning flames to counter Hoover's spiritual impact. But even when the sea of burning flames and fire washed away some of the aura, remaining residual waves impacted on Qiu Yen's body, the power was still considerable. He and the Flamefire Qilin were simultaneously lifted off by this attack. Like a kite with broken strings, bang! The sound of the impact on the side of the rock wall above immediately shocked his internal organs shifted. Qiu Yan's head tilted and he spat out a mouthful of reddish blood. He collapsed to the ground, trying to take a big breath, but every time he breathed, it tugged at his internal organs, bringing sharp pains that were enough to make him faint. Surprisingly, he lost the ability to stand up. The blow he received could be described as a heavy hammer blow on fragile flesh in general. After all, this was a gold-level martial artist fighting without reservation. Qiu Yan, on the other hand, was only at the Black Iron 5th stage, so just the spreading aftershocks nearly killed Qiu Yan in direct seconds. The rest of the few people were all shocked by this spiritual impact and their faces turned white. Although Nia was also of the same Black Iron ranked cultivation, but with the silver ranked honey protecting her, the situation was much better than Qiu Yan. Humph! I'll kill the rest of the few people first, then I'll come back to clean you up. Hoover had a cruel smile on his face. Even just now, he was nodding his head as a junior in front of the Dragon Scale Squad. But this world is meant to be a place where the strongest are honored. The strong just have to humiliate the weak so badly. Don't move! Honey fished out a sharp dagger and put it to Lily's neck, just staring straight at Hoover. Come any closer and I'll kill your daughter. Stop! Did you not hear me when I told you to stop? Hoover, for his part, laughed contemptuously, and his step forward was not in the least abated. So what if I hear you? Do you think you can threaten me with Lily's life? Lily is your only hope of staying alive. Kill her? No, 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 you wouldn't dare. Hoover paused, the killing intent in his eyes spreading, looking at the several people no different than looking at a dead person. If she dies, you all die. And she's the only one alive who can make me throw in the towel. Isn't she? The hand that Horn held the dagger in shook gently twice, feeling the pressure before he even exchanged blows with Hoover. The back was already drenched in cold sweat. Although it was not true that he was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he was young and not experienced enough. It's hard to deal with Hoover's higher power like pressure. So, the knot in Honey's throat rolled and she swallowed hard. He just didn't realize it himself. His breathing became more rapid as his heartbeat quickened, and even the sound of his voice began to become a little shaky. You, aren't you afraid I'll really kill her? We're outlaws now. Let's just say that Hoover still underestimates Horn's awareness. Honey let out a loud laugh for no reason, and with a heartbeat, he steeped his hands. Hoover's pupils plummeted, unexpectedly, by himself so excited, directly in front of a few people hard to force into outlaws. Ah! Boom! I don't know if it was the previous spiritual impact that had injured the fundamentals of the mine, but at this time, the figures of the few people in the mine began to become shaky. Honey had an unsteady weight, but the dagger in her hand was an accident that didn't cut Lily's throat. Only a thin layer of skin was scratched. Boom! The ground shook like crazy, steeply caving in at Honey's place. A few people instantly felt a sense of weightlessness and plummeted towards the bottom. No! Lily! Hoover tried to go after him, but was directly hit in the shoulder by a falling boulder. The wound was once again traumatized, which also caused Hoover's figure to lurch and his forward speed to plummet. It was in this flash of lightning that he lost the only good opportunity to rescue his daughter. Chapter 72: The Fall. The mine was constantly collapsing, and rocks would constantly fall down. Hissa! Qiu Yan used his elbows to support his body and slowly moved towards the side under the rock wall. It was clearly just a short distance of 2 steps, but at the moment it seemed extremely far away. Qiu Yan's purpose was simple. Since it collapsed naturally, the closer to the wall, the safer it was. It took a lot of effort for him to mayfly to the bottom of the rock wall. Strongly enduring the severe pain in his internal organs, he took out 2 painkillers from within his royal beast space and swallowed them, waiting for the medicine to take effect, which made him feel better. He then leaned back against the wall and curled up, trying to get as comfortable as possible. It's not too late to wait for the collapse to end before you run. The flame Qilin had long since been put into his imperial beast space. Because it blocked in front of Qiu Yan, it also took most of the impact instead of Qiu Yan, and was almost about to perish on the spot. One could only say that Qiu Yan's luck was very good, and this blow didn't injure the flame Qilin's beast core. Although it was heavily injured, it would slowly recover from its injuries as long as it stayed in the imperial beast space. As for the principle behind it or something, Qiu Yan didn't know. However, there was a feeling of inseparability between the imperial beast space and the imperial beast master, like it was a part of the imperial beast master himself. Signing a contract with a spirit beast before placing it into the imperial beast space had the effect of slowly nourishing and healing it. At this moment, the purple moon was perched in front of Qiu Yan, blocking the falling rocks for him. It spat out its letters, and many pieces of its scale armor shattered, crimson blood dripping quickly down the gaps between its scales. That's not good. The scale of this collapse is really big. It seemed that it was definitely not possible to rely on Purple Moon alone. If the one staying here was Lin Yuqing's high attack and high defense Granite Rock Tiger, it would have been able to block it. A hint of self-deprecation flashed through Qiu Yan's heart. One does have a bit of a connection with the underground. When the flame unicorn was first picked up in the basement of the Anexine Villa area, it was almost taken out by that monster underneath Suwon Street, and now in the other world there was an underground mine collapse. Qiu Yan's heart immediately put away the color of jokes and became serious. If this place continues to cave in, he won't really have to buy a coffin. Directly buried alive, funeral one stop, even the aftermath does not need to be arranged. Seeing that Ziyu was on the verge of not being able to hold on, Qiu Yan only had to carry out a relatively more risky option. Cinder. Attack this ground beneath me. Though most of Cinderblock's bodily fluids were inactivated by Hoover's beating. However, its own body fluids could be secreted as long as it ate, and it also took the time to feed 2 pieces of spirit beast meat this to recover back. The cinder block that received the command directly shot out its tentacles and made a humongous jerk directly towards the ground. The shock made Qiu Yan's buttocks go a little numb. This mine was full of holes in all directions, and there was only a thin rock separating the 2 levels. The effect was immediate, and the ground beneath him cracked open in bursts. Bang! The ground could no longer hold on to Qiu Yan's weight and broke with a loud bang. As Qiu Yan's entire body fell towards the bottom, his hand flashed with light and he brought back the purple moon. And Cinderblock adjusted the direction of his tentacles and jabbed hard at the rock wall. The entire body instantly jumped onto Qiu Yan's body. It controlled the bodily fluids and wrapped Qiu Yan's entire body all over like it used to hunt. The approximate height was just a dozen meters, so even Qiu Yan under normal circumstances couldn't fall to his death if he jumped. Although he was now injured, he mainly had those body fluids from Cinderblock. About to make contact with the opposite side, the Cinderblock body extended its tentacles again, directly canceling out a portion of the gravitational acceleration. Let's just say Coal Balls is shady as hell. The new ability gained after the monster that Mizuhara Street devoured last time was nothing short of offensive and defensive. However, because it was separated from Honey and the others by something like 50 meters away, it caused Qiu Yan to fall within a strange space alone. The space here was quite wide, and even if the occasional debris fell, most of them couldn't do much damage to Qiu Yan. On the other hand, things are slightly better here in Horn. Although it happened all of a sudden, the silver-level cultivation was not a cover, and surprisingly, he tapped his toes on the falling rocks on the way down, and picked up all of Nina Nia. The four of them slowly reached the ground while hiding in the shield that Honey had woven with her psychic power. At a rough estimate, a few people were probably a good 40 or 50 meters from where they were before the collapse. Horny also chopped his foot in a fussing manner. Based on the feel of his feet, it seemed like it should be solid underneath, which was a relief. He looked up and surveyed this area of space, and also felt a surge of amazement. It's amazing that such a huge space exists in this mine. Now that everyone had actually fallen within such a deep space, how to get back was really a big problem. What to do, Brother Honey? That human can't be dead. Nia was a little worried. After all, there was absolutely no way to fight Hoover with just their revolutionary army on their own. The power of the human race was essential. Hoover had been the lord of the Sky Rabbit clan for so long, and possessed countless heavenly materials and other weapon spells. Not to mention the fact that none of the soldiers under him were strong. Honey gestured to the black robe Nia was wearing. Hold your horses, sister. That human is not simple. Don't worry about it. Look, that robe he gave you, it's not worn at all. Even the dust that gets on it just blows off with a little bit of blowing. It's certainly not ordinary. He who waves his hand is this kind of good stuff definitely has his own life-preserving cards. Nia also noticed the black robe she was wearing at that moment. Originally, she had black robes of her own. But somehow in a brain fart, it suddenly struck me that the robes were quite nice, like the silks in the middle of the city lord's mansion. The ghost licked his face and asked Qiu Yen for 2 pieces, one for himself and one for his sister. I think it's better to worry about ourselves than Qiu Yen. Honey looked at Lily, who kept her head down, and some bad feeling rose in her heart. Seems to be sane. And her body was shaking gradually, as if restraining something. His mental shock had one very big drawback. That is, once the opponent gets out of the controlled state, this attack will lose its effect on him afterwards. How dare you? How dare you control me for betraying my father? Lily's eyes were full of anger, and an extremely terrifying aura emanated from her body. That's pretty self-explanatory, too. Lily is arrogant by nature, and as Hoover's only daughter, she could never accept that she is controlled by others, and still betraying the father he respected the most. Prepare yourselves to face my wrath. Lily's voice gradually turned cold, and then her entire body's spiritual energy burst out, and with just a single step towards the ground was shaken, and spiderweb-like fine lines sprang up on the ground. Her cultivation level was revealed at the moment. Silver Second Stage. Chapter 73 Demon Spider. You're also a Silver Second rank, right? Come and fight. Lily stood proudly, looking disdainfully at the other 3. As the daughter of a lord, although her qualifications were not as good as Honey's, she could be said to have as many resources as she wanted since she was a child. In the midst of such a world is likewise the flourishing of martial arts. However, anyone who could be in a position to practice martial arts would basically not choose the imperial beasts. After all, spirit beasts are as fragile as their powerful bodies, and they can only be safer if they are strong themselves. Honey was in trouble at this point. If you win the fight, that's fine. If you don't, neither your sister nor your sister will be able to protect you. Also, Honey was greatly depleted because of that psychic blast from Hoover just now. Hoover could be seen deliberately avoiding Lily when he unleashed his psychic blast at that time. Lily was at full strength now. Horn et al. Have less than a 30% chance of winning now. I don't want to fight you. He spoke softly, hoping to stabilize Lily for a bit longer before stalling. It gave him a chance to catch his breath and recover from the physical exertion. Lily, however, was very unforgiving, and with a chortle she charged towards Honey. Hurry up. I'll fend them off for a while. Honey took out his weapons, a shield and a greatsword. With a whistling wind sound, it slashed directly towards Lily. In just an instant, light flashed in Lily's hand, and a western sword was held in her hand, straddling her body. Bang! The 2 weapons clashed with a deafening crunch. Nina's spiritual energy revolved around her body, transforming into a transparent shield that enveloped herself and her sister. Then, pulling Nia in a panic, she ran towards the darkness in the distance. In a few short breaths, a bead of sweat stayed on Honey's neck. The Lily in front of him was like a monster, and the storm-like attacks hit him so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. Useless. It's useless. It's just a futile struggle. Be a good boy and die. Lily's moves became more and more ferocious, each jabbing slash carrying an appalling power. Ding ding. Dang dang. Dang. Lily seized Horny's opening and picked the small shield straight out of the air. Honi watched in amazement as the sharp tip of the sword stopped in front of his throat. Humph! Rubbish! How dare you control me and humiliate me? Then die! Lily was just about to end Honey's life when a bad feeling began to well up in her heart. Sasha! Sasha! A pattering sound inexplicably resounded throughout the space. The voice was hair-raising to hear, and Corey turned back to look around in the darkness. The two men's spiritual light could only illuminate a small area around themselves. The horror is always the unknown. Dang! Taking advantage of the moment, Lily turned around and was distracted. Honey swung her greatsword and similarly sent the western sword flying. The weapon came off and shook Lily right into the tiger's mouth. She looked stunned for a moment, not seeming to believe that the man in front of her was actually struggling unwillingly. Sasha! Sasha! That eerie sound was getting closer and closer, and the two were no longer in the mood to fight. Simultaneously jumping back a bit, the two of them pulled apart in an instant. Honi took out a huge bead and maneuvered it with his psychic powers up into the air. The beads, roughly the size of a pair of fists, blossomed with a dazzling light under the infusion of spiritual energy, and the entire scene in the mine was visible. So many demon spiders. Simply uncountable. Honey also looked dumbfounded at the dense mass of tiny spiders stretching out like a stream. At once, goosebumps rose. Looking around, Lily also had a stony look on her face. These were the offspring produced by the gold-level bloodline spirit beast, the demon spider. Demon spiders are creatures that usually like to hide in dark underground caves to hibernate, and basically won't appear in the outside world to harm humans. But this situation may be a little different today. It was definitely the sound of the two fighting that had disturbed these demonic spiders. The juvenile form of the spider is small though, probably the size of a newborn baby. However, its spider feet are incredibly sharp and can cut through the surface of the skin with a light touch. And while the spider silk was sharp and resilient, it also contained a poison that was deadly. If one walks a little faster, one can cut his skin with this spider silk and die of poisoning. It used to be common for a miner to go down a mine and get his skin cut, and sometimes with a bit of bad luck, it would cut right through that person's head. And a spirit beast like the demon spider was able to grow to a maximum of over 3 meters tall, although there were no traces of adult spirit beasts found here. But with so many cubs here, Honey had no doubt that somewhere in the shadows, the demonic female spider was watching them. Let's call a truce. If we keep fighting like this, both of us will die. Those demon spiders have just awakened, and their desire to attack isn't very strong yet. Just be careful. There's no drastic noises or movements that will attack us for a while. Honey spoke softly, a hint of fear and compromise in her voice. He could die, but he wanted his death to be worthwhile. If he were to die in the middle of the mine like this for no apparent reason, he would never be able to accept it. At this point, Lily was also thinking. For the same reason as Honey, she really didn't want to be buried here either. Is there any way you can escape? Her voice was icy cold and no emotion could be heard. Honey sighed. There was a way he could do it, but he was afraid of stepping on Lily's thunderbolt. Hesitating, he spoke slowly. I once read it on top of an ancient book. Demon spiders that live underground all year round have almost no natural enemies. But only the blood of virgins is greatly feared. Because demonic spiders are very foul creatures who fear such holy things. When he finished, Honey's eyes still dodged over to Lily. Are you still a virgin? Lily was almost about to explode, trembling and trying desperately to control herself from decapitating Honey outright. How humiliating this is. Such shameful words. That scum in front of him could actually say them without changing his face. She's Lord Hoover's daughter, and the princess of the entire kingdom of Yayas. It's so offensive. I am. Thank you for showing me the way. However, since you heard what you shouldn't have, you definitely won't be able to walk out of this mine today. Lily smiled coldly, a murderous look on her face. Honi, however, was a little bit embarrassed and bit the dead skin on her lips. That method is in addition to virgin blood. Still need child's urine. What? Lily nearly went berserk, her psychic energy bursting forth and attracting a demonic spider hatchling straight away. As she watched the demonic spider cub crawl towards her, Lily took a deep breath and pinched the base of her thighs hard to force herself to calm down. So, are you? Chapter 74, a guilt that won't go away. Actually, I am. Honey's face was as red as a boiled crab. Likewise, Lily showed a strange look on her face. Is it surprising that this man hasn't experienced it either? The celestial rabbits, for reasons of their own, have primal urges towards the opposite sex every spring and fall. And that restlessness in the body of every Sky Rabbit clan member is unavoidable when they come of age. If you force that urge down, you will be tormented by desire all day long. It was a very bad feeling Lily had experienced. Every day when the attack occurs, the body tingles like pins and needles, and several times Lily almost couldn't control herself and almost had to take action against her own family's subordinates. However, every time there was a critical moment, it would be suppressed by Hoover using a secret method. Because Lily practiced a unique dharma while mentally cleansing herself. Either both parties are holy people in order to have intercourse, otherwise it is never allowed. Otherwise, the entire body's spiritual energy and foundation would all be destroyed. However, the horny in front of him was actually, it's not like he has to practice that technique, so why is it still? It's almost as rare as picking up a gold gem on the highway. It also made Lily think highly of honey. No. So how do you suppress that urge on spring and fall days or any other time? Does that mean that you are not working there? Surprisingly, she felt a twinge of curiosity about honey in front of her. Air. Honey sighed as she held her forehead helplessly. Expect Lily to be unconvinced. Not no. What's the harm in a few small sacrifices for the sake of a far-reaching ambition? To show lust who is the master of this body. Only when I overcome my desires will my realization seem to shine more brightly. Lily looked at honey with some contempt. Raising way is raising way, to put it so nobly. If only this thing called desire could be restrained by realization. Then were all those heavenly treasures that his father spent every year for himself a joke? Since he was a Sky Rabbit clan member, it was absolutely impossible to control this desire. Lily had really guessed wrong on that one, and she had really underestimated Honey's awareness. Every time the desire strikes, Honey locks herself in a secret room. Even if he was burning all over and wailing in pain in the middle of the chamber, he would definitely not take half a step back. When necessary, a heavy blow will be given to himself to forcibly prevent him from degenerating into a beast of desire. This, then, is his realization. Well, you can forget about that for now. Let's get through the immediate crisis first. After saying that, Honey took out a water basin from within his storage space and placed it on the ground, and directly began to undo the waistband of his pants. What are you doing? Lily, blushing, couldn't help but frown as she watched Honey's movements and asked in a low voice. Honey skimmed her. What for? Getting child's urine. You wait. Me first. Just in case a drop of her own blood would splash the liquid in it on her. Lily took a half step forward and crouched down. From within his storage space, he directly took out a short blade. As soon as Lily exerted her strength, the short knife that flashed with a cold aura cut through her snow-white skin, shedding a few drops of reddish blood. The faint odor of blood filled the space. It could be seen that the demon spiders around them had indeed slowed down in their actions. Lily looked pleased and controlled her short blade to cut a little deeper. The bleeding became greater and had gathered into a stream. Seeing this, a wave of admiration grew for Lily from Honey on the side. Very few people self-harm and don't change their face. Lily was the first one he'd ever met. Seen enough? Your turn. Lily pulled the short blade out of her little arm, and thanks to the martial artist, the bleeding stopped quickly. As she watched Honey about to pull her pants down, Lily squeezed her eyes shut while one hand deadened them. You on your back. Hear that? Too long without a response. Lily tentatively squinted her eyes to look around. Instead, he found Honey holding a clean cloth and furtively trying to bandage his wounds. It also made Lily blush a little better. That's more like it. It seems that this man in front of me is not as bad as he thought at first. Honey wrapped it carefully, winding it up in gentle circles. The surrounding demon spiders had already surrounded the two. They seemed to be extremely wary of virgin blood, and within 2 meters of where the two stood, no demon spider pup dared to cross the line. The bandage was finished and it was Horny's turn. Though Lily covered her eyes tightly, the sound of dripping water was always going to get her ruminating. The desire that had been restrained for a long time stirred up again in his heart for a while. Lily's pretty face was flushed red, and she could visibly feel her body temperature rising rapidly. But at the same time, she felt contempt for the kind of thoughts that had arisen in her mind. It was clearly the Revolutionary Army led by the man in front of him that caused him to be scolded and chastised by his father. I didn't realize I was actually thinking about such vile people. Simply deserve to die. That idea? Yes. Lily's thoughts were quickly associated with action. And then that desire at the back of her mind seemed even stronger. Even she didn't realize that her breathing had become a little more ragged. Okay. Honeysuckle lifted his pants and turned around, only to be met by the sight of a nearer man. What beautiful eyes those are. Gentle as spring water, glistening with lust. For a moment, Honey couldn't hold it in any longer. He mumbled the Revolutionary Army slogan in his mind. Frantically trying to suppress his emotions, guilt flooded his body. No way. It's amazing to think that kind of thought. It was Hoover's daughter. That's the daughter of an enemy of their Revolutionary Army. He tried to push away the petite body that was pressed up against him, but he was answered with a wet kiss. It was a wonderful feeling, like a switch had been flipped somehow. The next scene can be described as upside down, not knowing what heaven and earth are like. It was only when both parties had calmed down that they sat down across the basin of water. All of them were both afraid to look at each other. It was a moment of headlong rush and actually made a big mistake. What's more, there were tens of thousands of demon spiders around. Surprisingly, they just twinkled their dark, glowing eyes and stared at the two until now. At once, the look of shame and indignation on Lily's face intensified. The feeling is high, but it's also very addictive. Ugh! Crushing. After all, the two were now in different camps and in different positions. After a long silence, Honey finally spoke. Sorry. Can you forget all about what just happened? Sorry. Lily had thought about it too, or just dying. But if she couldn't handily kill the scum in front of her, her thoughts wouldn't pass. Yeah, you die. You die so I can forget. Gotta be. Talked the sky to death. After a long silence, Honey said with some hesitation. In fact, have you noticed that your father's brutal rule has hurt many innocent sky rabbit people? Chapter 75. It's a buffet, guys. What do you say? Has my father not treated those people well? Honey smiled bitterly. Hoover was evil, but he had given his daughter, well, protection. Forget it. A fixed mindset developed over the years is also not something you can change with just a few words. Might as well get out first. Honey stood up and patted the dust from her ass, looking at Lily, who was sitting on the floor with her hands on her knees, and was surprised to feel a twinge of attachment. Time to get out. Except, when he gets out, his relationship with Lily will once again become an enemy. But soon he shook his head and forced the thought down. His awareness shouldn't be disturbed by the love of children, even if the woman in front of him was comparable to the best on earth. Pull me. It was then that Lily grudgingly reached out her small white hand and held it up. But such an action made Honey's heart pump violently again. It was those cold little hands that tickled his back with a fiery pain. He couldn't help but think back to the warmth he had just experienced. Come on. Hearing Lily's urging, Honey snapped back to her senses, grinned awkwardly, and took a few steps forward to take the small, soft, boneless hands in hers. He pulled Lily to her feet, turned back to pick up the overflowing water bowl, and chased after her in the direction Nina Nia had fled. Chiu Yen took out some ham sausages, smoked sausages, and whatnot from the Imperial Beast space and ate them. It was a little better to have something in my stomach. Although he was almost rested, when he stood up, he immediately felt the sensation of dizziness. Holding onto a side of oar, he rested with his eyes closed for a while before the vertigo subsided. Gee! Gotta figure out a way to get out early. Chiu Yen frowned. He got his flashlight out and shined it around. The space was as if it was completely hermetically sealed, and surprisingly, no exit could be found. However, as the light traveled downward, the sight in front of him almost gave Chiu Yen a shock. It was actually full of densely packed round insect eggs, and he was going to break out of his dense phobia when he looked at it. At a cursory glance, basically an individual worm egg is the size of a basketball. What the hell is this? A nest of worms. Even just staying here, Chiu Yen felt his heart grow fuzzy. It must not be a good place. I'll go first, old buddy. Chiu Yen limped and twisted his head. Feeling some hidden pain in his abdomen again, he grabbed a handful of medicine from within the Imperial Beast space and shoved it into his mouth once more. Ka! A crunching sound caught Chiu Yan's eye. Next to it was an insect egg that broke open in the center like an egg. Fixing his eyes, it turned out to be a spider spirit beast that had been hatched. The white body was dotted with some black patterns, and the whole spirit beast looked round and kinda cute. What kind of spirit beast is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Qiu Yan was full of doubts. The reason why the probability of arthropod, or insect spirit beasts mutating is extremely high is because these spirit beasts can give birth. Spawn once and basically give birth everywhere. Just like raising parasites. Once there was no food inside the cave, these cubs began to fight amongst themselves until a few of the strongest ones were left. So it could easily lead to the amplification of some originally unique traits, the slow degradation of some useless traits, and the supposed enhancement of its own bloodline abilities. This is the evil ghost spider? It doesn't look like it. Evolved. Since it had just hatched, the little guy didn't seem to have any desire to attack yet, and was thrown into the Imperial Beast space by Qiu Yan without much resistance. The Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries at this moment, however, suddenly emitted light, and from within the pages of the book, curved chains stretched out, tightly wrapping around the little spider. Demon spiders? Gold-level bloodline? Qiu Yan couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw the information displayed in the Wanxiang Xian book. Anyone in this cave is a gold-ranked bloodline? There are not hundreds or thousands of spider eggs here. Wouldn't that be the Wanxiang Xian Shu could be devoured at will? If Qiu Yan hadn't been injured, he would have jumped up and down in excitement. Eat up the Buffet brothers. Quick, quick, quick. Purple Moon Cinderpod Flamefire Qilin. All of you come over here and help. Even the injured Flamefire Unicorn was called out to do the hard work. Couldn't be helped. This kind of opportunity didn't come every day for Qiu Yan. Well, let's just commiserate. Qiu Yan only felt physically and mentally relieved and instantly stopped hurting, and directly went four-pronged with his spirit beasts, squatting on the ground and barraging those spider eggs into the royal beast space one by one. Even if an occasional hatchling demon spider crawled past, it naturally couldn't escape Qiu Yan's clutches. Let's go inside. 1, 2, 3. I thought I was having a bad day, but I didn't realize there was a buffet waiting for me here. Devour, devour, devour. Advance, advance, advance. Although the demon spider in it hadn't hatched yet, the growth progress after giving the Wanxiang Xian Shu to devour was probably only 20%. But it can't be helped by the sheer number of people here. A man and 3 spirit beasts kept picking up spider eggs in the middle of this cave. As he watched the light emanating from the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries grow brighter and brighter, Qiu Yan was thrilled. Along the way, the Wanxiang Xian book was his greatest capital to save his life. Whether it was the breathing method that accelerated the speed of cultivation, or the 3 qi gathering forms that could save one's life at critical moments, each of them was vital. Vaguely remembering that if it wasn't for the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries that brought him to this side of the world, he would have almost died in the spatial rift. The Book of Wonders. You've suffered for following me. Devour me to death today. Qiu Yan was already so overwhelmed by excitement at this point that he didn't even have time to care about what new abilities the Wanxiang Xian Shu had produced from its advancement. One after another, he stuffed spider eggs inside the Imperial Beast space. At this time, he didn't realize what kind of heavenly and earthly changes had been produced in the Imperial Beast space. Buffets have proven to be addictive. Qiu Yan couldn't get enough of this feeling. I don't know how long it took, but the whole thing was becoming numb. It's like a factory assembly line that keeps repeating the same thing over and over. Kirk! A whistling sound directly woke Qiu Yan up. Right? Oh, so many boys. Special milk? It can't be Mom coming. Qiu Yan's heart and mind perked up as he hurriedly threw the last spider egg in his hand into the royal beast space and looked over towards the place where the sound came from. Ha! Such a big evil ghost spider. Qiu Yan also had a headache. As a matter of fact, the evil ghost spider, being a silver-level bloodline spirit beast, could only grow to a person's height. Now this is about the same size as that cargo heavy truck all over. Go, 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 run. Qiu Yan was sweating anxiously. If you steal it for someone's old family, they will still fight with you. At that size, if you don't run, you can probably be passed right over as a speed bump. Flame Unicorn, you suffer from fatigue. Take me for a lap if you can hold out. In response to his master's request, the Flame Qilin was now truly out of temper, and with an arch of its head towards Qiu Yan's back, Qiu Yan's entire body went up onto the Flame Qilin's back. The spider eggs that Qiu Yan had stuffed into the Imperial Beast space for so long were estimated to be less than 1/10 of the total number here. Facing a crisis at this time, Qiu Yan could only endure the pain. However, Qiu Yan still casually threw a small miner's lamp into the area as a marker, also to make it easier for him to come back later. Cinder. At this time, the coal ball was also on the back of the Flame Qilin, directly extending its tentacles and ruthlessly shattering the rock wall in front of Qiu Yan. Chapter 76. Evil Ghost Spider Mother? The Evil Ghost Spider Mother. Kirik. Evil Ghost Arachnid Mother seems a bit strange. The Evil Ghost Arachnid Mother roared once again, and then moved her 8 huge metal-like spider legs towards Qiu Yan to charge in front of her. Qiu Yan's supernatural ability was activated, and he also understood the meaning. That's obviously treating yourself like an intruder and calling for your own death. Cinderblock was still breaking down the wall and was about to jab a second time when the blow failed, but was stopped by Qiu Yan. After all, he wasn't sure if the opposite side was hollow or not. He could only rely on his ears. Bang, bang, bang. That seems to be solid back there. Qiu Yan, who was near the wall, couldn't tense up and didn't expect to roll over. This bad luck again. As a matter of fact, this place was connected in all directions, and there must be large and small spaces throughout the mine. That much he could see when he just crashed down. This kind of rock, although seemingly hard, was actually particularly brittle, and at that time the cinder block had merely struck it slightly, and Qiu Yan had fallen off. Qiu Yan had just fallen a dozen meters or so, which was clearly not the height this mine should be. Shatter. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the flame Qilin directly scurried out a distance towards the side. Puff! Looking back, it was actually the evil ghost Arachnid Mother spitting out a mouthful of cobwebs towards where Qiu Yan had just been, and the spider silk was so deep into the rock that it was almost like a sharp silk scrubber. Qiu Yan was really scared to see this scene. Just a mouthful of spiders spit out almost cut him like an apple. But although the space here was huge, it was still impossible to find an exit. Qiu Yan could only ride on the flame Qilin's flexible steering and evasion of attacks in the middle of this space, turning the evil ghost spider mother's advantage of her large size into a disadvantage. Because while being large in size, you are bound to lack some flexibility. Qiu Yan intended to utilize this precisely to find the exit first. The evil ghost Arachnid Mother chased Qiu Yan around and rampaged everywhere, crashing through many rocks in the process. The rocks also inevitably smashed many of the spider eggs to pieces. Qiu Yan looked at the heartache. If not for this evil ghost spider mother mess, these should have been his, to protect these little lives that are yet to be born. On his way to escape, Qiu Yan probed down as far as he could and stuffed all of these spider eggs into his royal beast space. I'm crying my eyes out. Kirk! The evil ghost spider mother appeared to be even more furious at this time, actually persecuting her own child while fleeing for her life. She also surely couldn't have imagined that the children she had persecuted by her rampage had been similar to the ones Qiu Yan had just harvested. Although spirit beasts like the evil ghost spider did not have a very high intelligence, it was not even as good as the hidden treasure fox that Qiu Yan had encountered before. But the cultivation reaches this stage now, at least also has 8 or 9 years old child's IQ, is able to think and has its own judgment ability. It was also almost difficult for this spirit beast to communicate with other spirit beasts, and there were only a few simple words in Qiu Yan's ears. However, Qiu Yan's behavior like this clearly angered the evil ghost spider mother. It howled and opened its mouth parts, continuously spraying sharp spider webs towards Qiu Yan. Fortunately, though, the spider silk flew exceptionally slowly through the air and was easily anticipated and then avoided. Qiu Yan and the flame Qilin didn't suffer any injuries. They just pitted those spider eggs. Seeing that the evil ghost Arachnid Mother had gone completely crazy, Qiu Yan had no choice but to let Coal Ball hit the walls with its tentacles along the way to see if there was any chance that it could escape. While spinning around and around, almost all of them were about to destroy this space. Knock, knock, knock. The ethereal voice was like the most beautiful music in the world, resounding in this space. Good, good, good. Qiu Yan's expression was joyful, and he was able to escape with his life. Cinderblock wasn't subtle at all, reaching out a few tentacles directly to the rock wall with a hard slap. Boom! The wall in front of him collapsed with a loud bang, and a man-high hole appeared. The flame Qilin carried Qiu Yan and panicked as it dug right in. KIR. Not long after Qiu Yan entered, the evil ghost Arachnid Mother directly crashed through an entire rock wall. In a flash, smoke rose and dust drifted around in the air. The evil ghost Arachnid Mother's dozen or so compound eyes dribbled around, but due to the dust, it was surprising that she couldn't see Qiu Yan's traces for a while. All you can do is back up your spider feet and get antsy. It was hard to wait until the smoke cleared, but suddenly, the flame-fire unicorn appeared right in front of it. Moreover, as if deliberately waiting for it, after noticing the evil ghost Arachnid Mother's line of sight, It turned its head and sped towards the distance. It's almost like a botched trap. The evil ghost arachnid mother had already reddened its eyes, and its only remaining shred of sanity had been consumed. So even if it was a trap, it would still drill it. In an instant, it whistled, moving its huge limbs to chase after it in the distance with a pop, pop, pop. With such a large size, it didn't notice that something dark stuck to its back. Qiu Yen was currently lying down in the middle of the gap between the arachnid mother's armor shells. Although the arachnid mother exuded an unpleasant odor all over her body, Qiu Yen didn't have a choice right now. It was like a bulldozer rushing across the room, and Qiu Yen could have suffered a lot on its back. Hoover kept weaving in and out of the mines, and at the moment was at a loss for a few people's traces. Couldn't find it. Couldn't find it at all. One could only aimlessly look around in the middle of the mine for signs of those black-robed men. But trying to find someone in the middle of such a large mine like this was just too inefficient. Bang! Kiri! Instead, there was a sudden explosion behind him. As he looked with the voice, Hoover's ancient face actually took on a glow. Is that kid? Is that his spirit beast? He was instantly energized. What a great effort to find it. Just after the mine collapsed, Hoover had thought that it would be good to go back and catch an accomplice, so that he could still get some information. Turns out the kid just seemed to evaporate. A collapse of such magnitude that even the trail of escape was destroyed cleanly along with it. Good thing. Now he's in front of him again. Don't run, little thing. He directly moved to chase after him. And just as he was about to catch up, an accident happened. The spirit beast and the person on its back instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated into the air just like last time. Having suffered a dumb loss, Hoover really couldn't take it anymore. At first he hadn't thought about it there, but this time he did. Wasn't this the same spirit beast that had run out in his yard at the time? It was definitely this group of people who had stolen their heavenly puppet order. But without waiting for him to react, the stone wall next to him broke with a loud bang, and a giant spider appeared in front of him. Chapter 77, Awakening the Chaos Clan's New Ability. Turtle, what is this? This cultivation has to be a peak silver. Was it after the kid? At this moment, the evil ghost arachnid mother had already lost her mind, and when she saw that the flame Qilin had disappeared, she directly rushed towards Hoover. In an instant, a spider web rushed towards Hoover. Grass! What's this? I didn't mess with it either. Hoover rolls hastily to the side to avoid the strikes. Then, the evil ghost arachnid mother seemed to be entangled in Hoover. No matter how Hoover dodged and fled, she was rigidly not letting go of her mouth. It's like a piece of plaster that you can't shake off. You forced me. Hoover's face turned suddenly cold. Although this spirit beast's cultivation level was not high, he himself was also a large segment stronger than it. But its main thing is that it's just too big. A behemoth like this is obviously going to have a lot of dependence. It's a real pain in the ass to deal with. Thinking about this, Hoover hated Qiu Yen and the others even more in his heart. All this trouble tonight was brought to him by these people. I'll be sure to take a hard time when I get back. Aqua Fist. Hoover raised his hand, his greenish-blue aura bursting out as he swung a fist blatantly towards the evil ghost spider mother that was charging towards him. Bang! Kir! A mournful hiss resounded throughout the mine. The evil ghost arachnid mother, who had just been so powerful, had one of her 8 spider legs knocked away in a single glance. How dare you scream? Get thee outta here! Hoover's voice carried a hint of spiritual impact, which caused the evil ghost arachnid mother to instantly become sane. Qiu Yen, who was on its back, didn't fare too well. That spiritual shock directly shook Qiu Yan's head dizzily, and he was almost about to fall off the evil ghost arachnid mother's back when he didn't have a firm grip. If you really fall down can be really bad. A Hoover, an evil ghost arachnid mother can be in the eye of the eye staring at him. Luckily, though, when he was about to fall, Cole Ball pushed Qiu Yen from behind. Hoover didn't care about the evil ghost arachnid mother, but walked straight in the direction the ghost spirit arachnid mother came from. He sort of knew. That kid with the fire attribute spirit beast, Yenner, is bad. At that time, he was caught in the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain, which allowed those few people to escape. And it's certainly not the first time he's pulled a stunt like that. So that crafty kid must still be where he was, and must have pulled a little stunt again. Actually, Qiu Yen had originally thought the same thing. But the risk of doing so is just too great. The place just now is clearly akin to a nursery, and should definitely be guarded. Qiu Yen once again used the 3 Qi gathering forms, and the side effects tormented his head to the point of exploding. The only thing that can be used is this lampooning trick. Hoover was right, but only half right. But at that moment, the evil ghost spider mother disagreed. It wasn't enough to just have a little thief persecuting your own children. But what's the point of having an old thief? Although the evil ghost arachnid mother was dragging her broken arm, her movement speed was truly not slow. Clunk! Moving his spider feet, he caught up with Hoover in a few breaths. With wide open mouthparts, he bit toward Hoover's back. Humph! Seek death! Hoover steps to the side to avoid the strikes. He then lifted his foot, his spiritual energy escaping from his body and erupting with a shocking might. With a whip leg, the evil ghost arachnid mother moved 2 steps sideways to the side. Kirik! Soon, the evil ghost arachnid mother erupted into a shrill howl, as if conveying some sort of message. Rustle! Rustle! From many of the rock crevices, densely packed demonic spiders suddenly burrowed out, and they were still emerging in a continuous stream. Many compound eyes stared at Hoover and opened their mouthpieces to spit out dense spider silk. Even Hoover couldn't fight hard against such a spider. But anyone who cuts a little bit of skin will be poisoned straight away. Oh! Seeing this, Hoover raised an eyebrow. I thought it was just an ordinary evil ghost spider, but I didn't realize that there seemed to be a hidden mystery in it. A silver-level bloodline evil ghost spider could actually give birth to a gold-level bloodline demon spider? It's kind of fun. Hoover also squared up. Surely it's a good idea to look into it when you get the chance to actually be able to achieve bloodline evolution. But now, it's not the time for research. A harmonica suddenly appeared in Hoover's hand, in a quaint shape that seemed to be some age old. There were also some runes carved on it. He passed the harmonica to his mouth, and the air he exhaled was wrapped in spiritual energy, slowly activating the runes on the harmonica. The booming voice reverberated, stirring up echoes. The movements of the surrounding demon spiders instantly came to a halt, their respective spider legs hugging their bodies tightly, forming a white orb as if they were asleep. Qiu Yen, who was thinking of finding a chance to run away, when he heard the sound of the zither, his entire body also fell into a trance, and he fainted with both eyes rolled back in his head. Opening his eyes again, he surprisingly found himself being pulled into the Imperial Beast space again. Is this the old man's ing Imperial Beast space? This scale? This environment? Qiu Yen was a bit incredulous for a moment. The original Imperial Beast space was only the size of a rented room. And now it's the size of a soccer field. The Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries, on the other hand, was shimmering in the very center. Because it was his own royal beast space, even though there was still a distance from the Wanxiang Shenshu, as long as the thought moved it could be reached in a matter of moments. The Book of 10,000 Elephant Mysteries slowly turned a page again right in front of Qiu Yen. Bluff Chaos Ability. Description. Through the application of spiritual power and the secret formula, camouflage the spirit animal and make the spirit animal burst out more powerful aura, but it has no effect on the battle power. Specific practices are as follows. The specific effect is based on the total amount of the caster's own spiritual power. The pages from the Wanxiang Shen book instantly turned into a stream of light and drilled into Qiu Yan's body, who was now a conscious body. He understood this new ability at once. It's not just pretending. It's pretending to be the strongest. It is to pretend until this Hoover is afraid. Qiu Yen returned to reality with a blur before his eyes. Since he was lying behind the evil ghost arachnid mother, due to the blind spot in his field of vision, he was also not discovered by Hoover. The song ended with Hoover looking around the room and smiling at the corners of his mouth. It was worthy of being a magic weapon handed over to him by the Celestial Sound Clan. This type of magic weapon is capable of hypnotizing spirit beasts that do not have a developed intellect, causing their spirits to sink into a deep sleep. I thought that this was a chicken rib magic weapon, but I didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. With a scornful smile on his face, he continued on to the nursery. However, at this moment, the evil ghost spider mother behind him steeply exuded a powerful might. Such an aura directly oppressed Hoover to the point that he could barely breathe. It's even if it's a temporary breakthrough into gold cultivation, at this point even the bloodline is evolving? Hoover instantly froze, mechanically looking back to see the scene. The spirit beast in front of him was actually fading and evolving on the spot. This is the ghost spirit spider emperor. That's right. Such a pressure could not be reached even by a demon spider whose cultivation was also at the gold level. The ghost spirit spider emperor was a legendary beast of the Yaya's kingdom, and his bloodline level was at least diamond grade and above. The overall color is dark purple, but the tips of the spider's feet take on a dark golden glow. Not only that, but there will be dark golden lines outlined all over the body, and a huge ghostly face on the belly of the spider. Not good. This ghost spirit spider emperor is not something I can deal with. There's still those boys to find, so we can't get too entangled with this ghost spirit spider emperor. Hoover muttered. Chapter 78 Dragon Scale Squad Defects to the Enemy? Anyway, the whole thing just reveals a sense of weirdness anyway. Oh, I'll give you a try. The tide of the blue sea. A greenish-blue aura surrounded Hoover's body, and in a few seconds, it converged into a complicated spell formation, in which a peculiar light flickered. When Qiu Yen saw this scene, he cried out in his heart. After all, bluff could only fake aura, not enhance spirit beasts. If he waited until Hoover released his big move, the evil ghost arachnid mother would die for sure. Kirik! At this time, the evil ghost arachnid mother, whose pressure was strengthened, let out a cry, and those white orbs around her also began to wake up. The dense swarm of demonic spiders began to crawl towards Hoover. Hoover also realized that he now seemed to have been planted with some sort of mark by the ghost spirit spider emperor in front of him. As long as one was still in the mine, there would be a constant stream of demon spiders attacking. Bang! A crunch. A small hole actually broke open above Hoover for no apparent reason. Hoover, did it take this long to find those guys? Thunder's voice came out, which also caused Qiu Yen, who was lying on the back of the evil ghost arachnid mother, to feel a pang of fear. Wasn't this the voice of the previous Dragon Scale Squad's leader? Why did he show up here too? And it seemed to be a good acquaintance with Hoover. Your Excellency, just now in fact, my little one encountered those people. But since this mine isn't structurally strong, a collapse allowed the men to hide. But I'm certain that these people must have the heavenly puppet order in their hands. Please, my lord. Qiu Yen looked at Hoover's respectful appearance and obviously thought the wrong way. There was a high possibility that it was a spy of the thunderous 10,000 races, and the status was clearly not low. Why else would Hoover be called Your Honor? Bad. I didn't expect the 10,000 races to actually infiltrate within the human race already. This news was like a heavy hammer, hitting Qiu Yan's heart hard. At the moment, his whole body wasn't very good. The spatial rift had appeared near the Anexian Villa area. That also meant that the Dragon Scale Squad was the one that had come over to rescue him this time. If these people knew that they had discovered their secret, they would probably be silenced. Done. It's completely over. The Dragon Scale Squad and the 10,000 clans are in cahoots. Sasha! In an instant, tens of thousands of demon spiders charged directly towards Hoover. Looks like there's no time to tangle with you guys. The tide of the blue sea. In just an instant, the spiritual energy around Hoover's body stirred and impacted out like ripples in water. The bodies of the demon spiders that were a bit closer burst right open, splattering sticky juices in all directions. Almost all of the demon spiders were tipped over by this spiritual impact. Even the evil ghost spider mother took half a step back. Oh, so it's just a sham. Don't bother with you. Hoover's entire body transformed into a blue-green light as he sped off into the distance. Qiu Yen was also relieved at this moment, but a thick layer of doubt still clouded his heart. Nina carried a kerosene lamp in her hand as she traveled throughout the mine. Sister, quickly look. Are there a few silhouettes over there? Nia made a well-timed sound, and it was then that Nina noticed several figures in armor in the midst of the dimly lit space off to the side. Found it! The dead soldiers of the Sky Puppet Clan. A gentle smile spread across Nina's face as well. Finally. This would also mean that they, the Revolutionary Army, would also have the backbone to fight Hoover. This is great news. She tapped her toes and came in front of the dead soldier. The black-colored armor looked mysterious and terrifying under the light. The Heavenly Puppet Order was a 4-square jade tablet. It was engraved with inscriptions unique to the Heavenly Puppet Clan, and once it was injected with spiritual energy, it immediately released 12 tiny threads of spiritual energy. It rapidly extended in the air until it had not entered the bodies of the 12 dead soldiers. The two could obviously feel that the bodies of the 12 dead soldiers in front of them seemed to tremble. Activation successful. Nia's little face beamed with excitement and she hugged Nina excitedly. Almost the instant the link succeeded, everyone in the mine looked up suddenly. They all felt a powerful pressure at the same time. Sway you sense it, it seems like those people activated the sky puppet race's puppets. Thunder shattered the stone wall in his way and said without looking back. Sway you didn't have much of a reaction, after all, the captain had always been of this nature. Well, it should be about 70 meters underground to the southwest. Go! Spiritual energy erupted around the two of them, transforming into a stream of light as they traveled through space. Honey touched Lily next to her with her elbow. This aura is truly terrifying. It's definitely a dead man being activated. And just now, that shrill sound drew all the demon spiders around. Lily nodded back. Let's go, but let me be clear. Later, we could be enemies. If you'll give up the Revolutionary Army, I can go beg my father to spare your life. Well, sorry. Honey shook her head and sighed deeply. If you join us in the Revolutionary Army. He tried to continue, only to be interrupted mercilessly by Lily. Since no one can convince anyone, there's no point in saying any more. I would never betray my father. There was a moment of silence before Honey spoke again. Okay, let's go. Maybe he and Lily wouldn't be enemies as long as they remained here. There was a lot of emotion in his heart for the woman who had taken his first time, but the two people were obviously in different positions. He's not an indecisive man. At this moment, he clenched his fists and made up his mind. KIR. Not long after Hoover disappeared, the evil ghost arachnid mother once again erupted with a sharp whistling sound, similarly waving her spider feet to break through the ground and rushed over towards the bottom. Even with its low intelligence, it was aware of the threat below. Spirit beasts all have their own sense of territory. One's own habitat should never be allowed to let that kind of threat exist. Qiu Yen had thought of buggering off alone. After all, the Dragonscale squad had defected to the enemy, and he himself didn't have much of a friendship with the Revolutionary Army. With Thunder standing behind Hoover as a backer, Horn and the others were plainly going to get a slap on the wrist. Maybe there is a sky puppet order to arm wrestle with Hoover. But once the entire Dragonscale squad joined in, the battle was one-sided. But this evil ghost arachnid mother didn't know what was going on. The armor on her back had actually closed up. If they were to forcefully break through, they would definitely be noticed by the evil ghost arachnid mother. At that time, there was really only a chance of being kicked to death by the evil ghost arachnid mother. There was no choice but to follow along and go over there, turning back to figure out how to run again. Bang! A wall was broken open. The first to arrive was Hoover, looking a little grimy as he had rushed over, perhaps in a hurry. The 12 puppets lined up in formation and just looked at him, vaguely having the intention of wanting to attack. A surge of anger grew in Hoover's heart. These little thieves, they actually used their own stuff against themselves. How dare you? Chapter 79 In the Name of a Loving Father, Performing Misdemeanors. Hoover, you're taking it by force, and under your rule, the Sky Rabbit clan will be finished sooner or later. You've come just in time. Prepare to die. Nia was indignant and had long wanted to get rid of Hoover, the arch-villain. Hoover looked at the two and couldn't help but snicker. Oh, 1 bronze level cultivation and 1 black iron level, wanting me to suffer death? Are you saying that this heavenly puppet order is your reliance against me? Ha 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 ha. Hoover was filled with contempt. I don't know what the two little mice in front of me were thinking to be so naive. Although the sky puppet race's dead soldiers were strong, they only retained the consciousness to fight. How to take on the enemy still depended on the person's ability to maneuver, and a bronze level would certainly not be able to utilize its full strength. It's like a child with a kitchen knife. Can you say that it poses a great threat to an adult? Right now, the soldiers of the Heavenly Puppet Clan were the chili choppers. It's how it's used that's the challenge. Cut the crap and die. Nina instantly commanded the dead soldiers and swarmed towards Hoover. However, Hoover just dodged a few times and easily avoided the siege of the dead soldiers. That breezy look made the sisters' hearts flutter. Born into the Reyes family, the sisters were decidedly inferior to the battle-hardened Hoover in terms of combat experience. Even though the dead man's body was reinforced, Hoover couldn't do any damage to it. However, wouldn't it be enough to bypass the dead soldiers and exterminate the person who was controlling the Heavenly Puppet Order? Even though the 12 dead soldiers surrounded him, Hoover was like a slippery catfish, weaving in and out of the dead soldiers. Occasionally, a punch could be thrown with a clang that knocked the dead man back 2 steps. It looks as if you are going to suffer death. Before the sisters could see Hoover's movements, he appeared in front of them the next moment. Hoover brazenly reached out and grabbed each of the 2 sisters by the neck, slowly lifting them into the air. The hood fell down, revealing two pretty faces. Oh, two little pussies are pretty good looking. Find a way to temper it and sell it to the 10,000 clans. Maybe some big shot will be able to take a look at the two of you. The dead men are still in control, trying to get back to attacking Hoover. Hoover just sneered and increased the force on his hands. The dead man stopped straight away, his eyes becoming dull again. Nia stuffed the heavenly puppet order, which could not be put into the storage space, into her bosom and kept picking at the tiger's mouth of Hoover's palm with her hand. Hoover, it turns out that so many of our sisters didn't die in the Holy Beast battlefield. Rather, they were sold by you as slaves to the 10,000 clans. Even if she was as gentle as Nina, her eyes were overflowing with resentment at this time.
Don't say it so hard.
I'm just giving them a chance to develop. It's better than staying in the Sky Rabbit clan and being reduced to a reproductive tool. Isn't it? Hoover smiled coldly, no glow visible in his eyes. Although they are also slaves, they are considered to have climbed onto the high branches of those great figures of the 10,000 clans. Father, are you telling the truth? Lily's voice, however, suddenly sounded above Hoover. It also made Hoover's entire body shake. He slowly raised his head, only to see his daughter crouching behind a crack in the rock wall above him, staring at the place. At first, I didn't believe them when they told me. I've always felt that it was the commoner's good fortune to have a lord like my father. But I seem to be wrong. Father, are you really doing the right thing? Lily. Hoover's eyes widened and his whole body trembled. But suddenly, he thought of something, and as if he had been touched by a reverse scale, he roared towards the top. What do you know? If it weren't for you, how many populations have I sold to the 10,000 tribes? For your sake, how many heavenly treasures have I used to raise your cultivation to the silver level? Without me, you're nothing. Now you're counting me out. The crowd in the room was taken aback by Hoover's sudden outburst. Lily froze, almost breathless from the pressure her father was putting on her. For her own good is too much. A deep breath was taken before he spoke again, only with a hint of choking in his voice. I'd rather be an ordinary person. I guess fathers are just fathers, not the bad guys they make them out to be. When she finished, Lily lost her voice and even the contained sisters couldn't help but be a little moved. Oh, ha 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 ha. Hoover couldn't stop laughing maniacally as if he had lost his mind, and he threw the sisters to the ground like garbage. Late. There's no going back. Ha 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 ha. But then the laughter stopped abruptly. A dangerous light erupted in his eyes, and greenish-blue spiritual energy was already slowly flowing around his body. It's these people who have mesmerized you, isn't it? Then I'll kill them all. You are my daughter, my only daughter. Do you know what it means to be an only daughter among the Sky Rabbit clan? After all I've done for you, you must never disobey me. Hoover had gone completely insane, and the spiritual energy around him instantly shredded open his clothing, revealing a lower half of his body that was all metal. As it turns out, he's been remodeled by the Sky Dome clan from the chest down. This also means that he has lost the ability to procreate completely. It's also not hard to imagine why one would be so paranoid about one's daughter. What the Sky Rabbit clan is most proud of is procreation. If it's a healthy lord, then he can have more heirs than he can count. But it was Hoover. He was also a captain of the guards when he was young. Lost the lower half of his body in the middle of a spirit animal riot. The voice of the Skydome clan rang in his head. Of course, he didn't hesitate to accept the transformation of the Skyvault clan in order to stay alive. The reformed Hoover rose through the ranks of the army, eventually staging a mutiny and succeeding as a lord. After being in a high position for so long, it's natural to want your own heir. So he gave everything he had and sent his genes to the Skyvault clan. And the Skyvault clan gave a condition of 30,000 young girls of the Sky Rabbit clan. The joy he felt when he held his daughter for the first time is still unforgettable. When he knew that his daughter couldn't cultivate, he once again went and traded with the 10,000 clans, granting his daughter the qualification to become a martial artist. Now, his daughter was actually joining forces with outsiders to verbally attack him. Right? Kill them all. Lily, you wait, father. I will eradicate them all. Hoover's metal body gradually began to emit a strange glow. Bang! The evil ghost arachnid mother crashed through the rocks and burst out of the gusts of dust and smoke. It's going to tear everyone here apart. The guys in the way are popping up one by one today. Great! Today! No one can escape. Chapter 80, even if it costs you a lot. Boo! The stone wall to one side shattered with a loud bang. When the dust and smoke cleared, a large and small figure appeared. It looks like we've seen a good show. A hint of a joke hung on Thunder's face as he inclined his head towards Sui-yu beside him. What did you just say? No one can leave? Sui-yu also had a faint smile on her face. It must have been obvious that with the cultivation level of the two men, they had heard the conversation within this cave. My lords, this is a private matter for me. Please also wait outside for a moment. Don't let some filth dirty your eyes. When the matter is over, I will present the heavenly puppet order with both hands. Hoover bowed slightly. In the face of a strong man that he could not defeat, it was not an expedient measure to concede defeat. Okay, we'll wait for you outside, no tricks. Lei Ting actually took 2 folding chairs from the storage space and reclined with Sui-yu to watch the show. Boo! There was another explosion, and countless tiny stones tumbled to the ground. It immediately caught the attention of everyone in the room. Kiri! A shrill whistle came from the crowd, shaking their eardrums. Seeing this, Hoover's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. Seeing that there was something fishy about the spirit beast himself, he wanted to let it live. I didn't expect this evil ghost arachnid mother to be so relentless in her pursuit. Since you're touching your own brow here, it's a good idea to take it first. His surroundings were instantly surrounded by a greenish-blue aura, and even the metallic limbs of his lower half-life had dense white rays of light coursing across the surface. Qiu Yan hid in his armor and surreptitiously looked towards the surroundings. It was quite a coincidence to find that several people happened to be there, and Nina Nia was still both lying there, looking like she should have been unlucky enough to collide with Hoover. The black silhouettes on the side that moved as if they were human dolls were probably the legendary dead soldiers of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. But how come Hoover is glaring at his side so much? He was shirtless and also seemed to be built out of metal in general from the bottom of his chest. Surprisingly, it was surprisingly so similar to the Heavenly Vault Clan's handiwork of transforming spirit beasts. Bad. Qiu Yan only saw a look of hatred on Hoover's face. And with that gusto, it's definitely starting to build up to a big move. Grass. This evil ghost arachnid mother below himself is still a tiger. People are zooming in at this time. Actually do not run, but also directly towards the Hoover rushed over. You don't want to die. I want to die. Qiu Yan really had no choice. If he didn't run away, he would definitely be killed by this big move together. He could only let the cinder block wrap itself around him, reaching out with his tentacles and directly knocking the armor askew, and the whole thing rolled towards the side and fell off. Boom! Suddenly a thick pillar of light shot out from in front of Hoover, hitting the evil ghost arachnid mother directly in the face. Kiri! The hungry ghost arachnid mother's screams came to a screeching halt, and her mountain-like body collapsed with a loud bang, with all sorts of slime and blood flowing all over the place. Oh, you little fly turned out to be hiding here. How cunning. You actually fooled even me just now. Hoover laughed contemptuously, and with a single movement of his feet, he ran to Qiu Yan and reached out to strangle his neck. Qiu Yan! Qiu Yan! Honey and Nina exclaimed. It also froze Hoover in place. What's this kid's name? Choin? Spiritual energy formed a gale and blew off Qiu Yan's hood, which revealed his face. Hoover's eyes widened as he hurriedly let go of his hand and waved his hand to support Qiu Yan's figure, which was trying to fall backward, with a bolt of spiritual energy. Fruity. Sure enough, it's human. And it's the ones the humans are looking for. Hoover had always thought that he was simply unlucky today, but he didn't expect that there was actually this kind of surprise waiting for him. Those humans had definitely come to this place in order to find this Qiu Yan. Since this Qiu Yan man had been found, and then snatched back the heavenly puppet order, he would be able to send those powerful battle humans away. You can still be your own king of the earth yourself. As long as in this side of the world, whoever dares to upset him, the male will be sent to the Holy Beast battlefield as cannon fodder, and the female will be directly sold to the 10,000 clans. Qiu Yan, Thunder, and the others were instantly nonplussed. I thought it was a dog-eat-dog situation between the Heavenly Hair Clan, but why did I see that there was still the matter of Qiu Yan? The two flashed by in the blink of an eye, and Thunder kicked Hoover out of the way as his opponent crashed hard into a rock embedded in the side. Are you okay? I see you're not doing very well, so let me take care of that for you. Sui-yu's overwhelmingly beautiful face was still as cold as ice and frost, but her words were filled with concern. This time it was Qiu Yan's turn to be confused, his eyes looking straight at the two. What's this? What's the reaction? Isn't the Dragonscale squad in league with Hoover? And as a result of seeing himself, he just kicked Hoover out of the way? What are you looking at? Don't say a word. Told you you were on the back of the evil ghost arachnid mother. Why didn't you call me when I passed by just now? Thunder frowned slightly, his stubble-covered face revealing a reproachful look. No, you're not with Hoover. Qiu Yan's eyes rolled, and his eyes kept darting to the two. I just heard Hoover call both of you your lordships. Thunder's face was written with disbelief, and not caring about Qiu Yan's injuries. He directly hit Qiu Yan with a hairy chestnut that caused him to cover his head and wail. You! Why are you still hitting people? Qiu Yan's tears were coming out in pain. What for? I'm hurt. Sui Yu protected Qiu Yan behind her while she had a reproachful look on her face. Kid. You're defiling us. I'm telling you. Where do you think the current stable life came from? It wasn't those forefathers who threw their heads and blood on the holy beast battlefield and fought against that wolfish 10,000 clans. With that, Thunder shut his mouth, realizing that he had said the wrong thing. Qiu Yan is only a senior this year, so it's normal to think that he doesn't know about the 10,000 clans either, and he did go a little overboard himself. Captain Thunder, I know all about the 10,000 clans. However, I have some news here for you. Quietly, Thunder raised an eyebrow, looking a bit puzzled. What kind of talk is direct and has to be whispered? His 5'9" frame still bent down and came closer to Qiu Yan. So and so. Watching Thunder's face go from puzzled to shocked and finally to ecstatic. Sui Yu narrowed her eyes, feeling a bit speechless. This captain was reliable when it mattered, but when it came to normal times, he was as childish as a brat. Qiu Yan told Thunder all about the situation in front of him in just a few short sentences. Then he fell silent, a mysterious smile on his face as he quietly looked at Thunder. Okay. Lei Ting stood up straight and gave Qiu Yan a somewhat appreciative look. Then it looked straight at Hoover, who had just pulled his body out of the rock. His eyes held a hint of murderous intent. By killing Hoover, the Revolutionary Army can kill their way into Odin City to assume dominion. And then it would be one more reliable reinforcement for your own people. Such a heavenly thing to do, not to mention 1 or 2 Hoovers. Even if it was dozens of them, as long as it was beneficial to the others, he wouldn't hesitate to do it. Even if it costs more, even your own life. Chapter 81 The Melee. Bring the heavenly puppet order. Thunder spoke faintly, no expression visible in the dim light. At that, Hoover stood up hastily and slowly walked over to Nina, holding out a hand. You stay away. I'm telling you, I won't give you the heavenly puppet order even if I die. Nina had a look of determination on her face. The heavenly puppet order could not be included in the storage space because it contradicted certain rules of the storage space. So she could only hug herself tightly and deaden the heavenly puppet order in her arms. Oh, then I can come and get it myself. Watching Hoover take a step toward his sister, Honey's eyes glazed over. Soul, move your filthy hands. He smashed out a punch, directly breaking a large hole in the rock wall. Spiritual energy stirred around his body, and with a stomp of his feet, he rushed towards Hoover at breakneck speed. The great sword in his right hand kept breaking through the air currents and slashed at Hoover's arm in a swift manner. Clang! Everyone present heard the crunch. It's not flesh, it's like a piece of steel. With a grimace, Hoover turned around and sent Honey flying backwards with a roundhouse kick. Out of your depth! There was a hint of cruelty in his eyes, and due to the disparity in strength, he would grab Nina's wrists in both hands with just one hand. Seeing this, Nia crawled over and clutched one of Hoover's feet as well, but it was kicked away just as effortlessly. Laying down on the ground, her pretty face covered in the dust that belonged to the mines. Qiu Yan, please save us. Nina trembled as she grabbed the corner of the token, tears of despair left in her eyes, and could only watch as the token was snatched away bit by bit. Not good. At that moment, Thunder sensed that something was wrong with the situation, and almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived at Hoover's side. But it was too late. The tokens had all fallen into Hoover's hands. Thunderbolt pressed the button. Ka! The bomb around Hoover's neck detonated instantly. The fire engulfed Hoover's body directly. Snap! The dull sound of an object falling rang out. The gusts of fire dissipated and the faint odor of saltpeter filled the air. Thunder nodded. This special explosive contained the full force of a gold third-order powerhouse. And by compressing the energy into a collar-like size, it was even more powerful. It looks like Hoover should have gone straight head to head. Just as Thunder reached for the heavenly puppet order, a strange scene appeared. The 12 puppets, which had just been like puppets, once again regained their mobility and rushed towards Thunder. And that stance, like a well-trained squad in a fan-shaped encirclement, slowly contracted, compressing Thunder's chances of dodging to the extreme. "Captain!" Sui-yu anxiously called out to Thunder, her eyes filled with urgency. But Thunder was already too late to dodge, and could only hastily open a purple barrier as a means of defense. Boo! The 12 puppets directly collided with the barrier, erupting into a heaven-shattering roar. Not just Thunder, but everyone present couldn't believe it. "Isn't Hoover dead? Why do you continue to manipulate the golem to attack?" Lily, who was at the top of the pile, was even trembling with fear at the sight, murmuring incoherently. Thunder already seemed to be struggling to fend off these 12 puppets. With that, his afterglow caught a glimpse of Hoover's corpse. Only blood-red spells were seen rising from beneath Hoover's head and torso, and those two spells were slowly approaching each other. Looking at this bizarre scene, Thunder frowned. And which of the 10,000 races is this capable of? This Hoover is really willing to put blood money on himself. Blowing up like this actually does not die. Could it be that to this body was added the undead ability of the Abyssals? Thunder had heard something about it too. Among the last session he entered the Holy Beast battlefield, he came across the Abyssal clan. Its characteristic is that it is immortal, and even if it is beaten into crumbs, it will return to its original state. Fortunately, this creature was not too intelligent and was designed by the sages to be scorched to death with the heavenly abyss sacred flame. Otherwise, the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the entire Blue Star would be overrun by that kind of creature. It could be seen that a few strands of flesh were beginning to grow from the break in Hoover's neck and were slowly connecting with the head. "Cinder! Purple Moon!" As the crowd froze, Chiu Yen called out the two spirit beasts, first Coal Ball's tentacles, and then Purple Moon's electric lightning arrow. Hits the meaty joint and Hoover's head, respectively. Bang! Hoover's head flew backwards again. Those puppets turned their targets in a smooth manner and charged directly towards Chiu Yen. "Danger!" Thunder let out a blistering cry and didn't have time to care about Hoover anymore. Turning his head and rushing over in the direction where Chiu Yen was. Sui-yu reacted quickly, pulling Chiu Yen and retreating towards her back. Just as several people's attention was all on the puppet, Chiu Yen noticed the strange appearance of Hoover's corpse. "Captain Thunder, leave me alone. That old boy Hoover is going to run." Thunder had no time for Hoover at this point, and it was his mission that he always remembered. That is to rescue Chiu Yen. The heavenly puppet order would have been an add-on. As long as Chiu Yenshire was brought out safely, nothing else mattered. Nina looked at Hoover, whose body was reorganizing, and even though she was very scared inside herself, she still held her sister in her arms and cautiously looked at her opponent. "I can't believe I'm paying such a heavy price today." "Good. Very good." Hoover looked like he had finished recovering at this point, and his whole body stood up, sounding like a rusty chainsaw. Hatred filled his eyes. His metal legs bent slightly and he flew straight up to the ceiling. "Oh!" Lily squealed in terror, and before she could react, Hoover had her by the waist. Immediately afterward, teleportation spells permeated with white light emerged from beneath his feet. At this moment, he took out another array disc from within his storage space and threw it onto the ground. A scarlet-red light emanated from the circumference of the array disc, and it directly spread out towards the surroundings. "Bad. That old thief has set up a spell formation and blocked off this place. Moreover, the temperature here is gradually rising, obviously trying to trap us here. He's teleporting away." Nina shouted towards Chiu Yen. She put her sister down, and with her own weapon in hand, she flew towards the sky above, trying to stop the teleportation as much as possible. However, with her cultivation, she was obviously unable to cause damage to the teleportation array, and could only watch Hoover and Lily's figures from outside, slowly dissipating from before her eyes. Meanwhile, the golem's actions were suspended. "Captain, what do we do?" Go back to the Dragon Kingdom." At those words, a look of panic appeared for the first time on Sui-yu's cold as ice face. "What about the rest of the Dragon Scale squad?" "But they're still waiting for us out there." Thunder sighed. From the time everyone came in, they were ready to sacrifice. To fulfill the mission, even at the cost of a great deal. Sui-yu's eyes shimmered with a layer of watery mist, as if she had seen the time she spent with the other three teammates. "But it's not fair to them. Can't we just think of another way? We'll go out together. Thunder had already begun to start pulling those instruments out from within the storage space. I won't be able to break this formation for a while. Have you forgotten? I can only use the Thunder Split Seal once a day. They don't always die out there. Let's save Chiu Yen and go back first. 3 heads of the Revolutionary Army of the Sky Rabbit Clan. Take them back with you. Chapter 82 Dragon Listening Spring. Thunder set up the apparatus and began to communicate with the spatial rift. Because the entrance and exit of the spatial rift was here, the original location where they had descended. The originally hidden spatial cracks unfolded again under the effect of those instruments. Thunder took out a special metal whistle, summoned up all his strength, and blew it directly. A sharp and euphonious ringing sound resounded throughout the space. Moreover, the whistle was so penetrating that it passed along the layers, allowing the 3 to hear it far beyond the surface. No, the boss said for us to retreat first. Song Han Yang lay on the ground with a puzzled face, his ears pressed against the mountain rocks beneath him. Well, go. Chai Fei nodded, and after packing up all the measuring instruments and such on the ground, erasing all traces of their existence, he woke up Fuyao, who was sleeping soundly. Hey, let's go. Boss, they're in danger. Let's keep ourselves safe and turn around. At this moment, Fuyao rubbed her eyes and fixed her gaze towards the mouth of the mine. The entire mine next door seemed to be shrouded in a reddish mist. So much for not staying here in case it dragged the captain down. It would most likely get the entire squad killed. Okay. Then let's retreat. Go look for Chiu Yen by the way. Opinions were agreed upon, and the 3 of them disappeared towards the distance. Because they had seen Hoover and knew that the 10,000 races existed in this side of space, the 3 of them directly took the giant city in the distance as their destination. Okay, let's go. Thunder clamped Chiu Yen in one hand and Horny in the other, and took the brunt of the space rift and stepped into it. However, before going in, Sui Yu also looked around to make sure that there was no other line of sight before similarly bringing the 2 sisters along as well, following the captain's footsteps into the spatial rift. At this time in the Dragon Kingdom, which was the other end of the spatial rift that had been calm suddenly disappeared. Team Zhou. Looks like they're coming out. The officers stationed around them tensed. There was still quite a long time before the formation expired, and if they came back early in this situation, they had either found Chiu Yen or encountered some irresistible danger. Wait, how come there are only 3 people out? Not good. There is an invasion of 10,000 races. At once, the police comrades stationed here were in chaos, each one pulling out their weapons or summoning their spirit beasts as if they were on the verge of an attack. That one seems to be a rescuer, right? So why would it come back with a vanguard? Don't be alarmed. I'm Thunder, the captain of the Special Incident Handling Team Dragon Scale Squad. Here are my papers. Thunder fumbled for his work permit, and the crowd's panic stabilized. Send for medical attention first. I'll personally report to Team Dragon about the 10,000 clans. At that moment, the paramedic squad on the side then jogged over pushing a stretcher and picked up Chiu Yen and Honey. At this moment, Sui Yu also drilled out from within the spatial crack. The surrounding police comrades couldn't help but stare at the 2 young alien girls wedged under her crunchy nest. These 2 little Wan girls are too cute. What are you looking at? Go about your business. It also made the police comrades around them wake up as if from a dream and get busy again. And originally in the cordon outside the probe head some melon masses, but also by Sui Yu to heckle back, can only be resentful to leave. She mumbled something like, "Little girl so fierce?" and "See if you won't let me go." They hadn't gotten very far, though, when they were blocked by a police officer in a special ops suit. Unsurprisingly, they will be dragged to the Dragon Countermeasures Center to have their memories wiped. No way. Even with a full lockdown, there are a lot of tall steel plates blocking the area. But this road, being a major traffic thoroughfare, is also occasionally crossed quietly by the masses who want to take a shortcut. In that case, it would be more prudent to spread out the police force and keep an eye on the area with monitoring. After all, the external excuse is road maintenance. If a large number of police officers are patrolling in the vicinity, it is also easy to cause panic among the public, and rumors such as, "someone's dead," will be spread. After witnessing Chiu Yen and the others being put into the ambulance, Lei Ting also made it a point to have Sui Yu follow him into the car as well. He watched the ambulance fade away before he got into one of the command cars. The car was very spacious and laid out like a talking room. Only a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s was sitting in the car. His aura was very internalized, making it impossible to see his cultivation. If he wasn't sitting alone inside the command car right now, but instead walking into the crowd, it would probably be true to say that he was an ordinary office worker. Dragons! Thunder eagerly opened his mouth to continue, but was then forcibly interrupted by the man known as Team Dragon. Say, don't you know that it's a capital offense to bring the 10,000 clans into the country privately? What are you hiding? The middle-aged man opened his mouth indifferently, but his voice had a meaning of not being angry. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was none other than the chief captain of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Incident Handling Team Long Listening Quan. His position in the entire Dragon Kingdom was almost similar to that of the director of the National Security Bureau. It was because of the spatial cracks that had appeared in this place that he had rushed over overnight riding his diamond-level cultivation Xian Yao Tian Long to sit in this place. Thunder sighed, looked around for a moment, got close to Long Hearing Spring's ear, and began to recount the information he had received.
Duk, duk, duk.
Long Hearing Quan frowned, his nails tapping regularly on one of the armrests. It wasn't until Thunder finished his report a few minutes later that he sighed quietly, a hint of hatred in his tone. "Eh? When will you change your nature?" Obviously, Lei Tang looked even older, but he was criticized by Long Hearing Spring and lowered his head, sipping his teeth silently. Long Hearing Quan's emotions grew more and more agitated. The armrests of his chair snapped as he slapped them. What if Qiu Yan had his mind eroded by the 10,000 clans and told you false information? What if those guys were just trying to make you believe that and were deliberately putting on a show for you? To actually be so foolish as to bring the 10,000 races into the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Boo! Long Hearing Quan could no longer hold back. His palms clenched into fists and hesitated for a moment before he slammed them on the armrest in a not-so-gentle and not-so-heavy manner. If it weren't for the fact that you've won a lot of battles on the Holy Beast battlefield, I would have shot you long ago. Thunder just clenched his fists, darkly. Yeah, even if he'd been cautious enough, there's no way he could have managed to be wary of his fellow man. What's more, this compatriot was still as a high school student, as a future pillar of his country, and he believed in it without reservation. Long Hearing Quan rubbed his somewhat sore brow and spoke slowly. "Never mind, it's done. I'll interrogate them myself afterward. If it's true, credit you. If it's a fake, I'll dismiss you and obediently go into the school to teach like that senior brother of yours, Li Jianguo. You go find Staff Officer Wang and ask him to transfer dozens of experts over. It's better if you lead the team, if anything happens to the other 3 members." Long Hearing Quan still didn't say anything further, and with a cold snort he waved his hand, signaling Thunder to go back. "Aye, Team Dragon." Thunder was equally hung up on his team members in his heart, and with a standard salute towards Long Hearing Spring, he turned around and got out of the car. Chapter 83 Hoover's Underground Chamber. In the Odin City Lord's mansion, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the center of the Lord's room. Hoover staggered a few steps and hurriedly held onto the head of the bed to the side before he was able to stabilize himself. His consumption was simply too great. The teleportation spell formation and the scarlet enemy trapping formation had drained all the spiritual energy from his body. Lily stood there in silence, her eyes empty and lifeless. "It's been soul-crushing ever since I got home. Perhaps Qiu Yan and the others shouldn't have saved themselves. It took advantage of himself, but it showed him the truth of the matter. It was a little too cruel for her. She's all alone now, and there's nothing left to continue to sustain her belief that she's alive. Lily, you come with me." Hoover's hand locked around Lily's wrist like an iron vice, and he practically dragged her toward the underground chamber of the city lord's mansion. Here, even Lily had never been inside. "Father, let go." Lily tried to resist, but her strength was obviously insignificant, and she could only watch her body move backwards bit by bit. The secret passage was short, but there were many torches burning for lighting in the corridor, which contributed to the very hot temperature underground. A layer of fragrant sweat also oozed from Lily's neck. Seeing the sights around her, the further she was dragged in by her father, the more alarmed Lily felt, simply because it was full of hardened cages that housed untold numbers of young girls of the Sky Rabbit clan. Most of them were stagnant, like dolls at the mercy of others. Suddenly, a clear voice interspersed with whimpering sounds rang out, appearing mournful and incomparable, making people unable to help but feel pity. "Lord Hoover, please, please let me go. I have a younger brother and an elderly mother at home." A young girl had been tortured beyond recognition. Her cheeks were covered in dried blood, and her white shirt was dirty, with a few crimson whip marks through it. Sparing her, she lay on the edge of the cage, constantly begging for the Lord's mercy. Hoover ignored it, as if he had long been accustomed to such sights, and forcibly dragged Lily to the door of the deepest room. This is his brainwashing room for young girls who want to resist. Bang! Hoover grinned and pulled Lily to a seat in the center of the room. In the process, Lily's foot accidentally touched the iron seat and made a clunk. No, father, no! Hoover took himself out a pair of handcuffs and, despite Lily's resistance, instead chained Lily to the top of the steel seat. It's okay, Lily. Soon you'll be listening to me. Look at those maidens out there. They were originally as disobedient as you are. But when they walk out, they're still doing whatever I tell them to do? He was like a different person. So strange that it made Lily break out in a cold sweat, and her old loving father had transformed into a demon who did nothing wrong. But she swallowed and forced herself to speak. Father, you're not doing this right. Good girl. It's been a while since I've seen you, so let Daddy check your health. Who is it? Who took your first time? Hoover's entire body trembled violently, as if he had been subjected to some kind of heart trauma, and he took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, though, it became very violent. His own daughter's special physique, when supplemented with the specialized gong method, was simply like a natural-born furnace, and was able to greatly enhance her qualifications after intercourse. In this way, it might be possible to break through the defects in the genes of the Sky Rabbit race. The reason why his daughter is not allowed to have contact with other men is because of Hoover's obvious belief that it would be better for him, the father, rather than cheaper for an outsider. After all, he had given Lily her life, so what if he thought it was a way for Lily to repay himself? There is only one chance for this kind of physique. Peaches that are about to ripen are picked by others. How could Hoover not be furious when 20 years of planning had come to naught? Who the hell is that? A sneer crossed Lily's lips. Father, I won't tell you anything. She didn't know the cause of her father's such rage, but she could sense something far beyond father-daughter bonding from the years she had spent together. It was an unintentional deed, but now that she had made Hoover this plan fall through, her heart was very happy. It had even begun to lightly hum her favorite ditty. After tangling with Honey, it was as if she had lost something, but gained something all the same, and could feel her cultivation slowly getting stronger. She closed her eyes, and 2 lines of clear teardrops slipped from the corners of her eyes. Honey, you're right, but it's too late for that. There was almost no hope that the scarlet trapping enemy formation could be broken open by gold-level creatures, and Qiuyan's few people were already bound to die. They will die as the temperature gradually rises and their spiritual energy is gradually stripped away. Honey, you must wait for me in heaven, and I will come back to you when I have cut down Hoover, the man. Lily smiled to herself at the thought, the smell of blood from the chair filling her nostrils. Maybe, after all the bad things he did for Hoover, he'll go to hell too? Suddenly, Hoover's eyes rolled. He sensed something strange within Lily's body. It seemed as if the 2 forces were merging with each other, resulting in an entirely new power. This is the 1,000-run-breaking body and the born charming body. Quick, tell me quickly, who is it? Hoover's eyes erupted with hope. This kind of physique was once in a lifetime, and he knew that the Heavenly Vault clan had a method of blood inversion that could swap the physiques of 2 people. And you can really have that kind of physique just by periodically replacing all the parts on the other side. I won't tell you. You're dreaming. True to Hoover's expectations, Lily is not going to talk. Oh? Could it be the kid in the mine with the silver cultivation? Or that mole human? Don't worry. I'll get you talking. He smiled gently and pressed a button next to his hand. It was just a smile that looked incredibly ugly in Lily's eyes. Suddenly, the seat instantly erupted with powerful lightning, which also caused Lily to wail. The whole person was constantly trembling, and her originally beautiful face was as pale as a white sheet of paper at this moment. Her mind became a mush and her consciousness drifted away. Daughters don't listen. Just electrocute them and they'll behave. Hoover adjusted the current to a cyclical release, and himself went back outside and began to gather his forces. Now that the few black-robed men were still trapped in the mine by themselves, their strength should have weakened quite a bit in a short period of time. That is to say, it is not enough to be feared as long as troops are mobilized to put it in suppression. Nina Nia, who came to the Dragon Kingdom, was curious about everything. Although they were now brought to the interrogation room of the Dragon Countermeasures Center to be controlled, but everything here was something they had never seen before. Ta-da-da-da-da. The sound of leather shoes rang out, and a middle-aged man walked in through the door. Chapter 84, The Extremely Cautious Long Hearing Spring. My surname is Long, two of the Sky Rabbit clan. What do you think of my human clan? Long Hearing Spring sat himself down and looked at the two sisters with a smile on his face. Though it seemed polite and friendly at this point, the two women, however, were secretly alarmed. The Sky Rabbit race had a natural instinct for sensing danger. The middle-aged man in front of him was by no means such a good match as he appeared to be. Little woman Nina. This is my sister Nia. See this, Lord. Nina stood up from her position, owing slightly. There was just a hint of trepidation in the words. This human in front of them didn't even need to move a finger if he wanted to exterminate them. My youngest daughter believes that the human race is not as evil as the 10,000 races say. The two of us have a low level of strength, yet instead we treat the two sisters with courtesy, so I am truly terrified. Long Hearing Spring raised an eyebrow with a hint of a smile. This Nina in front of me was dripping with speech. First, the human race was given a high hat to preserve the safety of their own well-being. Besides, the two of them were of low strength and could not pose any threat. Incidentally, he also complimented the human race, which was a way of showing that his attitude was more in favor of the human race than the 10,000 races. He then spoke again in a deep voice. Is it true what you two said earlier? But what guarantee is there that the heavenly rabbit race will definitely become an ally of my human race? The two of you, I'm afraid you don't represent the entire Sky Rabbit clan. Long Listening Spring's meaning was obvious, both as a test of the two and as a test of the entire Sky Rabbit clan. Please, Mr. Long, help us get rid of Hoover. As long as Hoover is around, we will never be free from being enslaved by the nations. Although most of the clan has been brainwashed by Hoover, my revolutionary army is a force to be reckoned with. My Sky Rabbit clan is extremely fertile, and if someone really can't think of anything else to do, then my revolutionary army isn't a vegetarian either. It's a revolution. There's no such thing as a dead man. Nina's face still wore a gentle smile. It was just something that was said that made Nia, who was her sister, a little wary. As long as someone is against the human race, then kill them all? If a dozen or so are okay, what if thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of clansmen are against it? Long Hearing Spring picked up the teapot and poured 3 cups of tea, and under the wrapping of spiritual power, the 2 cups slowly floated in front of the 2 women. He himself cupped his own cup and took a gentle sip, shaking his head with an old-fashioned sigh of good tea. Thank you, Mr. Long, for the tea. Nina and Nia both picked up their teacups and tilted their heads back to take a drink. Good. In that case, Mr. Long won't stay long. The 2 of you will stay in the human race for the next few days and explore the scenery of the human race. All it takes is for Honey to accompany us. Long Hearing Spring stood up and greeted towards the door. Little Zhou, come. Show the 2 guests of the Heavenly Rabbit clan around. Just disguise yourself before you go out and don't cause any stir. After saying that, he took out a pass from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Bowen, while he himself went out of the gate and got into the car that was heading to the hospital. Nina looked at that solid back, and all that was left in her heart was a bitter smile. It was clear that he wanted the 2 of them to be hostages, and he even sent a silver-ranked expert to spy on them. However, while it was aggravating to be a parasite, it was better than fighting to the death and being hunted down by Hoover. Then I'll trouble Mr. Zhou. Out of the way. Mid-Ocean City Special Events Authority Infirmary. Although this place is called an infirmary, the medical instruments are more complete than those in big hospitals. Qiu Yan was currently lying on his bed, happily brushing short videos, and Lin Yuqing was quietly sitting on the side peeling an apple. The reason why Lin Yuqing did not go to the Spirit Beast cultivation base to work is that Qiu Yan used the banknote ability again. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open with a creak. Only Long Hearing Quan and Wu Liang were seen walking in. Qiu Yan, you kid is really brave. That spatial rift even dared to come close. Dr. Wu gave Qiu Yan a blank look without any good reason. When he had just received a call from Lin Yuqing 2 days ago, he was worried enough. The kids still hear hemming and hawing like nobody's business. Oh, this is Mr. Long, who is also considered the immediate leader of the Dragon Scale Squad. Wu Liang politely introduced himself and secretly glared towards Qiu Yan. It's like saying, this is a big brother, don't rush to hug his leg. Qiu Yan tried to sit up, but as a result, Long Hearing Spring waved out a spiritual power and pressed Qiu Yan down. You're welcome. Could you two please excuse us for a moment? I have something I want to say to Qiu Yan-san. Long hearing Quan was very polite, which also made Lin Yuqing panic for a moment, and after stuffing the apple into Qiu Yan's hand, she followed Wu Liang out of the room. Student Qiu Yan, you've been very active with your news lately. Long listening Spring stood aside, and at some point a stack of information had appeared in his hand. Crackling through the information, he also looked at Qiu Yan with a smile every now and then. Qiu Yan was looked at with a straight face. After all, this was the immediate leader of the Dragon Scale Squad, similar to the existence of the director of the National Security Bureau. That little secret about yourself, seriously, a little checking would have been enough. In front of Long Hearing Spring, there was basically no privacy left. One day the flame Qilin was auctioned off, and the next day Ling Wutong fell into the net. Take this money and go to the Spirit Beast breeding base and buy a few hundred Spirit Beast eggs. Letting a large number of gold-level bloodline Spirit Beasts go uncontracted in favor of contracting a bronze-level bloodline Thunder Spirit Water Snake? 2 days ago, for the sake of a little girl, he killed into the stronghold of the Heavenly Vault Church with the Wang family kid and Wu Liang, and decapitated a blood demon. Long Hearing Quan closed the information and looked at Qiu Yan with a scrutinizing expression. Tell me, what do you think? Qiu Yan also knew that he had such a fate sooner or later. Covering up in front of Long Hearing Spring would only increase his suspicion of himself. So much for a straight-up showdown. Dragon Bureau. This? I have a kind of unforeseen ability. I don't know if you believe it or not. Oh. Long Hearing Quan was clearly interested and hooked the corner of his mouth, signaling Qiu Yan to continue. I seem to have had a couple dreams that were very real. I know something about what's going to happen in the future. So, Qiu Yan still understood the truth that too many words would lead to loss, and could only try to cover up as much as possible. After all, the secret of returning from rebirth, exposing it could be of no benefit to oneself. If Long Hearing Spring was the kind of person with a bad heart, perhaps he himself would have to be pulled to the lab for dissection and research studies. Long Hearing Spring nodded thoughtfully. Given this statement, it is not unreasonable. With a wave of his hand, a direct bolt of spiritual energy wrapped around Qiu Yan, and he began to check if there were any backhanders left behind by the 10,000 clans. Long Listening Spring wouldn't listen to Qiu Yan's side of the story, and he wouldn't ask about the specifics. He just wanted to make sure that Qiu Yan wasn't a threat to the entire human race. Qiu Yan's ability to be akin to an unpredictor like this was still suspicious. After checking back and forth several times, he really didn't find anything out of the ordinary, except for Qiu Yan's dampness being a bit heavy. It's a few days before the Imperial Beast exam in reverse. I see that you're also more familiar with that side, so why don't you follow Thunder and go to the Sky Rabbit clan one more time? Come back and give you extra points. After saying that, Long Hearing Spring walked out, leaving behind a confused Qiu Yan. What does that mean? A Black Iron himself, to follow Captain Thunder for another round? Chapter 8 At once on the march. Streets of Odin City. Look, what's going on here? Song Hanyang squatted on the side of the road and sipped a piece of tobacco, a specialty of the Sky Rabbit clan, and arched his elbow over Chai Fei, who was next to him. The city now looked as if a battle was coming, and every now and then a group of heavily armed soldiers would run out toward the gates. Chai Fei shook his head and didn't say anything. Seeing that Chai Fei couldn't hit a sound fart in 8 shots, Song Hanyang was self-conscious and ran to Fu Yao, who was picking out jewelry by the side of the road. At this moment, Fu Yao looked at the shiny ores on the stall, her small eyes shining straight up. Kingfisher stone, star diamond, amethyst, the rare ores of the Dragon Kingdom were surprisingly everywhere over here. Boss, this, and this. Don't. Load us up with all the rest. The stall owner was an old man of the Sky Rabbit clan, his face wrinkled and squeezed into a chrysanthemum. Looking at the little girl in front of him who was so generous, his heart was simply happy. Well. Fu Yao waved towards the side. Robert, pay up. Coming. From the distance ran a teenager, the very same inner boy that Qiu Yan had pigeonholed earlier. It's bad luck to say the least. After collecting the bounty, he ran out towards the outside of the city in high spirits, ready to find the doctor who was picking herbs in the medicine field outside to save his sister. I didn't expect to be targeted by these 3 long ago. As soon as he left the city, he was carried over by Song Hanyang like he was lifting a chicken cub. After all, the legend that Robert had seen a human was all over town. Robert was instantly shocked when he saw what the 3 were wearing. Begging Grandpa and Grandma like kneeling down, with a snotty nose and a tear saying how his sister suffered, begging to be spared. In order to appease Robert, Fuyao had no choice but to take out a packet of fudge and hand it to Robert. Robert saw this and cried even harder, kowtowing so hard that his head was swollen with a bag. After some questioning, the three were dumbfounded. Turns out Chiu Yen lied to Robert that the fudge was poison. After resolving the misunderstanding, Robert becomes the trio's junior. After furnishing the three of them with a costume of the Heavenly Hair Clan, they blended into the city, intending to look for Chiu Yen. Robert, do you know what this is for? Song Han-yong pointed at the guards running wildly through the streets with a puzzled look on their faces. I don't know. I just went to ask around and it seems like there's a problem with the mines out there. There seems to be a human presence over there as well. His lordship said to send troops immediately. Is your friend okay? Song Han-yang's face instantly grimaced. Didn't Hoover already have a bomb placed around his neck? Don't know how he got rid of the bomb, but it was definitely bad news for them. Hoover's army could wear a few of them out even if they were all cannon fodder. The situation at hand has reached a very dangerous point. Huh? Mr. Cohen? Seeing the visitor, Robert instantly stood up straight, as if he had seen some leader. Oh, there's no need to say much. Several young friends. This is not the place to talk. Please follow me? Song Han-yang's eyes cast a wave of inquiry towards Robert. Oh, let me introduce you. Officer Cohen is the immediate commander of the Yaya's escort. But he's usually very nice to us, a very good officer. The three people from the Dragon Scale squad exchanged eye contact and nodded unanimously. Just follow Cohen through the streets and alleys to a clothing store that was out of doors. Once the trio entered the clothing store, all they saw was Cohen locking eyes with the store's tailor as the doors in the back blasted shut. Mr. Cohen, what is this and what do you mean? Song Han-yang's body was agitated with spiritual energy, and a golden aura surrounded him all around. It was no exaggeration to say that should Cohen make any suspicious move, he would instantly shoot the man down. Don't do this. Robert was in a hurry. He knew that all three humans were good people and so was Chiu Yen. Officer Cohen is also a good man. If he fought, it would definitely make things difficult for him. There's no need for the three of you to be so flustered. The old man doesn't have any malicious intent. We have eyes almost all over the city, and outside of the city the old man has spotted three as humans. So I would like to ask if the three of you could recognize Chiu Yen? Almost instantly, the pupils of the three men shrunk dramatically. Fuyao inquired impatiently, And how do you know this, Mr. Cohen? He is indeed our compatriot. A look of concern was written all over Cohen's face. Just a short while ago, Mr. Chiu Yen paid a visit to our Revolutionary Army garrison. Go to the mines with our chief, Honey, and check out the situation. They haven't returned until now, and the mine seems to have set up a red formation. Lord Hoover went straight to war. Our chief and your compatriots are still inside. Song Han-yang's eyes widened with disbelief. Could it be the same mysterious people they had seen outside the mine? Were there 5 of them and they were wearing wide black robes? Yes. After receiving Cohen's affirmative reply, the 3 of the Dragon Scale squad felt bad. Then they discussed a few more details. Finally, a conclusion was reached. Chiu Yen, the captain, Sui Yu, and the 3 from the Revolutionary Army, plus a Lily, were now trapped in the mine. They must find a way to go forward and rescue it. Relying on the 3 of them was definitely not enough manpower, so they had to use the power of the Revolutionary Army. We promise. We are definitely an ally of humanity. Cohen bowed deeply toward the trio. Chai Fei finally spoke up at this point. Well, Mr. Cohen, a large number of soldiers are being sent out by Hoover at the moment. Is this not the time when the city's defenses are empty? This is a siege of Wei to save Zhao. Cohen's eyes snapped to a brilliant light. Although I don't know what the meaning of the phrase to surround Wei and save Zhao is. However, it clearly works. Odin City terrain is extremely high, obviously easy to defend and difficult to attack. This is not the time to send troops. With Honey out of the picture at the moment, we'll just have to gather our own forces for the rescue. Good. Everyone come with me. Let's go to the stronghold. Take the underpass. As it turns out, the underground had long been opened up by them, and following it all the way to the stronghold. Longhua and Exine Villa area neighborhood. Thunder stood in front of the spatial rift with more than 100 silver-ranked generals. Chiu Yen and Honey had also been healed by the healing spirit beast spirit star slug. Thunder looked around the room and spoke aloud. Since everyone is ready, Let's go. This battle is not just about rescuing 3 compatriots, and to go against Hoover and win the first ally for my people. When he finished speaking, the roars of the generals resounded around him. Charge! The Dragon Kingdom side is ready. Immediately, out on the road. Chapter 86 Dark Currents and a Great War. Outside the mine, countless guards clad in armor assembled here. In addition to the guards, there were countless spirit beasts of all sizes waiting on the sidelines. At this moment, a barrier that looked like a red mist was still shrouded above the mine. Hoover stood on top of one of the next hills overlooking the scene. In order to fend off those humans, he was forced to pay a considerable price, and his life-preserving cards were almost exhausted. Even if it's a fight to the death, we'll slaughter those people. Otherwise, the incident is like a needle sticking in the heart all the time. At this moment, Reese also slowly walked over from the back, wearing heavy armor and a hideous lion breastplate on his chest, rather like a general. Lord, we've already gathered most of our troops, just waiting for your order. Hoover nodded, the blue pupils of his eyes ancient, so that his subordinates could not see what they were thinking. Good. The humans in the mines should be pretty much weakened by this spell. In another half hour, we'll charge straight ahead. Receiving the order, Reyes turned away directly and commanded. Outside the city of Odin, several thousand revolutionary troops had long been assembled. But instead of rushing in with great fanfare, they used their surroundings to hide their forms. Cohen, dressed in light armor, stood with the generals. Fellow countrymen, this battle must be won. To overthrow Hoover, we must win. This time, it is also our best chance. Lord Chief is still trapped in the mines. Only then will those 3 human adults have a chance to be able to go in and rescue the chief. His voice wasn't loud, but it contained a hint of spiritual energy, causing the crowd present to hear him clearly. Whether they were in Cohen's line of sight or not, they all quietly raised their hands and made the Revolutionary Army salute. An adjutant-like Sky Rabbit clan member slowly stepped forward. Our eyes are in position. Every 3 kilometers from the destination, there will be scouts on standby to ensure the fastest possible transmission of the situation back there. Just 3 kilometers away from the mine, Song Han-yong was hiding among the tall and dense bushes with a headset observing the surrounding situation. As a special incident handling team, they were fully equipped with radio communication equipment, which still worked relatively well among such a relatively backward civilized race. At the very least, to be able to communicate with each other without barriers. Because he had been seen by Hoover earlier, Chai Fei did not release the iron-armored Earth Dragon, but instead released the silver-maned Velociraptor to mix in with Hoover's Spirit Beast Square. After a while, if the situation is chaotic, also good in which to operate 1 or 2. After all, Hoover's Spirit Beast founder had hundreds of spirit beasts, large and small, not to mention many. Although Chai Fei's silver-maned Velociraptor was a platinum-level bloodline, no one would even make a point of checking. At best, he thought that the spirit beast was a bit more drawn out. A few hundred meters behind the spirit beast Fangzheng, beside Fu Yao stood a half-human tall spirit beast with 4 legs and a dragon's head. This spirit beast was called the Hidden Scale Beast, and was able to change the color of its scales according to the environment around it. Hey, can you hear me? Fu Yao lowered his voice as much as possible. Listening to what they say over there, it seems like there's still half an hour or an hour before they launch their attack. This defense array separates the inside and outside. If you want to attack, you have to disarm the array first. When the time comes, it'll be a good opportunity for us to fish in troubled waters. Hearing the response of the 2 teammates in the headset, Fu Yao then let go of her heart and ducked into the bushes next to her again. The spatial cracks opened up once again, and one after another from them, there would be strong people from the Dragon Kingdom drilling out of them. Qiu Yen was no exception, although the body of the Imperial Beastmaster was relatively weak, but with everyone escorting him, there were no accidents. He sort of found out. Previously, when the spatial passage was not stable enough, he himself was directly lost in the cracks, and it was the Wanxiang Shenshu that forcefully pulled him into this world. So naturally, it's different from the current export. But come all here, must first go to the evil ghost spider mother's nursery to see if there is anything can be picked up. Qiu Yen was not strong enough to participate in the front battlefield in the first place, obviously. Even if they participated, it would be nothing more than a sneak attack from behind. Okay. Everyone open the shields. Not only is the temperature extremely high here, but it also absorbs spiritual energy. This shield Qiu Yan also had, it was one of the equipment that was uniformly distributed before he came. In response to this side of the environment, Thunder had specially requested some resources from the headquarters, which allowed the crowd to travel here unhindered. Captain Thunder, I want to go to the original place to have a look. I guess there's still half an hour left to forcefully break the formation, right? A few important things were left behind earlier, and I have to go get them back first. As soon as he saw Qiu Yan, Lei Ting had a headache. I also don't know what the dragon boss is up to. What's the point of bringing back a high schooler who's not even bronze level? After thinking for a long time, Lei Ting finally nodded his head and considered agreeing to Qiu Yan's request. Okay, Sui Yu, you accompany him. If anything changes, feel free to call for reinforcements. Okay, thank you, Captain Lei. Sister Sui Yu, shall we go? Qiu Yan's face was joyful as he diligently began to recall the path he had taken to get here. In order to get there earlier, Qiu Yan summoned the Flamefire Qilin. Seeing Qiu Yan's spirit beasts, Sui Yu was already not surprised. This kind of powerful spirit beast, sooner or later, it can grow to be stronger than the captain. I really don't know where this kid got his dog luck. Sister Sui Yu, are you sitting? Qiu Yan rolled over and sat up, smiling and patting himself on the back. No, I can keep up, don't mind me. Sui Yu still couldn't see his expression, and only shook his head slightly. Then, it was as if her entire being had disappeared into thin air. Qiu Yan could probably guess that her talent was of the ice attribute. Create some small ice crystals around the body, can play the role of refracting light, so as to achieve the effect of invisibility. Qiu Yan rode the Flamefire Qilin through the large and small mine tunnels. It was particularly smooth since all the previous paths had been cleared by the evil ghost Arachnid Mother. After returning here again, Qiu Yan turned the flashlight to the maximum and realized that this place was simply miserable. The floor was covered in liquid and unhatched demon spider hatchlings. This kind of spirit beast cub that had completely lost its life would not have contained much life force, so the Wanxiang Shenshu would not eat it either. Qiu Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Earlier, he had circled around with the evil ghost Arachnid Mother for a long time, destroying quite a few spider eggs, but apparently there are some left. After checking around a little to make sure there were no spirit beasts prying, he continued to start his scavenging path. The harvest from this trip was quite good, and after placing one after another into the storage space, it was also quite a sizable amount. Sui Yu was quietly watching Qiu Yan's unproductive appearance from the side and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Qiu Yan, this kid is earning a lot of money. Do not know to greet yourself? There are still so many spider eggs here. Can he finish picking up? Himself is really unable to pull his face to compete with Qiu Yan for this thing. Sister Sui Yu, come and pick it up too. This is a gold-level bloodline spirit beast. It can still be sold for a considerable amount of money. That's $70,000 to $80,000 for this one. Qiu Yan saw through what Sui Yu was thinking in her mind as if she possessed mind-reading skills. Good, Sui Yu promised, although her voice was cold, but the movements of her hands were not slow at all. One by one, she peeled the surrounding spider eggs into her storage space. Chapter 87 Silver-Maned Velociraptor. Time slipped away. Hoover had a sneer on his face. It was about time. Looking at the barrier in front of him that began to gradually dissipate, the cool feeling of impending revenge spread across his heart. The highest of those few humans was only gold level, and after the weakening of the Scarlet Trap formation, their strength would definitely drop to silver. At that time, it would be difficult for them to fly even with their wings. Thinking of this, Hoover suddenly opened his arms, his dark red cloak hunting under the agitation of his spiritual power. He puffed out his spiritual energy and shouted towards the bottom. The Great War is coming. Generals, it is incumbent upon us to resist the invasion of the human race. Countless martyrs on top of the sacred beast battlefield have gone before and after in order to wipe out such an evil race as the human race. What do you guys think we should do if they invade our Sky Rabbit clan? The 3,000 Sky Rabbit race elites in formation in the valley raised their heads at the same time, their metal armor clashing with a neat, clang sound. A roar that surged like a tidal wave came from below. Kill! 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 Avenge the dead martyrs! We will guard our homes! Seeing this, a smug smile spread across Hoover's face, and with a wave of his hand, the red mist that shrouded the entire outside of the mine instantly disappeared. All generals listen to the order. All attack. Almost just in the blink of an eye, the Sky Rabbit clan soldiers below moved, shouting and picking up their weapons, directly heading into the narrow mouth of the mine. However, the narrow mine was not meant for charging. Not to mention, this place had long been set up by the Dragon Kingdom generals. First squad. The first wave of enemy attack is coming. Strong light spells, lava spells in position. 3, 2, 1. Activated. Those Sky Rabbit race soldiers entered the mine like dumplings. Before he could see the situation around him, the entire area around the wall was flooded with the light of a complicated spell formation. This kind of spell formation was likewise the one that Thunder had brought from the Dragon Kingdom. Unlike the formation that stabilized the spatial rift, these formations were similar to Hoover's previous Scarlet Trap enemy formation, and as disposable formations, they were something that could be crafted in advance at Blue Star by a formation master and then carried around. This could be done by simply setting it up in advance and then instilling spiritual energy to activate it. Close your eyes now. It's too late. My eyes are going blind. It hurts. Extremely strong light erupted from the surrounding formations, and the entire mine tunnel suddenly lit up like day. Defenselessly, they hastily covered their eyes, but even so, the glare caused them considerable damage. They cried out in pain, standing in place and wailing continuously, their eyes as if they had been blinded by silver needles, shedding trickles of blood and tears. At the same time, a burning sensation instantly eroded their bodies. The ground directly looked as if it had been melted by the heat, and lava began to gush forth. Ah, my foot's stuck in it. So hot. These crafty humans. Countless hissing noises came from them, but gradually they stopped moving, and they were soon scorched into charcoal like corpses by the lava array. Hoover, who was outside, apparently sensed the situation within the mine, and instantly growled viciously as his temples blazed with veins. Anyone with long-range capability, blast the entrance. At these words, the soldiers present then reacted and used their own long-range means, various colors of attacks to the entrance, and indeed splashed a burst of dust and smoke. Even the generals of the Dragon Kingdom who were ambushed in the middle of the passageway could not help but feel a sense of the ground caving in and the mountains shaking. Combat Team 1. Retreat to the rear. After this attack, there will be another charge. You won't last with the few of you. Thunder and a couple of staff officers were at the bottom of the line strategizing and giving timely orders. The many devices they brought with them from the blue planet were able to detect basic enemy movements. This was a downward spiral for the Sky Rabbits. It would have been the same kind of technology that would have been available to the Sky Rabbit clan if the Sky Vault clan had been willing. It's just a shame that Hoover had a brainstorm to put all his resources into his daughter and himself. It also seriously hindered the development of the civilization of the Sky Rabbit race. Charge. The hole has widened. There are strong light spells and lava spells ahead. Be careful. A small captain like Sky Rabbit clan member shouted towards the back, and then he jumped into the mine hole first. As expected of Thunder, a second charge came. The terrain in the mine was intricate, and those Sky Rabbit race generals who had originally gathered together were forced to scatter again. The Dragon Kingdom's one-man squad hid in the darkness, and if a Sky Rabbit clan squad passed by, they would quietly follow them. In the darkness of the mine, it was only when the companions walking forward became fewer and fewer, or when there was no answer to their speeches, that the soldiers of the Sky Rabbit clan would realize that their companions had been wiped out long ago without knowing when. Hoover's brow furrowed as he watched the soldiers who kept going in, only to go in. Those guys, they're actually going to be that strong? He should have sent 400 to 500 generals into the mine before and after, but the result was like a stone falling into the abyss. Even the sound of the landing could not be heard. Spirit beasts. Let the spirit beasts with night vision go in. The delay in attacking was starting to make Hoover a little angry. After all, the few humans he thought he could easily take were gradually expanding his losses. There were also around 200 spirit beasts with night vision ability, and they were called out from the square formation by their respective Imperial Beastmasters. No one had realized that there was also a silver-maned velociraptor hidden amongst the 200 or so spirit beasts, its pupils eerily flickering with intelligence in the darkness. Go! Hoover, seeing that the heart of the army seemed to be beginning to waver a little, spoke again. Kill one of the enemy. Bestow 10,000 spirit stones, and your position will be promoted 3 levels in a row. After hearing this, the surrounding soldiers' emotions were once again mobilized, and with the spirit beasts scouting the way ahead, a large number of generals poured in. This time, the attack was unhindered, and it was surprisingly smooth and somewhat strange along the way. Captain, I have a vague feeling of something ominous. Attention on guard, the captain-like soldier said in a deep voice. There were a large number of spirit beasts scouting the road ahead. They only needed to pay attention to whether there were any ambushes on both sides of the road on their way to action. However, a strange scene appeared. A silver-maned raptor that was at the end of the line of spirit beasts suddenly stopped in its tracks. The tip of his nose was sniffing around, as if looking for something. Captain, could there be an ambush around? Come out 10 men and follow that spirit beast. It seems to have discovered something. Just as the captain turned back to take a head count, a sudden change occurred. The silver-maned velociraptor instantly snapped, lightning-like. He scurried up to him and opened his mouth to directly bite off the captain's neck. Blood splashed out like a fountain. What? This spirit beast? Ah! The silver-maned velociraptor with night vision was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, sweeping through the soldiers of the Sky Rabbit clan. Just ask, even the silver-ranked captain with the highest cultivation level was killed in seconds. What resistance did the rest of the soldiers with bronze-level cultivation have? None of them ran towards the outside with a roll, before being bitten by the silver-maned velociraptor in the calf and dragged to the back again with despair. Chapter 88. The battle intensified. The silver-maned velociraptor that had done this was drenched in blood, almost as if it had crawled out of a mountain of corpses. Although his body was scratched with some cuts amidst the resistance of the Sky Rabbit clan soldiers, he hadn't actually suffered any injuries at all. It only takes another 5 or 6 minutes for the wound to heal and become bloodless. And instead of going in again to hunt down those spirit beasts, it stumbled towards the outside. After all, Chai Fei was also afraid that the silver-maned velociraptor would be accidentally killed by the captain and the others. Look at that. Finally, a survivor has run out. He seems to be seriously injured, and its paws kept waving and it seemed very eager to get us in. Go check it out. The two squads were probably only about 20 people, and once again followed the silver-maned velociraptor into the mines. The Sky Rabbit clan squad closely followed the silver-maned velociraptor that was running at full speed, and with the illumination spells, they looked at the corpses along the way, and a hint of retreat began to form in their hearts. Because those corpses seemed to have suffered some kind of spirit beast attack in their lifetime, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Before the crowd could react, a rain of silver-white arrows suddenly erupted from the back of the silver-maned velociraptor, shooting directly towards the crowd. How could the two unguarded squads expect that this silver-maned velociraptor would actually strike at them? In an instant, most of the squad members were blown through their bodies by that attack. Only silver-level captains and a small number of lucky ones escaped the fatal parts. The soldier who had cast the illumination spell had died a violent death, and the middle of the mine tunnel had once again become dark and murky. Quickly illuminate. The captain tried to light a torch in a hurry, but his throat was torn right out. Hurry! Run quickly. This spirit beast is an enemy spy. Ah! My leg! In less than 5 minutes, the wailing subsided, and 20 new dead bodies were added to the mine tunnel. A repeat of the stunt at this point would surely cause Hoover to speculate, so the silver-maned raptor wandered around the area, avoiding leaks to get out and deliver the message. Chai Fei suddenly thought of something. He came back to his senses once more, his eyes flickering and his spirit immediately returning to his side. This was the overbearing nature of Chai Fei's sentinel beast talent sight sharing, being able to obtain a portion of his spirit beast's field of vision. He was a rare dual royal beast talent possessor. Chai Fei's other imperial beast talent was Grade B Dragon Spirit Beast Affinity. That would make sense for his 2 sub-dragon spirit beasts. He pinched his earpiece and quietly relayed the information he had gained in the middle of the mine. Watch out. That hole has some styles that clearly don't look like the captain's setup. And Hoover's offense has been all but dismantled. Great probability that it couldn't have been done by both the captain and Sui Yu. Perhaps support from the Dragon Kingdom has arrived. Joy erupted on the faces of the other two who received the news. It wasn't that they looked down on the captain. It was just that Hoover had gone in before and after 1,000 soldiers and hadn't even let any deserters out. That's a bit of a shocker. What Chai Fei said is highly probable. It seemed that this would eliminate the need to worry about the battle here, and it was time to go and deliver the message to Cohen. Song Hanyang jumped down from above the canopy and directly sped towards the distance. Along the way, thanks to a few scouts unceasingly enchanting Song Hanyang with the blast wind technique, this also kept Song Hanyang's speed at its peak. After all, Song Hanyang, as a peak silver martial artist, was obviously a whole lot faster than these scouts. Qiu Yan, on the other hand, has been stealing red eyes in the nursery and stuffing everything he sees into the royal beast space. It wasn't until Thunder sent for the two of them that they came back to their senses and walked back unhappily. After all, there were not a few spider eggs in the entire space. Taking so much is kinda like keeping the loot all to yourself. But fortunately, Qiu Yan's Wanxiang Shenshu had once again advanced. The last time he was here, he went on an egg-stealing spree and had already fulfilled 1.5 levels of experience for the advancement of the Wanxiang Shenshu. Qiu Yan clearly realized that the Wanxiang Shenshu was becoming increasingly difficult to advance. Almost every advancement consumed several times the resources of the previous advancement. After returning to the base, Qiu Yan directly sat down on his knees, sinking his mind into the Imperial Beast space once again. Every time after the Wanxiang Shenshu advanced, not only could one obtain brand new abilities, even one's Imperial Beast space would undergo peculiar changes. That was something he was looking forward to. As soon as his consciousness drifted into the Imperial Beast space, he was immediately shocked. The last time he advanced was still a soccer field-sized Imperial Beast space. Now it was like some 5A attraction. Mountains, rivers, meadows, sky? What the hell is this? Qiu Yan was shocked speechless for a moment. Then, the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries turned a page once again. Tian Gui Forging Body Star God Clan Technique. Description: absorb the power of starlight, forging the body and strengthening the limbs and bones. Specific practices are as follows. The words on it turned into a stream of light and flew into Qiu Yan's mind. With just a cursory glance, Qiu Yan sensed the power of this technique. However, he now also began to think about the origin of the Wanxiang Shenshu. This talent was indeed extraordinary, actually covering the unique secret techniques of various races, and even some races he had never heard of. It seems that in the future we still need to be careful, and these feats must not be leaked out again. Otherwise, if he was treated as a spy of the 10,000 races by Long-Hearing Spring, he would probably die without even knowing how. When Qiu Yan opened his eyes again, he saw that several people were surrounding Thunder, discussing a battle plan. Captain Thunder, should we fight our way out? Yes. These heavenly rabbit clans are just too arrogant and extremely numerous. We can't just play defense. If they think of any tricks to undermine us, they might even wear us out here. Several of the staff officers nodded their heads in unison, and it seemed that they were all thinking the same thing. Thunder nodded, a confident gleam in his eyes. I had another team survey the terrain earlier and will be back on the ground shortly. The exits are obviously blocked by Hoover. Alright, have those 200 or so spirit beasts arrived at their location? It's time to activate the Grand Formation. As expected, the wails of various spirit beasts had begun to resound in the middle of the mine tunnel. Bang! A sound of breaking stone caught the attention of the crowd. Thunder's face seemed much lighter. Squad 1, 4, 5, keep some men here, the rest of you follow me. With a big wave of his hand, he headed off to the side into the hollow. However, just as he passed by Qiu Yan, he seemed to have thought of something and tugged on Qiu Yan's clothes as well. Qiu Yan, you follow us too. Now that Hoover's over here, you like a way to get to Odin City. None of us have been there before, you're the only one who knows the way. Then, coming close to Qiu Yan's ear, he looked around and lowered his voice. That horny, I'm not comfortable with it, and neither are the dragons, so it's up to you. Most of Hoover's forces are here now. You take this over and put it inside the City Lord's mansion. Remember, there must be no slip-ups, do you understand? Lei Ting took out a palm-sized sphere from within his storage space and stuffed it into Qiu Yan's arms. Qiu Yan looked at Lei Thunder with some surprise and nodded, feeling great pressure. Chapter 89 Entering the City. Sui Yu, keep an eye on him, don't make any trouble. Only after Lei Ting went up with 30 to 40 people did Qiu Yan look at Sui Yu on the side with a bitter smile. Then let's go too. In the middle of the long underground passageway, there were quite a few compatriots stationed on the road instead. Watching the two going out, both nodded and greeted towards the two. No matter how old or young they are in the battlefield, they all share the same goal, which is to fight for their motherland. Although Qiu Yan looked like a student, he was here fighting with them at this moment. For them, Qiu Yan deserved their recognition as well. They were truly treating Qiu Yan as a comrade in arms. Qiu Yan lay on his back at the mouth of the cave probing and looking around for fear of being spotted by Hoover's soldiers. However, Sui Yu seemed like she couldn't wait any longer and reached out to grab Qiu Yan, pulling him out like a carrot. Don't delay. After Qiu Yen stuffed the orb given by Thunder into the Imperial Beast space, he summoned the Flame Qilin and ran towards Odin City with his previous memories. But on the way, he had a vague feeling as if he was about to make a breakthrough. Perhaps it was the feedback from the Wanxiangshen book. At this time, he had already touched the threshold of the Black Iron Sixth Order. Although they could occasionally encounter some wild spirit beasts along the way, they all seemed to be fleeing towards the distance. Qiu Yen was at this point equivalent to going against the direction of the wild spirit beasts and rushing towards Odin City. The closer they got to Odin City, the more wild spirit beasts fled around as a result. What's going on here? Like there's some kind of danger ahead? Whatever. Let's go check it out first. And if anything goes wrong, let's just pull out, Qiu Yen said to himself towards the side. At this moment, Sui Yu had already hidden her figure and followed beside Qiu Yen. Suddenly, Qiu Yen realized that there seemed to be a lot of people gathered not far ahead. Perhaps those wild spirit beasts are what they're driving away. Those people were wearing even more unusual clothes, but Qiu Yen still saw some doors. Eyeballing just a couple hundred people scattered around here. Obviously well-trained, like an army, they were lurking outside the city at this time, surely wanting to do something to the city of Odin. Is it the Revolutionary Army? Qiu Yen looked happy. If it was the Revolutionary Army, it would help him enter the city lord's mansion. One's own mission will be accomplished successfully. He did not, however, charge up immediately. Instead, he had the Flamefire Qilin slow down and quietly approach those people. A few people could still be heard whispering. Where the hell do we go from here, guys? Chief Cohen is arranging for someone to infiltrate the city's garrisons now. And Chief Cohen has ordered us to go over and draw fire. So are we going or not? Why don't we go to Lord Hoover? If we report Chief Cohen, we might be able to earn a great future among Lord Hoover's army. You're stupid. Don't you understand the importance of standing in line? What if the revolutionaries win later? Right? Let's stay put for now. If Lord Hoover takes the mine, then it's bound to go back. If by that time the revolutionary army hasn't come to take the city, then prepare to face Lord Hoover's wrath then. These people are talking to each other, so it seems that they are what people call wallflowers. That's good math. But surely we can't wait any longer. Might as well add to their fire. Qiu Yen sneered, then ran over with a panting look. Brothers, great. Lord Hoover couldn't resist attacking the mine for a long time. Most of the generals have fallen in the mine. A few of the revolutionary leaders were instantly alarmed. What? Is that true? No. How? The person who spoke out then remembered his identity, and then opened his mouth again to ask, Brother, is what you say true? It was only then that Qiu Yen opened his hood once again, revealing his human face. 1,000 times over. This is Lord Qiu Yen. Lord Qiu Yen has already gotten out of the trap, so won't Lord Honi also be trapped? Come on, let's get ready to fight. There are few guards in the city now, and if we don't get there, they'll be taken down by Chief Cohen for them. When the time comes, they definitely won't be able to snatch the war credit. War merit. The more war credits we have, the better life we'll get. This large group of people and rushed toward the city gates. When the guards at the entrance saw this group of people, they immediately took up a defensive stance as if they were enemies. Stand still. What man? His lordship is out on business. No one is allowed to enter the city until he returns. Before he could react, he was slashed to death by a crowd of revolutionaries who rushed up. Still, before he died, he pulled the plug. The town erupted with the sound of a woo-woo flute. There's been an invasion. Almost instantly, the city's garrison was in disarray. Many of the guards just wanted to go up to the city wall to activate the defense spell formation, but they didn't expect their partner behind them to take out a sharp knife directly and stab him in the back. Such things are commonplace in the city. Only when the entire wall was under the control of the revolutionary army did the gates slowly open. Qiu Yen entered the city mixed in with the revolutionary army. Even though his cultivation had been raised to the Black Iron 6 stage on the way here, it wasn't a safe place to be. The still mostly muddy waters. The bodies of most of the guards could be seen just abandoned on the side of the road, and the shrill screams of some of the women and children surrounded their ears. But even when there was spontaneous popular resistance, the revolutionaries did not harm their lives. All they killed were the guards who dared to raise their weapons against them. Qiu Yen didn't have time to stay too long, but instead ran straight towards the city lord's mansion. At this moment, The city lord's mansion likewise had different guards fighting each other. Cinder. Qiu Yan hid his figure on the outside, allowing the coal ball to quietly penetrate, even if Qiu Yan's current cultivation level limited the cinder block. But coal ball was originally at least a silver 7th rank cultivation. Just a few bronze or silver out of a few small caramels in the middle of the courtyard could not withstand 2 of its sneak attacks. Within almost 5 minutes, the courtyard was purged of its guards. Entering inside the city lord's mansion, Qiu Yan held the map given by Nina in his hand and headed towards the very center of the city lord's mansion. Even if the occasional guards scurried out, they were all secretly taken care of by Suiyu. It must be released in the very center of the city lord's mansion? Could this be Hoover's room? Looking at the information labeled on the map, Qiu Yan's heart flashed with a tangle. It was because Thunder had instructed him 1,000 times to place the spherical object at the very center of the city lord's mansion. And after placing it, you have to run away immediately. Maybe it's filled with bombs? But he had come here, and he really couldn't bear it if he didn't slip some treasure or something. Qiu Yan's mind was at war with heaven and earth, and he finally made up his mind. As the saying goes, thieves don't go empty. Then go ahead and search and place that whatever sphere later. Chapter 90, Breaking the Formation. After arriving at the door of Hoover's room, to be honest, Qiu Yan clearly had a sense of foreboding. The door to the room was indeed unlocked and unclosed. Suspicious. Very suspicious. It was driving like this, but Qiu Yan felt like there was an ambush anyways. After all, Hoover certainly wasn't stupid. Either there was nothing of value inside the room, or there was so much of it that Hoover had left an absolutely awesome setup that was completely unafraid of intrusion. Qiu Yan was obviously more convinced of the latter possibility. Sister Suiyu, catch a live one. A few breaths later, Suiyu grabbed one of the guards like he was carrying a chicken. A sly smile suddenly spread across Qiu Yan's face. You go in first and get me something. If I'm in a good mood, I might even let you live. The guard was obviously scared out of his wits, and with a thud, he fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Dang! Lord, have mercy. Trespassing in the Lord's room is a capital offense. You are a generous man, so don't make things difficult for little one. It's better to give the little one as a fart to let go. At those words, killing intent erupted from Qiu Yan's eyes, and his words were filled with threats. Don't ing beep. Just go in if you're told to. If you're not going in, you're going to die now. Not only was he threatening, but in his hand he had even begun to take a long, shiny knife from the side and raise it high. Seeing this, the guards almost pissed themselves, shivering and nodding. They climbed up from the ground once again. Bugger off. If you can't hold your piss, I'll chop you up. Qiu Yan could now understand the Heavenly Rabbit clan too well. Usually the ones who are as gutsy as these usually don't have their asses in gear. The slightest stimulus and you're peeing and pooping, you can't pocket it at all. That guard clenched his legs, and little by little, he walked towards the inside of the room. What do you want me to take, my lord? He looked back at Qiu Yan with a cozy look on his face. Now that we've taken this step, it's definitely a swing for the fences as well. One more day is one more day. Seeing that the guards were fine, Qiu Yan raised his foot and was just about to walk in. Suddenly, a protective shield was instantly created in the middle of the room. The guard looked around with a horrified look on his face. He fell to his knees at the edge of the protective shield and kept pounding on the invisible wall, opening his mouth to say something. However, this protective shield had a soundproofing function, and Qiu Yan and his duo hadn't learned to lip sync, and immediately afterward, they saw that many blackened bugs began to emerge from within the protective shield. It was like a black mist surrounding all the guards. The bugs kept gnawing on the guard's body, and even his hard armor was pitted. Within 2 minutes, the guard was reduced to flying dust, with nothing left. It was as if it had never existed. What the is this? Qiu Yan's eyes looked to Suiyu on the side, and he had a feeling of having survived a robbery. It's a good thing he had a steady hand, or else the guard would have been his downfall. It's possible that this is the star insect clan's breeding formation, and maintaining such a formation relies on blood and flesh rather than spiritual energy. I have read it among the volumes. On top of the sacred beast battlefield many years ago, some ancestors accidentally stepped into a trap, and as a result, they were all chewed up by the bugs in the middle of this formation, and there wasn't even a piece of fabric left on their bodies. The only way to crack it is to burn all the bugs in the big formation with super high temperature. Qiu Yan nodded and fell silent. As for superheat, he does. but it just wasn't sure if the highest temperature the flame unicorn could reach was enough or not, the highest being around 1,000 degrees. He was a little afraid to bet. Seemingly guessing what Xiao Yan had in mind, Suiyu spoke faintly. This formation would really be a big loss if it was unknown. But I have a way. It's true that the flame Qilin's temperature can't reach it right now, but I can use a secret method to boost it, and even though it's only for half a minute, it should be enough. The enhanced flame is capable of reaching over 3,000 degrees. With a lift of his hand, Xiao Yan summoned the flame Qilin. It's not a good idea to break the formation hastily. The star insect clan's breeding formation only goes in and out. After destroying the formation alone, those bugs are definitely going to scatter and flee in all directions, making it even harder to kill them then. But don't be in a hurry. It will take me some time to set up the formation. You go find someone else to experiment on. Suiyu sat cross-legged in front of the door, his spiritual energy drumming around him. Although she was an ice attribute spirit power, she was nevertheless able to set up wind attribute formations across attributes. It was just that most of the formations that were set up would only have 50% of the original effect. If it was only for the purpose of destroying the formation and trapping the swarm within it, it would be enough. Xiao Yan wasn't idle either, but instead found a few bronze-level guards who had fallen behind, and had all of them knocked out and dragged over by Cinderblock. After receiving Suiyu's authorization, Xiao Yan woke up one of the guards and was pushed into the formation under coercion. Ow! The Flamefire Qilin roared and unleashed a sea of burning flame fire, the powerful pillar of fire directly rushing over the formation. The formation was not insulated, and the temperature in it was gradually rising. The guards who had just stepped into the formation suddenly hissed in a miserable manner. Xiao Yan might also be a bit cruel in doing so, but the feet are growing on you. The city had basically fallen, not thinking about running or holding their ground to the death. Then that's what he deserves to die for. Even if Xiao Yan didn't bring him over, he would be killed by the arriving revolutionary army. However, through the transparent array, it can be clearly seen that those bugs move slower, as if the same cannot endure this high temperature in general. At this time appears to be a lot of pain. Constantly flapping his wings, he scurried about in the middle of the formation. Still other bugs had lost the ability to struggle and fell out of the air onto Hoover's silk carpet as if dead. Good chance, Xiao Yan, go on. The formation is taking shape. With a wave of Suiyu's small white hand, a green-colored spell formation shrouded the breeding grand formation. Through the green-colored formation, the temperature of the burning flame sea became even higher, and even some cracks had already appeared on the breeding grand formation. Stab! With a crunching sound, the formation shattered blatantly, and the bugs in it still wanted to scatter and flee. But Suiyu's cyan-colored spell formation was like a big net, constantly shrinking, compressing the space for the bugs to survive. It was only until a burning smell filled the air that Suiyu waved his hand, signaling the flame Qilin to stop. The green-colored formation instantly dissipated. Snap, snap, snap. The bugs had been scorched to slag and fell straight down, still smoking white. Since the road-blocking formation had been broken, Xiao Yan didn't rush in. These days, it takes a lot of heart to not get screwed. He woke up another guard and had him walk ahead of himself and the others. Suiyu had the same idea, pulling Xiao Yan's clothes with one hand, ready to take him on the run at the first sign of trouble. Chapter 91 The Sword Comes. After entering the room, Xiao Yan couldn't help but begin to marvel at Hoover's extravagance. A mediocre cup for drinking water was made from the expensive ice crystal spirit jade. Hey, you! Go help me carry all that stuff over here. Xiao Yan was still standing still, instructing that guard to do something for him. This time the guard was quite honest, and ran dutifully straight to Hoover's bed and carried the entire nightstand. He was lucky that Hoover didn't tamper with these things. Xiao Yan checked everywhere before putting his heart down and stuffing a brain into his imperial beast space. Seeing that there weren't enough people, Xiao Yan called all the other few people over to help. Special milk. I must steal the old Hoover thief's flesh today. That trash can next to it doesn't look like anything mortal either. And those pairs of panties next to it, take them all too. Why are you looking at me? I'm sure I'm not wearing it. I just throw it away and don't leave it for Hoover, remember? Not a single one. Soon, under Xiao Yan's command, the entire room was almost emptied by them. Even Hoover's 4-piece bed set was packed away. What else is there to take? Xiao Yan looked at the room that was as empty as a rough room, frowned tightly, and fell into the middle of contemplation. Suddenly, his eyes snapped to the silk carpet on the floor. You guys, come over here and help me rip out this carpet too. The carpet was really a bit strong, and it took several people half a day's effort to tear it all off. Qiu Yen then nodded with satisfaction. Even if this thing was brought back to be a mop, it could still be sold to those idle rich people and make a small profit. On the bare ground, though, he once again noticed something was wrong. The foursquare was left gaping, like a tunnel opening. Yoo-hoo? And a surprise? There's got to be a treasure in here somewhere. Qiu Yen was instantly excited, and after asking the guards next to him to find a way to move that blocked-up stone, a hole in the basement appeared in front of him. Once again, the blackened hole exuded an ominous aura. Several of the guards shrank back and said they were afraid to go in. Qiu Yen slowly approached the entrance of the cave, probing his head and thinking of looking towards it, when he was grabbed by Sui Yu's clothes and violently yanked behind him. Almost instantly, a blackened, ghost-like clawed arm appeared right at the entrance of the tunnel and fished around where Qiu Yen had previously stood. If Sui Yu had been a bit later, Qiu Yen would have almost been dragged down there. I'm afraid. Holy, what the hell? Qiu Yen furrowed his brows. He was just about to die in an unexplained manner. I don't recognize it either. But this monster was obviously bred by Hoover. The more well-protected this room is, perhaps the more valuable what is hidden. The breeding formation in front of us is definitely serving to confuse. And what's hidden underneath this secret passage is what's really important to Hoover. Sui Yu spoke faintly, not hiding anything from the few guards next to him. These words were spoken both to Qiu Yen and to those guards, in order to try to stir up the greed in their hearts. Qiu Yen scratched his head and took a breath, then spoke in a deep voice. But what's down here doesn't seem to want to come out. Or is it afraid to come out at all? Does it mean that such things can only survive in the dark? His speculation was not an empty one. That black arm had just reached out to fish for a handful, then quickly retracted. It was clear that it could drag Qiu Yen down a little further, but it didn't do so. Qiu Yen arched a thin guard next to him. You go over there. Eh? What are you afraid of? Help us get this thing killed and the benefits will be yours. Anyway, just lean over little by little. If there's any problem, Sister Sui Yu will save you. With his life in the hands of Qiu Yen and the two of them, he was forced to follow their instructions at this point. The guard hesitated for a moment, before slowly walking towards the front again. However, the state at this moment was just like a traveler who was about to go on a long journey, taking one step and turning back 3 times, as if he couldn't bear to part with Qiu Yen. Hurry up! Don't dawdle! Qiu Yen exchanged glances with Sui Yu as he commanded. Sui Yu nodded, and the ice-blue aura around her body erupted, condensing into a crystal-clear ice crystal longsword above the entrance of the dark tunnel. Flowing with a biting cold light, the long sword hovered in the air. As long as Sui Yu's mind moved, it would instantly zap down. As expected, just as the guards were still 3 steps away from the underground passage, the black ghostly hand reached out again. Miso! Qiu Yen couldn't even see the trajectory of the ice crystal longsword's movement. Just in the gap of the blink of an eye, it directly pierced through the ghostly hand, pinning it dead outside. Before the dark blood could even drip, it had already condensed into ice in the midst of the piercing cold air. It also caused the ghostly hand to freeze out completely. Qiu Yen also got a good look at the hand at this moment. The claws were long and slender, constantly emitting a black mist outward. Through the inlet, a dark shadow could be vaguely seen struggling frantically below. Fury! The thing in the middle of the passage hissed eerily, and even Qiu Yen shivered at the sound of it. It's definitely not a good thing. After taking control, it's natural to zoom in. Sui Yu pinched a trick. An ice-blue spell formation condensed above the cave entrance, and countless ice swords the size of a finger flew out from the formation with a sharp, cold aura. Brush up on. An ice-blue flying sword looked like rain and easily disappeared into the monster's body. Only the hissing could be heard, becoming intermittent, eventually returning to silence once more. Is this settled? Qiu Yen was still not quite at ease and greeted him. The cinder block then wriggled over and slowly used its tentacles to fish out the monster that had frozen to ice below. It was only then that the crowd got a good look at the monster's original appearance. The monster was strangely shaped, with a dog's head, but its limbs were very slender like a gibbon's, and both hands had sharp claws. And it looked like it was wrapped in black mist all around it, making it mysterious and dangerous. Although the sun was setting outside right now, just as the last splash of orange light poured over the monster's corpse, the monster instantly turned into flying dust and disappeared, leaving behind only a field of ice ballast. There wasn't even a crumb left of the creature, so it must be dead through and through. The gatekeeper is dead, and it's time to go down and touch the treasure. Qiu Yan turned his head and glanced at a few guards. Without further ado, they consciously lit their torches and went down in first. Not long after, Qiu Yan heard the sound of several people landing on the ground, and only then did he put his heart down and walk down with Sui Yu. Outside the city in front of the mine, Hoover grimaced and stared deathly into the hole. These few people had held up well, relying on a mine cave to actually be able to resist until now. However, it also wore down the last vestiges of his patience. Immediately, he decided to go in and hang those people himself. Even if Cohen blocked the information at all levels, he still couldn't avoid leaks from leaking the news out. At that moment, a short guard hurried over. "Report! My lord, a revolutionary army has invaded Odin City. Now Odin City is lost. My lord, let's go back." What? Chapter 92, The Final Battle, the beginning. Hoover was so shocked he couldn't believe his ears. Indeed. His spiritual energy burst out and he instantly grabbed the short guard to himself and squeezed his neck, a pair of sharp eyes looking the visitor up and down. "Give me the details." The guard took a breath before he spoke again in a panic. "Ahem. Lord, a group of revolutionaries took advantage of your absence, yelling something about reforms, and stormed in, and they seem to have infiltrated early. Most of the guards were killed by the sneak attack. The entire Odin City is now blockaded. My subordinate came to report it first because I was thinking that Lord Hoover must not know about it just before the battle started." Hoover nodded, and without warning, his hand snapped the man's neck with a click. The generals all looked horrified. It's amazing that Lord Hoover is such a straw man. Just a bunch of jumpers. Hoover sneered and brought both of the long-gone soldiers in his hands to the ground before speaking again. "As long as I'm still here, this heavenly rabbit clan sky won't turn over. It's this kid, on the contrary, who has gone AWOL and is clearly a deserter. Damn it." His voice did not carry a trace of emotion, but it made the generals present feel like they were falling into an ice cave. Yeah, the sky rabbits have been at peace for too long. They had forgotten that Hoover, who looked like a benevolent monarch in front of people, was also a ruthless master in the early days. At this point, it's hammering them with the life of this guard. Both proved their own means, but also so that the generals do not dare to give birth to the idea of cowardice. They can only towards the mine in the back. Lord is right. This man deserves to die. Yeah. At the word, the generals agreed. Hoover, however, frowned for no apparent reason. This was because he had sensed that the Star Insect Clan grand formation arranged at the entrance of the room had been destroyed. "I can't believe you invaded the City Lord's mansion so quickly." Hoover almost wanted to turn around and retreat back. It's okay to come out and have your home stolen? But he had just made that speech again, so if he went back at this time, wouldn't he be slapping his own face and making himself embarrassed? At this point, Hoover's face was blue and he was in a tangle. After all, the room's secret chamber still held his biggest secret, and Lily was in it. He looked at the sky and it was getting late. In his own haste, he had left a shadow-devouring beast inside the secret room, and it would more than likely be able to hold out until the sun set. As long as the sunlight disappeared, the Shadow Eater in the darkness was a nearly invincible existence. Retreating now would be tantamount to throwing away all the previous efforts. Might as well settle those few humans as early as possible. All of you, charge with me. No one will retreat." After giving the order, Hoover brazenly jumped down the hill and rushed straight toward the cave entrance. "Kill! Charge! Avenge our compatriots! Cut down those cunning humans!" The soldiers followed Hoover's figure as if they were scattering beans, shouting and surging towards the inner mine. No one noticed that there were several human squads quietly following behind them. Thunder laughed contemptuously, which was a way of expressing his derision for these people. "I didn't realize these people were so stupid and had no ass. It's really just a rush to get in there. Go, let's follow. But on my command, be ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Combat members of Team 145, contact your crew. Let's double-cross the cheese." Hearing their own boss play a rare stunt to liven up the atmosphere, the rest of the combat members also smiled heartily. But they were all aware that what awaited them next was a vicious battle. The kind that really kills people, even though everyone was ready to sacrifice before they arrived. However, if any of them were missing, it would be an irreparable loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom and the entire human race. However, as long as the fight was won, it would secure a reliable ally for the human race. It's not a loss to die. Taking advantage of the fact that the crowd's battle spirit was high, Thunder waved his big hand and began to attack. Dozens of Dragon Kingdom warriors dived into the mines after Thunder with the realization that they would die as if they were dead. As soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom's elite, every one of them was equipped with a pair of tactical glasses, which allowed them to observe the enemy through infrared rays even in the darkness. This is a win. They had informed their comrades who remained in the middle of the mines in advance, using guerrilla tactics and retreating as they fought. While the enemy forces were fully focused on fighting against the front, how could they not have imagined that there were dozens of Dragon Kingdom elites behind them? This is the second victory. At this time, Hoover did not know what situation he was going to face later, and still wanted to eagerly find those black-robed men and the dragon scale squad he saw. But as he continued to go deeper, even he couldn't help but feel a hint of something fishy. Why did it last so long with so few people? The soldiers that were sent out earlier all seemed to have disappeared like a stone dropped into the sea. At the moment, they were lying lifeless in the middle of the mine. Even Hoover, who was murderous in the first place, frowned. It would be a lie to say that there were no mental fluctuations at all. These can be their own guard forces. In order to train these soldiers, a lot of money is invested in the military every year. And here it is, talking about death. Just as he was thinking about it, a sharp-eyed guard spotted a bit of fire in the distance. Quick! Everyone, move back quickly. Fireball spell. No one backs down. Hoover bellowed angrily, apparently to stabilize the troops. Raising his hand, a protective shield was placed in front of the crowd. However, the fireball spells bombarded over the protective shield as if they didn't want money. This kind of flame is like a maggot attached to the bone. Once it sticks to the body, even with any kind of water, it can't be doused. Many of the Sky Rabbit race soldiers were caught in the aftermath, their bodies igniting flames, screaming and rolling on the ground, and finally ending up being burned alive. Hoover's eyes became more and more vicious, and all of a sudden the light in his hands blazed out, and the protective shield became even wider. At the same time, it was also possible to see that his face had paled a few shades. Maintaining such a skill was not without a cost. The more violent the attacks in front of him, the more spiritual energy he would consume. One could only maintain the protective shield while continuing to pound towards the front with the guards behind them. However, a sudden change occurred. Screams began to ring out from among the ranks behind them as well. Hoover, who was struggling to maintain the protective shield, was so distracted that he looked back and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Surprisingly, a hint of purple thunder was seen in the back. Immediately after that, dozens of different colored attacks appeared, devouring his guards non-stop like a harvester. Grass! What the hell is going on with these humanoids? How did they come from the back? What? There are actually so many people from the human race? Wasn't there only 5? Old Me's scarlet trapping enemy formation. Why hasn't it weakened them? Hoover couldn't think of anything else. While he went back to lead his troops, Thunder took advantage of this time to also make a trip back to the Dragon Kingdom, bringing hundreds of elites with him. Couldn't be helped. Who would have thought that Hoover's luck would be so bad that the space rift was actually hidden in the lowest level of the mine? Chapter 93: A Slash of Fury. Sure enough, you guys aren't weakened at all. And it turned out so many henchmen. Hoover is looking a little grim at this point. These people were strangling their own soldiers in the rear with abandon, and they simply didn't care about him, Hoover, anymore. Taking advantage of the opening when the fireball spell paused to build up its power, Hoover took out his Heavenly Puppet Order and began to summon the puppets of the Heavenly Puppet Clan. A Dragon Kingdom warrior at the lowest level of the mine was half crouching on the ground to overhaul the spell. In just an instant, those puppets of the Heavenly Puppet Clan moved, even though he had anticipated it and imposed a variety of prohibitions on the puppet. However, the puppet looked like it was invulnerable to all laws, breaking free in just an instant, not even giving the crowd a chance to buffer themselves. That poor Dragon Kingdom warrior happened to have his back to the golem, and was defenselessly penetrated through the chest by a palm. Blood flowed down the puppet's fingers and dripped to the ground like a manzanita leading to the river Styx. As he was dying, he used the last of his spiritual energy to lock the puppet's section of his body firmly to himself. Captain, go back and help me take care of Lin Xia and Nui Nui. Old Zhang, you want to hold on. The captain on the side reddened his eyes and used his full strength, slapping one of the puppets in front of him away with a single slap, then hurried over. The captain's name is Chen Lingyue. Old Zhang is his life brother. Since the two of them recruits company together, this comrade in arms ado is 10 years. Now that he had seen old Zhang dying in front of him, his heart trembled wildly. Don't die. Nui Nui is waiting for you at home. Chen Lingyue was trembling with anger as he blatantly struck out his sword towards the puppet. Dang it! The puppet's body unexpectedly made a metallic crunching sound. Just now, Chen Lingyue's attack had only left a few pitifully small scratches on its surface. But old Zhang, at this moment, also had his eyes darkened because he was being dragged around by the puppet. To the point of death, he was delaying the golem without letting it harm his comrades. Old Chang, you think I can't help you, don't you? Chen Lingyue's aura gradually rose to a rather terrifying level. His eyes bloodshot, like a hungry and angry beast. The surrounding comrades saw this scene and spoke eagerly. Captain, you're crazy. Our orders are for guerrilla warfare. It must not be hard. Old money. This is an ing loss of life energy. You're going to lose at least half a year of your life. So what? Old Zhang's remains. Today I must take them away. Chen Lingyue responded coldly, his hands gripping the handle of his sword, his arms like gnarled dragons with veins rippling. He looked straight at the puppet in front of him, and it looked like fire was going to spew out from within his angry eyes. I'll see if you can withstand this blade of mine. Blood God Sword, third stance, open mountain. Before his words fell, his entire body was so fast that only a stump remained. The blade, emitting a biting cold light, broke through the airflow and slashed at the puppet's shoulder with an unrelenting momentum. Bang! The puppet that even Thunder and Hoover couldn't hurt actually made a click sound. Chen Lingyue's furious slash hardened the puppet's entire right arm. With a tisk sound, he bullied his way forward, cradled old Zhang's remains in his arms, and hurriedly drilled towards the passageway that had just been opened up. Brothers, let's give the captain cover. In a flash, the Dragon Kingdom's generals retreated towards the back while casting colorful skills. Although it didn't cause much damage to these puppets, it still took a lot of effort to dodge the skill as it still retained its pre-life combat experience. Among the other group, Thunder's face pulled down when he heard the conversation coming from his headset. The strangulation of the enemy also seems more wide open and explosive. Old Zhang, he also knows. I didn't expect that he, who had survived the Holy Beast battlefield, would actually die here. The world has another grieving wife and a daughter without a father. Thunder couldn't wait to turn his hand over and slap all the Sky Rabbit Clan soldiers in front of him to death. But the Sky Rabbit Clan soldiers were simply too many. So many that he couldn't kill them all. Just then, a footstep and a growl sounded behind him. The silver-maned Velociraptor and the iron-armored Dilophosaurus sped over. They were followed by Song Han Yang. Even the normally obsequious Fu Yao followed behind on her hidden spirit beast. Boss! Captain! We're here to help you. Howl! Seeing that the members of his Dragon Scale Squad were all intact, Thunder was also relieved. But with a great enemy at hand, there was no need to bother with pleasantries. Each member of the Dragon Scale Squad was an elite. Song Han Yang's speed soared to the extreme and he directly drilled into the enemy camp. Every now and then, the guards of the Sky Rabbit Clan were sent flying. The iron-armored Earth Dragon was like a city wall, compressing the stand of the Sky Rabbit race soldiers to the extreme. Immediately afterward, the back of the silver-maned Velociraptor once again flashed out a silver-white light vector, shooting sharply towards the Sky Rabbit Clan soldiers. Each attack was like cutting wheat, with large swathes of Sky Rabbit race soldiers dying. Fu Yao then jumped off the hidden scale beast and let it dive in, continuously harvesting lives. The original scorching situation has only slowly opened up to this point. And what does Hoover not know about losing soldiers? Immediately, he commanded to split the force into two halves, half of them continuing to charge towards the front, while the other half tried to break out towards the outside. After some choreography by Hoover, instead, the Dragon Nation generals were once again in a bitter fight. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom generals in front of him retreating, Hoover's expression was joyful, but apparently it was too soon to be happy. A sudden, unexplained palpitation. Immediately afterward, he felt that the devouring beast in the underground chamber of his room had lost its connection. What? Are there really that many masters among those revolutionaries? Surprisingly, he was able to break two of his prohibitions one after another. Hoover took a deep breath, one brow furrowed, and just walked absent-mindedly toward the front. Suddenly, he stopped violently, and the group of Sky Rabbit Clan generals behind him all looked at their house lord with puzzled faces. Hoover jerked his head up, turned around, and vanished toward the exit. Can't drag it out here any longer. Those secrets underneath yourself are vital. It was the layout of the 10,000 races for that holy beast battlefield 3 years later. If such a thing is allowed to fall into someone else's hands, let alone his. Even Lily, even the entire Sky Rabbit clan would be angered by the 10,000 clans. Although the Sky Rabbit clan was obviously not very important to him. But Hoover just needed the Heavenly Hair race. He needed to rely on the Sky Rabbit clan to gain a voice among the 10,000 clans. Leaving the Heavenly Hair clan, he was an outcast capable of being discarded by all clans at any time. It was just a gold-level mole cricket that could be found everywhere among the 10,000 races. No way. Absolutely not. Hoover's entire form turned into a stream of light, flying against the space at the top of the mine tunnel. Where do you think you're going, Hoover-sama? A figure stopped him in his tracks. It was none other than the Dragon Scale Squad leader Thunder. His entire body transformed into a purple thunderbolt, directly knocking Hoover to the ground. Off! Hoover was simply like he didn't want to die, urging his spiritual energy to the death, like a vicious tiger once again. This time he used all of his cards. Even Thunder, too, felt a great pressure. At this moment, Thunder still thought that Xiao had successfully placed that bomb in the City Lord's mansion and had alerted Hoover. There must be some very important treasure in the City Lord's mansion. Therefore, Thunder appeared to be even more vigorous at this time. What strengthening potion, what vigor pill, golden kidney chi pill, Indian god oil, or whatever all greeted himself. Chapter 94, The Canary Trapped in a Cage. Just as Thunder and Hoover were fighting it out, Xiao had already descended into the underground chamber. It was only until Suiyu, who was behind the temple, landed equally lightly on the ground that Xiao looked towards the surroundings with his flashlight. My lord, what is this? Is it powered by some spiritual energy? It can actually project light this far. One of the somewhat chubby guards asked with some curiosity, while the skinny guard next to him quietly pinched towards his ass. It's like saying, "Shut the up. A few more words and we'll all die here." Something like that. The chubby guard gave an extremely disgruntled twist, his eyes giving the thin man a sly look. In those few short minutes together, he had seen the nature of both humans. As long as he and the others didn't touch these two's bottom line, then they were safe for the time being. These two people do not kill indiscriminately. As long as they behave themselves, then at least their little lives can be saved. It was worth mentioning that this little fat guard was ghostly, taking advantage of the fact that the battle was in full swing in the middle of the courtyard, while he himself was hiding behind the rocks in the middle of the courtyard like Xiao before him. But perhaps it was his physique that was the problem, and it was also his bad luck that Xiao noticed the flab on his waist at a glance when he came out to arrest someone. That's what it comes down to. It's called a flashlight. Turtle. Xiao did not have the heart to skim, and did not know what the hell Hoover was doing for food. All transformed like a cyberpunk by the Skydome clan. His own men act like primitives and actually don't even recognize a flashlight. Turtle? What's a turtle? Can I eat it? That little fatty wanted to pursue the question again, but was directly ignored by Xiao and with his flashlight, he walked straight towards the front. Seeing this, the little fatty wasn't annoyed and was still smiling as he circled around Xiao Xiao could sort of see it. This little fatty, he's a glutton for punishment. It's here to brush off the goodwill on its own. Suiyu grunted coldly and used her arm to separate the little fatty. Little fatty wanted to say something else, but when he saw the sight before him, he forgot to breathe for a moment. Reflected in their own eyes, all the iron cages, as if they could not be seen to the end. And inside the cages, all of them were all Sky Rabbit clan maidens with excellent posture. When they saw the arrival of the raw faces, they all turned their heads as well and looked indifferently at Xiao and the others. They were treated like cargo, like dogs and cats in a pet store. Even little fatty saw his childhood friend in it. Mimi, are you and May? Why are you here? Aren't you married to the child of a dignitary? He went straight for it, picking up the bars of the cage with a death grip. Wide-eyed, he looked at the young girl's scarred body with pity in his eyes. Who the hell is it? Who on earth hurt his and Marie like this? The young girl called in May was collapsing in the middle of the cage, lifting her head feebly, her voice with a thick change of breath, looking weak. Sang. Sambo? Am I dying? Is this a hallucination? I'm so happy. I can't believe I saw you before I died. I missed you so much, Sambo. As she spoke, a few tears of blood left the corner of the beautiful young girl's eyes. Looking at her red, swollen eyes, I could tell that she wept almost every day. After draining the tears from his eyes, this led to tears of blood. No, it's not an illusion.
Sambo.
Standing right in front of you for real. Little fat Sambo had been playful earlier, but this time he was honest. Despite the stiff smile on his face, the tears betrayed him. Clear teardrops slid down his round face, wetting the lining under his armor. But Sambo seemed to think of something and raised his arm again quickly, drying his tears. Really don't want to lose face in front of May. When he was young, he himself was bullied a lot because of his size, and every time he would hide by the creek and cry secretly. That's why May always teased him for being a crybaby when she found out. But she always played the role of big sister, wielding her little fists and beating up all those kids who bullied her. But now seeing the very fragile May gave Sambo a sense of unreality. He grabbed the 2 black steel posts and pushed hard on the doorframe with both hands, trying to release May from inside. But even though he was red in the face and used all his strength, the steel pillar didn't move. It's no use, Sambo. You give up. It's a special cage made by Hoover. We're just like captive canaries, conditioned to be obedient and then made available for viewing. The young girl's faint voice sounded as if she was going to break in the next second. Hoover? So it's Lord Hoover? Little Fatty trembled up, and his entire body looked as if he had lost his soul. He doesn't get it. Why did the loving Lord mistreat his Anmi? Mistreat so many of the maidens of the Sky Hair clan? He clenched his fists tightly. A long sigh followed. Sangbo looked towards Chiu Yen and Sui Yu and slowly knelt down, his eyes filled with determination. I'd like to ask you 2 lords to help me get her. To get them out. I'd give anything to have that. Chiu Yen frowned. After all, he wasn't some saintly mother who threw herself into it by yelling about saving suffering and saving all suffering. He wasn't that stupid and had no reason to help this Sambo. Everything is about the word profit. What exactly is in it for you if you help him? As if he had made up his mind, Sambo took a deep breath before speaking again. I know the weakness of that son of a Hoover. I'm willing to use this information in exchange for the 2 of you to make a move. Oh. Chiu Yen raised his eyebrows, which came to be of interest. Hoover, as the big boss of the Sky Bunnies, will need to be confronted sooner or later. It's not really a bad thing to know the weaknesses ahead of time. I'm one of the members of the Yaya's Close Guard, and there are times when I stick close to Lord Hoover. So please, both of you, trust me. Chiu Yen glanced at Sui Yu with a questioning look in his eyes. Sui Yu spread his hands with an expression of, if you want to mind your own business, let it be, and then walked towards the deeper part of the city. Chiu Yen smiled to himself. Wasn't supposed to be nosy himself. In my last life, I had suffered so much and had been through so much. By all accounts, one's self in this life must have had to be hard-hearted and murderous. But since the Book of Words and Spirits has evolved into the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries, his own mentality is undergoing a transformation, and many times he has a bosom of the world. Could it be that the Book of 10,000 Elements is subtly changing itself? But this was not the time for him to look into it in detail, and he nodded at once. Never mind. I'll try it first. How can I open this cage? Chiu Yen looked at the tightly sealed cages around him and couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. This is mostly an extremely hard kind of material as well, and hard hitting is definitely not going to work. At this time, there was also a hint of sadness and worry in May's eyes as she murmured again. The key is in the deepest room. But there is a polar blood wolf guarding that front, so please be careful. Chapter 95, The Polar Blood Wolf. As soon as these words came out, Chiu Yen realized that something was wrong. The innermost room, that must be where Hoover hid his treasure. It seemed that this polar blood wolf, more than likely, was also in the way of the necessary passage. Perhaps saving these young girls of the Sky Rabbit race was just a matter of raising a hand. I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Chiu Yen nodded. Good. I'll save you all if I get the chance. Without stopping too much, Chiu Yen directly followed Sui Yu with quick steps. The misery of the surrounding Sky Rabbit clan girls was shocking to the eyes. They saw the outsiders coming and reached out across the cage, not wanting to let go of even the slightest hope of escape. Sir, please help us. It hurts so much. Sir, you save me. I'll do anything. There were more and more words like that, and it even started to get rowdy like a food market back there. Qiu Yan's ears were getting calloused from listening. These young girls had been captured and tortured by Hoover, and clearly saw him as the saving grace. And the polar blood wolf in the distance heard the commotion and slowly walked over. This polar blood wolf was more than 2 meters tall, and its body was silver in color. The joints of its body were covered in blood-colored ice crystals. Qiu Yan and the two of them kept approaching, which also made it alert with a gurgling sound coming from its throat, as if warning the two of them. "Hey, did Hoover ask you to guard this place?" Qiu Yan directly activated the Book of Speech and Spirit ability. At this moment, not only the polar blood wolf, even Sui you could hardly hide her shock. This kid can actually communicate with wild spirit beasts, and with powerful spirit beasts such as the Flamefire Qilin. Most likely they were also dual-talent Imperial Beastmasters. The polar blood wolf's eyes flickered with intelligence, like it was completely unable to comprehend how this person in front of him was able to communicate with himself. It was silent for a while, before sighing. "Kid, you'd better get going. Hoover knew the moment you came in. Looking at the aura on you, it should just be black iron. The little girl next to her is a bit higher ranked. It's like peak silver. There's no need to come over and get killed." The polar blood wolf was also at the gold level of strength. Even against Hoover he was not weak. On the contrary, Hoover has no business being effective at all. But its crystal core was taken out by the 10,000 clans using a secret method. Now that the crystal core was in Hoover's hands, a single thought could determine whether it lived or died. Even if they were constrained, the polar blood wolf didn't want to go looking for trouble too much. Why bother? What do you get for doing your best for Hoover? Get 2 compliments? Get 2 compliments? Everything is a request before freedom. Qiu Yan could also see that this polar blood wolf was also a collector of money and not doing anything, so he immediately became interested. "This? Wolf brother, can you turn a blind eye and let us pass? After all, we don't have any grudges. Have a taste of a demonic spider egg." Qiu Yan was well versed in the human condition of the Dragon Kingdom. When you ask for a favor, it's definitely right to meet and send a wazoo. I just don't know if it works here in Spirit Beast. Looking at the spider eggs that Qiu Yan had taken out, the polar blood wolf had developed some interest. It's a demonic spider egg, gold-level bloodline. It must be quite a luxury for a polar blood wolf. After all, without any surprises, there was a hope that this demon spider with a gold-level bloodline would grow to be as strong as it was. There weren't many people who normally fed demonic spider eggs to spirit beasts. It's simply outrageous. The polar blood wolf took 2 more steps closer, crouched its head down, stuck out its tongue and rolled it, and the demonic spider egg went into its mouth. Biting down gently, the demon spider egg exploded in the middle of his mouth like a popping ball. When had the polar blood wolves ever eaten such high-end food? Chewy chewy. Obviously slightly drunk. Even his eyes were starting to get misty. Instantly, he ambled off, looking drowsy. "Wolf, do you want to make a run for it? Or do you want to be free of Hoover's control? Let's split it up when we get the treasure in the back. Huh? You can't say this without getting sleepy." The polar blood wolf instantly became refreshed. But at the same time, he was wondering what kind of bad idea the man in front of him could come up with. "Hey, my crystals are in Hoover's hands. If Hoover knew I was AWOL, I'm afraid he'd have to get me killed on the spot. As we all know, a crystal core is the lifeblood of a spirit beast, just like a human's heart. Qiu Yan had never heard of a spirit beast that could still live without its crystal core. In that case, something must have taken the place of the crystal core. And that thing, it must be interconnected with the crystal core in Hoover's hand. Only in this way could the purpose of controlling the polar blood wolves be achieved. So in that case, is there any way to slice and dice the connection between the two? Sui Yu was also considered half a scientific researcher within the Dragon Scale Squad, and after noticing Qiu Yan casting an inquiring look, she came close to the polar blood wolf, took out some relevant instruments and did an all-around test on the polar blood wolf. Finally, she came to a conclusion. This is the daughter crystal nucleus. It is a small piece of sub-crystal core that is separated from the original crystal core through some kind of magic. And through the sub-crystal core, the so-called control of the life and death of spirit beasts is realized. It's nothing more than crushing the sub-crystal core, and the whole thing becomes crippled. When the crystal core is damaged, the spirit beast will naturally die. It's true that it's not Hoover has the cores, as Polar Blood Wolf said. In fact, this method of controlling spirit beasts had long been studied by the Dragon Kingdom. It was only because this means was also not too humane that it was temporarily shelved. Moreover, this way of controlling spirit beasts was not as secure as directly contracting them. Only then did Sui-Yu speak slowly. By having a subcrystal core, Hoover will be able to sense your status in real time. We just have to find a way to cut you off from the subcrystal core. If he can't sense your state, that proves you're dead. The subcrystal nucleus binds you by life and death if you die. The subcrystal nucleus naturally has no meaning to exist. We just need to get you to fake your death. The polar blood wolf looked at Sui-Yu in front of him with a confused expression. What's all the jabbering about? Although he could sense that Qiu-Yen and Sui-Yu were speaking the same language. But it just doesn't make sense. And there's a sense of foreboding. Qiu-Yen added these additions and said them again, and only then did the polar blood wolf somewhat seem to understand. But looking at Qiu-Yan's open royal beast space, the polar blood wolf instantly understood. As an independent space, the imperial beast space was originally isolated from this side of space. I'm sure it's really possible to fake your own death and get a handful of people to do the same thing. You guys go in first. After a while, the prohibition in it will be triggered. Remember, make sure to put me in the imperial beast space, or I'll die a horrible death if I disobey Hoover's orders. Chapter 96 Explosion. The two nodded and walked past the polar blood wolf. The door to the room was not locked. Qiu-Yen instructed the other two guards to walk over and gently open the door to the room. But just the moment they opened the door to the room, several people were startled by the sight before them. The room was filled with many strange and unusual instruments of torture, and Hoover's daughter, Lily, was tied up in the middle of the room. The whole person kept convulsing as if he had been subjected to great pain. The long black hair was stuck in strands of sweat and looked miserable. Can Hoover actually be that hard on Lily? Although Sui-Yu didn't know Lily's identity, Qiu-Yen and a few guards did. Missy! Missy! Several people rushed in, messing around with their hands, and finally turned off the current switch as well. Lily slumped back in her chair as if she were relieved, breathing heavily. Qiu-Yan's heart and mind also sank. This Hoover is completely and utterly insane. He didn't say anything. He just picked up the things in the room and shoved them into his imperial beast space. Whatever it is, there's always something special about bringing it back. Even if you sell it for scrap metal, someone will want it. Sui-Yu lifted her long sword, and with two clanks, she split the handcuffs that were locking Lily up and saved her. Qiu-Yen looked around and saw a pitch-black operating lever. Guess that would be the cage switch for those Sky Rabbit girls? He had just pushed that lever up when a whimpering alarm sounded throughout the space. Probably being a thief, Qiu-Yen was startled by this. However, the cages holding the girls opened with a click. Watch the teenage girls run out screaming in surprise. The polar blood wolf didn't mind his own business, just lying on the ground, as lazy as a big yellow dog basking in the sun at the head of the village. Right after Qiu-Yen put a strange box in the middle of the room into the imperial beast space. Something that looked like a band shattered with a bang. Alarm bells went off in Qiu-Yan's heart. Hoover was afraid that he was going crazy. Get thee out of my way. Get out of the way. Hoover looked at the thunder in front of him and also became furious. His back teeth gritted. This person neither fights hard with himself nor lets himself out, which is clearly disgusting. Crazy dodging his own attack is even if he just want to force to break out, but also can be dead to pull himself hard not to let go. Suddenly, he realized that the polar blood wolf looked like it was dead, and he could no longer feel its existence through the sub-crystal core. Moreover, he could also clearly feel that the restriction he had imposed inside the room had been broken. Done. That was all that was left in his mind. Seeing that Thunder was dragging himself down like this, even if it was a little cutie, should have guessed it too. The humans must have had someone sneak into the city lord's mansion, and the purpose was definitely ordered by the Council of 10,000 Nations. Damn, where on earth did so many humans come from? He hadn't had time to report the appearance of humans to the 10,000 clans. If the opportunity to fight leaked out, he was afraid that he would be directly targeted by the entire 10,000 clans. The thought of it really scared Hoover. People always explode with great potential in life and death. Surprisingly, he once again erupted with powerful speed and escaped the control of the thunder. Thunder looked at the gradually fading back and his heart shook. Damn! Song Han-Yong and I will go after them. You guys go on. He sprinted away in an instant, leaving only a purple trailing trail behind him. Seeing his lord running away was undoubtedly quite a heavy blow to the few thousand guards left in the middle of the passageway. One by one, it was as if a mitigating buff had been applied, unable to give birth to the idea of confronting the generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Those who want to live, drop your weapons. I don't know who said something without a clue, but it actually worked. Clang. After a few crunching sounds, more and more of the guards dropped the spears and sharp knives in their hands and crouched down with their heads in their hands. What's the point? Lord Hoover has left them all to run away. What's the point of fighting anymore? Watching the situation stabilize over here, the Dragon Kingdom generals couldn't help but start worrying about Thunder and Song Han Yong, who chased them out. In just a few breaths, Hoover flew back to Odin City. He was almost about to lose control of his hostile aura as he looked overhead at the guards and revolutionaries constantly fighting below. However, it was good that he still remembered his goal and strongly pressed down his desire to go on a killing spree as he continued towards the City Lord's mansion. But at this time, the upper and lower part of the City Lord's mansion is unexpectedly empty. Where are the guards? He saw only the bodies of many guards in the middle of the courtyard. What the? Hoover nearly went crazy when he returned to the door of his room. What had been a whole flashy room was now like a rough room, and the tunnels, which had been extremely hidden, were now wide open. He once again dashed down to the underground chamber in a flash, and saw a scene that set him on fire. The cages on both sides of the road, which you couldn't see at a glance, were surprisingly all open. Nearly tens of thousands of young girls inside, and now not even a single one of them. Damnable human! Hoover's entire body turned red as if he had collapsed. Then, as if he thought of something, he once again flew towards the deepest part. Lily! Lily! He called out anxiously, but when he opened the door again, there was nothing inside the room. All of his torture devices and whatnot had been emptied, as if the room had been robbed. Where's the secret order? Hoover rummaged around soulfully, but there was nothing in the bare room, and the secret order that he claimed had naturally gone into someone else's pocket. Suddenly, Hoover spotted an orb in the middle of the room. The orb looks like someone left it here deliberately. Is this? He was just thinking about touch. But then, there was an extremely dangerous premonition that went straight to the sky. Hoover was sweating. This was definitely dangerous. His body once again transformed into a stream of light was flying towards the outside. But it was too late. That orb suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light, and even if Hoover was fast as lightning, he couldn't help but be slowly enveloped by the light. Boom! A loud sound came from the orb, which turned out to be a bomb of quite impressive power. At that moment, everyone in the city could feel the sense of vibration. It's like the whole earth is shaking. Even when the guards fought the revolutionaries, they were all unsteady and fell to the ground. Their eyes were gradually drawn to the fire in the distance. One could only see that the City Lord's mansion, which was located in the very center of Odin City, was suddenly enveloped by a powerful red pillar of light. What the hell? Everyone in the city didn't react, and then an explosion came. The sound was so loud that it was on the verge of piercing the eardrums. Those who reacted quickly had already covered their ears, while many of them had blood coming out of their ears and fainted on the spot. Chapter 97. See you later. Rolling smoke filled the entire City Lord's mansion. Amidst the burning fire, a ragged and tattered figure burrowed out. Crackle! Snap! A burning doorframe fell, directly on top of the rather wretched figure. Ahem! The blow also nearly knocked Hoover to the ground, staggering a bit before he was able to stabilize himself. Where was Hoover at this point as a lord covered in black? Even the mystic silver-colored lower limbs had become charred at this point. These humans! If I don't get this revenge, I swear I won't be a human being. At that moment, two footsteps sounded outside the door. One dull, the other a little lighter. Phew! What a coincidence. Lord Hoover. What is it? What a huge fire. Who set fire to the City Lord's mansion in broad daylight? Hoover raised his head tremblingly, and saw Chiu Yen standing with his arms wrapped around him, his eyes full of playful laughter. Half a minute before he returned, everyone backed out. Chiu Yen sharply placed that spherical bomb in the middle of the secret room. Afterwards, being led by Sui Yu, he scurried out of the City Lord's mansion and hid himself around the area. The gold-level cultivation of Hoover actually should have been so lousy. But today, when he faced the thunder, he had already consumed too much spiritual energy. Even though he had recovered some on the way back, There was no guarantee that he would hold up his shield against the earth-shattering explosion just now. He could only gasp for air, glaring resentfully at Qiu Yen in front of him, wanting to rush up, but only feeling like his body was about to fall apart. The metal prosthetic limb had been deformed, so when he tried to walk towards Qiu Yen again, a creaking sound would emerge from the joints. "Have you ever thought of such an end, my lord?" Sambo also slowly came from behind the door, and he had a look of vengeance on his face as he held Anmi in his hands. "Where's Lily? Where's Lily?" "Father, I am." Hoover looked around at the sound. Lily was leaning against a side wigwam, her eyes red and puffy as if she had just cried. "Good. Quickly help Father kill them all. Father raised you so well. It's time to return the favor." Hoover's face lit up with joy, but then he met Lily's cold stare. That look was like looking at an unrelated stranger. His smile stiffened instantly, because when he turned his head again, he saw countless young girls behind Qiu Yen. Without exception, all of them were wearing white robes with blood stains, and at this moment they were also looking at him coldly. Hoover clenched his teeth, his cheek muscles and temples bulging high. With that, he released a laugh and laughed with reckless insanity. "Ha ha ha ha. Are they all here to see my jokes? Want to see me in a sorry state? You did it. You should all hate me, right? Go ahead and kill me. Isn't this what you all want day and night?" But all the people there didn't move, they just stood still and watched Hoover alone. "Just kill me. Don't you guys hate me? Come on. Stick the sharp knife clean down my throat. Have you said enough?" Qiu Yen spoke again, but at this time, the long box in his hand was what attracted Hoover's attention. "Tell me, how do you open this thing?" Hoover's mind was a blur. It's completely over. It wasn't just him, it could have been Lily, or perhaps the entire Sky Rabbit clan. It's all going to be over. The battle plan that the 10,000 races had spent years of effort on had leaked into the hands of the human race. After that, it was bound to be liquidated by the 10,000 races. "No, you can't open it." Hoover instantly became agitated. As if he had been touched on the reverse scale, even his voice became shrill. "Once it's open, everyone is screwed." Thinking about how he was now a member of the public, Hoover's figure gave a laugh, as if he were laughing at himself. "Never mind, you open it. Perhaps it would be good to have the entire Sky Rabbit clan buried with me?" At those words, Qiu Yen inhaled his nose as the burning odor in the air filled his entire nasal cavity. "Good. I'll open it now. What about the way to open it?" "Apply my blood to the box and it will open." Hoover seemed to have changed back into the sassy lord with a smile on his face if anything. Qiu Yen and Sui Yu exchanged a glance and didn't open it on the spot, but instead received it once again in their royal beast space. He moved step by step in front of Hoover, trying to finish him off. But without waiting for him to react, a shocking aura erupted from Hoover's body once again. "Look out!" Sui Yu exclaimed, but Qiu Yen waved his hand. Hoover's eyes grew hollow, slowly losing their luster. A generation of legendary lords of the Sky Rabbit clan killed themselves. I don't know if I was afraid of the torture after being captured or the liquidation of the 10,000 tribes afterward, but I just lay straight down on the ground. Qiu Yen sighed, "This Hoover, although a little, but before dying, it is still like a man. Pack it up." He wasn't looking at Hoover, but at Lily, who was already sobbing uncontrollably next to the wigwam. There's just been so much going on lately. Throwing away the silver-level cultivation all over her body. She was still a girl in her 20s after all. "Lily, my good girl. Come on, daddy hug." "Lily, did you listen to your teacher today?" "Lily, what do you see here? It's called the Heavenly Puppet Order. With it, you can order powerful dead soldiers, worthy of being my Hoover's daughter, breaking through the bronze-level cultivation at such a young age. Awesome. Dad will take you to Wowo County for some delicious food today." Frame by frame, memories flashed through her mind, and Lily saw the time she had spent with her father. Why is it like this? Is there no one to rely on from now on? At that moment, a breeze drifted by his side. A man stopped beside her and tapped her gently on the shoulder. Lily looked up quizzically, only to find that Honey had come to her side at some point. Without looking at Lily, Honey let out a long breath as her eyes looked off into the distance at the battle. "Good boy. I can see why Team Dragon had to ask me to give you a ride. Awesome. Was thinking of having you make some noise to distract Hoover. I didn't expect to blow up this old coffin directly, haha." Thunder's loud voice also rang out from the door, but soon the bearded mouth was covered by a white palm. Sueyu stared viciously at Lei Thunder with a threatening look on his face. Thunder could only smile resentfully and scratch his head with a rustle, not knowing what he had said wrong. After this was done, Thunder and the other generals of the Dragon Kingdom quelled all the fires of the Heavenly Rabbit clan before returning to the mines. Nina Nia was also sent back by Rukoku at this time. Well, we should get back. Nina Nia and everyone else take care. Chiu Yen stood in front of the spatial rift and smiled as he looked at the crowd that came to see him off. Those who were here were basically all familiar faces. Even that Robert kid was here and was pulling his sister's little hand towards Chiu Yen and giggling. Mr. Chiu, take care. Take care along the way. We, the Sky Rabbit clan, will be the first allies of the humans. Nina's eyes were still gentle and watery, and she just watched the handsome teenager turn around and walk into the space rift. Volume 1. The Beginning of Rebirth, End. Chapter 98, Visiting the Spirit Beast Breeding Base Again. As the Imperial Beast examination was approaching, Chiu Yan's entire body and mind relaxed. Lying on his bed, looking at the darkened room, he clasped his hands behind his head and secretly recalled the content of the Imperial Beast exam. In his last life, although he hadn't experienced the Imperial Beast's high school examination, he would pay attention to the exam questions every year even if it was an old man or woman on the side of the road. He is no exception. Seems like it's also practicing in the secret realm, right? According to the intensity of each year, it's probably within the black iron level. The cultivation level of the spirit beasts in the secret realm would not exceed bronze 1 or above at most. Most of the students had only started practicing since high school, which was around black iron. Basically, if 10 or so students teamed up, there was absolutely no problem surviving in the secret realm. Chiu Yen, on the other hand, had his own plans. Since he really has more secrets, he might as well just be a lone wolf and save himself some trouble. There were roughly 100,000 students in the entire city of Zhonghai, so the examination center would also be divided into 2 secret realms. If one was lucky enough to be assigned to the same secret realm as Lin Yuqing, then one could take her to lie down and win a wave. Just when most of his classmates were still at the 2nd or 3rd rank of black iron, Chiu Yen was now at the 6th rank of black iron. Moreover, he had 3 powerful spirit beasts, and with one person forming an army, fighting through the secret realm was definitely not a problem. Ding dong! Chiu Yan's cell phone lit up, and looking at the message on it, Chiu Yen smiled helplessly. It was a message from Lin Yuqing. Her luck was truly failing her, and she was assigned to the Stormwind secret realm. The Storm secret realm had many wind-attributed spirit beasts, as well as many bird-type spirit beasts. Lin Yuqing's granite rock tiger didn't have any powerful air-to-air means, so perhaps it might not play that well when the time came. Chiu Yen himself was assigned to the Water Swamp secret realm. The name has ZE in it, just like Dark Water Swamp, and the entire secret realm is like a sand dune situated on the water, like a reed field. The types of specialty spirit beasts are a bit more complicated, that is, some frogs, fish, snakes, and so on. Chiu Yen picked up his cell phone and gave a couple of words of relief. So it does seem like you're not having much luck then. But it's not a big problem after all. You're also at the 4th or 5th rank of black iron now, right? Well, good luck in advance? Thinking about this, Chiu Yen was still a little depressed. I didn't expect Lin Yuqing to really cultivate like a rocket. Just in the middle of the time he had gone to the Heavenly Rabbit clan, he had actually cultivated so quickly. Hey, thanks for that spell. I'll almost break through to the black iron 5th rank tomorrow. The test is the day after tomorrow. Should we go out and buy some test supplies? Seeing Lin Yuqing's rare invitation, the corner of Chiu Yan's mouth hooked and his fingers snapped as he typed on top of his cell phone. Okay, then tomorrow afternoon, let's go check it out. Aha! Chiu Yen extinguished his cell phone and fell asleep again. Thinking about the upcoming exam, Chiu Yen had a rare sleepless night. The whole lot of them tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. It just rolled on and it was light again. Chiu Yen was a spirited batch, and seeing that he couldn't sleep, he also sat up from the bed. Xiao Yen, come eat breakfast oh. Zhang Li's voice rang out, and the entire kitchen was dense with a tantalizing aroma that drifted down the doorway and into Chiu Yan's room as well. Chiu Yen yawned and pulled open the door to his room, and he saw his old mom wearing an apron and humming a little song as she busied herself in the middle of the kitchen. Seems like he's in a good mood. Mom, wake up, come and eat. Your dad was at the office all night again yesterday. He just laid down after eating, so keep your voice down. Chiu Yen nodded before sitting down, a bitter smile spreading across his face. Pops is also working really hard for himself. Reborn back less than half a month. Froze even old dad did not see a side. Either you're working overtime or you're on your way to work overtime. Mom. After that you guys can relax a little bit too, right? Don't be so tired. Don't work overtime if you can help it. Zhongli brought the last plate of steamed xiaolongbao to Qiu Yan's face, her face full of relief. Good. Xiao Yan, then you should cheer up for the exam tomorrow. Hurry up and eat. Don't just stand there. It'll get cold soon. Listening to his dad snoring, Qiu Yan finished his breakfast. This morning, he decided to first go to the spirit beast breeding base to see if there was any feed suitable for spirit beasts. After all, the time Qiu Yan had spent in the other world was quite long, and those feeds he had prepared before were pretty much fed. There was even a polar blood wolf in the imperial beast space. There is no way, the 3 wailing children at home, not to mention that soon the imperial beast college entrance exams still need them to contribute. A trip is a trip. After greeting his mom, Qiu Yan went straight out of the house. It's been a while since I've been there, and the last time I went to the spirit beast breeding base was with old Li. Now it's the old man who misses the old Li's old man's joy. It wasn't very fast either, but at least it was able to keep out the wind and rain. Qiu Yan stopped a cab and went straight to the spirit beast breeding base. I didn't realize that Lin Yuqing, the girl who has the imperial beast examination tomorrow, was still working at the base. Hi! Seeing Lin Yuqing, Qiu Yan smiled and waved. Hello! What brings young Master Qiu here? Lin Yuqing, still wearing her twisted braid, stopped her hands from tending to the goods. Buy some fodder for the spirit beasts to eat. Even the landlord's family doesn't have any leftover food. Qiu Yan spread his hands. Seeing this, Lin Yuqing also greeted her coworker and let him take over her work for a bit. He then led Qiu Yan towards the depths of the hall. What's prevalent out there are spirit beast eggs, and if you want any high-end fodder, you'll have to go 2 steps further. What do you want this time? I think your spirit beasts are probably tired of eating red flame aromatic pork for so long, right? How about trying the wind thunder pork? The texture of the wind thunder pork contains a hint of thunder power, but it can still enhance some of the damage from the purple moon thunderbolt. Qiu Yan felt that what Lin Yuqing said wasn't unreasonable. Generally, it's the spirit beast's fodder that is certainly related to its own attributes. It wasn't a good idea to keep letting Purple Moon Cinderella eat red fire-scented pork. Let's start with 500 pounds, and then get me 200 pounds of red fire-scented pork. Qiu Yan actually didn't know what Cole Ball liked to eat, but it shouldn't seem like the picky kind. By the way, is there any recommendation on what ice attribute spirit beasts are suitable to eat? Thinking of the polar blood wolf in the royal beast space gave Qiu Yan a headache. Yesterday they lightened the loot and found the sub-crystal core of the polar blood wolf on Hoover. That restriction would have been lifted. As a result, Wolf was as good as dependent on himself. Days pestered for demonic spider eggs. Even if it was released into the dark water swamp or whatever other secret realm, it refused to do so. Obviously, there is a distinction between a full meal and a full meal. Thinking that he had also gotten a gold-level cultivation spirit beast as a fighter for free, Qiu Yan could only reluctantly endure it. Lin Yuqing pondered for a moment, put up a finger and scratched on the cargo list for a while, also finding the corresponding goods. How about the ice demon sheep? It's going to be a little bit more expensive, but the quality certainly can't be beat. Just as Qiu Yan was about to agree, a middle-aged uncle's voice sounded behind him. Little friend Qiu, what a coincidence. Chapter 99, The Qi Family. Qiu Yan looked back, and the person who made the sound was standing behind him looking at him with a smile. The middle-aged man wore a 3/7 haircut, was wearing a high-fashion suit, and his face looked exceptionally well-maintained. Qiu Yan felt strange. The middle-aged man in front of him looked familiar, like he had seen him somewhere, but he had no impression. Which one of you? He asked somewhat tentatively. Even Dad and Mom's friends and relatives have thought about it, but they can't remember. Oh, little friend Qiu might not remember. We met a few days ago. It's on the elevator in the administration building of Haruyuki Mikado High School. The middle-aged man's words instantly pulled Qiu Yan back to the memories of the previous days. Hearing him say that, Qiu Yan also remembered. Not that day he was going to find Li Jiangguo to talk to those leaders that day. I remember when this middle-aged man was very friendly and helped himself to the elevator. Oh, I remember. Is there something you want? There is nothing to be done. Qiu Yan didn't know how the middle-aged man recognized himself and knew his name though. But once he struck up a conversation with himself, It proved that he must have come to ask for something. After all, they don't have much interest, belong to the kind of relationship that can't be hit by 8 poles. Let me introduce myself. I'm the new honorary principal of Haruyuki Imperial Beasts High School, Ike Shuin. It's like this, my daughter is also taking the Imperial Beast exam tomorrow. I looked at the list yesterday and realized that Shoyan's classmates, no matter whether they are spirit beasts or culture classes, are at the top of the list in the whole school. That's why. Would like to ask young student Xiao Yen to be able to look after the Imperial Beast examination tomorrow. As a sign of sincerity, I'll pay for what little friend spends here today. And after it's done, there's a big gift to give. At those words, Xiao Yen was alerted. It's definitely not all as simple as it seems. Could it be that he wanted to let himself protect his daughter in the middle of the test? While teams are allowed, the score is definitely tied to your own performance. If his daughter doesn't have much to show for it, then the actual score won't be very high. Are you sure? Xiao Yen grinned. Truth be told, I found a hidden route. The herbs on the route happen to be exactly what my daughter needs, as long as you help her obtain those herbs. Her spirit beasts are strong too. They won't hold you back. Ji Shoen looked at Xiao Yen with a sincere face, and this attitude made Xiao Yen feel even more strange. It doesn't look like your family is short of money, so spending a bit of money on a team is actually enough, right? Seeing Xiao Yan's attitude of being a soft touch, Ji Shoen also had a headache, and after hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth again. This matter is not suitable to will other people know. Xiao little friend alone know is good. The reason behind this, Ikyawan called out toward the back. Ikaru, come on. Only a slender figure slowly stepped out from behind the door frame. Appearance is like Sui Yu generally cool, but compared to the cold outside and hot inside Sui Yu, this woman is obviously more rejecting people outside the 1,000 miles. A pair of deep and cold eyes looked Xiao Yen up and down, like they didn't carry any emotion. Hello. Her voice was nice, but it was also cold, and she could hear the sound of fuming breath in her voice. Lin Yuqing's heart, however, trembled for no reason. What's going on here? Introduced Xiao Yen to someone to start with? I don't know what the others present thought, but at least Xiao Yen was in trouble at this point. If it was to accompany people to pick some herbs, it would be nothing, just a matter of passing by. But as long as he agreed, Xiao Yen had an extremely strong premonition that something would go wrong. Xiao Yen was surprisingly unable to speak for a while. Hello! He snorted, but suddenly saw Ji Zhao looking at Ji Shoen with a grimace on his face. For a while the atmosphere looked awkward. Ji Shoen wasn't idle either, and quickly walked over to the counter. And without waiting for Xiao Yen to respond, he directly made the payment. These would still be nearly $1 million after Lin Yuqing's employee card was discounted. Xiao Yen could only smile helplessly. A moth is a moth. With this 1 million, it was at least a month's ration for one spirit beast. The preparation would take nearly another hour, and the name changed back when Ji Shoen spoke again. Well, please move over, little friend Xiao. This is not the place to talk either. He smiled and looked at Xiao Yen with a questioning expression on his face. Xiao Yen, on the other hand, looked back at Lin Yuqing in a somewhat entangled manner, and only nodded after seeing the other party blink twice towards him. Okay, let's go check it out then. But I can't promise you that once it would interfere with my Imperial Beast exam. $1 million, I can still afford it. Qi Shoen's face was delighted, and he immediately led Xiao Yen towards the outside. However, before going out, Xiao Yen still twisted his head to mention to Lin Yuqing not to forget about the afternoon's appointment. Although Lin Yuqing was still a bit torn in her heart, there was no reason not to let Xiao Yen go. After leaving the door, Xiao Yen saw a nanny car parked outside. It seems like it would cost quite a bit of money as well. The carriage was set up like a small conference room with some valuable tea sets. Tink. Only when Xiao Yen sat down did Ji Shoen smile and start boiling water for the tea. Xiao Yen and Ji Zhao were also just a small table apart. Perhaps it was because he was too close. Xiao Yen could smell the bitter flavor of the Chinese medicine mixed with the fragrance. By the looks of it, the young girl was also a pothead. Little friend Xiao, I'll be honest. I can't say much about it just now outside, but it was actually Thunder who recommended you to me. Captain Thunder? A trace of difference flashed through Xiao Yan's pupils. Since he was an acquaintance, it had dispelled a large portion of Xiao Yan's wariness. Only then did Ji Shoen speak again. Since Brother Thunder has been in Zhonghai City for a longer period of time, I asked him if he had any young talents, and he recommended you to me. The water on the tea table boiled quickly, gurgling and steaming outward. Ji Showen said softly as he brewed the tea. The disease in my daughter's body is a congenital weakness. I've been searching hard for a medicinal herb for many years, and I only learned 2 days ago that this medicinal herb only grows in the secret realm of Water Swamp. I don't feel comfortable leaving this matter to anyone else, so I'll have to rely on little friend Xiao. Xiao Yan took the teacup Ji Showen handed over and shook his head as he gently blew on a mouthful of hot tea, the aroma of which was overwhelming. Take a sip and the refreshing bean flavor spreads on your tongue. After half a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded in agreement. Since he was an acquaintance of Lei Ting, Xiao Yan naturally had to give a few points of face. Moreover, Thunder had saved himself twice, so this favor always had to be returned. Ji Showen was also not at all standoffish towards himself, and was always polite and courteous from the beginning. Are you betting on yourself? Okay. Then you two communicate. The map is here. I'm going out for a smoke. Ji Showen smiled and placed a piece of vellum in front of the two men before pulling away and taking a deep drag of smoke. The compartment was separated from the driver's seat, which caused Xiao Yan and Ji to be alone for a long time. There was a long silence before Ikaru spoke slowly. You don't have to worry. I won't hold you back. Besides, I don't really need someone to help me, Percy. Chapter 100 Attending a Dinner Party. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, nodded fervently at his words. It does seem to be very sick. Serious prejudgment of one's own strength. Ji Zhao was a bit annoyed, but thinking of the purpose of this trip, he could only force down the anger in his heart and once again coldly opened his mouth. Here's the map, see for yourself. Our starting point, if we land in Mizukizawa, we can pass through the Spirit Turtle Mound, the Frog Jumping Gorge, and finally here, our destination, the Mizukizawa Treasure Temple. There is a relic there, and it seems that an ancient civilization is here. It's long extinct now, but there are some strange herbs growing in it, and that's where we're going. Xiao Yan nodded, and inwardly began to think of countermeasures. How to get a better score while carrying a drag queen is a question. The Imperial Beast examination would continue for about 3 days, during which time, one could team up to hunt spirit beasts or pick spirit herbs and medicines. Each of them has corresponding points, and the one with the highest points will be the winner of this Zhonghai city. You can only have the chance to take the school exam of Huaqing University if you become a top student. His target was not the regular class of Huaqing University, but the experimental class. The experimental class will not need to pay a dime out of their own pocket and will be fully supported by the university. It was no exaggeration to say that the crystal cores that were sold at a high price in the outside world were able to be given to spirit beasts to chew on as candy beans. Okay. You set the general direction. My job is to make sure you're safe and sound. Just make the arrangements. Xiao Yan took a sip of tea, his mouth was really good. Snap! The car door was opened and closed. Ji Showen had already extinguished his cigarette and sat down with the faint smell of tobacco on his body. Little friend Xiao, why don't we go have dinner together later? It's just right, we can also study with our families little early during dinner. But as soon as those words were spoken, the nanny car shook slightly directly and drove towards the front. It wasn't like Xiao Yan was being consulted, it was also tantamount to notification. Thinking that there was no way to get off the bus even if he wanted to now, Xiao Yan could only let out a bitter smile, squeezed the pocket-sized teacup, and drank the translucent tea in one gulp. Smash it twice and it does come back to haunt you. Neither Xiao Yan nor Qi Zhao were talkative people, and along the way, thanks to Qi Showen's mediation in the middle of it, it also made the atmosphere in the car seem less awkward. Noticing that the nanny car slowly came to a stop, Xiao Yan stretched out a finger and flicked open a corner of the curtain on one side, and also raised an eyebrow after seeing the scene outside. Isn't this the best banquet restaurant in Zhonghai City? Delicacy Mansion? It was really Xiao Yan's first time eating here. Getting out of the car, he followed behind Ji Showen and walked silently, but his eyes kept darting around, and his look of a bumpkin still caused Ji Zhao to give him a blank stare. Ikaru was wearing a long, light dress today, and although the design was simple, it was nevertheless textured from the material of the dress. And more will pool early lined with fresh and elegant, but all the people passing by are cast obsessive eyes. The suit Ji Showen wore was clearly an old money style, and every now and then there were acquaintances passing by, exchanging pleasantries and letting out a hearty laugh. Compared to these two, Xiao Yan was simply casual as hell. A black t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and a pair of board shorts. It doesn't add up to more than $400 altogether. causing a random waiter to pass by with leather shoes under his feet that were going to light up Chiu Yan's eyes. Old pool. It's been a long time. You're a really tall man. Showing off the mountain. It's so hard to see you once. When he came to the entrance of the banquet, a middle-aged man wearing a National Style lab coat greeted him. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and with a smile on his face, he seemed to be the host family of this banquet. Li Gao Cheng. Ji Shouwen smiled, obviously a little ashamed. Handing over the invitation, he extended his hand to shake the man surnamed Li. You, this is your daughter, isn't it? I haven't seen you in a few years. You've grown so beautiful. Hello, Uncle Li. Hikaru owed a slight bow and spoke politely. Good. So this is… Li Goziong looked a little hesitant as Ikazu stood next to a hung-over teenager. Handsome as he was, he clearly wasn't paying enough attention today to this party he was organizing. Who wears a black t-shirt and jeans to a party? This is too perfunctory. For a while, Li Gao Cheng's face was a bit unsettled. Ji Shouwen sensed that the atmosphere was not right, so he rushed to round up the situation. As for this one, it's one of my juniors who bumped into me on the road and brought me here by the way. Isn't your senior Li going to talk about some cultivation tips today? So why don't you bring him here to see the world? Upon hearing this, Li Gao Cheng's face then looked better, and with a businesslike smile on his face, he let a few people take their seats, and then went to receive other guests. Ji Shouwen smiled and shook his head, leading the two of them to find a spot to stand. Little friend Xiao, why don't you stay over here with Xiaozhao for a while? I'm gonna go say hello to a few old friends. Chiu Yan didn't care, and went to the side and pulled a stool to sit down by himself. As a result, he was hastily yanked up by Ji Zhao, his eyes cutting Chiu Yan severely. It was only then that Chiu Yan noticed that most of the people in the room were standing around one of their respective small tables, talking and laughing with their highball glasses. It does raise some eyebrows. After returning the stool to the corner, Chiu Yan walked back again and stood silently next to Ji Zhao, staring at the juice in his hand. I was thinking of keeping a low profile, but I didn't realize that the trouble was finding its way to my door. Yo, Ikamachi. It's been a while. Transferring schools without a word. Not even a hello. A boy walked over, and from the way he was dressed it was clear that he must be a rich boy whose family was no weaker than Ikazeo's. But the exit was a sour squeeze. At this time he was also standing beside a female companion. A long dress appeared to have a dusty temperament. This female companion Xiu Yan also recognized. It was none other than Chun Qingqing. The long dress she was wearing at the moment was very well fitted, outlining the curves of her beautiful body more and more seductively. A pair of coupled arms wrapped around the boy's arm, pressing the fullness of his chest against it. Hikaru apparently didn't even look at it, taking a sip of the juice in his hand to himself. Jason, it doesn't seem to be any of your business where I go.
Friend?
Yes, this one is better looking than your last one. Seeing Chun Qingqing's face look very bad, Chiu Yan secretly laughed beside him. Hikaru seems aloof, but the speech is really solid. Chiu Yan felt a little strange. After all, not long ago also saw Wang Ziqing and Chun Qingqing together, how a few days did not see and changed a rich second generation. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. That day in the administration building, Chiu Yan had seen Chun Qingqing summon a platinum upper bloodline phantom crocodile with his own eyes. Did this Jason buy this? When his eyes looked at Jia Tian, the man's face turned green and red as he choked on Ji Zhao's words, and his vision fluttered so much that he actually locked eyes with Chiu Yan for a moment. Jia Tian looked like he had found a lifesaver as he directly opened his mouth and teased. Indeed, my vision is getting better, and Qingqing is really pretty and understanding. The Ikebukuro family's eldest daughter's vision is quite average. She's willing to stand with other boys even though she looks like a stranger. It was Chiu Yan's turn to have a black face. If you two don't get along, it's got nothing to do with me. I'm just a spectator. Don't get me wrong. Okay? Chapter 101. The Dinner Party Controversy. What I'm in a piece with, naturally, has nothing to do with you. Ji Zhao similarly wrapped his arms around Chiu Yan and gave a vicious tug to his side. Chiu Yan laughed awkwardly from the side, and just like Chi's earlier molded brother, pretending to be careless, he took out his own phone and began to swipe the short video. I didn't realize that I forgot to turn down the volume, and instantly a powerful stream of music erupted. Straight away, it drew scrutinizing looks from the surrounding crowd. Scared Chiu Yan, he hurriedly extinguished his cell phone. Seeing this, Jia Tian's face became even more ugly. He had chased after Ikazu for over a year before, and had thought that he would be able to melt this piece of ice that was Ikazu if he was persistent. As a result, Ikari hadn't even looked at herself for a moment. Jia Tian even talked about a girlfriend in order to piss off Ji Zhao, passing by Ji Zhao all day to show love. I didn't realize that Ikazu had ignored him and even transferred to Haryu Gobyo High School in a couple days. He tried to send some boo-hoo messages to Ikaru afterward, and invariably they were all red exclamation points. He himself had long since been blacked out and deleted by Ikaru. I didn't realize that as soon as Ikamachi transferred here, he was with a gigolo. Although he was not as handsome as him, but at least his family situation could finish off this little white boy. Wearing all the ground goods, he had the nerve to come to Elder Li's dinner party. When Qiu Yen saw Jia Tian's grim look, he secretly said that it was not good. This is clearly being used as a shield by Ikazeo. However, he suddenly became aware of another resentful sight. When his eyes turned to see Chun Qingqing, however, quickly turned her head again and gently smiled at Jia Tian. Well. The Imperial Beast exam is tomorrow, so I'll see you at the exam center? Jia Tian smiled coldly and turned around to leave with Chun Qingqing. However, on his way out, he also turned his head to glare fiercely at Qiu Yen. Qiu Yen only felt that this person was brain dead. Seeing the two of them leave, Ji Zhao then loosened his hold on Qiu Yen. Don't get me wrong. It's just that the flies are annoying. So be it. Qiu Yen nodded and put his phone on mute, silently swiping the short video. Seeing Qiu Yen look like he didn't care, Ji Zhao was definitely uncomfortable in his heart. A big beautiful woman herself has taken the initiative to let him take advantage of it. But it is like a wooden head, indeed not understanding. Soon it will be time for pre-dinner snacks. As the waiters passed by with their trays of food, there were large men reaching for a small piece of the delicate cake. Although Qiu Yen was swiping the short video at this moment, his eyes were constantly glancing towards the waiter's side. Gentlemen, would you like a snack? Qiu Yan's eyes inquired about Ji Zhao, and after receiving consent, he also brought over 2 cupcakes. Do you eat? Qiu Yan just stuffed the cupcake into his mouth in one bite and said vaguely, no food. Diet. Ji Zhao glanced at Qiu Yan without a good look. Oh good. Qiu Yan, almost in passing, threw the other cupcake along with the plate underneath into the Imperial Beast space, thinking that Lin Yuqing must not have eaten this kind of high-class dim sum either. Anyway, I still have to go out with Lin Yuqing to purchase supplies in the afternoon, and this snack is really quite delicious with its sweet and sour taste. At that moment, the waiter stopped in his tracks, somewhat torn. Sir, we had the plates custom made. Maybe, probably, maybe, can't take it away. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yen was embarrassed again, his back breaking out in a cold sweat. Only dutifully did he bring out the cake. Oh, then you can give me a packing case, please. The waiter obviously couldn't believe what he was hearing, and some of the bigwigs around him looked over. Packing box? No. Qiu Yen was a bit puzzled, and waited until the bigwigs on the side all laughed softly. Only then did the waiter react, which led to a nod, a light response, and a respectful walk down. No one noticed that the corners of Qiu Yan's mouth quietly rose a bit. Being mocked by Jia Tian just now had clearly caught the attention of some of the surrounding bigwigs, making Qiu Yen a target. Perhaps all of them were wondering what kind of person this one was that could make the Qi family's eldest misfavor. Qiu Yen didn't have a penchant for having his background investigated by others. This move, too, would dispel the doubts of the bigwigs on the sidelines. Thinks he's just a bumpkin not worth caring about. So far, Qiu Yan's plan to keep a low profile had succeeded. He had already attracted the attention of Long-Hearing Spring, and if he caused some other bigwigs to look at him sideways, he would simply have no privacy at all. At least Qiu Yen didn't have a backer right now. Before long, though, the lights in the arena faded out, and the host's voice rang out from the distant stage. Honorable guests, thank you for coming. Here's Elder Li to tell you all about it. The spotlight hit the hunched-over old man off to the side, standing out. Qiu Yen also recognized it. Isn't this old Li? This? The big man that everyone in the room respected so much actually had a side job as a bodyguard for someone else? Qiu Yen hurriedly lowered his head and also prevented from meeting old Li's eyes. Unexpectedly, the sharp-eyed old Li saw Qiu Yen at once. His eyes cast over and blinked towards the side, an unidentified smile spreading across his face. Luckily, Qiu Yan's earlier move was successful, and the firepower was successfully diverted to Ji Zhao next to him. The surrounding bigwigs marveled. This girl from the Qi family, She actually managed to gain Elder Li's favor. Hey, it's simply a promising future. Not bad. Not bad. The little girl is pretty and has a good heart. It's no wonder Elder Li looked at her twice more. Ji Shouwen also walked back at this time. Looking at his daughter, his heart was still a little proud. A large hand wrapped around his daughter's shoulders as if he were showing off to the surrounding area. A proud smile spreading across his face. It seemed to be very receptive to all the admiration around it. Old Li talked a lot on stage, just like how spiritual power is used and how it works, obviously with some unique insights of his own. It was also true that there was a lot of off-the-wall knowledge that Qiu Yan had never heard of. Although Qiu Yan was ostensibly swiping the short video, his ears were nonetheless perked up, fearing that he would miss every word that Old Li was saying. This knowledge made Qiu Yan feel that he had really come to the right place today. There is also a deeper layer of understanding of your spiritual energy. Old Li probably spoke for about half an hour or so, and with that, this dinner party officially began. Lights snapped on all around them. Numerous waiters moved through the venue in an organized fashion, carrying trays filled with small portions of gourmet food. Qiu Yan naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. All the delicacies Qiu Yan took only 2 servings. As long as Qi Zhao didn't eat, Qiu Yan packed it up and threw it into his royal beast space. After all, Qiu Yan was only thinking of keeping a low profile and lowering his presence just enough. You also can't take several copies at once, which also draws the ire of others, which makes it even more noticeable. Seeing that the banquet was about to end, Old Li was now carrying a glass of wine through the venue. When the surrounding bigwigs saw Old Li, they also nodded their heads in greeting and spoke some pretty words under their breath to try to brush up their favorability in front of Old Li. Old Li just nodded and responded one by one, and was walking straight towards Qiu Yan's front. This also caused Qiu Yan to cry out in his heart. Chapter 102 My bodyguard is a giant. Under the gaze of the crowd of bigwigs, Old Li walked over to the table where Qiu Yan was. Ji Shouwen was clearly very respectful of this old-timer and greeted him with a smile. Elder Li. I've really heard of your great name for a long time, and I happen to bring my daughter to your banquet today. Still looking good after all these years. Old Li hemmed and hawed and nodded twice. Then his eyes looked over towards Qiu Yan's side. Not only Old Li, but all the bigwigs present had put down what they were doing and came to stare at Qiu Yan's side. Looking at Old Li smilingly walking over, Qiu Yan was like having sand in his eyes, frantically making eyes. Old Li, however, acted as if he didn't see it, his steps slow but purposeful. Ji Shouwen's chest was full of bravado at this time. Seeing that her daughter had the opportunity to be appreciated by Elder Li, she was designated to rise up the ladder in the future. He might be able to be accepted as Elder Li's closed disciple. This person was a great man in the era when the aura had just been revived, and any insights he left out could benefit a person for a lifetime. Little friend Qiu Yan, what's wrong with you? Did you get sand in your eyes? Old Li came over with a smile and came up with this sentence without a clue. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. I thought that Elder Li was more appreciative of that little girl from the Qi family, but I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to talk to a young man whose name was unknown, and it was obvious that the two were so well acquainted that they actually knew their names. The eyes of the crowd of bigwigs were scanning Qiu Yan like X-rays, almost about to see through him. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Qiu Yan had no choice but to scratch his head, pretending to be busy and beating the autumn wind. Old Li, no, Elder Li, how's your health these days? Old Li gave Qiu Yan a blank look. This kid's talent and awareness was extraordinary, and at that time he himself could see it. It's not often that you see someone so mean to themselves. Everything else is fine, it's just too low profile. How can you not know how to move up the pole when you have the intention to build up his momentum? Even if you call Grandpa Li, won't this relationship be climbed? As an extremely gifted young jungler, all you think about is keeping a low profile all day long, and you can't do without some arrogance in your bones. Seeing this, the eyes of the surrounding people almost fell out. Are you kidding me? This is Elder Li, not the grandpa walking down the road, who doesn't bow respectfully when they see Elder Li and actually ask if he's well. I wonder if Elder Li was injured in the Holy Beast battlefield back then. It's almost like the pot calling the kettle black. It's not too bad. The Imperial Beast exam is tomorrow. How's the preparation going? When the crowd heard this, they were again wildly shocked inwardly. What a situation. Li Lao usually has a look of a divine dragon. How has he ever mentioned a junior so much like this? It looked like it was very concerned about the young man dressed in a ground-up suit. And the tone, it's totally like a conversation between grandparents and grandchildren. Could it be the old man's affair outside when he was young? Ahem. Okay. Later about someone together to buy exam supplies. Lu Cho Yen really had no choice. He had thought to keep a low profile, but he didn't expect that old Lee would be so disrespectful. It's like holding him over the fire. Oh, hardly. A hint of cunning flashed in old Lee's eyes and his lips hooked up. Trying to get past this one, are we, and put a little more heat on you. But then he remembered the present occasion and coughed, resuming his previous image of a worldly superior. It was the first time the crowd here had seen Elder Lee in this state. The suspicion in his mind was instantly convinced a few more times. Definitely the old man's old fling. They could have all just seen the little girl of the Chi family breaking her arm around this kid. That little girl from the Chi family is notorious for being high-minded. It must not be an ordinary person to get into her eyes. Old Lee hemmed and hawed, taking Cho Yan's shoulder in his big hand and greeting the crowd towards them. You guys eat. I'll chat with little friend Cho Yan for a while. Now in the middle of the hall, a needle can be heard. Only the crowd's heavy breathing. How can anyone have the heart to eat just eyeballing the two as they slowly left through the side door. Cho Yan had thought of running away, but how could a royal beast master twist past a powerful martial artist like Old Lee? It was directly equivalent to being dragged out in general. Ji Shoen's jaw dropped in shock. He had clearly investigated Cho Yan himself. His background was particularly ordinary, and he was not even close to Elder Lee. They actually crossed paths, and they're very familiar with each other. Looks like we've picked up a treasure this time. He had also seen the scene of his own daughter being intimate with Cho Yan just now, so it seemed that these two had a chance. Thinking of this, Ji Shoen also glared at his daughter. Not far away, Chun Qingqing had a flash of light in her head and recognized this Elder Lee. Wasn't this the old man who stood next to Cho Yan when he and Wang Ziqing were at the spirit beast breeding base at that time? I didn't realize it was so high status. This kind of big brother was actually standing beside Cho Yan at that time, just like his own grandfather? Suspicious. Absolutely suspicious. For a while, Chun Qingqing actually somewhat regretted tearing her face off with Cho Yan. No wonder Cho Yan went to put his flame chilin up for auction. It must be that Elder Lee's side had better resources. It was only a pity that he was so focused on the benefits in front of him that he actually gave Cho Yan up. One must know that Cho Yan used to be subservient to himself. Not only was Chun Qingqing's intestines green with regret, even Jia Tian on the side was regretting it. If I had known, I wouldn't have made the mistake of taunting Hikaru just now. This time, even Cho Yan offended. If I had a better attitude before and had a good relationship with Cho Yan, wouldn't I have been able to get on Elder Lee's line as well? Even the knife and fork in his hand pinched and bent at the thought. Cho Yan's side was pulled into the middle of the building by Old Lee, and looking around at no one, Old Lee immediately smiled again, looking very lewd. Little friend Cho Yan, hello again? I told you. We'll see you again soon. Cho Yan took a look at him without any good humor, took out the cigarettes that the big brother had scattered earlier when he came over to say hello, and handed them to Old Lee. Old Lee naturally took it with a smile, took out the commissary's $1 lighter from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep sip. Having just spoken half a day on stage and having to deal with guests, it almost didn't suffocate him. Old Lee, you just intended to embarrass me today. Cho Yan leaned against the top of a side wall and sighed helplessly. The old man is building up your momentum. What do you know? What's a young man like without some sharpness? You've told me all about those deeds of yours. Xiaolong, well done. And abducted back an ally for my human race. Looking at Old Lee's lewd smile, I guess the crowd would be stunned if it was placed outside. Was this still the Elder Lee they admired? Cho Yan, however, keenly grasped a word and immediately blurted it out. Xiaolong wouldn't be the dragon-hearing spring big brother, would he? Awesome. Aha, brat. Now you know how powerful your Old Lee is. Old Lee will cover you from now on. Old Lee was obviously enjoying the feeling. It was too good simply. In the case of a cool article similar to My Bodyguard turned out to be an absentee giant. He, Lao Li, is also quite knowledgeable. You and that little girl from that spirit beast base, what happened? Isn't it time to go shopping later? This Old Lee's old habits again. This gossip look, which has the appearance of a worldly superior, is clearly the roadside nagging grandparents. Forced by Old Lee's lustful authority, Cho Yan could only nod his head with extreme reluctance. You kid. Really good. You're like me when I was young. Seeing Cho Yan's look of contempt, Old Lee was also unconvinced. Bastard. Don't believe me, do you? Back in the day, we were known as a handsome young man in all the villages. Speaking of the past, Lao Li was as gushing as if he had opened a box of words. Chapter 103, An Eventful Fall. Thud. Just as the two of them were chattering, there was a sudden sound of footsteps in the middle of the building, accompanied by heavy breathing. Chiu Yen and Old Li instantly resumed their previous serious appearance and started a discussion on the issue of spiritual power. Elder Li, Brother Chiu. A familiar voice rang out, and Chiu Yen turned his head to look. Ooh, isn't this Wang Teng? Panting appearance, which still has half of the temperament of the second generation of rich people. The bangs were also stained with sweat and looked extremely messy. Brat, why didn't you come until now? Could it be that you're looking down on me? Old Li had a face like an elder and reprimanded. In fact, Lao Li is not to Wang Tang have any opinion, is to feel that this kid is a little frivolous, every day soaked in the pile of women or need to knock some. Although he Old Li was not a good bird when he was young, that is. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang folded his hands together and nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic, with a bitter look on his face. Elder Li, you've really wronged me. It's not the martial arts exam tomorrow. My master is at home giving me extra practice. That's why I'm late. I thought that no one would notice if I sneaked in here. I didn't expect to be caught by you. Chiu Yen gloated as he looked at Wang Tang from the side and scowled at him. Wang Tang probed his head and took a look at it. Then he could not hold back his laughter a bit and hurriedly buried his head deeply again. But the more I thought about it, the more I found it funny. My whole body trembled slightly, and I didn't pay attention to the biffed and laughed out. Old Li's face, which had just somewhat eased, crumbled again, just like a head teacher who caught a student in the act, and snorted coldly. This time Wang Tang was honest and his entire body shivered. A feigned cough and a secret pinch at the base of his thighs stifled the laughter. Come on. There's a little more to tell everyone. Wang family boy, do you still have any formal clothes in your storage space? Take a set for Chiu Yen to change into. Later, I'll build you two up. Old Li also put away his bad taste of teasing his juniors, and his expression turned serious. Chiu Yen and Wang Tang simultaneously looked aghast, as if they were about to guess what Old Li was going to say later. Mostly there is something about the 10,000 clans. A spatial rift inexplicably appeared in the Dragon Kingdom 2 days ago, which was not a good sign. This meant that the binding force of the Holy Beast battlefield was beginning to weaken. I'm afraid that the Sacred Beast battlefield in 3 years' time will perhaps be the most severe battle for the human race. Chiu Yen and Wang Tang were both of similar stature. By the time Chiu Yen put on the high-fashion suit that Wang Tang had given him, his entire body became much more refreshed. At first glance, I wondered which rich boy had come. Unlike Wang Tang's somewhat evil and handsome appearance, Chiu Yan's whole person reveals the temperament of a stranger like Jade, a gentleman like no other. Old Li nodded, his aura instantly changing, as if he was like a long, dusted sword about to be sheathed. A cloud of gloom seemed to hang over his brow as he snorted coldly. These rich kids in the audience had grown up in fine clothes and had endured the dividends of their father's tilted resources. Next, it was time for them to fight for the Dragon Kingdom, for the entire human race. Squeak! Old Li pushed open the door, his eyes glaring, followed by Wang Tang and Chiu Yen. The crowd present sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. Chiu Yen, who was a beggar just now, turned out to be so handsome after changing into formal clothes, and with a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, he was even more handsome than Kai Shukuin, the chicken god of the top-stream beast masters. For a while, the handsome two directly attracted the gazes of all the girls in the arena. Even Ji Early and Chun Qingqing were no exception. The teenagers in their flashy outfits also paled in comparison to the two. It wasn't until Ji Shouwen coughed gently, which woke up his own daughter. At this time, Lao Li had already stood at the very center of the stage. Spiritual energy surged through his body, and even his voice contained a hint of spiritual energy to ensure that everyone here could hear him. I see everyone's pretty much eaten too. I'll just come and say a few words. Only when everyone's eyes around him were focused on his side did Old Li speak again. I'm sure everyone knows that a spatial rift appeared in the Anexine Villa area a few days ago. This spatial rift is extraordinary. In these 50-odd years since the recovery of the Blue Star's aura, It's the first time that the 10,000 races have appeared on the opposite side of space and time. This also means that the seal of the sacred beast battlefield has loosened, and from now on Blue Star will become unsettled. And it's highly likely that it will once again play out the disaster that happened more than 50 years ago. Old Lee paused and didn't say anything. Instead, they swept around in a circle, one by one, observing the demeanor of the guests present. There's panic, there's uncertainty, there's anger, there's sadness. Everyone is a leading figure in various industries in several cities around Zhonghai. I asked you all to bring your juniors here today to carry out the Dragon Kingdom's plan. We'll name it the Starfire Program. Youths with excellent potential will be fully nurtured by the Dragon Kingdom. During the summer vacation, a Starfire squad will be formed to train deep into the hinterlands of some of the 10,000 races. All of your children are like flowers in a greenhouse. Without having experienced the wind and rain, how can they stand firm in the midst of future battles against the cunning 10,000 races? It's obviously very dangerous, but it's not like they're being sent to their deaths. There are also accompanying teachers and seniors leading the way together. Upon returning, we'll join the newly established university called Dragon Blood High. It features the strongest demonic geniuses and the most elite faculty in the country. We only aim to raise pillars of the nation who can carry the peace and security of the human race. It's not just this area. I'm sure you all know that banquets are being held all over the country today, inviting the elites of all parties and their children. Guys, I'm not looking down on ordinary people. After all, my old Lee used to be a farmer. Rather, your children and descendants, who have enjoyed top-notch resources since childhood. It's time for them to do their part for my Dragon Kingdom. Please take to heart what I, Li Kunlun, have said here today. Old Lee then took 2 steps back and pushed Qiu Yen Wang Tang to his side. These two, I, Li Kunlun, will make the decision to appoint them as the captains of the Beastmaster and Martial Artist factions of the Starfire Squad in Zhonghai City. You don't have to participate in the Starfire Squad selection after taking the entrance exam. You can directly enter the Dragon Blood Highlander. The moment Li Kunlun said this, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, causing an uproar. The crowd of guests were no strangers to Wang Tang. They all knew that he was the only grandson of old General Wang Jianlin, and it was natural that no one would dare to have an opinion if he came to be the captain of the martial artist faction. But what about Qiu Yen? In just a moment ago was a beggarly teenager dressed in floor clothes and packing meals. At this time, there are bold people speak loudly, but also considered to ask the doubts in the hearts of the crowd. Elder Li, what exactly is the identity of this little friend that he has impressed Elder Li so much? Chapter 104 Oddities. Li Kunlun, on the other hand, laughed, and then he opened his mouth again, with a hint of unquestionable authority in his voice. This is little friend Qiu Yen, who is none other than the dual gifted. One of those abilities is the ability to foresee the future in advance. With Wang Tang and the others, they smashed a stronghold of the Heavenly Vault Church on Suwan Street. And 2 days ago, on the other side of the spatial rift, pulled together a former member of the 10,000 races for my human race, the Sky Rabbit race. It's because of him that our human race will never be alone after this. As a senior student, he is now a Black Iron 6th Order Imperial Beast Master, already able to cut down early Bronze Stage opponents over the level. May I ask, who of the children present can do that? Li Kunlun's words were so loud and clear that for a while, there was surprisingly only the sound of constant intake of breath in the arena. The people present were scared to death of Qiu Yan's resume. What the hell? You're saying that Qiu Yen, this kid, has turned back an entire Heavenly Hair clan all by himself? Moreover, this battle power is also against the odds. What do you mean by decapitating a bronze-level enemy with a Black Iron 6th rank? None of these bigwigs present were fools, and all of them understood the deep meaning of this. Genius. A first-class genius. Looking at the rest of the people's somewhat showy gazes, Qiu Yen frowned slightly. I didn't expect to be pushed into the limelight by old Li just like that. The greater the fame, the more benefits it would bring, and the more it would inevitably provoke the suspicion and targeting of those villains in the shadows. Once Qiu Yen was exposed in the open, it was very likely that he would draw retaliation from the 10,000 clans. If Qiu Yen were the 10,000 races, once he found out that there were geniuses coming out of the human race, where would he foolishly cultivate his own upstarts, letting them develop individually, and then fight to the death in the middle of the sacred beast battlefield in a dignified manner? This is so stupid. Qiu Yen would never do that anyway. Instead, They directly sent out spies hidden among the human race to directly strangle the geniuses that had not yet grown up in the cradle. A genius who hasn't grown up isn't a genius and isn't to be feared. What if a genius hides and develops? Then he always had parents, relatives, people who cared, right? If the 10,000 clans held Qiu Yan's dad and mom or Lin Yuqing hostage right now, Qiu Yan would really have a headache until he exploded. Even if all the people involved were protected at the same time, would there be no chance? There will always be traces left behind. Those feats and techniques of the 10,000 races were varied. Qiu Yan didn't want to have a 10,000 race that could stealth or shrink standing over his bed in the middle of the night and slitting his throat. However, when it came to Gongfu, Qiu Yan remembered that he still had the Tiangui forging body star god clan Gongfu that he hadn't cultivated. With this dharma, then one would certainly be able to make up for the reason why one's body was weaker. It would be a shame to die in the enemy's decapitation program. However, if one wanted to cultivate this technique, merely learning the cultivation method would not do. The conditions are very harsh and you have to wait until a day when the stars are shining and stand under them. Moreover, the whole body must be coated with the juice of the stargazer. Qiu Yan searched all night yesterday and browsed through all the major shopping apps without finding where starlight grass was sold. Eh! What a headache! Seemingly sensing some concerns in Qiu Yan's mind, Li Kunlun stretched out his large, old and powerful hand and gently patted Qiu Yan's shoulder. Afterward, he hemmed and hawed and pushed Qiu Yan and Wang Tang toward the crowd before quietly fading out of the stage. Facing a brainstorm of bigwigs surrounding him to brush up his favor, Qiu Yan was also helpless, and he was really tired of dealing with this kind of scene as well. With a stomp of his feet, Li Kunlun flew towards one of the tallest buildings in Zhonghai City. The whole building was quite spectacular, conservatively estimated to be 1,000 meters high, and they were all made of some extremely hard otherworldly materials, more than enough to carry the attacks of a gold-level spirit beast. When he was close to the building, Li Kunlun suddenly stopped the operation of spiritual energy in his body, and his body sank, directly falling down from a high altitude. However, when he was about to get close to the ground, the protective spiritual power appeared without warning and wrapped around Old Li's body as it landed lightly on the ground. His purpose was to get to the top floor and meet someone as promised. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Lao Li arrived at the open-air office on the top floor. At the moment, Long Listening Spring was holding his hands, his back to Old Li, standing in front of a large glass wall looking out into the distance. Has the word gotten out? Long Hearing Quan came up with this sentence without a clue. Old Li sighed heavily and pulled out a cigarette from among the inner pockets of his clothes and lit it. Xiao Long ah! Isn't this a bit cruel to the two little kids? After all, we're using the two of them as bait, so if we accidentally play it off, either one would be an unacceptable loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Long Hearing Spring slowly paced up and down, and a hint of melancholy was revealed in his voice. Uncle Li, let's see how many remnants of the 10,000 clans are hiding in the middle of the city of traffic. The 10,000 races are the best at compelling people to work for them. Human nature, it can't be tested. Some, perhaps for fame and fortune, perhaps for greater power, or for the sake of continuing to live, have become the servants of the gods of the 10,000 races. The hands of the 10,000 races have stretched too far, and the Dragon Kingdom is now about to run out of time. Li Kunlun shrugged his vaguely aching shoulder blade and exhaled a puff of smoke. Who knows? But you're right. It's too late for us to take our time investigating and pulling up those assholes one by one. Yes, Uncle Li, it's time to close the net after such a long layout. Long Hearing Quan looked back and was just about to say something when he saw Old Li flick the ashes of his cigarette to the ground, the sparks still floating in the air. Instantly blushing. Li, uncle, how many times have I told you not to dirty my floor? The sentence was almost squeezed from between his teeth. Li Kunlun, however, spread his hands with an innocent face. What's wrong? You're the head of the National Security Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom, and you still want to talk to my old man. Long Hearing Quan closed his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, giving himself a good thought before he opened his eyes again. That's just it. I'll clean it up later. Seeing this, Old Li's face spread with a smug, sinister smile. No one could have imagined that the diamond-level cultivation Imperial Beast Master Long Listening Spring would have such a strange hobby of cleaning the floor. As a result, Old Li was happy about the matter of dirtying the floor in front of Long Hearing Spring. After all, Old Li is known to love his juniors. After a cigarette was finished, Li Kunlun, The old bastard, directly unqualifiedly threw the cigarette butt to the ground and stepped on it twice. Seeing that Long-Hearing Quan was about to go berserk, Old Lee dodged into the elevator with a flash and waved his hand cunningly towards Long-Hearing Quan. You! Long-Hearing Quan just wanted to say something, but the elevator door had already closed, so he had no choice but to swallow the words that were on his lips. He took out a rag with a dark face and half squatted on the ground, cleaning up the footprints and soot that Old Lee had stepped on bit by bit. In fact, sweeping robots or manipulating them with psychic powers can mostly achieve the same effect. But Long-Ting Quan is obsessed with the act of scrubbing the floor, especially the creaking sound of a wet rag wiping on a polished floor. It simply mesmerized him, until the floor was wiped like a mirror. Long-Hearing Quan then threw the rag into the trash can and slowly stood up, sitting on the side of the boss chair with one hand in his pocket. The right hand rests on the armrest to support the chin, and the legs keep swinging from side to side so that their bodies sway with the chair. His brow furrowed gently as he seemed to be pondering his next move. Chapter 105. A Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. Qiu Yan had a hard time getting rid of all the bigwigs around him, and looking at his cell phone, it was a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so it was time to go buy some exam supplies. At this time, Lin Yuqing also sent a message saying that she had also finished work and was sitting in the staff lounge waiting for Qiu Yan to come and pick up the goods. Qiu Yan, can you wait? Qiu Yan and Wang Tang were walking side by side with a smile and a laugh, when suddenly, an uninvited guest blocked Qiu Yan's path. Seeing Qiu Yan turn his head and leave, Chan Qingqing also became anxious and hastily reached out her hand to pick Qiu Yan's sleeve. As a result, it was coldly shrugged off by the other party. Qiu Yan, I was wrong in the past. Can you forgive me? I promise that, in the future. Chan Qingqing just wanted to continue, but after meeting Qiu Yan's cold eyes, she only felt chilled, pursed her lips, and finally did not say anything. This kind of look she had never seen before was like a tyrant in the middle of a chilling abyss, and once this one was angered, the consequences would obviously be severe. Sis, haven't we met somewhere before? At this moment, Wang Tang also came to be interested, his eyes flirting as he arched his shoulder over Qiu Yan. I didn't realize that my good brother's peach blossom luck was also very strong. It's a pity that he's just too dedicated in terms of feelings and wants to hang himself on the tree of Lin Yuqing so early. What's wrong with playing along? It's not like we're marrying her. This is the reason why one is never short of women around. Innocent sexy photo kills. The girl in front of me is at least a beauty with a score of 85 or higher. Brothers don't bubble, I'll bubble. Upon hearing this, Chan Qingqing's face turned white. At that time, when he and Wang Ziqing were still together, he had invited Wang Tang to dinner. Although in the end, because Qiu Yan stirred up, also did not invite, achievement is up. However, as a matter of fact, he wasn't that ugly. But Wang Tang didn't seem to have much of an impression of himself at all. Chan Qingqing then thought, even if Qiu Yan wasn't going to forgive himself, but Wang Tang's offer seemed good, at least he was worth much more than both Jia Tian and Wang Ziqing combined. Noticing Wang Tang's line of sight, Chan Qingqing twisted and ruffled her bangs and looked across the room with charming eyes. Qiu Yan also knew Wang Tang's nature, which was a master of passing through all kinds of flowers without touching a single leaf. I didn't think about it. Just let him go. Soon, a figure shattered Chan Qingqing's fantasy. Jaishan is here. This is like swearing sovereignty to her in her arms. At the same time, it destroyed her last hope of hooking up with Wang Tang. Brother Qiu Yan, I apologize for slightly offending you earlier. Buddy, I hope you don't take it to heart either. Jia Tian had a friendly smile on his face. The speed of this face change was simply faster than a certain intangible cultural heritage in Chuan City. Chan Qingqing couldn't help but despise Jia Tian even more in her heart. It's just plain stupid. Not only had he spoiled his own good deed, but now he was actually shyly begging for Qiu Yan's forgiveness. Coward. The last such Wang Ziqing who was beaten by Qiu Yan and didn't dare to let out a single fart had already been kicked by her. Now Jia Tian was actually bowing down to Qiu Yan as well? I didn't realize that the new big man I'd fallen for was actually pulling his crotch so much. Since this is the case, it is time for her to consider her relationship with Jia Tian. Her Chan Qingqing's man can only be a worldly hero who doesn't change his face when the mountain crumbles in front of him. At this moment, Qiu Yan only felt amused, but he was able to understand. Human nature is like this. For those who are not as good as themselves, all kinds of contempt. For those who are stronger than themselves, they will try their best to curry favor. There are very few people who are truly able to be rich and powerful, poor and lowly, and mighty and mighty. I pressed on. Qiu Yan opened his mouth indifferently, without a trace of emotion. For such inconsequential side quest NPCs, it's good to skip the dialogue altogether. Jia Tian's face was happy, but he was obviously stupid and weak, and carried out a big bag of packed dishes from the side, and handed it over to Qiu Yan. Chun Qingqing blankly glanced at her current boyfriend without any good reason. Big dummy. It's not that people Qiu Yan didn't take your words seriously. Rather, he didn't take you as a person seriously. As she thought this, even she didn't realize that she, who had originally resented Qiu Yan extremely, had actually started to help Qiu Yan in her heart. But immediately afterward, a scene that shocked Chun Qingqing happened. Qiu Yan actually smiled and took the bag over, nodding towards Jia Tian and saying, "Have a heart." This time, Jia Tian was confused and sent gifts to people's hearts. Chun Qingqing was a bit dumbfounded for a moment, stumped in place. After Jia Tian delivered the food, he even gave Chun Qingqing a very doting look. Immediately, he felt that he really hadn't talked about this girlfriend for nothing. I had just gone to pack my own groceries, which took quite a while, and was worried that I wouldn't be able to make it. I did not expect Chun Qingqing to keep the two consciously. It's almost as if the bull demon is turning on the big guns, the bulls are coming out of the woodwork. Because Lin Yuqing was still waiting for him. Qiu Yan just dismissed the people around him one by one, said goodbye to Wang Tang and got into Ji Shouwen's nanny car. As soon as he got on the bus, Ji Shouwen similarly changed his attitude, from the original appreciation to fawning. Originally, he was hesitant to trust Qiu Yan, but he didn't expect to be given such a big surprise. Because of Lei Ting's words, he had made such a good karma for himself, and he would have to thank people later, giving himself the opportunity to befriend this promising young man. He absolutely could not let it go easily. At the thought, he spoke sorrowfully. "Qiu student, don't worry. I let you get bullied when I wasn't in Chunyu before. I've just investigated. Those 4 old denizens bullied you and Mr. Li Jianguo, didn't they? In an hour, I'll tell the 4 of them to get lost. That Chun Zhenhua who incited the fire will also get lost together." Qiu Yan raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit puzzled. Isn't Chihulian just an honorary principal? He's just working for the 4 school board members. Where does he get that much power? Ji Shouwen was also a grassroots-born, 1,000-year-old fox, and directly saw through what Qiu Yan was thinking and opened his mouth to explain. "Qiu student although I'm the honorary principal, at the same time, I'm also in the education bureau. The reason why I came to Spring Rain Imperial Beasts High School is just to hang out an idle position for fun. Don't worry. Your Uncle Chi is here to set you up. It's just 4 paid managers. They can't kill him. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent." Qiu Yan listened in his heart and immediately understood what Ji Shouwen had in mind. Not bad for an old man. In just a few sentences, he tried to climb into a relationship with himself, and his address changed from "me" to "your Uncle Ji." It looked like it was really betting on itself. The reason for disposing of the school manager and Chen Zhenhua in this way is clearly to take 5 people as a pitch. Qiu Yan didn't say anything. This was the time to put up an attitude, creating an appearance of being very happy in his heart but accidentally showing it. This time Ji Shouwen became even more energized and immediately dialed the phone. At this time, the 4 managers and Chen Zhenhua is dividing the previous tender guaranteed places in the stolen money. The result of a few people at the same time received a phone call. It was as if the sky had fallen, and he slumped in his chair in disorientation. The caller said that a direct leader from above had named them to investigate their Spring Rain Royal Beast High School, suspecting them of abusing their power. Things are exposed. It's over. It's completely over. Chapter 106 Preparation for the Exam. Squeak. Qiu Yan had already arrived at the place. He opened the door and jumped straight down. "Xiao Qiu, promise me something. Don't forget." Looking at Qiu Yan's distant figure towards the spirit beast breeding base, Ji Shouwen shouted out, a hint of currying favor in his voice. Qiu Yan didn't turn around, but waved his hand and agreed. His whereabouts are no secret. Just now in the car, he had already cautioned Qi Shouwen that if he allowed Qi Zhao to follow him, he would definitely run into danger in the water swamp mysterious realm. After all, Self had been put on the spot by old Li. There was no telling how many pairs of eyes were staring at him in the dark at this moment. Qiu Yan walked in full of concern. In the middle of the parking lot next to him, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man stared at Qiu Yan's back, thinking that he had hidden himself well, pretending to carelessly follow him. Who knows? but a big hand suddenly came from behind him, covering him over the neck and slitting his throat. Qiu Yan's side also sent an early message to Lin Yuqing, sitting in the middle of the hall. Lin Yuqing helped Qiu Yan collect the goods on his behalf and hurriedly ran over towards this side. Qiu Yan. Seeing her figure from afar, Qiu Yan stood up and hooked the corner of his mouth, just watching her slowly approach. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Since the little girl is only working a half-day shift today, there should be no lunch included at noon. Not yet. I ate bread and I'm not hungry for a while. Why don't we go shopping for exam supplies first? By the way, what you bought? Lin Yuqing was just about to take something out, but Qiu Yan waved his hand. Wait a while. I have some more snacks here you can eat. With a wave of his hand, Qiu Yan took out many exquisite snacks from the royal beast space. Straight away, the small coffee table in front of the hall was all over the place. Aren't you going to eat? Lin Yuqing looked at the wide array of snacks in front of her, and for a moment, she picked her eyes. Qiu Yan shook his head. That day when he was caught in a spatial rift, it was Lin Yuqing who helped to report it. This food is nothing, not to mention that you didn't spend any money on it. Lin Yuqing just casually took some and waved her hand saying that she was full. Tidying up the coffee table, the two of them headed towards the nearest shopping street. However, as he was leaving the spirit beast breeding base, Qiu Yan keenly sensed a few strands of sight, if any. Old Li's entire being disappeared after he said those words at the party. It seemed that he was preparing to launch himself as a living target to be used to attract the ears and eyes of the 10,000 races. Then let's wipe out those Skydome Church-like organizations. However, one would think that Old Li wouldn't let himself be slapped to death by those powerful people belonging to the forces of the 10,000 clans. Not knowing whether it was a foe or a friend, Qiu Yan didn't show it and remained as usual as he walked towards his destination. Hubby, I want a chicken fillet. Okay, I'll get your favorite golden chicken cutlet right away. Akabane chicken fillets from the deep end, golden crispy and flavorful. Close to the commercial street a long way away, you can hear the sound of loudspeakers shouting. The periphery of this commercial street was full of food stalls and milk tea stores, so much so that Qiu Yan, who had just walked in, was made dizzy by all the shouting. Still, he clearly loves it here. The air here was filled with the scent of food, which could be many times better than the environment of the streets of the Sky Rabbit clan. Not hungry yet, Lin Yuqing took Qiu Yan on a ride around and came to an outdoor store. It's worth noting that although the store is small, it's packed with a wide range of merchandise and all kinds of wilderness gear. Since Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing were going to different secret realms, the things they had to prepare were naturally different. The two immediately came to different areas. Hehehe. What can I get you, lad? An old man with gray hair put away the newspaper in his hand with a snap and looked at Qiu Yan with a smile. Master, is there a waterproof tent here? Bring it out for me. Qiu Yan said indifferently. Mentioning the tent, Qiu Yan felt a little hard to bear. The tent in the dark water swamp last time had cost him thousands, and as a result, it had been rendered unusable at all by the briquettes at the time. Heya! I guess the youngster's examination room was assigned to the secret realm of water and zephyr. You've come to the right place for this. I tell you, the row in front of you, all waterproof, and the tent is thickened underneath, absolutely able to isolate water vapor and moisture. The Royal Beast High School 3 days can definitely provide a warm shelter. After all, the Imperial Beast examination was different from the martial arts examination. The martial arts exam is in. From this old man's words, we can see that he should be quite confident in his own products, using 2 absolutely in a row. Qiu Yan carefully selected and took a light green tent. Camping in the wilderness is able to blend in perfectly with the surroundings and is not very conspicuous. Take 2 of this and 3 of that. After all, it was the Imperial Beast examination, and Qiu Yan still took it very seriously. Although he is now able to guarantee the Dragon Blood higher education, but in the pre-test instructions can be seen in the excellent results can go to the official inventory of the Dragon State to select a material. Qiu Yan was in need of Starlight Grass right now, and if it wasn't available in any of the major shopping programs, it might be available in the official inventory. However, with an unintentional glance, Qiu Yan noticed a tall man in a bodysuit passing by outside. Although he was wearing a hat, a piece of his green airplane head protruded out, which allowed Qiu Yan to recognize him. Is that Luck Yen? Qiu Yan couldn't help but begin to sigh at how small the world really was, actually seeing the opponents from the previous underground coliseum. This outdoor store was located in the middle of nowhere, so other than Lin Yuqing, who knew what she was doing and would come over to buy something, not many people should pass by. And it looked so sneaky and suspicious. Cho Yen secretly shook his head. What did he care? Once again, he looked at the old man who was watching the store and did not return the price, very quickly paid the money, and threw all the big and small packages into the Imperial Beast space. The line of sight turned to Lin Yuqing's side, who was currently arguing with a middle-aged uncle. Uncle, there's no way you can do business like this. How many times have I bought from your family, and can't it be cheaper at all? Little sister, our family has been paying this price for so many years. It's hard for national products too. Okay? That guide uncle had a bitter look on his face, looking very embarrassed. I thought that this little girl is a good to pinch the Lord. They quietly sit on the ground to increase the price of some should not matter. Most of the students wouldn't be able to pay back the price since the Imperial Beast exam was coming up soon anyway. I didn't know it would be so difficult. It's a tough ride now. No way. Look, it's only this much online, and you've gone straight up by 200. Lin Yuqing's small face turned red as she raised her cell phone and pointed. Really thinks she got her money from the wind. Eh? Line. At that price. Uncle is really annoyed, just want to give this little girl to get rid of, although after the cheap as usual have to earn is. Seeing that she had saved another 200. Lin Yuqing had happiness written all over her face. Chapter 107 Departure. The Twin Lives Secret Realm. Finally the supplies were bought, but the amount spent was a significant amount. After returning all those spirit beast meats in the royal beast space to Cho Yen, Lin Yuqing then freed up her space to put everything in. Okay. Either go home and get ready, or we'll go stomp around the test center later. Cho Yen looked at Lin Yuqing, who still had a meaty look on her face, and couldn't help but want to laugh a little. Okay, but have you booked a hotel yet? Huh. Cho Yen was visibly stunned, but then reacted. The secret realm of the two was a rare twin-born secret realm. It was an area where two spatial cracks appeared at the same time, and these two spatial cracks led to different secret realms. The entrance was also more than 60 kilometers away from Cho Yan's side, and the queue to enter the examination center would be at 9 o'clock the next morning. It would obviously be too late to go to the examination center tomorrow. Just now, if it wasn't for Lin Yuqing's reminder, Cho Yen almost forgot about it. Booked. He pulled out his cell phone and opened the order details to take a look, and his entire body froze. It shows that the order has been automatically canceled after the timeout for payment. Scratch that. Doesn't seem to be booked. Cho Yen then tried to look at the other hotels, but realized that basically all of the hotels that he could see were showing full room status. Hiss. Sucking in a breath of cool air, he did not expect his reputation for a lifetime to be ruined. Cho Yan's expression was also a rare sight. Lin Yuqing curiously came over, and after seeing it clearly, couldn't help but laugh out. Next, where to stay at night is a problem. It's not like we can say we just bought a tent today. However, Lin Yuqing seemed to have thought of something and her pretty face slightly reddened. 2. Why don't you stay in my room for the night? Cho Yen looked at Lin Yuqing with some embarrassment. But then she added, Don't you misunderstand. I'll just sleep in the tent at night, you take the bed. Thinking that Cho Yen had also helped himself a lot, it wasn't like he would do anything to himself anyway. It wasn't impossible to give him the bed. Furthermore, Lin Yuqing didn't know that Cho Yen had already been guaranteed admission, and felt that the Imperial Beast's college entrance examination was indeed a major life event. Cho Yan's spirit beast was so powerful. If he lost his chance to go to the higher learning institution because of such a trivial matter, wouldn't that be too much of an injustice? Haha. Thank you then. Cho Yen didn't think so much about it, he was still quite happy. Next thing you know, the two of them are off to their own homes to pack up their things. Lin Yuqing had stayed at home for the past 2 days, and the Heavenly Vault Church had fallen silent after being so messed up last time. There was no way to return to the Anexine Villa area, as the spatial rift had caused that side to be blocked off in layers. Because the Sky Rabbit clan side obviously had a passageway to the 10,000 clan's main camp, it was still necessary to guard against a sneak attack from the 10,000 clan's forces. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom had now sent many people forward to garrison the Sky Rabbit clan, and was also helping the Sky Rabbit clan to rebuild their homes after the war. Son of A. As soon as Cho Yen opened the door, he found his old man sitting cross-legged on the sofa stoned on melon seeds and watching TV. Dad, you're not working tonight? Cho Yen raised an eyebrow, changed his shoes and sat down next to his old man. Don't you know? Our workers' families are on vacation if they have children who are taking the entrance exams. And it's paid. The Dragon Kingdom still pays a lot of attention to it, and it said that this year's Imperial Beast examination and martial arts examination are being broadcast live across the country. Good son. If Dad can't go to the scene, he'll support you in front of the TV. After saying that, Cho Haiba even stretched out his hand and dotingly touched his son's head with a lot of emotions in his heart. Hey yeah. It's going to be college in a flash. This time is really flying by. Okay. Dad, you watch first? It's a rare break to rest, so you don't have to be so tired afterward. Chiu Yen smiled and stood up, going back into the middle of his room to start packing. Chiu Yen also knew something about the live broadcast thing, but the thought of it gave him a headache. Since the family dad and mom are resting after, if by then in the live broadcast to see their own, that is not the old embarrassing. This big pile of secrets of his own is estimated to be definitely impossible to hide. I guess I can have some explaining to do when the time comes. Packing his bags, Chiu Yen turned around to say goodbye to his dad and left the house. When he went downstairs and passed by Chun Qingqing's door, he could still hear the quarrel inside. Chiu Yen shook his head and laughed to himself. After being reborn, one's eyesight has been raised a lot. Chun Qingqing, who had once been regarded as one's archenemy, was nothing more than a strip on the side of the road. In her last life, she didn't have to rely on the flame unicorn to get to the top and marry into the richest family in Zhonghai City. However, no matter how much you rely on a man to get to the top, can't you still kick the out of him? Thinking about this, Chiu Yen had no more mood swings towards this Chun Qingqing who had deprived him of his future in his past life. When he came to the entrance of the subway station, it seemed that Lin Yuqing hadn't arrived yet. Chiu Yen bought 2 cups of milk tea and waited outside for a while. Ta-da-da-da-da. Not long after, he only saw Lin Yuqing running over in her sportswear, carrying a large bag of things, her face still flushed because of the strenuous exercise. Chiu Yen knew that it must have been another unwillingness to give up and swept a shared bicycle from home to ride over. Hey! Hey! When did you get here so fast? Seeing Chiu Yen looking at the things in her hand, Lin Yuqing also got a little embarrassed and spat out her tongue. The range of my Imperial Beast space is a bit small. These won't fit, so I'll have to carry them in my hand. Since this was the beginning and end of the subway station, the 2 easily found seats and sat down. The subway line curved around and it was a hard ride for 3 or 4 hours to get to my destination. It hurts my ass to sit on it. It was already evening when we reached the hotel and we could see that almost all the surrounding buildings were lit up. Dinner for 2 was simple and uncomplicated. This was thanks to the meals Jason had packed, which were basically the 2's favorites. Still, even if you don't want to do anything, it's a little weird to have a man and a woman in the same room. Chiu Yen was also embarrassed to sleep on the bed, so he sat down on the ground with Lin Yuqing and cultivated. In just 1 night's work, Lin Yuqing had made another breakthrough and had now reached the Black Iron 5th stage. That's good to know. At the same time, Chiu Yen was also just a breath away from the 7th rank of Black Iron. After all, it was obviously faster for 2 people to cultivate together. Well, it's 7 o'clock too, so pack up and get ready to go. Both of them also made a point of taking a shower before they left. After all, the next thing to do was to survive in the secret realm for 3 days without any surprises, and during that time, one would have to keep hunting spirit beasts. Definitely no time for a shower. The entire street was filled with test takers and parents sending them to the exam, and Chiu Yen and Lin Yuqing slowly squeezed their way towards the front along with the crowd. Just as he was almost at the spatial crack, Chiu Yen felt a tap on his shoulder. Chiu Yen turned back with a surprised face, and it turned out to be Ji Zhao. Also dressed in a sports outfit at this point, he slowly squeezed through with the crowd. But there were a few bodyguards standing around, apparently forcing their way through the crowd for the sake of their own missy. Chapter 108 First Arrival at the Secret Realm of the Watermarsh. Ikamachi. Chiu Yen. Noticing that Lin Yuqing's eyes were not right, Chiu Yen hurriedly inclined his head and explained to her. The hot air he exhaled blew her ears itching and reddening her ears. On the side, Ji Zhao but coldly grunted, and many dissatisfactions immediately rose in his heart. You've managed to squeeze through the crowd just to see them show their love? Oh, Pops still wants to develop himself with him? Looks like Pops is not really blessed to have him as a son-in-law. The delivery queue was soon blocked by a series of barriers, which caused the wide road to thin out considerably. Ikazu shook off the security guards behind him and jogged to catch up with the 2 once they were identified. The 2 of them could slow down their pace, and Chiu Yen turned back and said softly, "You'll go in with me later. After all, the Water Swamp secret realm, as a secret realm that has long been conquered, is randomly teleported into the middle of a different area later. Once you get separated, it's hard to rejoin. Ikkyo nodded in agreement. Although communication devices would be issued in the secret realm, there was no way for the candidates to contact each other. Because of the attitude implied by these words, her impression of Chiu Yen changed quite a bit. At least Chiu Yen was able to communicate with himself seriously, which killed most of the geniuses who had their eyes high in the sky. Chiu Yen was no longer the bodyguard her dad had found for her in her eyes, but more like a peer partner who attacked difficulties together. By the time Chiu Yen and the others arrived in front of the spatial rift, there were already many people waiting outside. Several invigilators arranged the line into 2 long lines. If a small group or individual is ready, they can go and wait in line to enter the exam room. Lin Yuqing greeted Chiu Yen and ran off to find her best friend Meng Yuxuan. Meng Yuxuan was a tall and thin girl, although her looks were not as outstanding as Lin Yuqing's, but she was also considered a clean-cut type. When he saw Lin Yuqing, there was an immediate gleam in his eyes, and he waved his hand with a smile, pulling him into his team. There were 5 people in their squad, 3 women and 2 men, all known to be classmates or family relatives, and a few of them seemed to be on good terms with each other. However, after meeting up with Lin Yuqing, Meng Yuxuan still gave Chiu Yen a look of deep meaning. After that, they talked about something else, but the distance was too far for Chiu Yen to hear, and he only saw Lin Yuqing redden her little face, raise her little fist in shame and anger, and hammer Meng Yuxuan. Chiu Yan's sight turned back to Ji Zhao's side and spoke in a deep voice. Anyway, our trip isn't just about finding the kind of herb you need. Along the way, if you are encountering some spirit beasts or something, you kill them and I'll help you pillage. I won't make a move unless it's necessary. This Imperial Beast examination was a nationally broadcasted event, and Chiu Yen was well aware of the importance of his bottom card. If he could, he didn't even want to release Purple Moon or Cinderblock. After all, he was now the captain of the Starfire Squad's Imperial Beasts faction in Zhonghai City, and he didn't know how many people were secretly eyeing him. The only spirit beast that he had exposed himself to now was the Flamefire Qilin. If someone wanted to trouble himself, then let him taste the power of Purple Moon and Cinderblock. Who would have thought that an ordinary high school student like himself would have 3 spirit beasts? Ikatsu responded softly, contemplation flooding his cool face. No problem. If nothing else, my 2 spirit beasts are enough to handle most of the dangers as well. With the help of her father, she had already awakened the talent of the Imperial Beasts in junior high school and stepped into the cultivation stage. It is possible to awaken early, but you need to take some expensive spiritual herbs to assist in the awakening. Now both of the platinum-ranked bloodline spirit beasts had been elevated to the same realm as her, the Black Iron 4th stage. Platinum-level bloodline spirit beasts were not cabbages. That's a testament to Ikkyowan's financial strength. Cultivating a platinum-level bloodline spirit beast was already hard enough. Not to mention that there was another one that Ji Showen had specially acquired from the market. The 2 spirit beasts were the illusory poison flower demon with a platinum low-rank bloodline and the golden winged mantis with a platinum high-rank bloodline. There were flower demons for defense and praying mantises for offense, and high bloodline spirit beasts were basically able to cross over and fight low bloodline spirit beasts. As long as the cultivation gap wasn't particularly large, they could usually be resolved. Even in the secret realm, even if he couldn't defeat a spirit beast with a bronze-level cultivation, running away would be no problem at all. Everyone, stay where you are as long as possible after the teleportation has passed and don't run around. Anyone who acts without reason is considered cheating on the test. Encountering irresistible danger, timely press the distress button. The invigilator will quickly go to the rescue. Everyone should put their own life and safety in the first place. After the invigilator had finished announcing the pre-test instructions, after a short while it was already time to start entering the secret realm. The score of the Imperial Beast examination is composed of the number and quality of spirit beasts killed, one's own spirit beast strength and bloodline, performance in actual combat, Imperial Beast master cultivation, and so on. Each item is an assessment node, each node is full of 100 points, and there will be a special invigilator to assess, and finally add up to arrive at the score. Therefore, if one could hunt spirit beasts just by entering the secret realm, the score, even if not much higher, would obviously be unfair to the candidates at the back of the line. The group kept moving forward, and with the addition of the 2 people, Chiu Yen and Ji Long ago, there was no need to wait for the entire squad to be assembled, so naturally they were also in a more forward position. Soon it was both of their turns. In front of them was the inspection gate, and the spell formation engraved on it was able to automatically sense whether or not the items in the Imperial Beast space complied with the regulations. Once a forbidden drug that temporarily boosts the strength of a spirit animal is found, or a weapon or explosive that has a strong killing power, an alarm will be sounded immediately. If the candidate refuses to cooperate in producing the item in question, then he will be disqualified from the examination. After Qiu Yan had claimed the video equipment, communication equipment, and positioning equipment, he dove headfirst into the middle of the spatial rift. There weren't many twists and turns, and Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao entered the water swamp mystic realm very smoothly. First there was darkness, then the vision became progressively clearer. Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao were standing in the middle of a sand dune, surrounded by bright green weeds and clear water. The environment is favorable and breezy, and there is a great sense of a clear sky. Gently sniffing the air here, moist and fresh, it was a good place to go on a weekday. Qiu Yan took out 2 waterproof cushions from the Imperial Beast space, one handed it to Ji Zhao, and one patted it underneath himself and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the notification from the invigilator teacher in the communication device. The density of spirit beast swarms here was not small, and they were basically able to be seen everywhere. The general route I looked at yesterday is still relatively dangerous, and you can encounter spirit beasts at any time. The range here is immense. It's better to be careful. I guess we've landed in Waterbird Zephyr, so we'll get ready to move after a little rest. After saying that, Qiu Yan closed his eyes and prepared to take a short nap. After all, the Imperial Beast examination was going to last for about 3 days, during which various situations were guaranteed to occur, so it was better to try to rest as much as possible now that you had the time. Neither Qiu Yan nor Ji Zhao realized that this small dune they were on was slowly moving with the current. Chapter 109: A Difficult Dilemma. Qiu Yan suddenly felt the communication device vibrate violently and picked it up to see that a message had been sent on it. Attention all candidates, the exam is starting. Please turn on your portable video recording devices. The video recording device was a small orb-like device that would float into the air after injecting spiritual energy to activate the binding, following its owner and transmitting the image to the terminal in real time for a live broadcast. Qiu Yan realized that it looked like there was a spiritual power thread above it if there was one, following him closely. It's kind of fresh. Suddenly, he just glanced casually. It was then that he realized that a tiny trickle of blood was slowly gushing out of the water in front of him and was swooshing through the surface. He half crouched down closer to the water, trying to figure out where the blood was coming from. Just in the blink of an eye, a thigh-thick spiny fish scurried out with its sharp teeth and mouth wide open, while carrying a strong fishy odor. Grass! Qiu Yan reacted quickly with a backward lean, narrowly avoiding the attack. Puff! The spiny fish crashed into the water again with an explosive splash. Qiu Yan was really taken aback, and looked at Ji Zhao next to him in shock, only to see the other frown as well, seemingly feeling a pang of fear at what he had just experienced as well. The situation is not expected to be good now. Qiu Yan took a breath and paused, then continued. The spiny fish is a swarming fish spirit beast. It's very likely that we've been surrounded. As if to corroborate Qiu Yan's guess, several spikes suddenly appeared on the originally calm and wave-free water. These are the spines on the back of the spiny fish, which are not only incredibly sharp, but also serve to protect themselves. Qiu Yan then felt a dull hissing sound coming from beneath his feet, and the entire dune began to shake violently. A great deal of sand and rocks were shaken down into the water, staining the pale green water source a muddy color. Qiu Yan instantly realized that this was not a small sand dune. It was clearly the back of some aquatic spirit beast. The entire dune is also the size of 2 small cars. After such a shake, the space in which the two were able to settle was compressed, causing the two to be forced to approach. Yikes! Ikazu let out a shriek as the earth collapsed beneath his feet without warning. Seeing that Ji Zhao's entire body was about to fall into the water, Qiu Yan was quick and lunged forward, pulling Ji Zhao's wrist with one hand. Chi Chao came back to his senses and backhandedly grabbed Qiu Yan's wrist as well, looking downward with a frightened heart. A few sharp spikes became more numerous as they toured the murky water, obviously smelling the prey. There was no doubt that if Qiu Yan hadn't grabbed onto Ji Zhaoyao in time just now, once he fell, he would have been instantly torn to pieces by the spiny fish below. Because of the continuous shaking of the dune, Qiu Yan froze and was unable to use his strength, and was slow to pull Ji Zhao up. Seeing that the fish below were starting to move again, Pool couldn't wait any longer and decided to take a shot. The big deal was to abandon the car and give up a spirit beast to ensure his survival. Golden-winged mantis, she chirped, and a one-person tall mantis spirit beast appeared next to her, fluttering its wings with golden patterns from a point on the water, pushing Ikkyu to climb the small dune again. Just a moment after she had climbed up and retracted her feet, one of the spiny fish below rushed out and opened its mouth to bite down on the spot Ikazu had been in earlier. Taken aback, Ikatsu covered his chest with his right hand and gasped for air. The face was no longer the same icy cold as it had been for 10,000 years, and it was filled with a look of horror. Due to the limited space in which to stand, Chi had long since retrieved the golden-winged mantis back into the imperial beast space after coming up. The golden-winged mantis is unable to fly for long periods of time, which leads to no place to stand and only retract again. The risk of letting the golden-winged mantis push himself back just now was also purely driven by desperation. What to do? Ji-Zeo panicked. Does it mean that he just came into the secret realm and had to ask the Invigilator for help? His own goal was to enter the Dragon Blood High School and become a strong person step by step. If this kind of difficulty couldn't be solved, it was feared that the Dragon Blood Highlander would be directly deprived of the opportunity to take the test. We don't have any ice attribute spirit beasts. If there are ice attribute spirit beasts, wouldn't that be able to temporarily freeze this water? If there's a landing spot, the gold-winged mantis can fly us back to shore. Looking at Ji-Zeo's panicked face, Qiu Yan's heart sank to the bottom together. The polar blood wolf in his royal beast space was an ice blood dual attribute spirit beast, so he thought that it would definitely be able to achieve the effect that Ji-Zeo had said. But the point is, polar blood wolves don't always follow their orders. This is an uncontrollable time bomb. The chips in Qiu Yan's hand that could checkmate the polar blood wolf were simply pitifully small. Just some food can buy the polar blood wolves? Qiu Yan wouldn't be so naive as to really believe that the polar blood wolf was only superficially in love with demonic spider eggs, and that was why it was relying on being in the middle of his royal beast space. And right now, the two of them are on a national broadcast, suddenly releasing a gold-level cultivation polar blood wolf from within the imperial beast space. This is too shocking. Just as Qiu Yan's mind was storming, the small hill below shook even more violently, and the water flow below was dyed a light red color. The place we're in now is definitely not a simple little dirt slope or sandbar. It's definitely a spirit beast of some sort down here, and it's being surrounded by spiny fish. Once the spirit beast dies, I'm afraid that the spiny thornfish will instantly turn its spearhead on the two of us. Qiu Yan had a serious look on his face. The issue at hand is kind of tricky. Cinderblock or Purple Moon or maybe Polar Blood Wolf could solve the current crisis. But should we expose our cards in front of the whole country? Demon, use the phantom poison. Make those spiny fish stop attacking. At this time, Ji-Zeo's hand summoning spell light flashed. A body type cool like the 7 boys in the 7 of Yangtze River, Flower Demon appeared in her arms. The head was a huge rose, while the limbs, which consisted of stalks, were covered with rosy red flowers. It gives an overall chubby look. Qiu Yan, don't breathe for 2 minutes. With her command, the illusory poison flower demon shook its petals and sprinkled pollen with illusory poison into the water below. The toxin diluted by the current wasn't strong, but it was enough to make the attacks of those spiny fish below a little sluggish. Phantom poison, as the name suggests, is the signature skill of the phantom poison flower demon, capable of causing hallucinations and paralyzing the enemy. After 2 minutes, all the pollen had been shaken off into the water. The effect was immediate, and it could be seen that those spikes that were originally exposed moved much slower and slowly sank. The small dune underneath Qiu Yan's 2 bodies also stopped shaking at this time. This is not too good news, because Qiu Yan can feel that the small dune is slowly sinking towards the bottom. It was now more than 20 meters from the shore, and by the time they swam over they were afraid that the spiny fish would have woken up. What's more, the spiny fish paralyzed by the phantom poison was only in this small area, and among such a large body of water, it was believed that there were not a few predators in the water. Come on, let's count 1, 2, 3, and jump together toward the shore. In the air, the gold-winged mantis will catch us and push us over toward the shore. Chapter 110, The Valley of Snakes and Insects. 3, 2, 1. The two of them moved at the same time as Ikazu shouted out the last number. Almost instantly, they bent their knees at the same time, and then stomped their feet so hard that even the small dune underneath sank a lot, leaving only one tip unsubmerged. And the golden-winged mantis also appeared in its original place. and in a flash of lightning the strong hind limbs stomped with force, fluttering its wings directly toward the two men. The speed is smashing. The Dragon Nation viewers in front of the TV were all hot and bothered, and Ji Shoin was no exception at this point. Yes. He clenched his fists and hammered them hard on top of the armrest of the sofa, unable to hold back his sigh of approval. His original worry for his daughter swept away. Worthy of being my Ikkyowan's daughter. One could only see that golden-winged mantis catching up with the two in the blink of an eye, stretching out its forelimbs to press on top of the two's haunches, directly sending the two more than 10 meters away. Qiu Yan scrunched up his body, minimizing the resistance of the air, and when he was about to reach the ground, he rolled hard to the side, just enough to dislodge the excess force. Ji Zhao also stood up, patting the dust that had stained his body, with a look of having been robbed of his life. Just as the two men were just catching their breath, suddenly, a spiny fish twisted its stubby tail and leapt high out of the water like an arrow off the string, with the same long, fine, dense, sharp teeth. This time, its target was the golden-winged mantis, which was also a spirit beast. Danger! Ji Zhao exclaimed, his eyes flashing with anxiety. It was too late to take the golden-winged mantis back into the imperial beast space. Just as the teeth of the spiny fish were about to bite into the abdomen of the golden-winged mantis, a sudden change occurred. Roar! The flamefire Qilin poked out half of its body from the imperial beast space and appeared next to it, with a mouthful of sharp fangs biting down hard on the thorny spiny fish's body. Straight away, the spiny fish's attack was cut off. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and a thigh-thick, half-man-long spiny fish perished on the spot. The two were truly relieved. With a flick, the flaming unicorn snapped out the crystal core of the spiny fish. Then, with a flick of its neck, threw the fishy body back into the water. The meat of this kind of spirit beast was really tasteless, tough and fishy, and clearly not in the flame griffin's food chain. Awesome! Ji Shoin was looking forward to seeing how his daughter and Xiao Yan would act next, but he was directly switched to another screen by the evil guide. The expression on his face stiffened straight away. Grass! Who is the guide? If I find out, I'll have to put shoes on you. Xiao Yan's side, however, was secretly relieved. Fortunately, he had hidden all his other cards. However, after this battle, he was profoundly aware of the importance of having a flying spirit beast. It seems that one has to find a way to make up for this shortcoming afterward. He asked again after a few moments of silence. Ikea, where is this side? Do you remember? Just as the two of them were resting their eyes, the spirit beasts under their feet were moving on their own. Luckily, the examining party determined that this was not considered a violation of exam room discipline. Otherwise Qiu Yan would have really had to cry foul. Now they were in a completely unfamiliar environment, and there were no landmark references here. Even after taking out that map of the Watermarsh Mysteries, the two of them were simply unable to judge what position they were in. The good thing is, this place still has a magnetic field. Qiu Yan took out a compass and held it up in all directions, finally recognizing the direction. The destination of their trip was none other than the Shui Zhe Treasure Hall, which was in the northeast direction. There was nothing for it but to try and walk in a northeasterly direction, and running around blindly was much better than waiting in place. He didn't meet any other powerful spirit beasts on the way, and even if he was occasionally attacked when he mistakenly entered another spirit beast's territory, he was taken care of by the flame Qilin and the golden-winged mantis in a matter of seconds. At the moment, the two men's pace was halted, for before them was a one-way valley floor. In fact, this place was originally a high mountain blocking this place, just don't know why. The whole big mountain all seems to be all divided into two by something. Well, this place should be called Snake and Bug Valley, in which all kinds of poisonous snakes and bugs survive, and if you're not careful, you'll be trapped. Ikatsu held up the map and kept comparing it towards the landmarks in front of him. We are now in the right general direction. Indeed, heading north. Do we really want to go in, though? It does seem a bit eerie in here, to be honest. Seeing Ji Zhao's indecision, Qiu Yan looked around. The Snake Worm Valley in front of him was eerie. Due to the high mountains, this place couldn't be exposed to sunlight all year round, so even the air contained some moldy smell, and the mountains that stretched around them blocked other paths. Now, if you want to take a detour, you'll waste at least a couple of hours. In total, it would only be 3 days, so Qiu Yan thought that he still had a mission ahead of him, so it would be safer to go to the Shui Zhe Treasure Hall first. After all, Ji Shoin Mouthwater Heartgrass is only related to the canonical records, such as photos or field video, but did not find more information. This kind of secret realm was considered strategic in the Dragon Kingdom, and what kind of resources it had were strictly kept secret and forbidden to be spread out. Otherwise, once people knew that spirit herbs with special effects grew here, perhaps everyone who came to practice would have to scavenge this place for its specialties. This is also the reason why Ixuoan couldn't find water mine grass in the market. Ji Zhao's physique was special, and what she had initially awakened was an A+ grade imperial beast talent that was capable of continuous growth. The heart of wood spirit. The effect is that all wood attribute spirit beasts in the contract are increased to varying degrees in terms of growth speed, skill damage, and bloodline mutation chance. The reason it's an A+ talent is that it also has a major drawback. That is, the water attribute elixir was needed to constantly flush the body in order to unclog the blocked tendons and veins in the body. If the heart of wood spirit was allowed to grow, the wood attribute spirit power would stagnate in Chi Zhao's body, completely blocking the tendons and veins. The best result is to become an ordinary person. The worst result is that Ji Zhao's heart will be wooden, completely turned into a piece of wood. The loss of blood supply function. No, we'd better plan ahead. Your dad has already told me about your condition, and all these years have not been able to completely cure this aftermath. Don't think about taking a detour if you can get to the Mizukawa treasure hall quickly. Qiu Yan's expression became a few more points more serious, and there was a hint of irresistibility in his voice. Chi Zhao knew that Qiu Yan was doing it for his own good, and in the end, he could only agree to it. The valley was extremely wet, and even the ground had some standing water. Snap! The two stomped through the mud as they kept walking through the valley. It was frighteningly quiet, and aside from footsteps, you could basically just hear the sound of water dripping and the occasional insect chirping. A small amount of light shone in, and while you could barely see the road ahead, the exit was completely out of sight. Do you think we'll come to a dead end in the middle of a dead end, and then blocked out? Already walking for more than 10 minutes, Ikaru is a bit sullen and said tentatively. That's not true. The terrain here is flat and there are plants growing on both sides of the road, and the water on the ground doesn't look like muddy stagnant water. Keep walking forward. Going back now would be even more of a waste of time. Qiu Yan shook his head, and seeing that it was pitch black in front of him, he simply summoned the flamefire Qilin to illuminate it. As for why he didn't use a flashlight, for one thing, it was because wild spirit beasts would more or less have a slight fear of flames, and it would also be able to cauterize poisonous insects. After all, the dark and humid environment, the poisonous insects are also attracted to the light. Chapter 111. There's a mystery inside. The two of them had been walking for an hour and a half in the middle of the valley of snakes and bugs. The two video devices that followed the two seemed to be out of signal as well, following the two with a shaky look. Not realizing that such equipment issued by the Dragon Kingdom was so inferior, Qiu Yan could only remove the video equipment with a helpless face and put it into his pocket. Even Qiu Yan couldn't help but start to get anxious. When the hell is it going to end? What if this is a dead end, as Ikamasa said? Has the map lost its currency and expired? Has the landscape here changed? Thinking about this, Qiu Yan rarely doubted his judgment, a layer of worry shrouding his brows. Squeak! A whistling sound suddenly came from the distance, which also made Qiu Yan look happy. Although it wasn't a spirit beast, just an ordinary small animal, the fact that there was an animal surviving meant that the front was definitely not a dead end. Just keep moving forward and you'll get out. Qiu Yan took a long breath and was about to continue walking towards the front. But then he saw several rats scurrying out of the darkness ahead of him. It looked as if something extremely terrifying had been encountered up ahead, so it was fleeing towards the outside. Run! Run after those rats! Without hesitation, Qiu Yan took Ji Zhao and ran out towards the way he came. Hiss! As expected, just after the two of them ran out more than 500 meters, horrible screams began to echo from the bottom of the valley. Then what looked like a behemoth ran off in a hurry towards the outside, with heavy footsteps. It's too late. Hide first. Realizing that the situation was not right, Qiu Yan retrieved the flame Qilin back into the Imperial Beast space and brought Chi Zhao to hide behind a rock with a flash of his body. Qiu Yan curled his body up and hid all of his figure in the shadows of the rocks as much as possible. Less than 2 breaths later, the behemoth rushed out. Because of the dim light, Qiu Yan vaguely saw that its body seemed to be injured, and blood flowed on the ground while running. It was only seen driving its limbs on the surrounding walls for several consecutive jumps. Each jump was able to rush out more than 10 meters away, speedily escaping towards the outside. Not long afterward, several panting mystics chased them out of the depths, chanting under their breath. Quickly chase after them. If we let Wind Cloud Harvest run out, we won't be able to catch it then. Fortunately, the terrain here is narrow and unsuitable for flying. Hurry up and inform the others to block the exit before it's too late. Damn, why is it today to run away? Why did it have to be the day of the Imperial Beast exam? If our research is discovered, it's all over. Only after a few people were far away and the sound of their footsteps could not be heard did Qiu Yan appear, a thoughtful look spreading across his face. Qiu Yan had heard their words clearly just now. These people were definitely not from the official organization of the Dragon Kingdom. They seemed to have lurked in the secret realm of water and swamp a long time ago, and had secretly researched something here. Is the storm cloud they talk about their research? Judging from the size, it really does look like a variant of the legendary creature, the golden hair harvest. Generally, for spirit beasts like the Flamefire Qilin that possessed a mythical bloodline, basically their bloodline grade would not be lower than diamond grade. Qiu Yan's eyes widened as he suddenly tried to understand something. Does it mean that the front is their lair? For a moment, Qiu Yan inhaled as if he had smelled a buffet. When are you going to stop stealing from your family? Qiu Yan didn't even think about it and directly ran towards the darkness ahead. But Ji Zhao pulled Qiu Yan's sleeve at the right time, obviously a little worried. Those people who had just run past were obviously not good people, and if they were to be entangled, they would definitely get into a lot of trouble. Judging from the breath perception, it was at least a silver level strength. Qiu Yan lowered his voice. Since there's someone in front of us, there must be a treasure. And don't worry about getting out. A normal shelter wouldn't have just this one exit. Ji Zhao sniffed and was also a bit interested. She was also curious as to what kind of treasure was in front of her. What if you just really hit the jackpot with a bunch of watery mindweed in there? Then wouldn't your own body be saved? Thinking of this, she also stopped blocking the way and instead ran in with Qiu Yan towards the deepest part. Let's just say that this place deserves to be called the Valley of Snakes and Insects, with venomous snakes all over the place. There were a number of large dark eyes staring at the two men as they moved forward, but none of them made any rash moves. Obviously, they had been used by those people in some way, causing their own sense of territory to not be as strong. After running wildly for half an hour again, a gate appeared in front of the two of them this time. The entire alloy gate looked like it had been clawed by something and just lay shattered on the ground. Qiu Yan was also shaken. Such a high-intensity gate had been scratched by that storm cloud harvest just now. If there were any other passages here, either they couldn't be drilled with their massive size, or they were heavily guarded. Qiu Yan clearly believed in the former more than the latter. If there were a lot of troops, how could they allow a storm cloud harvest to run so far away? Qiu Yan looked around to see that no one was around, and furtively lowered his figure, probing his head to observe the scene therein. Before coming in, though, he changed into shoe covers to avoid leaving footprints. Even though the ground here is all made of lapis lazuli, shoes with dirt on them are sure to leave a mark when they go straight in. The layout of the place fit perfectly with Qiu Yan's fantasies of an old laboratory. The old fluorescent tubes gave off a cold white light, and the rusty ceiling fans squeaked. Metal canisters labeled with hazard symbols were stacked in the corner, and many scribbled manuscripts and sophisticated instruments were piled on a lab bench to one side. There was also a cup of tea on the table. Qiu Yan touched the wall of the cup. It was already almost cold. Completely in line with the time just after those few people chased them out, it was assumed that no one else should exist within the stronghold either. Qiu Yan continued forward to pick up the pile of lab reports on the next table. Titles like About the Effect of Ores on the Bloodline of Spirit Beasts, Dilution and Enhancement of the Bloodline of Spirit Beasts, and so on. Qiu Yan placed the report back in its original position and then continued to search in the middle of the room. Opening the refrigerator, a wave of cold air with a strange smell came out, in which a number of bottles and jars were placed with a layer of frost, as if they were filled with unknown liquids. He put on his gloves and reached for one of the innermost clear jars, lifting his cuff to wipe the white frost from the surface. After the sight in it, a feeling of nausea went straight to the sky. Surprisingly, they were some undeveloped spirit beast embryos. Ikazu covered his mouth next to him, shocked at this research. Suddenly, Qiu Yan heard weak cries, his voice breaking like he was dying. Looking around, it seemed to be coming from the middle of the room inside. Qiu Yan put the jar in his hand into place, purposely placing the side that had just been rubbed with cream facing inward. Since it has built up such a thick layer of frost, it must not be used in general. Qiu Yan then gently leaned over and held his hand on top of the handle. Chapter 112 Infiltrating an Unknown Base. Squeak! Chiu Yen opened the door a small crack and peered towards it. Oh! Among them lay mossy cages, all locked up without exception. There's also a particularly large cage that's open right now. It was empty, so it must have belonged to the wind cloud harvest that had just run out. Seeing that no one else was guarding inside, Chiu Yen then slowly pushed the door open. This one took in the full view of the room. The walls were covered in blood that had dried, and the floor, like the outside, was paved with ordinary lapis lazuli. But even though the inside of the room was dirty, there was little odor in the air. Chiu Yen gently walked in and waited until Ji Zhao joined him before slowly closing the door to the room. There were spirit beasts imprisoned in the cages all around, many of which Chiu Yen was familiar with, but there were many traits that were different from and from memory. It's as if it was deliberately mutated through special breeding. Perhaps that wind cloud harvest just now was bred by these people? Most of these spirit beasts were lying in their cages, and when they saw Chiu Yen enter, they didn't even bother to raise their eyelids. It was estimated that such spirit beasts used for research had long been tortured and lost their vigor. In his excitement, Chiu Yen began to search for those spirit beasts that had utilization value. Ow! The faint voice sounded again. Unlike just now, Chiu Yen had begun to secretly run the book of words and spirits, and this time he was able to hear it. Roll! You hateful, bad people! Chiu Yen went deeper in with interest and found a wind cloud harvest cub about the same size as the illusory poison flower demon standing in the middle of the cage, staring up with round little eyes and just staring at himself. It was similar to what was recorded in the myths and legends, like a puppy, but more lion-like in size, with wings on its back, which had been put away at this time. But if it were fully extended, it would probably be 3 or 4 times as long as its body. Under the illumination of the fluorescent lights, the fur of the storm cloud hollow pups took on the pale gray color of a dark cloud. Chiu Yen opened his mouth softly, but his voice was one that had been augmented by his own talent, so that even the cub on the opposite side could understand it. I'm not in league with those guys. Let me ask you, what was that windstorm that ran out on you? Ikaru, who was on the sidelines, also raised an eyebrow, feeling a hint of surprise. No wonder Chiu Yen hadn't seen him use his sentinel beast talent until now, and had never told himself about it. So there's a gift for languages. But a linguistic talent was obviously not going to be recognized by the Flame Griffin. So, could it be that Chiu Yen is a dual-talent Imperial Beast Master? Even though Ji Zhao was full of doubts, he also knew that right now was not the time to gossip. So he did not interrupt and followed Chiu Yen to stare at the cubs in front of him. The wind cloud harvest cub froze in place for a while, as if its brain had gone down, but then a look of panic erupted in its eyes. The human in front of it was actually able to understand its words. Wouldn't that also mean that what he had just scolded him had been heard? The storm cloud harvest cub was stuck in embarrassment, and it took a long time before it could speak. It's my mom. Can you get me and mom out of here? Chiu Yan's face, however, flushed with doubt. I just saw your mom go out and not come back for so long, so she must have escaped already. Who knows? The wind cloud harvest cub was spiritually shaking its little head, looking a bit gloomy. No, it won't. The entire mountain range's boundaries have been opened. Mom won't be able to escape. At this moment, Chiu Yen was just thinking of opening his mouth to inquire again, only to have a series of footsteps resound outside the door. Oops, those guys are back. Chiu Yen and Ji Zhao exchanged glances and scrambled around looking for a hiding place. Chiu Yen was already getting used to this situation. After all, there was experience last time in the middle of the Odin City Lord's mansion. In a flash of lightning, Chiu Yen chose a hiding place and came to lie down under a crib. The bed seemed to be for some experimentalists to sleep on at night, and you could roughly see that it was originally white, but it seemed to have not been washed for a long time and was stained gray by dust and still had crimson blood spots all over it. Seeing that Chiu Yen had already found a hiding place ahead of him, Ji Zhao had little experience and was in a hurry. Chiu Yen was also in a hurry and reached out from under the bed, pointing toward the cabinet next to him. In an instant, Ikkyo came to his senses and hastily pulled open the cabinet door. But inside, a human skeleton model directly fell down, which gave Ji Zhao a fright, if not dead cover his mouth, almost to scream out in shock. Hurriedly, he shoved the skeleton model in, and Ikaru's entire body burrowed in as well. But the experience inside was not good. That model was like alive, staring at Ikazuo's heart Harry. Squeak! The door to the room opened just as Ikamachi turned his head away from the model with a click. Through the door walked several men in white coats. Without exception, they were stained with bright red blood. Chiu Yen hid under the bed and quietly looked out, and realized that they were holding a chain in their hands at the same time. And with a single push, several people pulled in the adult Stormcloud harvest. Chiu Yen could see clearly that the other end of the chain in each person's hand was connected to a different body part of Feng Yunhao. And the mouth of the link is still plopping with blood from time to time. Come in. You. Humph. Still wants to run. If it wasn't for the fact that I opened the defense spell formation in advance, I really would have let it get away. By the way, we didn't make much of a scene, did we? A bald man with a cross-faced face spoke out indignantly, his tone carrying much dissatisfaction. It just seemed particularly out of place now that he was wearing a white coat as well. You're telling me that this man is not a bodyguard, but a researcher? It's fine. I've just been purposely wandering around outside for a while, and I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary yet, a thin, middle-aged man said. Still, a hint of fluke was revealed in his voice. Upon hearing this, the large stone in Chiu Yan's heart also fell to the ground. Since his and Akatsu's whereabouts hadn't been exposed, there wasn't much of a problem, and after that, finding a chance to screw these guys over and then slipping out would be just fine. A few people used all their strength to pull that adult Wind Cloud harvest in. At this moment, Wind Cloud's body was covered in blood, and his appearance was very miserable. Not Dao was it Chiu Yan's illusion. It always felt as if Feng Yunhao had glanced at himself. However, Stormcloud Hollow did not show any abnormalities, at most showing a bit of resistance to the actions of a few people, and then was put into the cage under the united efforts of a few people. The bald guy let out a long breath, like he was very relaxed. Fortunately, captured and finally safe. But we've been studying here for almost 10 years now, haven't we? So how come the sect leader hasn't contacted us yet? Chapter 113. The young man has a future. Bishop? What kind of godfather is this? Hearing the middle-aged man's name in his mouth immediately brought back bad memories for Chiu Yen. The bishop lord of the Heavenly Vault Church hadn't been found yet, and from what Thunder and the others had said, it seemed that he had teleported to another secret realm. Just don't know what kind of organization this is that can even research this kind of spirit beast. Don't know if the godfather is okay now. No one has been heard from for 10 years. My Snow Region Divine Sect was at least a top divine sect back in the day. The few of us have been hiding here for so many years. I'm suspecting that we've been abandoned by the sect leader. Originally, the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom was still able to communicate with us, but it turned out that a few years ago, some kind of Laoshenzi Heavenly Vault Church picked the peach. Grass. If we get a chance to go out, I'd like to see what kind of person has the guts to do that. That bald researcher seemed to have a very short temper and immediately cursed at the Heavenly Vault Church. As he spoke, his aura burst forth, and in Chiu Yan's opinion his cultivation was not much worse than Hoover's. Obviously a martial artist who had cultivated to the peak of the silver rank and was only one step away from gold. Forget it, old G. Now that we're hiding like rats in a sewer, we'll be killed by Long Hearing Spring when we go out. 10 years ago he was at the peak of the gold rank, and now I don't know what strength he has now. Squeezing us to death is no different from squeezing an ant, right? The skinny researcher sighed with a sigh, and a hint of fear clearly flashed in his eyes when he mentioned Long Hearing Spring. Back then, that man was in his 20s when he came out of nowhere like a divine sword, and his 3 dragon spirit beasts swept through the entire Snow Region Divine Sect. They left the other members behind and hid in the secret realm of the water and Zephyr, which was how they dodged a bullet. It was only at this moment that Chiu Yen truly knew the gold content of the Dragon Listening Spring, when it really is the man who carries the entire Dragon Kingdom. Another person then spoke, but because he was hiding under the bed, Chiu Yen could not see his face. But this one was extraordinarily tall, with a voice as thick as an announcer's. I said how so many Dragon Kingdom experts suddenly descended half a year ago. How could you choose this place for the Imperial Beast examination? If it wasn't for the defense and confusion spell formations we set up, we would have almost found out. Dr. Kim is still out there. If we run into anyone, we'll be in trouble. The thin man thought for a moment, then spoke grimly. If you meet anyone, kill them all. Anyway, there's no proof of death, so the big deal is to throw the body into the water and feed it to the spiny fish. Chiu Yen frowned. It seems that this snowy divine cult and the Heavenly Vault Church are also the same, both being masters of straw men. In that case, there was no psychological burden in killing them yourself. All deserve to die. Bam! A crunching sound came, and Qiu Yan's heart shook so wildly that he almost collapsed. Perhaps a little longer, and the men dispersed. Favor this time. However, Qiu Yan's summoning spell formation on the back of his hand quietly appeared, ready to storm out and sneak attack as soon as something went wrong, striking first. Ikatsu hid in the middle of the cabinet and covered his mouth in death. Next to this goddamned model, a knuckle suddenly fell off. What's that noise? The thin man was alerted, which made everyone else tense up and turn their heads around to look around the room at the same time. The Wind Cloud Harvest pups were obviously very resourceful and understood the truth that there was no egg under the overthrow of the nest. Quite cooperatively, they tore up the cage in front of them, making a similar rattling noise. Harm! So it's this Wind Cloud Harvest pup. Elder brother Yu Ming, you're also too cautious. The bald researcher sighed in relief. When Qiu Yan saw the scene, he was instantly a bit more impressed with this Wind Cloud Harvest cub, giving rise to a few thoughts of wanting to contract it. The young man has a future. The road is wide open. Get ready to eat and drink after your brother. But instead of relenting, the skinny researcher was pacing around with a frown on his face. No, it's not the same place as where the sound just came from. We just went out in a hurry and the door was unlocked. There's a good chance that a few little mice could have slipped in. Akemichi hid in the cupboard, his heart pounding wildly, afraid that he would be discovered, and then be done by those people. The bald researcher frowned. No way, elder brother Yu Ming. All the other passages are blocked by us, just the one inside the warehouse. We just looked when we were out there too, and there was no one on the road at all. Now that the entire defense and confusion spell formations are all open, it's simply impossible. Look, I still have the spell key. Seemingly eager to prove it, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of jingling keys. Yu Ming nodded. After all, he was also a colleague who had worked together for more than 10 years. This point of trust was still there. That's true, you guys go figure out how to fix the original gate. I'll look around again. Listening to the sound of several people's departing footsteps, Qiu Yan only wanted to curse in his heart. This old wall sconce named Yu Ming was cautious. Fortunately, he was very careful when he came and didn't leave any traces, or he wouldn't have been able to avoid being surrounded by a few people. Even if they were able to release the polar blood wolves, they would most likely experience a bitter battle. For better or worse, Yu Ming was the only one in the room now. Even though this person's cultivation was a bit worse than the bald head. But back then, even if he was able to pull it out of Long Hearing Spring's hands, he thought that he must have some skills. At least not below silver. Seeing that Yu Ming was about to touch over towards the side, at this time, ow wow! The Wind Cloud Harvest cub suddenly whistled, directly attracting Yu Ming's attention. Shut up! How dare your mom sneak out? That's what it deserves. You call again? Wanted some dragon fruit and war trampling, didn't you? Although the Wind Cloud Harvest cub could not understand Yu Ming's words, the spiritually intelligent one did feel the threatening intent in the words. He sat down honestly, a broken whimper escaping his throat. But the eyes kept darting under the bed. Human who seems to be a good guy. Little master and mom are counting on you. Don't ever let the little lord down. Ow! Ow! It looked like a few meaningless howls to Yu Ming. Not long after, the adult Wind Cloud Harvest roared as well. This sound is really distracting. Yu Ming just think that it is the wind and clouds of the mother and child love. Walked up to Clunk, kicking the cage, to show the meaning of warning. Qiu Yan hemmed and hawed in his heart. The one who had the Book of Words and Spirits talent on the entire time was the one who heard it. Probably. Humans, see little master so righteous. Quickly take us away. Out of my mom, fly up, these people absolutely cannot catch up. Do not want to be tortured, want to become your spirit animal. This kind of, just what Qiu Yan wanted. He was worried that there weren't many flying spirit beasts like the Wind Cloud Harvest growing up. Not only was it fast, but it was also relatively large in size. At that time, even if every day in the secret realm as a motorcycle brother, back and forth can earn a lot of 100 kilometers consumes only half a pound of spirit animal meat. Cost effective. However, seeing that Yu Ming had dismissed the idea of continuing to check, Qiu Yan also breathed a long sigh of relief. Next, just think about how to escape. Chapter 114 Cheap Betrayal. After about another hour or so, several of the fellows had returned to the room and were greeting the men in the room. Elder brother Yu Ming. You, old you. The gate is fixed. Guaranteed to be very much as strong as the previous one. At that, Several of the men looked at the tall, goofy one among them, their disdain unmistakable. This gate has only just been smashed by a claw of wind cloud harvest. As sturdy as the previous ones? Where exactly was it sturdy before? Ahem. It's fine. Follow up by gathering some materials and reinforcing it. Yu Ming also felt a bit embarrassed, so he could only dryly cough twice. Even though several people called Ming by different names, Qiu Yan could tell that this cunning old Deng status should not be low, and should be just below the Dr. Jean that they were talking about. Yu Ming stretched his block and waved towards the crowd. You guys go out first. I've just forcefully activated the secret method. I'm a bit consumed right now and I'm dizzy. Wait for me to rest. There's soup in the kitchen that I made earlier. Remember to brush the pot for me when you're done. Seeing this, a few people thought that they hadn't eaten lunch today, and also felt their stomachs a bit empty, so they directly turned around and retired. Only when the rest of the few people had left the room did Yu Ming leisurely pull a stool and stare at Feng Yunhao mother and son with interest. Then, he smiled and opened his mouth without any warning. It looked like he was speaking to Feng Yunhao, mother and son, but in fact it was all for Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao to hear. Gentlemen, there's no need to hide anymore. Come out. They're all stumped by me. He narrowed his eyes, his large, rough hand reaching into the cage and stroking the furry head of the windstorm hollow pup, mumbling under his breath. I put ecstasy in the soup, so I'm sure they'll all pass out in a little while. Don't be afraid. I'm just a regular guy who's tired of this life. Qiu Yan's mind, however, was secretly calculating, just lying on the cold ground without moving. This man, he couldn't see it. Is it scamming them both? Or is it genuine? Seemingly seeing that the two were slow to move, Yu Ming said absent-mindedly while teasing the wind cloud beast cub. Hee hee. Don't worry, today, storm cloud harvest is what I intentionally released. It's just a way to stump them to drop the ecstasy. Yu Ming retracted his hand back, and his entire body slumped down onto a side chair, still lowering his head and rubbing the remnants of the small fluff on his hand. After rolling it into a small ball, it blew right out of the air. 3, 2, 1. Puff! Puff! There was a constant sound of falling to the ground outside, as well as the sound of china tiles breaking and tables and chairs being moved around. See? Believe it this time. Yu Ming spread his hands as if he had expected it. Qiu Yan has not yet moved. Ji Zhao is the first to be unable to hold his breath. Directly snapped to open the cabinet, from the side of the drill out. Maintaining a weird posture for a long time but not daring to make any move was really draining her strength. Along with her came the model of a human skeleton, directly like a poor quality tempered glass, straight down, bang sound explosion, fell all over the bone. Hello senpai. She straightened her slightly messy hair and stood timidly. Yu Ming smiled as if he was looking at a good boy. He loved the feeling that everything was under control. That little friend, please come out. It's the one under the bed. Knowing that he had been discovered, Qiu Yan could only honestly crawl out from under the bed. It's puzzling, isn't it? How did I know you were there? Obviously you were very careful about sneaking in. Weren't you? Obviously all traces were erased, and still they were found? It's simple. Yu Ming shrugged his collapsed nose and sniffed the air. Odor. It's the smell of hormones, and it only belongs to teenage girls. Then it can be easily deduced that this young girl must be a candidate for the Imperial Beast examination. The scent is light and advanced, at least a rich lady. May I ask, who's the first lady who can sneak into the enemy camp alone and then erase all traces with extreme care? Obviously, there's this little friend guarding from the side. I didn't realize that what I felt was a perfect infiltration plan was so easily recognized. Qiu Yan was calm on the outside, but at this moment, he was torn up inside and looked extremely embarrassed. Does this old man know how to recognize women by their scent? It was no wonder Yu Ming noticed this. These have not seen a woman for 10 years, so naturally they are more sensitive to this aspect. In the middle of a lab where a bunch of grown men were, there was suddenly a scent of a young girl's body. That's suspicious. Those men of Yu Ming's had more or less noticed that something was wrong just now, but they were immediately sidetracked by Yu Ming. What do you want? Qiu Yan quietly looked at Yu Ming, one hand behind his back, still flickering with the faint glow of the summoning spell. If the person in front of him made any movement, he would immediately summon the Flamefire Qilin and bite Yu Ming's neck. Oh, like I said, I'm just a regular guy who's tired of this life. The sect leader of the Snowy God sect died a long time ago. That was just a lie I wove for them. And they'll do my research for me honestly. Wouldn't it be nice to let them live all day in the illusion of having hope? I want to get out. Take me out. Even if you turn yourself in and live in prison, it's better than living in fear all day. Yu Ming laughed, with a relieved smile on his face, looking sincere and full of goodwill. If he hadn't seen Yu Ming drugging his own little brother, Qiu Yan would have almost believed it. Qiu Yan, however, began to have a heavenly battle in his head. Should I trust the man in front of me or not? You can tell he's very selfish. For the sake of his own freedom, he chose to sacrifice the men who had spent 10 years with him, using them as a pitch for his surrender. Is someone who betrays his partner so easily worth trusting or not? But if you don't believe it, what can you do with him? Is it possible to kill him? Could be said that as long as he didn't release the polar snow wolf, Qiu Yan would never be able to fight against it on his own. After all, the depth of the Dragon Kingdom's martial artists was by no means comparable to the Sky Rabbit clan's tiny watery silver ranked martial artists. Cuff yourself. Instead of approaching the man, Qiu Yan took out a pair of handcuffs engraved with inscriptions from within the royal beast's space and threw them over. Such handcuffs, once handcuffed, would block all spiritual energy from all over the body. Oh, it's possible. The spirit locking stones have all been updated to these lighter yet stronger handcuffs. Interesting. Yu Ming's eyes glittered with brilliance, seemingly very interested in the object before him. After all, 10 years ago, they were still using expensive and troublesome to make locking spirit stones. This kind of stone was only produced in certain specific secret realms, and once it came into contact with the skin, it could hinder the flow of spiritual energy in the body. There is a big downside to this stone, though, and that is that it is very rare and wears out over the course of its use. Before Qiu Yan could voice a reminder, Yu Ming consciously handcuffed himself. Chapter 115, Heavenly Puppet Goddess. Oh, it works so well. It's simply too much better than the spirit-locking stone. Yu Ming was as excited as a toddler with a natural freshness for everything, just driving his hands and looking across the room. Come on. Take us out of here first. Qiu Yan said indifferently, then his words changed. But before you go, open the cage. I just want the windjammer. No problem. Ji long ago so watched Yu Ming very quickly took out a set of keys from the cellar and snapped open the 2 cages. His appearance at this moment was like a harmless white rabbit, and he was simply a different person from the ferocious person who had just clamored to kill the Dragon Kingdom candidates. Squeak! The door to the cage, crawling with moss and blood, was opened. Mother and son just stared at the trio in disbelief, as if their brains were short-circuiting and they hadn't been able to adjust to the sudden freedom. Not expected to have to go through a vicious battle to escape. Now, just let yourself go? Ow! In just an instant, Wind Cloud Harvest scurried out, directly pouncing Yu Ming to the ground. While showing his teeth, a regular gurgling sound emerged from his throat, seemingly threatening Yu Ming. The saliva in his mouth dripped down onto Yu Ming's cheek in an unbiased manner, and Yu Ming just managed to turn his arm around a bit, lifting his shoulder and wiping his face with the clothes on his body. The eyes didn't blink. They looked like they were at the mercy of the others. Kill me. I've lived enough anyway. Qiu Yan, however, was in a hurry, maintaining the book of speech and spirit and shouting towards Feng Yunhao. Stormbringer, don't let go. Although Wind Cloud Harvest was skeptical of Qiu Yan's ability, it nevertheless did as it was told, and the force of its front claws became a few more points heavier. After all, one does have an unabashedly evil person in front of him. Yu Ming's eyes widened, wondering if he had heard wrong. Don't let go? Wouldn't it normally be something like, stop, don't kill him? Or something like that? What's the meaning of this don't let go? Where's the other exit? And where is the key to the exit? Qiu Yan's face sank and his tone was cold. Now that Yu Ming had no more aura to protect his body and was being pressed into his chest by Feng Yunhao, he couldn't breathe well and his face turned red. Behind the dining room table. But the key is my psychic power and Dr. King's psychic power. There's no way I'm the only one who can fully open it. When Qiu Yan heard this, wasn't this a wasted endeavor? Never mind, it's better to be honest and go out from the outside. The big deal was that by virtue of the pitifully small amount of friendship he had with the Wind Cloud Harvest cub, he would ask its old mother to send himself and Ji Zhao to the Water Zephyr treasure hall. Feng Yunhao was extremely fast, so he thought it wouldn't take long to reach his destination. Qiu Yan paused, then said indifferently, "Can't open it? Then you're useless. Stormbringer, do it." As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Yunhao's force increased a few more points, and one could see that Yu Ming's face was in great pain. Click! With a crunching sound, one of Yu Ming's ribs broke in response. At the same time, he also suffered a considerable amount of internal injuries, and his head directly tilted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Don't! Dr. King will be back soon. Don't you want to know what's behind the door? Yu Ming clearly didn't have the calm color he had earlier at this time, and opened his mouth in panic. Seeing this, the corner of Qiu Yan's mouth hooked up and a cold smile spread out. Passage? Is it hard to believe that there's some kind of treasure? Like to sell, huh? Then you sell. Then, Qiu Yan looked like he had thought of something. Forget it, we have things to do, I don't want to know. Yu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Don't! The back door is our warehouse. For 10 years we've stocked up a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines amongst our warehouses. It basically contains all the specialties of the secret realm of water and zephyr. Hearing this, Ikaru raised his eyebrows slightly and unnoticeably. Is it not true that you have your own water spirit grass? Right? There's also the technology to cultivate the wind cloud harvest. Now that our technology is extremely mature, we are completely capable of mass production. Wouldn't you like to have a powerful legion of windjammers? As the experiment continues, we can mass produce more and more high bloodline spirit beasts. Even mythical creatures can be created. Qiu Yan's emotions then fluctuated. He had also seen the potential of Feng Yunhao, and what Yu Ming had said did not seem to be unsupported. Because Stormcloud was literally standing right in front of him. Okay, Stormcloud, loosen up a bit. Don't it up. Ahem. Yu Ming, who had gotten a chance to catch his breath, coughed loudly, and it could be seen that his blood was still mixed with some broken bone dregs. However, the glint of resentment in the corner of his eye was well concealed. While breathing, his eyes kept glancing over to Qiu Yan's side. The brat in front of him was simply not following the rules. Almost had to give up his little life here. If I had known, I shouldn't have agreed to the conditions of the heavenly puppet goddess. One night in the first half of the month, the idol in the middle of the warehouse suddenly gave off a soft glow. Yu Ming, who had come to fetch the material at that time, was the one who happened to notice the anomaly. Directly after he touched the idol, a majestic female voice resounded in his head. Just hearing the sound was enough for him to feel a piercing chill. The goddess made a request of him, or rather issued a task. The content of the mission is to collect the bodies of a teenager and a young girl and refine them into walking corpses for the goddess of heavenly puppets to use. Since it is not refined into a puppet, the entire body must be intact. The reward for completing the quest, on the other hand, was a spirit beast with more than a diamond-level bloodline for him to study. In addition, the heavenly puppet goddess provided him with a piece of news. It was the Dragon Kingdom that would later use the secret realm of water and zephyr as an examination center for the Imperial Beast examination. Also, she seems to have the power of prophecy, or so she says. In half a month, a man and a woman will come to the Snake Worm Valley, and at that time, send them to come before this idol. After that, consider your mission accomplished. I thought that this kind of behavior of cutting off one's own arm could win the trust of Qiu Yan and the two of them, but in the end, this brat's brain was very strange, and ruined his own plans completely. Had enough rest? Qiu Yan's voice resounded once again, waking Yu Ming up from his delirious wanderings and looking at the teenager in front of him with some confusion. He then nodded, as if he had come to a realization, remembering the answer Qiu Yan wanted to get. That's right. There's a real treasure behind that passage. That's a mysterious statue. The bloodline of Wind Cloud Harvest was extracted from that statue. Qiu Yan, however, found the blind spot. This Yu Ming is not honest. The words were all about trying to compel yourself to enter the passage. And sensing that he was interested in Feng Yunhao, he directly spat out all the information he knew about himself as if he were taking out the trash. Was it because he was going to kill him and he wanted to use it as leverage? There are ghosts. There's definitely a ghost. What the hell is he playing at? Chapter 116. Dr. King. Okay. Then I'll trust you for once. Although Qiu Yan said so, there was no action on his hands. I need you to help me catch Dr. King. But you don't have to worry, his cultivation talent is poor, it's just like he's at the beginning of the bronze level. Yu Ming smiled bitterly and raised the handcuffs in his hands, shaking them in the air. Qiu Yan nodded. According to him, Dr. King, as he called him, was actually a particularly ordinary researcher. It would also be easier to just get Dr. Jean killed if you let Stormcloud come. Most people started cultivating at the age of 16 when they were admitted to high school, which was the case for Qiu Yan. After advancing to university, they will undergo a second awakening to further stimulate the potential in their bodies, and if the awakening is successful, the cultivation speed will increase almost geometrically, often scurrying up to silver or gold level in 2 or 3 years. In layman's terms, the first awakening is the ignition, then the second awakening is the gas pedal, and that Dr. King apparently failed his second awakening. It is also known as not in gear, skidding. You can only cultivate yourself step by step, and so far you are stuck in bronze. Qiu Yan was undoubtedly the best candidate. He came into the living room, and sure enough, he saw several people all lying on the floor. Sighing, he took out the handcuffs that Thunder had given him before traveling to the Sky Rabbit clan. One by one, they were all locked up, and Qiu Yan then began to summon the flame fire Qilin out and moved a few people into the room where the wind cloud harvest was previously held. There's no way around it. We can't just leave these guys lying here. However, after summoning the flame fire Qilin, Yu Ming was clearly a bit shocked. The spirit beast really did have a divine beast bloodline as well. From the purity of the bloodline alone, it was also only a thread weaker than wind cloud harvest. What the hell is this kid? After the flame Qilin had done that, Qiu Yan moved the other extraneous things in the lab outside. Finally moving the dining table out of the way, Qiu Yan fiddled a few times in front of the wall based on the description from Yu Ming's mouth. At once, the sound of organ motors rang out, and a wide entrance appeared in front of Qiu Yan. But that only opened the outer door, the inner door remained tightly closed. Qiu Yan recalled what Yu Ming had just said about needing the spiritual power of both of them to verify, and at this point, he couldn't help but make a mistake. Boom, boom, boom. The sudden knock on the door outside the main entrance startled several people into a jolt. Crooked, there is no one. Why are you closing the door in broad daylight? The voice was old, but it had a good center. Speak of the devil. Instantly, Qiu Yan moved, hiding directly behind the front door, trying to make sure he wouldn't find himself when the door was opened. Yu Ming then got up from the ground and shouted, "Just a moment, Dr. King. We're doing an experiment and it's getting to the point." "Okay, move fast." Qiu Yan couldn't help but wonder at this point. Dr. Jean, who was the head of several people, actually didn't have a key, and as the head of the organization, do you need to go out and run errands yourself? Qiu Yan remained skeptical, but looking at the locked-up Yu Ming smiling bitterly at himself, Qiu Yan sighed. He had the flame griffin hide in the dead center of his vision and went to open the door right after. Dr. Jean was a chubby little old man, and he didn't look like a martial artist by the looks of his physique. At that moment, wearing a dirty white coat, he sat resting on a rock, muttering something under his breath. It seems to be very disgruntled. Squeak! The door suddenly swung open, and it was then that Dr. King got back to his feet and patted himself on the back about to head inside. Roar! He only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a spirit beast that he had never seen before pounced on him, almost causing him to pee in fear. With great speed, the flaming unicorn pushed Dr. Kim to the ground with a splash. Bang!
金博士倒地，嘴巴里还在哎呦哎呦的叫着。
What the are you guys up to? Where did the spirit beast come from? You! That hurts old me. It's my spirit animal. Do you have a problem with that? Qiu Yan also appeared from behind the door at this time, his face grim. Huh? Who are you? Who are you? Dr. King looked agitated and spiteful. Could it be that you're from the Dragon Kingdom's Special Incident Handling Team? Bingo dog. Qiu Yan coldly came up with such a sentence. Although he wasn't a member of the Dragon Scale Squad right now either, but borrowing their name for a bit, I'm sure Thunder wouldn't mind. After all, the Thunder have been throwing him under the bus for a long time. Qiu Yan walked out, put the key in his pocket, and closed the door. Old sir, I don't mean any harm. I just want to ask, do you have another exit here? Dr. King froze. This is what's going on. Shouldn't the normal process be to cuff yourself and take yourself out to jail? Now what's the deal with asking for directions? Too late to think carefully. Dr. King spoke in a hurry. There's a little door in the back. Let me ask you, that Yu Ming, what the hell is he? Qiu Yan walked over and squatted in front of Dr. Jean, his face filled with curiosity. He really kind of wanted to know. This old man in front of him looked like the kind of person who would save his own ass, and it might not be necessary for Qiu Yan to use any means to account for himself. But Dr. King's eyes darted around as if he were thinking of some wording. Qiu Yan didn't spoil him and directly snapped and rewarded him with a slap on the mouth. Are you going to say it or not? If you don't say it, you'll die, and I'll ask the one called you Ming the same thing. Huh? Don't, don't, don't kill me. I'll be honest. Dr. King was shaking with fear, the fat on his face wobbling around. Yu Ming is the high priest of our Snow Region Divine Sect, and I'm a researcher under him. Although I'm not as high up in the hierarchy as he is, I know about all of these programs, and I'm the one who leads the research projects. Qiu Yan raised an eyebrow. It seems that there are some discrepancies between this Dr. Jean and Yu Ming's statements. Yu Ming said that Dr. Kim is the head. Even though he puts on the appearance of being a glutton for punishment, he is always untrustworthy. Qiu Yan still decided to trust Dr. Jean in front of him. Fine, then I'll leave you alive. But where's your warehouse? I will send the relevant personnel to receive it afterward. My lord, the warehouse is behind the dining table, but it was basically consumed a few days ago because of the research on Stormcloud. Oh, then how did Yu Ming tell me that the warehouse is full of specialties from the entire water swamp mystic realm? And then, it also says that you're the backbone of several people over here, and that no one would dare to hold it against you. Moreover, he said that you were evil, bullying men and women, even an old lady in her 80s. Since you refuse to tell the truth, you're ready to die. Flame Kirin, do it. Qiu Yan coldly snorted and gave a direct order. Flames surged from the flame fire Qilint's mouth, and it was already storing up its power to burn the flame fire sea. In fact, Yu Ming hadn't told him any of this at all, and he had purposely added to the conversation. Sure enough, that Dr. Jean immediately cried out that he was wronged, with tears and snot running down his face. If Qiu Yan hadn't forbidden him to pee in his pants pocket, he might have gone in to change his pants by now. Qiu Yan waved his hand so that the flame Qilin did not make a move. Okay, I'll tell you something else. That Yu Ming has already sold all of you, several people all drugged and mesmerized by him, ready to give them all to us, ready to turn themselves in to reduce their sentences. What do you mean? Dr. King's face instantly grimaced. These are his old men of more than a decade. To act like this. Qiu Yan paused, and the corner of his mouth raised in a bad smile. Later, I want you to cooperate with me in a play. Chapter 117, Opening the Gates. Squeak. Qiu Yan took out the key and opened the door to the room. As soon as he looked up, he realized that Yu Ming was sitting on a folding chair and was staring at himself, with an indescribable meaning in his eyes. Before opening the door, Qiu Yan uncuffed him. Qiu Yan was naturally emboldened. Just earlier in the day, he had made an agreement with Feng Yunhao that Qiu Yan would take its child out to see the outside world. After showing the photos in the phone's album to the Stormcloud Hollow pups, the little guy showed a keen interest. You don't have to suffer the torture anyway. The flame unicorn chimed in, selling how good his master was. Seemingly to prove the flame Qilin's point, Qiu Yan purposely took out some high-grade spirit beast fodder he had just purchased from within the royal beast space. Sure enough, the flavor of the super high-quality spirit beast meat just couldn't be beat, and the mother and son grunted as they ate it. The little guy immediately said that he would follow Qiu Yan in the future. As for why he didn't contract that wind cloud harvest that was already an adult, Qiu Yan also had his own considerations. The adult wind cloud harvest was able to grow so quickly due to not having a contracted imperial beastmaster, because it had been spawned by whatever means the Snow Region Divine Sect had used to bring it to life. The potential of a body is overdrawn to nothing, which means that the future is already characterized. Obviously, it's the normally grown pups that have more potential. At this moment, the adult wind cloud harvest was sitting and standing on the side, with its head lowered to lick its own wounds, and the cubs were circling around their old mom in excitement. Ji Zhao, on the other hand, stood in front of the experimental table and kept flipping through the records of the experiments left behind by these people. Even though he was prepared, Dr. Jean was startled at the sight in front of him, and his assessment of Qiu Yan's strength had risen a few points in his heart. Breaking into their lair with a chick is a first. Dr. King, you're back? Yu Ming had a false smile on his face, and there were still remnants of dried blood around his mouth. The word "you" is also emphatically raised a few decibels. You sacrifice. Xiao Yua, what's the matter with you? Noticing Yu Ming's eyes that wanted to kill, Dr. Jean also suddenly changed his tone. The way these two old foxes were acting with each other for their own benefit. Qiu Yan saw it all in his eyes and couldn't help but secretly laugh. It would be a waste of talent not to give them both an Oscar. Ha! Come on. Come on. Now that Dr. King is back, We can go to the warehouse. Yu Ming had a pleasing smile on his somewhat pale face. If Chiu Yen hadn't probed Dr. Talkin in advance, I'm afraid he would have really thought that this was a criminal who wanted to sincerely repent. With a light smile on his face, Chiu Yen arrived in front of Yu Ming and helped him up, extending his hand to pat his shoulder. Warehouse. But Dr. Kim just told me there wasn't much left in stock. If I can't, I won't go in, you guys can just take it out for me. Yu Ming was startled, and Chiu Yen was able to see his pupils suddenly contract, seemingly obsessed with letting himself into the warehouse. But then Yu Ming laughed along. How come? Although we consumed quite a lot in the first 2 days, we still have more or less some stock after lurking over here for so many years in our snowy divine sect. It's just that Dr. King probably doesn't know that. Chiu Yen gave a dry laugh, but there was not the slightest smile on his face. Ha! That's not right. Isn't Dr. Kim your head? Doesn't he even know how many goods are in the warehouse? You're afraid you're not going to be a cutie for me, right? Storm Cloud Harvest? Seeing that Feng Yunhao stood up from the ground, Yu Ming felt that his chest became even more painful again, and even a lot of fine sweat broke out on his forehead. No, not. In fact, I still have some private goods stored in the warehouse, so I didn't tell Dr. Kim. Oh, so. Chiu Yen slapped his head and looked extremely exaggerated as he looked like he had come to a realization. Well, if the warehouse isn't stocked, you know the consequences. This old den was clearly taking Chiu Yen as a cutie. Now, anything that is normally put in a warehouse should be public property. Putting your own personal stuff in storage? That storage space doesn't stand up to scrutiny at all, okay? Chiu Yen felt that maybe Yu Ming used to be cunning and his brain rusted after hiding here for 10 years? Yes, Yu Ming answered with his mouth full, but after seeing Chiu Yen go over to Ji Zhao's side, his eyes cut into Dr. Jean like a knife, itching to break him into pieces right now. This dead old man, Chiu Yen tells whatever he asks, almost ruined all my plans because of this. Come on, let's open the warehouse. Yu Ming limped to the front of the warehouse entrance, his body staggering as if he was on the verge of exhaustion from moving these few steps. Seeing this scene, Chiu Yen became more and more certain in his heart. There are definitely ghosts in this warehouse, and it's like you can't wait to let yourself in. However, from Dr. King's mouth, there is indeed some water mine grass still inside the warehouse. This time, Chiu Yen was in trouble, knowing that there is a trap in front of you, should you go or not. Sighing, he greeted Dr. King and headed for the warehouse door at the same time. Seeing this, Yu Ming was practically jumping for joy. As long as Chiu Yen and Ji Zhao went in together, then wouldn't the task given to him by the heavenly puppet goddess be completed? Wait, where's Ikamachi? Yu Ming turned his head and looked over, but found that the little girl had already watched with fascination and took out a notebook to read the lab report while recording. Lean, don't be so serious. That Missy. Not going in. Yu Ming asked somewhat tentatively, but the meaning of it was guessed by Chiu Yen. Is this old den trying to get them both into the warehouse at the same time? Not going, it's just a warehouse, what's there to go to? That's what my father taught me anyway, not to expect too much from things, and to look only at the results of anything. If there's water-mined grass, then I'm naturally happy. If there isn't, we'll look elsewhere. Ji Zhao didn't even lift his head, turning the lab report in his hand with a snap, with an air of unconcern. Seeing the state, Yu Ming was also a bit confused and took a breath just to say something else. But then Chiu Yen stood behind him and directly rewarded him with a hairy chestnut. Grumble, 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 grumble. Eh. There was no choice but for Yu Ming to stand in a line with Dr. Jean. Both of them simultaneously extended their right hands and pressed on top of the black gate, and with the continuous injection of spiritual energy, the sound of the organ motor rang out once again. Are you sure you don't want to go in, beautiful? Yu Ming remembered that the heavenly puppet goddess had told him to bring a man and a woman in. He began to tangle up, and you could tell from the look in his eyes that there was a drop of embarrassment. If Chiu Yen was the only one who went in, he didn't know what the outcome would be. Well, not into it. Cut the Angie crap and lead the way. Chiu Yen didn't have the heart to reward him with another slap on the head. Only then did Yu Ming honestly walk ahead, like a condemned prisoner about to be executed. However, right after Chiu Yen had just entered the passageway, Yu Ming instantly moved, lightning straight back at Hikaru. Chapter 118, The Savior of the Wicked. Danger! Just as Yu Ming was about to approach Ji Xiaoyao, Qiu Yan reminded him loudly, but he was still a small step behind. However, Stormcloud moved. It directly lunged towards Yu Ming. It so happened that the claws once again pressed on its chest, directly staining a large piece of clothing in front of Yu Ming all red. For a while it was a bloody mess. This time, Wind Cloud Harvest didn't hold back and attacked with the intention of killing Yu Ming. Yu Ming vomited a large mouthful of blood, at which point he fell to the ground again, like a candle in the wind. He knew that his life was slowly draining away, and surprisingly, his will to die had become clear. Good. In that case, let's die together. After saying that, Yu Ming's body instantly radiated a dazzling light, illuminating several people who could not open their eyes, and if they looked directly at this light, their eyes would be able to feel a strong, stinging sensation. Not good. The one surnamed Yu is going to throw himself away. He's going to blow himself up. Dr. King's voice rang out at the right time, his face quite grave. Quick! Hurry up and come in. This door is enough to block the self-destruction of a peak silver-ranked martial artist. It was only then that Ikatsu reacted, putting the entire shelf where the documents were stacked and some specimen instruments all into the sentinel space. You don't want to die. Come on. Qiu Yan was also in a hurry and directly waved towards Ji Zhao. Seeing that Yu Ming's body was about to explode, Ji Zhao was categorically unable to catch up. Qiu Yan was also so anxious that he almost rushed out. Right at this moment, Wind Cloud Harvest drifted into the passageway with its cub in its mouth, and along with it, it swept up a gale that blew Ji Zhao inside the door as well. Clang! The moment the black door closed with a bang, Yu Ming exploded. Due to the cultivation system, martial artists needed to strengthen their limbs and bones. Then there was naturally a considerable amount of spiritual energy stored in them. And the reason why martial artists could fight consistently and stay in superb condition was because of the ability to provide them with a constant supply of spiritual energy within their limbs and bones. Just like fat, once too many calories are consumed, it automatically breaks down into energy for the body to carry out basic life activities. To self-destruct is to release all of this energy at once. Any part of the body can be used as a weapon. The moment the light engulfed Yu Ming, his mind flashed through the memories of this life. Although he had lied to Qiu Yan, but often lies laced with truth are more convincing. Instead, he was tired of this life of hiding. What was once his unwavering faith had faltered within the 10 years of hiding in the secret realm of the watery swamp. He wasn't sure there was any point in him doing this. Don't marry my daughter without $500,000. The man who was almost going to be his old man said as much. So he worked desperately on his research, staying in the lab day and night. It was pathetic to say the least. He was a silver-ranked martial artist. Even if he went to help other squads explore the secret realm, he could still earn quite a lot of money in a month. But he's afraid. He's got a hold on his heart. I finally saved enough money. I'm going to marry you. Sometime later, he finally made enough money to collect his paycheck and ran to his home with gusto, wanting to tell his girlfriend the good news. However, he found that his girlfriend was under someone else's body, not even noticing that he had already come, and continued to move while mouthing a lot of disgusting and extreme words. This made Yu Ming feel like the sky was falling. This man, he also knew he was his senior. They were having an affair in the marriage bed they had prepared. He wanted to kill this pair of dogs, but how could he, who had been deserting his training in the lab all day, be a match for his senior, who was from a good family and a fellow martial artist? Yu Ming was thrown out with a broken leg. Just as his heart was dying, the man appeared. His appearance had become blurred in his memory, but his voice was very thick. Want to kill them all? I can help you. The price and all it takes is for you to join me in the Snowy Divine Cult and do research for me. As it turns out, the man had noticed himself long ago and had taken a liking to his scientific abilities. That night, the adulterous couple suffered the retribution they deserved. The release of emotions was terrifying, and even Yu Ming was a bit scared now when he thought about it. It was as if there was an unseen demon behind them that was maneuvering itself and cutting off chunks of each other's flesh bit by bit. The mournful wails and pleas for mercy in his ears were like a stimulant for him. He is simply a natural-born villain. The wicked need their own savior. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened, and he followed the man, treating human life as if it were nothing. On that day 10 years ago, Long-Hearing Spring killed their lair alone, and the tens of thousands of sect members were surprisingly no match for him. That man had used up his own spiritual energy in his final battle with Long-Hearing Spring. Quickly go. The Snow Region Divine Sect is in your hands. This is the medium to communicate with the heavenly puppet goddess. He said so, handing the statue, which was only half the size of an adult, to Yu Ming. Yu Ming had thought of hiding in the other strongholds of the Snowy Realm sect to recuperate, but he was taken over by a group called the Heavenly Vault Church. He had only brought the most important few people with him and hid in the secret realm of water and zephyr. He tried many times after that but could not communicate with the statue. Only half a month ago, the statue responded to him. With stronger spirit beasts came stronger strength. If you wanted to kill Long Hearing Spring, you could only rely on this tactic. However, now his plans seemed to be failing. Nope. Both Qiu Yen and Ji Zhao ducked into the warehouse. I'm sorry, but after today, the Snow Region Divine Sect will cease to exist. Now that you have completed the mission of the goddess of heavenly puppets, count on it and be kind to the man. Boom! Qiu Yen, who was hiding behind the black gate, only heard an earth-shattering sound. Even hiding in the warehouse, I could feel this energy outside. For a moment, it was surprisingly a bit unsteady. Or rather, the whole base began to shake on the ground. Qiu Yen shielded his employer underneath him, then waved his hand, allowing the flamefire Qilin to blast the falling boulders into pieces. The quake lasted about 3 minutes, and several of the men stood upright again with gray heads. Qiu Yen looked at Ji Zhao to the side, a bitter smile spreading across his face. Even if there was some kind of trap in the warehouse, at this point they had to jump in willingly. In this way, Yu Ming's purpose was really accomplished. Only, I wonder what could be waiting for them in here? Dr. King, do you know of anything else inside this warehouse? Oh, just a very ordinary warehouse indeed. Just a little further on, Dr. King said casually. He wasn't like Yu Ming, who had some deep feelings for this snowy divine sect. He had been captured in the first place, and he had never been able to find a chance to run away just yet. Sure there's nothing? Oh, it was as if Dr. King was enlightened, as if he had thought of something. In the warehouse, aside from some resources from the Water Swamp Mystic Realm, there's also a statue. 119. Spooky statue. Statues? What does it look like? Where did you get it from? Qiu Yen frowned tightly. This statue, perhaps, is the key to this issue. The reason why Yu Ming had gone through all the trouble of trying to coax the two of them into the warehouse was because of this statue? Well, statue is just plain a goddess statue. But this goddess statue is only half a body. But it's worth mentioning that the goddess statue doesn't seem to have any clothes. After saying that, Dr. Jean also he laughed cheaply twice, looking particularly obscene. I'll tell you we came in as a squad of a dozen before. Except for a few that were too injured or died of illness. And there's another one who died a particularly miserable death. Dr. King mysteriously lowered his voice like the oldest man and woman chattering at the entrance to the village. Oh, Qiu Yen came to be interested. For this statue, he also wanted to know more information so that he wouldn't be in the gutter when the time came. Afterwards, Qiu Yen raised the back of his hand and patted Dr. Jin's big belly, signaling him to continue. It was the man's turn to be on patrol that day. He went into the warehouse and never came out. We must have been asleep. No one would have realized it. We all took a big nap the next day. We thought it was strange at the time. Normally, it's the night watchman who wakes us up in the morning. And the man is gone. We responded and sent all hands to find someone in the neighborhood. Turns out when we found him, the man was naked all over. It's like it's been dead for days. And it's starting to rot all over, covered with pus and worms of all sizes. We thought it was strange at the time. You say, it was in the middle of winter, and even if it had been dead for 4 or 5 days, the body wouldn't have rotted so dramatically. I didn't dare to look at that time, just saw that man covered in blood from afar, especially down there. Qiu Yen, however, interrupted at this time, not sure if he understood the below. Which one down there? Dr. King sighed and stomped his foot anxiously as if he hated it. What else could be down there? It looks like something bit it off. In the end, no one dared to take that corpse of his, so we had to empty the other resources at that time, and then set a fire into the warehouse to burn them all clean. That's something that's seeping through me a little now that I think about it. After saying that, Dr. Jean even leaned towards Qiu Yan's side and said in a voice that only the two could hear, it was said that the man seemed to be suffocating and got horny seeing that statue in the middle of the night. They say it's because of the blasphemy that they died so tragically. Ji Zhao, however, looked a little irritated at the secret of two, and cast a questioning gaze towards them. Dr. King looked at the little girl's simplicity and stood up straight and silent again. Qiu Yan, why don't we go back? After listening to this story, I always feel that there is something waiting for us in front of us. There was some hesitation in Akatsu's eyes. In fact, she is not as cold and strong on the inside as she appears to be on the outside. At this point, facing the unknown ahead, a little girl's attitude is revealed. Qiu Yan also nodded. Since it was so weird, it was better to run away. Dr. King, if it's not possible, we'll pull out. It's still better to go out from the outside, isn't it? Dr. King also seemed to have some small fear in his heart, and without hesitation went back to the exit. After trying it out for a while, I got some very unfortunate news from Dr. King. The organ motor seems to have been shattered by the fallout from Yu Ming's self-destruction. And the structure on the outside is collapsing, and there's no way to repair it. Qiu Yan let out a tisk and looked at Ji Zhao with some helplessness. There's nothing we can do, so we'll just have to keep going toward the front? Dr. King nodded thoughtfully as well. It'll have to do, but speaking in our state, we don't have to worry too much. We've had a lot of people in and out of the warehouse since then, but nothing has happened. It looks like as long as you don't desecrate that idol, you should be fine? These words also undoubtedly fed the two a peace of mind. Qiu Yan turned on the flashlight of his cell phone and just followed the passageway towards the interior of the warehouse. However, just as he pulled out his phone, Dr. Jean still gave Qiu Yan's phone a glance with interest. It's just that I haven't been back to the Dragon Kingdom for 10 years. But I didn't realize that this kind of high-end cell phone has already been introduced. Da, 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 da. The sound of several people's footsteps echoed right in the middle of the narrow passage. Wind Cloud Harvest also followed behind a few people with its own cubs. After all, if you want to get out, you'll have to follow them. Just the moment several people stepped inside the warehouse, a thick fog inexplicably rose around them. This fog had no other odor, but it was extremely obstructive to vision. Stormcloud Hollow, try to see if you can blow this thick fog away. Qiu Yan ran the Book of Words and Spirits and turned his head towards Feng Yunhao. Wind Cloud Harvest immediately stretched out the wings on his back completely, and basically it was able to have a length of 7 or 8 meters. Just fluttering his wings in place. There was a gale of wind. If it wasn't for Ji Zhao's death grip on Qiu Yan, who was beside him, Qiu Yan had a death grip on Dr. Jean. Almost had to be blown away by this gust of wind. However, that doesn't really help much else. Instead, the fog around them grew thicker and thicker. It was so thick that you couldn't even see half a meter in a square. Hey, what's this? Dr. Kim, Ikamachi, hold on to my hand. Qiu Yan was like an enemy. The light of the spirit beast summoning spell formation flickered in his hands, ready to deal with the enemy at any time. At this moment, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. When he looked back again, Ji Zhao, Dr. Jean, Wind Cloud Hollow, and the cubs were nowhere to be seen. Hello, where are you guys? Qiu Yan gathered his hands into the shape of a trumpet and shouted in all directions. But while his voice echoed around him, he couldn't hear anyone else's voice. Suddenly, he felt a warm body press up against his back, hugging him tightly from behind. Qiu Yan, thank you. Thank you for helping me so much, and healed my grandmother, and I want to marry you. The familiar voice came, giving Qiu Yan a sense of unreality. Lin Yuqing? Why is Lin Yuqing here? Lin Yuqing was in the middle of the secret realm next door for the Imperial Beast examination at this time. I don't think you're Lin Yuqing, are you? Qiu Yan didn't think much about it, but instead landed an elbow strike on top of the petite body behind him. The soft touch made Qiu Yan feel as if there was a sense of unreality. Qiu Yan, what are you hitting me for? At this moment, Qiu Yan fixed his eyes on it, and it was actually Ji Zhao? Was it Ikaru who hugged himself from behind? Did himself hallucinate and injure his teammates by mistake? No. Qiu Yan overturned his guess again. How can Ikemichi have the size of Lin Yuqing? Chapter 120 The Mist. Suddenly, it was as if Qiu Yan sensed something, and the hairs on his body stood up. What's that? With a keen instinct for danger, he didn't hesitate to take a backward step down. Brush! A sharp blade light grazed the tip of his nose, bringing up a strong wind that scraped his cheeks. This is the golden-winged mantis attack? With no time to think carefully, the two sharp forelimbs of the golden-winged mantis once again stretched out from the mist, and continued to chop towards Qiu Yen like a gale. This also caused Qiu Yen to tire himself out, narrowly dodging these attacks. However, just as Qiu Yen wanted to summon the flame Qilin out to counterattack, the golden-winged mantis seemed to have disappeared, never to appear again. What is going on here? Alarm bells went off in Qiu Yan's heart. Everything in front of me signaled the extraordinary nature of this mist. It not only shields perception, but also creates realistic illusions. The slightest mistake could kill you. Qiu Yan's brain was racing at this moment. He found the matter particularly fishy. Why did Yu Ming risk his life to let them into the warehouse? As a peak silver level powerhouse, wouldn't it be enough to just forcefully capture them and send them in? And why go to the trouble of mesmerizing those members of your own group as a way of gaining your trust and coaxing yourself and others in? Unless there is a condition that needs to be met, like the inability of people like yourself to get hurt? Right in the middle of Qiu Yan's brainstorming for just a few breaths, the golden-winged mantis reappeared, directly cutting off all of the mist in front of Qiu Yan. He merely took a step back towards the back, but did not dodge the golden-winged mantis attack range. Qiu Yan stretched out his hand as if he was willingly allowing the golden-winged mantis in front of him to slash onto the top of his arm. He's betting, just betting that what was in front of him was a hallucination of himself. The moment the blade penetrated the arm, the expected sharp pain did not appear. Indeed, Qiu Yan retrieved his intact arm and let out a long breath, then stepped away and walked directly towards his front. During this time, there were constantly golden-winged mantis, wind cloud harvest, and even flame Qilin attacking towards themselves. However, these attacks were invariably like illusions and penetrated Qiu Yan's body. There wasn't such a horrible white fog when he was still in the middle of the passage, and from a distance he saw that the scope of this warehouse didn't seem to be very large. It's one of those things that you can see at a glance. Qiu Yan walked faster and faster, and slowly started to trot, but 10 minutes had passed, and he still hadn't reached the end. Perception is being interfered with. He simply closed his eyes and sprinted with all his might, following his instincts. A few minutes later, with a muffled thud, he collided with a body. You! The familiar cries of pain made Qiu Yan's heart flutter with relief. Dr. King! Little friend Qiu Yan? Qiu Yan stood up, closed his eyes, and groped toward the front. Without saying a word, he slapped Dr. King across the face. The sound is crisp, the feedback is great, and the feel is okay. What are you doing? Dr. King covered his cheeks, shocked and angry. Sorry. Make sure it's not a hallucination. Qiu Yan explained without apology, then frowned and asked, You didn't see the thick fog around you? What thick fog? Dr. Kim looked confused. Since we entered the warehouse, you two have been running around screaming like you're possessed. It's freaking me out. Even though Dr. Kim was a researcher, he was nonetheless a little superstitious about this kind of godly stuff. I avoided the two men, fearing that I would be similarly possessed if I ran into them. Dr. King, are you unaffected? Can't you see the fog around you? Dr. King coughed dryly, the fiery pain still lingering on his fat face. What mist? I think you two are really possessed. Qiu Yan sucked in a breath and swallowed the cold saliva before opening his eyes again. What came into view was an open warehouse illuminated by lights, with several wooden crates stacked in the middle of the corners. Stormcloud was sitting in front of what looked like an exit door, playing around with his cubs. In front of himself was Dr. King with a bitter look on his face. There was Ikamachi lying next to him. At this point, Ji had long since looked like he was having a nightmare. His eyes tightly closed, beads of sweat staining his forehead. The fresh hair was stuck into a skim of sweat. A big gasp kept coming out of his mouth, and a pair of small hands were clenched tightly together. Qiu Yan wanted to try and wake up Ji Zhao, but no matter what, Ji Zhao was still immersed in that state. He got up helplessly and began to look around. The surrounding area was indeed a normal warehouse, as Dr. King had mentioned earlier. However, among those boxes, Qiu Yan found the statue. Silly boy, don't go over there. That statue is not to be desecrated. Dr. Jean wanted to stop Qiu Yan, but it seemed too late now. Qiu Yan had already stood in front of the statue and squatted down, scrutinizing it carefully. Roughly, it seemed to be an ordinary stone statue, but its texture is very smooth, like a ceramic product, and the carving is so detailed that it feels like every strand of hair is clearly visible. I have to admit, the statue does look good. The statue's face was holy, but it was indescribably eerie. This should be the thing that's up to no good. Flaming Kirin. In an instant, The spirit beast wrapped in flames appeared beside him. This also allowed Dr. Jean next to him to finally have the opportunity to be able to take a good look at this extreme spirit beast that had attacked him earlier. The coat is beautifully colored and the muscles of his body reveal an explosive power. Qiu Yan didn't even look at those wooden crates next to him and stuffed them all into the imperial beast space in his head, and then he ordered towards the flame Qilin. Sea of burning flames. Blazing columns of fire erupted, yet the statue stood firm in the flames. This statue is invulnerable to water and fire? Qiu Yan was in trouble at this time. Ikatsu's current state was absolutely unrelated to this goddess statue in front of him. The first order of business was to wake up Ikamachi. Seeing that external forces could not destroy it, after hesitating for a long time, Qiu Yan simply had his heart set on receiving that statue into his royal beast space. Dr. Jean, who was on the side, was directly dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This kid is really brave. Anything that dares to be stuffed into the royal beast space, isn't he afraid that this thing will contaminate the royal beast space? In fact, this kind of incident happens all the time at Blue Star. Some of the martial artists who entered the secret realm to explore, or there are royal beast masters, saw those spiritual medicines that they do not recognize, only think that they can be sold for a good price, and do not know what efficacy, so they directly stuffed into their own storage space. As a result, those elixirs contained intense poison, and anything put into the space would be corroded, and then the entire space would be ruined. Martial artists are fine. At most, they have to carry their weapons or equipment with them, or hand them over to their traveling companions. It wouldn't work at all if it were a sentinel. One would have to leave their spirit beasts outside and follow them wherever they went, which could be said to be extremely inconvenient. Qiu Yan was unimpressed. It would be best if the statue could be devoured by the 10,000 Elements arcane book. If it doesn't work, wait until you return to the Dragon Kingdom and then hand it over to a professional testing organization and you're done. Still, Qiu Yan's move was a wise one. While placing the statue in the Imperial Beast space, Ikatsu got rid of that state. What's going on with me? Chapter 121. Arriving at the Treasure Palace. You seem to be fine once you're awake. Let's get going. Qiu Yan helped Ji Zhao up from the ground. You can see that Ikaru is in a bad state right now, like his whole body is very tired in general. Qiu Yan moved the pool early onto the flamefire Qilin before he opened the door and continued walking towards the outside. About 5 minutes later, several people finally regained their sight. It was now high noon, and several people were about to lose their eyes to the sunlight. However, right at this moment, the video equipment in Qiu Yan's pocket vibrated violently. It looks like the signal is back. Not long after, an invigilator rushed over on a flying spirit beast. What the hell is this? Why is it detected that you guys just had a 2 to 3 hour signal loss? The invigilator also looked relatively young, that is, in his 30s or so. At this moment, he was looking at the two men with a scrutinizing face, and then his eyes caught a glimpse of Dr. Kim, who was standing honestly next to him, and Stormcloud behind him. The spirit beasts underneath them were so frightened that they had begun to store up their power for a big move. What's this next to it? Can you take it easy, teacher? We just smashed a stronghold of the Snow Region Divine sect in the Snake Worm Valley. This is the hostage we saved. Qiu Yan spread his hands with a helpless look on his face. What? The Snow God Cult? You guys destroyed the stronghold of the Snow Region Divine sect? The invigilator's eyes widened as if he was doubting the veracity of what he was hearing. What a joke. He had also heard of the Snow God sect. This organization had been destroyed 10 years ago by Officer Long alone, right? And after this organization, it was as if it had disappeared from this world out of thin air, never to be heard from again. I didn't realize it was hidden here. When the invigilator saw that a few people didn't look like they were lying, he spoke a couple of words into the headset he had with him. Before long, a large group of invigilators came running over. One of the older veteran professors had a look of delight all over his face. Lao Jin. Eh? Dr. King saw the visitor and a smile began to bloom on his face. Elder Brother Wei. Qiu Yanqi looked at each other earlier. It looked like the two knew each other before, which saved them the effort of explaining. After a discussion between several invigilators, they unanimously decided to bring Feng Yunhao back to receive treatment. Meanwhile, Dr. King followed a few people out of here. Eh? Qiu Yan also sighed helplessly. At least today is not able to hitchhike. But luckily, the wind cloud harvest cubs were kept. At this moment, the little guy was circling around Qiu Yan in excitement. Qiu Yan smiled as he crouched down and picked up the wind cloud harvest cub, signing the contract with a flash of light on his hand. After the contract was completed, Qiu Yen let go of his hand and the little guy flew freely around the two. In fact, from the time the little guy was born, he had been kept inside the base of the Snow Region God's cult, doing all sorts of experiments. The little one looked excited to taste freedom for the first time. However, when it came to naming, Qiu Yen began to get tangled up. I can't think of any good ideas after half a day's thought. Anyway, there was no rush to take the name, so Qiu Yen immediately rushed towards the front with Ji Zhao. It wasn't until they came out that Qiu Yen realized that the mountain ranges behind them were endless, and he couldn't help but begin to rejoice in his decision. If we make another detour, we might run into other obstacles. It only took 2 to 3 hours to take such a shortcut, which was still very lucky for Qiu Yen and the others. Ji Zhao followed behind Qiu Yen with the map. The two of them were now much closer to the Water Zephyr Treasure Hall, and a conservative estimate was that they could make it there in just 50 or 60 kilometers. It was worth mentioning that Qiu Yen did have water-mined grass amongst the pile of supplies he had shunted earlier, but only a few plants. From what Ikaru had said, it was clear that these few plants would not be enough if he wanted to completely remove the aftereffects of his talent. But it did give the two men hope. In other words, the secret realm did indeed have water-mined grass growing in it, and it did grow right in the Water Zephyr Treasure Hall. The two made a point of finding a relatively flat rock to sit on. Qiu Yen took out a head-sized piece of wind thunder pork, sliced it in half and threw it to the wind cloud hollow cub. This piece of spirit beast meat was almost as big as its body, and even carrying it in its mouth seemed a bit of an effort. Immediately, he dragged it aside and tore into it with extreme force. Qiu Yen took out a knife and another tablet and began to split the spirit beast meat. Although humans are also able to eat spirit beast meat, it's just that it's a bit of a luxury, because the power of the corresponding attributes in it generally strengthens the attributes of spirit beasts. Humans, on the other hand, are completely incapable of absorbing this ability. In layman's terms, it's just a taste. There was no other way. Qiu Yen in the middle of nowhere would have to eat barbecued meat once more. After all, grilling is quite convenient and provides the body with more than enough energy. I was thinking of telling Ji Morning to come up and eat together, but I didn't expect the other party to give no face at all, saying that he wanted to lose weight, so he took out a few cucumbers and nibbled on them. After resting for almost an hour, Qiu Yen and the two of them were ready to move again. The two didn't waste any more time. Even at night, they didn't rest, and made their way through the thorns, doing away with all the spirit beasts that blocked their way. With a flourish, he arrived at the entrance of the Mizukawa Treasure Hall. The Mizukawa Treasure Palace was originally a magnificent structure built along the banks of a river, but over the years it slowly sank due to the loss of sand and soil. A small door in front of the two was just as much as a window. Qiu Yen played with a palm-sized crystal core in his hand as he gazed towards Ji Zhao. Why don't we take a break here? After all, we've traveled for more than 10 hours. Let's just take a break. Do you have your scuba gear with you? You're going to be in the water later. Chihei nodded and immediately took out 2 sets of diving equipment and tents from within the Imperial Beast space, tossing one of them to Qiu Yen. I also have scuba gear. Before Qiu Yen could finish, he was interrupted by Ji Zhao. My dad had it custom made. It's waterproof and made of much better materials than those gears that are commonly available on the market. You work on it. I'm sleepy. I'll take a nap. Ji Zhao didn't bother with Qiu Yen anymore, but instead dug headfirst into his tent. The location where the two rested was certainly not above the shore, but rather a location that was farther away from the shore, but able to see the entrance to the Water Zephyr Treasure Hall at a glance. Qiu Yen placed the flame Qilin outside, while he himself also burrowed into the tent, cupped the Wind Cloud Harvest Cub in his hands, and began to operate the breathing technique. The video equipment then floated persistently above the two men's tent. After all, no one would want to be on a full broadcast while they are resting. For such behavior, the official side of the Dragon Kingdom is equally permissible. However, right after Qiu Yen had cultivated for 2 hours, he heard a few people discussing something softly outside the tent. By the looks of it, it seemed that they were also students who had come to take the Imperial Beast's high school examination. However, the location Qiu Yen and the others had picked was still very hidden and tucked away amongst the dense bushes, so they hadn't been detected for the time being. Chapter 122 Xia Yang Royal Beast High School. Boss, that's not good. We're on a national broadcast now. Isn't there something wrong with this? A shrill voice rang out, but was about to say something else before being interrupted by another outburst. Humph, where is it wrong? This world is all about the strongest, and there are definitely a lot of treasures coming from this Shui Zhe treasure hall. Don't you ever want to get a high score? The man who spoke was tall and strong, his hair shaved into a plate, and he looked tough and concise. He was the first in his grade at Zhang Royal Beast High School, Wan Guolong. A bunch of people could be seen around him, all of whom seemed to be his classmates. As a rule, the Imperial Beasts examiner was not allowed to gather so many people together. It looked like it had been assembled after entering the secret realm. Judging from the attitudes of the people around them towards Wan Guolong, it seemed that this person had a lot of authority amongst their school, and the moment he opened his mouth, he gained the approval of most of them. Brother Wan is right. Such an era of scrolling, if we don't grab it, are we going to give away our scores for nothing? That's just it. People die for money and birds die for food. I think the official side should also tacitly approve of us like this. But don't be our ing but, or you won't be allowed to make a move when we get inside. Hey! Don't. I'm just kidding, hey. There was a lot of talk for a while, but the vast majority were still very much in favor of Wan Guolong's proposal. Good. Soldiers are quick. 10 of us will go in first and the others will guard the outside. Not a single person is allowed to be let in. If someone dares to come and touch the mold of our Shaiyang Imperial Beast High School, then let him suffer. After saying that, Wan Guolong directly walked towards the Shuizhe treasure hall, followed by a group of people behind him in a big way. Qiu Yen saw all of this in his eyes, and at this time he couldn't help but sigh. If I hadn't been up all night, I wouldn't have let these people get the upper hand. Qiu Yen was thinking of going to wake up Ji Zhao, but he didn't expect Ji Zhao's voice to beat him to it. Let's go too. Otherwise things will fall into someone else's hands. I'm afraid. Qiu Yen then realized that Ji Zhao had woken up at some point. I'm sure all those people in front of me who were plotting loudly were also heard clearly. Okay, let's go. Qiu Yen drilled out and realized that Ji Zhao had changed into a diving suit at some point. The illusory poison flower demon and the golden winged mantis were also released by her. Qiu Yen returned to his own tent and took the wind cloud harvest, which had grown several times larger, back into his royal beast space. I'm also afraid that it would look a bit shocking if the growth rate was seen by people across the country. Since he didn't know exactly what it was like inside the Shuizhe treasure hall, Qiu Yen planned to let those people from Xiaoyang go in and explore before saying anything. After all, this secret realm hadn't been opened for 10 years, and what kind of spirit beasts and what kind of plants were in it were not known at all. And all that information and stuff from 10 years ago is basically no longer a reference today. Qiu Yen had originally thought of saying that he would ask Dr. Jean what exactly was going on in it. I didn't realize that the old man had never gone in at all, saying that the wetsuit didn't have his yardage, and that he waited in the middle of the base every time. This also left Qiu Yen speechless for a while before. Qiu Yen put on his diving suit and walked towards the entrance of the Water Zephyr treasure hall. Yui Ikari stayed in place, monitoring the situation in the room. There were basically 10 or so other students of Xiaoyang in this place. Such a number was a disadvantage for the two of them, so she had the illusory poison flower demon follow behind Qiu Yen, ready to release the toxin at any time. Stand still. Who are you? This place has already been occupied by our Summer Sun High School. If you want to go in, then you'll have to wait for the wave we went in first to come out before you can go in. Waiting for them to come out? Meaning, wait until they fill their royal beast space to the brim and let themselves go in to drink the soup and gnaw on the bones? Don't even think about it. Qiu Yen laughed coldly, finding it particularly absurd, and then spoke in a deep voice. I'm from Spring Rain High School. No offense, I just want to go in and get some watermind grass. If it's agreeable, I promise to take the watermind grass and leave. And those students from Xiaoyang High School on the opposite side opened their mouths to mock as if they had heard some kind of joke. No way. If you want to go in hard, then you shouldn't take the Imperial Beast examination either, or go back to farming. That's it. Don't pretend to be a big head. You should consider your own strength. How can a guy from Chunyu High School try to get on our good side? Don't even look at the results of last year's Imperial Beasts College entrance exam. Chunyu High School's promotion rate was just over 40, but our Xiaoyang had 80%. The cynicism of several people was very harsh. Having said that, it also means that the negotiations have broken down. Qiu Yen nodded toward the back. He had put on an oxygen mask beforehand, so he walked even more recklessly towards the entrance of the Water Zephyr treasure hall in front of him. Do you not understand human language? Do you mean you don't want to take the test anymore? Take another step forward and prepare to be eliminated. Seeing that Qiu Yen was unmoved, those from Xiaoyang High School looked a bit disgruntled and summoned their respective spirit beasts almost instantly. Qiu Yan also raised an eyebrow when he saw this scene. Most of them were silver and gold bloodline spirit beasts, and there were even platinum-level bloodline spirit beasts. Such a lineup wasn't as bad as he thought. The bloodlines were moderate while none of the strengths were bad. Haruki Gobyo High School is considered an elite force. What the hell are you? You want to fight us all by yourself? How about this? If you give us the resources you've acquired up to now, we'll let you go. What do you think? After all, who's going to mess with their prospects? A small fat man with a contemptuous smile on his face slowly surrounded towards Qiu Yan. However, Qiu Yan turned his head to look at him and directly greeted him nonchalantly with a fist in the face. This also became the trigger for the engagement, and several people who were friends with Fatty instantly roared out in anger. Toast to the drink. Brothers, go. If you don't leave the resources you gained today, don't even think about leaving. Seeing that the dozen or so spirit beasts were about to pounce towards Qiu Yan, the illusory poison flower demon behind Qiu Yan moved. The pink flower bones all over his body opened up, and then he shook off a lot of pollen that had a paralyzing effect. These pollens kept spreading to those spirit beasts with the river wind. With the persistent inhalation, the bodies of all those spirit beasts clearly began to shake. Some of the spirit beasts with weaker bloodlines even fell to the ground with a thud. There are still smart people in Xiaoyang High School, and they immediately covered their mouths and noses and shouted, "Quickly retrieve your spirit beasts. The pollen in the air is poisonous." At those words, Qiu Yan secretly sighed. Since the illusory poison flower demon hadn't poisoned these people down, it could only take action itself and deprive these people of their exam qualifications. Flame Kirin, there's no need to hold back. Beat them all until they can't crawl. At this moment, a few sharp-eyed people from Xiaoyang High School then noticed the spirit beast and his master. Run fast. It's Chunyu's age first. Qiu Yan. Brothers, let's talk this over. Don't make a move. Ah! Chapter 123 Robbery. Please, Brother Qiu, have mercy. I'll go talk to Wan. Seeing this, that little fatty shivered and climbed up from the ground wanting to burrow towards the middle of the Water Zephyr treasure hall. Did I let you go? Qiu Yan's hand was quick and directly yanked on little fatty's undershirt, and even when little fatty's pair of thick legs flew backwards, he was never able to store in. Couldn't be helped that little fatty was only at the third black iron stage right now, and his cultivation was a long way off from Qiu Yan. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the body will become. So even though little fatty was holding his face red, he couldn't escape Qiu Yan's hand. In the end, he simply did not have the decency to kneel like this, and fell at Qiu Yan's feet. Brother Qiu, don't eliminate me. I've got an old man and a young man. Who knows? While the people around him weren't paying attention, the little fatty even directly hugged Qiu Yan's thigh and turned back towards the crowd to shout, "Everyone, run quickly. This person is already under my control. Go in and get revenge on Brother Wan." Upon hearing this, the crowd basically ran towards the middle of the Water Zephyr treasure hall, except for those who were already lying on the ground. Qiu Yan. They went in. Ji Zhao anxiously opened his mouth, but looking at Qiu Yan's uncaring demeanor, he still swallowed the words that came to his lips. Qiu Yan stepped on that little fatty under his feet and carried two of Xiaoyang's students in his hands. At this time, looking at the crowd that drilled in one after another, there was not the slightest intention to stop them. Ikatsu came over from the distance at this time as well, with a puzzled look on his face. But before he could speak, he was again preempted by Qiu Yan. After all, this is a straight-up strong man's honor. Don't worry, when they come out, I'll make them spit out everything they got. After all, it's just an area that won't be here for long, and they always have a limited number of oxygen tanks. The entire Mizukawa treasure hall can be underwater. In less than an hour, they'll all come out good. Even for these three, they'll be back soon to retrieve it. Qiu Yan hemmed and hawed, taking off his mask in order to conserve oxygen. The two sat on the sidelines, and although people would occasionally pass by in the surroundings, they could no longer think of confrontation when they saw the mighty golden winged mantis or flame unicorn behind the two of them. Even if there were a few self-proclaimed powerful idiots who came over to provoke, they were all scared off by Qiu Yan with words like, "This is the territory of Xiaoyang Middle School. Those who don't want to be eliminated should get lost. Have you heard of our Wan Guolong boss's name? He's right in there," and so on. After all, Xiaoyang's reputation as the school with the highest advancement rate in Zhonghai City was still very useful. Moreover, next to Qiu Yan there were three other people who were tied up into dumplings, and they seemed to be very miserable. Soon there were 4 people drilling out from within the Water Zephyr treasure hall one after another. The time was even shorter than Cho expected, and after waiting for roughly 20 minutes, these people actually sank their teeth into it. One of the taller students braced his mind and shouted towards Cho Yen, "Hey, release our classmates now. Otherwise, when Brother Wan comes up later, he will designate that there is no good juice for you to eat. Who cares what you say in Qianliang, actually bullying the weak, not a man." It was then that Cho Yen stood up from a nearby rotting tree trunk, facing towards the few people in front of him. "Right? I'm a bully. What's wrong with that? Those who don't want to be eliminated now, hurry up and take out all the resources you got. Come on." As he spoke, Cho Yen also stretched out his palms toward the several people, spreading his hands flat. You're a robber baron, right? This is robbery on your part. Is there any law? Is there any law? Although the 4 men were a bit afraid of Cho Yen, they couldn't help but harden a few more points for a while when they thought that their boss was right behind them and would be arriving soon. "Rob, it's you who are robbing. Robbery. Get out what's valuable." Cho Yan's decibel suddenly rose, directly giving the few people in front of him a fright. "Don't think we're afraid of you. Brothers, go. Watch out for the flower demon behind him." They summoned their respective spirit beasts one after another. As the large troop was still behind them, the 4 men had a great deal of bravado in their hearts. "Heaven did not give birth to my Xiaoyang scholar, and the imperial beast is as long as the night. What's wrong with being first in your grade at Harumi Mikado High School? They're also in the top 50 of Zhang High School, so they may not be afraid of him. However, the reality is very cruel." Saw the flame Qilin, rushed out, 3 or 2 times to their spirit beasts all cleaned up. "Grass. Any more spirit beasts yet?" "No. No more." A few people were grief-stricken, although Cho Yen stayed his hand and didn't behead their spirit beasts on the spot. However, it would take most of the day to fully regain battle power. It's the same as a broken pen in the middle of a cultural entrance exam. So what's the point of taking it? Think the invigilator can still lend them a spirit animal for the exam? Thinking of this, several people flew and took their spirit beasts back into the imperial beast space. The spirit beasts were already like this, nothing could happen to themselves. After all, once a candidate was fatally attacked, they would be immediately transported outside the secret realm. But a few people were still thinking too simply. A vine instantly drilled out from the land under their feet and directly wrapped around their ankles. As a result, the 4 of them directly fell on their asses, and they couldn't get rid of them for a while, so they could only watch as their bodies were dragged bit by bit to Cho Yan's face. "Don't." The 4 of them were just like the small fat 3 from earlier, directly tied up solidly by the rattan man, and at most they could only act like maggots, constantly chrysalis on the ground. There were students constantly crawling out of the Water and Zephyr treasure hall, and some of them had a few water plants or something hooked on their legs, looking very wretched. When he saw the 7 students who were tied up next to Cho Yenchi's mourning, he directly reddened his eyes. They can be good students who spend a lot of time together. Soul Taker, let them go. Come at me with anything. Him. After saying that, 11 spirit beasts attacked towards Cho Yen from different directions. Even the Flamefire Qilin couldn't help but feel a burst of pressure at this moment. Cho Yen knew that so many spirit beasts in front of him were definitely a not-so-small force, and it was really a bit difficult to pass without injury. Although the Flame Qilin was strong, these people in front of him were equally not weak. They were all the elites of the Xiaoyang Imperial Beast High School. At this moment, the golden-winged mantis also joined the battlefield, helping the Flamefire Qilin fend off the 2 spirit beasts' attacks. Even so, the Flame Qilin still had to face the 9 spirit beasts alone. Ow! The Flamefire Qilin's body was covered in flames, and it was as if it was going all out as it charged towards the 9 spirit beasts. Purple Moon! In just a flash, the purple moon appeared beside Xiao Yan's body, its dark purple scales shining with colorful patterns due to the reflected sunlight. The snake's mouth opened, and an arrow of electric light was radiated, accurately hitting the fastest rushing vine leopard. Bang! As soon as the vine leopard was struck, its body, which was even larger than the Flamefire Qilin, suddenly froze and tumbled on the ground directly due to the inertia of its forward charge. It took a while before it stopped, trembling madly, with gouts of black smoke. The vine leopard's imperial beastmasters looked horrified and looked around at their companions for empathy. Grass! Where is this spirit beast from? Didn't Cho Yen only have 1 spirit beast? Where did this thunder spirit water snake come from? Bull. There's a thunder spirit water snake this big? It's a ING platinum level higher bloodline electric lightning thunder python. Chapter 124, The Universal Dragon. Qiu Yan always had a faint smile floating on his face, but after hearing the discussion from the opposite side of the room, the corner of his mouth ticked imperceptibly. Electric lightning thunder python? Sorry, but Purple Moon can continue to evolve, and it can get stronger. Purple Moon kept releasing electric light arrows. Each time the piercing electric light crossed, it could KO that spirit beast on the opposite side on the spot. Gradually, those Imperial Beast Masters on the opposite side began to feel that the situation was getting a bit bad. One after another, they called their spirit beasts back and took them back into the Imperial Beast space. Qiu Yan laughed in his heart as he took a look. Just now, he was mumbling something about friendship, bonds, or whatever to get the spirit beasts to charge over. But this is a wimp. However, the Flame Qilin didn't chase after it again to catch up with it. Once they actually start eliminating students from Zhang High School, it's basically a feud with the opposite side. Even Qiu Yan would find it tricky if it didn't end in death when the time came. After all, these weren't the 10,000 clans either, and blind enmity wasn't something Qiu Yan was willing to see. You're Qiu Yan, right? What's the point of bullying them? You're the number 1 in your grade at Chunyu Imperial Beast High School. A rather muffled voice rang out. Qiu Yan's gaze followed the sound and saw that Wang Guilong had climbed out of the Shui Zhe treasure hall at some point and was looking at himself with a smile. His muscles were outlined by the tight wetsuit as if they had been carefully sculpted, and when he walked down the street he belonged to the kind of muscular man who could scare a child to tears. No one would have thought that this kind of big fierce man was actually an Imperial Beast Master, right? Qiu Yan secretly slandered, but his mouth was indeed unforgiving. Ha! Who told you minions not to let me in? And they were the ones who attacked me first too. Ask, if I were an ordinary student, would they show mercy and not eliminate me? Qiu Yan's face was filled with disdain, and he was speechless at Wang Guilong's behavior of standing on the moral high ground and accusing himself right off the bat. Wang Guilong was choked by Qiu Yan, but his expression remained unchanged as he opened his mouth with a shameless smile. If you don't go in, will they still attack you? If it's because of you that so many of my brothers are disqualified from taking the exam, you're the one responsible for ruining their lives. At this moment, not only Ikazeo, but even the viewers in front of the TV were a bit angry. People Qiu Yan clearly negotiated in a good voice, but he didn't expect to be mocked somehow. Striking out was also purely an act of self-defense. Moreover, couldn't you see that Qiu Yan had already stayed his hand? This Wan Kwok Lung is really shameless. Grass. How shameless. Xiao Yan. Let the flame unicorn bite him to death. That's not right. Where did that spirit beast next to Xiao Yan come from? How come I've never heard him talk about it before? At this time, Qiu Haiba and Zhang Li were in front of the TV, high on melon seeds and enjoying the rare leisure, while staring intently at their own son in the middle of the TV. Inside a plain mansion, Old Li sat in a taiji chair and shook his head in an old-fashioned manner. Being human, he obviously saw something in the door. How is it that this kind of extremely high-quality spirit beast is all on this kid Qiu Yan? However, that kid across the street surnamed Wan isn't simple either. This kid looks arrogant and cocky though, even more shameless than my old man back then. But there's no trace of contempt and sinister color in its eyes. It's like it's deliberately provoking Qiu Kid. You, who researched this live streaming thing. Interesting. Qiu Yan's side stared at Wan Guilong and spread his hands with full concern. So what? He was not so far gone as to let the other man's mere words cloud his mind. On the contrary, if Wan Guilong had been so arrogant outside, he would probably have been beaten to death a long time ago. Mostly faked. His family's background didn't seem to be very strong either, and he obviously didn't know about Qiu Yan's participation in Li Kunlun's luncheon. Seeing that he couldn't provoke Qiu Yan, Wan Guilong smiled helplessly. How about we go 1v1? I win, you release them. If you win, at your disposal. How about it? Qiu Yan sipped his teeth and nodded. Could be. At the same time Qiu Yan nodded, Wan Guilong summoned his spirit beast. Surprisingly, they were 3 platinum-level spirit beasts, and without exception, all of them were platinum advanced bloodlines. Qiu Yan remained unmoved by the battle in front of him and hooked his hand towards the opposite side of Wan Guilong, provocatively. Immediately afterward, one of the bird-like spirit beasts flew into the air with a lift of its wings and a loud, high-pitched chirp in its mouth. and the aura was revealed. It was clearly a black iron 5th order spirit beast. The minions around him all spoke up in admiration. Worthy of Brother Wan. It's too powerful. I didn't expect the Ice Jade Luan bird to have been upgraded to the Black Iron 5th rank within these few days. Yeah, a week ago it was still a Black Iron 4th rank. This time Qiu Yen will definitely lose. Haha, Qiu Yen. Honestly, release them. Perhaps Brother Wan can still be lenient with you. The surrounding taunts continued to ring out, sharp and piercing sounds lingering in Qiu Yan's ears. But there was no ripple in his heart. If his previous self had faced such an enemy, he might have felt tricky. But now he was not afraid. This kind of confidence was not given to him by Stormcloud. Rather, it was his ability, bluff. Although flying spirit beasts were extremely fast and could dodge in the air, they were also capable of launching long-range attacks in the air. This was because long-range attacks always used up spiritual energy, and because flying spirit beasts didn't have high long-range damage, they couldn't sway the battle at all. The ultimate destination was still to swoop down from the high altitude and pull and wrestle with the spirit beasts on the ground. With extreme speed comes the inevitable disadvantage of containing little defense. What if we launch a bluff at this time? With just a split second of buffer time, the Flame Qilin or Purple Moon could give it extreme damage. So it was just a matter of being a little wary of that Ice Jade Luan's long-range attacks and then cleaning up at the end. Qiu Yen looked at the two spirit beasts next to him, and they were the famous Lava Giant Rhinoceros and Shadow Leopard. The Lava Giant Rhinoceros has great defense while also providing great impact. The Shadow Panther, on the other hand, surrounded the Lava Giant Rhinoceros, and once the Lava Giant Rhinoceros's charge gained effect, it could take away the seriously injured hostile spirit beasts like a ghost. Coupled with the Ice Jade Luan bird harassing from the side, it was simply a flawless combination. Qiu Yen smacked his lips, worthy of being the number 1 in Xia Yang's grade. The spirit beast tactic was one set of tactics. If it was an ordinary person, they really wouldn't be able to beat this spirit beast configuration. But looking at Wan Guolong, he didn't look like a rich kid, which was strange. This set of configurations, even Ikamachi's dad didn't have the destiny to get it. Come and fight! The corner of Qiu Yan's mouth lifted up in a smile when he saw the battle-hardened Wan Guolong in front of him. It was true that there were not many people of one's age who could fight with one's own. Of course, only if you don't release the briquettes yourself. Okay, I'll figure out how to be at my disposal first. There was a hint of confidence in his voice. After all, Qiu Yen also wanted to see where the limits of the Purple Moon and the Flamefire Qilin were. Chapter 125, You, Qualified. Charge. Lava Giant Rhinoceros. Let him taste your power. As soon as the words fell, the Lava Giant Rhinoceros rushed out like a freight-heavy truck, frightening the crowd in front of it to avoid it, fearing that it would affect them. The Shadow Panther was wrapped in black mist, trying to conceal its figure underneath the Lava Giant Rhinoceros as much as possible, charging along with it. This allows you to approach the opposite spirit animal under its cover without any effort. Chirp! The light in front of the beak of the Ice Jade Luan bird in the sky was so bright that a small spell formation appeared, and many ice crystals were scattered down from the formation like ice rain. The Flamefire Qilin deftly dodged backward, dodging those ice crystals. However, those ice crystals were deeply not into the ground in case they cut into the body. I'm afraid that they would not see blood on the spot. Purple Moon. Haste. Thundertooth. Leave that Lava Giant Rhinoceros to the Flamefire Qilin. It's no problem. Before the words fell, Purple Moon used the haste skill. The entire body was like an arrow off the string, shooting sharply towards the Shadow Leopard on the side. No one had expected that a snake-type spirit beast would be able to burst out with this kind of speed, and even Wan Guolong was taken aback. No way. Snake-type spirit beasts also have speed-type skills? It was too late to scrutinize, and he gave a big wave. Attack that snake! The Ice Jade Luan bird whistled shrilly and reversed direction, new ice crystals condensing in front of its beak. Just in the nick of time, the Flamefire Qilin violently opened its mouth and spewed out a spiraling pillar of fire. Flames and cold ice collided in midair, exploding into a sky of steam, and the entire venue was suddenly filled with white mist. As Akazu watched, he couldn't help but begin to feel a twinge of nervousness about the battle. Although the Purple Moon and the Flamefire Qilin were both at the Black Iron 6th rank, those other 3 spirit beasts were only at the Black Iron 5th rank. But having an extra spirit beast for nothing, or having less of such an offensive system, Qiu Yen was at a comparative disadvantage. Go boss! Exactly. We must avenge us and save them. For a while, There was a continuous stream of cheering on the field. At this moment, Qiu Yan was rather like a big villain. He was currently holding his arms and calmly observing the battle. As a beastmaster, what is needed is not only a passion to face the enemy, but also the ability to have a very calm judgment, timely adjustment of the spirit animal's position and means of attack, and so on. Everyone could see that Purple Moon and that shadow leopard were directly entangled together. The moment the snake teeth pierced the shadow leopard's hind legs, the shadow leopard reacted almost simultaneously, kicking its hind legs as if they were springs. Purple Moon was lifted out by this huge force, but twisted her body in the air and landed smoothly on the ground. It looked like Shadow Leopard's hasty strike didn't hurt Purple Moon. Purple Moon also only had her scales broken a little, and was currently staring at the distant Shadow Leopard with snake eyes. It seemed like an evenly matched battle, but the next reaction of the Shadow Leopard was one that blew everyone away. What's going on with Shadow Leopard? That's not right. How could the electric lightning thunder python have toxins? Miserable. In just a few breaths, the Shadow Leopard is starting to turn black. You're so stupid. The Shadow Leopard is black. For a while, there were countless murmurs. Although he couldn't see Shadow Leopard's face, he was able to see Wan Guolong's face. His entire face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water, and those large hands had quietly clenched up at some point. No one knows the physical condition of his spirit animal better than he does. This time, the Shadow Leopard had definitely been poisoned and had lost the ability to continue fighting. How? Still want to fight? Qiu Yan looked at the Shadow Leopard in front of him, not expecting such a battle formation to be dismantled just like that. In fact, the positioning of the assassin equivalent of the Shadow Leopard's own poison resistance is actually average. Purple Moon had only injected a very small amount of some toxins, and its body began to stagger, as if it was drunk and couldn't distinguish between east and west. Lava Giant Rhinoceros. Vulcan Heavy Armor. It looks like Wan Kwok Lung is getting ready to pike. The moment the command was released, the Lava Giant Rhinoceros glowed even more brightly, as if it were magma, and lava like blood flowed within its black skin. It is no exaggeration to say that the temperature has reached 1,000 degrees of heat. As the Lava Giant Rhinoceros radiated high temperatures, one of its sharp bull horns was aimed at the Flamefire Qilin, and then it launched a charge. Because it was protected by magma-like body fluids all around its body, it caused Purple Moon to be unable to take part in this situation, and could only continue to use electric light arrows from the sidelines. Moreover, the Lava Giant Rhinoceros had a strong defense, which basically yielded little results. It all comes down to the Flame Griffin. As he watched Wan Guolong pike, Qiu Yan also kept his respect for him. Sea of Burning Flames. Receiving the command, the Flame Qilin released a thick pillar of light from its mouth, shooting towards the Lava Giant Rhinoceros, the powerful high temperature swirling up the gale, directly impacting on the Lava Giant Rhinoceros' face. The hedge of the two forces set off a powerful might, and the crowd on the side couldn't withstand the heat, and they all moved and ran away towards the distance. The Ice Jade Luan bird was still trying to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack the Flamefire Qilin, but for no apparent reason, his body shook. The Flamefire Qilin in front of him steeply released an aura that was comparable to that of a gold-level cultivation retailer, which caused its flight to stall for a split second. Right at this moment, Purple Moon rewarded it with an electric arrow that directly hit the Ice Jade Luan bird. This kind of spirit beast's defense is not strong. This directly burnt and blackened to snap on the ground. And looking at the Lava Giant Rhinoceros that was forcing its way through the light pillar and was currently retreating, Wan Guolong sighed and took a few steps forward, taking the Shadow Leopard and Ice Jade Luan bird back into the Imperial Beast space. It looks like the winners and losers have been split. Qiu Yan had a dangerous smile on his face as he stared tightly at Wan Guolong in front of him. Okay, I concede. Wan Guolong was also very awake at this time. Seeing that he was unbeatable, he obediently also took back his Lava Giant Rhinoceros into the Imperial Beast space. At this time, their goal was to get good grades in the Imperial Beast examination, not to fight Qiu Yan to the death. Even if we put our lives on the line, what can we gain? Qiu Yan nodded. The last time I saw an opponent like Wan Guolong who knows what's coming was in the Underground Coliseum. Qiu Yan didn't hate such people. Yes, you're qualified. After the Imperial Beast's high school exams, come see me and join my Starfire squad. Upon hearing this, Wan Guolong, however, frowned, expressing his incomprehension of Qiu Yan's words. Starfire squad? What does that mean? In short, it's the new program that Dragon Nation is supporting in the face of you, and I'm the captain. If you want to join Starfire Squad, you have to get my permission, understand? Wan Guolong wanted to ask something else, but was interrupted by Qiu Yen waving his hand. All right, let's leave the rest for now. Leave the water-mined grass you obtained in the Water Zephyr treasure hall, and the others can leave, including a couple of the guys tied up over there. Qiu Yen did not have any emotion in his voice. However, when the others heard it, they were shaken. Qiu Yen was actually so generous that he didn't think to make things difficult for himself and the others even after they had mocked him so much earlier. In an instant, the few people who had opened their mouths to taunt Qiu Yen earlier all walked up to him, and one by one, they began to bow and apologize, and also took out a portion of the resources that each of them had harvested and handed them over to Qiu Yen. I'm not going to lie, we didn't find much water-mined weed when we went down there. You see, that's all we got in total. That's why we got out so quickly. With a bitter smile on his face, Wan Guolong waved his hand and a small pile of spirit grasses appeared in front of Qiu Yen. Chapter 126 Mysterious Statue. Are you saying that for such a large Shui Zhe treasure hall, there are just so many resources in it? Qiu Yen looked at Wan Guolong's appearance and didn't look like he was lying, asking what was on his mind. Yes, we were blocked by a boulder, so there was very little room to move around, and after half a day's scavenging, even the water plants growing in it were almost clean. Wan Guolong spread his hands and said helplessly, "This is not an empty statement." Qiu Yen knew that even if the dozen or so of them all went inside the Water Zephyr treasure hall, they would still have to be collected and recognized. It's kind of a bumper crop to harvest so much in 10 minutes. Okay, then you can go. After some negotiation, Qiu Yen and Wan Guolong exchanged contact information with each other. In Qiu Yan's narration, Wan Guolong began to understand the Starfire Squad, and he was naturally happy to join. The welfare benefits are even better than the welfare benefits of top colleges such as Huaqing University, Longhua University, and so on. Now it is also equivalent to half a foot has crossed into the college gate. Wan Guolong at this time is obviously in a good mood. Reaching out, he patted Qiu Yan's shoulder. So, Captain, we'll see you later. Aha! Qiu Yan nodded and watched these people go away. However, as Wan Guolong left, he also looked back at Qiu Yan. It always feels like it's going too well. A feeling of being on the wrong side of the law? Let's see if there's any water-mined weed. Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao crouched down at the same time, picking at the resources in front of them. After some inventory, Qiu Yan realized that there was pitifully little water-mined grass in it. Could it be that it was all gripped up by the snowbound divine sect? That doesn't look like it. Qiu Yan knows that those who are engaged in scientific research should understand the importance of sustainable development, and they can't dry up their fishing. So, is that all there is in total? Or is there something else going on? Qiu Yan put his equipment back on and prepared himself to head inside the Shui Zhe treasure hall to take a look around. As for the testimony of Wan Kwok Lung that he was blocked by a boulder, it is still necessary to go to the field to check it out. Qiu Yan, who had thought of going in by himself, looked back and saw that Ji Zhao had likewise put on his equipment and was jumping out of the water to prevent cramps from being caused by the water temperature being too low. You going too? Aha! What are you going to do? I'll just go down alone. I'll go too. You're going down there alone. What if something goes wrong? Qiu Yan expressed his speechlessness. What can go wrong with that? Those students of Xiaoyang have been around the inside twice. What danger can they encounter? I'll just go down and see if there's any pickups. Don't worry about it, just. I'll go down too. Seeing that he couldn't argue with Ji Zhao, Qiu Yan could only sigh. That's a really bad way to get $1 million. Still, Ikazu had helped him a lot along the way, so it was still useful. Thinking to say that he would just go in and stroll around for 10 minutes or so, and that nothing much could happen, Qiu Yan simply agreed. Qiu Yan put on his oxygen mask and drilled through the small door in front of him. You can see that it is dimly lit below. Qiu Yan could only take out a bead and put it by his side. This is the illuminated pearl that was shunted over from Honi's side during the time of the Celestial Rabbit Clan. Once infused with spiritual energy, it explodes with a rather powerful light. It's basically the equivalent of an LED light pretty much. Just as Qiu Yan injected his spiritual energy, the fish below instantly scattered in all directions and hid in the shadows. They can't receive bright light because they spend years in dimly lit waters. The only sound in the silence of the waters was the bubbling sound of the two men diving, which seemed extremely eerie. And the waters below are clearly not crystal clear. The aquatic plants or some mosses over here color the water a light green. As a result, visibility is but not very good either. Qiu Yen realized that the entire water Zephyr treasure hall was conical in shape, and the further down it went, the wider the space became. After circling around, apart from some water plants, there was basically no spirit grass to be seen. This also made Qiu Yen believe half of the news about Wan Guolong and the others again. The idea is that if you're here, you're here. Naturally, there was no reason to go back halfway, and Qiu Yen decided to continue downward. When he dived down to a distance of about 50 meters, Qiu Yen found a huge boulder in front of him, which just happened to block the way of the two of them. It seems that this is the location that Wan Guolong was talking about. Qiu Yen explored the surroundings and realized that this place didn't look like it was caused by nature. The surface of the boulder was covered with thick moss, but Qiu Yen gently wiped it with his hand, but revealed a more polished stone wall. That's odd. It's been closed for so long and it's still underwater, so it's obviously a man-made mark. Those people from Wan Kwok Lung did search the place all over. The only thing that hadn't been searched, I'm afraid, was the space beneath the giant stone slab. Qiu Yen nodded towards Ji Zhao, and then began to look around. Perhaps there would be some kind of mechanism or something that could open the stone wall. Turns out, after looking around, it's either a mound of dirt or moss. Qiu Yen sighed and was just about to go back when he found a stone in a corner. The stone seemed to have been sitting here for a long time, but its shape was quite slender, which made Qiu Yen unable to help but not be skeptical. He flipped his flippers and came to the rock. The surface was wiped down with a glove covered in rubber granules, revealing the more polished material underneath. This kind of material Qiu Yen is very familiar. It seems like he has seen it somewhere before. After he quickly wiped a few handfuls of the statue and wiped away all those water plants and mosses that had been entangled in it, the lower half of a woman's body suddenly appeared. Moreover, this kind of craftsmanship seemed to be exactly the same as the statue that Qiu Yen had found in the middle of the Snow Region Divine Sex warehouse. Qiu Yen didn't think about it in detail, it was purely driven by curiosity. He took out the statue of the goddess that only had the upper half of her body in the Imperial Beast space. There was no need for Qiu Yen to do it himself. That upper half of the statue slowly flew towards the lower half as if it was being pulled by something, and automatically spliced together, tightly. Previously, Ji Zhao had yet to see the statue, as Qiu Yen only woke up after subjecting it to the Imperial Beast space. So there was a hint of doubt in his eyes at this point. Boom! Suddenly, however, a violent sonic boom occurred on the opposite side of the stone wall, shaking the two men's eardrums raw. The next thing you know, slowly a passage opens up. Oddly enough, the water flow was isolated, while looking through the passage revealed something else below. Below is a dry environment and there is a platform just below the two men. But there seems to be some distance to that platform. How? Qiu Yen looked back at Akazu, his voice seeming a bit buzzed after traveling through the water currents. Go down and see. Ji Zhao then swam directly to Qiu Yan's side, and the two of them dug into the passageway together. Once inside, the two of them plummeted towards the bottom rapidly due to gravity. Golden-winged mantis. Fortunately, Ji Zhao reacted faster and summoned the golden-winged mantis, only to see the legs of the golden-winged mantis stomping towards the ceiling, receiving the two people securely on top of their forelimbs, frantically flapping the golden wings behind them, before bringing the two people slowly to the ground. Akatsuki took off his mask and looked around, a desolate scene, but there were still some traces of human habitation that could be seen. What is this place? Chapter 127, The Monster in the Mural. I don't know, but it's certain that this place must be related to the Snow Region Divine Sect. Qiu Yen similarly removed his mask and looked around, finding nothing. This place looks like an ordinary wasteland no matter how you look at it. But no matter where it was located or how it came in, it proved at all times that this place was extraordinary. Qiu Yen held up the illuminating pearl and kept searching around, hoping to find something extraordinary about this place. The entire space was cylindrical in shape, and the place was roughly the size of 2 soccer fields. The space was large and wide, and it took more than 10 minutes of walking to reach the border. Qiu Yen brought the illuminating pearl closer to the wall and realized that something was engraved on it. He patted the heavy dust on it and a mural came into view. There were several small figures and a monster carved into it, and a rather large spell on the ground, though the rest of the details of the spell were somewhat discernible due to the ravages of time. Qiu Yen noticed that the monster looked peculiar. Where it should have belonged to the head, there was a black mist growing, with a pair of red glowing eyes in it. Then the lower body was filled with tentacles that looked like octopuses with suction cups, sticking out from underwater as if asking for something. The mural as a whole looks very out of place. However, it could be seen that the little people looked very respectful to the monster, and there were some yellow objects among the plates held in their hands. I think it's the little people who are giving that monster a confession? Qiu Yan ran to another mural nearby. What he saw this time wasn't too different from the previous mural. However, he noticed that the little people all seemed to have a tiny thread of silk on each of them, the ends of which were attached to the one tentacle that the monster had extended. Are these people being controlled by that monster? Qiu Yan muttered. However, there was a new discovery on Ikea's side. Qiu Yan, come over here. There should be a spell formation carved into the ground over here. When Qiu Yan arrived next to her, he realized that the ground seemed to be covered with a thin layer of sand. He used his shoe to pivot a bit to the side, and realized that there was indeed a spell carved into the original ground. It was much like what he had seen among the murals. Qiu Yan felt that this was not a good place to be, and there was a creepy feeling in the entire building. Trying to run away but realizing there's no way to go back at the moment. Even if it was wind cloud harvest, its current size was not enough to carry the weight of two people in reverse. Even a slightly lighter weight Ikaru would probably be enough. It seems that it's just a matter of continuing to look for an exit here. After the two of them, Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao, cleared the dust from the entire ground. A complete spell formation appeared in front of the two of them. Qiu Yan, look at this spell formation, it looks like some sort of sacrifice type. The blood over there is faint, but still visible. I guess the people who were there should have died in a very miserable state, with blood splattered everywhere. Ikatsu said in a deep voice. He seemed to have imagined that scene and felt a chill down his back. You can still smell the faint stench of decay in the air as you breathe in and out. Hold your horses while I see what kind of story the murals around here really tell. Qiu Yan withdrew from the scope of this spell formation that took up almost half of the area and began to study the contents of the mural. For the sake of efficiency, he even summoned the Flamefire Qilin, and just rode his spirit beast around in front of all the murals as fast as he could. That's what it takes to get the full story. He then spoke slowly, recounting what he had seen. The monster on this mural should have descended from the side of the 10,000 races and then been worshipped as a miracle by the people of this side. And the people of this side are regularly required to make offerings. Over time, a portion of the people became disgruntled and then rose up against the monsters. It turned out that some of them were controlled by monsters, and after that they started killing each other. But in the end, the human side won, and that monster couldn't be killed, so they had to use the FA formation to seal that monster here. That's how I understand it anyway. Don't you think? Qiu Yan analyzed what he saw to himself and turned back to him, only to see Ji Zhao staring at him. That look in his eyes was like he was about to fall into an ice cave, making Qiu Yan feel uncomfortable. Hey! Hey! Ikaru suddenly laughed. Only, at this point, the smile didn't carry a hint of amusement. It was more like the result of the activity of the facial muscle groups, as if it had been manipulated. Her entire body then twisted strangely, like a puppet being manipulated. Qiu Yan then realized that Ji Zhao had stood in the center of the spell formation at some point. $$ at. Ikazu suddenly started mumbling for no reason. Those tones in his mouth were similarly unintelligible even if Qiu was running the book of words and spirits. Suddenly, Ikazu's body swelled grotesquely, swelling into a ball in almost 2 seconds before gradually being engulfed by his own swollen flesh. What the? Qiu Yan merely hesitated for a moment, and Ji had long since turned into a monster in the middle of a mural, with his mouth still hissing continuously like a wild beast. Immediately after that, the spell formation under her feet began to emit an unearthly light, which was continuously channeled into her body through the eye of the formation in the center. This also caused Ji Zhao's body to become more and more massive, almost about to take up a third of this space. Before Qiu Yan could react, the monster stretched out its black tentacles and reached directly towards Qiu Yan. The speed was so fast that even Qiu Yan could only see a trace of a remnant shadow. Ow! The flaming griffin reacted quickly and sent a fireball towards that tentacle, which slowed it down for a split second. Carrying Qiu Yan, he leapt to the side and directly pulled away, just in time to avoid the slap. But the video equipment that followed Qiu Yan wasn't so lucky. It was slapped directly on top of the wall and became crumbs, crackling and falling to the ground, sending up black smoke. At the same time, wind with a fishy odor came crashing down with the attack of the tentacles. Qiu Yan could never have imagined that the high and cool beauty beside him just now had turned into an ugly monster in the next moment. Not bothering to be indecisive, the flame Qilin directly blasted over with a sea of burning flames. This one hit just in the middle of the monster's chest cavity. It didn't break the defense, but it still revealed a small hole. The small hole only appeared for a moment, and then the blood and flesh grew like crazy, and in the blink of an eye, that small hole was repaired and was as good as new. But in a short time, Qiu Yen saw a hand in it with a string of crystal bracelets. It's pool early. So, Ikazeo didn't turn into a monster, but was devoured by one? Qiu Yan's tightly furrowed brows gradually stretched. In that case, there was no need to hold back. Cinder, purple moon, flaming griffin, flaming wings. The flame-fire Qilin had flame-like wings sticking out from its back, which also made its forward rush faster. Carrying Qiu Yen, he kept dodging the tentacle slaps. At this moment, both Purple Moon and Cinderblock appeared in different directions, releasing their respective long-range attacks. The situation on Purple Moon's side was not optimistic. After all, the monster was huge, and it was difficult for the electric light arrows to be effective. Every time Purple Moon tried to inject her own 9 heavenly toxins, she would be forced to dodge again due to the tentacles coming at her. Cinderblock's side as well, its own tentacles having little effect against the monsters. After all, Cinderblock specialized in jabs, and each attack only left small, densely packed holes in the monster's skin before it healed again in the blink of an eye. This also gave Qiu Yen a headache. Because of the monster's sonorous slaps, the entire Mizusawa treasure hall began to shake violently, and debris would fall from the ceiling at any time. This also meant that Qiu Yen had to dodge the monster's attacks while keeping an eye out for the falling rocks on the ceiling. Chapter 128 Goddess of Fate, Amira, Purple Moon. Find a way to inject the 9 heavenly toxins, but make sure you're safe first. Cinderblock. Prioritize attacking the monster's head and lower body. Try not to attack the entire chest cavity, lest you hurt Ikazeo. Qiu Yen observed the situation and kept giving orders. Just as he was dodging the attacks, he wasn't idle, but took out a few bombs given by thunder from within the Imperial Beast space. As for why it wasn't detected when going through security, because of the existence of the 10,000 Elephant Shen book, it caused the Imperial Beast space to be covered in a layer of mist, and the bomb was lying so peacefully in the Imperial Beast space that even Qiu Yen had almost forgotten about it. My lord, times have changed. Qiu Yen pulled off the safety and threw it directly underneath the monster. After a silent count of 3 seconds, the bomb exploded. Bang! The violent explosions reverberated in this side of space, and even if he covered his ears, it nearly tore Qiu Yan's eardrums apart. The bombs looked good though. After the smoke cleared, most of the monster's body had been blown up, and was currently dripping dark black blood. With that, the flame unicorn rode the wave of victory. Sea of burning flames. In just an instant, the pillar of fiery red light blasted into the monster's chest cavity, and the entire majority of its chest was about to be torn apart by the flame Qilin. Since the monster was in intense pain, it was surprising that the flame Qilin was allowed to build up its power to the top at this time, which provided the sea of burning flame and fire with even more powerful killing power. Howl! The monster let out a violent howl. Qiu Yen took this opportunity and directly drove the flamefire Qilin to quickly approach the monster. At the same time that the flame Qilin jumped up, Qiu Yen also stood up from its body and climbed onto the monster's body in one long leap. However, the flame Qilin had no choice but to fall to the ground again in order to avoid the tentacles, leaving Qiu Yen alone to hang on to the monster's body like a cell phone chain. Although the monster was still shaking its body violently, Qiu Yen reached out and pulled out a small knife to its body and stuck it firmly with a forceful stab and twist. The monster tried several times but failed to shake Qiu Yen off. Qiu Yen quickly stabilized himself, and bit by bit, he climbed up to Jizeo. At this moment, most of Ikazeo's body was exposed, and his body was still covered in the monster's blood, and his entire body looked as if he had been salvaged from the middle of the asphalt. Qiu Yen turned the blade of the knife along the outside of Ikatsu's body and pulled her arm with a strong tug, only to find Ikatsu sunk deep inside the monster. It was firmly stuck by the monster's various flesh and blood vessels, and with its strong toughness, it was surprising that it couldn't be cut for a while. Cinder! Qiu Yen shouted, and the coal ball immediately understood Qiu Yan's meaning, and a few tentacles lightning-like stabbed into those flesh and blood around Jizeo's body. He grabbed both of Ikazu's arms and jumped downward, using the force of the fall to rip Ikazu out. The cinder block was extremely agile and reached out its tentacles again, instantly cutting off the last blood vessel that was connected to it. Bang! That thickest blood vessel snapped with a sound, and Qiu Yan wrapped Ji Zhao's slender waist towards the bottom and fell. Only seeing the flame Qilin see the right moment, it jumped once again, steadily catching Qiu Yan and the two of them, and after landing, it sped towards the border. Well done, flaming unicorn. Qiu Yan even patted the flame Qilin's back when he had the time. This also caused the flame Qilin's emotions to rise and its running speed to increase a few more points. Just half a minute after Akazu disengaged, the monster's body suddenly shrunk. For a moment, a gust of black mist rose from within the monster's body. Qiu Yan was also afraid that this black mist would cause any strange effects after inhaling it. So he immediately let the coal ball wrap around himself, pulled the oxygen mask and put it on his and Ji Zhao's faces, while the remaining two beasts were taken back into the Imperial Beast space by him. After a while, there was a sticky sound like popping around the room. The cinder block sensed that the black fog outside was dispersing, and its bodily fluids slowly contracted, releasing Qiu Yan. At this time, the high-hanging illuminating beads had already been extinguished, and the unknown was hidden in the darkness, causing Qiu Yan to get goosebumps. After he infused his spiritual energy to light up the illumination pearl again, he found that the monster from earlier had actually shrunk to more than 3 meters tall. But even so, the body was still very large, and it was no longer the same disgusting appearance as before, but legs had appeared. When he raised his head to look upwards again, Qiu Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The previous monster had actually turned into a woman. It had light gray skin, but its face was no different from the statue at the entrance, and its body was even hotter than the statue. There was no clothing, but the key areas were shrouded in black mist. Brush! At this moment, it suddenly grew black feathers on its back, spilling some feathers. Moving her plump thighs, she was approaching Qiu Yan step by step. I don't know if it was Qiu Yan's illusion, but he suddenly saw the monster in front of him tickle the corners of his mouth and smile. The cinder block popped its tentacles straight up and stabbed at the monster head-on. Clang! A crunching sound like the clash of steel appeared, only to see the monster just lightly raise his arm and isolate Cinderblock's attack. This also caused Qiu Yan to cry out in his heart. However, the monster didn't harm Qiu Yan, but squatted down and gently stroked Qiu Yan's cheek with interest. Immediately afterward, surprisingly, he spat out human words. Gotcha, little guy. It wasn't quite what was expected, but it turned out well. After saying that, the monster is like a ripe young woman in general, covering the mouth, giggle laughed in a flash of flavor. Even Qiu Yan was beginning to doubt his eyes. What do you want? Qiu Yan gently set Ji Zhao aside and then stood up. This but happened to lock eyes with the crouching monster. Let me tell you a story. Do you know the Sky Puppet Clan? At those words, Qiu Yan's heart shook. He hadn't guessed wrong. It was really from the side of the 10,000 clans. But since the 10,000 races have appeared here, wouldn't it be that the aura revival has started to descend to the blue star? It seems that this thing hid well and actually lived peacefully for more than 50 years. I know. Tell me, what do you want to get? Humph. Take it easy, little man. I am the god of fate, Amira, one of the 12 goddesses of order of the Sky Puppet Clan. Ever since your human bigwigs created the Holy Beast battlefield, you've been purging Blue Star. Although I am also strong, the Holy Beast battlefield weakens me from above. So with only a remnant of my soul left, I hid and waited for this opportunity. The monster that called itself Amira paused, and at that moment, it seemed to be very pleasurable, and even stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. Right? You're the pawn for my return. Oh, don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'm going to refine you into a spirit puppet. Don't ever think about cutting yourself or anything, or I'll show you what real fear means. As soon as the words left her mouth, Amira transformed into a black mist, and when she reappeared, she was already standing in front of Akatsuki's body. In his hand, at some point, he was actually pinching a silk thread, and at the other end of the thread, it was none other than Ji Zhao's brow. Qiu Yan's pupils suddenly shrunk. This corresponds exactly to what is on the mural. Haha, look nah. It's the destiny silk thread. It winds and flows through the void, entwining the knots of sorrow and destiny of all beings. No one can easily change destiny. Chapter 129, The Disappearing Thread of Fate. What does the thread of fate mean? Qiu Yan's expression was solemn as he stared tightly at Amira on the side. The amount of information contained in her short words was extremely large. Whether it was the spirit puppet or the thread of destiny that she was talking about, she could not understand it with her current knowledge base. However, Chiu Yen was able to extract a key piece of information. A wisp of a soul, the current Amira, a mere remnant of a soul, and it was still being suppressed by the Holy Beast battlefield? That doesn't seem unbeatable by the looks of it. Oh, everyone has their own destiny, including me. Guess what happens if I rip the thread of her destiny? Amira stared at Chiu Yen with a smile, and the slender hand that was pinching that silk thread slowly exerted force. Don't! Chiu Yen immediately bellowed out, like he was very scared. Seeing this, Amira laughed softly and let go of her hand again. It seemed that this Chiu Yen, too, was goods that could be easily taken. And the instruction given by fate is that you two will become my spirit puppets today. You guys stay here for now. Have a good time, yo. After saying that, Amira's entire body disappeared into a puddle of black water. Just as she left, the surrounding area was suddenly flooded with a thick black mist. Chiu Yen realized that the threads on Chi Zao's brow had disappeared, but there was a trace of black gas that entered Chi Zao's body as he breathed. It doesn't look like Ikamachi is in good shape. He reached into his pocket, felt a button, and pressed it hard. This is a distress device officially equipped by the Dragon Kingdom. As long as the device is pressed for 5 seconds, it will be automatically discarded, and the invigilator will be instantly teleported to the side due to the spell. But several minutes passed, and there was still no movement beside Chiu Yen. Want to ask for help? Don't dream. This place has been completely sealed off by me, and the field can't be lifted unless I die. Although Amira was not here, her voice constantly echoed in her ears, as if the two Chiu Yen were being monitored at all times. Chiu Yen was dumbfounded. Wasn't this claimed to be effective in all parts of the secret realm of water and zephyr? Before Chiu Yen could think of a way to break the situation, a warm body pressed up against him. What are you doing? Chiu Yen just tried to push Ji Zhao away, but it was like she was stuck to Chiu Yen. She couldn't shake her off. This also gave Chiu Yen a headache. What goddess of fate might as well be called the god of chimera? What is this? However, Chiu Yen seemed to have thought of something at this moment. Could it be that if they wanted to refine the two of them into spirit puppets, this was a necessary part? Chiu Yen didn't care to show mercy and directly slapped a big mouth on it. At the same time, his hands cupped Ikaru's shoulders and shook them hard. Wake thee up! Eh! Wake up! Pop! Chiu Yen was now in a state of urgency. If Ji Zhao didn't wake up, the two of them would be refined into spirit puppets. Apparently Amira also didn't expect Chiu Yen to be like this either. As a rule, but anyone who inhaled just a hint of the potion she had concocted would have their brain go down instantly, and then would only follow their animal instincts. Chiu Yen actually didn't have a problem at all and kept slapping Ji Zhaoyao's big mouth. Does he have an unusual physique? Or does he have some secret in him? You've had enough. Amira manifested herself as an entity next to the two, then twisted her hands lightly, once again pulling the thread of fate from Ikkyo's brow. Do as I say, or I'll kill her now. Chiu Yen changed his previous panicked expression and wore a cold smile on his face. Oh, you're lonely here, aren't you? It's very empty, isn't it? Want to go back to the Sky Puppet Clan? You wouldn't dare kill her. Amira was really about to go crazy with anger. Her entire body trembled violently, and her hand tried to pinch off Ikazu's thread of destiny several times. But every time she hesitated and then loosened her hand once again. Why? She growled frantically in her mind. Why was Chiu Yen, the little thief, able to resist the aphrodisiac she had personally concocted? For so many years, she had controlled those people of the Snow Region Divine Sect to help her collect the spiritual herbs around her for the sake of experimentation. It's basically all collected, and that's how it's been blended out. As a result, it had no effect on Chiu Yen. At the moment, Amira had the feeling of just missing the goal, but the shoe flew into the goal. She didn't know that in Chiu Yan's royal beast space, the 10,000 elements Shenshu was floating in the center, still flickering with a faint light. How do you know I wouldn't dare? She threatened loudly, the force in her hands suddenly increasing. For a moment, an extremely pained look began to show on Ikazu's face. Whatever. I'm just here to take the test anyway. Once the 3 days are up, I will be forcibly rejected by the rules of the secret realm. Do you think that this pathetically weak domain of yours can fight against the rules of the entire secret realm? Chiu Yen had a roguish look on his face, and even moved the folding chair from within the royal beast space, eating chips while looking at Amira. It seemed as if the pool in front of him was inconsequential to Chiu Yen. Rats! With a flash, Amira arrived in front of Chiu Yen and tried to draw out Xiao Yan's thread of fate. But soon, a look of horror appeared on her face. Nope. Where's your thread of fate? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why don't you have a thread of fate? Almost instantly, Amira no longer had the winning look she had before, and her entire body growled shrilly at Xiao Yan. Her hands suddenly became bigger, and as soon as she did, she grabbed Xiao Yan's body and lifted it high in the air. Why? Obviously half a month ago, I was able to peer into your thread of fate. The threads of fate between you and this woman clearly intersect. What on earth has happened to you within this half month? Xiao Yan frowned. In other words, half a month ago he had the thread of fate, but now he doesn't? What changes have produced themselves in half a month? Right? At that time, he had no evolutionary talent himself. It was only the next day that he himself swallowed the ice rain condensation flower, thus advancing into the book of words and spirits. Now that makes sense. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile. It seems that you, the god of fate, can't seem to see my destiny. Shut up. Then in that case, there's no point in you living. Die for me. Amira's body erupted with powerful energy, and all that black blood around her converged on her body. It also made her presentable again. The hand she had grabbed Xiao Yan with had suddenly turned into what looked like an octopus-like tentacle once again, tightly wrapping itself around Xiao Yan's body. But soon, Amira froze. Xiao Yan, who had thought that it was as simple as crushing a mole cricket, why was his tentacle slow to deposit? And one is losing the touch of that tentacle. Only a terrifying coldness was seen emanating from by Xiao Yan's body, and then it looked like it had been frozen by something. The speed of this icing was spreading rapidly over his own being. Seeing Amira's puzzled look, Xiao Yan sneered. Polar blood wolves, out to work. Chapter 130, The Might of the Polar Blood Wolf. Ow! A vortex suddenly appeared beside Xiao Yan, and the polar blood wolf poked its head out of it, its mouth spreading with blood-colored cold air. Even if Amira was far away, she could feel the icy, bone-chilling temperature. What? A gold-level spirit beast? Amira was confused. That's completely unscientific, isn't it? There was actually a gold-ranked spirit beast in the black iron-ranked Imperial Beastmasters Imperial Beast Space. This was completely against the iron rules of the Imperial Beastmasters, and he was actually able to contract spirit beasts of gold-level cultivation. Amira didn't realize that Xiao Yan was just trying to rely on the pathetically weak agreement between himself and the polar blood wolves to Jedi turn the tide. Kid, let me strike at least 20 demon spider eggs. Mark it. The polar blood wolf roared, its figure drilling out of the Imperial beast space completely, its blood-colored fur standing on end as it lifted its limbs and charged towards Amira. I'm a king-level powerhouse. Would I still be afraid of a golden spirit beast like you? Amira's 7 or 8 meters tall. Even her voice carried an intimidating tinge, and she resolutely disconnected her icy tentacle. Such a move also just suppressed the ice crystals from spreading to his own body. Xiao Yan therefore also fell to the ground with a snap, but soon broke free with the help of the 3 spirit beasts and regained his freedom. He stood up and snorted, though there was more than a hint of playfulness in his voice. So what? The current you is just a remnant of a soul. Wolf, I've got 5 more demon spider eggs. As soon as his words fell, blood-colored ice crystals began to condense under the forward-charging feet of the polar blood wolf, and their speed grew faster and faster. So much so that a blood-colored cold aura began to appear throughout the space. Xiao Yan's naked eyes could then only see a scarlet shadow of light that was shooting sharply towards Amira. It also gave him some heartburn. It was fortunate that he and Suiyu did not fight hard with the polar blood wolf at that time. Otherwise it would not be a black iron plus a silver that could handle it anyway. Amira was still trying to resist when a tentacle slapped the polar blood wolf on the back. Bang! It clearly felt like his tentacles were being hindered without attacking the solid kind of touch. It wasn't until she moved her tentacles away that she realized that a blood-colored ice shield seemed to have appeared above the polar blood wolf, followed by her tentacles coming out in unison. The result was either nimbly dodged or resisted by that blood-colored ice shield. Emila's attacks were never effective. In fact, Amira was very strong, at least at the gold level. But she had the bad luck of running into the polar blood wolf. The polar blood wolf was a dual attribute spirit beast of blood and ice, and its greatest characteristic was its ability to cause blood to coagulate. In other words, abolishing Amira's regeneration ability completely. Now Amira's body was not like the past, but was a body that had been condensed from years of collected flesh and blood. Then, using Ikkyo's body as a medium, this escaped the suppression formation and ran out. So once the polar blood wolf uses the blood clotting trait, it basically loses control. No! Amira whistled in despair as the polar blood wolf had closed in on her. She's not happy about it. From the time she hid in the secret realm of water and Zephyr 50 years ago, she had begun to plan her return. As long as the two were refined into spirit puppets, the plan could begin. Blend into the sacred beast battlefield and use the method he knew to open the passageway and return to the heavenly puppet race. Spirit puppet was a secret technique possessed by the Sky Puppet Clan. The body of the heavenly puppet race was weak, and most of them had to rely on the bodies of foreigners in order to survive, commonly known as parasitism. But even after parasitizing, you can only temporarily manipulate this body. This is because once the parasitization is successful, it will result in the immediate death of the original owner of the body. This also means that future growth is almost nil. If you just want to parasitize, then you can have as many of these bodies as you want. For example, if Qiu Yan was parasitized, then Qiu Yan would die immediately, and his cultivation would be forever fixed at the 6th order of black iron, never to be stored again. This kind of cultivation was absolutely unable to enter the sacred beast battlefield. And what Amira wanted was to refine spirit puppets. Spirit puppet has another name, which is taking away the body, completely occupying the entirety of both Qiu Yan and Ji Zhao. Includes everything from sentinel talents, spirit animals, memories, and future developments. As long as she relied on her own experience and knowledge, reaching the minimum threshold to enter the sacred beast battlefield, the silver level was as simple as drinking water. However, if you want to refine spirit puppets, you must act when the Fae are copulating until their brains go blank. And there must not be any damage to the bodies of the two, or they would be unable to carry her soul. But your own plan seems to have failed. Thinking about this, the last vestige of illusion in Amira's mind was shattered. It's the only chance left. If the power she possessed now wanted to peek into the river of fate, it was basically already impossible. She had given everything she had to this project. I'm not happy about it, only to see the polar blood wolf's mouth light up and spit out a blood-colored vortex. With a biting gale, it impacted Amira's body. Gradually, Amira's massive body began to quickly appear as a blood-colored frost, then gradually turned into ice crystals. It looked like the life had completely faded. Qiu Yan at this moment was keenly aware that a streak of flesh and blood was slowly writhing behind the massive ice sculpture, and was drilling towards the bottom of the spell. Purple Moon, Flame Fire Unicorn. Following Qiu Yan's line of sight, the two spirit beasts simultaneously flung away a long-range attack. Squeak! Only after hearing that miserable scream did Qiu Yan put his heart down. Wolf is awesome. Come back soon. Extra food for you. Right after Amira's soul was destroyed and she was too dead to be seen, Ikkyo woke up. At this moment, there was a blank look on his face, as if he had just woken up after a hangover. Where am I? His face hurts, and so does my body. Qiu Yan, what's wrong with me? Ikaru's face was white, but both cheeks were swollen. It turned even her original melon face into a round one. Just now you were possessed by the goddess of the celestial puppet clan, and I just got you back. Qiu Yan snorted and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. After all, he himself had just laid a heavy hand on Ikkyo to get him to wake up a bit. But that's something that can't be said. Ah! Ikazu suddenly screamed and flew to cover himself. A hostile face glared at Qiu Yan. Her body was completely wrapped in black blood earlier, and Qiu Yan hadn't cared. It turned out that her wetsuit had long since dissolved into slag, leaving most of her body exposed. Ahem! Clothes for you. Qiuyin sniffled and turned his back with a red face, dropping a new wetsuit. At that moment, he realized that the ground below him had broken up quite a bit due to Amira's previous actions. The entire phalanx was destroyed. It also reveals another room below. I'll go down and check it out first, and you'll follow. Qiu Yan jumped with a long leap without much careful thought, partly to leave Ikaru some privacy, and partly because Emila was now dead through and through. The room below is mostly free of any danger. Chapter 131. The pot is full of money. Pop! Since the distance between the two layers was not that far, Qiu Yan just slightly bent his knees and defused most of the impact. So it looks like this is Amira's lab? The ceiling here is inlaid with bright flint and produces enough light to see the room's displays as well. Chiu Yen looked around and realized that there were bottles and jars everywhere, and there was also a hint of a putrid smell if anything. Suddenly, Chiu Yen spotted a corpse from the side. It looked as if it had been dead for a long time, and its body looked as if it had been air-dried. According to Chiu Yan's judgment, this senior, who was no longer recognizable as a man or a woman, had been dead for 30 to 40 years. Pop! Ikkyu entered here as well. At first, the sight of the body was also startling, but next came an extreme interest in the space below this one. At this moment, a small room next to them was the one that attracted the attention of the two. Wait here. I'll open the door. Chiu Yen slowly approached the small door. The entire door was made of wood with a rusty wire mesh set in as a doorknob. Naturally, there are no door locks or anything. Squeak! As soon as I opened the door, I was greeted by boxes and boxes of supplies. By the looks of it, it should be left behind by that Emila just now? Chiu Yen didn't let his mind be swept away by the huge amount of resources, and remained wary, taking one step at a time as he wandered around inside the room. After making sure that the room was safe, Chiu Yen then greeted Jizeo and entered the room. Wow, that's a lot of water mined weed. Ikazu couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, his mouth forming an O shape. The water-mined grass, which was very treasured in the outside world, was at the moment just like a weed casually thrown on the ground. It's also quite understandable. Water-mined weed grows right out there. Although it was unknown how Emila had slipped out to collect it, it was thought that it should have possessed the corpse that Chiu Yen and the others had seen earlier. But it also just goes to show that there are other exits here. That's a good thing. Chiu Yen searched around the place, only for a strange plant to catch his attention. This is starlight grass. At this moment, Chiu Yan's hands were trembling a bit. The cherished spirit herb that could not be found in the outside world was surprisingly found here. With the starlight grass, wouldn't it be possible for him to follow the method given by the 10,000 Elements Shen book and allow himself to cultivate the body forging method? Thinking of this, Chiu Yen almost jumped for joy. They are both very well distributed. As long as it was a herb that Chiu Yen couldn't use, it basically went to G early. It also made her Imperial Beast Space stuff to the brim. He really couldn't put it down, so he put it in Chiu Yan's Royal Beast Space. Thought this one was quite rewarding. While Chiu Yen was calculating how much money he could sell the other spirit herbs for, he didn't expect that the Wanxiang Xian Shu would start devouring itself again. It also made him give a bitter laugh. After all, one's greatest reliance was the Wanxiang Xian book. Even if one devoured more spirit grass, as long as one couldn't use it, one wouldn't be heartbroken is all. After scouring the place, Chiu Yen walked up to a doorway the size of a dog hole. He put on his oxygen mask again just to be on the safe side. Just after the two entered the passageway one after the other, the body in the exterior room hooked a finger. Wait a minute. I'll go back and check. Chiu Yen seemed to think of something. The body outside haunted him, and seemed to have been tormented by Amira for a long time as well. From the clothes it was wearing, it looked like it should be an innocent person as well. Chiu Yen really couldn't see him exposed to the wilderness like this, and immediately returned to his room. Seniors, go all the way. Flaming Kirin. After saying that, the flame Qilin spewed out super high temperature flames from its mouth, mildly impacting the body of the corpse. As a result, it burned, but there were screams from among the corpses. This also gave Chiu Yen a fright, but right after the bodies burned and became a fine powder, the screams then stopped. If she was still alive, I'm sure Amira was wronged at this point, as the outside world is full of searches and hunts for the 10,000 clans. Chiu Yen just settled Emila so sparingly, and Amira is only really dead now. After the two of them crawled down the passageway to the outside, it was indeed, as Chiu Yen had expected, a body of water. Right after the two poked out of the water, an invigilator rode a flying spirit beast close to the two. You two were the ones who pushed the Mayday button? According to the rules, you two are going out with me. Any objections? If there's an objection, you can mention it, like a false touch or something. Chiu Yen took off his mask and pushed Ikazeo in front of himself. No more teacher. Go ahead and pull her up. Good. The flying spirit beast then pulled both of them onto its back. The invigilator held a compass in his hand, and a spatial rift appeared in the air 60 meters above the ground. The flying spirit beast then carried the two of them headlong into the middle of the spatial rift. At this point, more than 2 days had passed since the exam. Therefore, there were many parents gathered outside the twin life mystery realm. Quick look. A student has left the exam room early. I hope it's not my boy. Stay a little longer and maybe the score will be higher. Saw it. It's a man and a woman. After the flying spirit beast placed Qiu Yen and the two of them on the ground, the invigilator and the surrounding colleagues greeted each other and set up the flying spirit beast before once again drilling into the water swamp mystic realm. Qiu Yen couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and read the stars. It's now about 5 a.m. the next morning. According to the weather forecast, it looks like a very starry night. It also made him look happy. There is also no way to verify the video equipment of the two men as it was all destroyed. The invigilator outside the arena then brought the two men into the room separately and told them to bring out all of their gains from this time. Soon, the invigilator's gaze changed from scrutiny to shock. In order to avoid going overboard, Qiu Yen only took a small portion out. But even so, the invigilator was surprised. Qiu Yan's harvest alone was going to be more than all those students who came out early combined. It seemed that he felt something suspicious and suspected Qiu Yen of cheating. He immediately reported it to the top, but the instructions from the top were to leave it alone. This is somewhat intriguing. Teacher, can I go now? Can. Put these away. That's a perk for you candidates. You've done well. I'm looking forward to your performance when you get to the top of the Holy Beast battlefield in the future. Nodding with the invigilator with a respectful attitude, Qiu Yen turned around and went out of the aspect. At this time, there was a group of people waiting outside the door early. At the head of the group was Ji Shouwen. He greeted him with a smile, just as Qiu Yen and the two of them came out just now. His own bodyguard notified him that Missy and Qiu Yen had returned, so he couldn't wait to get out of the middle of the hotel where he was staying. Well, looks like a good haul this time. Huh? Got it. Qiu Yen smiled and nodded, but did not speak. After all, this is a public place and you can't reveal too much. After Ji Zhao ran out with a happy face, Qiu Yen declined Ji Shouwen's banquet invitation and pulled out his cell phone to book a hotel. Now he just wanted to go back and take a nice shower. Ji Shouwen waved his hand, unable to contain his joy. You're going to a hotel? Don't. I've already arranged a hotel for you. It's in that building. State my name. The whole hotel is mine. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yen smiled helplessly, said goodbye to a few people and went in to check in. Coming inside the presidential suite, Qiu Yen took out his cell phone and sent a message to his dad and mom. As a result, he cried and laughed at his father and mother to see the TV set for a long time without their own picture. Feeling bored, even went back to work overtime. Chapter 132 Infrastructure Maniac. After taking a hot bath comfortably, Qiu Yen dried himself and lay down naked. Holding his cell phone, after sending a message to Wang Teng and Lin Yuqing, he began to check the real-time news of the Dragon Kingdom in the past few days. Because the martial arts exam was almost over, although Qiu Yen was not taking the exam, he was still curious about the counseling in this area. Ding dong. Pop-up window popped up on my phone. Qiu Yen took a look and it turned out to be Wang Teng. Qiu Yen, you're out so early? Aren't you going to stay in the water swamp mystic realm for a bit longer? I've watched the video of you in it ow. Can't even spare the cinder block. It's obviously watered down. Seeing the message from the other party, Qiu Yen heatedly smiled. No, cinder blocks put out, that's not bullying people? How did you do on the test? Average. Then naturally, he's the #1 in Zhonghai City's martial arts examination. But I've identified a few Starfire squad members for this martial arts exam. How about you? Qiu Yen then remembered that he hadn't added Wan Guolong yet. With that, he hurriedly cut out and sent a friend request to Wan Guolong. Wang Teng sent another message at this time. Dude, let's go out for the night. All the activities dude arranged. Okay. I'll take a nap, sleepy. Qiu Yen extinguished his cell phone screen and sank his mind into the royal beast space. It's just that somehow, it doesn't feel quite the same as entering the imperial beast space in the past. Because this time it was no longer a transparent body of consciousness, but an entity. Qiu Yen also deliberately pinched his little handsome face, and the touch was just like the real thing. On the side of the lawn, his 4 spirit beasts are chasing and playing on the ground, seems to have a good relationship, and there is no workplace bullying this kind of situation. This was doubly comforting to Qiu Yen. The polar blood wolf, on the other hand, was lazily lying on the side, chewing on the demon spider eggs in its mouth. Afterward, Qiu Yan's line of sight glanced and saw that the open space on the side was filled with spirit grasses. This is what's going on. Qiu Yen turned around and arrived on top of the open space filled with spirit grass. These spirit grasses didn't look like they were illusory either. He squatted down and gripped a handful and brought it to his mouth to chew on. Feeling the tangible medicinal power, Qiu Yan amazingly realized this was the real-deal spirit herb, and, in the distance, there seemed to be someone moving around in the clearing. What's this? Qiu Yan couldn't help but burst out. When did a person appear in the middle of one's imperial beast space? It was known that no one could enter the imperial beast space, which would lead to the collapse of the imperial beast space. Since he was the master of the entire imperial beast space itself, Qiu Yan arrived in front of the man with a flash in front of him. What is this? Why are you here? Little friend Qiu, we meet again. The one who was burying his head in the medicinal garden was an old man who now raised his head and looked at Qiu Yan with a smile. This moment caused Qiu Yan's entire brain to go down. Oh, don't be surprised. As an item-type talent, the Wanxiang Xianshu naturally possesses an artifact spirit. Old me is just the artifact spirit of the 10,000 Elements Shen book. Qiu Yan then remembered. The voice seemed very familiar, having been heard ages ago. It was like that time when Cinderblock attacked, or when he contracted the Flamefire Unicorn again, this voice had appeared. He turned his head to look at the book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries. At this moment, the Wanxiang Shen book was still in its usual state, floating continuously. No wonder it always feels as if the Wanxiang Shen Shu possesses self-consciousness, and can also devour spiritual herbs and medicines on its own, and knows to sift through what works for me. Qiu Yan this time all figured out the problem that had puzzled him for a long time. And what do I call you? Well, I was originally born in the Wanxiang Shen Shu. There is no name. How about you give me one? The old man replied as he looked at Qiu Yan with a smile. After a moment of silence, Qiu Yan then spoke again. How about you take my last name and call yourself Qiu Wuji? It's better to call you Qiu Lao from now on. I feel that calling you by your name is a bit less respectful. As if sensing the entanglement in Qiu Yan's mind, the old man in front of him unexpectedly transformed into a graceful woman. Every smile and knit exudes its own charm. Qiu Yan was startled again. Qiu Wuji shook his head. Don't panic. I'm originally an artifact spirit. My appearance is just virtual. What do you want me to become? Her voice was beautiful, simply better than any woman Qiu Yan had ever seen, and the looks were almost as if they had grown on Qiu Yan's aesthetic. How Qiu Yan looked awkward. He quickly waved his hand. Forget it. Why don't you just become youth-like? Just be similar to me. Good. Qiu Wuji's appearance changed again, becoming a man who bore some resemblance to Wang Tang, but with more distinct facial angles. Dressed in the clothing of the ancients before the revival of the aura, he looked surprisingly like an immortal cultivator out of the world. Qiu Yan looked at the ground and then at Qiu Wuji in front of him, his mind somewhat spinning. So, you're here to help me take care of this clearing? Yes. All the spiritual plants and herbs that my essence devours will produce seeds, and the light of my essence can accelerate the growth of spirit beasts or spirit plants. After learning this news, Qiu Yan was practically swooning with excitement. I didn't expect that after not coming to the Imperial Beast space for a few days, I had prepared such a big surprise for myself. Black Iron Grade Royal Beast space can grow spiritual grass? I'm afraid no one would believe it even if they said it. It was recorded in the canonical books that unless one's cultivation had reached the diamond level or above, the Imperial Beast space was just an ordinary space. There was no sun or moon here, and it provided absolutely no conditions for the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. I didn't realize that the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries was so powerful. Is this still his own royal beast space? This is clearly a fully automated spirit herb breeding base. Immediately after, Qiu Yan looked towards the side and surprisingly realized that a lake had appeared in his royal beast space. What's the situation? A lake appeared in the space of the imperial beast. To be honest, Qiu Yan seemed to have an urge to roar inside. However, he had seen a lot of strange things today, and Qiu Yan quickly calmed down. Qiu Wuji, you plant it first, haha. I'm going around. Qiu Yan's mind moved and immediately appeared at the edge of the water. He leaned down, and beneath the clear water, the same spirit grass and plants grew. Many of them were the ones he had previously found in the secret realm of the water swamp. With a glance, Qiu Yan realized that the carpets and whatnot he had gotten back from the Aodong City Lord's mansion were still piled up in the corner. The mind was set on its own infrastructural endeavors. Sure enough, engaging in infrastructure is hidden in the bloodline of every dragon nation. After a few hours of remodeling, Qiu Yan divided the imperial beast space into several areas. such as the spirit animal area, the planting area, the leisure area, the utility room, and so on. After this flurry of messing around, Qiu Yan had really wasted quite a bit of effort to put the entire Imperial Beast space in order. Hey! Nice, 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 that's awesome. Just a moment after it ended, Qiu Yan's mind suddenly relaxed and he drifted off to sleep. Ding dong! Qiu Yan opened his eyes once again. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was now 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was Lin Yuqing who sent the message. Qiu Yan, you came out? It's too hard in the storm mystery realm this time. And so many wind attribute mutated spirit beasts. It's a good thing we went in as a whole team. What about you? Qiu Yan smiled, rubbed his eyes, and sat up from the bed. I'm okay. Where are you? Young Master Wang Tang is inviting us to dinner tonight. Shall we go together? Huh. But the day after tomorrow is the day my grandmother has her surgery. It's fine. I've taken care of everything over there. I've hired the most professional team of caregivers in Zhonghai, 7 or 8 people surrounding your grandmother. So don't worry. Huh. Okay then. I'm in the hotel room we had before. I'm packing. Okay. Wait for me. I'll get you. Qiu Yan got up and changed into a fresh and clean set of clothes, and then after making sure that nothing was left behind in the room, he brought the door to the room with him. Chapter 133 Damaged Sky High Dresses. Qiu Yan arrived at the door of Lin Yuqing's hotel room with his previous memories, and at this time, the door of the room was hidden, and the sound of things being packed up in it could be heard. Knock, knock, knock. Qiu Yan knocked on the door of the room and then pulled it open. Yo! He waved towards Lin Yuqing who was packing her bags. Lin Yuqing took the time to look back and smiled sweetly towards Qiu Yan. However, what Qiu Yan didn't expect was that Lin Yuqing wasn't the only one in the room either. There was also Lin Yuqing's best friend that he had seen earlier at the entrance of the Twin Lives Mystic Realm. Hello. Qiu Yan was the first to open his mouth, but Meng Yuxuan had a self-congratulatory look about her, smiling and extending her hand towards Qiu Yan. Hello. My name is Meng Yuxuan. You're Lin Yuqing's little boyfriend, right? Not bad looking. Have you two had a mouthful yet? Huh. Even Qiu Yan was a bit confused by this question. This woman in front of me is also a little too raw. Opening is this kind of question? Rain, what are you talking about? Lin Yuqing walked over without any good humor and hammered her fist towards Meng Yuxuan. Seeing this, Meng Yuxuan pretended to be in pain, frowned and rolled onto the bed with an "you." This move also caused Lin Yuqing to blankly stare, and with a blushing face smiling awkwardly towards Qiu Yan, she continued to start packing her bags. This was because her Imperial Beast space was indeed rather limited. It also leads to the fact that you obviously bring a lot of stuff and end up leaving it in the middle of the hotel when you can't fit it all in. You end up with a big bag that you have to carry and bring back. Qiu Yan couldn't look on, and with a wave of his hand, he directly packed up all those miscellaneous items and put them into his royal beast space. There's plenty of room anyway. Yuqing, let me take you to buy a dress. Qiu Yan thought about it and came clean, but for fear of hurting Lin Yuqing's pride, he tangled for half a day before saying it. Huh. Lin Yuqing's movements of packing up her things froze, and for a while her brain was very confused. Why did Qiu Yan suddenly tell himself this? Is it because he thinks he has no money, no taste in clothes, and is nothing compared to that Ikazumi? Although she hadn't officially gotten together with Qiu Yan yet, she was mentally prepared. Why does that sound so unappealing? Thinking of this, Lin Yuqing's eyes were a little red. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that. Isn't Wang Tang going to have a celebration banquet tonight? I'm going to buy a suit later too. I can't lose his face. Qiu Yan, who noticed Lin Yuqing's mood was off, hurriedly explained. Lin Yuqing colored a bit better this time. After packing up, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing took a car and went straight to the Zhonghai IFC Center. Of course, Meng Yuxuan, on the other hand, was sidetracked by Lin Yuqing for a reason. After all, with Meng Yuxuan around to go shopping, who knows what other shocking words that little mouth of hers could speak. As soon as they got off the bus, Qiu Yan went straight to the front door with Lin Yuqing. However, standing at the door, Lin Yuqing looked at Qiu Yan timidly, somewhat afraid to go in. Who doesn't know that Zhonghai IFC is the most luxurious realm in all of Zhonghai? Many of the world's biggest brands are gathered inside, and I'm afraid that any t-shirt will cost thousands of dollars, and any jacket will cost tens of thousands of dollars. She tugged at Qiu Yan's coat and stammered. Why don't we go to another place? It's so expensive here. Qiu Yan, on the other hand, patted Lin Yuqing's shoulder and directly pulled her in. What I didn't realize was that this was met with blank stares from the two security guards. Little brother, clothes aren't cheap here. Yeah. There's another street next door that still has some signs in it. No, I can afford it. Qiu Yan didn't say much, but pulled Lin Yuqing straight into IFC. Right after the two of them left, the two security guards were still not hiding the look of disdain in their eyes. Dressed in a ground-up suit and pretending to be posh in front of the little girls. Yes, 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 it's just like treating us like cuties. We warned him. And now he's giving us the runaround. Humph, this kind of tactic is just enough to fool a little girl. What would you like to see, sir? In the middle of the Burberry store, the counter clerk asked somewhat tentatively. Looking at the two, they were dressed like normal high school students. Since there's no class today, it's probably just after the entrance exam. It looks like it's taking money from parents and coming to the store to get a prom line. That's understandable. If you want to buy clothes, you can take a look at this row of ready-made clothes. And if they don't fit, we have a tailor here who can help you change them on the spot. Without looking down on the two, the teller hastened to greet them warmly. Aha! Qiu Yan casually took a dress and checked it towards Lin Yuqing's body. This one fits you. Go try it on? Lin Yuqing was startled after glancing at the hang tag on it. 98,888. It made her wonder for a moment if she had misread the price. Oh, okay. Seeing the eyes of the teller next to her, Lin Yuqing was also afraid of losing face to Qiu Yan, so she just drilled her way in. A few minutes later, Lin Yuqing poked her head out, her pretty face slightly red, hesitant to come out, because the clothes Qiu Yan picked out for her seemed a bit revealing. A little bend in the road reveals your career line, and the skirt was also very short, so even if Lin Yuqing tugged it down as much as she could, it wasn't enough to cover it. However, under Qiu Yan's urging, Lin Yuqing slowly walked out from behind the door. Under the bright lights, it set off Lin Yuqing like a little princess. Even the teller next to him couldn't help but stare. Does this girl even look this good without makeup? Gee. Nice, it really suits you. Qiu Yan almost looked straight in the eyes, thinking that the teller was still next to him, and got serious again. You stand over here a little? Oh, prickly. An awkward scene occurred. The hem of her skirt, somehow, actually hooked onto the doorknob, and Lin Yuqing almost fell over. The quality of the dress didn't seem to be online though. It had a rip right through it. Lin Yuqing looked back at the cloth still hanging on the handle in a daze, and for a moment she was a bit at a loss for words. Sir, it seems that if you damage clothing, you have to pay the price. The teller freaked out too. It wouldn't have mattered if I had just tried on the clothes. But the point is that the dress is now torn, and it certainly won't work if it's mended and sold to the next customer. She is now most afraid of the two behind the unreasonable parents to come to the store to mess around, blaming everything on the store facilities, refusing to pay compensation. In that case, even though you don't have to pay for the whole dress, you will face a fine. It's okay. I can still afford a $100,000 dress. Qiu Yan said indifferently. That unperturbed look felt a bit unbelievable even to the teller who had read a lot of people. Was the plainly dressed teenager in front of him sure he wasn't just puffing up his face, but actually had a lot of money? Chapter 134 Starfire Team's First Meeting. Get another one. What do you think of this set? Qiu Yan brought another clean white skirt from the side and walked over to Lin Yuqing. This one has no extra designs and is more simple compared to the previous dress, but the fit is definitely figure-flattering. Lin Yuqing beamed her little mouth and looked at Qiu Yan with an aggrieved face, her eyes red again. It was actually her fault that she hadn't noticed the back hem of the dress. Hence the situation. $100,000 for nothing. Lin Yuqing's heart was very fragile, afraid that this would suffer Qiu Yan's dislike and think that she was a natural nerd. Well, it's good that you didn't fall. It's just a dress. Come and try this on instead. Qiu Yan touched Lin Yuqing's head with a breezy expression. Watching her obediently turn around and go inside to change her clothes, Qiu Yan didn't stay idle and kept wandering around the counter. At this time, the teller also reacted and directly trotted over, recommending his own products to Qiu Yan. Just as Qiu Yan chose his set, Lin Yuqing also walked out once again. The clothes Qiu Yan picked out this time weren't very revealing, and then they were also very clean. But even after coming out, Lin Yuqing still looked at her back with some trepidation, fearing that she would hook the doorknob again or something like that. Qiu Yan. The gentleman went inside to change, so you can sit on the couch for a moment. The teller's voice rang out at the right time. Since it was the first time she came to this kind of occasion, Lin Yuqing responded softly and sat obediently like a little kid, sitting straight. Squeak! The small door next to him opened in response. But this time it was Lin Yuqing who had a light in her eyes. Not bad for a man in a dress and a horse in a saddle. Qiu Yan deliberately chose a more casual suit. Serious suits with a little ingenuity in some asymmetrical designs surprisingly have a little cynical air. What are you looking at me for? Qiu Yan walked out and looked at Lin Yuqing with a smile. Huh? Oh no. Neither. It just feels like you're kinda handsome. Lin Yuqing spat out her tongue and looked at Lin Yuqing with some embarrassment. Okay. That's the set then. Qiu Yan walked over towards the teller, still holding the set of clothes that Lin Yuqing had accidentally damaged earlier. Let the tailor mend the one before, it might be wearable too. Oh, don't worry about this. Our tailors are professionals. It's definitely exactly the same as before. When the teller took the princess dress, she pulled open a small door and ran toward the back of the room. We're just going out like this? Is it too formal? Lin Yuqing looked at her hemline with some hesitation. And oh yeah, get 2 more casual sets to wear. Qiu Yan was just about to turn his head to get 2 more when he realized that the hem of his shirt was being tugged by Lin Yuqing. She looked around and lowered her voice. I didn't mean that. These are too expensive. Before she could finish, Qiu Yan pressed her hand. It's okay, clothes. It's good to buy 2 more sets. How about you look at that set? The little pale green dress kinda goes with you. The 2 of them picked and chose and bought several sets in total. At checkout, the previous teller was going crazy with joy. I thought these 2 were just ordinary students, but I didn't expect to buy hundreds of thousands of dollars of clothes right out of the gate. If you do the math, your own commission can be worth half a month's salary. Lifting those things into his hands, Qiu Yan pulled Ji Zhao out of the gate. Qiu Yan looked clean and fresh in a classic striped shirt. Lin Yuqing, on the other hand, was walking next to Qiu Yan in a fairy dress. For a while, passers-by looked sideways. Even the 2 security guards at the door were a little hot-faced at the sight. The sign upstairs in their own house and they recognize it. True or not, you can tell at a glance. Hey! Brothers, it's better if we don't judge people by their appearance in the future. I don't know what kind of quirks these rich people have. Obviously so rich, but still wearing all the groundlings. With a look of thuggishness. Who knows where that money came from? The other security guard, however, still chattered on as if he saw through everything. Well, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. A middle-aged man in a suit came from the back, the manager of the entire IFC. I just came out to inspect the perimeter and happened to hear the 2 security guards just talking. This dog-eyed security guard will seriously damage the image of their brand if he receives complaints from other guests. I was wrong, manager. Manager, don't go away. I think. The security guard who spoke out of turn was anxious and just wanted to go forward to explain, but the manager walked into the door without looking back. Since it's also in the center of town, it's also a matter of a cab kicking the gas. Qiu Yan and the 2 of them soon arrived at the entrance of the delicacy mansion. Naturally, this place was also the property of Wang Tang's family. At this moment, Wang Tang was squatting outside smoking a cigarette, and as soon as he saw the 2 of them, he directly threw the cigarette butt in his hand to the trash can, and then welcomed them. Yo! Man, you look good today.
Gan.
Miss Lin looks good too. Hearing Wang Tang's ancient style name, Lin Yuqing couldn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. Hee. Come. Since they are my Wang Ting's guests, little dear, you guys should know each other. Bring the 2 of them upstairs. Qiu Yan recognized that this was dear Lin, who had previously gone to Suwon Street together. With a smile and a nod, he patted Wang Tang's sturdy shoulders and followed dear Lin into the hall. Arriving at the box, Qiu Yan realized that there were already a few people here who had arrived early. Seeing Qiu Yan's arrival, several people stood up and called out, "Hello, Brother Yan," and "Hello, sister-in-law." With this kind of battle, if one didn't know, they would think Qiu Yan was some kind of black shark club head. You are. Qiu Yan was a bit puzzled. The few people in front of him didn't have much of an impression of themselves. One of the skinny lads stood up and pulled Qiu Yan with an eager face. Ooh-hoo. Speech probably doesn't know. Our brothers are all part of the Starfire squad under Brother Tang. In the future, we'll all be members of the same Starfire squad, so I still hope that Brother Yen will take care of it. Let me introduce Brother Yen. I'm Lung Jianyu. This is Kisnenki. Several people were polite for a while before Qiu Yan sat down. However, the way several people talked freely about the martial arts exams, Qiu was really interested in listening to them. Lin Yuqing was obviously not too adapted to dealing with this kind of occasion, and could only smile and nod at the polite remarks of a few people. But her small hand hidden under the table was sending a message to Qiu. What's the Starfire Squad? Why do they all say they're part of the Starfire Squad? You too. Qiu expression was a few degrees more serious at this point, and he was similarly typing under the table. This is a brand new policy. Do you want to enter the Holy Beast battlefield in the future? I'll take it or leave it. I have to take care of Grandma. I'm still a little uneasy about leaving Grandma in the hands of someone else. Grandma's getting older now, too, and I'm kind of sad to see her go. Qiu glanced at Lin Yuqing beside him and nodded. People have their own aspirations. There's really no way around this one. But he was actually quite worried about Lin Yuqing. If she wanted to go, was it really possible for her to join the Starfire Squad and follow herself and the others to fight for her life? The 10,000 is not that easy to deal with. Chapter 135 Their Happiness. Soon, Wang Teng led a few more people back to the box. Wang Teng sat on Qiu left-hand side. The other few people also had the good sense not to sit next to Lin Yuqing, but found another seat. Just as everyone was having a good conversation, Qiu's cell phone rang. Ding dong. Qiu opened his cell phone, and it showed Dragon Emperor has passed your friend request. Qiu was also speechless at the Microsoft name of Wan Guolong. I don't know if it's a non-mainstream thing or if I'm just playing with myself, but it always feels like elementary school. Brother Qiu, I just came out of the water swamp mystic realm. What exactly did you mean by Starfire Squad earlier? Qiu patted Wang Teng with the back of his hand and handed the cell phone over. After all, it's polite for a guest not to bring a guest. Lin Yuqing doesn't count. Since he had met with Wang Teng naturally invited Lin Yuqing as well. Wang Teng took over the cell phone and read Qiu's note to the other party after reading it. Naturally, he opened his mouth rather ostentatiously. Wan Quoc Lung. Is that the one who was first in Xiaoyang's grade? You can do it, bro, you pulled this off. Call him over. With that, Qiu then took his cell phone and tapped a few words to send it over. The general idea was for him to come over now, just when everyone was there, and discuss it together. It was only about half an hour or so before Wang Guolong arrived. Yo, this dude is... Could it be a classmate from the martial arts exam in the next city? Lung Jianyu is 8-faced and has obviously done his homework. Before the martial arts examination, he had investigated the city's top-ranked members of the martial arts examination in detail, but there was no such person among them. Since he was able to participate in this gathering, it was assumed that his strength must also be unquestionable. The only other possibility is a classmate from the next city over. This can't be blamed on Lang Jianyu. After all, Wan Guolong is full of tendon meat. Whoever puts it aside can't associate it with the first grade of Xiaoyang Royal Beast High School. Once these words came out, Wan Guolong became a bit tense. Trying to scratch his back, he realized that his muscles were too big to scratch his back. As the boss of Xiaoyang, it was the first time he was in such an awkward situation. It was only when Qiu spoke up that he relieved him. This is the first in Xiaoyang's grade that was just mentioned, Wan Guolong. For a moment, most of the people in the room froze. You're telling me that this muscular man is a beast master? In the end, it was Lung Jianyu who reacted and spoke again. I'm sorry. It's true that you can't tell the difference between people. Brother Wan, sit down. You're welcome. Wang Guolong scratched his head and pulled a chair and sat down. But that chair looks like it's too small anyhow. Wang Teng stood up at this moment with his wine glass, a subdued smile on his face. Since everyone is here, 15 of us as Starfire Squad, even if we meet first. Of course, it's still a matter of whether or not Miss Lin will join our Starfire Squad. So it's 15 people. Come on, let's all clink. And our team will continue to grow after that. With that, everyone stood up. The dining room table was particularly large, but everyone touched at intervals, and it was meant to be. Cheers! We'll be the sharpest of the new generation of sharp knives in the Dragon Kingdom from now on. Get those dog wands! Get those dog wands! For a while, the atmosphere surprisingly began to be saber-rattling. Afterward, Wang Teng let out a smile and greeted everyone as they sat down, then ordered down and started serving the food. Maybe it was because he hadn't eaten very well in the secret realm in the past few days. Wang Guolong's eating style was so bad that he couldn't wait to chew his chopsticks and swallow them. Seeing this, Qiu Yan smiled and pinched some dishes over to Lin Yuqing. Qiu Yan didn't resent the fact that Wang Guolong was being so generous. It's also the first team member who belongs. At the dinner table, instead, no one mentioned such a serious topic as the 10,000 clans again. Instead, they all started talking about family, gossip, and their own embarrassing stories, etc. Everyone was obviously members of Wang Ting's thousands of choices, and they were quite compatible in terms of personality. And with everyone having some humor cells in them, the table was filled with fun for a while. Even Lin Yuqing, who was a bit shy at the beginning, no longer felt constrained at this time, and with a serene smile on her face, she relaxed and looked around. Knock, knock, knock. Just as everyone was chatting away, there was a knock on the door. Which one? Lung Jianyu, who was closest to the door, put down his half-chewed duck leg and jogged to open the door. Huh? Chief Long. Lung Jianyu's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly lowered his head respectfully. At this moment, the inside of the box instantly quieted down, as if the head teacher had appeared outside a noisy class. It's okay. Everyone's playing. I just came to check it out. Long Hearing Spring had a gentlemanly smile on his face as he greeted towards the surroundings. He then gave an extremely subtle wink towards Qiu Yan. Having no choice, Qiu Yan whispered a few words to Lin Yuqing and trotted out of the box, closing the door in the process. I've realized that you kids don't have some kind of Conan physique. Just to take a test, and to destroy the stronghold of the Snowy God cult, and to save Dr. Jean. Moreover, was that Sky Puppet Clan goddess also killed by you? Huh? How do you know? Shock was written all over Qiu Yan's face. It had only been a short while, and Long Hearing Spring had investigated his own head. Long Hearing Quan blankly glanced at Qiu Yan without any good reason. What do you say? If not you or who? I don't believe whoever it is. I believe you. Actually still able to bring a bomb into the middle of the Water Zephyr secret realm. You're invincible child. As he said that, Long Hearing Spring actually laughed. Squeak. Wang Tung walked out with a cigarette in his hand and a puzzled look on his face. What's up, Longbottom? Why don't you go in and sit down and have a couple bites? When he finished, he flicked his cigarette ash. Qiu Yan clearly saw Long Hearing Spring's eyelids jump. It's fine, I just came to see Qiu Yan. Okay, you guys go inside. Long Hearing Quan waved his hand and pushed the two into the box once again. Qiu Yan and Wang Tung looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what the hell was going on. Cackling. Long Listening Spring didn't know where to feel out a rag and squatted on the ground to carefully wipe it. Still, it was only after blocking the nearby cameras and making sure no one was around that he moved before rubbing it. In a short while, Long Hearing Quan was satisfied and threw the rag into the trash can. However, there seemed to be a rush of footsteps coming from the distance, just in time to take in Long Hearing Spring's movements as he rose to his feet. Ahem. Long Hearing Quan seemed to look busy and coughed dryly. Long Bureau, I saw that the surveillance signal disappeared and thought something was wrong. Don't be a terrorist attack. The person who came was none other than the Wang family shadow guard Lu Heng. It's okay. What can I do here? Okay. Go back. Ooh-hoo. Lu Heng also looked extremely embarrassed at this point. Just as he turned to leave, Long Hearing Spring was as close to his ear as a ghost. If you say anything, I'll kill you. Lu Heng was shocked by this. Chapter 136, A Little Happiness. Hey. What are you saying, Long Bureaus? I can't understand. Lu Heng had a pleasing smile on his face and rubbed his hands together, but a cold sweat was born behind his back. It seems that rumor circulating in the market is indeed true. It's just that it's not an unseemly fetish, it's normal to like hygiene. This one is a tough guy behind the scenes. Back then, he entered the Sacred Beast battlefield with a gold-level cultivation in his early 20s and killed the 10,000 clans to the ground. At the same time, that session's Sacred Beast battlefield was also one of the battles with the lowest casualties for the human race. It's good that you can't understand. A light breeze was blowing. When Lu Heng looked back again, he realized that his back had long been empty. The boulder raised in his heart was then released. As for today's incident, he wouldn't dare to talk about it even if he was killed. Right after Long Hearing Quan and Lu Heng left, the atmosphere in the box became joyful once again. Wang Tung was about to approach Qiu Yan for a drink with his wine glass, while Qiu Yan only had a shallow taste. It wasn't that Qiu Yan didn't give face, but he had something else to do tonight. It's not that I want to arch people's cabbages, but I'm going to start practicing Tian Gui forging body, and the starlight grass that I got with great difficulty is definitely going to be used in some way. Originally, Wang Tong was still a bit unhappy in his heart. However, Qiu Yan had only condescended to Lin Yuqing and used her as a shield for a bit. After Wang Tong, the boy, learned of this, his face was immediately all flooded with a meaningful smile. There was no more exhortation to drink, but the others began to play through each other one after the other. So it wasn't until a dozen people after 9 p.m. that it broke up. On the entire table, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing were the only two who were still awake, and as they glanced at each other, they both laughed heartily. Let's find a place to put them first. Qiu Yan had the shadow guards outside the door pack up all these people and send them to a large hotel not far away. Needless to think, the same is the property of Wang Teng's family. At this moment, only Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing were left on the road. Originally, he wanted to take a taxi to send Lin Yuqing home. As a result, Qiu Yan's hand slipped and accidentally set the positioning on the street next door. I thought it would be good to eat and eliminate, so I didn't modify the positioning. The two of them just walked side by side, enjoying the rare peace of the moment with the evening breeze. Tonight the moon is bright and the stars are shining. It's a beautiful day. I just don't know how much longer this stability will last. Qiu Yan quietly stretched out his fingers and hooked onto Lin Yuqing's soft and boneless little hand. Her little hands were soft and smooth. It's not sticky like a hand cream, but rather warm and cool, like a diamond in the rough. Seeing that the owner of the small hand made no movement to break free, Qiu Yan then extended his other fingers and held the entire small hand in his palm. Lin Yuqing's head was buried very low as she walked in silence, only feeling a burn on her face. Still, she had some small expectation of what would happen next. Movie and TV dramas often have this kind of bridge, male and female main characters walking side by side, and then the female lead suddenly by the male lead domineering a kiss or something. Qiu Yan's hands were large and made her feel safe. Despite being shy right now, she kinda liked the feeling though. Moreover, Qiu Yan's body would always emit a refreshing fragrance, making her unable to resist wanting to stick close and sniff carefully, inquiring about the source of the fragrance. However, Lin Yuqing quickly regained her senses and her ears turned red. And at the same time, a strong condemnation of your previous thoughts. Just feel like a female hooligan. So nasty. After a long time had passed, Lin Yuqing became a little sad, and she had just heard everyone's chatting at the dinner table. You're the captain of Starfire Squad now. Maybe. We'll both be on two paths from now on. After saying that, Lin Yuqing's other hand kept rubbing the hem of her skirt. His own talent wasn't strong, and his spirit beast's bloodline wasn't as powerful as Qiu Yan's. She had already enrolled in a relevant program at Kyoto Medical University and was destined to have no interactions with Qiu Yan in the future. Perhaps, afterward, Qiu Yan would meet even better girls among the Starfire Squad. He himself was never able to be beside Qiu Yan and follow him to fight side by side. It won't. It won't. Qiu Yan's voice was lowered, but his tone carried a 12% certainty. She was the white moonlight of her past life and this one too. Lin Yuqing could clearly feel that big hand clenching her hand tighter. Somehow she felt happy. Girls have strange little minds. Often the heart is in the right place, but always want to hear a firm answer from the other person's mouth. With a blossom in front of his eyes, Qiu Yan turned around and arrived in front of Lin Yuqing, a pair of black eyes like a quiet lake, appearing mysterious and unknown. It seemed to have made up its mind of some sort. Lin Yuqing's heart was beating fast. Knock, knock, knock. In the silence of the night, even the occasional car that drove by seemed to have the mute button pressed, except for the deafening sound of her heartbeat. Lin Yuqing was so shy that she didn't dare to look at Qiu Yan. Her entire body tensed up and tightly closed her eyes. Suddenly, the other's moist lips imprinted lightly as a feather on his own. In an instant, Lin Yuqing almost forgot to breathe, and even the tips of her ears flushed pink. Somewhat clumsily, they responded to each other. But Qiu Yan wasn't much better is all. Again, a pure novice, the operation is raw and dry. It seemed to have accidentally bitten Lin Yuqing's lips, and the little girl winced in pain. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Qiu Yan's cell phone rang. He had never felt his ringer so harsh. Grass. Qiu Yan cursed and hurriedly let go of his arm around Lin Yuqing's waist, pulling out his cell phone in a hurry. But it took a small amount of digging to get the phone out. Hey, what's taking so long to answer the phone? I'm at your location. Where are you? I'll be there in 5 minutes. Ooh-hoo. Here it comes. Chiu Yen could only awkwardly apologize repeatedly to the owner of the car before pulling Lin Yuqing along with him and running towards the positioning. Blinding car lights could be seen in the distance. Coming to the side, Chiu Yen stopped and looked at Lin Yuqing, whose pretty face was red on the side. Bye, nerd. Lin Yuqing broke away from Chiu Yan's hand, stood on her tiptoes, and pecked towards Chiu Yan's chin. Then he darted for the cab, pulled open the door and got in. Looking at the taillights of the car that had gone away, Chiu Yen froze, and the evening breeze blew past, the part of his chin a little cool. For no reason at all, he scoffed to himself. It seemed that he was really inexperienced, and Lin Yuqing was quite right. Looking at the bright starry sky at night, Chiu Yen also took a taxi and returned to his home. As soon as I opened the door, Mom and Dad popped out from behind the door, gift buckets in hand. Bang! Bang! Gifts showered down from the sky, and the three of them were covered in small, colorful notes. Son of a... Finally, the college entrance exam is over. Are you happy? Chiu Yen cried and laughed. Dad, you're too old for this. Hey, come eat cake. Why do you smell like cigarettes and alcohol? It still smells like someone else's girl. Zhongli sniffed towards her son, becoming more and more certain of her suspicions, and directly pinched Chiu Yan's ears to lift him up. You mom, what are you doing? The brat doesn't learn. Learning to hobnob on other people's little girls. Don't hang out with misfits. Upon hearing this, Chiu Yen awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, not knowing how to explain this to his own mother at all. The matter of the Starfire Squad is still confidential. Basically, even Mom and Dad cannot tell. And the general public doesn't know about the 10,000 nations yet, so it's kind of a way to protect them. Well. Let's eat the cake first. Cho Haiba rushed to round up the crowd, ran to the table, and cut a piece of cake and brought it over. Zhang Li's eyes cut Chiu Yen severely before she let go. Naturally, the cake was not as good as the treats at Delicacy House, but it was the best that Mom and Dad could give him. Chiu Yen was still eating happily. The family was happy, and it was a rare reunion of sorts. This also made Chiu Yen cherish this hard-won affection even more. Right now, the Sacred Beast battlefield was about to open again, and as the captain of the Starfire Squad on this side of Zhonghai, he had a heavier burden on his shoulders. Once the 10,000 races really achieved victory and entered the Dragon Kingdom in a big way, then his dad and mom, Lin Yuqing, and other people he cared about would be threatened. What else can Chiu Yen do to guard the little happiness that belongs to him? Thinking of this, Chiu Yen entered the room and gently locked the door, intending to start cultivating the Tian Gui forging body. Chapter 137 Star God Clan Technique. Based on the prompts in his mind, Chiu Yen then took out a small stone mortar and gathered a handful of starlight grass from the royal beast's space and took it out. Obviously, a fresh elixir is more potent. However, after mashing it up and about to apply it to his body, Chiu Yen had a problem. Because the Star God Clan technique not only requires the entire body to be coated with the juice of the starlight grass, but also to be bathed in starlight. That's going to be tough. Is it hard to make Chiu Yen go to the top floor and Luo run while bathing in the starlight? I'm afraid this is dangerous. Chiu Yen waited patiently for a while. It was only when he saw the lights fading out in the residential building across the street that he carefully climbed up to the top floor through the window of his room. Worthy of being on the top floor, Chiu Yen felt the cool evening breeze blowing straight at him as soon as he came up. Luckily, the surrounding area was full of solar water heater outboards installed by various families. Otherwise, Chiu Yen was really at risk of being exposed. Chiu Yen stripped off his clothes in a blaze of speed and then sat down cross-legged after applying starlight grass juice on his body. Begin to run the spiritual energy through the body as memorized. Almost instantly, Chiu Yen sensed the strangeness of this gong method. The dots of starlight in the sky seemed to be alive as they slowly fell into Chiu Yan's body. This also caused the aura in Chiu Yan's body to continuously compress up and then slowly pound the muscles, bones, and internal organs. These auras were constantly destroying Chiu Yan's body tissues on the one hand, and on the other hand, they were rapidly repairing the body tissues under the effect of the starlight. Even Chiu Yen could hardly endure this kind of pain. Chiu Yen was in intense pain all over his body. Grass. This gong method is really not practiced by a human, he muttered, but the next thing he knew, he began to rejoice in the waterproof carpet he had purposely put underneath him earlier to prevent the astroturf from running onto the floor and causing waste. In just a moment, dark blood began to ooze out of the pores on Chiu Yan's body. People on the top floor often report water leaks upstairs. If it leaks into someone's home, it will scare them into calling the police. Blood oozing from the ceiling, still in the middle of the night, it's creepy to think about. But all the same, although Qiu Yan had suffered great pain, the rewards were absolutely cost-effective, and his body was instantly cleared. However, this was only the first step in cultivating the Tiangui forging body. Then a more violent pain hit. This time, the aura in the body moved even more violently, almost like countless highly poisonous ants viciously tearing at the lower layers of the skin, in the blood, and on the outside of the internal organs. Qiu Yan knew that once he fainted, he was halfway there. It's like building a house without a good foundation in the first step. Even if you build a taller building afterwards, it's still a dangerous building. So, even if your back teeth are clenched, you have to tough it out. Ah! Qiu Yan roared in pain. Just as the critical period was reached, a sudden shout of curses rang out from the opposite building. What's all this noise? Can't you let anyone sleep? Smaller movements in the middle of the night. You're so strong. Tomorrow you'll carry 2 loads of cement. This time, Qiu Yan almost couldn't hold the breath in his heart and directly fainted from the pain. Me. Next, even if it hurt again, Qiu Yan could only hold it in his heart, but it almost didn't suffocate him. It was a good thing that this state of affairs only lasted for half an hour or so. Feeling the pain on his body gradually subside, Qiu Yan let out a long sigh of relief. This calamity had finally been passed. However, when he thought that he would experience this kind of pain every time he cultivated this kind of dharma next, Qiu Yan felt creeped out. Phew! Go home. Qiu Yan purposely put his own clothes back on again, and then after taking the waterproof blanket back into the Imperial Beast space, he once again started to climb down towards the window of his room. This time, however, Qiu Yan could clearly feel the power hidden within him. Climbing up earlier was still a bit shaky. One hand now has a firm grip on the exposed hose with only a slight strain. If you use both hands, it's even less of a problem. Thinking of this, Qiu Yan couldn't help but have a touch of joy on his face as well. In 3 or 2 clicks, he slipped to his room, stripped all the clothes on his body in a fire, and then quietly slipped into the bathroom. After taking a comfortable shower, Qiu Yan only felt relaxed, as if he had been transformed. So he locked the door and summoned the wind cloud harvest cubs, running the breathing method once again. Ka! The aura in the air rapidly converged into Qiu Yan's body. Black Iron 7th Order. It's a done deal. Originally, he was just short of the final line in the Water Swamp Mysterious Realm, and this was considered a complete breakthrough. Each step of the breakthrough could bring about considerable changes. Qiu Yan clearly felt that his speed of absorbing aura had become a little faster, and his efficiency had probably been enhanced by about 5% from before. Compared to needing even more aura reserves to advance to the Black Iron 8th stage, Qiu Yan still decided to prioritize plucking a little bit of Wind Cloud Harvest. But what would be a good name for Windjammer? Without a name, it would be easy for outsiders to guess the bloodline as well as the skills. This caused Qiu Yan to be in trouble once again. Dark Cloud. Little Cloud? Ling Feng. Qiu Yan was just about to change it, but Feng Yunhao immediately nodded his head, indicating that he liked the name very much. Then I'll call you Ling Feng O. He stroked Stormcloud Hollow's head and placed it in front of him. Now that Wind Cloud Harvest had grown to the Black Iron 2nd stage, it was already similar to the size of a small hound. But it's still considered a juvenile at the moment. Spirit beasts in the wild are categorized into young bodies, growing bodies, mature bodies, and so on. It is also equivalent to being a child, youth, or adult in the human race. Although the bloodline of spirit beasts at different stages would not change, their body size or other traits would undergo different degrees of enhancement. Like Qiu Yan's other current spirit beasts, all of them were in their growth bodies. Because of the accelerated growth of spirit beasts after contracting an Imperial Beast Master, it resulted in the stage of the juvenile body being infinitely shortened, while the growing body was infinitely lengthened. Perhaps only when the Imperial Beastmaster reached silver or even gold could the spirit beast truly grow to a mature body. Individual spirit beasts with potential would evolve into an inquisitive body once their cultivation reached the diamond level or above. If Qiu Yan's cultivation could also be raised to the diamond level, then a bloodline like the Flamefire Cheelants could also evolve into an inquisitive body. Between a platinum-level bloodline and a diamond-level bloodline is such a watershed. Once an Imperial Beastmaster's cultivation had been raised to the diamond level, then only then would he be considered to have completely stepped into the ranks of the top combatants. By then, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for the Flame Cheelant to grow to a height of 3 or 4 meters. After all, the platinum-level bloodline Polar Blood Wolf had reached a height of over 2 meters as a mature stage. The growth of the Flamefire Qilin with an even more powerful bloodline would only be even more exaggerated. However, it is said that spirit beasts that reach the ultimate body are able to change size freely. This was not something Qiu Yan was very clear about. But he didn't care, he honestly hugged Ling Feng and continued to cultivate, and that was the end of it. It was thought that after one night had passed, Ling Feng would be able to cross over the juvenile body and evolve into a growth body. Chapter 138, a new segment. Hoa! Qiu Yan yawned and stood up from the bed. Although he hadn't rested all night, the effect of practicing all night was simply better than resting from deep sleep. It's been a really long time since I've practiced with this much dedication. Qiu Yan turned his head to look at Ling Feng, who was huffing and puffing in front of him. Sure enough, the current Ling Feng was already bigger than the Flamefire Qilin. With just one night's cultivation, Ling Feng had jumped from the Black Iron 2nd stage to the Black Iron 4th stage. At this point, it is considered to have the ability to participate in combat. With that, Qiu Yan's mind sank and entered his royal beast space. Looking at the mountains and rivers in front of him, Qiu Yan felt very satisfied. Yo! Wuji! Brother Qiu! Qiu Wuji, who was laboring in the fully automated farm, greeted towards Qiu Yan. Ever since he discovered Qiu Wuji, Qiu Yan had already handed over all the things in the royal beast space to Qiu Wuji to take care of, including feeding the spirit beasts, harvesting the medicinal garden, and so on. Let's just say it's convenient. One of them is that artifact spirits don't need to sleep. The second was that even if Qiu Wuji felt tired, gleaning 2 handfuls of spirit herbs from the middle of the medicinal field would likewise restore his energy. Could be said that with Qiu Wuji, Qiu Yan had a black slave who worked day and night and didn't want to be paid. With a single movement of his mind, he arrived in front of the Book of 10,000 Elephants and Shen Book, flipping open the page of Spirit Beast Appraisal. It was almost a shock not to see it. Haven't been checking the status of my spirit animal much lately. I didn't expect the cinder block to digest that power continuously after devouring the blood demon. The bloodline has unexpectedly mutated into a diamond level. This is not too weird. What Qiu Yan didn't know was, blood demons were originally a species from the Skyvault clan, and perhaps no one even knew that the king of the earth's core slimes was able to mutate by devouring blood demons. Qiu Yan sparingly researched a brand new mutation route. But this is not a situation that can be replicated by everyone. Oh! What a great surprise! Qiu Yan cried and laughed a little. That is to say, the spirit beasts under one's hand are basically all diamond level or above bloodline now. With that, he found Ling Feng's panel. Wind and Cloud Harvest. Black Iron, 4th Order. Peak Diamond Bloodline Note. Infinitely approaching the blazing gold bloodline. Skills. Sharp Claws. Cloud Hiding. Cloud Mist Riding the Wind. Big Dipper Wind Blade. Blazing gold level bloodline? Qiu Yan then remembered this almost forgotten rank. And further up the diamond level is the blazing gold king level, royal level, imperial level. It's kind of a very old standard of judgment, because this kind of bloodline hadn't appeared for too long, merely appearing in legends or ancient texts. Gee! Awesome! After reading the panel, Qiu Yan exclaimed that it was awesome. The Black Iron 4th ranked Wind Cloud Harvest actually had 2 running skills. A cloud concealment would be able to release many clouds, thus disrupting all the enemy's perceptions. But this skill, why did Qiu Yan keep feeling like he had encountered it somewhere? There was also a Cloud Ride, which was naturally a skill that specialized in running away. Overall, as long as Qiu Yan's cultivation went up, as long as he sat on Lingfeng, he would be able to live infinitely. Thinking about this, Qiu Yan was simply thrilled. But a phone rang unexpectedly. Qiu Yan returned to reality and picked up his cell phone to see that it was actually a string of unknown numbers. Pop! Thinking that it was some kind of scam call, Qiu Yan directly hung up without even thinking about it. I didn't expect the phone to ring again after a while. Tay grandmas. Hello? Which one of you is it? Qiu little friend. How are you? Hearing the familiar voice, Qiu Yan's attitude then relaxed a bit. Dr. King, what's the call for? Aren't you the captain of Starfire Squad? The personnel on your own team need to be in your control. I have the list here, so take a general look at it, and if it's okay, the test will be scheduled after a week. Qiu Yan froze. Dr. King, why are you the one contacting me, and where is everyone else? Harm. They were on a mission yesterday. Didn't I just get back? I have nothing to do. Now I'm here to answer the phone. Okay. Then come by sometime, haha. Anytime before 12 tonight. No, I'll be right there. Qiu Yan hung up the phone, and after going through Dr. Jin's Microsoft Friends, The other party dumped a location. Dragon Countermeasures Center Zhonghai Branch? Qiu Yan was no stranger to this name. Isn't it the tallest building in the city? The Dragon Country Countermeasure Center has branches all over the country. Its purpose is to detect cracks in space, maintain social stability, and every other responsibility imaginable. It is also the affiliation of the Dragon Scale Squad or other squads. The big boss of this organization is Long Hearing Spring. Okay, I know. After Qiu Yan replied, he started to change his clothes and prepare to go out. Looking at the home still empty, Qiu Yan was somewhat helpless. Mom and Dad froze and refused to listen to him, saying that they wanted to save some of Qiu Yan's wife's capital. It was business as usual this morning. There was no other way. Qiu Yan made a few phone calls and directly used the ability to use money to buy off their bosses and gave the two of them a new position with an easy and high salary. What? Leader, I'm doing a good job in the workshop. How come I'm being promoted to management? What a warehouseman making $200,000 a year with 6 insurance policies. You're kidding me. Qiu Haiba and Zhang Li, who came to the unit to get ready for work, were stunned when they looked at the appointment letter in front of them. What a situation. One rocked up as a corporate executive and the other as a top-paid warehouseman. The leader looked at the two and smiled without saying a word. Qiu Yan didn't stay at home too much, but directly slipped out of the house and took a taxi to the tallest building in Zhonghai City. The entire lobby is very tech-savvy. The person handling business at the front desk looked at Qiu Yan with a smile. Dr. Kim's guessed right. This pass card you take is unobstructed to the 7th floor. Qiu Yan took the small card and went to the side to wait at the elevator entrance. Not long after, Qiu Yan suddenly realized that someone behind him tapped his shoulder. You who? Wang Teng. Up so early today after drinking so much yesterday? Qiu Yan looked at Wang Teng, whose face was slightly haggard, and was somewhat surprised. Harm. Don't mention it. Yesterday my old man knew I was drunk and bought me 2 meals of dragon fruit straight away. Says I'm a loser, not half the drinker he was when he was younger. I'm just speechless. Get the hell out of bed in the morning. Actually, I was going to come back this afternoon if I could. Looking at the dark circles under his eyes on Wang Teng's face, Qiu Yan pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. Looks like this rich kid isn't so easy to be. Qiu Yan and Wang Teng went up to the 7th floor together. Needless to think, it must have come to Dr. Kim to study the members of the Starfire squad as well. The two of them kept walking towards the front along the door number, but it was in the middle of the building in front of them that the sound of several people arguing fiercely resounded. Chapter 139, 1 month's presidential suite. ING Hell said no. I'll quit if I'm ING pussyfooting around. Professor Jean. Think about it again. The situation of the next Holy Beast battlefield will be extremely severe. You just have to give us those research results. Don't you ING fart? Do you know what evil that is? That's the result of the 10,000 clans. The core technology is the heart's blood of thousands of spirit beasts. The point is, there's also the power of the evil god on the side of the 10,000 clans. You think Stormcloud Harvest is so easy to train? Upon hearing this, Qiu Yan and Wang Teng both had a generalization in their hearts. It seems that these people are trying to force Dr. Kim to hand over the technology he has. It turned out that Dr. King had concerns, which is why there was a moment of contention. After a few minutes had passed, a couple of the men walked away with their heads down as if they'd had a nose to the grindstone. It was only then that Qiu Yan and the two of them arrived at the room where Dr. Jean had just been. Dr. King. Dr. King. Ooh, the original you guys are here? Come and sit down. Thinking that it was those people who were still undeterred, Dr. Jean wanted to kick the people out, but when he saw that the visitor was Qiu Yan Wang Teng, he changed his attitude again. Dr. King, those people? Just now? Qiu Yan asked with some doubt. Dr. King touched the windjammer in front of him and waved his hand. What else could it be for? Of course I want to take Wind Cloud Harvest and experiment on it. This Wind Cloud Harvest actually has a very incomplete gene chain, and under the catalyst of the Snow Region Divine Sect, it only took 3 years to become mature. So, what would have been a lifespan of several hundred years is now only a few years. I led that experiment, and to be honest, I'm kind of sorry about it. We can't let this guy stay in the lab for the rest of his life. In a couple days, I'm going to leave here and take this guy outside to see more. Qiu Yan knew that Dr. Jean must be blaming himself in his heart. Under the coercion of the Snow God cult, many hurtful experiments were done. The reason why there is no comment to those people is also so that this experiment will not be followed in the future. Qiu Yen couldn't help but think of that senior brother of Dr. Wu's, to actually take his own little life for the sake of research. It is estimated that the current Heavenly Vault Church is still hiding in some secret realm to continue this research. Here, this is the list of this session of the Central Sea Imperial Beasts High School. This one is a list of martial arts exams. You two take a look. Dr. King handed the two men two thick documents. Qiu Yen immediately turned over the pile given to him. This file registered the rankings of the top 100 candidates who scored within the Twin Lives mystery, as well as the information. The first page was Qiu Yen, which also surprised him a little. No, why am I the first? I obviously gave most of the resources to Ikazeo. I can be first at this? Dr. King hemmed and hawed. The Imperial Beast exam can't just be based on the amount of resources. It also depends on how well you perform. 2 spirit beasts have subdued the 3 spirit beasts of that kid from Xiaoyang. Who's first if you're not first? Qiu Yen pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly and continued to flip the list backward. Inside the top 20 are Ikamachi, Vanguard Long, and more. However, what Qiu Yen didn't expect was that Lin Yuqing actually ranked in the 90s as well. Now, Lin Yuqing's application to Kyoto Medical University should be secure. After roughly going through it, Qiu Yen returned the information to Dr. Jean. Okay. I basically have everyone's strength in mind. Dr. King nodded and was about to say something. Outside the door, however, were the sounds of several footsteps. Knock, knock, knock. The visitor knocked on the door before stepping in. Qiu Yen turned his head to look. Ooh, I can't believe it's an old acquaintance. Qiu Yen, hello again? Nia, dressed in a lolita, put her small hands behind her back and looked at Qiu Yen with a smile. Nina was beside her, smiling and nodding towards Qiu Yen. Because of their special status, the two were followed by several heavily armed guards. I'll go. The Sky Rabbit clan? Wang Tung's eyes widened. It was the first time he had seen a living Sky Rabbit race. Coupled with the fact that the looks of the two women were definitely at the level of top streaming young flowers in the Dragon Kingdom. So Wang Tung could not help but look dumbfounded for a moment. Qiu Yen was also a bit confused about the situation. Dr. King, they're coming too. They're supernumerary members of the Starfire Squad. When the time comes, I should be entering the Dragon Blood High School with you to study. Dr. King unhurriedly picked up a nearby beaker and poured a mouthful of saline into his mouth. Before Qiu Yen could respond, Wang Tung directly bounced up from his seat and walked towards the two sisters. Ladies, where do you live and how old are you? ING pussy. What? The smile on Wang Tung's face instantly froze. Where in the world did this beauty learn these words? Do they exist on the Wan side too? Nia nonchalantly continued her output. What's the matter? You got a problem with calling you a pussy? Looking like a woman and learning how to pick up girls. Your skin is almost whiter than mine. Okay. Little sister. Stop it. Mr. Wang. My sister is like this. Don't take it to heart. Nina's gentle opening simply captured Wang Tang's little heart at once. It's okay. Sister, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Wang Tang did not know where to change out of a rose in his mouth. His hand tartly propped up on top of a side wall. This also drew a bout of blank stares from Nia. You two will just show them around and familiarize yourselves with the Dragon Kingdom first. Dr. King spoke with a smile. Once these words came out, Wang Tang hesitated a bit. Will it cause confusion if we go out like this? Don't worry. There are too many girls on the street with 2 rabbit ears on their heads. It's normal. Okay. It's okay, you guys go play. There's still a week to go before the selection of Starfire Squad members, so I'll contact you then. Okay. With a wave of his hand, Wang Tung directly took over the duties of the tour guide. After all, this kid had a knack for eating and drinking, so if she let Nia follow him, she was afraid that she would be corrupted by the paper and gold of the Dragon Kingdom in a couple of days. Dr. Jean still purposely urged Qiu Yen not to play too much. However, as soon as he left the building, Wang Tung directly threw Dr. Jin's advice behind him. Straight away, the two women were brought into the hotel. Ahem. It was purely to give the two women a place to stay for the time being. But with the hotel lobby filled with checkout guests in the morning, the combination of these 4 handsome men and women instantly caught all the eyeballs. These guys play with real flowers. Teenage girls, young women, males, cold-faced dudes. It looks as if there are only one room for 4 people, too. Envy. The little beauty at the front desk looked at a few people with some hesitation. After all, his own boss had said that he would keep an eye on the young master's whereabouts at all times. Now so blatantly open room. Fear is really something wrong. Young Master Wong, their ID cards. They don't have any IDs. It's okay. Give me the presidential suite. Drive him for a month first. Chapter 140. Plans are made before they are acted upon. Nia saw Wang Tang take a small card and drop it on the door lock. To enter the door operation was incredibly novel. It was no wonder, after all, the civilization of the celestial rabbit race was relatively backward, still at the stage of the Western Middle Ages. Wow! It gave me a feeling of being in the Hoover house. Once inside, Nia could no longer control her little girl nature, looking here and there, curious about everything. Even though she was 18 years old, it was enough to prove that Nina had protected her well. Hoover? Who? Do you know Qiu Yen? Wang Tang looked at Qiu Yen suspiciously. Is the big boss in the Sky Rabbit clan. It can be interpreted that way. Qiu Yen looked at Wang Tang helplessly, but the other party seemed to be more interested. Oh? How did it work out then? You kid. Tell me about it. Are all of the Sky Rabbit clan these rabbit-eared ladies? Talk to you later. After all, in front of the two women, Qiu Yen really couldn't describe the environment of the Sky Rabbit clan or anything. Waiting for the two women to put down all the luggage that was stuffed to the brim in their respective storage spaces, Wang Tang led the three of them to set off once again. But although Wang Tang seems unreliable, the event is still well organized. The first stop is the Nakahama City Sacred Beast Battlefield Martyrs Memorial. In every city there is a building where the relics of every martyr are placed in a memorial, and then a name is attached to it for all to remember. It likewise contains the relics of all the martyrs who came out of Nakai City. The fact that it was a weekday resulted in a few people not waiting in line long enough to get inside. Afraid that the two's rabbit ears would be easily attacked by others for disrespecting the martyrs, Qiu Yen even went outside to buy 2 hats for the sisters to wear. The arena is huge and basically impossible to see at a glance. There are countless blood-stained clothes displayed in the display cases here, and they lie quietly in the transparent glass covers. Bright lights shone, and the crimson bloodstains on them spoke to people of the tragedy of the Holy Beast battlefield. Each counter represents a life that was once alive. At the sight of this scene, even the sisters' expressions were solemn. But just a short time after coming in, there were a few not-so-standard dragon language sounds coming from the front. Bro, is this the Memorial Hall in Zhonghai City? It's just a bunch of cannon fodder. What's so memorable about that? In our pretty empire, only highly decorated generals deserve to be honored. Not far from a few people, a couple of blonde foreigners gestured at the displays in the pavilion. Ward hair. So disgusting. I can't believe there's a severed hand. The voice that came out was a young man. He was fully clothed in colorful clothes, causing him to stand out amongst the crowd of people dressed in crisp black and white. At the moment, he was frowning tightly with a look of disgust. Qiu Yen noticed Wang Tang beside him quietly clenching his fists as if he was about to make a move. Hurriedly reaching out his hand, he patted Wang Tang's shoulder, signaling him not to act rashly. Fighting here is certainly disrespectful to the martyrs, and it's a real sin once you break the display around it. Qiu Yen lowered his voice. Get out and talk. Wang Tang's tightly clenched hand slowly loosened, but his eyes were still sharp and incomparable as he scanned the few foreigners. Seeing this, Nia also had a high opinion of the pussy in front of her, and was quite bloodthirsty, although they had previously belonged to the camp of the 10,000 races. But now, after seeing these shocking items, they also deeply felt those sins of their ancestors. Nina went to collect a small bouquet of white flowers and pulled her sister over to a slab of rock. The slab was large, and all over it were the names of the martyrs inscribed in blood-red letters. She placed the bouquet in front of her and led Nia in a deep bow. Meanwhile, the foreigners are apparently up to their tricks again. One of the dark-skinned women actually picked up a bouquet of flowers from in front of the slab and prepared to take them away. Putting it in front of his nose and sniffing it, he threw it back with a disgusted look on his face. What are you doing? Wang Tang couldn't stand it any longer and angrily walked over. As a rooted young man of the Dragon Kingdom, he would never allow such a thing to happen. His grandfather, his father, and even most of the members of his family had been on the Holy Beast battlefield. On this wall, too, are the names of his uncle, cousin's wife, and others. To do so would undoubtedly be a sacrilege against them. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. We didn't realize that was not allowed. The leader, who seemed to be an old foreigner, smiled amiably and stepped in front of his student. If it was placed outside, I'm afraid that it would really be taken as a foreign compassionate old man. Although he said sorry on his lips, he didn't have a sorry expression on his face. Chiu Yen took a few timely steps forward and pulled Wang Tang's arm. Seeing this, the old foreign man turned around as if nothing had happened, yelling his students onward with open hands. The happy atmosphere of a few people talking and laughing was extremely striking in this solemn occasion. Wang Tang's eyes were fierce enough to kill as he shook off Chiu Yen's hand and growled lowly. Chiu Yen, why are you stopping me? I won't beat them to death. Chiu Yen lowered his voice again. You fight here and they don't resist? What about giving the statue a bad break? Let's plan and move. Waiting to go out. When the time comes, when no one is around, put a sack over them and beat them to death. At this time, Wang Tang had also regained his senses and thought of his grandfather saying, plan before you move, and patted Chiu Yen's shoulder with an apologetic expression. Chiu Yen waved his hand, expressing his understanding of this behavior. At this time, they didn't care to stay here too long. Their attention was all on those foreigners. Half an hour later, the foreigners made their way to the exit. Chiu Yen coughed dryly, and everyone ran over after him. Those foreigners seemed to be a little hungry, and after walking straight along the road for about 10 minutes, they came to a snack street. Zhonghai City actually doesn't have many foreign tourists, as it has been developing very rapidly in recent years, and not many architectural attractions filled with the history of the Dragon Kingdom have been preserved. When the vendors saw the foreigners coming, they yelled even harder. These people don't buy anything either, and every time they walk up to the stand they ask if they can try it. Some of the thinner-skinned stall owners nodded and agreed in order to maintain the image of the Dragon Kingdom as a friendly country to the outside world. So, these foreigners just shopped and ate their way through an entire street. Haha! These Dragon Kingdom people are really stupid. I can't believe they don't charge for food. It seems that our pretty empire's national power is still too strong. When these Dragon Kingdom people see us, they can only kneel down and give us those delicacies to eat. How do you say it in Dragonese? Offerings. At once, that group of people laughed, as if they had heard some kind of joke, and their hearts were filled with pride in their homeland. When Chiu Yen and the others, who were quietly following behind, saw this scene, a cold smile also spread across their faces. You like to laugh, don't you? I'll make you laugh later. Before long, several people were a little tired of shopping and immediately decided to take a taxi. The group of foreigners, which added up to 7 or 8 people, had a problem with getting a taxi. At this moment, Wang family shadow guard Lu Heng drove his extended Lincoln to the side of the road and honked his horn twice towards a few people. He rolled the window down and stuck his head out. A couple people need a cab. Seeing as how a few of you are foreigners, how about I give you a free ride on this trip? Free. The foreigners seemed to be satisfied and looked at each other with a smug look on their faces. The old foreign man, his face beaming with joy, walked to the car door. Thank you, my friend. Boys, get in the car. No one noticed that Lu Heng snorted coldly, the corner of his mouth hooked with a slight hint of mockery. Chapter 141. Step by Step. Foreign friends. I know a place with a particularly beautiful view. Why don't I take you there directly? In the car, Lu Heng held the steering wheel in his hands and glanced at the rearview mirror without a trace. These foreigners were really nonchalant and picked up the drinks in the refrigerator and drank them on their own. It was fortunate that the young master had asked him to remove some of the more expensive drinks from the refrigerator earlier, or else he would have really given these scumbags a good drink. That's not good, my friend. We were going to go back to the hotel and get some rest. The old man in the lead was a bit hesitant. Hey, it's okay. I'll send you guys back later. Just relax 100%. 100 hearts? What does that mean? It's that you guys don't have to worry. Hearing Lu Heng's full promise, the old man thought of how he had been treated in the Dragon Kingdom in the past few days and let go of his heart. Leave him alone, Mr. John. Come and try this. David, how many times have I told you not to just take other people's stuff? John had a reproachful look on his face, and then pretended to have an apologetic face as he opened his mouth towards Lu Heng. I'm sorry, my friend. Please forgive the insolence of these young students of mine. We'll pay for these attritional items as they are. Lu Heng hemmed and hawed. It's okay. It's nothing. We've got friends coming from afar. We're guests, so feel free to eat and drink. The most important thing is to have fun. John thanked him before taking the snack from the student and enjoying it. Seeing this, Lu Heng despised these people even more in his heart. When you have friends over, you do have good wine and food. But if the jackals come, sorry, we have shotguns. Just as these people were making a scene, no one noticed that they were followed by a small car. At this time, Wang Tung was sitting in the passenger side of this car, holding his cell phone and looking at the scene on the lengthened Lincoln with a cold smile. Look at this. These people are shameless. Looks like these are just going to be fed to the dogs. But hopefully they're still happy with the spice they put in this. Qiu Yan also watched clearly from the back, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. In the middle of the lengthened Lincoln, after 10 minutes had passed, the student called David from earlier suddenly showed a bitter face. Next to him, John inquired with concern. What's wrong, David? My stomach hurts. It must be those damnable roadside stands. Their food is unsanitary. It's true that the Dragon Kingdom is full of heartless scum. At first John felt that David's words were a bit rude, but when he looked down at Lu Heng in front of him, who didn't seem to have heard them, he then opened his mouth. My friend, quickly look around for a restroom. Where's a restroom in the middle of nowhere? Just hold it. You'll be there soon. Lu Heng was straight up happy in his heart. This big greedy kid must have eaten the most. So I guess he's about to hold his breath and add more fuel to the fire. He suddenly braked sharply, causing that David to have an even harder time, his stomach hurting so much that his voice went weak. How do you drive? Lu Heng, on the other hand, was full of apologies. I'm sorry. There was a rock on the side of the road just now and I almost hit it.
Okok.
Stop the car. I can't hold it in. Lu Heng made another sharp break. This time David's face was ironic, already feeling a bit bubbly. However, at this time, he could not be bothered to count Lu Heng and spoke anxiously. Even his voice trembled. Paper. I want paper. No. By the way, there are some broad-leafed plants growing around here that can be used in place of toilet paper. David cursed. At this point, he couldn't believe any of the farts and rushed straight out with a roll. David searched for a while, which led him to a bush. Even if he is as arrogant as he is, he would not dare to play the game like no cover dry pull just squatted down and thinned out. Took a while to get over it. It just occurred to him that their martial artists' physiques were basically already very strong, and no matter what, they wouldn't just get diarrhea. But it was too late for him to think about it in detail, and how to wipe his ass became the immediate dilemma that needed to be solved. He suddenly thought of the kind of plant Lu Heng had spoken of, and immediately looked around. Sure enough, the leaves of that plant are very broad and have tiny fluffy hairs on them, just enough to wipe your butt. He instantly ripped it off and sent it up his ass. A few people in the distance heard the scream, the sound of pain and despair in their voices. David! It was too late to worry about David, and even a few people on John's side of the family began to frown tightly. What are you eating today? One by one. Go on. I'll wait for you here. Remember, look for the kind of plant that has broad leaves. Looking at the departing backs of several people, Lu Heng heatedly smiled. He had surveyed the area before. It was filled with homas, and those who dared to wipe their asses were ruthless. Although the body of a martial artist is not easy to be injured, and it is also plush when touched in the hand. But the butt, well, just unsurprisingly to Lu Heng, several miserable screams appeared in the wilderness in an instant. The scene, it was like a shura. By the time those people returned to the highway full of grievances, they realized that Lu Heng had already driven the car away at some point. The 7 of them cursed loudly, but there was nothing they could do but clamp their legs in an inner 8 and walk aimlessly along the highway. However, 2 of the 7 were beast masters, and could only plop down onto their spirit beasts and move forward slowly. It was only at this time that Qiu Yan and the others slowly appeared from behind. Help! Help me! A few people immediately became excited and waved their hands towards Qiu Yan's side as hard as they could. It was only on Qiu Yan's side that he slowed to a stop. Hey, what happened? We just met a bad guy. Our tummies were hurting and he actually made us wipe our butts with one of those leaves. Thick crab. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yan acted shocked as the 4 of them plus a Shao Wall the Shadow Guard had also participated in the Battle of Suwon Street hurriedly ran over. What the hell is going on here? My friend. Help me. Where is the man who did this to you? Where did you come from? The moment John inclined his head to try and point in the right direction, Qiu Yen and the others moved. The bottom of the car, there are a few shadows also floated out together. A person hand pulled out a sack directly on the head and face towards a few people cover over. Who are you? They wanted to resist, but the next thing they realized was that the bag was like it was able to imprison their auras. Now that he was pulling weak and his butt hurt, he couldn't even use his aura. Give it to me hard. These guys aren't going to stop until they're beating the out of each other. As Wang Tung snapped, his hands and feet viciously greeted the sack in front of him. I vaguely remember that the one in his sack was the same kid who was dressed in fancy clothes before. Although the bodies of martial artists were resistant to beatings, several of their ranks were around bronze. If they were to face each other head-on, Wang Tung would not say that he had no chance of winning, but he would also experience a bitter battle. Until now, he had never really understood the truth of planning before moving. Qiu Yen is no less than a top old Inbi. This move is step by step, cool. And what Qiu Yen had in the sack in front of him on his side was John. This old gangster had a hypocritical look about him, and Qiu Yen looked at him with displeasure. Not only does he throw his own punches, but he also specifically calls out the flaming unicorns Purple Moon and Cinderblock. He, who hadn't even summoned his entire team at the secret realm, was now kind of going out on a limb. However, Ling Feng was still considered a bottom card at the moment, so naturally he didn't call it out. Lao Deng was a silver-level expert, so he wasn't afraid of being killed at once. So, the flame Qilin kept stomping towards the sack, and Purple Moon swung her tail and kept lashing it like a whip. The Cinderblock, on the other hand, hardened some of its bodily fluids and slammed down like a sledgehammer. After today, these few people are afraid to shed a layer of skin even if they don't die. Chapter 142a Quite Pugnacious Speech. Stop! They are exchange students from the Pretty Empire. If you guys keep fighting, the Pretty Empire Embassy won't let you go. In the middle of the sack, that John hissed miserably. Due to eating too much at the food stalls, it was surprising that my stomach and intestines started to get upset again at one point. Not only were these people taking a beating, even the spirit beasts of the other two were suffering along with them, being beaten up by the Wang clan's shadow guards. Xiao Wei, I'm tired. It's your turn. Qiu Yen, after all, was only a beast royal master, and although his physical strength had been enhanced a bit by the Tiangui Forge, it was still no match for these martial artists beside himself. Okay. Since this road was sparsely traveled, Qiu Yen and the others fought for more than half an hour before a car slowly drove by. Seeing this, Wang Tung and the others snapped off the sacks with the locking spirit stones and then fled the scene at a rapid pace. It wasn't anything to see, but that car was at least a witness. John had long been out of shape, and seeming to perceive that he had not been attacked for some time, he began to try to break away from the sack that had come to bind him. Then, at John's prompting, all of them climbed out of the sack in despair. Without exception, they carried a sickeningly unpleasant odor all over their bodies. Really pulled by Qiu Yen and the others. Mr. John, what exactly are these people? The hands are so vicious. Mom, I want to go home. Woo-woo. Shedder. These ing scum. At that moment, the car in the distance had already traveled to a few people. What are you doing here? The owner rolled down the window and looked at the foreigners in front of him with some curiosity. He then smelled an unpleasant stench. Roll. You Dragon Nation people. Are you trying to torture me again? I'm not going to fall for that. Just come straight to me if you guys want to do something. There's no need to pretend you don't know. David spat toward the ground in his gray head, his saliva full of reddish blood. The owner of the car looked at these foreigners and felt as if he had a brain fart and chopped his head off. He didn't know that these people had already suffered inhuman beatings earlier. Just think these people are stupid. With his foot on the gas, he took off. A gust of wind brought up invited these foreigners to eat a mouthful of sand. I'm going to report to the embassy. Let these evildoers get what's coming to them. Afterward, no one knew how they had escaped back from the middle of the uninhabited wilderness. All of them coincidentally kept their mouths shut about the details and experiences involved. Qiu Yen, you're really good. How did you come up with all these bad moves? It's so sick. Wang Tung sat on the passenger side and laughed his ass off. Today was a real treat for him. Even the two Nia sisters stepped on it twice and took advantage of the chaos. Nothing else. It's just the professionalism of an old. Qiu Yen had a bad smile spreading across his face. This is a righteous group fight, and as a new generation of 5 good young people in the Dragon Kingdom, His heart is also full of fulfillment. Okay, it's almost noon. Let's go have lunch. Take you to the spirit beast breeding base for a nice meal. Wang Tong directly patted Xiao Wall, who was driving next to him, looking in a good mood. Spirit beast breeding base? What's good at the spirit beast breeding base? It was the first time Chiu Yen had heard of it. You don't know? The spirit beast breeding base has set up a special restaurant for VIP customers. And, don't you have one too? Didn't they tell you at the time? Chiu Yen didn't really know, because no one would have thought that Chiu Yen, who waved his hand and took out tens of millions of dollars, actually didn't know about this. Soon, the car drifted straight into a perfect drift into the middle of the parking space. Such an operation caused the two sisters of the Sky Rabbit clan to have a strange color in their eyes. I didn't realize this iron lump had such a handsome way of operating. Even though they had come to the Dragon Kingdom the last time, they definitely hadn't experienced such a wild driving style as Xiao Wall's. After getting out of the car, the few people arrived at the Spirit Beast breeding base. That girl Lin Yuqing actually didn't go to work today, which made Chiu Yen feel very strange. What he didn't know was that the little girl was at home preparing for the re-examination of the Longhua Medical University, and had taken a rare vacation from Luoyang. Wang Tong led them to the second floor. Chiu Yen then realized that the second floor was the restaurant. I've been here so many times by myself in circles, and I can't believe I've never come up here once. Once you enter the door, what meets your eyes is the high-grade statue of the divine beasts. The four directions are the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, xuanwu, and right in the center is a handsome to the explosion of the unicorn. The decor here is full of unassuming nobility. It seems to win with premium materials and exquisite details. A tantalizing aroma filled the air. Not only the two women of the Heavenly Rabbit clan, even Chiu Yen couldn't help but light up. They followed the waiter around the corner to a private room. The decor of the place was no different from the outside, but it was planted with many rare flowers, and the whole dining environment looked elegant. Here was the four-square table that Wang Tong had specially reserved. So under Wang Tong's detailed arrangement, opposite Chiu Yen sat Chiu Yen, and on either side of himself sat Nia. Nia pulled back the leather seat and sat down, and bounced it fussily, a look of excitement on her face. Wow, you Dragon Kingdom people really know how to enjoy yourselves. Any place here can kill our Sky Rabbit clan in seconds, and the streets are clean as a whistle, so you don't have to worry at all about accidentally stepping in horse manure while walking. But it's a good thing Dr. Jean promised us that the Dragon Kingdom would soon send out personnel to help us remodel our homes. When the time comes, I'll be sure to invite you guys to come back as guests of the Heavenly Rabbit clan again. Yes. Nia said a bunch of things and realized that Chiu Yen was the only one who responded to her. The line of sight turned to Wang Tong next to him, who was actually eyeing his sister with a colorful face. Immediately, he pushed Wang Tong with a face full of resentment. However, at this moment, Wang Tong's phone rang. Hello? Pops? What? Brat? Did you beat up someone's pretty country exchange student? If you hit it, you hit it. Why the hell did you hit it like this? Those students are crying to go home. Little brat, do you know that they have brought new technology? A method that allows Imperial Beast Masters to cultivate martial arts and martial artists to contract spirit beasts. Sianum, get the back here now. Wang Tong, his old man, Wang Shuesong, was furious and gave an output inside the phone, causing Wang Tong to have no chance to interject at all. Pops, you don't know how much those people are bullying to our Dragon Kingdom. I won't only beat him to death. Bastard. You've got hardened wings, haven't you? Forget it anyway, we have the man now. There is plenty of opportunity to force a confession. Then hang up ha. Pop. There was silence within the box at the moment. Wang Tong looked at the somewhat silent few. What are you doing? What are you looking at me for? It seems that everyone was shocked by Wang Tong's formidable old man. How does it sound like there's still something going on with Wang Tong's mom? It's okay. My old man is like that. He didn't study and practiced martial arts at home for more than 20 years before he was sent to the Holy Beast battlefield by my grandfather. It's not unusual for qualities to be poorer, is it? Wang Tong waved his hand with disinterest. At this time, outside also began to serve food, and a beautiful dish was brought to the table. It shocked the two women to the core once again. It's just a couple of dishes. Why can they be decorated so nicely? This is not the same boxed lunch they had before. Chapter 143. Something's fishy. During dinner, Chiu Yen asked the question that had confused him for half a day. By the way, does Pretty Country really have that method? That's the one that's practicing. No. No. I suppose there is. Wang Teng was unconcerned about this aspect, grasping a large duck leg in his hand and said vaguely, seems to have completely disregarded his rich kid image. Ding dong. At this moment, a message was sent from Qiu Yan's cell phone. Qiu Yan opened it and it turned out to be from the class teacher, Li Jianguo. I suppose it's been quite a spring in the air for the past 2 days. Qiu Yan was still very relieved by Ji Shouen's efficiency. Now those few directors of Spring Rain and Chen Qingqing's uncle Chen Zhenhua are estimated to have gone to open up territory in the great northwest of the Dragon Kingdom by now. Qiu Yin. Can you lend me some money? Li asked him to borrow money? What a situation. Is this? Because of the last crack in space, our entire building was lost. I want to buy a house for Xin Xin. It's all my fault. I was poor and didn't have an insurance policy or anything. Can you meet me at the Chinese garden? Qiu Yan immediately felt strange. Shouldn't Li be high up in the ranks? And Ji Shouen also promised Qiu Yan that he would raise his salary several times. But although he felt that things were a bit strange, Qiu Yan still agreed. Okay, I'll be there later. After saying that, Qiu Yan handed his cell phone to Wang Teng. Man, I guess it's time to use your family's power again and find out what my high school homeroom teacher has been up to lately. Okuk. A word. Wang Teng took 2 napkins, wiped his somewhat greasy hands, and immediately called Lu Heng over. Lu Heng, who received the news, sat up from another car and drove to the Wang family's information gathering center with a kick of the gas. And after the investigation found that Li Jianguo these 2 days and his wife and daughter are living in a rental house. Regularly, a man would stealthily enter and leave their house. Witnesses claimed that Li and the man could often be heard engaged in heated arguments. And each time, the man would leave in a huff, smashing indiscriminately at the battery-operated cars in the building. It caused the upstairs tenants to curse. But that mystery man doesn't seem to have come over in the last 3 days. This is something that seems counterintuitive. And right after the mysterious man disappeared, along with Li Jianguo and his family also disappeared. These messages he sent to Qiu Yan were the first time he had delivered news to the outside world in the past few days. Lu Heng, who inquired that something was wrong, hastily reported the matter to Wang Teng. Qiu Yan had a thick layer of dark clouds hanging over his heart after reading the chat records on Wang Teng's cell phone. Has Li been kidnapped? But that doesn't make sense. Li doesn't have many other relatives in his family. That is, just a sister on his wife's side. Plus, Li's family didn't have a lot of money, so it wouldn't make sense to kidnap them if they were seeking money. And why did he ask Qiu Yan, a student, to borrow money? Previously, Qiu Yan had found it a bit strange how the spatial crack happened to be generated in his store. What the hell is going on here? Can't figure it out at all. Qiu Yan decided it was better to run in person. Now that everyone's lunch was almost done, they thought that they would be fine to go alone. But Wang Teng and the others acted as if they were relying on Qiu Yan and said that they wanted to follow along. Well, you guys are coming with me. Mr. Li is considered a very good teacher. No matter what, we're always going to have to go and look before we say anything. Qiu Yan instructed a few more people for a couple more sentences, and then they rode together in Wang Teng's family's car. The Chinese garden was abandoned a long time ago. That homeroom teacher of yours called you over. There must be something wrong. Wang Teng took out his cell phone, opened a report, and handed it to Qiu Yan. Zhonghai Citizens Biochemical Enterprise Zhonghua Yuan has been using illegal chemical raw materials for a long time, and now the whole plant has been sealed off. The former thriving plant, now turned into a depressed look. The reason behind this is saddening. Reports of this sort abound. However, Qiu Yan found a common thread in these reports. There is no mention whatsoever of the specific offending chemicals involved in China Garden. I'm afraid the reason behind this has definitely been embellished by the media. At this moment, Qiu Yan was also in deep thought, leaving one to wonder what was going on in his head. The Chinese Garden was still a long way from the Spirit Beast Breeding Center, and even if Xiao Wall drove at full speed, it still took about an hour. Qiu Yan held up his cell phone in accordance with the location sent by Li Jianguo and walked to the door. Because it had been blocked for years, the lock on the gate also looked a little rusty, and there was a large circle of barbed wire around it. Furthermore, because it used to be a chemical plant, even scavengers are afraid to go near it. Qiu Yan sighed, climbed the barbed wire fence, and flipped over in a few leaps. This used to be the largest industrial park in Zhonghai City. Although it was once a key cultivation project in Zhonghai City, Now it was just an abandoned factory, with a large number of rusty machines piled up here. Half of them are gone. Back on the road, he had called Lee several times. But the other person hung up quickly, as if it was inconvenient. Just alone. Do you need to go here, far from the city? This is a clear case of ginger fishing. The one who wishes is the one who takes the bait. Chiu Yen also could only harden his head and dive in. However, he had let Wang Tang and the others follow behind, which was a kind of insurance for his own little life. Looking around, Chiu Yen still didn't find Li Jiangguo's figure and could only walk inside while making a video call to Li Jiangguo. This time it only took 2 beeps before the call was answered. Chiu Yen, hurry up and go. Someone here wants to harm you. Li Jiangguo in the video is very painful. The appearance is also extremely miserable. In his side vaguely there belongs to the little girl's cries. Mr. Li, where are you? I didn't come alone, don't worry. In the middle of the video screen, Li basically only appeared as a stump for a few seconds before it went dark. Also ringing was the sound of a cell phone dropping to the floor. Bad. Chiu Yen gave a dark cry, because this man was clearly coming towards himself. Li Jiangguo's family, definitely implicated by himself. Could it be that the 10,000 races side deliberately drew themselves over, wanting to strangle their undeveloped selves here? Chiu Yen. Hello. Chiu Yan's somewhat teasing voice sounded behind him at this moment. Looking back, he found an extremely evil-looking young man revealing himself from behind the large equipment. Which one are you? Do you recognize me? Oh, recognize? Then I know too much. It's a shame we didn't meet last time at Suwon Street. A hint of sinister color flashed across Fang Haochen's face. Oh, I see. You must be the bishop of the Heavenly Vault Church. Chiu Yen sneered and looked straight at the youth. Bingo dog. Fang Haochen snapped his fingers, but the sound that rang out was like the sound of metal clashing. I really didn't expect to actually be able to escape from the blood demon's hands. Really underestimated you. The scourge of the Heavenly Vault clan for so many years was actually dealt with by you. A little black iron-level bug? Fang Haochen exclaimed in admiration, and also clapped his hands in a fervent manner, while also revealing his own pair of metal prosthetic hands. This matter has nothing to do with Li Jiangguo. You let the family go. Chiu Yen was as steady as an old dog in his heart, one hand quietly behind his back, ready to release the flaming qilin at any time. Upon hearing this, Fang Haochen gave a pfft laugh. Haha, you say it has nothing to do with Li Jiangguo? No, no, no. His words just fell. Aside of the second floor of the plant above, the window was clattering open. A figure was standing in front of the window, coldly looking at Chiu Yen. Chiu Yen raised his eyebrows, seeming to somewhat disbelieve his eyes. Is that Mr. Li? He's one of your Heavenly Vault Church? Chapter 144 Caught in the Boundary. He. You guess. Fang Haochen's eyes became violent, the muscles in his face twitching. Not a bad mix. Chiu Yen swung into action and became the captain of the Starfire squad. Do you know how long I've been in the darkness of the secret world? Hey. Stop. Chiu Yen really wasn't in the mood to listen to Fang Haochen pushing. I don't even know you, do I? Can we please not make this an old friends reunion scene? Do you have a crush on me? Then you'd better not think about it. Can you leave me alone? I've got my heart set on something. Okay? After saying that, Chiu Yen even waved his hand in disgust. You! Fang Haochen was enraged, and without any more nonsense, he directly chose to make a move. All of you, get on me. Just as Fang Haochen's words fell, many mysterious people whose figures were shrouded in black robes appeared in the surroundings. At the same time, there were spirit beasts that were too numerous to count. However, those spirit beasts were very strange looking, similar to the plague carrion dogs from before. Hee. If you want to take me away, let's see if you have the strength. Chiu Yan's tone had a mocking tone in it, but the face of his face didn't have any expression. With such a large number of spirit beasts, if they were to pounce over together, they were afraid that Chiu Yen would really have to drink a pot of water. Even if it was cannon fodder, Chiu Yen still had something to fight for. Flaming Griffin, Purple Moon. Kill them all. At this time, the periphery of the Chinese garden was already surrounded by shadow guards. All of their hands were flickering with the light of their own aura, as if they were trying to force their way in. Just 2 minutes after Chiu Yen had gone in, Wang Tang realized that something was wrong. Why can't Chiu Yen be contacted now? The locator he had placed on Chiu Yen had also lost its signal. Wang Teng was about to rush in immediately, only to realize that the entire outer perimeter of the Chinese garden was filled with a special boundary. No matter how it was attacked, this boundary could not be shattered. He immediately called all the Wang clan shadow guards within 20 kilometers of the vicinity. Even so, everyone combined their efforts to attack, and that boundary actually didn't move at all. This made Wang Teng instantly anxious. It was because there was no lack of experts with gold-level cultivation among these shadow guards. They can't even break the boundary when they join forces? That meant Qiu Yan had really stumbled into big trouble this time. As a matter of fact, even if it was able to withstand a platinum-level boundary, it wouldn't be able to move at all under the continuous siege of so many people. Their attacks were like hitting a stone with an egg, constantly using their most consuming and powerful moves, but the effect was equivalent to nothing. In reality, this boundary was still the same protective spell formation that Fang Haochen had previously set up in the middle of the dark water swamp. Since they had teleported to the Sanxi mystic realm, the flow of time there was strangely fast. One day in the Dragon Kingdom, Sanxi Mysteries, was almost equivalent to passing a month. Although it was clear that not much time had passed since Qiu Yan and the others returned from Suyuan Street, Fang Haochen had spent the majority of the year in the Sanxi mysterious realm. His hatred was like a sealed septic tank that had built up to a very scary stage. It was no wonder Fang Haochen had treated Qiu Yan the way he had before. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Haochen and the others slaughtered the spirit beasts unique to the secret realm, obtaining crystal cores and improving the defense spell formation. They changed the spell to a knot. Both are capable of defense, but their essence is different. As long as the spell formation was supplied with enough crystal cores, it could basically be turned on continuously, able to protect the interior from external attacks. The boundary, on the other hand, was disposable, consuming the equivalent of 3 spells to open the crystals. Can only be used so many times. Its purpose was to trap the enemy and defend against the outside world, so the strength above was a whole lot stronger than a spell formation. No matter what kind of attack it suffered, as long as it was below the diamond level, it wouldn't be able to break through. However, the disadvantage of this boundary was very obvious, which was just that it could not be opened with external force. The boundary couldn't be continuously recharged with crystal cores, so after the energy of the crystal cores in it was gradually depleted, it would automatically dissipate in an hour. So this time, Fang Haochen was really willing to shed blood in regards to Qiu Yan's attack. Young master, it can't be done. Looking at the strength of this boundary, it must be a diamond-level powerhouse to break it. Hearing the words of his own shadow guard, Wang Teng's heart fell to the bottom. This meant that no matter what danger Qiu Yan suffered in it, if they wanted to support them, they would have to wait for the boundary to dissipate automatically. Grass. My grandfather used to be a diamond instead. But damn, my grandfather is sick. His strength has dropped to platinum level between all these years, because of the gradual increase in age, and because of the dark wound he received on the Holy Beast battlefield back then. That was why the old man of the Wang family's cultivation realm began to retreat year after year. Now the old generation of experts, as far as Wang Teng knows, there is only that other person, Li Kunlun. Right? I'll call Elder Li. Do. 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 Li Kunlun was honestly sitting in the middle of the conference room at this time, listening to the dry content of the meeting, feeling incredibly boring. It's nothing more than about the specific construction of the Dragonblood Highlander. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated in the middle of his pocket. As if Li Kunlun saw the hope of life, he directly greeted Long Hearing Spring and slipped out of the back door. The moment he left the house, Lao Li touched out a cigarette in his mouth, lit the fire and pressed the connect button. He was in a very comfortable mood at this point. Hello? Wang family boy, what do you want with my old man? Li Kunlun sipped his cigarette prettily. The call came at the right time. Elder Li, Qiu Yan is trapped in the boundary by those traitors of the 10,000 clans. Initial judgment is that it takes a diamond level to break. You come quickly. What? Li Kunlun's eyes widened. In the past few days, they had almost purged those traitors of the 10,000 clans before they came to Kyoto with confidence. But where did these traitors who could use high-strength knots come from? What is wrong with you guys? I'm having a meeting in Kyoto City now. The fastest we can get back is 2 hours. Hold on, I'm rushing back now. Li Kunlun took a deep drag on the butt of his cigarette and sharply threw it to the ground. Directly, he operated his spiritual energy and rushed towards the direction of Zhonghai City. Do. Listening to the busy phone, Wang Teng then remembered that this morning Dr. Jean said that everyone else was on a mission or out. I'm afraid that the only expert above the platinum level in Zhonghai City right now is his grandfather. He suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his head and almost fainted. 2 hours? 2 hours, I'm afraid Qiu Yan's body is stiff. Contact the formation master. It's all good if we can break that boundary a few minutes faster. Everyone else, continue attacking the boundary. In front of Qiu Yan were countless spirit beasts. Much. It's just too much. Although the flame Qilin was able to blast away a small piece every time it used the sea of burning flame and fire, this did not solve the problem in front of it. It was because those spirit beasts seemed to have been reinforced with fire-resistant electricity. It simply can't do effective damage. Looking at Qiu Yan, who was still stubbornly resisting, Fang Haochen let out a tisk sound and smiled comfortably as he wrapped his arms around number 2 on the side. The righteous hand was still kneading unashamedly. Qiu Yan, quickly and honestly tie your hands. This is not fun. Be a good boy and hand over the flamefire Qilin and that snake to us for study, and I'll be in a good mood and still leave you alive. Chapter 145, The Secret Realm of the Sand Sea. It wasn't unreasonable for Fang Haochen to do so. The flamefire griffin had a divine beast bloodline, and even though the amount was small, it was still able to extract a small amount of griffin bloodline. It wouldn't be impossible to breed the mythical unicorn through some other special method. The words of Qiu Yan's other snake-like spirit beast were also very abnormal. Fang Haochen had traveled among the major secret realms for many years, so he naturally knew all about spirit beasts. These large snake-like spirit beasts rarely possessed long-range skills, so there's mostly value in research as well. Seeing that the flame Qilins and purple moon's means of attack were being targeted, he thought that if he couldn't do it, he would just release the cinder block. Just as Qiu Yan was about to make his move, he realized that Li Jianguo at the window had moved. He carried Li Xinxin's collar in his hand and slowly put it outside. As soon as she let go, Li Xinxin would definitely fall, and it would be a certain death afterward. Li Jianguo, you're ing crazy. That's your ing daughter. No matter how much Li Xinxin cried, Li Jianguo's outstretched hand did not move. Even Qiu Yan's words seemed as if he hadn't heard them. It was only at this time that Qiu Yan realized that Li Jianguo looked numb, like a puppet being manipulated. Now can we talk properly? Fang Haochen knew deep down that this was the killer, with a subdued smile on his face. Qiu Yan couldn't figure out even if he thought about it, why did Li become like this? Could it be that he was manipulated by the Heavenly Puppet Clan? But that doesn't make sense either, because just a moment ago, Li was still sane enough to tell him to run away. No matter what, Li Xinxin is always innocent. Helpless, Qiu Yan could only open his mouth to negotiate. What do you want? It's simple. How about asking you to come with us? Fang Haochen thought he was winning, let go of number 2, and slowly walked to Qiu Yan. That poor little girl will die if you don't. The whole brain is like a watermelon. Bang! After saying that, he also made an extremely exaggerated gesture of exploding. However, Qiu Yan's expression was as usual, and he said in a calm manner, Okay, I'll go with you. Don't you hurt Li Xinxin. Worthy of being the captain of our Starfire squad. It's really full of responsibility. Simply a saint, sacrificing himself for the sake of others. While Fang Haochen flattered exaggeratedly, the light of the teleportation array lit up beneath him. With a wave of his hand, all those crazy spirit beasts stopped and turned into streams of light and flew into the mannequin in number 2's hand. Seeing this, Qiu Yan also took his spirit beast back into the Imperial Beast space. Okay, let go of Li Xinxin. Hey, let go. You know, I'll fulfill whatever you want. Seeing that the teleportation was finalized, Fang Haochen had a winning smile on his face. Li let go of his hand without warning. Dad, don't. Xinxin will do as she's told. I don't want to buy toys ever again, oh. All that could be heard was the little girl screaming and falling down the stairs. Cinder. Next, a scene that surprised Fang Haochen happened. Qiu Yan flew out towards Li Xinxin's side. His speed was simply like that of a martial artist. Want to save that girl? Dream on. Fang Haochen also moved to stop Qiu Yan. As a result, the cinder block suddenly appeared beside him and extended 2 tentacles. The tentacles were like sharp swords, piercing into Fang Haochen's heart. The other tentacle, however, came underneath Li Xinxin with swift speed and caught her steadily. Qiu Yan leaped high into the air and carried Li Xinxin in his arms. The Blood Demon's ability? Fong Haochen's eyes widened, and he was just about to strike again, when a blinding teleportation light instantly enveloped everyone. Li also jumped down from the window at that moment, similarly bathed in the teleportation glow. The dozen or so people present were instantly teleported away. It also included Qiu Yan and Li Xinxin in his arms. The boundary was still being cracked outside the Chinese garden at this time. But suddenly, they realized that the obstacle in front of them looked like it had disappeared. The boundary is dissipating. Everyone, follow me in. Wang Tong had no time to care about the two Nina Nia sisters, and with a movement of his feet, he took the lead to enter the Chinese garden. Before his eyes was still a scene of crumbling and depression. The ground was littered with charred and blackened traces of the fight, proving that Qiu Yan had experienced a bitter battle here before. But there was no one here, and there were several dead spirit beasts. Search. Even if we have to search this place to the bottom today, we have to find Qiu Yan. Wang Tong was in a hurry. The figure weaved quickly through the clutter of discarded equipment. After searching for more than 10 minutes, he got a message. Now Qiu Yan's life and death are uncertain. Wang Tong frowned tightly. Since Qiu Yan was not found, this was instead a good thing. Perhaps teleported away by those 10,000 dogs? Then instead of killing Qiu Yan on the spot, he took him away intact. Did he want to serve as a hostage, or did he want to plot something on Qiu Yan? Young master, traces of someone teleporting have been found on the ground. At this moment, the Shadow Guard's words made Wang Tong even more convinced of the conjecture in his heart. Where's the formation master? Quickly, repair the teleportation array. A few people came out from the side and surrounded the place, laying down on the ground and starting to crack the formation in full swing. Qiu Yan sighed as he opened his eyes again and realized that he had arrived in yet another secret realm. Grass. This ing. He felt a little speechless. What's with the whole special forces thing? He had just come out of the watery secret realm and entered a new secret realm. And give people a break. Qiu Yan calmed down and began to look around. He was in the middle of a desert at the moment. The ground is filled with fine maroon sand that leaves traces complete with footprints with every step. Within a few breaths, though, it was erased by the howling gale. This place is still a bit nasty. Those congregations of the Church of the Vault of Heaven are no less shady rats to stay here. Qiu Yan sneered and looked at the sky. It's very dimly lit in here. There was a little light above, but it was only spilling down through the gaps between the dark clouds. Can't figure out why this place serves as a stronghold for the Church of the Vault of Heaven. It was understandable before in the Darkwada Swamp. After all, the scenery over there is still very nice. Could it be that's why that bishop hated him so much? Can't figure it out, so don't think about it. Qiu Yan began to look around for any sign of Li Xinxin. Before teleporting, Li Xinxin happened to be in his arms. So odds are it will teleport to the same place as well. As the wild sand whistled in the sky, Qiu Yan had no choice but to take out the equipment that he had purchased before going to the water swamp mystic realm. A goggle and a super filtering mask. Immediately afterward, he draped the black robe of the Church of the Vault of Heaven over his body. This material fabric is slippery and actually works wonders in the area of protection from the elements. Without going far, Qiu Yan saw Li Xinxin hiding behind a boulder, and didn't dare to cry. She could only quietly wipe her tears. It was heartbreaking to watch. Just as Qiu Yan wanted to go over, he suddenly felt the sandy soil beneath his feet faintly begin to vibrate amongst them. There's danger down there. Chapter 146 Sandworms. Ling Feng. Since there weren't many people here, Qiu Yan rather decisively summoned out Wind Cloud Hollow. Ling Feng whistled and directly carried Qiu Yan onto his back. Then with a single lift of his wings, he rushed into the sky. It was surprising that a large bug came right out of the seemingly calm sand. This kind of spirit beast was called a sandworm, looking like a supersized centipede, and it liked to live in the middle of this desert environment the most. In the secret realms that the Dragon Kingdom had finished exploring, sandworms were not very common, and Qiu Yan did not know how to deal with this kind of spirit beast. At this moment, the sandworm opened its mouth parts wide and rushed towards Qiu Yan. But Ling Feng's speed was not something to be reckoned with. Each time he flapped his wings, he could fly several meters towards the sky above. This also allowed the sandworm's attack to fall short. The upward momentum of his body suddenly stopped, stalled in the air, and then fell heavily towards the ground. Immediately, he fell on his back, once again kicking up a gust of wind. The fine sand on the ground was thrown up so high that it was like water. At this moment, it also allowed Qiu Yen to see the full picture of the sandworm. The entire back of the sandworm is covered in armor and has the appearance of a rather hardened defense, still struggling as it lies on the ground. The densely packed little feet were swinging regularly, and it was goosebumps to see Qiu Yen. The sandworm's entire body was conservatively estimated to be more than 10 meters long, and its width was even wider than two people's embrace. Qiu Yen had no doubt that if he had taken a few steps at night just now, he would have been chewed into pieces and swallowed by the mouthparts of this sandworm. Turtle. It's a good thing we have Lingfeng, otherwise it would have almost been a disaster. That sandworm was at least a bronze-level cultivation, and should be the ruler of a few miles around as well. The sandworm quickly found its launching point, rolled up its body, and with a flip was righted again. However, it did not continue to attack Qiu Yen. After all, at this moment, Qiu Yen was flying in the sky, and there was no chance to strike at all. And its next move made Qiu Yan's back go cold. This was because the sandworm instantly turned its head and rushed towards Li Xinxin, who was not far away. Crap! Hurry! Big Dipper Wind Blade. Due to the underground intelligence of the sandworm, a spirit beast, Qiu Yen was unable to communicate at all and directly commanded Ling Feng to attack. In just a flash, 12 light green wind blades coalesced on Ling Feng's wings. It flapped its wings again. The wind blades immediately flew towards the sandworms with the sound of wind bursts. A direct and hard hit on the sandworm. Bang! Although the sandworm had a hard armor on its back, this attack was sharp as a tack. When the wind and sand cleared, it was seen that a number of cracks had appeared on its back. Kirk! The sandworm ate the pain, and this time the cry was especially harsh, like it was in agony. Immediately after that, as if he was angry, he rushed towards Li Xinxin even more quickly. It was clear that he couldn't do anything about Qiu Yen and intended to take Li Xinxin captive as soon as possible and then hide under the sand to enjoy it slowly. Still, it was a step too slow. This attack also bought quite a bit of time, as Ling Feng stopped right in front of Li Xinxin with a dive. Big brother! Li Xinxin opened her big watery eyes and saw the hideous sandworms, which had long been scared out of their wits. Without much hesitation, Qiu Yen directly held Li Xinxin in his arms. With a single wing acceleration, Ling Feng pulled up his position once again. This also caused the sandworm's attack to fall short once again. Boo! The sandworm's head hit hard on top of the boulder where Li Xinxin was hiding before. Looking at Qiu Yen, he sucked in a mouthful of oxygen tank. Lue? Afraid of a little pain? Oh. Qiu Yen didn't know how to leave either. But as long as the Church of the Vault of Heaven was found, then there were more than enough ways to be able to leave. Without much careful thought, Qiu Yen gave Li Xinxin another set of equipment in the royal beast space to put on, and also thoughtfully shook off the fine sand on the little girl's body. Since he didn't know the location of the Heavenly Vault Church, Qiu Yen immediately planned to just find a place to rest his feet first. With a big wave of his hand, Ling Feng flew towards the distance. However, the sandworm below didn't seem to be dead in the water, and with a deadly push of its 100 legs, it chased towards Qiu Yan's rear. Just 20 minutes later, the sandworm seemed to move away from its territory and another, larger one scurried out of the desert. The wide-open mouthpiece bit down towards the intruder's neck. A fight between two sandworms can't be pretty. It's just a constant mayfly nymphing around in the sand, constantly tearing at each other's flesh and blood. As the two sandworms were more disparate in size, they were quickly separated. The victor dragged his prey, beautifully digging at the sand with his 100 feet, into the desert below and began to enjoy his takeaway. Ha! Qiu Yen winced with a vicious chill. After advancing for about another 20 minutes or so, Qiu Yen saw an ultra-high mountain range. It is all made up of maroon-colored mountain rocks, which have been eroded by the wind and sand over the years, revealing an oddly shaped appearance. This mountain range was very large, and many gullies had been formed below it, which made it a good shelter. Thinking of this, Qiu Yen patted Ling Feng's body, and the two of them landed at their destination. Since it was like a cloudy day outside, visibility was low. Qiu Yen took out an illumination pearl as usual and injected spiritual energy to light it up. That's how you see the whole place. Stretches of stone-walled gullies filled with strange textures. After roughly checking if his surroundings were safe, Qiu Yen also put his heart down and took off his goggles and other equipment. After all, this is a dive wear, and it's just too muffled to wear on land. It then squatted in front of Li Xinxin and helped her pat the sand on her body. Removing the goggles once again revealed Li Xinxin's soft little face. "Thank you, big brother." Li Xinxin's voice was brittle with the childlike innocence of a child. Soon, though, as if thinking of his dad, his eyes reddened again. "Brother," you say, "is it because I'm at home clamoring for toys that daddy doesn't want me?" Qiu Yan instantly understood and reached out his hand, wiping the little girl's head. "Your father is possessed. Brother will take you to your father later and exorcise him properly." Li Xinxin could no longer control, small mouth. Wow cried out. Rao Qiu Yan reborn back, but cannot bring children at all. In his last life he was physically handicapped, and when he approached a child, the other person cried out in fear. Then the parent next to him would cut him with a knife-like look and turn his head to carry his own child away. It suddenly occurred to him that he still had a pack of fruit gummies in his royal beast space. After trying to drop one into her little mouth, Li Xinxin really stopped crying. "So do you remember where your mom used to be kept?" Qiu Yan's voice was gentle, and he had very little contact with children, so he tried hard to appear a little more patient. Because among Lu Heng's investigation, their family was obviously taken captive together by this heavenly vault church. "I don't know, but mommy got taken by these bad people too." Qiu Yan poured some water into his hand and wiped Li Xinxin's face. "Don't worry, brother will definitely get you guys out." Chapter 147, The Second Goddess of the Sky Puppet Race. After washing the little girl's face, Qiu Yan even took out a pack of paper towels and wiped her. Only then did Li Xinxin's little face turn red again. Qiu Yan himself rinsed off and instantly felt incredibly refreshed. This was all thanks to his huge Imperial Beast space. A normal Black Iron-ranked Imperial Beast Master wouldn't have the luxury of putting a whole lot of straight drinking water in the Imperial Beast space. They would often just carry a few liters and that would be enough. However, Qiu Yan had several tons of barrels of water stored in his royal beast space. It was worth mentioning that those rivers in Qiu Yan's royal beast space couldn't be brought outside, which made Qiu Yan feel a bit sorry. Come to think of it, it was mainly because those environments were part of the Sentinel space itself. After taking a good rest, Qiu Yan once again put on his goggles and oxygen tank, intending to fly high into the sky to check where he was. Because of this, Li Xinxin thought that this big brother in front of her was going to abandon her as well, and once again bawled her eyes out. Qiu Yan coaxed him for a while before he stopped crying. He left the flame Qilin by Li Xinxin's side, had enough snacks and drinking water left for the little girl, and also thoughtfully pitched a tent for her to go in and rest and relax. After doing all the other preparations, Qiu Yan once again sat on Lingfeng's back and scurried high into the sky in a flash. The environment of this party's secret realm was extremely harsh, and the visual range was not particularly wide. Due to the constant drifting of wind and sand, Qiu Yan couldn't see farther. One could only ride Lingfeng, pick a direction at random and fly straight over. No way. Qiu Yan hadn't seen a map of this secret realm either, so he could only rely on his senses for everything. There was no fear of not being able to return anyway, as there was a connection between the Imperial Beastmaster and his or her spirit animal. As long as Qiu Yan wanted to, he could grasp the location of where the Flamefire Qilin was at any time. Flying amidst the high altitude, the gusty winds were like knives cutting into Qiu Yan's body. But then, Qiu Yan realized a strange phenomenon. That is, the wind is blowing all in one direction, like a blower that has been immobilized. But blowing in only one direction, then sooner or later this desert area is going to be blown all the way to the edge of the secret world. Could it be that this secret realm is not an ordinary plot of land, but a closed loop? You can find the Church of the Vault of Heaven if you go against the wind? I don't know if my guess is correct, but for now it's good to have a goal to move forward. It's not a good idea to fly against the wind. Ling Feng's figure was a little less stable amidst the gale. Qiu Yan had already crouched his body on top of Ling Feng's, just to prevent the sudden gusts of wind from knocking him down into the desert and becoming the afternoon tea of those sandworms. Not knowing how long he had been flying, Qiu Yan then spotted a conspicuous landmark. A row of low white bungalows, and these bungalows certainly weren't built on sand. Underneath these bungalows was an oversized slab of alloy steel serving as a platform, with many more steel pillars plunging deep into the depths of the ground below. It was 2 or 3 meters above the desert below. Perhaps this was done to be attacked by sandworms? Qiu Yan thought like this, and Ling Feng slowly landed in the middle of this complex. It's quiet here. There are no signs of human life for the time being either. It was worth mentioning that as soon as Qiu Yan arrived here, it was as if he couldn't feel the gale at all. There seemed to be some kind of formation blocking the gale. This made him become even more suspicious in his heart, and with a few dodges, he quietly ducked into the complex, concealing his form. He then proceeded to grope his way through the area. Because of his relatively small size, it wouldn't be a bad solution to explore in person. In the past, this kind of work was left to Briquette. The cinder block is dangerous in this environment though. After all, it's made up of bodily fluids plus instants. Once they fall into the sand below, they are quickly drained of their bodily fluids by the extremely dry sand, thus rendering them incapable of fighting. Qiu Yan looked at several rooms one after another, and all of them showed no signs of being inhabited, which made him more and more puzzled. What the hell is this place? Qiu Yan pulled open a door, and a putrid odor of rice still lingered in the room. This also proves that no one has been here for at least a long time. But it was once inhabited. Are they the ones from the Church of the Vault of Heaven? Qiu Yan couldn't figure it out, so he forced himself to endure the nausea and rummaged around. Grass. Can't find either one? Waste. Bunch of losers. Fang Haochen was staying in an underground palace at the moment, indiscriminately counting down on the obsequious henchmen in front of him. If he were to do it on his own, he would probably find it hard to find Qiu Yan and Li Xinxin in the middle of this vast desert. Qiu Yan is the key person. Keep looking for me again. My Lord Bishop. Right after a few people left, Li slowly walked over to the throne and sat down. As for Fang Haochen below, he changed his previous violent appearance and appeared somewhat flattering. My lord, this body of yours, are you using it well? Do you need to find another one for you? Li Jiangwo's face was cold at the moment. His knife-sharpened face surprisingly appeared to have some sense of majesty, and he spoke in a somewhat shrill voice that became neutral. I've been in this body for over 10 years. Honestly, it's kinda hard to switch. If it weren't for the Sky Vault God's side promising heavy benefits, perhaps this dark sun would never have been utilized. At those words, Fang Haochen also knew who it was and secretly clenched his teeth. Let the heavenly puppet goddess capture him even at the expense of exposing the pawns that had been hidden in the human race for many years. Cue words. It's that kid again. But this body has long been injured and is of little use. Let's see. That kid named Qiu Yan should have a good body. If we can refine a spirit puppet, we might even be able to mix above the sacred beast battlefield and trip up these human races. What about the Sky Rabbit clan? Is the passage still blocked by the people? Fang Haochen respectfully owed his body. Reporting to the goddess, the spatial rift on the side of the heavenly rabbit race seems to be blocked by the Dragon Kingdom, so we can't break through yet. It turned out that there were actually spatial rifts between the various 10,000 races. It's the space rift that connects an entire race of 10,000. It's separate, but it still manages to get the message across. Like the lizard race Jacques that Qiu Yan had seen before, he was an ambassador between the 10,000 races, responsible for exchanging information. Anyway, he's already landed on our territory, and there are countless sandworms here, so I don't think he'll be able to go far. A wry smile spread across Fang Haochen's face. He didn't know that Qiu Yan also had a wind cloud harvest that was able to cross the storm and go to the stronghold they had set up half a year ago. In his opinion, although Qiu Yan was not going to be buried in the mouth of any sandworm, finding a place to hide at this time was inevitable. Moreover, if one followed the wind full of searching, one would always find Qiu Yan. Okay, go ahead and go down. I've got a few things going on. Right after Fang Haochen walked out of the palace, Li Jianguo stepped down from atop the throne high above, pulling open a door next to him. It is Li Jiangwo's wife who is being held here. At this time, his feet were tied and his mouth was stuffed with cloth, so he could only make whimpering noises. Even then, she didn't give up hope of struggling. Her wrists, which were tied to the rope, were red from her abrasions. Tan Feng, just stop struggling. My heart aches for you. Li Jianguo stepped forward with a heartbroken face and gently stroked the woman's cheek with his knuckles. Instead, the woman's face was filled with fear and resentment. What's the point of this? Essentially, there is essentially no difference between your husband and me. This body of mine is still your husband's, and even that still works. As usual, I can satisfy you. I don't understand what you're insisting on. Li Jianguo pulled out the cloth from Tan Feng's mouth, his eyes filled with tenderness. Although she was the goddess of order among the 12 goddesses of the Sky Puppet clan, she nevertheless had another unknown fetish. That is like women. At the end of the last sacred beast battlefield, a wisp of her split soul possessed Li Jiangwo's body. In order not to be discovered by the Dragon Kingdom, he secretly lurked on Li for more than 10 years. It was the equivalent of watching Li come back from the Holy Beast battlefield, then going on a blind date and getting together with Tan Feng. After all these years, she was surprised that even a hint of desire to conquer was born in her for this strong woman. Though it cannot be ruled out, it could be the influence of Li's thinking. Still, she inevitably fell in love with Tan Feng. You dream. You. Give me back my husband. Chapter 148 Attitude. Tan Feng's face was filled with resentment. She knew that her man had suffered internal injuries on the Holy Beast battlefield and was forced to return to the Dragon Kingdom only under the persuasion of his comrades. When she first met, she appreciated Li Jiangguo's strength, so for so many years followed Li Jiangguo. Eating chaff and swallowing food is not regrettable at all. However, this unknown thing in front of her was doing this kind of treasonous thing on top of her man's body, to actually try to hurt the leader of Starfire Squad and her husband's student. It's simply disgusting. Get out. I'm telling you. Don't you dream. Our old Li is dead, and I don't want to live. Tan Finka is a chaste woman. It was cruel to my own daughter, but it had to be done to keep this thing from getting what it wanted. When she finished, she was ready to bite her tongue. However, at this time, Li was able to grab Tan Feng's jaw, making it impossible for him to achieve his goal of suicide. Forget it. Think about it. I'm willing to wait. Li Jiangguo smiled and tucked the cloth back in. The woman in front of herself is a hard ass. However, the sky puppet race had a long lifespan, and there was no shortage of this time is all. As usual, this woman had offended Her Majesty and was to be put to death outright. She had been hiding in Li's body for more than 10 years, and now she had regained her freedom. In a good mood, he didn't care too much about Tan Feng's offense. But refining spirit puppets also requires a female. Feng Haochen. What does the goddess command? Feng Haochen immediately ran his ass in from outside. To be honest, as a divine servant of the Heavenly Vault clan, he had given the goddess of the Heavenly Puppet clan plenty of face by being so respectful. How do you feel about my 10,000 clans? Goddess, I owe my life to the adults of the 10,000 clans. Can be said that I am loyal to the 10,000 clans. If you have any orders, I'll do them. Good. You serve the 10,000 clans, and you won't be short of benefits in the future. But it will require some small sacrifice on your part. Li Jiangguo looked at Feng Haochen in front of him with a smile on his face. After that Xiao Yan is captured, prepare a room. At that time, you may need to use that beauty of yours. SH. At those words, Feng Haochen sucked in a breath, and the sinister look in his eyes flickered. He probably guessed what the lord before him wanted. The probability is that it is the refining of spirit puppets. These methods weren't a secret, and Feng Haochen naturally knew what needed to be done with number 2. But let Xiao Yan and his woman that? He absolutely did not allow his head to be green, and Xiao Yan was still an enemy that he wanted to kill. Although he thought so in his heart, but on the surface he still respectfully said, making some insignificant sacrifices for the 10,000 clans is nothing. Well, stand down. Yes, this goddess of order directly treated Feng Haochen as a dog that was at SB's beck and call. As he left, Feng Haochen's mind was still calculating how to quietly finish off this goddess without leaving any traces. He's just a remnant of a soul. How can he rely on his identity to suppress him? Number 2 met herself in the middle of college and was sort of her first love. This goddess had the audacity to reach the attention of her own woman. Originally, he was only working for the 10,000 clans and didn't want to take things to the extreme. In that case, don't blame him. With that, Feng Haochen came outside and ordered, once you find Xiao Yan, report to me first. If anyone dares to spit out half a word to that sky puppet race fellow, then prepare to wait for death. Yes. Since all those present were Feng Haochen's beloved ones, they were naturally even more willing to be loyal to their own lord, and there was no reason to turn their elbows outward. And none of them are cuties. Even if one fawns over that goddess, what then? Then you will be valued and rewarded? Such a person would just be labeled a villain and be the first to die. Xiao Yan's side was helpless, for among these bungalows, no semblance of useful information could be found. Just then, a piercing noise sounded outside. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Yan poked his head through the interior of the window and found 2 sand motorcycles coming from the desert behind this complex. Those 3 drove fast, the motorcycles for huge wheels covered with exaggerated ripples, squeezing the sand on the ground to the back. creating a blanket of sandy fog. It was such a battle that the roar of the diesel engine could be heard from a long way off. Qiu Yan quickly found cover and hid to the side, quietly waiting for a few people to arrive. Before long, a few people stopped their sand scooters. "Hey, I said to not be so cautious. Isn't that just a little black iron karami? Why so nervous? Which one of us isn't bronze level? I could him up with one hand." The voice of the person who spoke was petulant and frivolous, not putting Qiu Yan in his eyes at all. However, a bearded middle-aged man soon spoke up to retort. "Have you forgotten how we used to run away when we were in Suwon Street? That was when the cultivation was suppressed. Everyone is black iron." The petulant voice wanted to continue, but was interrupted by another person raising his hand. "This is the order of the Lord Bishop. We have no right to interfere. Do your part." At that, both men were honest. "There's no storm over here. In my opinion, Qiu Yan is most likely hiding in the stronghold we used to be in. Look around." Hearing the trio's footsteps disperse, Qiu Yan was relieved. They could never have imagined that Qiu Yan, who was searching for them, was just a wall away from them. "I was thinking of just hitting the three one by one. But then thinking about it, Qiu Yan still. There were quite a few strong enemies that Qiu Yan had taken out counting, and among them there was even a lack of bronze and silver cultivators. But even though these three people were bronze, to say that they had nothing to offer, Qiu Yan categorically did not believe it. The Church of the Vault of Heaven, which used to catch a large number of instructors, wanted to bring whoever evacuated badly, but had to bring these three bronzes. Qiu Yan guessed that they might be able to burst out with strength far beyond their peers, which was why they were able to gain the bishop's recognition. It seems that one must not act rashly at this moment. Easy to gutter. Squeak! The teeth-gnashing sound of the door opening rang out. The visitor's footsteps were light. It seemed to be the youth who had just spoken in a frivolous manner. Qiu Yan tightly pranced and stuck to the bottom of the bed, as steady as an old dog inside. He was becoming immune to this hiding behavior. Unless he could instantly kill the three in seconds, he wouldn't make a move. After all, not knowing the distribution of the surrounding forces, after killing one, there were still two more out there. Having killed two of them, will a stronger one come out of nowhere? Qiu Yan wasn't afraid of these people. He was afraid of beating up the little ones and coming to the old ones. We are bound to be in trouble again. As expected, the youth just took a general look around and closed the door and left the place. After all, his subconscious was telling him that the odds were that no one was here. Qiu Yan then put his heart down. Not getting caught is the best, because he still had to rely on these three people to find the lair of the Sky Dome Church. Chapter 149, Qiu Yan's Confusion. "Alright, we're almost done checking here. Why don't we move on? Since there's nothing here, let's look further ahead. Big brother, let's go." "Well, 2-3. Don't just go forward on the way. Keep your eyes sharp and look around a lot." With that said, the trio proceeded to start their sand motorcycles. Qiu Yan was watching from the back, but he could see clearly and also sorted out the relationship between these three people. The most stable is the oldest, the most serious is the second, the man with the beard, and the most frivolous is the third. However, at this moment, the communicators on the waist of the three of them rang at the same time. "Hello! Calling call. Class B squad calling. We found Qiu Yan and that little girl's trail. It seems to be in the gully at the bottom of Broken Wind Mountain. Rally the troops at once." "Roger that. All listen to my orders. Hold your ground until I arrive." Hearing Fong Haochen's voice in the trio's communication device, Qiu Yan's heart tightened. "I'm afraid that the traces left behind after that sandworm smashed that rock earlier should not have disappeared yet. Those people from the Heavenly Vault Church were afraid that they had followed the traces and chased after them." Qiu Yan secretly cried out in dismay. After all, that sandworm was advancing after them. Even from the direction of the crushed stone, it was easy to deduce their whereabouts. Damn! Qiu Yan summoned Ling Feng and sat up in a hurry. He also really didn't expect these people to search so efficiently. With no time to think carefully, Ling Feng lifted his wings with force and scurried up into the sky carrying Qiu Yan. The trio at this point were all but oblivious, because the noisy sound of the engine completely muffled all the commotion. Just a few breaths after Qiu Yan left. I feel like a gust of wind blew by." The boss acutely sensed a hint of something wrong, but his voice was also drowned out by the sound of the engine. "Huh? What did you say?" The oldest didn't seem to hear and pointed to his ear, almost shouting, veins bulging in his neck. "I said, I feel as if a gust of wind is blowing. What did you say? Gotta. Thinking about it and forgetting about it, the boss smiled to himself and waved breathlessly towards his third brother. After all, they were in the San-Sea secret realm now. What's wrong with a gust of wind? Even though there was a wind-stabilizing spell formation here, after so long, some lack of effectiveness was normal. Without much thought, the three men fiercely twisted the throttle and directly rushed towards the distant Broken Wind Mountain. Fong Haochen held up his communication device at this moment, a hint of joy flashing across his face. With that, a plan to get rid of the goddess of the sky puppet race appeared in his mind. Oh, don't you want to make a spirit puppet? Fong Haochen only needed to use a slight trick to silently drive that wisp of residual soul out of Li Jiangwo's body. A residual soul can be understood as a mass of conscious aura. Normally, it can be hidden within many living creatures, provided that the creature's body contains an aura, and this residual soul will be able to perfectly integrate into the aura of the possessed person. This aura was extremely hidden, and ordinary people could not detect it at all. So when Li tried to cultivate, he would often feel a stagnation of spiritual energy in his body. He had thought that it was a dark wound left behind by the Holy Beast battlefield and had not taken it seriously. In fact, it was the goddess of heavenly puppets that was again at work in the midst of the body. This residual soul, if it forcefully possesses the body, then this residual soul will act as an aura that flows throughout the body. This leads to the control of the body. Since the residual soul had the qualities of aura, Fong Haochen just happened to have the means to correspond. That's draining all the aura from one's body. It's like chemotherapy, and the residual soul is the cancer cells in the body. Through special formations, the good and the bad are all in one place. By then, we'll still be at his mercy. Thinking of this, he mentioned it to the goddess of order of the heavenly puppet clan. Goddess Sama, the efficiency of these people is just too slow. I'll go out and look for it myself. Okay, go for it. One must make sure the body is intact. It doesn't matter if it's slightly bruised, but the body must be intact. No broken arms or legs. Good. I'll be excused. Fong Haochen was smiling on his face, but in his heart he was MMP. What a way to treat yourself like a dog. Temporarily pressing down the dissatisfaction in his heart, he directly rushed towards Broken Wind Mountain. Now that goddess seemed very wary of him. He still needed to perform again and brush up his favorability so that he could approach Li Jiangguo, as a matter of course. Ling Feng was very fast, especially with the use of 2 running skills. In less than an hour, Qiu Yan returned to where Li Xinxin was. Qiu Yan, who was high in the sky, remained dumbfounded after seeing the situation below. It's just a handful of people and it's not a big deal. Anyway, Ling Feng was extremely fast, and with the 2 running skills added, it was basically impossible for these earth dogs to catch up to Qiu Yan. That's where his confidence comes in. Thinking of this, Qiu Yan patted Ling Feng's back. Instantly, Ling Feng understood what Qiu Yan meant. Directly, 12 Big Dipper wind blades sneaked towards the bottom. Danger! Just as the wind blades sped away, a member of the congregation reacted. When the sand mist cleared, Qiu Yan realized that these people just had some extra sand on their bodies. It was clearly a relatively unsuccessful sneak attack. It was Qiu Yan's bad luck, to say the least. These congregations would have had their full attention in the gully at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, just as Ling Feng flew above them, a dark cloud was blown away by the wings in the good old sky. Under the light, Ling Feng's shadow was cast on the ground. And it just so happened that one of the congregants was staring at the sand pile in front of him, which narrowly defused the attack. Qiu Yan. It's Qiu Yan. He's flying in the sky. Grass. And what the hell is that spirit beast he's riding? It's been less than half a month in the outside world, as I recall. It took half a month to get this spirit beast whose character is no weaker than the Flamefire Qilin. Since when are top quality spirit beasts so worthless? Quick! Find a chance to shoot down. Those congregations weren't vegetarians either, and in the blink of an eye, they understood the current situation and began to use their own long-range means, wanting to find a way to shoot Qiu Yan down. Stop! Hearing the voice, Qiu Yan was precisely a bit surprised. Fong Haochen? Fong Haochen told to stop? Make who stop? Should I tell Qiu Yan to stop, or should I tell my own congregation to stop? However, the sight before us gave the answer. Although the hearts of those congregations were filled with wariness, Fong Haochen was clearly highly prestigious, and they all stopped the movements in their respective hands. What the hell are you trying to pull? Qiu Yan coldly smiled towards Fang Haochen with a clinical look. You, don't misunderstand me. I'm here to work with you. Fang Haochen had an anxious look on his face that didn't look like an act. At this point, it was starting to be Qiu Yan's turn to be confused. What a situation. Is this still the same Fang Haochen from before? Hated myself at the time. Now you're actually fighting to defend yourself? There's a problem. There is definitely a problem. Chapter 150 Cooperation of Interests. Cooperation? You wouldn't work with me if anyone did? Would you? Qiu Yan laughed in anger, and incidentally gave Fang Haochen a blank look, as if to say, see if I believe it. It's true. Come on. Show them our sincerity. With a wave of Fang Haochen's hand, those congregations below simultaneously retreated a large distance towards the back. Although Qiu Yan was puzzled in his heart, but now since the two sides didn't have to engage in a battle, it was just enough for Qiu Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that if Fang Haochen wanted to attack strongly, he definitely had that strength. After all, Qiu Yan was only one person, and definitely couldn't put up a fight against the entire underbelly of the Heavenly Vault Church. No need to release the polar blood wolves, that would be best. This was his biggest card, and since he was able to hide it, it was exactly what Qiu Yan wanted. Yeah. Qiu Yan's teasing color was undisguised. As a result, Fang Haochen's face instantly showed many black lines. Qiu Yan, this reaction is obviously not trusting himself. What else? He had the chance to catch Li Xinxin himself and didn't even do it. It's really not a lie. He thought that he might as well cooperate with Qiu Yan and first kill the goddess. There's still Qiu Yan left. Won't he be able to take care of him at will? Qiu Yan went in with great generosity, while not forgetting to watch out for this dangerous Fang Haochen. Truth be told, he knew very little about this bishop. But what Qiu Yan knew was that the bishop possessed an army of spirit beasts and many unique means. Flaming unicorn. Did anyone else just come by? Qiu Yan had already descended to Broken Wind Mountain at this moment, and everything around him was as normal. The flaming griffin rose from the ground and shook its massive head. He walked softly to the front of the tent. After unzipping the zipper, he found the little girl sleeping soundly. It was like a beautiful dream, with a smile on her little face. How? Fang Haochen's voice rang out from above. Although we have surrounded this place for a long time, as you can see, we did nothing to Li Xinxin and the Flame Qilin in autumn. Can we talk now? Qiu Yan looked at the head that was sticking out from above, and in his heart, he became more and more unsure of what kind of drugs this person was selling in his gourd. Could be. Though I don't know what the hell you're up to. After receiving permission, Fang Haochen whispered a few words to his men. He then stretched out his hand, and a soundproofing spell array isolated the entire 2-meter radius around Qiu Yan. Not only was it soundproof, but it also blocked the view inside, as if through a layer of frosted glass that let in light, but couldn't see what the two were doing. Qiu Yan didn't panic. He had seen this spell before. At least it proved that what this bishop wanted to tell him next was definitely confidential. Not long after, Fang Haochen's figure slowly invaded the spell formation without encountering any obstacles. Do you know why Li became like this? Like a different person, right? Qiu Yan nodded undeniably. Right now, he's under the control of the Sky Puppet Race's goddess of order's entire body. What if it's now that Li's consciousness is still alive and you still have a chance to save him? Oh, you should know about the Sky Puppet Clan, right? That's the race of the top 10 counselors among the Council of 10,000 Races. Qiu Yan tried to remain as calm as possible, though his eyebrows still subconsciously twitched. I know about the Heavenly Puppet Race. Once fully parasitized by it, one will die on the spot. Li Jianguo is afraid that he is already dead. That goddess of order is probably trying to turn me into a spirit puppet. Isn't she? Let me guess. What makes you tick? Qiu Yan paused, glanced at Fang Haochen, and snorted coldly. Working with me means wanting to betray that goddess of order. Judging from the conditions needed to refine the spirit puppet, another woman should be needed, right? Since using this woman should have touched your interests. Is that your woman? Qiu Yan watched Fang Haochen's face get worse and worse and knew that he had guessed correctly. Now, the dominance comes into your own hands. Yes. Fang Haochen was silent for a long time, but a smile bloomed on his face once again. You're right. It does make a big difference. But you're wrong about one thing. What the goddess of order has chosen is symbiosis. It means that the real Li is still sleeping, and the one who occupies the dominant position now is the goddess of order. All I have to do is get rid of the goddess of order and you and I will be free. Qiu Yan, you're smart. Qiu Yan looked at the other party who didn't look like he was lying and let out a laugh. How can I help you? Pretend to be caught by me, and then I'll cuff you with fake spirit locking handcuffs. When the time comes to find a chance, you're going to help me. Because it's the only way she'll let her guard down. So I can get close to her. I hope you make the right choice. After saying that, Fang Haochen once again fell into silence, staring straight at Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan froze. He thought Fang Haochen could come up with some brilliant tricks, and as a result, the exact plan will be to see what happens when the time comes. For this kind of agreement that neither side would benefit from breaking, Qiu Yan believed that each would honestly abide by the agreement. But the temporary alliance is because of the same enemies. Once Li was rescued and the goddess of order died, I'm afraid the first one to flip out would be this bishop. Qiu Yan wouldn't believe Fang Haochen just because of mere words. All right, I'll go with you. But what should be done to keep us safe afterward? When Qiu Yan said this, Fang Haochen also froze. How do you keep them safe afterward? Never thought of it myself. Are you really going to let the tiger return to the mountain? I pledge my life, though I have had some unpleasantness with you before. But I'll do anything for the love of my life. Saying that, Fang Haochen's eyes reddened, and he seemed to be a really big lover. Qiu Yan gave him a blank look. Who knows if what he said is true or not, and the devil will believe this kind of fake and empty words. However, Li Jiangguo he did have to save. Okay. Can you teleport Li Xinxin back now? Not for a while. The teleportation spells are inside the stronghold. Okay. Qiu Yan nodded and stretched his hands obediently in front of Fang Haochen. Fang Haochen laughed cheerfully, patted Qiu Yan's shoulder with his righteous hand, and gently cuffed the spirit locking handcuffs on. Qiu Yan tried it and was indeed still able to use his spiritual energy as usual. Then he tugged and it was pretty sturdy too. A black iron ranked spirit power at full power was able to break it free. But Qiu Yan's strength had now reached the black iron high grade, and with his own physical strength he was able to remove the fake handcuffs. But he didn't tell Fang Haochen, instead nodding furiously. Well, you should be able to break free at full power by then. So be it. When the time comes, it's up to you. Fang Haochen excitedly embraced Qiu Yan, but this cold embrace without a trace of warmth caused Qiu Yan to shiver. Without much hassle, Qiu Yan and Li Xinxin returned to the stronghold in the Heavenly Vault Church's Baga car. But at that moment they stopped on top of a patch of sand for no apparent reason. Soon there were violent vibrations coming from the sandy underbelly. Those fine sands were constantly being toppled to the outside. In just a few minutes, a huge circular bunker appeared in front of Qiu Yan and the others. Seeing this bunker, Qiu Yan actually had an urge to receive it into the Imperial Beast space. Go, get in. 6. No. 5. Go tell the goddess lord that Qiu Yan has been captured and returned. After saying that, a person next to Fang Haochen grabbed the first opportunity to enter this stronghold. Then let's go into Chapter 151, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. A little later, Qiu Yan was surrounded as if he was being escorted to a prisoner and entered the interior of the fortress. When the hatch outside closed, Qiu Yan felt a sense of weightlessness. The whole fort seems to be sinking. About 5 or 6 minutes passed before the feeling disappeared again. Go! Fang Haochen stood in front of all of them and nodded on the operating table on the side. The hatch on the opposite side only opened again. The technology in it is so technological that it looks like the construction of a spaceship in a sci-fi movie. Along the way, there would always be robots saluting towards Qiu Yan and the others. What was going through Qiu Yan's head at this moment was exactly how he could seize control of this fortress. Making these robots work for you is awesome to think about. Qiu Yan followed the crowd and arrived within a large hall. At this time, Li Jiangguo was sitting on a throne high above, overlooking the crowd, almost like an emperor. Finally caught you, but it was a long wait. He used Li's body, but his voice was neutral. It made Qiu Yan feel extremely uncomfortable. I am the goddess of order of the Sky Puppet Clan Elena. Men, take him to room 32. Have a good wash. Fang Haochen, number 2. Fang Haochen physically bent over and bowed 30 degrees, then left with a few people. However, just as he was leaving, the look he turned back to Qiu Yan seemed to have a different meaning. Qiu Yan knew that this was a reminder not to forget the agreement between the two. He winked without a trace. For Fang Haochen's words, Qiu Yan couldn't manage to believe them 100%, And at this time, he had already prepared for the worst in his heart. Even if Li Jiangguo did die, then Li Xinxin and his own master's wife must have been saved as well. Then the exit route is important at this point. So as he was heading to room 32, Qiu Yan kept scrutinizing his surroundings. About 10 minutes or so, Qiu Yan then entered room 32. This room is simple. A bathroom, a bed, a nightstand and bedside lamp. It didn't look any different from most hotels. But in the middle of the bathroom, there was a robot standing there. After pushing Qiu Yan into the room alone, the door automatically closed and the rest of the people waited outside. It's still a strange experience to have a robot serve you a bath. Seemingly programmed, Qiu Yan was stripped clean all over his body. Even robots are afraid of those electronic eyes staring back at them. It's the Valley of Terror effect, isn't it? The robot is smart and well programmed. Even though Qiu Yan had handcuffs cuffed to his hands, there was nothing to hinder him, and in 5 minutes, all the sand on Qiu Yan's body was cleaned off, and the whole person was washed white. Under the robot's costume, Qiu Yan was put in a bath towel. Exiting the bathroom, he fell head over heels onto the bed. Within moments, the door to the room was opened. A gorgeous woman in a halter dress was wheeled in. Qiu Yan also got a good look at the woman's appearance. The looks are amazing and the body is great. No wonder Fang Haochen was so anxious. The woman looked cold though, like she knew where she was going to end up. Not a trace of emotion in her eyes. She finally made up her mind and walked over to Qiu Yan's side. Like being in the middle of a watery secret world, the entire room was slowly enveloped in a black mist. Qiu Yan stared at his surroundings and also had a familiar feeling. It should be similar to Amira. I just don't know how strong Irina and Amira are though. Soon after, number 2's eyes began to grow dull behind them, and then mechanically he crawled into bed. Qiu Yan tried his best not to look at the large expanse of snowy whiteness that was exposed, staring at the ceiling without worry, because he knew Fang Haochen wouldn't allow things to actually happen. A familiar scent filled the air, one that seemed to have an aphrodisiacal effect. But it was useless to Qiu Yan. After talking to Qiu Wuji last time, Qiu Yan knew. The Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries was able to grant him immunity to negative statuses. So this scent doesn't work on him at all. Still, the facade had to be done, and his eyes likewise began to lax. But the next thing that made Qiu Yan collapse happened. The vitals were suddenly grabbed by a hot little hand. Qiu Yan only wanted to curse in his heart. What the hell was this Fang Haochen up to? How can he not act when he himself is being taken advantage of by his woman? At this moment, Qiu Yan felt as if he had been capitalized on, with a face that was lifeless. At that moment, Eleanor's figure appeared next to her, was looking at the two with an agitated face. Qiu Yan was confused. It seemed to be the same last time. It is estimated that he was particularly close to them in order to grasp the most accurate time to refine them into spirit puppets. And number 2's eyes remained dull, like he was completely unaware of Eleanor next to him. After a while, the murmur came back. Huh? How come there's still no response after so much time has passed? Could it be that this Qiu Yan is impotent? Not loud, but extremely insulting. Qiu Yan only felt very harsh in his ears and almost wanted to jump up and give that Ilana 2 big mouths. You're the one who's impotent. Just as Eleanor's attention was fully on the two, a red light sprang up in the eyes of the robot that had previously served Qiu Yan in the bath. In his hand, he suddenly gripped a dagger engraved with a strange pattern. The pattern on it was actually a formation engraved on the dagger. As long as the dagger was pierced into the body, the aura would be fully absorbed in less than a minute. Eft! The dagger divinely stabbed into Eleanor's back. Ah! Fang Haochen, how dare you betray me? Aren't you afraid that the people above will blame you? Eleanor trembled as if she was feeling great pain, only to feel that her origin aura was depleting at a rapid rate. With a slap, she flung herself on top of the robot's arm. But at that moment, her hand was tightly pinched by Fang Haochen, who had rushed in from outside, and she was not allowed to store it. Fang Haochen had a vicious smile on his face. Heh, just a wisp of a soul. Do you really think you're valued? I serve the Heavenly Vault clan, and I can't be blamed for the blame. If you're going to put your mind to it, then be prepared to suffer the consequences. Qiu Yan, I know you're not poisoned. Stop pretending and help me control her. Qiu Yan kicked the delirious number 2 out of the way and bounced off the bed in a flash, grabbing Eleanor's arm in a death grip. However, at this moment, Qiu Yan suddenly realized that the spiritual energy in his body was stagnant. Found it! A wry smile was sketched on Fang Haochen's face. His hand reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a remote control. These spirit-locking handcuffs, they're remotely controllable. Didn't expect that, did you? Fang Haochen threw the remote control behind him with a sardonic smile on his face, then once again extended his righteous hand to directly grab Qiu Yan's neck. Good. Good to kill two birds with one stone. So is this your plan? Qiu Yan couldn't breathe for a moment. His face wore a look of pain, and his bound hands could only forcefully pick at Fang Haochen's fingers. Ha. Qiu Yan, don't worry, I won't let you die. I'll take care of you later. Fang Haochen wasn't looking at Qiu Yan, but his perspective turned to Elena. Irina, now with a dagger in her back, was crouched on her knees with a pained look on her face. Li, who was wrapped in black mist, was hidden. But again, there was a dagger sticking out of his back. What a good calculation, Fang Haochen. But it seems you're going to miss the mark. Although Qiu Yan was red in the face, he still had a confident smile on his face. Chapter 152. A stab in the back. Fang Haochen raised an eyebrow. Where did Qiu Yan get this confidence? It looked as if it had a plan. Oh, I'm going to miscalculate. It's not a smart person's behavior to be swollen in the face. Fang Haochen had a smile on his face. With the situation now in his hands, he couldn't think at all how Qiu Yan should turn the tables. Humph! Qiu Yan snorted coldly and suddenly exerted force with both hands. Pop! That handcuff was actually yanked off by Qiu Yan using his physical strength. Because of this, the effect of the locking spirit was also suddenly seen to have disappeared. Where did you get all that strength? Fang Haochen's eyes widened as he looked at Qiu Yan, who had broken free, his eyes full of disbelief. How could he have known that Qiu Yan had used the Tiangui Forge to gain a power that was far beyond the reach of an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster? The original means of gaining Qiu Yan's trust had become his biggest flip-flop? This made Fang Haochen somewhat unable to accept it. Just as he was about to continue, he realized that Qiu Yan's hand was emitting light. Roar! A whirlpool suddenly appeared next to him, and the flame Qilin sprang out like lightning, opening its fangs and biting towards Fang Haochen's head. With a tilt, Fang Haochen directly grazed the flame Qilin's fangs and dodged away. At the same time, however, he had to let go of Qiu Yan and throw him onto the bed again. The flame Qilin's entire body sprang out, each time its fangs pushed straight into Fang Haochen's neck, heart, and other vital places. However, it was obvious that Fang Haochen took advantage of his high cultivation level and unhurriedly dodged each of the flame Qilin's attacks. After taking 2 steps backwards to distance himself, he spoke again. Hee. You think you can turn the tables after breaking free from the spirit-locking handcuffs? If it's this level of attack, it's better to be honest and tie your hands. He had a mocking smirk on his face. Qiu Yan was now alone as an enemy camp. It was that he had the means to turn the world upside down, but it was impossible for him to break out. Only one crucial point was needed. Qiu Yan's cultivation was merely at the 7th level of black iron. Fang Haochen himself was a silver 3rd stage. The black iron level posed no threat to himself. Soon, however, the cinder block also appeared beside him, stretching out its sharp and powerful tentacles to pierce Fang Haochen's chest once again. Grass! This is the blood demon's ability. How did it appear on a spirit beast like you? Fang Haochen's eyes widened in anger, covering his chest once again as he took a few steps backward. When he was in the Dragon Kingdom before, he hadn't associated it with this. But now he gets it. It turned out that the blood demon had not been solved by the Dragon Kingdom's special incident handling team before. Instead, it was devoured by the spirit beast of Qiu Yan's. Bingo dog! Qiu Yan had a smile on his face as he looked at the furious Fang Haochen, a sort of affirmation of Fang Haochen. No words are more solid than this one. The smile wouldn't go away. It would only transfer to Qiu Yan's face. Without waiting for Fang Haochen to react, the coal ball's attack struck again. Forced to do so, Fang Haochen forcibly broke away from the previous tentacle, and a large pile of electronic components fell to the ground in the pulling and tugging, clanking. You could now see that he had a large hole pierced through his chest. At the moment, those complicated metal limbs like worms in the non-stop wriggling, breaks also crackling sparks. There were also drops of some unknown liquid falling to the ground. Thanks to the fact that it was Fang Haochen who had a large portion of his body built from the technology of the Heavenly Vault clan. Otherwise, the cinder block could have nailed Fang Haochen to the top of the wall with such a blow. If Fang Haochen was a true silver-level cultivator, or a small partially modified body like Hoover's, it was in time to use the aura in his body to block the Cinderblock's body. Still, it's pretty scary that over 80% of it is original metal, because his body has no sense of pain. Once injured, there was no need to sit down and regulate or enter a hospital to receive treatment like most martial artists. The miniature 3D printer on his own body will automatically help him heal. It's just a shame that Hoover didn't have this kind of technological boost, or how else he wouldn't have been miserable enough to be killed by a bomb, even if the power of that bomb was equal to the full force of a gold-level martial artist. There was no time to heal, and Cinderblock's attack had already reached the front. Fong Haochen dodged to avoid the tentacles. Then the thrusters on his feet erupted with powerful kinetic energy. In just one breath, he arrived in front of Qiu Yan. Purple Moon. Qiu Yan didn't panic and summoned Purple Moon, directly using his signature stance, Thunder Tooth. However, Fong Haochen's hard body blocked this, and the snake's teeth only slightly penetrated Fong Haochen's skin. Bang! Fong Haochen used his righteous hand and directly sent Ziyu flying. This powerful force caused Purple Moon's sharp snake teeth to break a small section, and then smash the wall next to it to the point that it wanted to shatter like a spider's web. But Purple Moon's suicide attacks like this work well. In that short moment, the toxin of the 9 heavens had been completely injected into Fong Haochen's body. As Fong Haochen wanted to swing his fist at Qiu Yan again, his entire body lurched. The entire world in his eyes began to shake violently. It also made him realize he was poisoned. Fong Haochen's face was filled with dismay. I can't believe I've been poisoned. And it's a snake toxin. It was a bit beyond his comprehension. Even though the spirit beast's toxin was no longer powerful, it was never able to erode his body. Because these toxins are nothing more than proteins, they can be broken down in minutes by the mechanical units in your own body. But Purple Moon's toxin isn't that simple. Its toxin was loaded with lightning attribute aura. This caused the toxin to wreak havoc everywhere within Fong Haochen's body, damaging a series of electronic units all the way through. This caused Fong Haochen's brain to become confused. Grass. U-I-N-G. Qiu Yan laughed and looked at Fong Haochen, who was lying on the ground, and was just about to ask the Flame Qilin to make up for it. But he suddenly felt a coldness in his back. A small knife was thrust into his backside. At this moment, a smile appeared on number 2's face as he just looked straight at Qiu Yan. She didn't know when, but she got out of that previous state, then circled around to Qiu Yan's back and gave him a stab in the dark. Humph. Didn't expect that, did you? If you want to kill a Chun in front of me, you have to ask me if I agree first. Number 2 pressed a button. At once, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the base. Let's leave you a dog's life first. Qiu Yan quickly retrieved his spirit beasts back into the Imperial Beast space, moved the already unconscious Li Jianguo onto the Flame Qilin's back, and directly unleashed the sea of burning flames towards the door. In a flash, he rushed out of room 32 amidst the stunned gazes of the rest of the congregation. Chapter 153, What Goes Around Comes Around. Get after it. It wasn't until the hissing sound of number 2 came from inside the room that the few people outside the door woke up as if from a dream, directly running wildly towards the location Qiu Yan had fled from. Just a few moments after a few people chased them out. Boom! A huge fire engulfed the entire room 32, and a violent explosion suddenly resounded throughout the base. And with many of the congregation assembled outside itself, the huge aftershock directly lifted these people to the ground. Qiu Yan rode his Flamefire Qilin as he kept weaving in and out of the corridors. Noticing the explosions, a teasing smile sketched on his face. It's the last bomb on himself. But for this time, it's obviously extremely cost-effective. The only reason why he was able to leave with such alacrity was because when he left, he pulled out the bomb in his hand as well. For one thing, it was also to prevent number 2 from recoiling from the brink of death. Secondly, it's a double whammy to hit the subsequent congregations hard again. With a bomb of such power released in the midst of a narrow space, Fong Haochen and his 1,000 beautiful women could definitely die without a burial place. But this time it was Qiu Yan who thought wrong. Fong Haochen is not dead. There was much more to him than the exposed cards. It just meant that Qiu Yan's previous actions couldn't threaten Fong Haochen's life for the time being. Once Qiu Yan was able to have the ability to kill Fong Haochen, a stunning shockwave would then automatically erupt from its body, destroying everyone in the room. On the other hand, Fong Haochen's body would automatically open a protective shield, firmly protecting his body. One could only say that it was fortunate that Qiu Yan hadn't been greedy just now, or else he would have been turned into slag by now. In room 32, Fang Haochen was unconscious and unconscious. The soft glow of the shield once again illuminated the darkened room. Number 2 hugged Fang Haochen's body tightly for a while before he tried to open his eyes, and immediately discovered the strange sight. Strange, didn't it explode? Afterward, she then reacted to the fact that it was the protective shield automatically triggered on Fang Haochen's body that saved her life. Somebody, she gently put down Fang Haochen and stumbled out. But the sight before her stunned her silly. Outside, there were scattered limbs everywhere. Broken hands, feet, guts, and whatnot all exploded into a mess. Only the farthest one of the congregation was spared, and was now cowering in a corner, shivering. Come on, come help me. Even as a heavy stench of blood drilled into his nostrils, Tu forced himself to hold back his nausea and yelled towards the congregation. But the congregation seemed to be mentally ill, hugging their knees with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Even at the shouts of number 2, he just lifted his head numbly and looked blankly at the other man. How useless! Number 2 stomped his foot helplessly, but stepped on a section of intestine and squeezed out a lot of blood, which gave number 2 a nausea as well, and he couldn't stop dry heaving. Ah Chun, don't worry, I will definitely save you. She returned to the room once again barefoot and carried Fang Haochen on her back. Since the previous oxytocin hadn't completely worn off yet, this left number 2 weak. Plus, most of Fang Haochen's body had been transformed, and it could be much heavier than flesh and blood. Carrying him on his back was like hanging an iron heap on his body. Number 2 carried Fang Haochen on his back, walking step by step towards the bishop's exclusive medical room. At this moment, Qiu Yan was still fleeing in panic. The eyes of those robots on the road turned red lights, signifying the opening of combat mode, constantly firing lasers in Qiu Yan's direction. Luckily, most of the robots were built for assisted living, so they were a bit more fragile, and basically a single fireball from the Flame Griffin could clean up a robot. On the way, Qiu Yan tried his best to recall where Li Xinxin was. Before coming, it seemed as if he had vaguely heard the conversation between Fang Haochen and the others. Stop! Where are you taking him? The path in front of Qiu Yan was blocked by a man. This man had some similarities between his eyebrows and his master's mother, but his temperament was very different. It's like an immodest punk in general. Qiu Yan looked him up and down, glimpsed that he was wearing the robes of the Heavenly Vault Church, and directly ordered the Flamefire Qilin to attack. Don't! Slow down. Him! He's my brother-in-law. You're gonna get him out, right? Quickly. Take me with you. Qiu Yan raised an eyebrow and also stopped the Flame Qilin's movements. This one in front of you is Li Jiangwo's brother-in-law? Then he remembered that Li Jiangwo's family seemed to have often argued with a man before they were kidnapped by the Heavenly Vault Church. Is this the one in front of you? Why are you here? My name is Tan Long, and that's my brother-in-law. 5 years ago, I liked to gamble and I owed people millions. That's when I met the bishop of the Church of the Vault of Heaven, who said he could help me pay off my loan if I would just sell my life to the Church of the Vault of Heaven for 5 years. I told the bishop the other day that I wanted to quit, and he acted like he was going to be a different person and said he was going to kill me. After that, he said he'd leave me alone if I asked my brother-in-law's family out for a chat. I want to go back, please take me. I don't know why my sister's family is like this. Qiu Yan sipped his teeth and fell into a tangle. Do you know where your sister is? Where Li Xinxin is? I know, but if I say it, can you take me with you? Tan Long's face showed a look of anticipation. Well, I'll take you if you say so. It was in the small room next to the main hall. I saw it all at the time. Can I go up now? As a result, Qiu Yan didn't even pay attention to it and directly reversed his direction and rushed towards the grand hall. Grass. You. Words don't mean a thing. Tan Long looked at Qiu Yan's back, looking a bit furious. Immediately after that, spiritual energy gathered in his hands, and a long-range attack was flung at him. What he was aiming at was precisely Qiu Yan's back. Still, Tamarin misses the mark. The Flame Qilin deftly dodged to the side, just in time to avoid the attack. Instead, the attack landed on a robot off to the side. This moment attracted the attention of a great portion of the robots, and just a few of them chased after Qiu Yan in the direction he had left. Then, the robots present flashed red in their eyes and aimed their guns at Tan Long. Grass! He was just about to dodge towards the side when a laser from behind him pierced right through his chest. Puff! Tan Long fell to the ground, crimson blood flowing all over the place. He who had followed Fang Haochen in his countless evil deeds ended his life today. Actually, he lied. He was the one who made the mistake, and it just so happens that the Church of the Vault of Heaven is short of men these days. Tricked his sister's family out to stay alive. How else could a family of 3 living in the downtown area be kidnapped by the Church of the Vault of Heaven, which everyone is fighting against? And it was this unintentional contact that invited honorable ancestor back to Fang Haochen. It's kind of what comes around comes around. Qiu Yan sat on the back of the Flamefire Qilin, constantly dodging the robots chasing him on the road, and it was only after some twists and turns that he arrived within the Grand Hall. As he looked around, he did notice that there really was a small, hidden door at the side of the Great Hall. Chapter 154, The Kid's a Little Kid. Z. The small door was not locked, and Qiu Yan pushed the door and entered the room. This room is not much different from room 32. But there was a woman strapped to the bed, and at that moment her eyes were slightly closed. Because of lack of water and physical exertion, his lips were white and peeling, and he looked extremely haggard. Noticing someone coming into the room, her eyes opened a slit. After seeing Qiu Yan clearly, it immediately became agitated again, whimpering. Qiu Yan immediately took 2 steps forward and removed the cloth from the woman's mouth. Qiu Yan, where's our old Li? It's like being possessed. Is it possessed by some ghost? Tan Feng was very eager, and the edges of his mouth were beginning to tear open with a shocking line of blood because of his anxious words. It's Master Mother? You recognize me? Qiu Yan was a bit puzzled. Our old Li holds your picture in front of my eyes every day, says you're his favorite student. Can you not recognize it? Tan Feng was just about to continue saying something, but her eyes ended up catching a glimpse of the flame Qilin that followed her in. On its back was clearly Li Jianguo, who had been bandaged up. While just fleeing, Qiu Yan had already finished treating Li's wounds. However, it was because of that small knife that Li's body was drained of aura, and he would not be able to recover for a while. Consciousness is now in a coma as well. How's old Li doing? Is everything okay? Tan Feng inquired impatiently, and the wound bound by the rope surprisingly oozed blood again while rubbing violently. Don't be anxious, Master Li. He's fine for now. Where's Xian? Qiu Yan's words seemed to be a sharp sword, deeply piercing into Tan Feng's heart. A strong look of worry hung on her sassy face. Xin has been taken away. That what's his name Sky Puppet Clan before said that they wanted to train Xian as a future bishop. It seems to have been taken to the drill hall. Xin mustn't go down a crooked path. Qiu Yan, Senior Maiden begs you. Can you go and save Xian for the sake of our family's old Li? Don't worry for a moment, Senior Mother. Qiu Yan said decisively. Elder Mother, do you still remember what you woke up from when you were teleported here? It's a cell phone I just grabbed back from over there. I think it belongs to the congregation. We'll just connect via cell phone later. After Qiu Yan, Flamefire Qilin spewed out a small fireball. Tan Feng once again regained safety. Purple Moon, Flame Qilin. The 2 of you follow your master's wife and take care of each other. I'm going to save Xian. Tossing his cell phone to Tan Feng, Qiu Yan immediately moved to summon Ling Feng. Even though Ling Feng's speed on the ground was slightly inferior to the Flame Qilins, he was still able to explode with great speed during the duration of the acceleration skill. Afterward, Qiu Yan once again grabbed the door and walked out. Tan Feng touched Li Jianguo's warm cheeks heartily and muttered under her breath. Old Li, your favorite student has come to save us, so don't worry. The flame unicorn leaned down and let Tan Feng sit on it. After everything was ready, they also ran out in the direction of the teleportation array. In the middle of the corridor on the 3rd floor of the base, Number 2 carried Fang Haochen on his back as he trudged through it. There were constantly robots rushing by on the road, but they didn't even look at Fang Haochen every single time. Number 2 looked helplessly at the robots. Her silver teeth clenched, and beads of sweat continued to streak across her cheeks. Only Fang Haochen had the authority to change commands for these robots, because the first directive he set up in the first place was to prioritize protecting the base from others. This directive overrides any directive. Almost there. Hold on a Chun, you're almost there. Number 2 opened his mouth tremblingly, pushing Fang Haochen towards himself once again. Fang Haochen's exclusive medical room was on the 2nd floor, and it would only take another 10 minutes to get there. So getting there was her only goal. Lord 2, do you need us? At that moment, a rush of footsteps sounded in the adjacent hallway. The second looked up and saw that it was none other than the 3 brothers, the same 3 that Qiu Yan had seen before. After they got the news of the base invasion, they immediately hoofed it back again. Although he encountered another sandworm attack on the way again, but at least he came back in one piece. No need. Go quickly. Surround Qiu Yan. Go to the martial arts arena first. Grab that little girl as a hostage. Qiu Yan won't see death and save her. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them had no choice but to move and run towards the martial arts field. In the middle of the martial arts arena, Li Xinxin was sitting moodily on a chair, absently shaking her little feet. Just now, a few of the robots who had been supervising her physical training ran out with a red light in their eyes. This led to Li Xinxin now staying alone in the middle of the martial arts arena. Even though she was young, she could guess. It was Big Brother who came to her rescue. Those robots, the very ones that went to round up Big Brother. Little sister? You stay right there, we're coming. Li Xinxin turned her head to look over and found 3 men standing in the doorway, currently putting on an affectionate great-uncle appearance. Even a child like her could see that these 3 didn't look like any good guys. So Li Xinxin didn't hesitate, but jumped off the chair and ran with all her might towards the other side. Don't run, little sister. Wait for the brothers. Come on. We'll take you to eat something delicious. Seeing Li Xinxin running away without looking back, the 3 of them froze. The oldest stammered and opened his mouth. Old boss, I told you. You 2 look fierce. You look like unsuspecting weird uncle. You must have scared the girl away. I just told you 2 to wait outside and let me, a handsome young man, go over there and deal with it, and not just take the brat. Shut up. The oldest glared viciously at his own third. Looking at him like that, how much better than the 2 of them? Aren't we all family? Talking smack here is truly unbeatable. Well, well, well. At this time, the bearded old man was the one who opened his mouth to round off the conversation. He was clearly the most rugged-looking, but he was the peacemaker. This is just like Li Kuei smilingly saying, "Brother, stop fighting," which makes people's goosebumps fall to the ground. Count on begging. Hurry up and arrest this little girl and turn her in. The oldest shook his head helplessly, not bothering to argue with the oldest about anything else. With a wave of his hand, he stopped Lao San, who wanted to continue saying something, and directly took the lead and chased after Li Xinxin. But it wasn't really easy to catch the little girl. The little girl had spent the last 2 days training against the robots in the martial arts arena, getting a little slippery. But the key is that these people cannot lay a heavy hand in case of a heavy hand, to the little girl broken cannot be good. When that time comes, that Qiu Yan won't be in a hurry with them. Brother Qiu Yan. Li Xinxin suddenly stopped and pointed behind the trio with a delighted look on her face. These 3 brothers were as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, and the oldest was even surrounded by aura once again, ready to answer the battle right away. But when I looked back, there was nothing behind me. Where was half a figure? Little girl, how dare you fool us? The oldest 3 was furious and his spiritual energy erupted as he rushed towards Li Xinxin in a lightning-fast manner. Chapter 155, Mending the Formation. Just as Lao San was about to touch Li Xinxin's collar, an ink-black tentacle directly penetrated his chest. Qiu Yan. After saying that, Lao San directly planted himself towards the ground. Lao San. Sandy. The 2 men in the back looked at their brother in disbelief. The little brother who was just alive and well was killed in a single shot. Asshole. How dare you? The boss's entire aura suddenly erupted. His entire hair stood on end, and light erupted from his eyes as his aura overflowed. His aura was pushing the silver level. Sigh on you. Qiu Yan looked dumbfounded for a moment after he rode Wind Cloud Harvest and took Li Xinxin in his arms. It looked like they had quite a strong bond between the brothers and instantly stormed off. Without saying a word, Qiu Yan once again drove Ling Feng towards the distance. Taking on an enemy head-on and going hard is for cuties. It's the only thing you can do. If he took this guy's attack head-on, even if he was strengthened by Tian Gui's forged body, he would have to return to the west. Lao Air, protect Old 3. He's alive. Leave this place to me for now. The second one received the order and instantly took his brother in his arms. A look of joy spreading across his face. Not dead? It's good that you're not dead. Even though the robots in the middle of the base were out in full force, at least those medical instruments were still there. If he had gone faster, there might have been hope for his third brother to survive. With that thought in mind, he just glanced at the boss and turned around to run towards the outside. The area of the martial arts arena was large, and this gave Ling Feng a platform to show off his skills to the fullest, pulling away in the blink of an eye. Seeing the reaction of the oldest two, the corner of Qiu Yan's mouth lifted into a winning smile. Things unfolded exactly as they should have toward their intended outcome. He had just purposely not directly beheaded the oldest three, but had subconsciously allowed the cinder block to keep him alive, in order to disable the oldest while separating another person to take care of the oldest. In that case, it was instantly able to circumvent the two men's attacks. Qiu Yan's next situation would be one-on-one. He has Siphon on the run and Cinderella on offense and doesn't even know how to lose. Moreover, both spirit beasts had high bloodline grades and were completely capable of fighting beyond their level. It's just that it's going to be a slightly tougher fight. However, the next scene that shocked Qiu Yan happened. That boss was incredibly fast. So fast that Qiu Yan couldn't even see it. That's a little scary. Even though the aura was infinitely approaching the silver level, but in the end it was still bronze, could it actually burst out with such powerful speed? Ling Feng had maintained full speed from just now until now. As for skills, they were used just now. Within a short period of time, using the skill again would be likely to damage the spirit beast's foundation. But even then, Ling Feng was able to burst out at a speed that wasn't slow. The man in front of him had actually caught up with him so quickly. Eat me! In just the blink of an eye, the boss scurried to Qiu Yan's face. In the midst of Qiu Yan's shocked gaze, the fist wrapped in a terrifying aura and swung out blatantly. Bang! A sonic boom was emitted, just as it was about to strike Qiu Yan's body. Suddenly, the place clouded up, and the thick fog expanded rapidly, while engulfing the two men's forms. This was Ling Feng's skill, cloud hidden. The middle-aged man looked around suspiciously and then at his hands. It was clear that he had attacked Qiu Yan just now, but he had the feeling that he had punched his fist on cotton. That touch just now didn't feel like a blow to Qiu Yan's body at all. There's very little visibility here. Basically, you can't reach out and see anything. Could it be that this mist can shield one's senses, or even give one hallucinations? Just then, a tentacle poked out from the mist and came straight towards his face. Forced to do so, he could only quickly retreat, and only after exerting all his strength did he exit the range of the cloud. As expected, the moment he exited, he saw Qiu Yan's figure appear at the same time, scurrying out in the exact opposite direction from him. And the speed seems to be even better than it was originally. You run. I'll see where you can run to. He was in a bit of a hurry, as he could only last for a while in this state. It was his own life force that was consumed. So immediately, he moved and chased after Qiu Yan's departing figure once again. What he didn't know was that just a dozen seconds after he left, the clouds dispersed, and it was only then that Qiu Yan's and their main bodies became visible once again. Qiu Yan's face was slightly white, and even his eyes were a bit lax. It's been a really long time since I've used 3 Qi gathering forms, so I'm still a bit rusty. The enemy had now chased towards Qiu Yan's coalesced doppelganger. Although the 3 air gathering forms would be slightly faster than the main body, it was thought that the man would soon catch up. Without thinking too much about it, Qiu Yan picked up his cell phone and checked the location that Shermaiden had just sent. He stroked Li Xinxin's little head in a doting manner, and Ling Feng immediately flapped his wings and rushed towards his destination, the periphery of the teleportation array. Tan Feng looked around with an anxious face, anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Although Qiu Yan had replied to her messages, how could one not be worried when she could never see anyone? Honestly, it was hard enough for her to make it this far as an ordinary person. It is true, after all, that there is a percentage of people who will never be able to awaken their gifts for the rest of their lives. Hurts. Just then, Li let out a low roar. He finally woke up and shook his head, only to feel a splitting headache. Old Li, you're awake? Tan Feng's face first looked happy, then became lost once again. Where am I? Child's mother, what's wrong with you? Why is there blood all over your hands? I'm fine, rubbing. Does your head still hurt? Li slowly sat up, and it was only then that he realized the spirit beast underneath him. This? Flaming fire unicorn? Isn't this Qiu Yan's spirit beast? How did it show up here? For a moment, he was receiving information overload. Thinking against a headache was not a good feeling, and all he could do was close his eyes tightly. A few days ago, Xiao Long said he'd take us to the outskirts of Zhonghai to go out for a picnic, and we ended up getting caught by that church of the Vault of Heaven. After 2 days, it was like you were possessed and somehow became the head of that Sky Dome church or something. Forget it, let's go back. Anyway, your favorite student came to save us. He's got XNXI now and is on his way here. I'm worried sick. At those words, Li Jiangwo's face was filled with shock, and even the pain in his mind seemed to have diminished a lot. What? The Church of the Vault of Heaven. Although he didn't know what was going on, Li stumbled off the flame Qilint's body. A stagger. Luckily, Tan Feng was there to support her, or else she almost fell again. This is a teleportation array, isn't it? Child's mom. Help me over to take a look. Li Jiangguo also noticed that the spiritual energy in his body was nearly dried up, and he couldn't adapt for a while, so he was carried by his wife to the front of the spell formation. No, this spell should not work for the time being, because every time it's used up, there's a different level of wear and tear. Since this side isn't repaired, if we want to teleport back afterward, it definitely won't work. Li Jiangguo looked at his wife anxiously. Now the current situation was one he had understood in a big way. It was also understood that he and the others, including Qiu Yan and Xian, were in a critical situation and were likely to be surrounded by the Heavenly Vault Church. If we don't do something, sooner or later we'll have to answer for it. Thinking of this, Li began to think of ways to repair the teleportation spell formation. Though he himself had no talent to speak of in front of formations. But during his service in the Holy Beast battlefield, the formation master of their humongous army at that time was his good brother, and was also the one who had some casual conversations with him. Formations are not difficult to say the least, and not simple to say the least. Old Li engraving formations naturally requires a formation master. However, even an ordinary person can do it if you repair an existing formation. As long as we find the pattern in it and patch it up with a carving knife, we should be able to fix it. Always remember not to tamper with it at will. If you're transported to a coffin and buried alive, you're dead. Chapter 156 What is Greed for Life and Fear of Death? Teacher Li, you're awake? How do you feel? Are there any abnormalities in your body? Qiu Yan, who had successfully broken out, had finally arrived at the teleportation array. Still followed by a whole bunch of robots, apparently, though. Qiu Yan couldn't figure out how this Heavenly Vault Church was so powerful. Didn't it have to spend money on so many robots? Are their resources unlimited? Well, I'm awake, but my head is still a little uncomfortable. I'm repairing the teleportation array. Can you please fend us off for a while longer? Li Jiangguo said without looking back. At this moment, he was squatting on the ground, staring at the spell formation on the ground with a serious face. He seemed to have found some patterns, but he didn't know if he was right. It's like the feeling of being so close, but never getting the hang of it. It was a matter of all their lives, so they must not be sloppy. Thinking about this, Li Jiangguo's palms and back were drenched in cold sweat. Boom! A violent explosion came. Qiu Yan turned his head to see that the tightly closed door had been shattered at an unknown time. As the dust and smoke cleared, the figure of the previous boss appeared in the doorway, looking at Qiu Yan with a scowl on his face. Why don't you run again? Oh, today you will die. Qiu Yan then realized that the original middle-aged man had many more wrinkles on his face, and his skin had dried up, just like an old man on the verge of dying. It looked like getting suddenly stronger didn't come without a price. The cost, perhaps, was his life. Ha! It's not necessary. Why should we fight to the death? Look, you've paid so much. The sunk costs are high. Are you sure you'll be able to eat me? Qiu Yan snorted coldly and quietly looked at the man in front of him. And the man's eyes narrowed, as if he was about to suppress the anger in his chest. Qiu Yan felt strange. Obviously he had left his third brother alive. Why did he have to be so immortal? You don't have a ing clue. Once my gift is unleashed, it has to be filled with blood. Otherwise it would have been a constant drain on life. The man stared straight at Qiu Yan. His sharp eyes looked like they wanted to kill. His name is Luo A. The three brothers were born into a poor family in the mountains. Due to education and backwardness, they have 7 or 8 siblings. The three brothers had no choice but to leave their hometown and go out to work. As a result, all 3 of their brothers tested for such a talent. This is because it is very rare for a talent to require the consumption of a life to be turned on. The reason why he didn't dare to try to cultivate to a higher level for so many years was that he was afraid that while his talent became stronger, the amount of life he consumed would also become more. In just that long period of time, he had consumed at least 20 years of his life as well. He looked behind him, hardly any congregation of the Church of the Vault of Heaven, and had to shake his head helplessly. Those who couldn't defeat Qiu Yan naturally wouldn't come to die. In fact, there were silver-level powerhouses in the base, only they were the fastest, and they arrived in room 32 before the bomb exploded. One could only say that Feng Haochen had thought too naively at the time he built the base. He aspires to make the entire base the lair of his church of the vault of heaven. The building materials of these rooms below are all hard and unbelievably otherworldly materials. None of the bombs could do much damage. The confined environment made it impossible to release the damage from the blast, so it was just a brain rush through the doorway. Those silver-level experts were attacked without any preparation. Most of them lost their fighting strength, and others had already become human scum. It also led to the entire base being surprisingly unavailable for a while. Fine. Let's see who wears out who. A mysterious smile spread across Qiu Yan's face. That's unknown. But you're definitely going to die before I do. Luo Jia's feet moved and his entire body flashed in front of Qiu Yan once again. He didn't know if it was Qiu Yan's illusion, but he realized that the speed of the person in front of him seemed to have become a bit faster than just a moment ago. Does it mean that the more life you consume, the stronger you become? Just as Luo Jia wanted to attack again, he suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure emanating from Qiu Yan. At the same time, even Li Jiangguo, who was on the side, shifted his body and looked at his student with an unbelievable expression. His own students he knows best. When did Qiu Yan even grow to the gold level? This mighty pressure. Your gold level. No, this can't be. Didn't you just take the Imperial Beast exam? Why? Luo A's eyes widened and there was a hint of trembling in his voice. Just as he was shocked, Qiu Yan's 4 spirit beasts simultaneously revealed a terrifying pressure. Nothing is impossible. At this moment, Qiu Yan had a faint smile on his face. His 4 spirit beasts were stupidly moving and slowly leaned towards Luo Jia. These were 4 gold-level cultivation spirit beasts. If Luo Jia still had some doubts in his heart just now, this time he was truly fearful and wanted to retreat. If it was a gold-level cultivation spirit beast, he still had a chance. Perhaps able to bypass the spirit beasts with his speed, thus attacking the Imperial Beastmaster proper. Then since it was 4 gold level, he had no chance of winning. Packed to death. Since I dared to enter the Chinese garden alone, do you think I don't have something to fall back on? If you have such a power-boosting card, of course I have one too. As soon as Qiu Yan's words fell, the flame Qilin scurried out. Explosive spiritual energy surrounded his body, and fiery red flaming wings were added to his back, like a monarch wrapped in flames. Moreover, golden flames began to well up on its claws. Even looking at it more than once burns the eyes. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as one was hit by this golden flame, one would immediately be scorched to death. I can't die. I must never die. With the crisis in front of him, Luo Jia's pupils suddenly shrunk. It's a fear that comes from within the soul. The flame Qilin in front of him was definitely not something he could touch as a tiny bronze rank. So he's afraid. With a flash of his body, he fled towards the outside in a hasty manner. At this moment, who cared to think carefully about the unreasonable parts of it? He only wanted to escape. Rojia, what are you doing? If you don't fight, you'll be made into a beast puppet by the bishop. A bronze-level congregation just happened to be groping behind a bunch of bots. This kid didn't make a move before, but he was actually at the back trying to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, he started pointing at Luo Jia instead. Haha, just in time. Without waiting for that congregation to react, Luo Jia pinched the other party's neck with a single reach, then fled with the other party in a hurry. Asshole, what are you doing? You let go of me. The ordinary congregation held their faces red and looked at Luo Jia with their hearts and minds dramatically shaken. I'm afraid I'm going to be silenced outright. Just kill you and no one will know. Luo Jia's hands suddenly exerted force. Click! A crunch. That congregation's neck was then broken. But Luo Jia's hand didn't let go, and his 5 fingers dug deep into his opponent's skin. He's sucking the other guy's blood. After a while, the man had been sucked into a dry corpse by Luo Jia. At this time, Luo Jia's state also calmed down, and he reappeared in the form of a middle-aged man. One could see, though, that a few gray hairs had begun to form at his temples. The loss of life force is no joke. It is something that can really hurt the origin. Chapter 157 The Misty Cloak shows its power. Mr. Li, how's it going? Qiu Yan raised his arm and looked at his watch. The robots around him that were in the way were basically cleaned up by him. But still, he smoothly stuffed all those components into his Imperial Beast space. This kind of technology, if it appeared in the Dragon Kingdom, would be a disruptive technological achievement. Anyway, in the Dragon Kingdom, this kind of technology has not been popularized yet. Well, there are 2 more engravings that will be repaired soon. The restoration seems to have been completed on the Dragon Kingdom side. Look, after this side is infused with aura, that end shimmers with light. This also means that the other end of the teleportation array is ready. As long as this side's teleportation array is repaired, we'll be able to teleport back. Qiu Yan nodded and stopped bothering Li to repair the teleportation array. This teacher of his own was not a formation master, but he had 2 skills. Holding a long knife in his hand actually served as a substitute for the formation maker's carving knife, carrying the blade as it slowly traveled over the formation. It's like being immersed in that state of oblivion. This calm did not last long. Soon, number 2 walked over with an army of spirit beasts like a sea of mountains. You want to run away after injuring a Chan? Today, not a single person will escape. Her voice was icy cold and piercing, filled with hatred for Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan raised an eyebrow when he saw the visitor. He had escaped room 32 before, but he had given the 2 of them an explosive prize pack. As a result, this number 2 acted as if nothing had happened, and the words used to describe Fang Haochen were wounded instead of killed. That proves these 2 are alive and well. Letting Qiu Yan couldn't help but stifle a sigh of relief. Fang Haochen must have some means of defense on his body as a bishop, right? If I had known, I wouldn't have hidden it and just let the polar blood wolf bite these 2 to death. However, he didn't realize that Fang Haochen wasn't so easy to kill. Even if one was as strong as the polar blood wolf, it was still possible to perish. After all, the Heavenly Vault clan was an existence that was claimed to be the number 1 in the technology of all clans. The utilization of technology had little threshold by nature, which led to Fang Haochen's countless backhanders. It was also fortunate that Qiu Yan didn't have the means to threaten Fang Haochen's life at that time. Otherwise, the grass would be growing out of the grave by now. Hey! I can't believe I didn't blow you guys up. That's quite a shame. Qiu Yan let out a fake sigh and rubbed his brow. It's okay to stall for as long as possible, or to set up a set of words. At that, number 2 but laughed out contemptuously. You want to kill us too? The depths of the Heavenly Vault Church are not something you can shake with a small black iron. Can you imagine how many life-preserving treasures a Chan has on him? All of you. Just as she gave the order, the army of spirit beasts behind her all brazenly charged at Qiu Yan's side. Qiu Yan frowned tightly. There were more spirit beasts in front of him than he could count. And for every spirit animal, it represents a human life. It was like Dr. Wu's senior brother, who received a transformation into a spirit animal like the plague carrion dog. The spirit beasts in the field were in different forms, but all of them had a dull look. Just then, a lot of white mist emanated from the field. Ling Feng released Misty Concealment once again, and instantly made the spirit beast army lose their target. One by one, they could not see anything in the mist, just like headless flies flying around. Immediately afterward, many tentacles drilled out of the mist, directly piercing the heads of some of these spirit beasts. There was no effect on Ling Feng in the mist, and at the same time the field of vision could be shared with Cinderella, which was simply a great tool for sneak attacks. Within a few breaths, the spirit beast army was disorganized, and directly 1/10 of the spirit beasts died. At this time, number 2 also reacted, and after dodging Cinderblock's full force strike, he immediately gave the order. Wind attribute spirit beasts come over. Blow this mist directly away. Several hurricane birds put up a good fight, but were never able to accomplish their goal. Eventually, surprisingly, he got so tired that he fell right out of the air. Then it was caught steadily by the Cinderblock's tentacles and tied into a skewer. None other than the fact that the fog shielded their senses, creating the illusion that they were trying to carry out their orders. In Qiu Yan's opinion, there were merely a few spirit beasts that were fluttering their wings haphazardly, posing no threat at all to the surrounding mist. Purple Moon, Cinder. You 2 continue to sneak attack. The Flame Qilin is out there watching for any other spirit beasts to slip out. Ling Feng, you take a good rest. Control the battlefield. Just don't fight. When the time comes, don't give the fog blow away all. Qiu Yan kept giving orders, giving the nearby Li Xin and Tan Feng a dumbfounded look. Are all of Dad Ken Li's students this good? Number 2 was getting acclimated in the mist, and at the same time knew that the enemy was outnumbered. All charge. No matter what, charge. 2 ordered as he squeezed the mannequin in his hand. At the same time, Those spirit beasts were scurrying all over the place in the mist, almost in a mess. But it has to be said that such a move by two does have an effect. In the beginning, there were just the occasional spirit beasts that were a bit luckier that scurried out, and this Flamefire Qilin was able to clean it up. However, after that, more and more spirit beasts rushed out in a rush. Even the Flamefire Qilin couldn't kill them all. Too much. Those spirit beasts came out and regained their sanity again. Then the moment they saw Qiu Yan, they immediately turned their heads and charged towards him. This battle was simply similar to the beast tide caused by that time in the dark water swamp. Grass. I must find Li Kunlun to ask for some self-defense treasures back. On what grounds does someone else, Fang Haochen, have a body protector? Qiu Yan silently spat out a sentence, but secretly his mind sank into the royal beast space and looked for Qiu Wuji. Brother Qiu, what's wrong? Where's Polar Blood Wolf? Where's Brother Wolf? Hurry up. My little brother is in trouble. Qiu Wuji expressionlessly pointed to the side. What about that just fell asleep? Qiu Yan was too late and directly began to grip the Polar Blood Wolf's fur. Get up, wolf. Still sleeping. If you don't help me out now, you'll wait to fall into a deep sleep. At that time, let's see who still has demon spider eggs for you to eat. Speaking of the demonic spider eggs, the Polar Blood Wolf, which was not sleepy, was immediately energized. That stance was just like Qiu Yan's soldiers, pointing and hitting wherever they wanted. Qiu Yan was helpless when he saw this. Once the Imperial Beastmaster died, except for spirit beasts with a master-servant contract that would die along with the Imperial Beastmaster, spirit beasts with an equal contract or like the Polar Blood Wolf would immediately fall into a deep sleep, until responding to the call of another sentinel. In other words, unless a royal beastmaster chose them among the many spirit beasts, they would not be able to wake up or continue to live in the royal beast space. The Polar Blood Wolf didn't care about that. All it cared about was when it could eat. It doesn't even know when it was born. A long time ago, it was traded around like a tool by the Sky Vault clan. Because the flow of time in the major secret realms was also different, it was too lazy to memorize it. Ow! In just an instant, the supersized Polar Blood Wolf appeared next to Qiu Yan. The further Luo Jia ran into the distance, the more wrong he felt in his heart. It always felt like the aura of those four spirit beasts was strange. It was a bit different from the spirit beasts with gold-level cultivation that they had encountered before. Besides, he hadn't seen him come out after him even after running out for so long himself. It couldn't be that Qiu Yan kid bluffing him, or perhaps Qiu Yan's kind of secret method for boosting strength had also been cancelled like himself. Then, at that time, even if he only had a bronze-level cultivation, he would still be able to take down the black iron-level Qiu Yan, right? Not knowing if he wanted to go back and pick up the pieces, Luo Jia unexpectedly ghostly reversed his direction again and rushed towards the direction of the teleportation array. Chapter 158 Tiger in the Herd. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Jia once again returned to the outer perimeter of the teleportation array. The teleportation array was likewise set up in the middle of the base. However, from the outside, it looks more like the Eagle's Nest Stadium in the Dragon Kingdom, and you can only really see the teleportation spells when you go inside. The closer one got to the entrance, the more one could see many traces of spirit beast activity. The more he walked, the more he wondered in his mind. Could it be that number 2 has brought an army of spirit beasts over? This also allowed Luo Jia to feel a hint of organism. When the time comes to mix in the army of spirit beasts, if you can kill or capture Qiu Yan in one fell swoop, even if it's just to grab a person's head, that would be a great achievement. Just as he entered, he saw a majestic Polar Blood Wolf burrow out from Qiu Yan's royal beast space. This one was a solid gold-level cultivation spirit beast. Luo Jia, who had been lucky before, was about to piss himself, even if the breath could be faked, but that fighting strength wasn't fake. Totally good enough for gold level. The spirit beast army in front of them was completely helpless against the Polar Blood Wolf. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Each attack could overturn a large swath of spirit beasts. Suddenly, the Polar Blood Wolf seemed to have discovered Luo Jia outside, and with a casual glance of his eyes, he directly sprayed a mouthful of cold spit over. Luo Jia directly pulled his legs out and ran. But even so, the attack that floated in froze the entire lower half of his body, and then slowly spread upwards. Luo Jia was only a bronze-level martial artist, and there was no way for him to solve this kind of attack. In order to save his life, he could only unleash his talent again. The minimum interval between the activation of 2 gifts is 3 days. Therefore, if it is activated continuously, the life consumed will increase exponentially. Could one survive the attack of a gold-level cultivation spirit beast by activating their talent? He still overestimated his own strength. Luo Jia could only watch as the blood-red ice crystals continued to condense upwards as if they were alive, eventually devouring him. No, I don't want to die yet. Before he died, regret filled his heart. YBA and come back. There was a tall man to hold the sky when it collapsed, but he wasn't a tall man himself. Bang! Luo Jia, whose entire body was frozen, rolled to the ground and made a clanking sound. At this moment, he was considered completely dead. Qiu Yan, the restoration is complete. Quick, channel the spiritual energy. Hurry up and activate the teleportation array. Li Jiangwo's voice came from behind. Qiu Yan then put his heart down and sighed in relief. He commanded his spirit beasts to continue fending off the spirit beast army while slowly approaching towards the teleportation array, slowly releasing his spiritual energy. It was only at this moment that Li Jiangguo realized that Qiu Yan's spiritual energy was a genuine black iron 7th stage, and not the gold-level cultivation that he had previously displayed. He had a vague sense that his students seemed to have a lot of secrets. Never mind, it's not the time to dwell on the issue. In terms of efficiency at the black iron level, one would have to continue to strive for at least 10 minutes or so to fully activate the spell. However, every time Qiu Yan's spirit beast with a gold-level cultivation spat out its breath, it was able to freeze a large number of spirit beasts. Now that the fog had long since cleared, Number 2's voice revealed a wave of awe at this point when he saw how raw the polar blood wolf was. Why? Why do you have a spirit beast with a gold-level cultivation? This is completely against the laws of the Imperial Beastmaster. Could it be that the spirit beast has not signed a royal beast contract with you? You're crazy. Simply crazy. Qiu Yan hooked the corner of his mouth and didn't refute Number 2, instead concentrating on continuously charging the teleportation array. The polar blood wolves basically set the table for this situation in front of them. It's basically like hitting a mosquito with a cannon. But too many mosquitoes can be tiring. With a wave of Qiu Yan's hand, his own spirit beasts similarly joined the battlefield, helping the polar blood wolf continue to clear out the remaining enemies. Almost there. Qiu Yan, step it up. Li Jiangguo watched anxiously from the sidelines. If he had enough spiritual energy, he would have been able to help Qiu Yan, but now his solid spiritual energy had disappeared at some point, and only so much spiritual power could be gathered in a moment. Seemingly seeing Li Jiangguo's predicament, Qiu Yan immediately gathered a handful of spirit grasses that helped with spiritual energy recovery from within the royal beast space and handed them to Li Jiangguo. This time, Li Jiangguo was completely shocked. This freshness. It was almost as if the spirit grass had just been picked. Even the breaks were still oozing juice outward. However, right now was not the time to hesitate. Li balled up these spirit herbs into a ball and chewed and swallowed them. Sure enough, it was just picked. As soon as he ate it, Li immediately felt that his body became very hot, as if all the cells in his body were activated, just like a dry sponge frantically absorbing the surrounding aura. Under normal circumstances, preserved spiritual herbs and medicines had to be sealed through special means, to make sure that the potency is not lost. But then again, transportation in transit or the passage of time can cause the potency to diminish. And it's 100% potency to eat it. It was a hot blood rush and a hot nosebleed came out. After wiping it off haphazardly, Li focused all of his mind on transforming the spiritual energy in the air while continuously channeling spiritual energy towards the teleportation array. With him on board, the speed of activating the teleportation array became even faster, almost sharply reduced to 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. They would be able to escape from this damn secret realm and return to the Dragon Kingdom. But right at this moment, the spirit beast army attacked more and more frantically. Qiu Yan! Fang Haochen's voice suddenly sounded outside. This also caused Qiu Yan's heart to sink, causing the second to look happy. Fang Haochen has finished his treatment. Bang! Just above the entire phalanx, there was a blasting sound. Qiu Yan took a look, and a large hole had suddenly appeared above them. The rubble fell, and if Qiu Yan hadn't pulled Li Xinxin with his quick eyes, he almost had to be hit in the head by a fist-sized rock. Yo! You're here. How about it, the taste of the toxin in the 9th heaven? It's not pleasant, is it? Qiu Yan hemmed and hawed and looked upwards. Although he looked as steady as an old dog, Qiu Yan was actually panicking in his heart. Just in case this dog can't think straight for a moment and destroys the teleportation array. That would be a really big problem. After all, Qiu Yan didn't know what other strange backhanders this Fang Haochen had. You! Fang Haochen was so angry that he almost sprayed a mouthful of motor oil. The thought of that toxin seemed to make him a little dizzy again. It feels like no amount of toxins can be removed from the body. It was also because of this 9 heavenly toxins that it consumed such a long time. Qiu Yan, I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to slice you up and feed you to the spirit beasts. Fang Haochen narrowed his eyes, veins rippling on his forehead. Suddenly, he noticed the teleportation array that was emitting a dense glow. You want to go? You have to ask me if I agree too. After saying that, he directly pulled out an aura mortar and aimed it at the teleportation array below. Bang! In just an instant, a spiritual cannonball flew out. Wolf! Qiu Yan roared, and the polar blood wolf, who was in the middle of killing, noticed the side, and with a mouthful of spit, it froze the spiritual power cannonball right in its tracks. Fang Haochen's face instantly looked as unpleasant as if he had eaten a turd, and he couldn't help but blurt it out. What? Gold level cultivation? Chapter 159. Long time no see, Liu Shang. What? I'm just gold level cultivation. What's the matter? Qiu Yan smiled faintly. Anyway, the other party doesn't know their depths, so they might as well play the big wave. Let him see that your grandpa Qiu Yan is not a chicken that can be taken lightly. Fang Haochen gave a breathless tisk. Would you believe it? Blow awesome. But Fang Haochen should have understood it even if he was no longer slow. This spirit beast, I'm afraid, is Qiu Yan's last card. Hearing this, Fang Haochen no longer hid his clumsiness. Hee. Qiu Yan, you're too proud of yourself. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you rely on a spirit beast. Gold level attacks I have too. He threw a dark blue patterned short sword towards the bottom. This short sword was strange and incomparable. It rose against the wind and in an instant became a huge sword 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. However, it was moving very slowly, and at the moment, its target could be seen to be none other than Qiu Yan and the teleportation array under his feet. But to be honest, the intensity of the scale of attack looked like it wasn't just trying to decapitate Qiu Yan on the spot. It was more likely to strangle all of Li Jianguo behind Qiu Yan at once. Ow! The polar blood wolf obviously also knew that there was no egg when the nest was destroyed. With a furious roar, he left behind the army of spirit beasts in front of him and turned to run towards Qiu Yan's place. This kid must not die. It's not just that you don't have any demonic spider eggs to eat if you die. By then the worst thing one can do is to be locked up like a dog watching the gate like before. He doesn't want to. Just as he ran, a blood-colored cold storm spewed out of his mouth and flew towards the giant sword. Oh no! Qiu Yan. This is the Heavenly Sword Clan's creation remnant sword. Damn it! Why would this neutral race's magic treasure appear in Fang Haochen's hands? Li Jianguo spoke out anxiously. He naturally recognized it after participating in the Holy Beast battlefield. Not all races of the 10,000 races are hostile to the human race. The Heavenly Sword race was a vassal race of the ancient God race, and both of these races were rare neutral races among the 10,000 races. The Heavenly Sword Clan has been a spirit sword since birth. Unable to fight independently, the Heavenly Sword race had no choice but to rely on the ancient God race. And on the other hand, the ancient God race did not like to fight, and their clan power was strong enough to be in the top 5 of the 10,000 races, so they rarely participated in the Sacred Beast battlefield. However, there is no shortage of its clansmen who are hostile to the human race. Therefore, it was not uncommon in the Holy Beast battlefield. This small sword in Fang Haochen's hand was actually the body that remained after the death of the Heavenly Sword race, called the Creation Remnant Sword. Fang Haochen, who was a divine servant of the Heavenly Vault clan, even had the Creation Remnant Sword in his hands. One must know that the ancient God clan attached great importance to their affiliated races, and every death of a member of the Heavenly Sword clan would be buried in the sword mound within the other clan. Due to the nature of the sword mound, it was dissolved into a sword tire, waiting to be picked by the next ancient God clan. Rather, it would be better to say that the Heavenly Sword clan was the exclusive weapon of the ancient God clan. Now, the Creation Remnant Sword was actually in Fang Haochen's hands, and it was about to fall on Qiu Yan's and their heads. Qiu Yan, quickly retreat. This attack is simply not something we can withstand. Big deal. Let that spirit beast carry you and XNXIN away. Li was near collapse. This random sword had the strength of a peak gold level. If it persisted any longer, it would definitely be impossible to resist. No way. It's almost done. This retreat is a lost cause. Qiu Yan's head was filled with sweat in a hurry, and he was desperately stuffing spirit herbs into his mouth. It's so close. As soon as the formation is activated. Right at this moment, Qiu Yan's imperial beast space shook wildly. Qiu Wuji's voice rang out in Qiu Yan's mind. Brother Qiu, I can sense that this sword is connected to me. Open the passageway to the imperial beast space. I'll take care of the rest. At those words, Qiu Yan was shocked. What exactly was the origin of his own Wanxiang Xianshu? It was too late to think carefully. Qiu Yan immediately opened the passageway. Ha! Stupid. Qiu Yan. To think of leaving the royal beast space portal wide open. This attack will be wildly destructive after it enters your imperial beast space. This black iron grade imperial beast space of yours won't be able to support it. It will absolutely collapse straight away. Aren't you afraid of bursting into flames? Fang Haochen looked down disdainfully and sneered. Just kidding. Who didn't know that the imperial beast space linking imperial beast master's origin was extremely fragile? How dare you extradite an alien attack to the imperial beast space? 10 Qiu Yan are not enough to die. Fang Haochen then watched as the creation remnant sword disappeared into Qiu Yan's imperial beast space. A sneer even spreading across his face. This kid has a big appetite. He's not afraid to get his stomach pumped. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds until the teleportation array was flooded with light, but Qiu Yan was still unmoved and still looked like he was on cloud 9. Fang Haochen's face became somewhat subtle, and a drop of sweat slid down his face. The knot in his throat rolled, his mechanical heart beating more violently. No! Wouldn't. No way. His eyes widened and he just felt a rush of heat going to his head. Red warm. Instant red warmth. Why wasn't Qiu Yan's imperial beast space burst by the creation remnant sword? Why don't someone tell me why? It was in Qiu Yan's imperial beast space. Green mountains and blue water. A scene of vitality. Suddenly, the entire sky suddenly changed color. The blade of a dark blue sword Qi gradually slowly poked out from the middle of the passage. Qiu Wuji was standing at the highest peak in the midst of the imperial beast space, looking into the distance with his hands folded. A gentle color lifted on his face. The wind pressure from the sky blew his robes fiercely, but he was without the slightest emotion of fear. There you are, my old buddy. He came to this without a clue. Reaching out his hand, he beckoned toward the middle of the sky. Almost instantly, the huge sword that was previously so loud and powerful that it looked like it was going to destroy the entire imperial beast space was transformed into a tiny longsword that flew to him with joy. The silver-white sword chanted softly, circling around Qiu Wuji in all directions. Qiu Wuji reached out his hand and gripped the hilt of the sword, and his left hand, cupped into a sword finger, gently touched the tsuba, then softly stroked it all the way to the tip, apparently touching several openings. Qiu Wuji sighed. It's been a long time. Flowfrost. Now that I think about it, it must be over 50 years? In order to guard this thing, I became an artifact spirit, and even you became the creation remnant sword. The Empress is right, the 10,000 races are indeed a bunch of scum. I should have known that. Rest well here, and when Brother Qiu grows up, he'll take you home. After he pulled a sword flower, he placed it horizontally on the top of the mountain. This was the closest place to the Wanxiang Xianshu, and the light from the Wanxiang Xianshu seemed to be able to slowly repair the gaping hole in the sword. After putting down the long sword named Flowing Frost, he once again transformed back into the Qiu Wuji that Qiu Yan knew so well, down the mountain, and then continued to take care of Qiu Yan's medicinal garden in a capricious manner. No! Looking at the increasingly bright teleportation array, Fang Haochen, who had lost his creation remnant sword, cried out in despair. He stomped his feet and directly rushed towards Qiu Yan. However, it was unavoidable to be attacked by the polar blood wolves, and under a few dodges, the battle was eventually delayed. The teleportation spell was bright as day and had been activated, and teleportation is irreversible. Can't go. You can't. However, Qiu Yan and the others just turned into shadows in front of him and disappeared. Grass? Fang Haochen tried his best but still couldn't catch up. Kneeling down, he clenched his fist with one hand and directly smashed the ground where the spell formation was engraved with gusts of cracks. Qiu Yan, you wait for me. Chapter 160 Privacy. Dragon Kingdom, Chinese Garden. At this moment, The array masters had long since finished repairing the teleportation spell formation, and were looking anxiously at the spell formation in front of them. They were really sweating for Qiu Yan. It was not known what kind of person that group was, that they were able to put down such blood money just to take away Qiu Yan alone. He's only at the 7th level of Black Iron. Look, the teleportation spell has lit up. It looks like someone on the other side is teleporting. A shadow guard shouted excitedly, pointing at the teleportation array in front of him. At once, it attracted the attention of everyone present. The array masters all packed up their things and fled towards the distance. The shadow guards and some of the other combatants, some summoned their spirit beasts, while others pulled out their weapons and enchanted them with spirit power, always ready to take on the enemy. It was only until the silhouette in the formation gradually solidified that the crowd let go of their hearts. Still, you can't let your guard down with them. It was followed, one after another, by people dressed like prosecutors. Qiu Yan was no exception. In the interrogation room, Qiu Yan sat down, and both of his hands were handcuffed to the chair with spirit-locking handcuffs. Palace Jade Wine. Sitting in the center of the interrogation table in front of him was none other than Wang Tung, who was looking at his good buddy in front of him with a scrutinizing face. 181 cups. Oh, perhaps this is still too easy for you. After all, no one in the Dragon Kingdom knows. Then I'll ask you again. Odd change even? Qiu Yan's face was full of black lines at this time, although he understood that the Dragon Kingdom was so cautious. But these questions, they just treat him like a little cutie. Don't know, do you? Humph. Take away. Torture. Wang Tung's face was filled with a triumphant smile, as if he was saying, "Little fellow, still trying to fool me. I knew you were a spy of the 10,000 clans. This look. Brother Wang Tung. Isn't this too arbitrary?" Nina stood behind Wang Tung and frowned as she spoke with her ear attached. Since he had lowered his voice, he had to get even closer to Wang Tung at the moment, and he didn't even know that his body was close to Wang Tung. This moment messed with Wang Tung's mind. Ahem. Since that's not an answer. Symbols, look at the quadrant. Qiu Yan came in coldly, which also choked what Wang Tung said next. Good. So what if you're well read? I will ask you again. Who you like? Lin Yuqing. Great. Basically anyone who follows you too. Have you two kissed yet? Qiu Yan instantly turned blue, his teeth gnashing. This question is too personal. Let's not talk about the 10,000 clans. You know what, you kid? Look at you. What did I say? There's a ghost. Wang Tung looked at Nina with an excited face, grinning a big grin. The recorder next to him was writing something fast in his hand. There was always a feeling that the atmosphere of this interrogation had become particularly strange. But he had no choice, he had to record it all word for word. Remanded to the brig. The boy doesn't know. Wang Tung raised his palm and slapped it on the table in front of him, sending out an explosive sound. The two recorders who were writing carefully were directly frightened and turned their heads to look at Wang Tung in a sly manner. Ahem. There's definitely a ghost. Kissed. As Qiu Yan uttered these two words, it was as if his entire body had been drained, and he slumped helplessly in his chair. Really? No privacy at all. Two recorders. I'll make a call to verify, haha. You two wait. Wang Tung sneaked out furtively, covering the phone with saying something quietly. However, to Qiu Yan, why did Wang Tung's smile look so obscene? Do. Lin Yuqing, who was in the middle of washing her clothes, wiped her hands and picked up the phone with some confusion. Hello? Wang Tung. Looking for me for something? If it's to find Qiu Yan, it's not next to me for now. No. I meant to ask, did you and Qiu Yan boink? Lin Yuqing suddenly reddened her face, a little unsure of what she had heard. Was it the one she was thinking of? It's just you two kissing yet. Hurry up. It's important for me now. It's over. Lin Yuqing's brain instantly went down, as if a wave of hot air was rushing straight to her head. Hello? Are you still there? Hello? You? What are you doing? Don't pry into anything. Hang up. Hello? Beep. Listening to the busy tone in the middle of the phone, Wang Tung was a bit confused. What's wrong with this? So was it a kiss, or was it not? Give me an answer, sis. Wang Tung still wanted to call back, but the phone just rang a few times and showed that it was hung up. There was no choice but to walk back again in a grayish manner. In accordance with his understanding of Lin Yuqing, this kind of reaction was also enough to indicate something. If not, Lin Yuqing would simply deny it. But once there, it's a bit intriguing to be stumped like that. Ahem, both recorders. The request for evidence is over, and the two men's testimony matches. The recorder then asked Qiu Yan some more common questions, such as where his family lived, what his current cultivation level was, and so on. Then he also questioned Qiu Yan about what he had gone through in the secret realm, and only after it matched 100% with the transcripts of Li Jiangguo and the others did he confirm that Qiu Yan was not a fake. After that, Wang Teng yanked the horizontal and vertical around for testing, and only then did the dragon countermeasure center side feel relieved to let Qiu Yan leave. Qiu Yan, who was released, sighed, always feeling a sense of being looked at by his acquaintances. It's a bad feeling. Dude, let's go back to shopping. Huh? Wang Tang put his arm around Qiu Yan's shoulders with a relaxed face. He was still very happy that Qiu Yan was able to come back in one piece. Get out. Qiu Yan didn't have the heart to slap Wang Tang's hand bladder. He looked at his watch. It was only 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. It should be a conversion rate of 1:7 relative to the time in the secret world. Forget it. I'm going home. I'm not in the mood. Tomorrow. You go ahead and show the sisters around. But don't take them both to places like bars. You hear me? Wang Tang's eyes lit up at his words. But then he nodded with conviction. No problem. Just don't worry about it. I'll take them both to dinner and send them back to the hotel. Qiu Yan was too lazy to bother with Wang Tang at the moment, and after saying goodbye to the three of them, he called a cab and prepared to head downstairs to Lin Yuqing's house. In the next 2 days, her grandmother would be scheduling an operation, and perhaps because he was afraid that Lin Yuqing would be worried, Qiu Yan still decided to make a run for it. I'm downstairs at your house. Come on down. Qiu Yan stood under Lin Yuqing's house, snapping and typing. Lin Yuqing's home is old and broken at first glance, and it is estimated that 30 or 40 years of age must have been there. But every house crackled between their kitchens, and every now and then an aroma wafted over to Qiu Yan. As expected, no matter where, as long as it was filled with fireworks, Qiu Yan would feel very at ease. Ta-da-da-da-da. Soon, the sound of dense footsteps resounded inside the building. Qiu Yan knew that it was Lin Yuqing who had come down. Chapter 161. Your home. Building is quite clean. Today, Lin Yuqing had a ponytail and was dressed very casually. A simple little t-shirt with a short pair of hot pants. A pair of big white legs is very eye-catching. Now she tells the word youthful vigor to the fullest. Qiu Yan. As soon as she saw Qiu Yan, Lin Yuqing bounced up to him and looked at the other party with a smile on her face. Without any reason, Qiu Yan opened his arms and wrapped Lin Yuqing into his arms. Gave her a big hug. Huh? Qiu Yan, what's wrong? Lin Yuqing is a little strange, obviously just met yesterday. Why suddenly this look? She didn't break free though is all. Only after a long time had passed did Qiu Yan let go of Lin Yuqing, whose small face was flushed. Nothing, just came to see you. Qiu Yan looked at Lin Yuqing in front of him, and for a moment he became a little embarrassed. Ha! What's the matter? How come you thought to see me? Are we together? Lin Yuqing arched her eyebrows and looked at Qiu Yan wryly. Seriously, for the unfamiliar Wang Teng, Lin Yuqing was like a social terror. But once she faced Qiu Yan, Lin Yuqing once again transformed into an E-man. There was always something stupidly cute about watching him dork out. It's obvious that he's usually very witty coming in, but he's so budding on top of his feelings. Huh. Qiu Yan for a timer taught. Yesterday are not all kissed. Oh yeah, people are open-minded nowadays. Does kissing mean you're together? He looked at Lin Yuqing somewhat woodenly and scratched his head somewhat resentfully. Confession. You haven't confessed yet. Nerd. Lin Yuqing's small mouth pouted. Ooh-hoo. Qiu Yan couldn't be blamed entirely. He's such a big nerd when it comes to relationships. For a while, it was impossible to think of anything else to say, making the atmosphere unusually awkward. Forget it. I can't talk to a nerd like you. Come what may. Have you eaten? Lin Yuqing blinked her eyes. Not yet. Seriously, Qiu Yan had already stayed in the Sanxi mystic realm for a long time, and after a moment's reprieve, he really felt a bit hungry. Fine. Then come on up, I just ate. But the food is still hot. Huh? Yes. Qiu Yan's depressed mood was swept away. What does it say about a girl that she can take you to her house as a guest? That's proof that she's really accepted you in her heart. Although he was inexperienced, Chiu Yen still had some experience in watching romantic dramas after his mom when he was a kid. Immediately after that, he followed Lin Yuqing's lead and happily went up the stairs. Lin Yuqing's house is on the 6th floor. Being on the 6th floor of an old and dilapidated building, the location is actually kind of good. At least the light conditions during the day won't be bad. Ta-da-da-da-da. Lin Yuqing took out her key and directly opened the door to her home. Since just outside the entryway is an entire living room and balcony with lots of wet clothes drying on it. The scene that just opened the door directly stunned Lin Yuqing. I'll go. Chiu Yan's eyes widened as his heart thumped wildly. It was as if he wanted to imprint the scene in front of him dead in his mind. Simply more serious than reading a book. I see. Let's see. I don't blame Chiu Yan for being horny or anything. And there's no guilt in looking at your subject. Sooner or later I'll have to see it. Bang! Lin Yuqing closed the door at the speed of light, and immediately, the sound of the door closing resounded throughout the building. Chiu Yan reacted quickly and directly turned his head away, staring at the corner of the building in a daze. Lin Yuqing's face could be seen directly reddening to the base of her neck. Her previously washed clothes were still hanging on the balcony, not quite dry. Some of a girl's clothing is not to be looked at. Seemingly sensing Lin Yuqing's sight that wanted to kill, Chiu Yan then turned his head as if he was waking up from a dream. Huh? What are you looking at me for? Your hallway and roof are pretty clean, huh? What did you just see, no? Lin Yuqing gritted her teeth. No one would even come to her house on weekdays. Either that or Meng Yuxuan, that tiger, so this aspect was actually not thought of for a moment. Huh? I don't know. Just now I was in a daze. Chiu Yan spread his hands, but in his heart, he was secretly laughing. Strawberries, kittens, and yellow ducks. Can't see it. Cute. You most well are. Forget it, you go back. Go back quickly, go back quickly. Lin Yuqing's small hands pulled at Chiu Yan's chest, itching to just push him outward. Goo! At that moment, both of them clearly heard the ringing sound. Chiu Yan grinned, not realizing that he was hungry and rumbling. After all, Lin Yuqing wasn't really that desperate, and her gaze swept Chiu Yan. Humph! Forget it this time. Turn around. Wait till I get my house in order. Only when Chiu Yan had completely turned around did Lin Yuqing carefully open the door of her home a crack and flashed in with the utmost caution. Soon, there was a creak before the door opened again. Come in too. Come in. Only then did Chiu Yan honestly follow him in. But the thought in my head has always been kittens. Entering inside, Chiu Yan looked around. Although Lin Yuqing's home was relatively old in terms of decoration, the home was very tidy. It's hard to imagine that a girl who has to work every day and go to the hospital to take care of her grandmother has the energy to do housework. Chiu Yan, make yourself at home. I'll go make 2 more dishes. With a greeting, Lin Yuqing trotted into the kitchen and brought out the plate of food she had eaten earlier. The dish is stir-fried cabbage. The soup was so soupy that even the splashes of oil were pitifully small. I know you sure don't like this. I'll go make 2 more dishes. Just wait for me, it'll be quick. Lin Yuqing smiled with some embarrassment. It's fine to eat cabbage by yourself, but Chiu Yan acted like he didn't care about the money at all and sprinkled it in one big handful. He's used to eating good food, so maybe dishes like this aren't to his liking. It's okay. It's okay. Chiu Yan's gaze towards Lin Yuqing was filled with heartache. There was no need to worry that such a clear soupy dish was not to Chiu Yan's liking. In his last life, before he learned to cook, his meals were the cheapest cabbage. Huh? Or should I just... Chiu Yan grinned, revealing his large white teeth, then gently kissed Lin Yuqing on the cheek and scooped a bowl of rice for himself as well. Take a seat and eat your heart out. Lin Yuqing simply stopped cooking and sat on the side, resting her hands on the table and supporting her head as she watched Chiu Yan eat. By the way, when is your grandmother going to be on the operating table? Tonight. What? Chiu Yan anxiously swallowed the food inside his mouth and stared blankly at Lin Yuqing. This was considered a dereliction of duty on his part. It looked like he still didn't care enough about Lin Yuqing. No. Today at noon Dr. Wu said my grandmother is doing well. That's why the operation was scheduled for the night. 9 out of 10, he said. So I thought that I had changed a few sets of clothes in the middle of the secret realm that I hadn't washed yet. So I went to the hospital and took grandma's clothes back with me. Lin Yuqing seemed to be in a good mood, and Chiu Yan then put his heart down. Finishing his meal at the speed of light, he grabbed the bowl and brushed it. Chiu Yan wiped his hands clean and smiled towards Lin Yuqing. Let's go. I'll go see your grandma too. and accompany your grandma to her surgery tonight. It just so happens that I haven't seen Dr. Wu in a while either. Aha! Lin Yuqing nodded heavily, a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 162, The Eve of Surgery. Once again at the hospital, the outpatient department was almost closed because it was after 6 or 7 in the evening. The operating room is on the 9th floor, so many of the departments here have locked their doors. Qiu Yan pulled Lin Yuqing's small hand and walked through the empty lobby, because right now Grandma needs to recuperate and is not allowed to visit. The two of them would have to go ahead and nag Dr. Wu. Sure enough, in the dark corridor, there is only one room with a brightly lit light, and you can see the 3 big words oncology vaguely written on the hidden door. Knocking on the door and entering inside, Wu Liang was looking at the two with a smile and opened his mouth. You two are here? Qiu Yan, I heard that you've become the captain of the Starfire squad over here in Zhonghai. Congratulations. Harm. It's been a long time, Dr. Wu. By the way, where are those 2 people from the Heavenly Vault Church from before? It's the 2 we caught. One is number 97 and the other is what number is it? Dr. Wu paused. Oh, you mean them. After failing to ask for any other secrets, I knocked them out and threw them in front of the Dragon Countermeasures Center. This way. Qiu Yan nodded. Although it was said that it was not illegal to kill such outlaws within the Dragon Kingdom, Dr. Wu's hands were for healing and saving people, so it was better not to get involved in human life. Well, at 8 o'clock this evening Qin Shufan will be on the operating table. Malignant tumors require extended resection, but it's only 3-8 hours and not a big problem. Okay. Why don't you guys take a seat and I'll get you a glass of water? Wu Liang had little emotion on his face and took 2 paper cups and poured some boiling water and handed it over. I heard that Lin Yuqing wants to go to Kyoto Medical University? Lin Yuqing nodded silently. She also knew that Dr. Wu was likewise a graduate of Kyoto Medical University, so the two are kind of alumni. 2 months is not too long, not too short. Don't you still have to work at the Spirit Beast breeding base? After your grandmother is discharged from the hospital, I suggest you rest at home for a while. People are like bowstrings. They can't be taught all the time. Kyoto Medical University is a tight program. After saying that, Dr. Wu even glanced at Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing. The two of them were holding hands at the moment, so it didn't take much to figure out what was going on. Do you know the Dragon's Blood Highlander? Qiu Yan nodded his head in a hurry. Do you know where the Dragon's Blood Highlander is? This question was a difficult one for Qiu Yan, and he grinned somewhat embarrassed. That hasn't really been much of a concern. Haha, count your boy lucky. Dragon Blood High is also in Kyoto, and the location, too, is next door to Kyoto Medical University. It's only natural that you don't know, after all, the media hasn't reported it yet. I also saw it a while ago when I went to Kyoto Medical University to attend an academic forum. It's pretty much built now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqing's small face also overflowed with a small amount of joy. Ben thought it would be hard to meet up again. I didn't realize the two had schools so close to each other. The Dragon Kingdom had a vast territory, so hell knows where the Dragon Blood High Commission was set up. That's a relief too. Dr. Wu looked at his watch. 7:30 p.m. It's fine. It's just a small to medium surgery. It was bad before, but recently the patient has been aggressively medicated and aggressively treated, and it's actually under control. If there's no place to stay, you guys can hang out in my office for a while. There's nothing you can do to help as the surgery area won't let you in, so don't get too anxious. After waiting for a little while, Dr. Wu said goodbye to the two men and walked towards the operating room upstairs. Dr. Wu's words reassured both of them. After he left, Qiu Yan sank his consciousness into the Imperial Beast space. After all, he was quite worried about his Imperial Beast space. However, the Imperial Beast space at this time was no different from the past. The mountains and water are so beautiful and peaceful. After he had encountered all sorts of things when he first came back and hadn't had the time to come in, it seemed that Qiu Wuji was really quite reliable. Brother Qiu. Wuji. Qiu Yan instantly arrived in front of Qiu Wuji, who was in the middle of picking some fresh spirit medicine spirit grasses. These herbs are fine if left alone, but continuing to grow will not enhance their effectiveness. It would be better to vacate it and plant some other spiritual herbs and medicines. Wuji, where's that sword from before? Qiu Yan was impatient. That sword is a killer. If it was in one's hands, then if one were to enter a race like the Sky Rabbit clan again, one would definitely be able to walk sideways. Look, it's right there at the top of the mountain. Qiu Yan's eyes looked in the direction Qiu Wuji was pointing, and sure enough, There was a sword lying quietly there. It's just, I wonder what kind of method you used to get it out of the way? He was curious about the origin of the Wanxiang Xianshu, and he was also curious about Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji, on the other hand, pondered for a moment, seemingly hesitating about something. Still, he opened his mouth. Brother Qiu, I don't know if I should tell you about this matter, because knowing that might not do you any good, but rather push you into the fire. This? Qiu Yan was a bit puzzled. The Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries is its own gift, so how come the artifact spirit is mysterious? However, since he said so, Qiu Yan did not pursue the matter any further. Instead, he dodged and came to the sword. The entire sword was snow white, still very different from when it was in Fang Haochen's hands before. Qiu Yan tentatively tried to hold it in his hand, but after many attempts, he was unable to hold it in his hand. At this moment, Qiu Wuji's voice rang out at the right time. It's temporarily unavailable until its silver level. Ha! Qiu Yan was instantly much disappointed. He's only black iron now. If we were to follow the progress of those geniuses in the past, if they wanted to cultivate to silver, after the second awakening in the middle of the college, at least several more months would have to pass, and it would be a hard cultivation at home before they could reach it. However, from Qiu Wuji's attitude, vaguely Qiu Yan could sense an abnormality. It seemed as if it knew the sword well or really had some connection to it. Having a connection with the Heavenly Sword Clan, could it be that the Book of 10,000 Elements and Mysteries is the ancient god clan's greatest treasure? That's kind of interesting. But one's own talent, one's own artifact spirit, could it still harm one? Qiu Yan was always one to listen to people and eat their fill, and did not inquire too much. However, at this moment, Lin Yuqing was the one who woke Qiu Yan up from this state. Qiu Yan, look, I recently added a new friend. Look at the clothes she has in this circle of friends. Is there anything I can wear? Qiu Yan moved over to take a look, but he accidentally touched Lin Yuqing's hand and refreshed it. It turned out that the first one was sent by Wang Ting. Drinking comes to people. It also comes with a picture of the card holder. Holy, what's this kid doing in a bar? Qiu Yan took out his own cell phone and clicked to Wang Tang's circle of friends to take a look. Nothing. It was a head full of black lines. The kid shielded him. I've been told a lot of things, but did I go? The two sisters haven't seen much of the world and aren't afraid of bringing people down. Instantly snapped a question mark and sent it. Loud music filled the night bar, and countless laser lights swept around the venue. In front of Wang Tang was a row of bottles. Next to him was Nina, and then a little past that was Nia. At the moment, it was holding a Coke and drinking it in silence. Buzz! Wang Tang picked up his wine glass and was just about to clink it with a few friends next to him when he realized who had sent him a message. Picking it up, I realized it was from Qiu Yan. He got a little weak in the knees, snapping and typing. What? Chapter 163 Sushu Lanshin. What? What do you say? Where are you people? I'm home. Who believes that? You posted a circle of friends as if I did not see. Wang Tang was instantly jolted. Wasn't it shielded for Qiu Yan? How was it discovered? I brought them here to see the world. Don't worry. There's no danger. Don't worry. It better be oh. Wang Tang didn't reply to the message and put down his cell phone, raising his wine glass towards the crowd. Come on, drink. A whole cup of spicy foreign wine went down, and Wang Tang immediately felt hot in his stomach. Hello, handsome. Want a drink? Wang Tang felt that someone was patting himself. He turned around, and it turned out to be a big, beautiful girl from the next card table who was looking at him with an arched eyebrow. You me? Positive. Wang Tang was instantly interested and picked up a glass of wine and clinked it with the other party. Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? The loud bar stereo muffled the woman's voice. What? Wang Tang moved over a little more. The woman's body also probed forward, wanting to come close to Wang Tang's ear. However, right at this moment, the woman seemed to have been pushed by her friend behind her, and a flash of red lips was printed on the side of Wang Tang's face. The woman looked aside at her friends with some grudge and gave them a blank look. Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh a little in his heart as he looked at the scene in front of him. Honestly, I've seen this kind of scene a lot. Being a whore and having a house of chastity. It didn't bother him, and as for the lipstick on his face, that was all he could do to lift his hand to his high-fashion suit and wipe it off, smile with a few people next door, and continue to sit back down in his seat. What he didn't see was the woman sitting down as well and making eye contact with her companion with each other. And Qiu Yan sighed. Originally, Qiu Yan quietly wrapped his arm around Lin Yuqing's waist, and the two of them were getting cozy. but there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside. Frightened, Qiu Yan and Lin Yuqing instantly scattered and sat up straight. Within a few moments, a young nurse ran in with an eager face. "You are Qin Xiufan's family members, aren't you? It's not good. The patient has had a major medical emergency. The patient is now in critical condition and I'm afraid it's the last time. You guys go check it out." "What?" Lin Yuqing's voice was trembling, and her mind went blank for a moment. "What's going on?" Qiu Yan was still barely able to keep his composure and held Lin Yuqing in his arms. Dr. Wu was in the middle of an operation when I don't know who turned off the instruments. Hurry! It's too late." Even with the nurse being so pushy, Qiu Yan found it strange. They all saw how reliable Dr. Wu was. Would never allow that his subordinates would make such a low-level mistake. "Qiu Yan, let's go." "Huh? Go now." Lin Yuqing's body went limp, and she could only tightly tug on Qiu Yan's clothes with a supplicating expression on her face. When you're really sad, you forget to even shed a tear. "Nope. You're not a nurse. Who sent you? Could it be those dogs of the 10,000 clans?" The Flamefire Qilin appeared directly in front of Qiu Yan, its body burning with flames. As long as Qiu Yan gave the order, he would instantly pounce on them. "You're saying that without proof. If we don't go, we won't see the patient for the last time." "Ha!" Qiu Yan sneered. "Even if the patient's family needed to be notified, it wouldn't be so hasty. That's how you pass judgment on a patient? Are you a doctor?" At that, the nurse wisecracked. "Even if I misspoke in the heat of the moment, I really didn't lie to you." Qiu Yan sized up the nurse in front of him. "There are still marks on the hand where the ring was just worn. You're not allowed to wear jewelry on the job. Don't you know that? What's most suspicious is your breathing. Don't say you ran down the hallway, but on the 3rd floor, a gasp like that is quite unreasonable. Besides, there's only one surgery at this point. The elevator should be faster. However, although you just acted anxious, you were actually able to finish an entire sentence in one breath while running out of breath. Honestly, who the hell are you? If you don't speak, I'll take it that you're a spy of the 10,000 clans." Qiu Yan stared at the nurse and threatened nonchalantly. After hearing this, Lin Yuqing also gradually recovered and slowly loosened her hand. She was actually puzzled, but in the heat of the moment, she had really overlooked a lot of details. Qiu Yan was actually so calm when it came to problems. "Do you need me to call the Dragon Countermeasures Center?" Instead, the nurse smiled sweetly and pulled out a small notebook to take notes. There was a hint of admiration in her voice. "Nice to be able to stay calm at all times when there is a problem. Observational skills, 90 points. Thinking skills, 85 points. Some of the logic is a bit forced, but count yourself out." At those words, Qiu Yan was also a bit confused. What the hell is going on here? Hasn't the Imperial Beast High School finished yet? To introduce myself, my name is Su Lanqin, and I should be considered your lead teacher. In a week's time, it'll be the personnel selection for the Starfire Squad. I came early to check on you, and it's doing pretty well. Only then did Lin Yuqing let out a long breath and patted her chest with some palpitations. Turned out that this was a test for Qiu Yan. His own grandmother had not been in an accident, so that would be best. "Still don't believe? Mumble, will you look outside?" Qiu Yan slowly backed up with his arm around Lin Yuqing and glanced towards the window. Sure enough, I saw that old Li was baring his big teeth and giggling. Qiu Yan then believed what the woman said. "Su, teacher, can I call you that?" "What did you just say? Bandwagon, what do you mean? Will we have any more plans after that?" The woman pinged a chair and sat down, crossing her legs. Although the nurse's outfit was mediocre, it emphasized her front and back figure to the fullest. "Exactly. You should know that 2 Starfire squads exist in every city. After establishing the members, we will travel together to Kyoto and compete. Do an all-encompassing analysis and evaluation of your entry. This competition will involve your placement in classes amongst the Dragon Blood Highlanders, as well as the allocation of resources." Qiu Yan nodded thoughtfully. "Originally, I was skeptical of Mr. Li's arbitrariness. But I've seen it down myself and it's not bad." Su Lanqin looked at Qiu Yan with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Not long after, Qiu Yan's phone rang. "It's Dr. Wu calling." "Qiu Yan, the patient's surgery was an exceptional success. Come on. The patient's anesthesia has not yet worn off. Follow the nurses as they return the patient to his room, and he'll be discharged in half a month. I'll prescribe some medicine afterward, and it should be about right after you take it." Since Chiu Yen had turned on the speakerphone, a smile also bloomed on Lin Yuqing's face once again. However, Chiu Yen was reminded of Wang Teng. "Mr. Su, is Wang Teng undergoing trials as well?" "Yeah, but it's not over yet. From the feedback over there, it seems to be just a dude." Chiu Yen laughed. If he gave Wang Teng a verdict because of this, he would still be underestimating Wang Teng and the Wang family. Chapter 164. Sorry, I'm really bad at drinking. Friends, for later, I'm going to the bathroom. Wang Teng smiled as he put down his wine glass and nodded towards the crowd. With that, he wandered off towards the restroom, but just as he left, the woman who had struck up a conversation with him earlier winked towards a few people next to her and followed. "You, what are you doing?" Wang Teng bumped into a passerby with an unsteady figure, causing the other party to jump. Sorry, brother. Too much to drink." Wang Teng folded his hands and kept apologizing, a silly smile spreading on his face. The opposite person sized up Wang Teng, saw that this kid was covered in name brands, and did not dwell too much. His mouth whispered curses something and quickly left. Wang Teng really drank too much. His brain was a little bit not sober, stumbled and looked for half a day but could not find where the toilet was. He didn't call Shadow Guard either. How is it that the young master of the Wang family needs to be assisted to go to the toilet when he is drunk? After wandering around the bar for a while, Wang Teng was able to find the restroom. It was a scene that made the woman in the back frown and shake her head. I thought to myself that this is really worthy of being the young master of the Wang family. How did the old master and the head of the Wang family give birth to such a fop out of a lifetime of fame? She hadn't bothered to investigate Wang Teng's background. Every time Wang Teng made a mistake, the head of the Wang family beat him up one by one. It's not uncommon to beat up and not be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Could it be that this method of education is too extreme, and that it has instead fostered a fopper's nature? But the test wasn't quite over yet, and although that was the thought, the woman followed. Wang Teng was currently propping his hands on top of the basin and washing his face, which was still dripping. He lifted his head, looking at the mirror and shaking his head a bit in self-deprecation as he watched a lot more redness on his extremely handsome face. Drinking is terrible, but in the mirror, naturally, he could also see the woman behind him taking a step towards him. Too much to drink, handsome. She had a nice voice, which could be described as a standard imperial voice with some mature woman's flavor. Wang Teng wiped his face, straightened up and turned around, leaning against the sink. Eyes couldn't stop looking up and down at the woman across from him. "Oh, okay. Not much. It's just that I'm a poor drinker and I don't get drunk much." "Oh." The woman's impression of Wang Teng in her heart was a few points lower. It's almost as if he's a vegetable and a fun lover, and a poor drinker and a drinker. Do you really think you can be unscrupulous just because the Wang family owns this place? Those spies of the 10,000 clans wouldn't have gotten mixed up in it and laid hands on him, a Starfire squad leader? Absolutely not. Waiting to go back. Definitely want to talk to the dragon. Listening to Quan Sen Li Lao This captain chose what the stuff She twisted her water snake waist and walked to Wang Teng with a Thai smile on her face. The woman's approached again, also smelling a faint scent. Her hands lifted up and her small arms rested on Wang Teng's shoulders, locking eyes with Wang Teng's somewhat mesmerized eyes. Immediately afterward, she moved closer and closer until the tips of their noses touched. Wang Teng was a bit disoriented. Just the moment he looked at those red lips and wanted to kiss them, the woman let out a delicate laugh and leaned back, nimbly dodging. "What do you want?" "I don't know. All I know is that when it comes to my mouth, there's no reason not to eat it." Wang Teng, with a meaningful smile on his face, directly and vigorously swept over the woman's waist, and with a push of his elbow, he opened the door of the barrier-free toilet on the side. As expected, not to the woman's surprise, as soon as Wang Teng came in, he extremely roughly pressed the woman against the wall. The woman's heart thumped. Wang Teng this time actually made her sprout some spring in her step as well. Should the assessment end or not? Don't take a test and get yourself hitched. But that stingy guy Long Hearing Spring doesn't have a year-end bonus or anything, or else it's considered an employee benefit. Wang Teng is not a bad seller, can be said to be handsome to the dregs of the kind. They do not seem to lose, perhaps even made a profit. In any case, suddenly being walloped for a moment, the woman really can't hold it. Humph! Wang Teng let out a laugh and changed to the initiative, closing in on the woman's body. He buried his head between the woman's necks and gently sniffed the scent emanating from the other woman. Well, Garden of the Nile, you're a very classy woman. Wang Tung exhaled hot air, blowing the woman's ears itchy, suddenly also a little on the head up. The empty hand also slowly slid to Wang Teng's back waist. Wang Teng suddenly grabbed the woman's hands. Then his left hand grabbed both wrists and closed them together. With one last push upward, he pressed the other man's hands directly on top of the toilet wall. The woman felt the temperature of Wang Teng's body. Her heart was in turmoil, and her body gradually became hot. She closed her eyes a little nervously and pursed her lips. However, it was not Wang Teng's soft kiss that awaited her. Instead, it was a cold blade that was pressed against her throat. Wang Ting's hand at some point had an extra handful of. Say, what are you? Really think you're hiding it well? In just an instant, the woman was out of that state. Looking at Wang Teng in front of him, he could not help but be dumbfounded. When did you find out? Wang Teng gave a hefty laugh. When did you find out? Found out when you were going to have a drink with me. So this was all done for me? Or what? I even made a point of going around the bar a couple more times, just in case you didn't take the bait. I was really drunk and couldn't understand the road. People who have designs on me naturally can't sit still. Wang Teng laughed, and the knife he was holding was once again 2 points harder. You could see a light thin line had appeared on the woman's blown skin. The woman's face was filled with surprise. She could feel the chilly aura on the knife. Elder Wang actually passed down all of this blade to you? This also caused Wang Teng's movements to slightly lurch. She called her grandpa Wang Lao? Who the hell are you? I'm not that patient. The woman smiled sweetly. Well, not bad, not bad. Good at disguising yourself, 85 points. Only for lone wolves though, counting you 80 on the overall rating. What? Wang Teng was confused. What is this woman in front of me saying to herself? Why couldn't she understand? And, with a subdued look on his face, he could have slit her throat himself with a little force. Immediately after, Wang Teng felt a strong force. It turned out to be the spiritual energy surging around the woman, and at some point, she was able to isolate Wang Teng's attack. One must know that it was simple to burst out with spiritual energy, but it was definitely not simple to manipulate it with such precision. Only martial artists with a huge difference in strength between them could be like this. If it were a different person, his cultivation would be silver or gold. Then emulating a woman's behavior like this, although the same effect was achieved, but in an instant, Wang Teng could be sent flying from the impact. This woman, she was definitely at the peak of the gold level and upwards. Introducing myself, I'm the lead teacher of the Starfire Squad's martial arts first team in Zhonghai City, Lang Yueyao. Lang Yueyao? Wang Teng froze. You're that young lady from the Lang family in Kyoto? Chapter 165, the second lead teacher. Lang Yueyao. Know me? Lang Yueyao grinned and twisted her body to get out in front of Wang Teng. Removing all the disguises and wigs from her face, she completely revealed her true form. Waist-length ink-colored hair fell down at the roots, and a stunningly beautiful woman with evil intent in her coldness appeared in front of Wang Teng. She laughed suddenly, a soul-stirring laugh. As the saying goes, a smile back 100 winks. 6 palaces have no color. The dark ink-like eyes stared tightly at Wang Teng. For a while, even Wang Teng, who had read countless women, looked dumbfounded. If he were to give a score to each of the women he's met, the likes of Lin Yuqing, Ji Zhaoyao, and Nina Nia are considered to be superb beauties with scores of 90 and up. Chun Qingqing should be considered an 80. This Lang Yueyao definitely is just 95 points upwards. What's wrong? What are you looking at me for? Oh, I almost let you brats take advantage of that. There was a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes. I can't help it. It's been so long since I've shown my real face. I almost thought I looked like I did before. There are those who chase after her, but they are the kind of moralistic people who don't even bother to look at themselves. Is it possible that one is born with a love of yellow hair? She didn't think that should be the case. So it was nothing more than a test for me from the beginning until now? Wang Teng muttered. To be honest, he was still reeling from the feeling of that kiss in the midst of the earlier misunderstanding, and was a bit dazed out of his mind. Yes and no. This is the captain's test, and that's the end of the day. A week from now is the members' assessment. Prepare yourself at home in the next 2 days, and then come with me to Kyoto and take part in the competition. This was so confusing to Wang Teng. Huh? What the hell? Lung Yueyao re-disguised herself, and without explaining too much to Wang Teng, she turned towards the door. Before she left, though, she threw down a line with a twist. Abandoning your own friends to disregard them in order to lure the enemy is another 5 points off your evaluation. Wang Teng also wanted to chase out to ask for a microphone, but did not expect to go out and not even see a shadow. Hey, there's a pervert. A fat woman happened to walk out from the middle of the women's restroom on the opposite door. Looking at Wang Teng, who was looking around, she couldn't help but shriek. This one directly attracted a lot of eaters. Huh? How am I horny? Wang Teng scratched his head and looked at the fat woman in front of him, puzzled. Look, everyone. As soon as I came out, I saw this man staring at me. It's obvious that he's trying to plot against me. It's just that I, Li Gang, am petite and sweet. More and more people gathered around, looking at the two oddballs and then at the fat woman, feeling a little hunted. Tisk, tsk. This kid is so handsome. His tastes are quite heavy. This tiger tank has his eyes on it. Yeah, it's weird that people look at her. So pushin'. Sister, I've got your back. There was a lot of talk. However, a loud voice rang out and interrupted the exchange. Handsome boy. You're so handsome. What's the point of sneaking around? Come to my house. Feel free to look around. The person who spoke out was a slightly thinner woman, but no less in size than the fat man. At this point, there's a pretense of winking and ruffling your hair. At that, the crowd of onlookers booed. These two are poo-pooing and punching. Isn't that psychotic? This handsome man is interested in you too? And argued. Sisters. It's a male gel. He just stared at me naked. I'm so scared. Li Gang became anxious and went up to pull on Wang Teng's hand. I don't know what godly man named this woman. It's also unbeatable. Wang Teng's brows furrowed when he was so messed up. He looked around at the dense crowd and sighed. If he wanted to find Lang Yueyao again, I'm afraid he could only wait for the other party to take the initiative to contact him. Obviously, I'd like to add a tweet. Everyone look. I'm sure my heart is weak. And now I don't even dare to let out a single fart. Sisters, in the face of male condensation, we must strike bravely. Females, it's never been easy for these stinking men to bully. Li Gang's face is red, as if it is a piece of fat pig's head meat. Looking at this scene, Wang Teng was shocked by his own thoughts for no reason. Get lost. Don't mess with your grandpa Wang. Come on, a couple of guys. Pull this woman away. It's annoying. Wang Teng waved his hand with disinterest. At once, there came a few 1'9" muscular male bodyguards, directly pulling away Li Gang's hand. In no time at all, a murderous hissing sound resounded throughout the middle of the bar. The few bodyguards were also speechless. It's not even that hard to press that yearly pig when you go back home. Wang Teng returned to his card seat under the gaze of the crowd. Seeing him in that most honored of positions, that's when someone around the room reacted. Wang family. That was the youngest master of the Wang family just now, Wang Teng. Which royal family? You're silly. There isn't just one Wang family at the head of the Middle Sea. That's true. That woman just now actually dared to blackmail the young master of the Wang family. 666 Without caring what those people were talking about, Wang Teng once again sat straight next to Nina. Nina sniffs, a soft smile spreading across her face. Young Master Wang, did you just run into trouble? I smell a feminine hormone on you. Wang Teng was shocked and quickly waved his hand. Nia rolled her eyes and let out a cut. Sis, I told you, this Wang Teng is a womanizer. I don't know how many girls' hearts he's hurt behind his back. What do you care? Little sister. Cut the crap. At that, Nia wanted to have a fit, but when she saw that this was someone else's territory, she sat down with her arms wrapped around her in exasperation. The thought that his sister had been turning toward this human man made him angry. A sister can only be her own. Never let a bad man get his hands on you. With that, she picked up a side of Coke tons and tons and tons and poured it into her mouth, her eyes falling on Wang Teng's body like knives. My little sister has always been like that, if you don't mind. Nina reached out and patted Wang Teng's shoulder. Wang Teng coughed dryly, obviously a little heartbroken. Just almost faked it. Still have some regrets though. If he hadn't pulled out that dagger, was it possible that he wouldn't have been able to keep his job as the captain of Starfire Squad? Even thinking about this, Wang Teng could not help but shiver. If that's the case, if your dad finds out, you'll have to go home with a meal of fried pork with garlic shoots. Ding 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 ding. Wang Teng's cell phone rang again. It was Chiu Yen who called. Hey, is everything okay? That test of yours is over, isn't it? How was it? Wang Teng's brain went a bit down. His own side had only finished when Chiu Yen called. What a coincidence. Nobody, you know that too? By what right? Are you all hiding it from me? No way. I was just coming to the test as well. I just finished a bit earlier than you. So, It's good that nothing went wrong. Although Chiu Yen spoke in this way, but Wang Teng could indeed hear the roar from over there. You kid dares to eat Lang Guiyao's tofu. Prepare to die. Lean. Wang Teng's face went white. It's not like he did it on purpose. Well, he did kind of do it on purpose, so what? It's not like he knows it himself. Chapter 166 Late Night Meeting. Send Lin Yuqing's grandmother back to the hospital room. The two then went downstairs. At this time, Old Li and Su Lanqin were still waiting at the entrance of the hospitalization department. Xiao Sua, this generation of juniors is quite interesting. I watched both GAs, not bad. I've heard there are several good prospects in other cities. 3 years from now, when the Sacred Beast battlefield opens again, I'm afraid that the entire Dragon Kingdom will have to rely on these little dolls to go up and hold the fort. Su Lanqin also sighed deeply at this moment, looking off into the distance. Even though she was a famous genius in Kyoto, she had advanced to platinum at the age of 25 this year because her realm had advanced so quickly. After gold, each rank is a world of difference. It all depends on the individual's chance and talent. Some people are stuck in silver for decades, others one small step a month. It also made her emotional. Yeah. 3 more years. Now that the rule power of the Sacred Beast battlefield is escaping, maybe by then I'll be able to go in with my platinum level cultivation. Over there in the 10,000 clans, there must be some big move. The Sky Vault clan doesn't know what advanced technology they've concocted again. It's hard to see the situation in the future. Old Li chimed in. One can only hope that these kids will go far. Chiu Yen and Lin Yuqing saw the two of them from afar and walked over towards the two of them. Seeing this, Old Li and Su Lanqin also kept their mouths shut, only gazing faintly at the two people across from them. Elder Li, Mr. Su, you haven't left yet? Chiu Yen was a bit strange. I've also added the SMS, and I'm not going home at night. Is there anything else I need to do? What? I don't remember your boy having a bad habit of going to bed early. Old Li pretended to grunt. When he was a part-time bodyguard himself, the kid didn't sleep until late at night any time. It's only a few o'clock now. Didn't mean that. Chiu Yen snorted. Okay. You take a cab to take the little girl back. And Sux and I will meet you at the countermeasure center. After saying that, Old Li threw over a card. Here's the pass card. Meet me on the 15th floor when you get there. Chiu Yen caught it steadily and looked at both sides. There was nothing special about it. By the time he looked up again, the figures of the two disappeared from in front of him. When did they leave? Chiu Yen looked to the side at Lin Yuqing. I can't say for sure, but it just brushed off. Never mind. Let's get you home first. After sending Lin Yuqing downstairs, the two of them got a little tired of each other again before Chiu Yen got into the cab again. Looking at the distant taillights, Lin Yuqing secretly vowed in her heart that even though the two of them had different ambitions, they would work together. It was about 2 hours before Chiu Yen arrived at the Dragon Countermeasures Center. It was now midnight and the Countermeasures Center was still lit up. Unsurprisingly, after that, Chiu Yen was afraid that he would have to stay here for a while longer. Since he had been here last time, Chiu Yen found the elevator easily. When the elevator doors opened again, Chiu Yen saw Old Li, Su Lanqin, and Long Listening Spring in the distance. Ooh, this battle. Chiu Yen actually got a little nervous. Heart-stoppingly, he walked next to the trio. It couldn't be said that Chiu Yen was timid. It was just that there were too many unexplainable secrets about him. Your Own Wind, Cloud Harvest, Polar Blood Wolf, and more. Old Li and Long Hearing Spring each sat on a sofa, and Su Lanqin sat honestly in a square chair. Seeing Chiu Yen come, Su Lanqin also thoughtfully ran to the side and took a bench and handed it to Chiu Yen. Elder Li, Mr. Su, and Officer Long. Aha! Long Hearing Spring responded in an unsavory manner, picking up the small teacup and sipping it. Seeing this, Chiu Yen, who had sat down, had his eyelids jumped. Brother who drinks tea in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to sleep at night? Everyone has secrets in them. I respect you on that one and won't ask. It's okay to hide your clumsiness, but I hope you don't do it for the sake of it. Do you understand? Long listening Spring put down his teacup and quietly looked at Chiu Yen. Huh? Oh. Upon hearing this, Chiu Yen also scratched his head in some embarrassment. I didn't realize that I was hiding those secrets, but I didn't think that Long hearing Spring didn't care or was curious at all. I mean, hiding is only possible if you can handle it yourself at the moment, which you can, so that you can catch the enemy off guard. Prevent the enemy from making some special temporary adjustments to you. It's all fine. Chiu Yen looked at Old Li somewhat helplessly. If I had known that I was here to be criticized today, I wouldn't have come. Old Li looked at Chiu Yan's obsequious appearance and laughed out as soon as he couldn't hold it in. But then he hurriedly resumed his cold face. Ahem, listen to Izumi. Little kid. A little tap is fine, no need, no need. Chiu Yen is a good boy. And when he knocks too much, he loses his heart. And don't make a face, you're acting serious again. At those words, Long hearing Spring almost spat out a mouthful of tea. This senior of his, actually tearing himself down like this. Really? But come to think of it, after all, he himself is only in his 30s, and it's tiring to pretend to be deep all the time. Long hearing Quan smiled helplessly, his entire person exuding an affable aura. This also made Chiu Yen much more relaxed and at ease. Officer Long, surely you didn't call me here today just to tell me this, did you? Yeah, of course not. No time to waste then. Do you recognize this? Long hearing Spring took out a small box, which was still emitting wisps and wisps of cold air. There was a hint of inquiry in his gaze. Chiu Yan's heart shook as he looked at the somewhat familiar box. Don't you worry, we mean no harm. I heard Elder Li say that you were taking this before, and it was like you were a different person. What's going on? This ice rain condensation flower doesn't look peculiar. It's not like there weren't people who ate it straight down before, but, without exception, they all died. Why did you just swallow it? Chiu Yen knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. It's no secret though, a lot of people knew about it 10 years after the last one. I don't know. Because it's at its most potent when it's not neutralized. I've heard that a medicinal soup made from it can have a chance to strengthen talents. I was thinking about taking a hard pill, and I took it sparingly. I didn't expect that it would evolve my sentinel beast talent. As for the general, I'm not sure. That's right, Chiu Yen really wasn't clear about the principles involved. That counts as him telling the truth, and at best, it's an evasive way of telling the truth. Oh, if I eat it now, will it strengthen my talent? Long hearing Quan frowned. Old Li was seeing it with his own eyes and was directly excited. No, no, no. You're the backbone of the human race now. We can't do without you. I saw the whole passage of Chiu Yan's kid. It's not something that can be replicated by ordinary people. Perhaps, it's a bit of a chance for him. Don't get this little life out of you. As soon as these words came out, a look of disappointment appeared on Long hearing Spring's face. He thought that he might be able to break through the bottleneck by finding a way to evolve his talent. But he didn't expect reality to give him a head start. He had been stuck at the peak of his diamond-level cultivation for a long time, but was slow to touch the legendary blazing gold level. After that, no matter how hard he tried, his cultivation was never able to advance an inch. And in Li Kunlun's time, there were king-level, emperor-level, and even emperor-level powerhouses. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 167 time is running out for the human race. Cough cough. Chiu Yen kid. Don't mind my old man's big mouth either. I told him that after hearing Quan stuck at this cultivation level for too long, sick and desperate, almost about to dissect his own human body, Old Li had some awkward smiles on his face. Chiu Yen waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. It doesn't even matter. Chiu Yen, can you tell me what happened at that time? Or rather, what kind of changes appeared? Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, we won't force you. There was sincerity in Long hearing Spring's eyes. He's still not dead. Seeing that Chiu Yen was a bit hesitant, Old Li also sighed at this time. Ever since the establishment of the Sacred Beast battlefield, the entire human race has never seen a blazing gold-ranked powerhouse. Before, the Sacred Beast battlefield was still solid, and we were able to survive for a while by hiding under the high walls created by the sages. Now that you've seen it, the spatial rift that inexplicably appeared last time actually leads to the 10,000 races. That also means that the binding is even less. In order to deal with the coming crisis, we had to do everything we could to become stronger. I hope you understand. Even Chiu Yen could sense Old Li's low mood. But he was curious. Old Li, What do you mean when you say sage? Wasn't Blue Star just orally revitalized 50 years ago? Old Lee smiled miserably. It's not really like that. A long time ago, people started cultivating in Blue Star, it's just that we don't know about it. Most people back then didn't know how to practice either. Because in the shadows, a small group of sages took on this responsibility and went forward to defend themselves against the invasion of the 10,000 races. And just over 50 years ago, they failed. The 10,000 races have invaded Blue Star in force. It is they who spread the Gong method so that the general public can practice it. It was they who used their lives and communicated the power of the rules to pull in a mega-secret realm to serve as a sacred beast battlefield. At one time, only young jungles with silver gold cultivation were allowed to enter, but now it seems that those with platinum cultivation are able to enter. That's why there's the Dragonblood Highlanders. That's why there's the Starfire Squad. Qiu Yan nodded. The human race was clearly in big trouble now. Lack of top combatants is not a small problem. Even if there were more silver, gold, platinum, diamond ones, could it be hard to cross the ranks and decapitate blazing gold, king level, or stronger 10,000 races? Apparently not. Although Qiu Yan was able to kill silver with black iron before with his cinder block. But the essence of the problem coal ball's previous cultivation was the silver 7th order, and then he devoured the blood demon to evolve before acquiring his new ability. He had asked Briquette if the forced reduction in rank would affect it in any way, and the response was not much impact. Because the geocentric slime is just that, with a single means of predation you can't see the gap. At most, the toxins are weakened a bit, the production of bodily fluids is slowed down, and a host of other minor issues. It's not even a thing. Moreover, the blood demon's ability was to draw on blood to enhance its strength, and there was no strict class division per se. After much consideration, Qiu Yan decided to tell Long Hearing Spring. Well, it's really nothing special. It was when I ate the petals and then drank some water, and then I felt my whole stomach start to cramp up, chills all over my body afterward, and then it wasn't long before I passed out. When I woke up again, I think it was Elder Li who saved me. Long Hearing Spring frowned thoughtfully. What happened to Qiu Yan was not different from the information he had read. But strangely enough, Qiu Yan miraculously survived. Old Li also spoke hesitantly at this time. Listen, Quan. Listen to my advice. We have countless talents in the Dragon Kingdom. Sooner or later we will study a peaceful path to promotion. If it really comes down to it, we'll talk about it then. A thick suspicion lingered between Long Hearing Spring's brows. But time is running out. There's not much time left for the Dragon Kingdom, for the human race. Li Kunlun's eyes glared. Besides, it's hard to believe that you're as bachelor as Qiu Yan was in the beginning. This kid was ignorant and lucky at the time. You are now the top pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. There is no room for error. That's it. It's non-negotiable. Li Kunlun snorted coldly, blowing his beard and eyes in anger, and immediately flung his hand and walked towards the exit. Right after Old Li went out, Long Listening Spring was still staring at the small box in front of him. But then, the overflowing was pulled by a spiritual force and flew back to Li Kunlun's hand. Let me keep it here for safekeeping and we'll talk about it later. Long Listening Spring looked at his elders who were so distrustful of him, and also cried and laughed a little. Forget about it. Qiu Yan, 1 month later, you know it? Sux will take you to Kyoto for the competition. When the time comes, it's all about resource allocation and teaming up. Qiu Yan froze. Officer Long, does that mean our team will have to be reorganized again after entering the Dragonblood Highlands? Well, you're all from Zhonghai City though, but assigning teams according to strength and the style each specializes in also facilitates training and other secret realm exploration afterwards. Long Hearing Quan looked at his watch. All right, it's not too late now, so you guys go back and get some early rest. Qiu Yan, don't be too anxious. Xiao Su will contact you when the time comes. Okay. Qiu Yan nodded and similarly turned to follow on the elevator. Right after the two of them left, Long Hearing Spring frowned, seemingly pondering something. He muttered, this class of students, they all seem to be quite extraordinary. That little girl from the Xia family in Kyoto, Qiu Yan, the talented teenager from Kang City, and the martial arts rookie from Hang City. Time is running out. Let's hope they all grow up. Everyone is a genius, but only the ones who really grow up. That's a genius. After parting ways with Su Lanshan, Qiu Yan hoofed it back home. After a quick shower, Qiu Yan climbed up to the roof in 3 tries. After coating his body with starlight grass, he continued to start cultivating his Tian Gue forging body. It had to be said that the cultivation of this dharma was truly torturous, and every time he cultivated it, it was as if his body was being cracked to the bone bit by bit. Qiu Yan was in pain, but it was hard to grit my teeth and hold on for 3 hours so that the same thing that happened last time wouldn't happen. There are 7 days left before the entry test. Next, Qiu Yan had a very fulfilling cultivation life. Honestly speaking, there weren't many with extremely fast realm advancement speeds like Qiu Yan. Letting those people stay home and practice is as good as killing them. However, Qiu Yan's cultivation was such that he could clearly see his progress every day, and this gave him great motivation. Breathing techniques are used during the day, and Tiangui forging is used at night. After 7 days had passed, Qiu Yan's cultivation level had actually risen to the early black iron 9th stage. At the same time, Qiu Yan had also raised all of his spirit beasts to the same realm as himself, which really took him a lot of effort. Chapter 168, One-Time Test Instruments. Early in the morning, Qiu Yan's cell phone started vibrating like crazy. Picking up his cell phone, it turned out to be Shushu Lanxin calling. This also meant that the Starfire Squad's entrance examination was about to begin. After discussing some details with Mr. Su, Qiu Yan put on a set of clothes in 3 tries. In order to improve his reflection amongst the members, Qiu Yan purposely wore the big-name casual clothes he had bought with Lin Yuqing last time. Arriving at the Zhonghai City branch of the Dragon Country Countermeasure Center, Qiu Yan clearly felt that there were many people who wanted to come over to prepare for the examination. It was found that the previously sparse parking lot was actually full of cars. It made him wonder, didn't you say that only the top 100 in Zhonghai City's college entrance exams are eligible to take the test? What's going on here? According to Su Lanxin's message, Qiu Yan quickly arrived at the Countermeasure Center's martial arts arena. The place was packed with people, and for a while they couldn't even find Su Lanxin's figure. Looking at the crowd of people, Qiu Yan only felt a headache. These students in front of you, there's definitely more than 200 of them, right? It was hard to find Sushu Lanxin, and it was only when she asked that she realized. It turns out that the upper side of the temporary revision of the policy, so that the examination of the Dragon Blood High Commissioner in today together with the examination can be completed. Just on the day Qiu Yan's home was closed for cultivation, an announcement was sent out from the Dragon countryside. Students who disagree with the results of the Imperial Beasts High School can also come over to take the Dragon Blood High School's entrance exam. After all, there are a lot of people whose talents or contracted spirit beasts are logistical, as in medical, scouting, camouflage, and so on. In the middle of the college entrance examination, only looking at the battle strength, there might be some geniuses buried. Yo! Wang Tung! Seeing his good friend from afar, Qiu Yan smiled and waved. Fixing his eyes, there was a beautiful woman standing beside him. Holy, you kid. How come you're accompanied by a beautiful woman everywhere you go? That's not true. Wang Tung raised his index finger and waved it in a mysterious manner. In the end, it was Sushu Lanxin who couldn't help but speak up. This is Lang Yueyao, just the leading teacher of their martial arts school. You must not underestimate this one. Cultivating to the platinum level at a young age, the talent can be said to be on par with yours. At those words, Qiu Yan was shocked. It's true that there are people out there. This woman in front of her, who was not much older than herself, had such a high cultivation talent. In 2 more years, maybe Long Hearing Spring will be squeezed out. Lang Yueyao, however, smiled awkwardly. No, don't listen to Lan Xian's nonsense. I'm actually quite envious of you guys. It's said that you guys have produced so many demonic-level geniuses this term. It's just a pity that I was born a few years earlier. Otherwise, I would have really wanted to compete with everyone on the same stage for a while. Take a look. That's genius. Although it sounds like self-effacement. On the other hand, though, it's clearly extreme confidence, and putting yourself in no place to be weaker than anyone else is just that. Alright then, Wang Teng, Qiu Yan and Yu Yao, you all come with me. Following Su Lanxin's eyes, Qiu Yan saw the viewing room to the side. The exact construction was actually not much different from the underground coliseum he had been to before. But the level of sophistication of the equipment here was not something a small golden dragon chamber of commerce could touch. The viewing room with the best view is naturally where the big boys gather. Qiu Yan saw Long Hearing Spring, Li Kunlun, and other bigwigs talking and laughing in the middle of the number 1 viewing room through the transparent glass. With that, they were taken to viewing room number 6. It's a 30-square-foot room with an oversized floor-to-ceiling window at the far end. The view from below is breathtaking, and the room is displayed with ulterior motives. Snacks and snacks, exercise equipment, testing equipment, observation equipment, and all sorts of other things are available. Wang Tung didn't really care about this. After all, when he was a kid, his dad or grandpa used to bring him here to observe the training between the special incident response teams. Sitting on one of the couches by himself, he picked up his cell phone and snapped a picture of it down below and sent it to no one in particular. Qiu Yen became interested in a combination of weight scale plus height measuring instrument next to him. Su Lanxin explained with a smile from the side. This is a specialized measuring instrument for martial artists, able to see the state of their body in real time. But it doesn't really matter if the Imperial Beastmaster is weak. Anyway, it's not like the Imperial Beastmaster's body is weak for a day or two, so there's nothing to be gained by taking a test. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the numbers on the instrument and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Spiritual strength, Black Iron 9th Order. Physical fitness, Black Iron Peak. Strength of power, Peak Black Iron. Bone density, Peak Black Iron. The latter stats were invariably all Peak Black Iron. Zalangxin rubbed her eyes and tapped the instrument again, completely confused. What a situation. This statistic is not an exaggeration. If it was Wang Tung, the physical stats could be a bit higher in addition to the spiritual strength. It's also very understandable. Wang Tung was a martial artist, but his physical fitness was something his dad had beaten out one by one when he was a child. Maybe it stepped into the bronze level. The point is that the wrong people are testing it. Qiu Yen, this kid, isn't he a royal beast master? What's a sentinel going to do with such a strong body? What's going on here? Suddenly seeing the data, Qiu Yen was startled and doubly pleased at the same time. It was actually close to catching up with martial artists of the same rank. It wasn't as good as those geniuses, I guess, but this was actually about right for him as a royal beast master. It's true that you've been suffering for a while, and it's worth it for results like this. Seeing this, Su Lanxin hurriedly waved her hand, creating a barrier, and said lifelessly, "Are you kids monsters? Obviously a royal beast master.